After I retired from the rivers and lakes, I became a security guard. Unexpectedly, I ended up marrying a female CEO. The female CEO always thought I was a useless waste, regretting how she ever set her sights on me. A security guard earning only $1,800 a month. But gradually, she realized something was wrong. How could a security guard dare to have the richest man hand him his shoes? Why did the big brother in the underworld nod and bow to him? Just now, he even slapped a high-ranking figure carrying 2 stars on his shoulders, and it was a loud and crisp sound. At this moment, a silver luxury Bentley stopped at the gate. The sharp-eyed security guard, Lao Wang, greeted the beautiful woman who got out of the car with a smile. "Miss, are you going home or looking for someone?" The woman with a cold and stunning face and a long dress got out of the luxury car and said, "I'm looking for someone. His name is Yi Yun, a total scumbag. Tell him to come see me immediately." Lao Wang was stunned at the words. "Yi Yun? Scumbag? What's going on? Besides being good at boasting, what else can that kid Yi Yun do to make such a beauty come looking for him?" Just when Lao Wang thought it was impossible, I had already poked my head out of the security booth. "Who is looking for me? Let's make it clear. If you want me to wash your feet, you have to pay me. And if you want to visit a brothel, forget it. I have turned over a new leaf." Looking at me, her heart skipped a beat. She's in trouble. Isn't this the rich girl who indulged in a night of passion with me half a month ago when she returned to the country? We agreed to go our separate ways, but why did she come looking for me again? At this time, Susan coldly asked, "Why didn't you answer my calls or messages?" Susan is the vice president of the Su Group in Jiangnan City, a true heiress of a wealthy family, and is regarded by many as a beautiful and unattainable woman. I looked at her and said truthfully, I thought it was a scam trying to get my money, so I ignored it. The cold and arrogant Miss Susan's aura was fully open, and she sneered, "With your income, do you still have room to be scammed? Security guard, get in the car. I have something to discuss with you." I remained unmoved. "Sorry, it's working hours now. If you have something to say, just say it." Susan turned expressionless. "Fine, I'm pregnant. It's your child. Are you coming with me now?" As soon as she said this, my head was buzzing, and even the onlooker, old Wang, was shocked, looking at me in disbelief. "Miss Susan, I think it's better not to make jokes casually." I slapped my face hard twice, looking serious. "And why do you think the child is mine?" Susan raised her eyebrows lightly, sneering, "Do you think I'm joking with you? Or do you think I'm asking you to take responsibility?" I retorted, "Isn't it? I had to make sure of this. I wouldn't just accept being a father out of the blue." Susan took a deep breath to calm herself down and handed me a document. "These are the hospital test results. Take a look." As I read it, I felt a headache. Damn, this is serious. I couldn't believe I was in this situation. Seeing me speechless, Susan seemed pleased. "Since you can't find anything to say, come with me now." When I hesitated, old Wang cursed, "What are you waiting for? You've hit the jackpot with a rich woman. With your son being born into wealth, you'll be living the high life. Isn't that enviable?" I hurried into the car and said firmly, "Since the child is mine, I will take full responsibility." Susan sarcastically remarked, "You take responsibility? Do you know who I am? And who are you?" "A security guard making a few thousand a month. The gap between us is probably bigger than heaven and earth." Before I could respond, she coldly ordered, "I will have the child aborted. Now drive me to the hospital." I started the car and headed towards the hospital, feeling uneasy. "It's your right to abort the child. I can't stop you, but I want to tell you, if the child is born, taking care of you too won't be a problem." Susan chuckled without saying a word, but that contemptuous laughter said it all. This security guard, was simply delusional. The hospital arrived quickly, but Susan didn't get out of the car. She just stared blankly outside. I said, "Let's go. I'll accompany you for the abortion." There was a mist in the eyes of the female CEO at some point. She turned her head and glared at me fiercely. Her eyes were red, full of grievance and helplessness. "You're a jerk." I was puzzled. What was wrong with this woman again? But I endured it. After all, it was my fault for getting her pregnant. Susan is a very strong-willed person, not allowing herself a moment of weakness. So she said, "Drive." She quickly wiped away her tears, and her makeup returned to its exquisite state. I asked in surprise, "Where to? Aren't you going to get rid of the child?" At this moment, Susan replied lightly, "I changed my mind. I want to keep the child, but I can't let my child be fatherless. So let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and get married." So I started the car again. Half an hour later, I looked at the red little book in my hand with a wry smile on my face. I got married, confused and forced into marriage. Originally, my marriage partner should have been at least at the level of a European royal princess. But now forget it. The mother of the child is also quite pretty. Looking at that round buttocks, most likely to give birth to a son. Not bad. Susan walked over with a proud stride, the high heels striking the ground with a powerful aura. Now that we are officially husband and wife, I have 3 things to tell you. First, I married you solely because of the child in my belly. As for you, there is nothing about you that I find appealing, not even what's in your pants. Susan continued. Second, you have no money, no good job, no family background or status, and no ability. After marrying into the Su family, you will only be considered my son-in-law, and you must listen to me and obey me in everything. Third, you should stop working as a security guard in the future and come to Su Group to run errands for me. Learn some business. I don't want our child to find out that his father is just a gatekeeper. I had a sense of resentment in my heart. Although this woman was carrying my child, she was too audacious and needed to be dealt with. Or else others would say that I couldn't even control a mother-in-law. Alright, I can work under you, but there are a few things I won't do that you must remember. Susan sneered. Oh, you're picky now. Tell me, what high principles does a security guard like you have? I replied. First, I absolutely won't do a job that has no learning value. Second, I won't do something I don't know how to do, because if I don't know how to do it, how can I do it? Susan resisted the urge to slap me and said, what else? Let's see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. I calmly said. Third, I won't do things in a rush, as rushing leads to mistakes. Fourth, I won't do things that are not urgent, because, well, they're not urgent. Lastly, I won't do things I don't want to do. Susan felt like she had encountered a weirdo and angrily said, you won't do things you don't want to do. Can you tell me why? I replied matter-of-factly, if I've already said I won't do it, then why would I do it, right? Susan took a deep breath, clenched her teeth, and at that moment, she felt like killing someone, and looking at her full puffy breasts and pumping them hard twice, Yi-Yun immediately got high. Little, I still can't cure you. The phone rang, and it was Susan's mom, Yang Huiru, calling in an aggressive manner. Sam, why didn't you answer the phone after so many calls? Your marriage to Kaho is near. You kid, you don't leave the house all day. You don't see a single person. Do you want me and your father to worry to death? Come back quickly. Susan spoke in a calm tone. Mom, I'll be right back. But with me, there's your son-in-law, my husband. Yang Huiru voice, instantly raised 3 degrees. What did you say? Susan, Mommy can tell you up front that you're not going to give me any. There's only one husband for you, and that's Fong Jiahao of the Royal Dragon Group. Mr. Fong, you should know clearly how much effort and price our Su family has paid for this marriage. The benefits at the end are all yours, so don't be unaware of it. The corners of his mouth, where the dimples were hidden, pulled out a mocking curve. Susan laughed to herself. Contentment? Oh, a marriage that was arranged by the family and treated as a sacrifice. You want me to be content? Forget it. I don't want to argue with you guys anymore. I'm coming back, but I'll be back with my husband. As for the Royal Dragon Group side, I'm sorry, I'm not marrying. The phone hung up. However, Yi-Yun still heard the shrill questioning and bellowing from the other end, looking furious. Come on, I'll go back with you to meet your parents and your family. If anything happens, I'll take the top. You don't have to worry about it. The certificate has been collected. Yi-Yun, manly man, naturally have to take some attitude out. But Susan didn't appreciate it. She looked up suddenly, tears filling her eyes. Why do you people, all of you, have to force me, all of you, to make me do what I don't want to do? And you, who are you to top me? Do you deserve it? Are you capable of that? Do you know the Su family? What is their position in Jiangnan City? The Feng family of the Dragon Group. They can crush you to death with one finger. Understand? Yi-Yun, to put it bluntly, you're just a small security guard, useless and precarious. If it wasn't for the previous misadventure, people like you would never have wanted to come into contact with me in your entire life. In the future, you'd better say less of such uninformed words, otherwise it will only make me despise you. After a series of outbursts, hold your head and sob. What she did today, especially flashing her marriage with Yi-Yun, would have been crazy enough for her, a conservative and proud rich girl. And now, with the family's annoyance coming at her every step of the way, the defenses are finally breaking down. Yi-Yun started the car and blazed out with a kick of the gas. On his lips, he said in a cloudy tone, don't cry either. Soon you'll know that the father of the child in your belly won't be a softie. As for what I just said, not a single word is false. What Su family? Fong family? Ha, honestly, I've never put it in my eyes. Susan didn't even listen. Make up your mind and find this little security guard in charge before. She then used her connections to investigate Yi-Yun, a small security guard. Really just a muckraking small security guard. Other than that, it's unremarkable. Purple Mansion. The big name, rich neighborhood of Gangnam City. Susan's home is here. The two didn't say a word on the way over until they walked into the house. At first glance, the room was full of people, dark and very large. Sam, I just heard from Auntie too that you're bringing a man back. Originally, with your lofty vision, you thought that, at least, all of them were some kind of returnee from the sea, or the son of an official family. Su Shan's cousin Su Shan, with a black mole at the corner of her mouth, scornfully sized up Yi Yun. But you bring back a little security guard. Ha ha, just this kind of. You swallow it? After saying this, he scoffed loudly to himself with a very harsh laugh. Chapter 3 The Richest Man as a Driver. Susan was impassive and looked at her parents. Dad. Mom, his name is Yi Yun. We've already got no license. He'll be my husband from now on. Snap. Before the words were finished, Yang Huiru, who had already turned blue, rushed up with an arrow step and slapped her in the face. Sinful daughter, do you want me and your father to lose all our faces and die in your coffin before you give up? Pointing at Susan, Yang Huiru's face was furious and her body was shaking. Susan covered half, a moment red and swollen face, teardrops in her eyes, momentarily spinning. Mom, I know you guys are mad and think I'm messing around, but on the Fong side, I've reconsidered, and I don't want to marry. Yang Huiru roared and viciously shouted. Good, you can't even look at a worldly young man like Fong Jiahao. His father's family is, our Jiangnan city, black and white all the people, sitting on the mountain tiger. For such a condition, you're not agreeing to it on the left and picking and choosing on the right. So now I'm asking you, this little security guard you brought back, good for nothing goods, what is he going to compare to the other Fong family? Susan choked. But not a word could be said. Yi Yun, a small security guard, was indeed not qualified to compare with the Fong family with billions of assets. Yang Huiru's eyes spewed fire and she still wanted to insult. Yi Yun moved a step sideways and blocked in front of Susan, his face already carrying a three-quarter bandit aura. What's wrong with a small security guard? Small security guards also eat with their hands and don't ask for anything from anyone. Plus Auntie, Susan is already an adult and still the vice president of Sue's group. You lectured her in front of so many people. I think it was more or less, a bit much. Susan's old man, Su Wen, heavily put down the teacup in his hand with a gloomy face. Young man, you're not afraid of flashing your tongue when you talk big. Our daughter is ours. How she should be educated is our business. You, an outsider, are not qualified to intervene. Yang Huiru roared after her. Not bad, little you get out of my way. Let me tell you, my daughter is a phoenix in the sky, the Su family's heavenly daughter. I don't care what kind of ecstasy you've poured into her. Between you two, there will never be any result. Yi Yun frowned, and instead of banditry, a fierce aura directly surfaced on his face. He was originally the king of the mongrels. Otherwise it would not have been possible to stir up international chaos and be thrown to the small place in Jiangnan to kill the fire. As for the Su family here, Yi Yun said in all honesty that apart from Susan, the Jade wife, the rest were all dirt. Dad, Mom, it's no use making a scene or saying anything more. Susan, at this point, smiled miserably and spoke. I know better than you guys what kind of goods Fong Jiahao is. Perhaps after marrying into the Fong family, I can use the other party's power and financial strength to grow my Su family. But these are not what I want. And the Fangs, father and son, are far more sinister and vicious than you think. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, it's hard to say. Yang Huiru jumped to her feet and said hatefully, well, the good intentions of your father and I, as well as the entire Su family, have all been spoiled clean by you. In that case, I don't care, and I can't care about you. Do what you will. Degrade yourself. It's up to you. Su family's eldest uncle, Su Wen's elder brother, Su Chang, straightened his suit and walked over with a leathery smile. Second brother, younger siblings, it seems that Shan would rather have maggots in the rotten mud than the stars in the sky. I know you guys want to climb up to the top of the family and find a dragon son-in-law, but nah, this kid, Shan, has unique tastes, and just loves the lower nine. Yang Huiru's mouthful of fire sprang out again. Su Chang, don't speak out of turn. Su Wen also had a dark face. Big brother, what do you mean by that? Su Chang shrugged his shoulders and hypocritically said, it doesn't mean anything, it's just that I think, right, this little security guard is not bad. Sound limbs, human-like, reward him with a mouthful of soft rice, and it shouldn't be a problem for him to give you an old age in the future. Ha ha ha. After saying that, he took Su Xian, his daughter, and walked away with a big smile, leaving Su Wen and his wife, furious and blue in the face. Just now, Su Chang's words were insinuating and explicitly mocking. How could they not hear it? Shannon, your mom and I went through a lot of trouble to get on this line with the family. Su Wen looked at Susan, full of disappointment. But it's not even if you don't appreciate it. But you're still so bad about yourself that you're bringing shame to my Su family. What is your status? This little security guard. And what is the status? The door is not right. You will not go far. Susan's beautiful eyes contain tears. Dad. I'm sorry. My daughter has let you down. I didn't expect to. With him for long. I was just thinking that he could muzzle my yo-yo. At the very least, it won't leave the family. And Feng Jiahao, stalking me anymore. Suwen waved his hand to drive people away. Since you here, your mind is made up. Then saying more is redundant. On the side of the Feng family, your mom and I, we have no face to see anyone's family. Shan, just like you handle it. It just so happens that someone else, Feng Xiao, came out of the independent Feng family and started a new company on his own. You remember to prepare heavy gifts and go over to show your celebration for the Su family. Dissolve the marriage by the way. Susan pursed her lips. Got it, Dad. As soon as she left Su's house, she was so disoriented that she almost fell. Yi Yun held her up. Is everything alright? Susan broke free, her face icy. In the future, without my permission, you don't touch me easily. Yi Yun spread his hands. I helped you because I saw you were about to fall. Don't misunderstand. Susan grunted coldly. Yi Yun, I'll be honest and give you the truth too. I came to you because I needed an obedient shield. Other than that, I'm sorry, I don't have any eyes on you. To Susan's surprise, Yi Yun was not angry. With a flat face, even smiling, he said, I know, just as I can't actually say I fancy you when I pull the card with you. There's really no way around it. The baby's all screwed up and I'm responsible for it. Susan was inexplicably a little annoyed. Whatever, not seeing Yi Yun being hurt and her pride being trampled on. She felt very uncomfortable. You're coming with me to Feng Xiao's new company opening reception. Sooner or later the ugly daughter-in-law has to be brought out to meet the in-laws. And so does the door-to-door son-in-law. Touching out a card, he handed it to Yi Yun like a reward. Take it and go buy a decent suit to wear. Yi Yun didn't even look at it. No need, I have my own. Susan laughed coldly, thinking that Yi Yun was a dead duck. Posturing. A little security guard would be damned if he could have expensive suits. Arriving at the street, Yi Yun pulled open the back door of the Rolls-Royce that had been waiting for a long time and sat in. If someone who knew what they were doing saw this scene, I'm afraid they would have to be so shocked that their jaws would drop. Because this DeLeos is the exclusive car of the richest man in Jiangnan City, and right now, the richest lord of Jiangnan City, Lu Chuanhu, who had a huge family fortune, was acting as a driver for Yi Yun. Marshal Yun, are you going home, or where are you going? Chapter 4. This man is no fun. Yi Yun said, go home first. I'll change into a suit and accompany my daughter-in-law to attend a reception later. Lu Chuanhu's hand shook as he started the car. Stunned, daughter-in-law? Marshal Yun, aren't you single? When did you get married? Yi Yun smiled bitterly. Just today. Just now. Alas, it's a long story. Lu Chuanhu was shivering. Marshal Yun, you can't be joking. If you let the higher-ups know that you are in the city of Gangnam, you have hastily organized your marriage. Then old Lu too. I'm afraid I'll have to eat my words. Yi Yun laughed bitterly. Old Lu, I'm sorry, it's already messed up, and it even got people killed. Ugh, I wasn't expecting that. The shot was so accurate. Lu Chuanhu became furious. Marshal Yun, may I ask which girl? I'll use my connections to have her aborted, so she won't want to climb up the ladder. Yi Yun waved his hand and said, Don't. I told you, don't engage in the battle of power and bullying that. It's meaningless. Lu Chuanhu, however, was worried. Though Yun Shui is invincible in battle, the country's most important weapon, but after all, still young and overly bloodthirsty. To put it bluntly, you can't control the bird in your pants, and it's cheap for other women. Damn it, I should have known to let a couple of my granddaughters do it regardless. But if he succeeds, his old Lu family's ancestors' graves will smoke. Changle Palace, Yi Yun's residence in Jiangnan City. Taking the name of Changle, it is a direct counterpart to the palace of ancient emperors, and the honor can be imagined. Taking off his security uniform, Yi Yun numbly changed into a suit. Ding dong, the doorbell was rung. Yi Yun was strange. The only one who knew he lived here was Old Man Lu. This old boy comes as he comes. It's not like he doesn't have a code to ring the doorbell. Is Mr. Yi in? I'm Su Yuer from the Su family, and I've come to pay my respects to Mr. Yi by order of my father. Outside the door, a clear and sweet female voice rang out. Very respectful. Yi Yun was not in a good mood. This little came back to find nothing to do. You go back and tell your old man that the kindness is appreciated, but without merit, we, soldiers, will not easily accept gifts from others. Yi Yun's voice was transmitted through the surveillance outside. Su Yuer, a goddess in Jiangnan City on par with Susan. with a pair of perfect jade legs that triggered nosebleeds that could converge into a river. Mr. Yi, before and after. My little daughter has already come to pay her respects 3 times. You, even if you don't want to receive my Su family's gift. But can you open the door and let me come in and sit down? Personally express the Su family your respect. Yi Yun secretly rolled his eyes. Thinking you came in, was that just to pay your respects? I think you are. Want to put your big beautiful legs to the small master's shoulders? The following offense. He had just suffered the loss of a shot to the soul and no longer dared to take it lightly, especially to a woman with ulterior motives like Su Yuer. Therefore, he refused outright. I'm sorry, I'm too busy to receive guests. Su Yuer was filled with disappointment and turned away with nostalgia. I don't know if it was intentional or not. On her way out, she purposely wiggled her big tits at the monitor. Alright then, Yuer won't disturb your rest, Mr. Yi. I only hope that one day, Mr. Yi, you will be willing to reward your face to meet, in order to fulfill Yuer's adoration. Yi Yun skimmed his mouth. This Su family, with a few skills, had inquired about his presence in Jiangnan City. All at once, he was moved to climb the friendship and curry favor. But unfortunately, Yi Yun was not interested in this, and Su Yuer, who had left, stomped her foot vigorously. Annoyed, she'd hinted so obviously, and this mysterious officer inside was still unmoved. Su Yuer seriously wondered if the other party was a bad old man who was out of his depth. But then the family said that the mysterious officer who had descended on Jiangnan was still young, about her age. That's just it. Let's go to Sam's side first. This damned ninny, how dare she mess up a human life and marry herself off just like that? Now, the trouble that will be triggered will definitely not be small. And that little security guard who had to eat swan meat. I'm afraid I don't know that a big disaster is coming. The lights are on. The reception hosted by the Fong family's youngest was at a luxurious manor in the west of the city. Yi Yun stopped the car and jogged to open the door for Susan. The presidentess hitched a ride under him and looked at him a few times with an odd look in her eyes. Yi Yun asked, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Susan pursed her lips and shook her head. "Nothing, let's go inside." This little security guard. I didn't realize that after changing into a suit, he was quite handsome. She thought that in her mind, but she wouldn't say it out loud. "Sam, over here." On the lawn, a silhouette in a backless evening gown waved at them. Susan led Yi Yun over. Her best friend pulled her aside and lowered her voice. "Shannon, this guy you came with, he's not that little security guard, the father of the baby in your belly, is he?" Susan forced a smile. "Yes, that's him." Su Yuer huffed backward. "Honey, how can you be so bold and build so much? It's okay for you to get someone killed with him, and then to bring him out in public. After this, how will Jiangdong's high society look at you?" Fang Jiahao, I'm afraid he'll storm out on the spot. Susan blushed, slightly pale. All of this, I can't manage. My family forced me to marry Fang Jiahao, so I had no choice but to do this. Su Yuer slapped her head. "My little ancestor, where is this the next best thing? You are simply the next best thing. No, I've got to go warn this guy to get lost." Taking a few steps to Yi Yun, he said in an unkind tone, "You leave right away. Don't disgrace Susan here." Yi Yun raised his eyebrows. "This chick is quite cross, but that's not the face that was scratching its head in front of my house before. Sorry, I'm not going anywhere." Su Yuer's face sank. "Little security guard, don't give your face away. I'm Susan's best friend. My name is Su Yuer, the executive president of the Su Group. Of course I know that by telling you this, you don't understand, because our world is one that you are pressed to reach." Yi Yun smiled. "So what? Su Yuer gassa half dead. This gatekeeper, but also on their own drag on the English? The earth dog farts in the ocean." Yi Yun right. "You probably haven't realized what kind of innings it is tonight. Here tonight, all the people here are Jiangdong celebrities, either rich or noble, and you're the only one who looks after the gate. Also, if we let the main character of the night, Mr. Fong of the Royal Dragon Group, see you walking with his beloved, humph, what do you think? What will be your end? I'm afraid that a broken head is still light." She had thought that with some threats, Yi Yun would be scared to death, but who knows? Yi Yun didn't take it seriously at all. "You're wrong. The protagonist isn't some big Fong. The main character. It's always been me." Su Yuer took a deep breath as if she was looking at an idiot. "I don't know who gave this little security guard the courage to say such things." "Well, you asked for it. In a moment, Shannon and we won't care if you live or die." The reception begins. Scantily clad men and women weave in and out. Tonight's organizer, Royal Dragon Group's Dajuan Fong, arrived late and well-dressed. "Sorry gentlemen, I'm late. I'll punish myself with 3 cups." Very dashing and bold, he picked up his glass and muffled 3 glasses, drawing a round of applause. Several nymphomaniac women, in particular, were clapping and yelling and looked like they were getting wet. Yi Yun, however, skimmed his lips. This person is meaningless. Chapter 5 The Furious Fong de Xiao. Susan frowned. Su Yuer then sneered. People aren't interesting? Then you mean, you're the one who's interesting? She thought that Yi Yun was looking at the other's scenery and was jealous before saying such words. Yi Yun said. The 3 cups he drank were not wine at all, but white water. Obviously, it's for show. Such a person has one thing on the surface and another behind the scenes. Honestly, not to be befriended. Su Yuer snorted. You'd better not take the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a small man. This Fong Jiahao guy, though neither Shannon nor I like him much, but compared to you, I don't know how many times better. People don't care to do such nasty things. Yi Yun said indifferently. If you don't believe it, we can wait and see. At that exact moment, the well-dressed and smiling young Master Fong walked over with his wineglass. Shannon, y'all, you're welcome to show me the ropes. Here, I'll drink to you 2 great beauties. For Yi Yun next to him, he was automatically ignored. Su Yuer laughed. Congratulations to Fong Xiao, opened his own company, worthy of being our Jiangnan, a first-class young genius. But on the contrary, there are some uptight ones that say that what's in Fong Xiao's cup of yours is white water. Ha, this kind of thing, it's just very inexplicable. The smile on Fong Jiahao's face froze for a moment. Then he explained, it can be hidden from the others, but not from you 2 big, icy beauties. That's right, I drink plain water. Recently, I've been working day and night on the new company, and my body just can't take it, so I don't dare to drink this. All of a sudden, Su Yuer froze. Susan, on the other hand, also glanced at Yi Yun unexpectedly. This guy, he's pretty sharp, that's all he found out. Yi Yun, at this time, said in a salty manner, I'm afraid that Fong Xiao's body is not caused by any opening of the company's drudgery. The reason why I'm afraid to drink is purely because of overindulgence and severe kidney damage. If you are stimulated by alcohol, you can die violently at any time by hemorrhaging from your lower body. I don't know, am I right, or am I wrong? Fong Jiahao's face instantly grimaced as he looked at Yi Yun in disbelief. Where did this dog come from to investigate himself so clearly? Oh, this brother is joking. I'm a serious workaholic. Where do I find the time to indulge? Besides, I'm engaged to Shannon. She's the only girl in my heart from now on. You're talking nonsense with your eyes open, and you're not red in the face. Su Yuer was scared half to death, not expecting Yi Yun to dare to speak out against the other family's hoe. Isn't this actively seeking death? Young Fong, don't bother with this man. We don't know him. Twisting his head, he stomped fiercely towards Yi Yun. The meaning of the warning was obvious, hoping that Yi Yun would be sensible. If Fong Jiahao knew about his relationship with Susan, he would have to skin Yi Yun. Susan, on the other hand, could clearly see something wrong with Fong Jiahao's face. It seemed that Yi Yun had really been right. In her beautiful eyes, a touch of distaste surfaced and she faintly said, Young Fong should still take care of his health more. I came over today. Besides congratulating young Fong, there's one more thing. I would like to break the engagement between the 2 of us. Su Yuer opened her mouth wide all of a sudden. Shan, are you crazy? Quickly shut up. Susan, however, was indifferent and pointed at Yi Yun. Xiao Fong, this is my husband. We've already got no license. Fong Jiahao's face directly changed from gloomy to vicious. However, he was very good at hiding it, and said with a leathery smile, Shan, I know that all along, you've been a bit resistant to me, but don't you think it's a bit inadequate to pull such a nobody to fob me off? Susan seriously said, I'm not putting you off. Yi Yun and we got our license today. Moreover, I'm already pregnant with his child. Boo! The wine cup in Fong Jiahao's hand was directly pinched and burst by his great strength. His eyes instantly went scarlet, and he raised his hand to slap Susan across the face. But he restrained himself and gritted his teeth with a sardonic smile. Susan, it seems that all along, I have been too lenient and overly favorable to you. I can pretend that what you just said doesn't exist. But this kid, I don't care who he is, dares to have an affair with my fiancée. He must disappear for me. Susan warned, Young Fong, don't mess around. The marriage contract between us was meant to be a private one at the time, made by both parents, and I was not present. Fong Jiahao bellowed, Shut up. Humph. Now that it's all booked, do you think it's useful to say that? This young man tells you that in life, you can only be a member of my Fong family. In death, you can only be a ghost of my Fong family. Susan was furious. Su Yuer hurriedly compensated with a smile. Fong Xiao, don't be angry first, calm down. Today, it's your company's reception. So many Jiangnan celebrities can all watch it. Fong Jiahao was very grumpy. as he ripped off his tie and pointed at Yi Yun. It's fine to let me get rid of my anger. This little Yakuza. I don't care what he is. Kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. Toast 3 times, and let's say this is over. Otherwise, he won't be able to walk out of this manor of my Fong family. Susan coldly said. Yi Yun perhaps has little status or qualifications, but now, he's my Susan's man. Since he's my man, kneeling for you, that's impossible. Su Yuer was anxious. Shan, you should also say less. If you keep this up, it will only make Fong Shao, even more, not let this little security guard off the hook. Yi Yun gave a cut and said disdainfully, wife, since we've made it clear, let's go. It's best not to stay long with someone who's playing with his lower half. I'm afraid I'll catch it from him. Looking at the woman who had longed for so long, she just walked away with Yi Yun. Fong Jiahao's face directly became twisted. You asked for it, beckoning the 2 big men standing next to him over. He had a ruthless look on his face. I don't want to see that little bastard alive to see the sun tomorrow. Understood. Fong Shao. Chapter 6, scolded by the mysterious officer. Ugh, Shannon, you're being too impulsive. On the way back to the car, Su Yuer was very worried. The Fong family has always traveled between the black and white worlds, and their methods are ruthless. If you hit Fong Jiahao in the face like this, he definitely won't take it lying down. Susan took a deep breath. I'm not afraid of him is all. Su Yuer teased. You are not afraid. Fong Jiahao can't wait to lick you. Surely he won't do anything to you. But this little security guard, I'll be honest, he's done. Susan's eyebrows immediately furrowed. Yi Yun, indeed, is a drag. Without waiting for her to say anything, Yi Yun had already said, don't worry, in this world, the one who can make me finish has yet to be born. Su Yuer directly shook her head. Shan, this cheap husband of yours, he seems to be sick in the head and hopeless. Susan's face was also a bit cold. Yi Yun, remember, you are no longer a small security guard now, but my husband in name. The stinking problem of blowing up the atmosphere. Change it for me, or it will only make a fool of yourself. Yi Yun kicked the brakes. The 2 great beauties, both sent forward. Frightened, Su Yuer shouted angrily, what are you doing? Can't even drive a car well. Waste not? Yi Yun got out of the car and said indifferently, you 2 stay in the car. Don't come down. The 2 women were unsure, wondering what this little security guard was mad about. Behind, a van, quickly catching up, then braking sharply. The car door pulled open, and an inch-headed man's face was expressionless. Little Yakuza. Fong Shao wants you dead. I'm sorry. Raising his hand, a stick greeted Yi Yun's head, and his hand went straight for human life. Inside the Bentley, Su Yuer exclaimed, not good. It's Fong Jiahao's people. Susan gritted her teeth. This didn't expect to get down so fast. In the next second, the 2 women's beautiful eyes, in unison, widened, only to see Yi Yun here, backhanding the stick and grabbing it with a split hand. With a whimpering sound, the iron rod went with such ferocity that it brought up a whistling sound. Bang! It blossomed directly on the head of the stout man, and his head was broken and bloodied. How dare you fight back, you scum! Inside the van, 3 more burly men jumped down, all of whom did not expect that this small security guard was still a bit capable. Yi Yun had a calm face, iron clubs in his hands, drawn out one after another. Bang! 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 The remaining 3 Hans, all sinewy and vicious, usually did not do a lot of bad things for the Fong family to steal chickens and dogs, but at this moment, 2 breaths of time before and after, all lying on the ground, wailing and screaming, throwing the iron rod. Yi Yun raised his foot and casually stepped on the large face of one of the Hans. Go back and tell Mr. Fong, playing with fire, it's easy to burn yourself. Getting on the car again, Yi Yun left with a kick of the gas without any delay. Su Yuer and Susan, still immersed in the images from earlier, didn't return to their senses. This little security guard, he's quite something. Half a dozen times, Su Yuer said with some surprise. Susan stared at Yi Yun. Yi Yun, you've practiced? Yi Yun shrugged his shoulders. Packing up a few reptiles is just a matter of practice. Susan frowned slightly. She didn't know martial arts, but just now, those few strokes of Yi Yun, how to look at it, it was somewhat extraordinary. This guy, is he really just a gatekeeper for people? Evening, when Su Shan returned home, Su Wen immediately asked, Su Shan, with the Feng family side, you made things clear, right? Susan said, Dad, I've already broken off my engagement with Feng Jiahao. With Feng Jiahao, Yang Huiru was furious. You are simply confused and stupid. Susan, you're not really going to lose your mind and live with a lowly security guard, are you? Susan was breathless. Mom, I've been over and over again, giving you guys the benefit of the doubt. I don't have any feelings for Yi Yun. Everything now is just for the sake of the baby in my belly. Also, I need a shield to keep these flies. Fang Jiahao, out. Yang Huiro still felt angry. Susan, I've loved you for nothing. I could put up with it even if you went to a club and got a male model to indulge. But you're, surprisingly, pregnant with a little security guard seed. Where are you going to make me and your father, and the Su family, look like this? Susan stopped talking for a moment, her eyes reddening slightly. That night's indulgence was as much about alcohol as it was about her own self-loathing. Su Wen coughed and advised. Wife, Shan, since she was young, has been a smart and self-loving girl. We are clear about that, and don't you ask her about it. For the moment, it's to think of a way to see how to keep this family scandal from getting out. Yang Huiro clasped her arms and said fiercely, think of a way? Think of a way. Could have gotten a golden son-in-law, but got picked up by a head. On the old lady's side, she's already called to inquire about Susan and gave me a good scolding. Susan said, on grandma's side, I'll go and explain in person. Yang Huiro coldly grunted. In this matter, it is bound to be Su Chang, Su Xian's father and daughter chewing their tongues behind their backs. Su Wen, I'm going to get this straight for you. This big brother family of yours, they are not good people. We must beware. Su Wen was helpless. I understand, but it's always family, not so much. Yang Huiro huffed. I'm going to sleep first. I'm too lazy to care about you guys. Su Wen pushed up his glasses, looked at his daughter, and sighed. Shan, getting pregnant unmarried is a big taboo for a daughter's family. Besides, you're the jewel of my Su family, a public figure. That's just it. Let's recruit that little security guard as a son-in-law at your door, so as to preserve your honor. Tomorrow, you'll take him and learn more about high society etiquette, and socializing and all that. I have one purpose in mind, to train him more or less up, not so badly. Susan whispered. Understood, Dad. By the way, Dad, actually Yi Yun, boxing and kicking, is quite good. Told Yi Yun about today, putting down a few strong men. Su Wen shook his head straight after hearing this. In all aspects, you are very good. It's this eye for people that is still lacking. That boy, who is supposed to be a gatekeeper for people. It's not surprising that he has a few strengths. You're impressed with him after knocking down a few softies? I don't think that's necessary. Susan went back to her room and had a video with her best friend. Su Yuer. Y'all, what's wrong with you? Why do you have a depressed look on your face? In the video, Co Yell looks listless and dying. Sam, don't mention it. I just got yelled at. Susan wondered. Who dares to scold you? The little ancestor? The whole of your Su family holds you in the palm of their hands. Su Yuer's small mouth deflated, about to cry out. It's not the people in my family, but, remember before, I told you that our Jiangnan city came a mysterious big brother, right? I've just, again, been cheeky and paid him a visit. As a result, he told me I had a cheap mouth and a pretty face for nothing, and told me to leave him alone. Oh, I really can't figure out how I got mouthy. All this time, I've been careful and polite to him. Okay. Susan immediately fought for her best friend. This man is really rude. Even if he's from a big place, he can't be like that, talking to a girl like you. I'll go with you someday, and get a theory out of him. Su Yuer wiped a handful of tears. It's better to forget about it. I have to serve him well, and I hope that one day, I will be able to see his true colors. My grandfather said that if I can get into the eyes of this mysterious officer, in the future, for 3 generations of my Su family, I'll do nothing but lie up and gorge myself with glory and wealth. Susan was stunned. This mysterious officer, what rank is he? So bullish? Su Yuer smiled. I'll tell you when I get to know him. A little deeper. Again, let's talk about you. That little security guard. What are you going to do with him anyway? You're not really going to live with him, are you? Susan said. My father wants to recruit him, as a house son-in-law. Yuer, what do you recommend? I want to cultivate this little security guard's temperament and insight. Su Yuer said. That's not simple. Just take him out more and integrate into the upper class circle. I'll take care of this. I'll set you up. Susan smiled and said. Good night then Yull. Co Yull, aha, good night. I hope that in my dreams, I can dream of that mysterious officer. It would be so cool if he was a big handsome guy, powerful and in love with me. He. Chapter 7 Let him pretend to. Day 2. Yi Yun received a call early in the morning that Susan wanted him to dress up and clean up. Su Yuer drove and came to a club. Getting out of the car, 2 cocky guys, all decked out in designer labels, walked up with smiles on their faces. Yull, Shannon, you're here. Ha, and this is? Upon seeing Yi Yun, drilling out of the car, the 2 great young men, their faces instantly did not look good. Su Yuer laughed and lied. Zhao Xiao. Wang Xiao. This person is a friend of Shan Shan and I. From the countryside. He hasn't seen much of the world. You guys don't need to mind him. Zhao Zishuan, who had the reputation of being one of the 4 great young men of Jiangnan, smiled without a care in the world. Since they're your friends, let's have some fun together. Another Wang Xiao, glancing at Yi Yun, snorted in his nostrils in disdain. Su Yuer lagged 2 steps behind and barked at Yi Yun. This kind of occasion. You shouldn't have been here before. It doesn't matter. Come back a few more times. Watch and learn and you'll be fine. I'm asking for one thing. You can't embarrass me and Susan. Understand? Yi Yun had a bashful face. Isn't it just a private club? This Thai place. What's there to play with? Su Yuer burst into a sneer. Broken place? Do you know how much the entry requirements are for this place? 2 million. Humph. Little security guard. Scaring you to death. Zhao Zishuan was very attentive to Su Yuer. That dog-licking look almost made Yi Yun unable to look away. Y'all, come let's practice. Su Yuer dressed up and jumped into the ring, instantly practicing against Zhao Zishuan. Yi Yun only felt bored. These rich kids who have nothing better to do like to shoot arrows, play boxing, play golf, and attach themselves to the world. Susan changed into a white and blue training outfit with white feet and stepped into the ring. Yi Yun, come up and spar with me. Yi Yun shook his head. If you want to exercise, I can teach you authentic Tai Chi and some body-nourishing punches. Taekwondo, an alien thing, is nothing more than fancy boxing, far worse than what we have in the Dragon Kingdom itself. When that Wang Xiao heard this, he immediately snorted. This old brother, his breath is so powerful and coaxing. Dare I say, you think you're good? Yi Yun glanced at him. At least, it's better than a wastrel like you who was hollowed out by alcohol and sex. Wang Xiao's face changed and he laughed coldly. I didn't expect that you still have a few hangs. Well, why don't we have some fun? Yi Yun shook his head. Forget it, I'm afraid of disabling you. Su Shan drank. Yi Yun, watch what you say, don't be so impulsive. Yi Yun bristled. To you, I can be polite. But to these creeps? Ha, who am I to give him face? Have you ever seen an eagle in the sky being polite to a sparrow on the ground? This was Yi Yun's temperament. 3 points of banditry, 3 points of fury, plus 5 points of murderous aura that was not easily revealed. Once upon a time, in the Dragon Kingdom, a martial Dao Grandmaster couldn't help but lament. This son is much different than normal people. Others are 10 points of breath, while he, 1 point more. This 1 point, even that heavenly king, cannot control, enough to turn the river. Zhao Zishuan and Su Yuer, ending their sparring session, walked over. What's going on here? Young Wang, why are you making your face red? Wang Xiao pointed at Yi Yun. Zhao Xiao, it's not that I don't give you, and Miss Su face. It's really this pussy, with a very rampant tone, saying that the taekwondo we practice is crap. Don't you think that's looking for a fight? Zhao Zishuan's face sank violently. Yuer, Shan, for your sake, just this once, you should know how much sweat and hard work Xiao Wang and I, in taekwondo, have put in. No one has the right to step on our efforts, especially a rash man who knows nothing. Su Yuer's face was grim. Yi Yun, you apologize to Zhao Xiao and the others immediately. Don't you think it's ridiculous to look down on someone for what they've given? Yi Yun looked up at the sky. Apologize? Sorry, I'm not in the habit of apologizing like that when it comes to weaklings. Su Yuer was furious and turned toward Su Shan. Shan, I'm out of options. Good intentions to bring him here to increase his knowledge. I didn't expect that. Rotten mud can't help the wall. And he's here to disgrace himself. Not waiting for Susan to say anything, Zhao Zishuan's eyes flashed a touch of sinister, smile playful flavor. Then, why don't you let Wang Xiao accompany this brother? Have a good time? He has such a big rack, so I guess he's an expert. Oh Shan, Yuer, don't worry. Wang Xiao has a sense of proportion in his strikes. He won't hurt him. Susan immediately refused. Better not. Young Wang is a professional and a 6th stage expert. Yi Yun he's no match. Wang Xiao jumped onto the ring and made 2 flirtatious gestures. Don't worry, although this kid owes a beating, but for the sake of you 2 beauties, I won't hurt him. Looking at Yi Yun again, he teased. Dare to play 2 hands? Or are you actually a softie besides your mouth being able to talk? Seeing Yi Yun frowning, Su Yuer said in a cold voice. Yi Yun, if you are still a man, accept the challenge. Shan and I aren't afraid of you losing. We're only afraid that you don't even have the courage to be a man. Yi Yun was a bit impatient. Fine, I can step in and teach this kid the perils of the world, but the medical bills, which of you will pay? In a flash, Zhao Zishuan laughed out in disdain. So you're afraid of getting wasted and don't have the money to go to the hospital. Ha ha, Don't worry. You're a little bumped and bruised. This young man will pay to compensate you is. Suyuer couldn't help but shake her head. Sam. This guy. He's so wasted. How humiliating. Susan's face, too, was a bit hungover. Yi Yun laughed coldly and was not even in the mood to explain. It's just a stray fish. Rolling into the ring, he puts one hand in his pocket, leaving only one hand. Come on. Fight early and call it a day. Wang Xiao's eyes spewed fire. This man is so pretentious that he has to be half dead. With 2 standard quick steps, he approached Yi Yun, then a flying kick, straight to Yi Yun's temple. Zhao Zishuan revealed a smile that the big picture had been decided. Wang Xiao is at the level of a 6th degree black belt, and an idle 3 or 5 Hans. Just fight. This kid has the foresight to know to ask for medical expenses from this young man. His words had just fallen. There was a scream, accompanied by a muffled thud. In the ring, Yi Yun had one hand in his pocket, not knowing what it meant to be an opponent. His opponent, on the other hand, had flown out of the ring, the foot on which he had struck the vicious blow nearly broken and swollen high. Susan and Su Yuer, dumbstruck. What's the situation? What happened? The smile on Zhao Zishuan's face instantly solidified. Young Wang, you, Wang Xiao wailed from the stage. Quick, send me to the hospital. Zhao Xiao, quick, my legs are failing. Zhao Zishuan's face skin twitched viciously. It was only in hindsight that this little Yakuza, who had just said that he was preparing the medical expenses, was preparing it for Wang Xiao. Let him pretend to. Chapter 8 Horse Racing. Shout out to the club staff to carry Wang Xiao away. Zhao Zishuan had a gloomy face as he jumped onto the ring. Brother Yi, I can't see that you have some strength. Wang Xiao is not a good learner and is considered my senior. Now, a senior brother, come to learn your high tricks, Susan hastened to say. No, Su Yuer also said. It's better to forget about it, Zhao Xiao. You're an 8th degree black belt and an award-winning taekwondo genius. How can Yi Yun be your opponent? Zhao Zishuan grunted coldly. It won't do to just let it go after injuring someone. Why? The boy will have to practice with me. Either that, or we'll follow the rules and crouch on the ground and kneel 3 times to show our submission. Susan and the 2 girls were frowning. This Zhao Zishuan, more or less, was a bit overbearing. At this time, Yi Yun was still with one hand in his pocket, preparing to walk down to the ring. Zhao Zishuan moved a step sideways, his face cold. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Yi Yun slapped out and directly slapped on this second lax shoulder. With a thud, Zhao Zishuan went face down and had a deathless kiss with the ring. The pain was excruciating and his face was contorted. Yi Yun took his leg, stepped on his back, and walked down the ring in a graceful manner. Abrasive. 8th degree black belt in Taekwondo. That's it? That's it? The 2 words of disdain made Susan and also Su Yuer dumbfounded on the spot. If Yi Yun resolved Wang Xiao with a single move just now, there was a coincidence present. But Zhao Zishuan is a certified black belt 8th Dan Master also titled in the club as a coach. Even such a ruthless person could not withstand a slap from Yi Yun to clean up. This guy, Li Yuanba reincarnated? In the infirmary, after lying down with a grunt for half an hour, Zhao Zishuan finally slowed down. He had a fierce look on his face. This little bastard. I have to cripple him. Damn. How dare you make this young man lose such a big face? At this moment, Yi Yun and Susan, along with Su Yuer, arrived at the racecourse. Bleachers, oozing, has sat a lot of people. Are rich people in Jiangnan City. Su Yuer said excitedly. Shan, this club, the most attractive thing is the horse racing. How about we play a couple games? It's exciting. Susan smiled. I mainly brought Yi Yun out to see more. You play, we'll watch you play. Su Yuer hummed lightly and dejected towards Yi Yun. Little security guard. You can't gain a foothold in high society with your brute strength alone. Horse racing, it is played by people with real taste and style. In a while this lady plays, you learn. Yi Yun skimmed his lips and looked up at the sky. The poisonous sun. Next to her, Susan, dripping with fragrant sweat, was also too hot to handle. It just so happened that by the bleachers, a couple of umbrellas were placed. Yi Yun walked over and plucked up a handful of them. Stand in. You girls' skin can't stand the sun. Seeing Yi Yun invite himself, Susan blushed and subconsciously refused. No need. Yi Yun didn't have the good sense to say, don't hold on for dear life. Look at you. Your skin is red from the sun. It doesn't look good to get a tan on such white skin. Feel the top of your head, all of a sudden, become cloudy. Susan didn't say anything with her mouth, but her heart was a little happy. This little security guard, he's pretty good at taking care of people. It's just that the 2 of them seem to be a little too close together. Yi Yun took a deep breath and couldn't help but say, it smells so good. Susan raised her eyebrows. What did you say? Yi Yun hurriedly changed the topic. The 8th horse race is a solid win. Susan looked towards the field. 10 racehorses were running furiously. For the time being, it was not possible to see the winner or the loser. And at the front of the grandstand, a crowd of people were dancing around, all cheering on the racehorses they had bet on. How do you know that the 8th horse is a sure winner? Susan asked. Yi Yun's face was bland. Guess. Soon the horse race was over. Over the radio, the winner was played out loud. Racehorse number 8 comes out on top. Susan was, all at once, a little surprised. I can't believe you guessed right. Su Yue ran back. Ugh, what bad luck. Almost. My bet on number 5 won. I didn't realize that it was number 8 that won. Sam, come on, let's go ahead. Today the old president of the Antique Association Wu is also there. He is our Jiangnan City, the most favorite horse racing big brother. Go listen to his high opinion. Susan glanced at Yi Yun, secretly thinking that just now, this guy was bound to be blindfolded. He's a small security guard. How could he understand this game of the upper class? Coming to the front row, an old man with white hair and a long shirt, smiled and said, "So it's you two girls. What? Interested in horse racing too?" Su Yue playfully said, "Master Wu, we've come to hang out with you. You bet on which racehorse, and I'll follow." Wu Tianshan laughed. "You, the Su family's girl, are a resourceful person, but count on you Neisan to have an eye for it. Follow the old man and I'll make sure you win a lot of pocket money." A group of people next to him rushed to hold their stinky feet. Not bad. The old president plays horse racing, but he is a professional. Our Jiangnan City, there are not many who can compare. That's not true. The old man is not only a master of antiques, but his horse racing skills, that's also at the ceiling level. Nothing more to say. Follow the old chairman to bet on the right. Safe to earn a lot of money. The gates opened and the 10 racehorses, once again, ran wildly out. Being held high by Wu Tianshan, waited a beard, a wave of the hand, the 3rd horse race. This game take. Next to him, he rushed to follow the bet. Su Yue also bet $5,000 into it. A discordant voice, however, rang out. The winner of this game should be number 9. All at once, the crowd looked over. Who is this guy? How dare he show off in front of Master Wu? Su Yue was taken aback and chided. Yi Yun, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. She was convinced. What was this guy babbling about? Is it even possible to compare it to someone else's Master Wu's wisdom? On the contrary, it was Wu Tianshan who glanced at Yi Yun, still smiling. "Young man, your vision is still not old enough. The old man has a message for you, there's still practice to be done." Susan did not say a word. She wanted to see. This game Yi Yun can still blind cat me dead rat not. With the blow of the whistle, this game of horse racing is over. Over the radio, the winner was announced. Racehorse number 9, bravely taking first place. Quiet. Yes, the stands, which had just been a cacophony of noise, became quiet all of a sudden. Pairs of eyeballs, fearing no less than hundreds, stared towards Yi Yun here, all greatly confused. Damn, I really let this kid get it right. Su Yue's small mouth widened slightly. This, Yi Yun, how do you know that the 9th racehorse will win? Susan was also stunned and glanced at Yi Yun. This guy, winning 2 games in a row, is it really just by luck? She didn't think it was likely. Wu Tianshan snorted coldly. "Young man, good luck. Why don't we play another game?" Yi Yun shook his head. "It's better to forget it. Old sir, I'll send you your words as they were just now, you still have to practice." Wu Tianshuan's eyelids fluttered wildly. His nose crooked with anger. Yelled, "Asshole, I've been playing horse racing for more than 30 years, but I've never seen you tug like this. Come again, let's compete again. Today, old man, I'm bound to thwart your young man's sharpness." The doglegs next to him, too, all had flames on their faces. "Not bad, keep competing, young man. With a few bits of luck, you don't know the heights of heaven. Your boy was still wetting the bed when Wu Lao was playing horse racing. One more game. If you kid can beat Elder Wu, I'll run naked on the spot." Yi Yun looked at Susan. "Daughter-in-law, I'll win you some money for cosmetics. Lend me 2,000 and I'll pay you back 100,000. Susan's cheeks flushed, but she wasn't angry. On the contrary, I felt that my face was doubly honored. If Yi Yun could really win, and still win against a big shot like Wu Tianshan, then money or no money, she didn't care. But the woman's vanity is greatly satisfied. Okay, that'll be 2,000. A new round of horse racing begins again. 10 stallions rushed out of the fence, their hooves flopping. Wu Tianshan squinted his eyes, and after confirming that there was nothing wrong, he hammered out, "Bet on horse race number 6. Gentlemen, trust me and gain eternal life." "Good, we fully support you, Elder Wu." Trust Elder Wu. That's a must. I'll bet 50,000. Kid, no matter how lucky you are, there will be a time when you run out of luck. Wait until you see how fast, accurate and ruthless old Wu is. Yi Yun's face was flat. $2,000. Bet on horse race number 1. Su Yuer's eyes rolled, and she followed. I'll bet 20,000 on horse race number 1 as well. The finish line is in sight and everyone is craning their necks, waiting for the winner and loser to emerge. Chapter 9. 3 consecutive victories. The big man pays his respects. Racehorse number 1. The winner. When on the radio, the passionate broadcast comes on. The small circle surrounding Wu Tianshan, hundreds of people, froze in unison. One by one, they stared dryly at Yi Yun as if they had seen a ghost. Su Yuer was incredulous. The number 1 horse race. It really won. Yi Yun, you are simply a genius of horse racing. Ahahaha, we're rich. He was so excited that he danced around and even hugged Yi Yun's arm and shook it vigorously. Yi Yun's face was odd. This niece, the stock in her chest, the amount was quite sufficient. Susan, who was reserved in nature, couldn't help but blush slightly with excitement. The gaze towards Yi Yun had greatly changed. Only, when she saw her good girlfriend, so close to Yi Yun, her eyebrows knitted without trace. Settlement results. Soon after, Yi Yun recovered 180,000 in this round with a bet of 2,000. The odds, so large that even Yi Yun was a bit surprised. Wu Tianquan's old face twitched as he gave a dry laugh. Young man, luck is good. 2 consecutive victories over the old man. You're enough to be proud of yourself. The rest of the lickspittles who didn't say anything immediately went into a frenzy of ass-kissing. Not bad. This kid's luck. He really stepped on. But Elder Wu, a moment of luck means nothing. It's your old man's exquisite skill that is the model for my generation. Elder Wu, victory and defeat are commonplace. Your old man's elegance won't be discounted because of a little flaw. Yi Yun shrugged his shoulders and pressed on, not wanting to talk nonsense with these boring people. Seeing him turn to leave, Wu Tianshan hurriedly shouted, "Little friend, let's play one last game. If you can still win against the old man will be convinced of you." Yi Yun smiled. "I think there is no need for that, because if you continue to play, not to mention one game, even if it's 10, you're bound to lose." "Old master," Wu Tianshan laughed back in anger. "Kid, you have a rampant tone. I've been playing horse racing for so many years, this Jiangnan city, and even the entire southern province, but no one dare to be as arrogant as you." Yi Yun shrugged his shoulders. "Would it be, then, that the entire southern province that plays horse racing is worthless to me?" Boom! All at once, the people around him exploded. "Holy, this melon child is pretending to be too much. He must be cleaned up ruthlessly, and when the King of Heaven comes, he must be cured." Humph. It's good for young people to have guts, but without understanding humility, they are doomed to lose. Even the entire southern province, he dares to defy. What is this son's origin? Simply doesn't know how to die. Wu Tianshan held his fire so much that his eyes were glaring out of their sockets as he yelled, "In this last round, if you can still win against me, I will never set foot in the racecourse again, and reward you with an opportunity. From now on, Jiangnan City, take you to soar, eat and drink." As soon as these words came out, the lickspittles surrounding the perimeter all revealed envious and jealous looks one after another. Can get the Antique Association president? Wu Tianshan such big brother appreciation. This is directly the opportunity to level up. You know, this old man, but the city of Jiangnan, on the rich, can be ranked in the top 3 characters. Susan and Su Yuer, after a brief moment of stagnation, hurrying to make eyes at Yi Yun, quickly thanked the old man. "Why are you still dumbfounded?" Yi Yun, being able to get this promise from Elder Wu. "Do you know that from now on in Jiangnan City, you'll be famous in one fell swoop?" However, to everyone's consternation, Yi Yun acted cloudy and even a little unimpressed. "Okay, so let's play another game. However, I'm only playing this last game. Playing with someone whose segment is too different. You know, it's easy to lose interest." A face that immediately became incomparably wonderful, deadly glaring at Yi Yun, he couldn't wait to furiously slap Yi Yun's big mouth. "This asshole. He's a real drag. Seriously, I've never seen anyone so hungover." Wu Tianshan only felt that his chest hurt so much. "I have to make you know what it means to be a ginger or an old man." A new round of horse racing is about to begin. Everyone held their breath and looked at Wu Tianshan, waiting for him to give orders. "Kid, this round, the old man's lucky racehorse is up. Your previous good fortune has come to an end." First, towards Yi Yun here, he made 2 high-profile declarations. It was only then that Wu Tianshan placed his bet. "Race number 10. Gentlemen, accompany me in another conquest. Old me, I'm bound to return you to a peaceful and prosperous world. The lapdogs, rushing to blow, follow with a bet of 10. Su Yor looked at Yi Yun blearily. Yi Yun, what about us? Come on, let's place our bets too. Yi Yun shook his head inside. Horse race number 2. Looks like it's time to win another 100,000 or so to put in your pocket. Alas, if I had known that rich people are so stupid, why would I be a security guard? Just take a sack and pick up money every day. Pust. Many people, almost spurting blood on the spot. That's so infuriating and really diabolical. Rich people are stupid? Hear thou, man. Wu Tianxuan's old eyes were red, shouting, kid, if you can still win. The old man on the spot. To give you a toast to admit defeat. From now on see you go around. The surroundings were also full of verbal attacks, all enraged by Yi Yun's bravado. Susan felt herself, surprisingly, getting a little nervous. It can't be helped. This extreme little security guard has offended everyone. Yi Yun, how sure are you? She asked. Yi Yun thought for a moment. Not much. 100%. Susan? Her beautiful eyes gazed at Yi Yun, suddenly realizing that at this moment, Yi Yun was a bit charming and handsome. With a whistle, 10 steeds galloped out. Wu Tianxuan's bet, number 10, was a strong charge. The number 2 racehorse that Yi Yun had bet on was only ranked 3rd, not even 2nd. Humph. If you kid doesn't lose, I'll eat live on air. Damn. Finally raised my eyebrows. Number 10 is Wu's lucky racehorse. Even if Buddha comes in this round, he can't stop Boss Wu from starting a killing spree. A sound of horses s made Wu Tianxuan so comfortable that he laughed out loud. It felt like he, really, was the general commanding a large army in battle, killing in the battlefield. And Yi Yun, this yellow-mouthed child, was about to be beheaded by him. On the radio, the host began to broadcast passionately. The end is in sight. Racehorse number 2, starting to make a run, past number 7 for 2nd place. Stakes 2, sustained sprint, unimaginable, miraculous, unbelievable. The number 2 racehorse, surprisingly, rallied at the last minute to overpower the strong number 10 and take 1st place. Brilliant, I have to say. This race was the most exciting shutout in the last 3 months. Let's congratulate the number 2 racehorse for taking the top spot. In front of the stands, a pin dropped. In addition to the host, passionate roar, Wu Tianxuan and others. A word cannot be released. One by one, stiff on the spot. Not only them, even the 2 beauties, Susan and Su Yor, were in disbelief. Yi Yun, he really won again. Solid, winning 3 rounds in a row over Wu Tianxuan. A veteran, without any falsehood at all. Admirable. I have nothing to say but admirable. Finally, Wu Tianxuan was the first to break the silence. With a face full of bitterness, he cupped his fist towards Yi Yun here, and his Jianghu etiquette was pulled full. The others, on the other hand, were shocked. Jiangdong Antique World Big Brother, Wu lousy, always but high-minded, never dump anyone's account. But now, it's even giving an unheard of little character to make amends and admit defeat. The scene was, arguably, too impactful. Chapter 10, I'm your father. Yi Yun laughed. The old man is a man of nature. He can afford to let go. That's something that impresses me. Wu Tianxuan said with a straight face. A great man. If you have said something, you must do it. What's more, the old man in Jiangnan City, more or less, still has a few rows, and it's even more unlikely that he'll speak as a fart. Little friend, please tell me your honorable name. From now on, you'll be my old Wu's heterosexual brother. In Jiangnan City, if there are any difficulties, I will definitely help you with all my strength. Hiss. The people around them marveled. Elder Wu, he even condescended to marry this young man? This kid, he's been blessed for 3 lifetimes, hasn't he? Wouldn't it be true that from now on, we will really enjoy glory and riches to the fullest? Su Yor was ecstatic. Yi Yun, thank the old man. However, to everyone's, once again, dismay, something else happened. It's just a game. The old man doesn't have to take it seriously. Yi Yun had a bashful face. As for tying the golden orchid, let's forget about it. I'm afraid that your destiny can't be suppressed. Old master. Susan nearly fainted on the spot. This asshole. How dare he say such a crazy thing? Wu Tianxuan so blood money to invite, not to mention his a small security guard. I am afraid that the Jiangnan big family are happy to celebrate 3 days of feast. But Yi Yun was good. Not only did he directly refuse, he also said that people's destiny could not be suppressed. Bold. Asshole. What is Elder Wu's status? Have you inquired about it? A single word from someone can hold up half the sky. How dare you not recognize it? It's over. This man is a cutie. He doesn't even know how to grasp the wealth of the heavens. If it were up to me, I'd kneel down and call the old man an ancestor. The people around him, they just started cursing. Yi Yun's doings were simply not human. Wu Tianquan's face, too, was incomparably dark. Little friend, at my age, I am willing to befriend you. That's it, you're looking down on it? Yi Yun helplessly said. Can't talk about looking down. It's just inappropriate. If the old man thinks it's okay, then we'll, from now on, make friends. Wu Tianshan got the step down and immediately laughed out loud, stepping forward and warming up. That's fine, let's make a friend then. When others pose in front of the old man can recognize it at a glance and press on. But you, little friend, are different. I can see that you really do have some style. Not bad, greatly not bad. It's rare for a young man like you to have this kind of vigor. Yi Yun smiled. In that case, master, we will meet again sometime. Wu Tianshan hurriedly said. Wait a minute, little friend. Your name is Yi Yun, right? Nice name too. May I ask if you have ever been married? Yi Yun gave him a whole won't and replied. No coincidence, just got married. Wu Tianshan regretfully said. It's a pity, it's a real pity. If you are still single, I am bound to marry my granddaughter to you. When I was young, I learned a bit of face reading from a knowledgeable person. Little friend, you have this temperament. Honestly, extraordinary, very extraordinary. Inevitably not a fish in the pond. Susan listened in, and was instantly upset. But looking back, what's the point of not being happy? This guy, he's just a small security guard. She doesn't care if other people want it. In the end, Wu Tianshan asked for advice with an embarrassed face. Little friend Yi Yun, the last game of the horse race, I really lost in confusion. I wonder if you can, for me to solve the confusion. Yi Yun smiled. This simple. The racehorse number 10 that you bet on, old master, is the famous horse Sweatblood BMW from the western region, isn't it? It can be called the Rolls-Royce of horses. Wu Tianshan nodded his head. Not bad. The 10th racehorse is the Sweatblood horse. I bet on it and have never lost. The only time I've ever lost was at your hands. Yi Yun said. Actually, you were originally poised to win. But Gramps, you're overlooking one small point. That would be this sweaty horse, currently in heat. Wu Tianshan was a bit unable to turn his head. So what? Yi Yun laughed. Your sweat-blooded horse is in rut, and the improved horse I bet on just happens to be a mare. As soon as the two get close, the sweatbloods disorganize themselves and think only of mating. How can they think of racing? Wu Tianshan froze, then looked depressed. He beat him to death, not expecting to lose here. Thumbs up towards Yi Yun. High, really high. I didn't expect that such a detailed place could be seen by little friend. Seeing the two talking to each other, Wu Tianshan, the big brother, was happy. With Susan and Su Yuer, there was a sense of unreality. The deal was to bring this little security guard to see high society. But how does it feel? He's mixing like a fish out of water, getting his way. Come out of the club and separate from Seo Yul. Susan immediately said. Yi Yun, a heavenly opportunity. You should have seized it. If you really can, befriend Wu Tianshan. You can say that in your whole life. You don't have to worry. Yi Yun looked disgusted. This old boy, trying to take advantage of me. I won't do it. Susan grunted coldly. Do you think that the president of the Jiangnan City Antique Association, who is worth over $1 billion, is taking advantage of you by befriending you? Yi Yun asked rhetorically. Isn't it? Susan held her forehead. This extreme. I really don't know. Where does he get his confidence? Come with me to the office and get you officially inducted. Sue's Group, a well-known enterprise in Jiangnan City, and the most talked about is Susan, the Jade President. Knowledgeable, elegant and beautiful. Mostly, it's still an actual super rich woman. Just after arriving at the group, Susan's secretary came up with a not-so-good look on her face. President, the CEO's side, wants you to come over right away. Susan frowned. What happened? The secretary hesitantly said. It seems to be related to the Fong family. It's quite serious. You'd better go and see for yourself. Susan pointed at Yi Yun. You Jia. You give him a position. With those words, he quickly left. As soon as the front foot left, a group of people were furious, striding towards Yi Yun's place. Zhao Yujie was slightly nervous. Xiao Su, what do you want? The first person, with a hostile face, was dressed like a man. He had a cigarette in his mouth, ignoring the no smoking sign next to him. Secretary Zhao, you don't need to worry about this man. I'll arrange a post for him. But, Secretary Zhao wanted to say something else. The other party's eyes chilled as he impatiently said, my father is the grand president of the group, the next successor of the Su family. As for me, I'm my father's only son. And in the future, the Su group will all be mine. Now, will you go away? Spoken and acted in a very bossy manner. Secretary Zhao immediately didn't dare to squeak. The heart sighed. This newcomer is finished. Being targeted by this demon king, there will definitely be no good fruit to eat. Ken So, Susan's cousin, the youngest son of Su Chang, the grand president of Su Group, his finger, directly poking at Yi Yun's chest. Are you the door-to-door son-in-law that my second uncle's family recruited? Yi Yun said indifferently. I am your father. Chapter 11, The Miserable Su Jian. Su Jian looked stagnant and thought his ears were out of order. Dog thing, what the hell did you say? The little brothers beside him were also, one by one, showing fierce looks. Yi Yun suddenly smiled. Oh, so it's the young master of the grand president's family. Disrespectful, 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 disrespectful. It's just that I don't know. What is it that you're looking for me for? Young Su? Su Jian had a disdainful look on his face. Sure is a wimp. I thought you, a waste of space, had a few hard bones. Come with me, I'll set you up. Yi Yun shook his head. But, Susan said that she arranged it for me. Su Jian smiled playfully. My cousin, she's a busy person. Furthermore, this Su group, it's all our families. It's the same whoever arranges it for you. This young man is responsible for the security of the entire group. From now on, you'll be under me, as a horseman. After saying that, without any further ado, he had his men, even pushing and cuffing, take Yi Yun away. Feeling out his cell phone, Su Jian called without any concealment. Sister, this soft-eating son of a landed in my hands. Didn't you, last time, get insulted twice by her? Today, I'll let him have his skin split open and know what it means to be disciplined. On the other end, Su Chang's eldest daughter, Su Xian, laughed maliciously. Jian, go easy on him. At most, just break your arms and legs, don't go too far. That woman, Susan, is not easy to deal with when she's mad. Su Jian hung up the phone, his face full of disdain. A cheap bastard who shows people the door. This young man can play with it however he wants. He glanced at Yi Yun and puffed a mouthful of smoke in his face. Kid, later on, if you kneel down and call me dad 3 times, I'll spare you. How about that? Yi Yun smiled. Good. However, it depends on you, Su Xiao, if you have that ability. Su Jian laughed wildly and said toward his subordinates' little brothers. You guys heard it, right? This asked me if I have the ability. Come on, you guys tell him, how great is this young man's ability? The minions, immediately following, jeered loudly. In the Su group, we, Su Xiao, that's heaven and earth. The big president, is someone else. Su Xiao's old man, the general manager, is Su Xiao's own sister. We, Su Xiao himself, also control a department of the group, the security department. You say, in front of Su Xiao, what the hell are you? Even, you don't count. A few fierce dogs appeared in front of them with saliva dripping from their mouths, staring viciously at Yi Yun as they began to growl. Su Jian was old and relaxed, sitting on his butt in the recliner. Kid, I'll give you one last chance. Either that, or kneel down, call your father, and lick my shoes. Either that, or this young man today, first make you lose half of your life, let you know what it means to be sour. Yi Yun spread his hands. Xiao Su, today is my first day on the job. Honestly, I don't want to mess with things. How about just forget about it? Su Jian's face sank as he said sinisterly. Dog thing, you were at Susan's house earlier, abusing my sister Su Xian. For that alone, you can't escape death. Besides, I'm not afraid to tell you that our family, and Susan's family, don't deal too well with each other. She wants to install people into the group, favoring Ben less than she wants. Yi Yun raised his eyebrows. So there's no negotiation? A foot shoots out without warning. A big, burly security guard immediately stifled a grunt and fell out headfirst. Su Jian roared furiously. Give me a fight. Get killed on the count of this young man. Damn it. He didn't expect this dog, but he dared to turn against the water. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Yun punched out like a dragon. Packing up such a few stray fish was just killing a chicken with a bull's knife to him. A big deal. 3 or 2 times. 7 or 8 of Su Jian's followers directly wailed and fell to the ground, never able to climb up. Su Jian instantly panicked and roared, ordering the 2 fierce dogs to tear into Yi Yun. The 2 vicious dogs immediately rushed towards Yi Yun. However, by Yi Yun, the eyes that seemed like those of a fierce tiger were swept away. The 2 fierce dogs immediately whimpered and urinated on the spot. In their eyes, the Yi Yun in front of them was like a prehistoric beast, filled with a tyrannical and bloodthirsty aura. and they did not dare to approach. Yi Yun squatted down and patted the two dog heads. Good dog. Su Jian's eyes almost fell off. Little black, little flower. Bite him to death. Bite him to death for me. Two vicious dogs that pressed against him. Instead, at Yi Yun's feet, he joyfully wagged his tail and made a great offering. Su Jian viciously got up. Yi Yun, you wait for me. This young man will call someone right away. Let's see how many you can fight. Yi Yun's eyes were chilled. This stupid fool. It seems that he owes to be cleaned up. Blackie, Blossom, go, I'll buy you balls. That's right, it's this stupid bastard with that thing in his pants. What? You guys think it's too small? Oops, make do. Two vicious dogs, hissing, directly pounced on Su Jian. Get out of here. Get the out of here. Both of you aha. Su Jian, who was cursing, suddenly let out a miserable scream. And the whole person, the blood on his face was lost. The pain was so extreme that his head directly became blank. At the crotch of his pants, two vicious dogs, wagging their heads and tails, frantically tearing. Yi Yun walked over and lay down on the chair where Su Jian originally lay. In passing, open up the landlord. One look and it was straight up fun. There were actually more than 2 billion joy beans. This young Master Su was quite rich. In the group's high-level office, Su Chang slammed the table and pointed at Susan. You, take a good look. What you've done. The Fong family withdrew their connections, and our $20 million shipment was just held up. How are you going to explain to the group such a big loss? Susan had a frosty face. What do you mean by that, Grand President? The Fong family has removed their connections and our goods are being held up. So instead of solving the problem, you've come to ask me how to account for it? Humph, don't you think there's a bit of an oxymoron? Su Chang grunted coldly. Susan, you know what I mean. You've pissed off the Fong family by finding a little security guard who can't rise to the occasion. Now, that's retribution. It's not your responsibility, is it? Or is it mine? Susan faded. I don't think so. It's my responsibility. If the Fong family wants to withdraw their connections, then let him do so. Is it hard to believe that the Su group, leaving the Fong family, can't survive? Su Chang said angrily. So what do you say? How do we fix it now? This shipment, but it's worth more than $20 million. But now, into the hands of the East Side. Without the Fong family's mob connections, those outlaws in the East Side, do you think, will easily spit it out for us? Su Shan's jade face, finally, was a change. Something that actually fell into the hands of that group of people in the East City? Su Chang sneered. Or else, why would I give you a small headache? I don't care what you have to do. You have to get the goods back for me. Otherwise, I will submit it to the board of directors. At that time, once the old Taijun knows about it. Shan, what do you think? This good granddaughter of yours will be punished? With an icy face, Susan picked up her bag and turned around. The corner of Su Chang's mouth pulled out a winning arc. Legs up, resting on the desk. Very lordly. Susan, you're too young. And now, this one loser has been found to give an easy account of himself. Oh, from now on, you will no longer have any capital to play with me. Your eldest uncle. Just less than 2 seconds of complacency. The eldest daughter, Su Xian, rushed in with a panicked face. Dad, something happened to Ken. Su Chang frowned, staggering. What could he be up to? Su Xian wailed. Xiao Jian was bitten through his lower body by those two he raised. Now, it's been taken to the hospital. With a swish, Su Chang bounced up from his chair, barely able to stand still. What did you say? Quick, come with me to the hospital to see if his lifeblood is okay. I only have this one son. If the guy who carries on the family line is gone, then what's the point of me fighting so hard? The pitch changed and he almost cried out. Chapter 12, A Slapdown. Susan soon learns about Su Jian being cleaned up. She looked at Yi Yun coldly. How dare you mess with this madman? Do you know that with the connivance of Su Chang's family, Su Jian is, in the Su group, the crown prince? Yi Yun said indifferently. So what? The one who is in the hospital now seems to be this prince. Not me. Susan only felt a headache. Yi Yun, I didn't expect that you would cause me such a big trouble just after you arrived. Although Su Jian is a pusillanimous person, but he is still the son of the Grand President anyways. Besides, the bastard is deeply loved by the old Taijun. You hurt him like this, Su Chang will inevitably not let you go. Yi Yin had a face that didn't take it seriously. Don't worry, I didn't touch your prince for a moment. He is dead or alive, bitten by the vicious dogs he keeps. His father could have gone to those two dogs for revenge. Susan, for a moment, couldn't find the words. She knew Yi Yun was playing mind games, but Yi Yun's words were really right. It was the two evil dogs that wasted Su Jian, but Yi Yun didn't do anything. It was Yi Yun That always old-fashioned look that made Susan grit her teeth a little. This asshole. Everywhere he goes, he seems to be fearless. A jumping clown, playing mind games with the big president's family. All I can say is, President, this kid is not far from death. A nearby, contemptuous voice rang out. It was a large man with his arms wrapped around him, revealing spurting muscles. Susan introduced. This is my bodyguard, Master Chang Lei from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School. Let's go. We'll go to the docks in the East City and ask for Sue's goods back. Chang Lei pointed at Yi Yun, his nostrils raised high. President, just have me along for you. Escorting you. This kind of weakling, my advice is that it's better not to bring it out and disgrace yourself. Susan frowned. Yi Yun's stance. It's not bad, Master Chang Lei. We'll be relying on you to deter the people of East City mainly in a while. Yi Yun can make you a deputy. Chang Lei smiled. That's fine. Take this kid out and see the world. President, aren't you wanting to train him? It's just as well that we'll know if it's a mule or a horse if we walk it. A few people got into the car and drove toward the East Side Pier. Susan was alone, sitting in the back, pretending to sleep. Chang Lei, the so-called master, was in charge of driving. Zhao Yujie, Susan's little secretary, whispered towards Yi Yun and reminded, you don't know yet, do you? Master Chang Lei is very powerful. He's from our Jiangnan city, the most prestigious extreme Dao martial arts school. The president is a year, but he's going to drive him $8 million. Yi Yun looked disdainful. Just this kind of roadkill, can it still be worth $8 million? Zhao Yujie hurriedly waved her hand, signaling Yi Yun to keep his voice down. Master Chang Lei is not a big wayfarer. Don't you talk to offend people. Normally, money can't even hire him. Many times, the president relies on Master Chang Lei for protection when attending unsafe business events. Yi Yun cut out. In the future, I will be the one to protect the president. This kind of big water goods, in the middle, not to mention $8 million, open him $800. Are high. Zhao Yujie laughed coldly. You man, what a crazy tone. Can it be that you are even stronger than Master Chang Lei? Yi Yun pointed at himself. Sister, you're kind of right. I can fight 100 like him. Zhao Yujie made a face, bragging. But you, of all people, have some ability. Before, I thought that you were dead when young Master Su Jian took you away. Susan, in the back row, suddenly opened her eyes, glancing at the two men. It's work time, not time for you to touch fish. With that said, he waited for the car to stop and pulled the door open to get out. Chang Lei had a confident look on his face. President, the people of East City, although in Jiangnan City, are quite a bit of a rampage, but my Chang Lei's face, they still have to give. Susan nodded. When the goods are to be returned, Master Chang Lei, I owe you a favor. Chang Lei's eyes were hot, and he immediately rubbed his hands together. Oh, what did the president say? It's my honor to be able to escort a beauty like the president, close to my body, as long as afterward, the president alone, treats me, Chang, to a meal. Susan's pretty face was bashful. Tell me more. Business first. By the docks, the men of the East Side had long been standing by. The little secretary was so scared that her little face turned white. President, there are quite a few of them. It looks like, at least 20 of them. Susan coldly said, what's the panic? It's hard to believe that they can still eat people? Chang Lei spoke proudly. Not bad. A group of minions is just a bunch of minions. Nothing more than that in this master's eyes. Don't be afraid. Secretary Zhao. I'll protect you. He. I didn't expect the Jade Lady head of the Su group to personally make a grand entrance. Wang Bao, one of the leaders of the East City, walked over with a six-fold pace, followed by a blackened group of minions. Staring at Susan's fangs, he smiled lewdly. A great beauty like Ms. Su would not normally appear in a place like the pier. Ha ha, you came over today. Is it hard to miss your brothers? Susan's face was cold. I came to pick up our Su's shipment. Wang Bao hemmed and hawed. Pick up is fine. Just need Mr. Su to hand over 3 things. Susan looked disgusted. What do you want? Wang Bao licked his mouth and said nastily. First, Mr. Su's bra. Secondly, Mr. Su's little underwear. Ha ha. In the third place, there's Mr. Su's. Chang Lei let out a bellow. Get lost. A bunch of mongrels. How dare you be rude to Mr. Su? I see you guys. You're tired of living. Wang Bao snorted coldly. You're Grandmaster Chang Lei of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School, right? I advise you not to get involved in this mess. Chang Lei puffed out his chest, thinking that he was very intimidating. You trash. Since you know where this master is coming from, now, this master is giving you a chance. Hand over Su's goods and then give this master as far away as you can. The little secretary had an admiring look on his face. Worthy of being Master Chang Lei, what an imposing presence. Su Shan also, in a rare moment, revealed a hint of a smile. It seems that the people of East City are still afraid of Master Chang. In that case, it would be simple for her to return the goods. Yi Yun, however, shook his head. You guys are too happy too soon. This stupid big guy is miserable. The little secretary frowned. How can you say that? You man? Could it be? Can't you see that Master Cheng Lei has roared across the room, not daring to squeak? Su Shan said in a cold voice. Yi Yun, Cheng Lei is not a mediocre fighter. You're just in time. Learn how he handles himself and don't always be such a fence-sitter. Her words had just fallen. Wang Bao let out a sardonic laugh and led a group of juniors, taking the lead. From all directions, densely packed, they greeted Cheng Lei. Cheng Lei roared. His fists and feet unfolded, and his cloak legs swept out furiously. Hoo hoo hoo. Immediately, Wang Bao's minions flew out quite a bit backwards. A bunch of trashy snacks. They're also worthy of making a move against this master. Cheng Lei struck out while pretending. Mr. Su, just stay at ease. Give me a minute. But it was a pain in the back of the heart. Followed by a muffled stick by Wang Bao, right on the big head. With a wow, Cheng Lei clutched his head and screamed out in direct misery. Wang Bao's face was vicious. Give you face and call you a ing master. Without your face, you're a big ing idiot. Nothing but a brain full of fat. Greeting a group of subordinates. Crackling is a group beating. At first, Cheng Lei could barely fight back, but by Wang Bao, another stick was drawn on his chest, and he directly lost his fighting ability. Bang! Wang Bao kicked and viciously stepped on Cheng Lei's head. In Cheng Lei's mouth, a large mouthful of blood sprayed out as he roared in fear. Mr. Su, help! Help me! I don't want to die. I don't. The wimpy look made Susan lose her mind for a moment. This is the expert he spent $8 million to bring back? How casually. Did you get cleaned up? The little secretary's face paled. Master Cheng Lei, he's too much of a fighter, isn't he? Totally. Not as powerful as he bragged. Wang Bao stared at Susan. Mr. Su, now, you should have nothing to rely on, right? We East Side people, as you know, are used to lawlessness. Today you dare to go into the tiger's mouth. Then I'm sorry, the brothers can only eat you dry. With a ha-ha lewd laugh, he smoked Cheng Lei to death with a stick. Then playing with the baseball bat in his hand, he took a step toward Susan. On Susan's face, she forced herself to be calm. In his heart, however, he had panicked to the extreme. She had to admit that the trip had been careless. The East Side gang are real bloodthirsty outlaws. With her, she would never be able to stop it. Moreover, there was a high probability that something would happen. Yi Yun, in a panic, Susan subconsciously screamed, only to find that there was already, in front of him, a thick figure in the way. I've told you that this bull guru can't be relied on, and you don't listen. Yi Yun was somewhat helpless. Wang Bao just happened to be there and walked up to him. If you don't want to die, get the hell out of here. Snap. Yi Yun raised his hand, and it was a big slap out of his ear. Wang Bao's head tilted, instantly losing consciousness and falling headfirst to the ground, not even able to hum. All of a sudden, the East Side's minions were dumbfounded. Susan and the little secretary, too, couldn't believe it. Chapter 13. Brother Yi Yun, you are so handsome. This person, even with one slap, slapped Brother Panther and wasted him? That's never going to happen. Brother Panther has practiced with Big Stallhead. He can even up a beast. Together, there are more of us. Get this kid. The remaining minions roared out in anger. Yi Yun's face was expressionless as he picked his feet. The blood-stained baseball bat, for once, bounced up and fell into his hands. Then, Yi Yun was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, chopping wildly. Sweep, rage smash. Every time, it is bound to see blood. Miserable screams and wails. With a muffled bang, the last asshole, who was jerked away by Yi Yun, fell directly into the river. Before and after, there were nearly 30 East Side hitmen, and in less than 10 seconds, none of them were spared. President, he's so handsome. The little secretary covered her mouth and couldn't help but scream. Susan's heart shook. This guy, he really seemed to be a bit strong. In comparison, Cheng Lei is a flake. Throwing away the stick in his hand, Yi Yun skimmed his mouth. Still want my daughter-in-law's underwear. Brah, damn. The little master doesn't even have that blessing, let alone you scum. The good feelings that had just bubbled up in Susan's heart instantly disappeared, leaving only shame and anger. Yi Yun, what are you muttering in your dog's mouth? Yi Yun was at a loss. Did I say anything? Nothing. Susan glared at him indignantly, fumbled for her cell phone, and sent for someone to come to the dock to deliver the goods. Afterward, he looked Yi Yun up and down. Did you study martial arts? Yi Yun shrugged his shoulders. More or less. Count on having practiced some. Susan nodded. Okay, then from now on, you'll be my personal bodyguard. Yi Yun smiled. Personal bodyguard? Okay, that is, how close? Susan said coldly. You want more stickers? Every month. I'll bill you. And you shouldn't feel that I'm taking advantage of you. But the rest, you'd better not think about. Yi Yun waved his hand. Don't mention anything about money. I don't care. I will protect you until the baby is born. Susan frowned, a little confused as to what that meant, but she was too proud of her nature to want to pursue it. Susan, where's that son of a son-in-law of yours? Sue's eldest uncle, Su Chang, called at this time. A hiss. Bring me this wasteful scumbag. I'll have to skin him. Susan frowned. Big president. Yi Yun doesn't seem to have messed with you, right? What gives you the right to scold someone? Su Chang roared. He didn't provoke me, but this little bastard. He hit my son. Now Su Jian is in the hospital for resuscitation, and it's still a toss-up as to whether or not his lifeblood can be saved. Susan, I'm telling you, this door-to-door son-in-law of yours, I have to make him pay for my son's life. Susan snorted coldly. Pay for your life? Big uncle, aren't you asking too much? Furthermore, Yi Yun said that he never touched Su Jian from the beginning. Su Jian's accident was caused by a fierce dog he kept. Su Chang stormed out. This son of a talks a good game. If it weren't for his shenanigans, would Su Jian's own dog have bitten him? His master? Susan, let me advise you. It's best not to favor this loser. Otherwise, don't blame the eldest. For the six of them. After yelling, he just hangs up the phone in a very forceful manner. Susan looked at Yi Yun with a headache. I told you earlier. You've caused me big trouble. Now Su Chang's family, they're going to come after you. Yi Yun said indifferently. Fine, then I'll go along and exterminate them. Susan chided. Yi Yun, can you be normal? Wipe them out. You think you're, like, a Yakuza big shot? Or do you think just because you know some kung fu, you can run amok? The little secretary followed. Yes, big brother Yi Yun, you'd better be careful. The big president's family, they make a mess in the Su group. Not many people dare to mess with them. Yi Yun was unimpressed. What's wrong with that? Isn't Su Chang looking for me? Fine then. I'll go to the hospital and meet him and see what he can do. Susan looked worried. This is something that you can't swing. I'll handle it. You wait for our men to come and ship the goods away. Yi Yun and I will go to the hospital first to check the situation. The little secretary hurriedly nodded. Aha, okay President. Big brother Yi Yun, don't be afraid. Actually, just now, those few strokes of yours were really cool. This freshly graduated female university student, without realizing it, had already doubled her favor towards Yi Yun. Susan coldly swept over. Zhao Yujie, you think he's handsome, so why don't you live with him? The little secretary blushed and commiserated. I don't understand the president. Why the reaction is so big. Let's go. Greeting Yi Yun, the female president had an unhappy face. Yi Yun was innocent and jumped into the car after him, not forgetting to the little secretary. She smiled. Sister Yujie, you're pretty too. We'll see you later. Susan hit the gas hard and the car lurched out. Yi Yun glanced at her, not understanding what this was. Smoking again. Oh, one handsome, one pretty. Susan gripped the steering wheel very hard and sneered. Yi Yun, your skills are not small. First day on the job, and I'm favored by my little secretary. At this rate, maybe you'll be able to pick up Zhao Yujie, the innocent little sister. Yi Yun shrugged his shoulders and said, I can see that this girl is a good girl. Unfortunately, I'm married. Susan sneered. It's fine. Although you and I have the name of husband and wife, we don't have the reality of husband and wife. If you really like it, feel free to play. I don't care. Yi Yun said indifferently. Fine. This is what you said. Susan was secretly exasperated. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the hospital. Far away, Su Wen, Yang Huira couple, waiting at the gate. Shannon, how dare you, with this unknowing cutie. Come? Yang Huiru pointed at Yi Yun and lashed out. Do you know that this stupid bastard is in a big mess? Your great-uncle's family, they'll never let him go. Susan said, Mom, I know. In this case, I'll take care of it. Yang Huiru warned. Are you stupid? I forbid you to interfere. Su Wen also said, Shan, your position is sensitive and it is not appropriate to collide head-on with your eldest uncle. This thing, alas, has made a lot of noise. I've heard that Su Jian, in the future, may be a disabled person. On Susan's face, she barely squeezed out a smile. Mom and Dad, you guys just go back first. I know in my heart what to do. Yang Huiro left while reminding, Shan, don't stick your nose in my business. This little security guard is a dead man, so let him be. Your eldest uncle even brought several bodyguards to the hospital. It's clear that it's going to get real. When the two of them left, Yi Yun said, Susan, you should also follow. I'm the one who did this. One man's job is one man's job. I'll just take care of it. Susan was impatient. Shut up. If I leave, you're bound to get wasted by Su Chang. This eldest uncle of mine, a smiling tiger, is not easy. When the two arrived outside the operating room, Su Chang and Su Xian, with a few black-clad bodyguards, had been waiting in flames. As soon as he saw Yi Yun, Su Chang waved his hand viciously. Fight! Give me to break this S hands and feet first, and then Lousy will step on his head. Chapter 14, Bullying. What can you do to me? Seeing a few black-clothed strong men, they were about to lay their hands on him. Susan chortled, Wait a minute, uncle. In this matter, on behalf of Yi Yun, I apologize to you. Su Chang's face grimaced. Apologize? Susan, your brother, Su Jian, is in the emergency room. You think apologizing helps? Su Xian screamed. Susan, don't forget that you're a Su family member. And, still, the vice president of the Su group. Is it hard to believe that you really want to favor such an outsider? A wimp? Susan opened her mouth and tried to say something else. Yi Yun had long since looked away. Daughter-in-law, you don't need to get involved in this matter. Sesame seed fart. Quarrel put fire. I'll handle it. This Su Chang's family, the Hingis, is awesome and bombastic. However, in Yi Yun's eyes, they were nothing more than a bunch of ants. Looking at Su Chang, Yi Yun indifferently said, Your son, Su Jian, was not wasted by me though, but I want you to know that I can't wait, personally, to stomp on his lifeblood. Boom! Susan's brain buzzed for a moment. Yi Yun, how dare he provoke? As for Su Chang, Su Xian's father and daughter, they were first stunned, as if they couldn't believe their ears. Immediately afterward, directly after the rush of anger, the three corpses jumped violently. Su Chang trembled and instantly hissed with red eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 this son of a and cut his head off. Su Xian said viciously, Waste, you harmed my brother and still dare to be so arrogant. Next year, today is the anniversary of your death. Eyes on a couple of bodyguards rushing up. Susan completely panicked and pushed Yi Yun. Run! In Yi Yun's eyes, a cold aura flashed. Run? It doesn't exist. Stop! Suddenly, a low voice came out, accompanied by a group of people walking over. Among them was the director of the hospital. But the curiosity is not enough to accompany. The real pushover was an old man in the center, with white hair and a strong stance. Seeing Yi Yun, he smiled and said, Little friend, hello again. Yi Yun did the same, revealing a hint of a smile. Elder Wu, good old you. The person who came was none other than Wu Tianshan, the president of the Jiangnan City Antique Association, who wanted to befriend Yi Yun at the racecourse earlier. Su Chang's eyelids jumped and hurriedly smiled. Elder Wu, you are well. The Su family was barely considered a second-rate family in Jiangnan City, and the Wu family, which Wu Tianshan was a member of, was a first-class family. Not to mention Wu Tianshan is the antique world of Tarzan Beidou. In Jiangnan City boundary, everyone has to give face. Wu Tianshan nodded. Mr. Su, old man doesn't care what kind of conflict there is between you and little friend Yi Yun. Give the old man face and let this matter go. Su Xian was furious. Forget it? My brother is, right now, still alive or dead. This Yi, he must die. Wu Tianshan frowned. You female child. What a crazy tone. Moving around and wanting people to die. Since the old man appeared here, then let's see what your Su family wants. Seeing that this big brother was upset, the dean and the others hurriedly stepped forward. Mr. Su, no matter what, Elder Wu's face, your Su family has to give it. Not bad. Since Elder Wu has spoken, then this matter, it's better to put it to rest. Su Chang's heart was furious, but on his face he didn't dare to disobey. Alright, since Elder Wu has opened his mouth, then here, I will definitely comply. It's just that Elder Wu, this kid is just a gatekeeper for people. His status is lowly. He's not worthy of discussing friendship with you, Elder Wu. Wu Tianshan faintly said, who to make friends with is the old man's business, not for you to worry about. Mr. Su, it's so hard for Su Chang to hit the nail on the head. The heart wondered. A small security guard. What virtue and what ability could make such a big shot like Wu Tianshan come out to speak? Su Xian's face was filled with resentment. Yi Yun, you dog scum, you wait. You can't escape the first day. You can't escape the 15th. In Jiangdong, it's easy for our Su family to get you. Su Chang too, swept Yi Yun with sinister eyes. This little man will never let go. Right now, it's just to give Wu Tianshan a face, but in the coming day, He had 1,000 ways in a minute to make Yi Yun beg for his life. At this moment, Yi Yun suddenly laughed. Master, it's hard to see that in this Jiangnan city. Your words carry quite a lot of weight. Wu Tianshan laughed, quite a bit fluttering. You kid, you only know it now. The old man took care of you before and you didn't buy it. Jockey, you may be stronger than old man, but when it comes to hanging out in society, little one, you still have to practice. On Yi Yun's face, the smile was even brighter. Not bad. To you, old master, I am considered convinced. Really, convinced? Then how about you sell me another favor, old man? After a long time, from Yi Yun's mouth, he heard a compliment. Wu Tianshan suddenly feel, through the body shoe tie. Do not even think about it, said. No problem. What do you want? Want to do? You straight say is. Yi Yun raised his palm and smiled. Actually, it's not an excessive request. It's this moment when I have this hand that's a little itchy and I especially want to smack someone. In the gazes of Wu Tianshan and Susan, as well as the uncomprehending gazes of the bystanders, Yi Yun stepped forward as if nothing had happened and shone 2 slaps on Su Xian's face. You're a little bastard on the left and you're trying to clean me up on the right. Now, you clean me up and see? Laughing, Yi Yun raised his hand and smacked over 2 more ears. Su Xian covered her red and swollen face. Her head was directly jerked around. You, Su Chang, on the side, watched his daughter being beaten and hissed. Dog, you seek death. Snap. Yi Yun gave 2 more slaps and pumped them out. Very sour. Su Xian was directly jerked away by the strong force and fainted to the ground. Su Chang's face was twisted, and his internal organs, as if they were about to spew out flames. Yi Yun looked at him coldly. This time, it's just a lesson. Next time, it won't be so easy. Don't say you're just a little old Su's boss. You're the god of heaven, the god of immortality. I, Yi Yun, will still you when I see you're not happy. What's more, this conflict, it was your son, that brainwashed bastard Su Jian, who took the initiative to start it. You didn't discipline well, but came to bully others instead. What happens now? I can only send your family 2 words. Serves you right. After saying that, Yi Yun just looked at Su Chang, as if a few big words were written on his face. If you have the ability, come and your father me. Carry the lady to treatment. Let's go. Su Chang took a deep breath and instructed towards the bodyguard, constantly telling himself in his mind to calm down, restrain, and let this little bastard run wild first. Master, as you can see, it's really not that I don't give you face. Rather, this man is really looking for death. The smile on Su Chang's face as he left was chilling. Susan looked at Yi Yun and said with great fury, Are you crazy? Obviously the old man has set you straight. Why do you still want to bully people? Yi Yun calmly said, It's not that I'm a bully, but I'm a person who can't stand to see others pretending in front of me. Besides, I'll bully people. Su Chang's family, what can they do to me? Susan was about to have a seizure. Wu Tianshan here, but laughed out loud. Oh, interesting. It's been a long time since I've seen a young man with such a personality. While he was laughing freely here, the people beside him, one by one, were casting pitying gazes towards Yi Yun here. Su Chang didn't make a move today because he was looking at Wu Tianshan as a big brother. But Wu Tianshan can't, at all times, protect this kid, right? I heard that he's also a little security guard, showing people the door. With this kind of strength, he still dared to provoke the smiling tiger that was the Su family's eldest uncle. The Su family though, can't talk about how top-notch it is. But Su Chang was more or less a character in Jiangnan City. This is a breath of fresh air that will surely not be tolerated. Then this little security guard. There's only one way to die. There's no doubt about it. Chapter 15, Amazing Medical Skills. Yi Yun was not concerned about what other people thought. Gramps, tugging on your flag and getting over 2 handfuls. Now, let me give you a hand too. Coldly, Wu Tianshan will not be able to hold. The rest of them, on the other hand, were not happy. It's okay for this kid to be a fox and borrow the old man's authority. Now, there's talk of a helping hand. Can't it be that he really thinks he's a scallion? Dean Zhang Degue coldly grunted. Young man, if you don't know how to talk, say less. The old man came to our hospital for business, not to accompany you here to fool around. Wu Tianshan nodded his head and said, Little friend, I do have business on my side. Goodbye. Yi Yun laughed. I just opened my mouth knowing that Elder Wu you have business. If I'm not mistaken, Elder Wu should be here at the hospital, visiting an important patient, and the patient's condition, it's not resolved. When these words came out, Wu Tianshuan's footsteps of leaving immediately stopped. He was surprised when he said, Yes, I did come to the hospital to visit my family, but it wasn't good. Just how did you know that again? Zhang Degue snorted. Elder Wu, For someone as prestigious as you, wherever you go, there will be villains who will lay out their plans in advance to win your appreciation. This man, apparently, is one of them. Wu Tianshan didn't see it that way and shook his head. No, and not to mention, I believe in this little friend's character. Besides, my son has been kept in your hospital in secret and not many people know about it. Yi Yun suddenly realized. So, the one who is sick is your son, Wu Lao. No wonder, Elder Wu. You seem to be old and strong, but there are piles of worry between your brows. Wu Tianshan smiled bitterly. The old man has been fastidious all his life. This life, though, is a complete success, but only, unfortunately, the canine son has been half paralyzed for 3 years. I've asked all the famous doctors around the area and there's nothing I can do. Yi Yun said. Perhaps, I can give it a try. Wu Tianshan raised an eyebrow. Little friend you, is it possible that you still know about medicine? Yi Yun blandly said. A little bit. Zhang Degui hurriedly said. Elder Wu, this kid is, at a glance, a liar. From just now, I'll borrow your face to deal with the Su family. Now, still trying to get in front of you, you can't let him fool you. Wu Tianshan was instantly, somewhat hesitant. Yi Yun casually said, the so-called doctor does not knock. I should not have taken the initiative to mention this, but as I said, Elder Wu stepped in for me just now, and I'm a person who doesn't like to owe favors. Your son, the cause of his half-paralyzed body, I think, was injured by a high person. A simple sentence made Wu Tianshan, on the spot, change his face drastically. You, little friend, actually know about this? Yi Yun smiled without saying anything. Having said this, if Wu Tianshan still doesn't trust himself, then it's over. The latter hesitated for a moment and gritted his teeth. Little friend Yi Yun, if you really can, heal your canine son, I, Wu Tianshan, will live and die with you from now on. In the boundaries of Jiangnan City, if you have any needs, I, Old Wu, will be at your disposal. Yi Yun shook his head. No need. I am just returning your favor to Elder Wu. Lead the way. Zhang Degui was shocked. Wu Lao, Wu Xiao but has been. All by our hospital is responsible for. How do you? Wu Tianshan interrupted in a cold voice. Dean Zhang, over the past 3 years, I have spent nearly $100 million in your hospital. But my son, there's no improvement at all. In that case, you don't have to say anymore. There are some things that I don't want to make a scene, and both sides can't keep their faces clean. Zhang Degui immediately stopped talking. The gaze that looked at Yi Yun was filled with coldness. This fool who came out of nowhere is presuming to heal Wu Tianshuan's son. Heck, if people can be saved, they can't be delayed for 3 years. A person who was bound to die. He would like to see how this idiot called Yi Yun would perform. Susan did not follow, going off alone first. Wu Tianshuan's only son, Wu Pengfei, lies pale in the intensive care unit, surrounded, 24 hours a day, by celebrity doctors and nurses. For the sake of this only son, Wu Tianshan, a big man in the antique world, has made blood money and spent countless amounts of money. What? Elder Wu, you're letting such a sidekick heal young Wu? This is simply too much of a mess. We have, however, invited countless experts, as well as international friends, and none of them were able to do anything. What is this man's ability to treat young Wu? Elder Wu, don't be fooled by him. My suggestion is to just blow him out. When Zhang Degui eerily put out the news that Yi Yun had come to treat Wu Pengfei, the crowd of famous doctors present immediately screamed in disdain. Zhang Degui smiled. Elder Wu, as you can see, I'm really not the only one who thinks so. Rather, the ones here. Which one is not a renowned medical expert in Jiangnan City? They all agreed that this person is not able to do it at all. Wu Tianshan looked at Yi Yun. Little friend, look, is there a way? Yi Yun had a flat face. Simple. Lifting the covers off of Wu Pengfei's body, he began his examination. Zhang Degui and the others, each of them snickered. All of them felt that Yi Yun was posturing and waiting for a good show. Elder Wu, earlier you said that you spent $100 million on treatment for young Wu before and after, right? Yi Yun finished his inspection and suddenly asked. Wu Tianshan said, not bad. My son has been staying here with Dean Zhang, and the chaperone I arranged for him is of the highest level. 3 years down the line, $100 million has bubbled up. Yi Yun was dumbfounded. $100 million? Oh, Dean Zhang, your hospital? You really do eat people without spitting out bones. Zhang Degui became furious and pointed at Yi Yun. Eagle, don't spit blood here. Do you know how expensive the care we give to Mr. Wu is? The instruments we use international, state-of-the-art, and the medical team that accompanied them were all top doctors and nurses from our hospital. The other experts and famous doctors followed suit and sprayed angrily at Yi Yun. Yi Yun sneered on his face. What an international advanced instrument. What a top medical team. It's also thanks to Elder Wu, a man with such a strong family background. If it were the common people, would they not be drained of blood by you quacks? The words fell. Yi Yun was on Wu Pengfei's paralyzed lower body, quickly sprinting points. Each time, it accurately landed on Wu Pengfei's acupoints, which had long been stiffened. Afterward, without a word, Yi Yun began to massage Wu Pengfei. An old Chinese doctor's eyelids jumped and he lost his voice. Pointing and pushing the pulse technique? You actually know this ancient method? Yi Yun glanced at him. It seems that not all of you are wastes. That old Chinese doctor, so angry that his white beard was trembling. Asshole, don't think you know a little bit of skin, so you dare to be unimpressive here. It's just that with this ancient technique, trying to cure Young Wu's already necrotic lower body meridians is nothing but a delusion. Yi Yun smiled disdainfully. The movement of his hand, once again, changed. Chapter 16, Medical and Martial Arts. With 2 fingers together, he pressed on Wu Pengfei's meridian, then went all the way straight up and nudged it to his chest. Subsequently, the golden needles in Yi Yun's hands flew like flies, inserting into the major points around Wu Pengfei's body. Under the pain, Wu Pengfei woke up at once, a trace of black blood spilling out from the corner of his mouth. His face agonized. Father, Wu Tianshun was nervous. Little friend, what is my son? Yi Yun faintly said. There is no need to be nervous. What Young Wu discharged is blood stasis in his body. Zhang Digui didn't think so and roared. Stop, if you keep this up, Wu Xiao will die. Without even looking at him, Yi Yun pressed his palm at the small of Wu Pengfei's abdomen, and then, slowly pushed upwards. Only a line of blood, under Wu Pengfei's skin, was revealed. Very scary. That old Chinese doctor. His face finally changed, staring at Yi Yun in horror. Qi energy entering the body, splitting tendons and veins, reversing yin and yang, fighting with Hades. You have such attainments in your medical path? Yi Yun ignored him and just looked at Zhang Digui. Dean Zhang, please come forward and cooperate with me. Zhang Digui had realized that Yi Yun was not a simple character and subconsciously agreed. Fine, I'll come and help you master. Even the name calling has changed to respect. Yi Yun sneered as the strength in his hands erupted. The line of blood in Wu Pengfei's body, under the stimulus, spurted out of his mouth at once. Coincidentally, it sprayed Zhang Digui all over his face. A strong stench spread immediately. Zhang Digui usually was a pampered dean of the house, which could not hold back, and with a wow, he vomited on the spot. I threw up all over the trio of cow yak, cow whip, and cow cheer I had for lunch. He was furious to the extreme. Kid, how dare you trick me? Yi Yun withdrew his hand, his face indifferent. Playing tricks on you? You are not worthy yet. I just can't stand to see, from among the healers, an insatiable rat like you. Humph. 3 years of collecting $100 million from Elder Wu. You're not a cure. You're a lion. Zhang Digui's face turned red and he was speechless. Father, my legs, they seem to be moving. At this time, Wu Pengfei, who was on the hospital bed, suddenly called out in surprise. The crowd of famous doctors present immediately revealed a stunned look. The big problem they've been working on for 3 years, exhaustively, and they can't do anything about it. Surprisingly, it was easily solved by this young man. Wu Tianshun was overjoyed. My son, your leg, is it really alright? Here, you move, show me. Wu Pengfei, paralyzed 3 years down the line, is already thin, straining his legs, moving to the ground. Immediately, someone beside him came forward to assist. Walking was a struggle, though, to say the least. But Wu Pengfei, indeed, can walk. Wu Tianshun was in tears as he turned towards Yi Yun and was violently kneeling. Little friend, you've done my Wu family the favor of rebuilding. Please, take this bow from the old man. Present, there were also several relatives of the Wu family, all with reddened eyes. They followed and knelt. Yi Yun hurriedly got out of the way, dragging Wu Tianshun by the hand to prevent him from kneeling. Gramps, you can't do that. Between us, it's kind of a courtesy to help each other out. Furthermore, rescuing young Wu is actually nothing more than raising my hand to me. Wu Tianshun, however, was dead set on not letting Yi Yun go, and the recovering son, after a good talk, immediately tugging Yi Yun, he got into the Big Ben and went straight to the best 5-star Grand Hotel in Jiangnan City. Little friend, my Wu family is hosting this meal. You can't push it in any way. If you push it, you're looking down on my old Wu. Yi Yun had no choice but to oblige. Several famous doctors from Jiangnan City chased after Yi Yun, wanting to ask for advice. Yi Yun didn't bother. He had a poor outlook on these people. Elder Wu. In the future, young Wu, it's better to transfer out of the hospital and return to the Wu family to recuperate. In the car, Yi Yun mentioned it faintly. Intelligent people talk without being too thorough. Wu Tianshan understood. His face was a bit gloomy. Little friend's piece of goodwill. I'll take it, old man. Rather, I didn't expect Zhang Deguei to play as he wished, but he dared to play on Lao Fu. If it were not for the fact that the old man is old and his mind is different from his youthful moments. At this moment, that Zhang Deguei, I'm afraid that his head is already bleeding. 3 years were screwed 100 million. Wu Tianshan more rich, but also know that they have become a wrongdoer. Yi Yun nodded and said once again, Young Wu's injury is caused by a high-ranked martial artist, whose true qi remains in his body. Elder Wu. This is a big deal. You need to pay attention too. Wu Tianshan sighed. I won't go into details about the cause of everything, but you, little friend, are truly a man of God. I don't know much about healing, but your outburst before, pipe down. I'm afraid that you, little friend, are also a medical and martial arts master? Yi Yun didn't say anything, but instead laughed it off. Wu Tianshan, however, was shaken to the core. If you don't say anything, it's a default. The high-ranking person who injured his son was too scrupulous even for him to bother mentioning more. But now, this young man, whom he had only just barely gotten to know, was able to get rid of the true qi of that kind of high-ranking person. This could only mean one thing, and that was that this little friend, his own strength, was at least all comparable to that high person. Wu Tianshan could hardly imagine what an achievement this was. After enduring again, he really couldn't hold back and asked, Little friend, are you really just a door-to-door son-in-law of the Su family? Yi Yun said helplessly, if I say that everything is caused by the thing in my pants, would you believe Elder Wu? Wu Tianshan was visibly stunned, and in the next moment, his laughter became even more wild. Ha ha ha, believe, why don't I believe? Heroes come out of youths, and youths are naturally unavoidably sentimental. It's this girl, Susan, who has picked up the treasure. Yi Yun shrugged his shoulders. She doesn't treat me as a treasure. It's too late to dislike me. Wu Tianshan waved his hand with an experienced look. Little friend, I'll send you a maxim. Sometimes a woman is like sand in your hand. The only way you can hold on to it is to get it wet. Yi Yun guffawed. Master, hi, really hi. Jiangnan Grand Hotel. In the luxurious Sky Hall box, the manager personally came over to serve tea and water. Seeing that Yi Yun, such a new face, was being warmly treated by Wu Tianshan, the entire Wu family competed for a toast. The manager was shocked inexplicably. I do not know this master. What is the origin? Could it be that the provincial capital sighed down? After 3 rounds of wine, a middle-aged man in a suit pushed the door and walked in. Elder Wu. Ha, sorry for being late. In the middle-aged man's hand, he carried an exquisite password box. After opening it, respectfully, he handed a card to Wu Tianshan. Wu Tianshan took it and casually slipped it to Yi Yun. Little friend, a little token of appreciation. No honor. Yi Yun shook his head. I never charge money for treating my friends, and I will not heal anyone who is not a friend. Wu Tianshan was pleased with himself and took the card back, raising his cup to make amends. Rather, it's the old man, who has been abrupt. Little friend, I'll punish myself with a cup. The middle-aged man who came in, however, could not help but frown. Young man, do you know how much money is in this card of Wu Lao? The whole 200 million. He had thought that Yi Yun would be shocked, followed by greed. Who knows? Yi Yun just gently sipped a mouthful of tea and faintly said, Oh, the middle-aged man immediately had egg on his face. Is there anyone in the world who doesn't like money? And that's an astronomically large amount of money. Chapter 17 Suspicion. Wu Tianshan laughed. Governor Tian, this friend of mine, money is nothing to him. Since you're here, have a seat too, and make a couple toasts for me. Tian Hanmin didn't dare to be slow, and immediately raised his glass. My humble self, the president of the Bank of Jiangnan, I am honored to know your excellency, and I am deeply honored. If you say that a broad like Wu Tianshan has money and fame, he is a first-class person in Jiangnan City, then people like Tian Hanmin, who are in important positions, are second-rate people, and look at Wu Tianshan, surprisingly to this young man, so considerate that he even lowered himself to the ground. Tian Hanmin immediately realized that this person is afraid that it is not simple. The attitude all of a sudden also became a million enthusiastic. Yi Yun had little interest in socializing. After 2 rounds of simple coping, they shut up. During that time, Tian Hanmin answered a phone call and cursed. This Fong family's eldest young man, he really doesn't let people worry about him. If it weren't for his father Fong Tianming's connections, I really wouldn't want to take care of this loser. Wu Tianshan smiled and said, Hanmin, what's wrong? Tian Hanmin said disdainfully, Master, you don't know. Fong Tianming's son, Fong Jiahao, came out independently of their Fong family and opened a real estate company. This kid is poorly run, has no ass skills, and already owes our bank almost $300 million. Now, before he recognizes his own imbecility, he's bugging me to borrow money again, and I don't give a. Yi Yun's heart stirred when he heard this. Oh, Governor Tian, are you saying that this Fong Dishao now has a buttload of debts? Tian Hanmin scolded. No, Fong Tianming in our Jiangnan city, that is indeed a number one character. It's a pity that the son that was born is a waste. Oh Yi Xiao, I spoke slightly vulgarly, don't take offense. Yi Yun gave a thumbs up. No, what you said, Governor Tian, makes sense to me. After staying for another half an hour, Yi Yun saw that it was almost time and got up to say goodbye. Wu Tianshun, as well as Tian Hanmin, all hurriedly left the table to see them off. At the entrance of the hotel, Yi Yun left in Wu Tianshun's special car. In the back, Su Yuer and a group of friends also happened to come out from the restaurant. Her beautiful eyes were wide and somewhat shocked as she asked her friends around her. Just now, you guys saw it, right? Those two, they seem to be our Jiangnan city's Governor Tian and President Wu. Several friends nodded. Yes, those are the two big guys, but looking at that stance, they were acting as chaperones. The real centerpiece is that handsome guy in the middle of the two. That's right, I can see that too. Rather, I wonder, what's that handsome guy's origin? Looking young enough to keep two big brothers company. Su Yuer's face was complicated. I know who that person is. Her friends, one by one, looked at her in surprise, then excitedly told her to speak quickly. Su Yuer, however, frowned with her beautiful eyebrows and hurriedly ran away on the pretext that she had something to do. Yeah Yun, this guy, he really seems to be a bit uncomplicated. Back home, Su Yuer hurriedly dialed her best friend Susan's phone. Sam, let me tell you something. Susan on the other end said. Y'all, I have something I want to talk to you about too. Su Yuer laughed. Then you say it first, I'll listen to it. Susan hesitated for a moment before speaking. Yuer, I realized that Yi Yun, something is not right. It seems, he's not a usual little security guard at all. Su Yuer's almond eyes widened. Ah, so you found it too. Sam, I was just about to give you the same. About this little security guard. I just got out of the Grand Hotel Gangnam. And guess what? Susan wondered. What's wrong? Su Yuer recalled the situation and said. I saw Yi Yun. And, he's not the only one. There's also Elder Wu. And President Tian of the Jiangnan Bank. These two big names are not ordinary people. But look at their gestures. How enthusiastic they are to saddle up to Yi Yun. At that time, Governor Tian. That usually how high and cold a big leader but also the butt ran over to Yi Yun to open the door. Susan, who was wearing a cool dress and crossing a pair of small snow-white feet, lying on the soft bed at home, directly froze at the words. You said that even Governor Tian is respectful to Yi Yun? Su Yuer hurriedly said. Not bad, it's just very warm and pleasing. I'll never look at it wrong. Shan you say, this little security guard, it can't be a deep hide, right? Susan was silent for a moment and hesitantly said. Actually, I don't know. But it is certain that this person has very big guts, and the stature, how can I put it, far exceeds that of normal people by a lot. My bodyguard, Master Chang Lei of the Extreme Martial Arts School. You've met him before. Su Yuer was puzzled. What's wrong? This little security guard shouldn't be more powerful than Master Chang Lei, right? Susan hummed. You're right. It's just going to be awesome. Chang Lei, that's a practitioner, a real martial artist. But, today, he was casually cleaned up by Wang Bao from the east side, but Yi Yun stepped in and slapped Wang Bao unconscious with a single slap, and also easily disabled 24 of East City's best fighters. Su Yuer's rosy little mouth opened wide, her mouth screamed one after another. I rely on. Shan, do you think there's a possibility? This little security guard is, in fact, a deep-seated and ruthless person? Susan thought for a moment and shook her head. Unlikely, I think, at best. He's got a few martial arts skills and is good at fisticuffs. Otherwise, if he were a true man of the wind, he wouldn't have agreed to come to the Su family as a door-to-door son-in-law. Su Yuer said in disappointment. Well, I was hoping that. This guy was really pretending to be a pig and giving us a surprise. The next day, Yi Yun received a phone call from Susan, saying that Su and couple let him board the door to have a meal. Officially understand. After the two of them were licensed, Susan's two parents, who were so repulsed by themselves, Yi Yun was also too lazy to deal with it, so all along, they defaulted to not disturbing each other. Now that people are allowed to board the door, Yi Yun is not good to go over empty-handed, so he brought some gifts to mean something. Half an hour later, arrived at Sue's house. As soon as Yi Yun entered the house, he saw that a few people were already seated at the dining room table. In addition to the delicate Jade president daughter-in-law, there is also Su and Yang Huiro couple. The last person, on the other hand, was a man in a suit with gold-rimmed glasses and a smile on his face. Fang Jiahao, the youngest member of the Fang family of the Royal Dragon Group. Sit down and eat first. Seeing Yi Yun appear, Su Wen briefly greeted him. Yi Yun walked over and was about to sit next to Susan. Yang Huiro ordered, "Don't sit next to Shanshan. You sit on Shanshan's father's side." Yi Yun raised his eyebrows. "It's fine. No one sits here anyway." Yang Huiro hummed. "Who says no one sits? The guest follows the host. I'm the host. Now I'll arrange the seats. Young Fang, you sit with Shanshan." Susan frowned. "Mom." Yang Huiro ignored it and smiled at Fang Jiahao. "Young Fang, you and Shanshan sit on one side." Fang Jiahao looked courteous. "Okay, auntie. I'll listen to you." Yi Yun sat down with his butt, without the slightest intention to move aside, next to my daughter-in-law. "Only I can sit. Young Fang, please go to another location and accommodate yourself." Fang Jiahao's face twitched. This dog, can't it be that he didn't hear the master's order? A table, before the meal even started, began to darken. Chapter 18, Tamamaru. Yang Huiro slammed the table and said angrily, "Yi Yun, are you deaf? I told you to go away and sit at your place instead of Fang Xiao." Yi Yun was unmoved. "Auntie, don't yell at me either. As the saying goes, a guest is a guest at the door. Isn't it a bit, not quite in keeping with the etiquette of a large family for you to be calling out to me now?" Yang Huiro sneered. "Worthy of being a dog's leg origin, without any face. A shrew. You won't let me, will you? But I'm going to make you off. If you don't like it, you just leave my house right now." Yi Yun shrugged his shoulders. "Fine, I'll go. Daughter-in-law, we're not eating. Come on, I'll take you out for a big dinner." Susan smiled. "Well, then we're going to have a big dinner." She was happy to accompany Yi Yun in his act. She's not going to deal with Fang Kaho. Yang Huiro was anxious at once. "Shanshan, you, Su Wen, as the head of the family, spoke up at this time. It's the same wherever you sit. That's all. Young Fang, sit down. Let's eat first, lest in a while, the food gets cold." Fang Jiahao smiled a far-fetched smile. "Okay, uncle." Sweeping a glance at Yi Yun here, the killing chance was hidden. This loser, who didn't get him killed last time, is looking for death as usual. On the table, Yang Huiro was incomparably enthusiastic, constantly giving Fang Jiahao food and asking for warmth. And Su Wen, the host, mainly exchanged pleasantries with Fang Jiahao. Yi Yun was happy to be quiet and ate a lot. At the same time, not forgetting, he gave Susan some food, and said with his mouth, "Eat more nourishing ones. You and the child in your belly both need it." Susan blushed red and glared at him fiercely. It's all convincing that this guy would even bring it up on this occasion. Fang Jiahao smiled. "Harder than crying, uncle and auntie. I've been thinking about it for the past few days. I really don't know what part of that offended Sam. Or is it that our Fang family status is not worthy of the Su family? So much so, that Sam is going to do this to me." Yan Huiro let out an ouch and hurriedly compensated with a smile. "Fang Xiao, don't say that. To say the least, it's also our Sam who doesn't deserve you. Your Fang family, that's a first-class family in Jiangnan." Su Wen was silent for a moment and sighed. "Young Fang, you didn't get together with Shan. We, as a couple, express our regret and apologize." Fang Jiahao shook his head and said with a serious face, "Uncle and auntie, I won't give up." Su Wen and Yang Huiro, for a moment, froze. Yang Huiro was overjoyed. "Fang Xiao, if you really don't mind, I'll have Susan divorce this little security guard and you guys get back together." Fang Jiahao smiled. "Auntie, this is exactly what I came to the Su family to convey. I know that Susan was only for a moment, on the wrong side of the road, cajoled by a shameless man. I don't blame her. Beautiful girls are entitled to make mistakes. Besides, my affection for her won't disappear just because of such a small flaw." A speech that was incredibly moving and deep. Yang Huiro was moved to tears. "Fang Xiao, not only are you from an unrivaled family, you, too, are a good man in a million. Don't worry, I'll do my best to make it happen. You and Sam being together." Fang Jiahao was grateful. "Auntie, thank you, for fulfilling a piece of my heart." Vomit. Suddenly, a vomit resounded very loudly next to him. Yang Huiro glared over fiercely. Fang Jiahao too, narrowed his eyes and swept a glance at Yi Yun. The threat in his eyes was full of menace. Yi Yun laughed. "I'm sorry, it's just that I suddenly feel like vomiting a bit." "Young Fang, auntie, you guys continue, just pretend I don't exist," Yang Huiro said in a chilling voice. Yi Yun, since you are also here, then let me get this straight. You and Sam, you must get a divorce. Susan immediately said, that's impossible. Yang Wiru's voice rose, nothing is impossible. You are my adopted daughter, and I have the right to intervene in your marital affairs, and it's something that the old Taijun already knows about, and she approves of it. Susan was angry. Mom, why are you taking my personal business and sticking it up grandma's ass? Yang Huiro sneered. Why do you think? Because your grandmother, too, can't wait for you to marry Mr. Fong. You two, the young couple, will be harmonious and happy, and we, the Su family and the Fong family, will be able to share resources and fulfill each other. Susan sat resignedly in place, not saying a word. The old Taijun of the Su family, the person with the highest authority in the Su family, the chairman of the Su group. If the one meddled in her affairs, she couldn't really resist. Fong Jiahao's heart was secretly happy and clapped his hands. Immediately, the two bodyguards with him came in with a bunch of expensive gifts in large bags. Uncle, Auntie, this is a small token of my appreciation. Please do accept it. Sylvan is going to push back. Yang Huiru, however, was not polite and accepted all of them with a smile on her face. Io Fong Shao, look at you every time you come over. Why do you bring so many things? We have, in fact, been family for a long time. You're too kind. Seeing that she favored Fong Jiahao, Susan had an unhappy look on her face. Mom, don't patronize me either. Go look at the other gifts. The other person, Yi Yun, also gave you two old men something to bring over. Yang Huiru was disdainful. With all the crap he's bringing, I don't need to see it to know that it won't make it to the stage. Susan was unconvinced and immediately opened the jade box that Yi Yun had brought. Inside, there were only 2 pills lying in blackness, not the least bit conspicuous. When Yang Huiru saw this, she looked disgusted. I told you, garbage stuff. Why are you still hugging this kind of filth? We of the high family don't need it. After saying that, very excessively, he slapped the jade box and slapped it down on the ground. Fang Jiahao was doubly self-satisfied and laughed. Brother Yi, you're also too impolite. The Su family is, anyhow, a family of great wealth. Look at you. What have you gotten yourself into? Defiling your aunt and uncle's eyes for nothing. Yi Yun said indifferently, these 2 pills of mine are many times better than these flashy things of yours. Fang Jiahao immediately laughed out loud. Uncle, Auntie, you heard Brother Ye's words, right? The gifts I brought over here are not very expensive. Just some top-quality jadeite and foreign specialties. Adding it all up, it's only worth $1 million or so. Indeed, it's not as good as Brother Ye's 2 blackened grains. It looks low-key, but it's just showing off and pretending. Yang Huiru was pleasantly surprised. I told you, these things are very valuable. So, it's going to be millions. Young Fong, you are so generous and polite. Looking towards Yi Yun here, her face clouded over for a moment. Yi Yun, you're just a small security guard. What qualifications do you have to look down on someone else's Fong Shao stuff? Your 2 grains of that dogs won't eat if you feed them. Su Wen frowned. Huiru, watch what you say. Again, towards Yi Yun here, he glanced at him, somewhat helplessly. Young man, you haven't given anyone a gift before, have you? But there's no harm in it. Since you've entered my Su family's door, I won't bother with you about this. Susan will teach you more later. Just take your time to learn. Yi Yun laughed. Uncle, you are really right. I do not give many gifts to people, because always, it's the other people who give me gifts. But there's nothing wrong with what I just said. These 2 jade pills, although they are not to be talked about as expensive, they are not something that an ordinary person can get. Su Wen shook his head. This kid, still young, competitive, too much vanity, and not much capital to show for it. With a sudden shock, he hurriedly said, Jade pill? You say, these 2 grains you sent, are from the Dragon Tiger Mountain, that jade pill that can prolong life? Chapter 19 Fraud. Yi Yun sent a piece of sweet and sour pork to his mouth, before he slowly said, yes, it's the jade pill from Longhu Mountain. I didn't realize that uncle was quite knowledgeable. Yang Huiro snorted. And the jade pill from Longhu Mountain. Fooling who? How can you have that priceless treasure that money can't even get? At that moment, Susan suddenly ouched. Several people rushed to look, only to see that one of the 2 pills that were knocked over by Yang Huiru had already been eaten by the teddy puppy in Susan's house. Little Teddy's eyes glistened as if he had tasted a delicacy on earth all at once. A head was stuck over, ready to swallow another Dan pill. Su Wen roared and lunged out, grabbing the remaining Dan pills in his hands. The oilskin sealing paper on the outside was torn open by him at once, revealing inside a pure white pill the size of a thumb came. A rich fragrance, refreshing to the heart, blossomed at once on this. Susan exulted. It's really a jade pill from Longhu Mountain. It's a scent I've smelled before at the old lady's. Su Wen's hand, which was holding the jade pill, trembled with excitement. Can't be wrong. Absolutely can't be wrong. This is the jade pill from Longhu Mountain. After taking it, you can take care of yourself and live a long and blessed life. It is the most precious treasure of healthcare that can be expected and not sought by the dignitaries from ancient times to the present. 2 years ago, our Su family spent nearly $200 million and owed a huge favor to get a jade pill for old Taijun. But that jade pill, whether it's the size or the quality, it's far inferior to this one of Yi Yun. Hiss. Yang Huiru was on the spot, and drew cold air. Suwon, really? What this little security guard is giving away? Is it really the Dragon Tiger Mountain jade pill? The eyes staring at Tamamaru were outright glowing. Suwon loved it and laughed out loud. It's like a fake. It really can't be any more real. Xiaoye, uncle here, thank you for your kindness. First, he headed towards Yi Yun here and thanked him in a friendly manner. Then without ceremony, he put the jade pill into his pocket. Yang Huiru screamed, Suwon, this jade pill of yours is mine. Yours has been eaten by dogs. Give it back to me. Surprisingly, it was incomparably overbearing, reaching out towards Suwon to demand it. Suwon was displeased. Yang Huiru, will you have some face? The kids are watching. Yours is the one that got eaten by the dogs. This is mine. Yang Huiru was in a big hurry, wanting to cry and regretting. Towards Yi Yun here, he said indignantly, since it's such an expensive and good thing? Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? Yi Yun laughed. Auntie, you didn't ask me, so I wouldn't dare to open my mouth. Yang Huiru had a look of hatred on her face. She could sort of see that this cheap son-in-law was doing it on purpose. Susan and Fang Jiahao were both shocked to no end. I didn't expect Yi Yun to be able to take out such a good thing. Susan couldn't help but ask, Yi Yun, where did you get this jade pill? Yi Yun thought about it and shook his head. Anyway, just put it in the locker at home. There are too many things and I don't know who is paying homage. Susan was speechless. This guy's talking. Why does he always feel out of tune? On Fang Jiahao's face, gloom flickered. Uncle, auntie, in fact, a jade pill. If my Fang family wants it, it's also good to get it. Yang Huiru hurriedly laughed. That's right. Fang Xiao's family, a big family, that's definitely no problem. Fang Jiahao disdainfully glanced at Yi Yun and added, my visit here is nothing but a visit to Shan Shan. There's also good news that I'd like to pass on to you too. Yang Huiru was overjoyed. What other good news is there? Fang Xiao, tell me quickly. You kid, you really take care of our family. Fang Jiahao tidied up his expensive suit before he said with a smile on his face, I didn't open a real estate company, and I've been financing it recently. What about the rewards, which can be very substantial and are only open to insiders? Now, it's up to you too, if you're interested, to earn $1,000 for your retirement. Yang Huiru's eyes widened at once, easily. You can earn back tens of millions of dollars? Young Feng, there's such a good thing? Fang Jiahao's smile became more and more superior. Auntie, it's only because you're your own people that I'm saying this. If it were any other such a good thing, I would certainly not disclose it. Right now, our side of the Feng family, as well as my classmates and friends, are all clamoring to get in, but spots are limited, and so many I've turned down. I thought it would be better to come on your side first. Yang Huiru was overjoyed. Fang Xiao, thank you for thinking of us. Don't say anything. I have almost $5 million of personal money, all invested with you. How about you just give me $10 million as long as it's due? Fang Jiahao was full of promises. Auntie, there's no problem at all. And, since you're my future mother-in-law, when the time comes, I'll give you $12 million. Yang Huiru was even more ecstatic and said towards Su Wen, Old Su, the money you have in the group, take it out and invest it in Fang Xiao as well. This is a great opportunity to make a fortune. Our family is rich. Su Wen appeared somewhat hesitant. Finally, he laughed. I, myself, don't have much money. How about this? Since Fang Xiao here has an internal quota, then I'll put in a $5 million as well. Susan frowned, and at this time asked, Fang Xiao, this new company of yours, is it really making so much money? Seeing the beauty surprised, Fang Jiahao Jie couldn't help but look proud. However, not waiting for him to open his mouth, Yi Yun here has laughingly said, of course earn money. Anyway, full of talk, bragging and not a crime. Fang can make up as big a number as he wants, right? Susan immediately asked. Yi Yun, what do you mean by that? Could it be that you think his words are false? Yi Yun coldly grunted. It's not that there's a fake, but it's pure fraud. Yang Huiru was furious. Shut up. Who are you to say that people are frauds? Yi Yun said indifferently, by virtue of the fact that I just had dinner with Jiangnan Bank's Governor Tian. From Governor Tian's mouth? I personally heard it. The Fong family's so-called real estate company now owes the bank several $100 million. What's not a scam to come here bragging about being very profitable when you're full of debt? Yang Huiru for a moment, unable to speak, looked at Fong Jiahao. Chapter 20, Intentionally Seeking Trouble. In Fong Jiahao's eyes, gloominess flashed, and he narrowed his eyes and sneered. Brother Yi, if you want to slander old brother me, please find a reason to get by. You're talking about my company, which owes the bank hundreds of millions. You wouldn't be unaware of how much capital our Fong family, the Royal Dragon Group, has, would you? A few $100 million. Am I bad? Yang Huiru followed. That's right, the Fong family, simply will not be so few $100 million, and we are all 100% convinced of young Fong's ability and background. Fong Jiahao had a playful look on his face as he continued. And just now, what did you say, Brother Yi? You said you just had dinner with Governor Tian of the Jiangnan Bank? Oh, it's a bit offensive though, but I still want to ask, do you know Governor Tian? You're a small security guard. I'm afraid that in your whole life, you won't even be able to get the thick spit that people casually spit out, right? Yang Huiru seized the opportunity and lashed out. Fong Xiao is right. Yi Yun, you are simply rotten. Don't blow smoke up my ass here. What level are you at that you can get the likes of Governor Tian? Su Wen also shook his head. Although he did not say anything, he did not believe Yi Yun's words either. Susan, however, suddenly said, Dad, Mom, I think it's better to think about it more. Yang Huiru coldly grunted. What's there to consider? The Fong family's strength, there's no doubt about it. Give this money to Fong Xiao, and I'll put my mind at ease. Fong Jiahao was all smiles as he looked at Yi Yun with a victorious stance. Little Yakuza, you're not even close to playing with me. Shannon, Uncle and Auntie here, have put in their money. What about your side? I'll give you, if you put money in, a bigger percentage back. Towards Susan again, he began a deep invitation. Susan shook her head and said, currently, the funds of the Su Group can only barely turn over. I don't have much of my own money, so I'd rather not. Fong Jiahao was a bit disappointed, but still promised, no harm done. Shan, when our new phase of the project comes down, I'll give you 2 new houses. Yang Huiru smiled so much that her mouth was crooked and licked her face. Xiao Fong, I'll thank you for Shan. Ha ha, you are truly a blessing to our family. Fong Jiahao made some modest remarks and then left the Su family. As soon as Susan and the others left, they immediately said, Mom and Dad, this investment, you can't do it. Yang Huiru sneered. I know you're mesmerized by this little security guard. You don't believe Fong Xiao's words, and you favor this poor boy's. In that case, stay out of my business. The money is mine, not yours. Susan was anxious. Dad, what do you mean? I can testify that Yi Yun's words are 100% true. Yesterday, he was the one who had dinner with Governor Tian. Su Wen laughed. Daughter, not to mention, is it possible for him to dine with a big shot like Governor Tian? Even if we are true, but do you think that a big leader like Governor Tian would reveal this kind of private work matter to him? Yang Huiru taunted. That's right, maybe, it's just in front of someone else. Governor Tian, showing his face, the actual governor of the field, without even seeing him squarely for a moment, brought him here to blow. Susan couldn't find the words to say at once. At this moment, Yi Yun got up and said indifferently, the meal is finished. I should go back too. Auntie and Uncle, you are right. I'm just talking nonsense. It's the words of Mr. Fong that are true. Oh, you two old wise. More investment. The best to put the pension money. All the investment. More is better. Waiting for Fong Dishao to bring you a big fortune. This was Yi Yun's temperament. Since I can't undo it, I'll give you an extra ride. It's not like he's the one who suffers in the end anyway. Yang Huiru said smugly, if you're envious, just say so. Don't be conspiratorial here. Su Wen said smilingly, Yi Yun, there is no need to be discouraged. For the sake of that jade pill you gave today, don't worry. When I get the investment income from Fong Xiao, I'll split a $2 million with you. Yang Huiru was unhappy. What did you say? Splitting $2 million with him? I'm warning you, don't be a jerk. He's a big man. Can't he earn his own money? Su Wen waved his hand. You don't need to say more. How do you say? He and Shan have tied the knot. We should, too, treat the boy as half our own. Yang Huiru picked up her arms and turned around. Humph, can't do it. There's only one best son-in-law in my mind, and that's Mr. Fong. Walking out of Su's house, Susan immediately asked after him, Yi Yun, are you sure that Fong Jiahao's company is already in debt? Yi Yun shrugged his shoulders. Tian Hanmin himself gave me the word. I don't think he'd dare fool me. Susan was a bit unconvinced. He doesn't dare to fool you? According to you, even someone like Governor Tian is afraid of you? Yi Yun said flatly. I don't know if I'm afraid or not, but I'm certain that he wouldn't dare to play tricks in front of me. Susan nodded. No, I can't let my parents take that risk. Yi Yun said. Good words are hard to persuade damn ghosts. Your dad is okay, but your mom, honestly, sick as hell. Susan sighed. Enough about that, take me to the group. Su Chang's family, they're already on the verge of making a scene. The two of them had just arrived at the group, when Su Chang with a group of executives, as well as Su Xian, the general manager, aggressively surrounded them. Susan, see for yourself what you've done. Will the hands of the documents? A fierce slap. Su Chang looks like a teacher to raise the offense, pushing the mirror frame on the bridge of her nose. Susan's face was unhappy. Big president. Let's talk about something. What do you mean by throwing such a big tantrum? Su Chang sneered. I'm just giving you the benefit of the doubt. Because your family's brainless door-to-door son-in-law beat up someone from the east side. Now, that bank loan we so desperately need can't be released. Susan frowned. What does the bank loan we want have to do with those hooligans in the east side? Su Xian hugged her arms and sneered. What does it matter? Don't you know that Wang Bao's sibling, Wang Hu, is the branch head of the Jiangnan Bank? You, the son-in-law of the house, beat up someone's own brother. Governor Wang Hu stormed out and directly put out that we, Su, would never want to get a penny. Su Shan said in a deep voice. At that time, Yi Yun only made a move to protect me. And, for the group, he got back the shipment that was seized by East Side. Su Chang was indifferent. That batch of goods was originally lost because of you here. To ask for it back is nothing more than taking credit for it, and rightfully so. But for that reason, it also offends people's East Side. So wipe your ass and make amends how you go about it. It's out of my hands. Susan sneered. You guys are rather realistic and desperate. Su Xian swept a glance at Yi Yun, full of resentment, and said quickly, Shan Shan, this payment from Jiangnan Bank is very important. If it's not approved, the group's new project, it won't be able to proceed. At that time, the chairman will surely ask about it. Oh, I'm sweating for you. The old Taijuan's temperament doesn't care too much. Susan said faintly, got it. If there's nothing else, please leave my office. Su Chan walked at the end and laughed. Shan Shan, it's actually not much of a problem to get this loan back. I'll give you an idea here. It's up to you whether you adopt it or not. As long as you make this soft-eating little security guard personally go over and kneel down to the Wang family's tiger and leopard brothers, then kowtow and apologize. Maybe, when people are happy, they'll get high. Susan didn't say a word. Yi Yun, however, smiled and said, Grand President, your son's penis, is it alright already? Look at you here, farting with your mouth open, pretty laid back. Su Chang's face suddenly became eerie to the extreme. The little feud between us is not over yet. Yi Yun disdained. Old dog, get lost. Little master is waiting for you to come anytime. Direct Kong's attitude caused Su Chang to freeze. He really couldn't figure out where a gatekeeper for people got the nerve to repeatedly punch him. Susan looked at Yi Yun icily. You still don't think you've caused me enough trouble, do you? Yi Yun coldly grunted. This kind of stupid lack. The more you spoil him, the more he jumps up and down. This loan from Su is obviously purely for your benefit. Susan held her forehead and had a bit of a headache. Of course I know that Su Chang and Su Xian are targeting me, but the payments are being withheld. That's a fact, and I've got to get them back. Yi Yun said. Let's go. I'll go with you. Susan, however, didn't move, but fumbled with the phone first. You have a classmate who seems to be the leader of the Gangnam Bank, right? We have a loan at Su's that's been cut off, and I'd like to ask him for a favor. Chapter 21, Pretending to be a bully is struck by lightning. Sam, you're here. Gangnam Bank, a branch office. Susan had just gotten out of the car when a smiling male eagerly walked up. It was the same Wang Xiaohu, last time, was slapped by Yi Yun at the club. Hello, young Wang. Susan frowned, disliking the self-consciousness, but managed to squeeze out a small smile. We'll have to trouble you for that payment from our Su. Wang Wenyuan looked relaxed, waved his hand and said, It's not much. You put 100 hearts. I guarantee to do it for you, properly. More than I can say, a couple of neighborhood tracts, but anything in the loan business. If I say one, no one will say two. It was very pretentious and the tone was overbearing. Susan nodded. In that case, then thank you, young Wang. I didn't see before that young Wang was in the Jiangnan Bank, with so much authority. Wang Wenyuan laughed with a slightly self-satisfied smile. I've always been a person Who doesn't like to mention my family history and career? So many people don't understand my bottom line. As a matter of fact, in our Jiangnan city, basically half of the big companies' loans are through my hands. Those so-called bosses, they seem to be in the limelight, but when they see me, they all have to nod and bow. Susan faintly said, young Wang is really young and promising. Wang Wenyuan's triangular eyes, without traces, swept over Susan's pair of black silk jade legs, and couldn't help but lick his lips. Oh, to say that you're young and talented, it's still you, Shannon. Not only is she the president's first lady of the Su family, but she's also so beautiful and golden. It's just a pity that there's a toad following around. It's just too incompatible to walk with you. Shan. Susan was non-committal. Young Wang, why don't we? Let's take care of business first. Wang Wenyuan pretended as if he was not. Yes, we'll go and conduct business first. It's just that this driver beside you is not of a high enough level, so I'm afraid he won't be able to enter our VIP lounge. Susan said, Yi Yun, you're outside. Wait for me. Yi Yun smiled. Okay, daughter-in-law. I'll wait for you. Wang Wenyuan's face skin could not help but twitch. This soft-eating wimp is a ing fool's errand. Let's just say that God is blind. How wonderful it would be to have a woman like Susan as your own. In the bank lounge, Wang Wenyuan called out to an employee and instructed, to Mr. Su of the Su Group, get that loan of theirs done. Okay, Manager Wang. Seeing the employees go about their business, Wang Wenyuan smiled. Shan, come let's rest and wait by the side. This payment of yours, though not large, is a lot of trivia, and I'm afraid it will take a while. Susan nodded. At the same time, his heart was a little surprised, not expecting this friend of Su Yuer's to be so vocal. A loan of tens of millions of dollars, as if it's easy for this Wang Xiao. Wang Wenyuan enjoyed it very much. The look of surprise on Susan's face. Very gentlemanly, he poured Susan a cup of coffee, then sat down across from Susan, legs crossed and pie in the face. Shan, to be honest, Zhao Xiao and I, as well as you and the others, all feel that your choice is too bad. That little security guard, let alone being worthy of you, isn't even worthy of lifting your heels. Su Shan was a little displeased, but forced herself to hold back. Young Wang, it's work time now. It's better for us not to talk about personal matters. Wang Wenyuan had a disdainful look on his face. This is nothing personal, my fair lady, gentleman Marty. People like this young man just can't stand to see a special thing on earth like you being arched by a pig. Su Shan faintly said, young Wang, what do you have? Just say it. Wang Wenyuan's mouth was suddenly dry, staring at Susan's full breasts with a lustful light in his eyes. Sam, though we haven't crossed paths much, the last time I was at the club, I was also careless and had an accident, which was a bit humiliating. But, I want to tell you, if you are willing, I, Wang Wenyuan, am willing to pull out my heart and give my all to be your Prince Charming. Prince Charming? The corner of Susan's mouth, a little disdainful. A being who could make her feel like Prince Charming had yet to appear. Not to mention, this Wang Wenyuan is nothing more than that. At this time, the employee who went to handle the loan timidly came over. Manager Wang, this payment from Su Group can't be done. Wang Wenyuan had just confessed his love and was in need of a pretense, but he said that the loan could not be done. Isn't this a living slap in his face? He was furious. Why don't you come down? Rubbish. Can't even do a little thing right? What the hell do I need you for? The employee whispered. This amount of money from Su has to be approved with the authority of the head of the branch. Manager, you don't have enough authority. Wang Wenyuan immediately. His face burned hot. Shame on you. He sneered. There's no need to alarm the head of the branch. Just bring me the slip and I'll sign it. The employee said. But, hostility flashed between Wang Wenyuan's eyebrows. No buts. Just do it, or you get the hell out of here. The employee was terrified and rushed to get the list. Wang Wenyuan cursed. These college students recruited nowadays are really stupid. To say that I don't have enough authority as a district manager. Shan, isn't that a joke? Su Shan laughed. Young Wang is worthy of being the leader of Jiangnan Bank. Su Shan admires it. Wang Wenyuan, for a moment, felt like he was going to float up to the sky. Oh, Shannon, just be happy with it. So, Sam, what do you think about what I just said? On your end? His words had just been asked. A man in a suit with a big belly then grimaced and pushed his way in. I've frozen that loan from the Su Group. Now who's messing with it? The appearance of this man in a suit made several employees in charge of loans all of a sudden stand up with a formal face. Wang Wenyuan, with his back to the door, did not see the face of the visitor, and grunted coldly. I authorized it. Do you have any comments? Snap. On the face of the man in the suit, the color of ruthlessness flashed, and he stepped forward with two slaps on Wang Wenyuan's head. All of a sudden, Wang Wenyuan's head, all of a sudden, almost blossomed. What the are you? And you dare to ask my opinion? Oh, Wang Wenyuan, 3 days without smoking you. Your dog's guts have gotten bigger. Covering his head, Wang Wenyuan climbed up from the ground, terrified. Cousin, me. The man in the suit grabbed him by the ear and spun him around hard twice. Shut up. Didn't I tell you earlier that in the unit, you have to call me governor? Wang Wenyuan hurriedly changed his tone. Governor, you're here. Agu, lighten up. This is Sue from Sue's group. She's here for the loan. I sought to approve it because the Sue group is a major customer of our bank. The man in the suit with the crossbody is none other than Wang Hu, the head of the line here. He kicked Wang Wenyuan's ass and repelled. Get lost. And the rest of you, get out. Wang Wenyuan covered his face, and was so embarrassed that he walked away in the gray. Ben wanted to get in front of Susan. I didn't expect to make such a big fool of myself. Chapter 22. Since it's you, Mr. Yi. This is mostly a misunderstanding. The door closed. Wang Hu sat down on his butt and lit a cigar. Mr. Su, I didn't think that you Sus wouldn't die yet, that you would still want this payment. Simple. My brother, Wang Bao, was beaten by your men. You hand that man over. I'll let him bleed a few pounds. Then this, and we'll settle this peacefully. Susan had a hard look on her face. President Wang, are you the president of a bank or a social hooligan? The fat meat on Wang Hu's face trembled as he laughed. We, the several brothers of the Wang family, mix both black and white. To be able to sit in this position today, do you really think that I, Wang Hu, am a kitten that only eats veggies? In a word, do you say yes, or no? If you don't say yes, then there's no way to talk about this. Sushan picked up her bag, got up and left. Since Governor Wang said so, then this payment, we Su don't want it. Wang Hu snorted and held out his thigh to stop it. I'm afraid it's impossible to leave like this after you've come, right? Susan's face was wary. Wang Hu, what do you want? Wang Hu hemmed and hawed with a lewd smile, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Su's group's Jade president. That's a delicacy on earth. If I could touch in a few times, as a man, it would be worth it even if I died. Susan's face turned red with rage. Get lost. You're just shameless. Wang Hu laughed and pulled open the drawer. Fumbling for a set of erotic lingerie, he casually tossed it in front of Susan. This is what I have left over from playing with my subordinates, so be a good boy and change into it and play with my old man. Serve me well on that loan of yours. Sue, will be released to you. How's that? Susan was shocked and angry. Go home and let your mom serve you. Straight towards the door. Wang Hu stood up and pulled her hair with a hard yank. Stinking, giving you face. Grass. Old me today. I'm going to overpower you. Let's see what you can do. Susan lost her color, backhanded a slap, smacked on Wang Hu's fat face. Wang Hu was furious and raised his foot to kick violently. Bitch, you seek death. Boo. Susan blushed with fear as crystal tears fell from the corners of her eyes. The door was kicked off and Yi Yun, his face full of coldness, walked in with large strides. Wang Hu looked up and roared. What are you? Get out. Yi Yun did not say a word, and while stepping forward, his right hand had already copied the ashtray on the table. With a clanging sound, Wang Hu's big head directly blossomed on the spot, and blood flowed. Yi Yun shoots a leg kick right into Wang Hu's big belly. The latter let out a miserable scream, blood spurting from his mouth as he flew out. Yi Yun reached out and pulled Susan on the ground up with one hand. Is everything okay? Susan's face was terrified. Still immersed in panic. It's okay. You be careful. Yi Yun patted her shoulder. Be good. Go wait for me outside. Susan walked towards the outside. Again a little strange, not knowing what else Yi Yun was going to do. So she turned around and saw that Yi Yun came to the corner. To the Wang Hu in the corner. It was a wild stomp. Uing. Ow. Wang Hu went from threatening, directly to roaring in pain. In 3 or 2 strokes, his head was broken and he was dying. Click. Yi Yun kicked, hitting him right at his lifeblood. Let my daughter-in-law, in erotic lingerie, play with you. Dog thing. You're thinking pretty good thoughts. Wang Hu neck, viciously stretched. A mouthful of cold air stuck in the throat. No longer spit out. The entire large face, because of the extreme and severe pain, was already full of blue and black color, twisted beyond recognition. Susan's eyes were shocked. This guy, he hit so hard. Outside, Wang Wenyuan yelled repeatedly. Yi Yun, you're in ing trouble. Assaulting our governor. I've notified the head office. When Governor Tian arrives, you will surely die. Yi Yun snorted and turned to walk out. The 2 slaps were directed at Wang Wenyuan's head. Wang Wenyuan today, 8 slaps, already do not know how many times. Covering his face, he roared. You wait for me. If you don't ing die, I'll take your last name. Yi Yun sneered. Just wait, Grandpa. I'll see you. What tricks you can play. The employees around them, each one of them had a bad look on their faces. No matter who you are bound to have a lawsuit for openly assaulting our bank leaders. Immediately, Governor Tian, from the head office, will rush over. Kid, you're going to get a prison sentence. Even Governor Wang, you dare to hit him. I'm a bit impressed. Our Governor Wang, but he has a black background. Not to mention you kid, even Sue would have to go down with him. As soon as she heard this, Susan's face went a few shades paler. Yi Yun, this matter is not small. You go ahead and I'll take care of the rest. Yi Yun coldly said. No harm done. I rather think that the fuss is not big enough. After saying that, Yi Yun pointed at the employees who were waiting to watch the show. Your grandfather. Just sit here. Aren't you guys going to send me to jail, to court? Good. Grandpa, I'd like to see how much you losers are capable of. Wang Yuan, along with those employees, all had ugly faces to the extreme. This person, simply crazy to no end, simply do not know how to write the word death. When Governor Tian comes, he'll have to skin him. Susan was anxious beyond words. Yi Yun, this person, Wang Hu, has a black background, and he's also the head of the branch here. You won't be able to leave once Governor Tian arrives. Listen to me. Go ahead and don't worry about anything. Yi Yun pulled a stool and told Susan to sit down. His face clouded over. Don't say that what came was just a Tian Hanmin. Even if Jesus arrives, it won't work on me. Susan's frightened little head was filled with blanks straight away. This superb husband, where does he get his confidence? Where did the arrogance come from? Wang Yuan and these people, too, couldn't figure it out. It's hard to believe that this person really wants to die of panic. In less than a moment, Tian Hanmin's special car really came in a hurry. He got a call that one of the branch chiefs below him had been brutally beaten in a home invasion. This is of such an egregious nature that Tian Hanmin was enraged. Leader, you're finally here. It's this maniac who came to our bank for a loan and failed to do so. So he became enraged and assaulted us, as well as Governor Wang. Please, leader, you must send him to jail. Pointing at Yi Yun, Wang Yuan sued up with a resentful face. Susan couldn't sit still and stood up angrily. Governor Tian, it's not like that at all. It's Wang Hu, the beast, who tried to violate me. In the end, my husband just stepped in. Wang Hu was carried out by several employees. From inside, the whole man, already disfigured, was hanging on by a single breath. Leader, you must make a decision for me. Susan tried to seduce me when she saw I wouldn't give her a loan. In the end I stood the test of the organization and still rejected her. She let her husband, who was a big hit on me. Governor Tian, please make sure you send this beating son of A to jail. Seeing him in that miserable state made Tian Hanmin furious. It's outrageous. Mr. Su, this matter, you, Su Group, must give me an explanation. Otherwise, I'll see you in court. Susan said indignantly. Pull the surveillance out to see that we were right from start to finish on this one. Wang Yuan sneered. I'm sorry Mr. Su. The surveillance we have here just happened to be broken recently. But our employees, they're all witnesses. They all saw it. Your husband hitting. Susan's heart sank to the bottom. These shameless people have made it clear that they are joining forces to frame the case. Yi Yun was afraid that it would be really difficult to get out of this situation. Oh, surveillance breaks down sooner or later. Exactly at this time, Yi Yun walked out. Governor Tian, I won't say much. This fat pig Wang Hu, I'll beat it. Look, do you want my head? Or do you want to raise the offense? Wang Yuan and the others, when they heard this, they all directly laughed. This dog, how dare he talk to the chief executive like this? Looking for death. Let's just say, really looking for death to the extreme. Tian Hanmin here, but he was shocked. Mr. Yi, it's actually you. So, it was you who injured and caused trouble? Yi Yun had a relaxed face. Not bad, it's me. Not only did I beat this fat pig up, I stomped on his lifeblood. Tian Hanmin's face skin, hard twitching. This man, he's really crazy and ruthless. Needless to think, there must be a heavenly dependence. No wonder even Elder Wu was courteous to him, smiling and flattering. Oh, since it's you, Mr. Yi, then this is, more than likely, a misunderstanding. That's it, break it up, all of it. Wang Yuan, as well as the employees, were instantly dumbfounded. Misunderstanding? Scattered? So did Susan, and her little heart shook hard. Tian Hanmin's attitude, as soon as he saw Yi Yun, made a 180-degree change. Could it be? It's really like what Yi Yun said. Governor Tian is afraid of him? Chapter 23, that Yi Yun, where did he get such great ability? Yi Yun's face, however, did not look a few points better because of Tian Hanmin's words. What about the Su's loan? Tian Hanmin was very cooperative. Small problem, here I am. Full amount for Su to pass. Only then did Ji Yun nod his head. In that case, thank you, Governor Tian. Tian Hanmin hurriedly said. Where? Mr. Yi, you are Elder Wu's VIP. It's only right for me to do this. Wang Hu is a tricky commodity. But relative to Yi Yun here, in terms of Tian Hanmin, it was too much worse. To put it bluntly, he would rather let Wang Hu suffer than offend Yi Yun. Besides, Wang Hu, this subordinate, what is usually pissed off. Tian Hanmin still knows something. This spermatozoa fat pig, most likely is, lusting after Su, the Jade Lady President. It was only unlucky enough to provoke Yi Yun, the great Buddha, to beat him violently. Wang Wenyuan was enraged and exclaimed, Leader, why are you doing this? Condoning this madman? Tian Hanmin snorted coldly. What? You're teaching me things? Wang Wenyuan surged to the throat words, directly stuck, no longer dared to force. He was pale and couldn't figure it out. Not in a million ways. Why would a big shot like Tian Hanmin be so polite and considerate to this door-to-door son-in-law of the Su family? Su Shan recovered from the daze she was in just now. Governor Tian, this Wang Hu of your bank, his relationship with Dongcheng, seems to be not shallow. Will it inconvenience you to help us so? Tian Hanmin coldly said. East City King, Master Qin, is Wang Hu's godfather, and is indeed famous in Jiangnan City. But I do things and have my own guidelines. Don't worry, Mr. Su, although Master Qin is overbearing, he can't control my head. Susan then breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, Governor Tian, thank you very much. Tian Hanmin hurriedly stated that there was no need to be polite. A little later, the loan went through. Yi Yun took Susan with him and left with a kick of the gas. Before he left, Wang Wenyuan had a resentful face and could not wait to eat Yi Yun, cursing non-stop. Yi Yun, who had already gotten on the car, pushed open the door and got off the car to shine on the face of this stupid lack, snapping and slapping 2 slaps, directly smacked Wang Wenyuan. A face turned into a pig's head. Miserable. You're ing looking for death. Wang Wenyuan hissed, but he couldn't bring himself to fight back at all. He looked pleadingly toward Tian Hanmin, only to see the great leader, as if he were blind, looking up at the sky. It seemed as if the scenery in the sky, for that moment, was very attractive. Yi Yun, you got out of the car to beat up someone even after you left. In the car, Susan really didn't know what to say. You're just really, so cross? Yi Yun stared ahead, his hands holding the steering wheel as steady as Mount Taishan. This stupid dog is looking at you in a way that I don't like. Furthermore, he and what's his name, Wang Hu, dared to get together to falsely accuse you. 2 slaps. That's light enough. Next time, I'll take half his life. Susan, inexplicably, felt a sweetness in her heart and hummed, are you this protective of other girls? Yi Yun laughed bitterly. You're the only daughter-in-law I have. For other girls, there's no such thing. Susan stopped talking for a moment. Her face was flushed, as if she was drunk. For the first time, looking at Yi Yun, there was a budding feeling of a deer in the headlights. Actually, this little security guard, he's quite good. At the very least, he's all heart, protection, and handsome. Back at the group, Susan called out to Su Chang, as well as a few group executives. I have a personnel arrangement here to see what everyone wants. The position of head of the group's security department. I'm prepared to give it to Yi Yun. After finishing speaking bluntly, Susan looked at the few people in front of her with a bashful face. Objection. Mr. Su, the position of the head of the security department is vital and cannot be given to an incompetent person. Historically, the position of Minister of Security has always been served by Mr. Su Jiansu. Mr. Su, please also think twice. Listening to an almost veto, Susan's face was expressionless. Sorry, objection overruled. I am the vice president of the group. The right to arrange a personnel is still there. The call for you to come here is just a walk in the park. Upon hearing this, several of the higher-ups, their faces immediately turned ugly, but they didn't dare to say anything. Susan was in the Su clan. Her curiosity was only below Su Chang, the big president. As for the Su family's old Taijun, she was old and usually almost did not ask about the group's specific affairs. Su Chang sneered, Shan, you are the vice president of the group and have a high position of power. Arranging a personnel, naturally, is not a problem. But this Yi Yun, what virtue and ability does he have to sit in the position of Minister of Security? That's something you should always state to convince people, right? These words caused a few of the higher-ups who looked at Su Chang's face and acted on it to seize the opportunity and hurriedly sneer out. Not bad, Mr. Su. The security minister, that's not a small position. If a pusillanimous person comes to power, Isn't that jeopardizing our group's security? Mr. Su, this Yi-Yun that you recommended, if it's a waste, I resolutely won't agree to it, even if you're not happy about it, Mr. Su. Anyways, this person has to show some achievements and skills, otherwise, outsiders will think that with our Su group, any cat or dog can mix in. Su Chang laughed outright. Susan wants to be in the group, cultivating her power. 2 words. Dreaming. However, at that moment Susan spoke faintly. That money from the Gangnam Bank. It's been approved. Su Chang's face immediately changed slightly. Susan added, and that payment, the reason why it was approved. Full powers, relying on Yi-Yun's connections and operations. So, which one of you has anything to say about him taking the position of Group Security Minister? For a moment, no one spoke. Or rather, speechless, Su Chang narrowed his eyes and sneered. Just him? How can he still get tens of millions of dollars of loans to come? Susan, even if you're going to hold up this gatekeeper, you don't have to open your eyes, do you? Susan looked bashful. Big President, do I look like I'm joking with you? If you don't believe me, you can find out for yourself. Su Chang disdained. Of course I'll check it out, but you have to say that he can get the payment back to us from Wang Hu. Beat to death. I wouldn't believe it. Wang Hu, Wang Bao's several brothers, in Jiangnan City, what kind of ruthless people? You should be clear, especially Wang Hu. This person is not a good person. Just this little security guard, not to mention asking for payment. I'm afraid that under Wang Hu, he doesn't even have the courage to stand and talk. The remaining few group executives followed suit with contemptuous smiles. Wang Hu, this number of people, in Jiangnan City, that is a fierce reputation. Those who are worth 10 million, or even hundreds of millions of old bosses, by Wang Hu to clean up. No 10, there are also 8. To say that this Yi-Yun could ask for payment from Wang Hu, that's like taking food from a tiger's mouth. It's just looking for death. Susan's face was unchanged. I'm not in the mood to explain exactly how. Now that the facts are in front of you, just do what you're told. Yi-Yun, from now on, you are the Su clan, the head of the security department. Rank, like other department heads, alongside the managers. Yi-Yun's face was flat. That's fine. Then I'll make a compromise and sit in the position of minister for a while. Suga was furious. His son, Su Jian, went through a lot of trouble to get to this ministerial position. And now, this little has a tone of disdain. Bullying? Ha! Without uttering a word, Su Chang turned around and left Susan's office in stride. He was going to find out if things were really as Susan said. Wang Hu, that kind of ruthless character, can still be cleaned up by the surname Yi? Kidding, right? In the middle of the journey, I just happened to run into Su Xian. The latter held his cell phone. His face shocked. Dad, look, Wang Hu, the president of Jiangnan Bank, has been cleaned up and hospitalized. Moreover, it has alarmed the chief banker, Tian Hanmin, to be there in person. Su Chang's brain, buzzing with disbelief, said, and, Su Xian gritted her teeth and said hatefully, in the end, Chief Governor Tian nonetheless didn't give Wang Hu a chance to get back. Instead, it also didn't care if Wang Hu died or lived, and put all the blame on Wang Hu. And the one who violently beat up Wang Hu was that soft-eating loser next to Susan. Su Chang's face swished and became incomparably wonderful. Susan, telling it like it is. That little security guard really ed Wang Hu, and got Su's loan back in the process. This kid, where did he get such power? Chapter 24, Planting the Stigma. With that, Yi-Yun stepped into the position of the Su Group's security minister. The original minister, Ken So, is still in the hospital. Yi-Yun surveyed the new place to go and couldn't help but smile. This second-generation ancestor is quite good at enjoying himself. Game room, gym, and a small screening room. It had to be said that Su Jian used to live a very nourishing life in the Su Group. And now, all of these belong to Yi-Yun. I advise you still, don't touch Su Xiao's things, lest you don't even know how your hand got broken. Su Xiao is just hospitalized. Not later, not coming back. You can be wild for a while, but not for a lifetime. The day Su Xiao returns will be the day of your death. A couple of Su Jian's diehards, as well as the pusillanimous sons of the group's top executives, entered Su's on the basis of their connections to muddle through. Seeing Yi-Yun arrive, one sneered, "Come here and give the minister my foot massage." Yi-Yun, with a butt, sat down on a comfortable reclining chair and ordered by pointing at a little fat man. The little fatty snorted, "Pressing your feet? Oh, who are you?" "My father is the manager of the marketing department, and my old man is in the Su clan, at least half a male." The words are very superior. Yi-Yun's smile remained unchanged. "Mixed up waste thing. You're fired. The reason is, to contradict your superiors and disobey their orders." Fatty immediately pissed himself and turned blue. Yi Yun did not even look at him and waved towards him. A tall youth. Next to him. I'm most disgusted by the fact that human-like losers insult the sacred profession of security. You come over here. Take off the suit you're wearing and change into the group security uniform. The youth sneered. You don't think that we're here to be security guards like you, do you? Older brothers. They're here to experience life. Turn around and inherit your family's millions and millions of dollars. You poor bastard. Yi Yun smiled and slowly said, you've been expelled as well. As for the reason, it was to steal the property of his boss. The richly dressed youth was furious. When did I steal your belongings? Damn. You're so poor you have something for me to steal? Yi Yun stood up from the recliner and raised his hand to slap the youth in the face. You. The youth's face twisted and he clenched his fist to return the favor. Yi Yun's eyes were icy cold as he shot out a kick, directly kicking him backwards. The youth covered his stomach, unable to crawl on the ground in pain, his eyes fearful. Yi Yun walked over and squatted in front of him. The old man's cell phone, bought at the ground stall for 200 dayang, was stuffed into the youth's chest pocket. Now, with all the evidence, you have no defense, do you? The youth couldn't even be bothered with the pain, his face in disbelief. Your mom's kiss, planting evidence, and playing like that? Yi Yun's cold eyes swept over the remaining few of Su Jian's dog legs. You saw with your own eyes that this kid stole this minister's cell phone, didn't you? No one opened their mouths. Yi Yun smiled and stood up, moving his fists and feet. An elbow slammed down, and the iron cabinet next to it, where daily necessities were stored, was directly deformed. The force, it's chilling. See, we saw it with our own eyes. Not bad. This man stole Minister Yi's cell phone from you. It's true. We are the witnesses. What you said, Minister Yi. Not a single word. A voice of obedience, trembling, sounded at once, afraid of being half a minute slow and being arranged by Yi Yun. Crooked regard, yowling a mouthful of authentic English. Yi Yun was very satisfied and reclined back to his chair once again. The remaining few of Su Jian's lapdogs were busy coming forward to pound their shoulders and press their legs, with a smile on their faces. The heart is all whimpering. In the future, the security department, there is such a mongrel king. Their lives, I'm afraid, will just never be the same. High floor, in Su Chang's office. Su Xian crossed her legs. Her fingers were holding a lady's cigarette, and she was swallowing clouds. That little security guard. He really thinks security is so good. There, but the group's high-ranking sons are piled up, and each one is a prick. Oh, I bet that dog will have to get lost in less than 3 days. Su Chang sneered. Not to mention 3 days. I would admire him if he could stay for a day. I've made special arrangements for a couple of hard points to go over. Without your brother. Security. There's no one to hold these guys down. Su Xian had a playful face and wanted to say something else. The door was pushed open and Su Chang's secretary hurried in. Grand President. Something's happened over at security. When Su Chang heard this, he directly laughed. I knew that little bastard was bound to be defeated. I just didn't expect to be fixed so quickly. Su Xian, full of longing, asked, Secretary Zhang, that newly appointed Yi Yun, is he in the hospital? Or is he lying on the ground and can't even go to the hospital? Secretary Zhang's face was embarrassed. Miss, that Yi Yun, didn't go into the hospital, nor did he lie on the ground. On the contrary, the few people we had arranged to go over there were all fired by him. The remaining ones, not daring to disobey him, have all succumbed to his lustful authority. What? All of a sudden, Su Chang's father and daughter, directly stayed on the spot. In the next second, Su Xian screamed as if she was crazy. This damned scumbag. What gives him the right to fire the people we've arranged? Secretary Zhang said stiffly. This person is very powerful and his methods are very treacherous. As soon as he went over to the security department, he fired 2 of Su Xiao's good buddies for bumping into their superiors, as well as planting evidence. The remaining ones, trembling with fear, didn't dare to call his bluff at all. Boo! Su Chang backhanded, then swept the ornaments on the desk, to the ground ruthlessly. Little bully. 1 second. He was rejoicing with Su Xian. At this moment, it was directly as if he had eaten, and his heart was as hard as it could be. Susan sighed. The young secretary, Zhao Yujie, forced a smile. President, the cause and effect of the matter. That's it. Big brother Yi Yun. What a show. Especially that trick of planting evidence. I really don't know how he came up with it. Ha ha, he's such a bad guy. Susan listened in silence, but was lost in thought. Able to fight. Even Wang Bao, Cheng Lei and other masters, are no more than a match. Now, the brain is still so shrewd. What's even rarer is that the means are sharp and often surprising. Is such a person really just a gatekeeper for people? Susan had the seeds of doubt planted in her mind at this moment. She had to wonder. Because of this Yi Yun, this short time spent together, all sorts of tawdry maneuvers, it was really a bit much. Regular people, it's just not possible. Chapter 25. Su Group. Security Department entrance. A convertible sports car that stopped. Seo Yul got out of the car. Feet a pair of white Audi with 7-minute hot pants, 2 white and long jade legs, just so bare. Look at the security department of several livestock. Almost drooling, Yi Yun stepped out from inside and glanced at the damned long legs. Something wrong? Su Yuer coldly said. Get in the car and go with me to make amends. Yi Yun was unmoved. I'm sorry. I'm not naturally accustomed to it. Giving apologies. Su Yuer's face sank. Yi Yun, I know you have a few skills, but this one is not a small one. The 3 males of the Wang family, their energy in Jiangnan City is something you can hardly even imagine. Yi Yun's face was flat. So? Su Yuer laughed in exasperation. So if you're a man and don't want to drag Shan Shan into this, go apologize with me. Wang Long, the oldest of the 3 males of the Wang clan, I've already asked someone to make an appointment. There's no need to alarm Shan Shan about this. You come over with me, make a good toast, and I'll take care of the rest for you. Yi Yun was a bit impatient. This Wang Long, where did this hanging hair come from again? Su Yuer said in a chilling voice. You'd better not be so reckless. And let's not talk about the 3 males of the Wang family, behind which is the East City King, Master Qin, the elder brother of the 3 males of the Wang family alone. Wang Long, do you really think that? Like Wang Hu, or Wang Bao, he is at your disposal? Yi Yun shrugged his shoulders. Oh, listening to you. This Wang Long, is it hard to have 3 heads and 6 arms? Su Yuer said in a cold voice. Wang Long is one of the 4 great young men of Jiangnan, and the ruthless man who still has to press Fang Jiahao head on. The 3 brothers of the Wang family, Wang Bao is the worst mixed up, taking the underworld, is a small leader under the seat of Master Qin, the king of the East City, and the second Wang Hu, take the White Way, human face, and the upper class of Jiangnan City. The dealings are very close. The network of relations is extraordinary, but when it comes to terrifying, the 2 brothers combined are not as good as a single finger of Wang Long. Yi Yun nodded. Hearing you say that, this Wang Long has a few skills. Okay, I'll go with you. Su Yuer sat back inside the sports car. On his face, he couldn't stop snickering. The little security guard, after all, was still scared less. The previous bravado was just an illusion. When you meet a really tough guy, you still have to put your tail between your legs. But that was fine. At least it wouldn't get Susan in trouble. Half an hour later, the 2 arrived at a private club. Su Yuer's friend, Zhao Zishuan, had been waiting impatiently for a long time. Surname Yi, let me give you a heads up first. What you'll see in a moment will be one of the most powerful existences among the younger generation in our Jiangnan city. So, you lower your tone of respect for me, lest people don't even give you a chance to beg for forgiveness and just slap you to death. Staring at Yi Yun, Zhao Zishuan willed with a gloomy face. Su Yuer anxiously said, Zhao Xiao, Wang Long de Xiao, has he already arrived? Zhao Zishuan wiped his cold sweat and shivered. It's here. Yuer, as I said first, it was for your sake that I had the audacity to ask Major Wang Long out. In a moment, if this loser bumps into or offends young Master Wang Long, I wouldn't care much. Whether he lives or dies is none of my business. Su Yuer said gratefully. Thank you, Zhao Xiao. You've helped us enough. The rest, leave it to me here. Zhao Zishuan walked ahead and coldly grunted. Come in. This private club, the usual cats and dogs, but they are not qualified to enter. With this young man leading the way today, Yi Yun, you country bumpkin has had an eye-opening experience. Yi Yun's face was calm. A stray fish like Zhao Zishuan could only be said to be sitting in a well and watching the sky. Yi Yun was not even interested in breaking bread with him. Su Yuer turned her head and said very seriously, Yi Yun, in a moment, you must act according to my eyes. This person, Wang Long, has a very cloudy temperament, and he loses his temper and beats and curses people when he is not moving. Your attitude, you must be good. You can't provoke people. Understand? Yi Yun said indifferently. I'll try my best. Walking into the clubhouse, the dim lighting, all at once, enveloped the opening. The pungent smell of smoke and alcohol made Yi Yun uncomfortable. Young Zhao, Ms. Su, come to play. A flower-armed man, seeing a few people enter, asked lazily. Zhao Zishuan's face was full of smiles. Brother Big B, I brought a country bumpkin who doesn't know any better over to apologize to Major Wang Long. Big Major Wang Long and the others, which table are they at? The flower-armed man looked towards Yi Yun here and whistled, smiling playfully. This thing offended Wang Long de Xiao? He, Zi Xian, Ms. Su. You'd better prepare yourselves mentally first. Today, Big Major Wang Long is in a very bad mood. All I can say is that this kid is finished. Zhao Zishuan's forehead immediately began to break out in a cold sweat, and laughed dryly. Brother Big B, you'd better tell me first where Major Wang Long is. I have to show up in a hurry. The flower-armed man exhaled a smoke ring and pointed to the second floor. Up there, De Xiao Wan Long and a group of male children are drinking. Zhao Zishuan trembled as he went up the stairs. If the situation is not right, I won't be able to care about this loser. Young Master Wang Long, he doesn't have a light hand. If I don't pay attention and get wasted by him, my Zhao family will have no one to pass it on to the next generation. Su Yuer's palms, also full of cold sweat, forced a smile and said, don't worry, Zhao Xiao, when you see Big Major Wang Long, you'll leave. Yi Yun, he will definitely apologize obediently and make Big Major Wang Long forgive. Zhao Zishuan cursed, it's best to be like this. Really convinced, actually dare to mess with the three males of the Wang family. On the second floor's card table, Wang Long, who was dressed in black leather with a scar running across his face, was pouring wine into his mouth non-stop. A few accompanying sisters next to her, not daring to breathe. Wang Long had already continuously drank several large cups. Those who are familiar with the eldest brother of the three male members of the Wang family know that this is to use wine to go wild, and someone is bound to suffer. Young Master Wang Long, sorry we're late. Zhao Zishuan stiffened his head and went forward with a smile. As reparation, big brother, little brother toasts you. He raised his glass and was about to drink. Wang Long suddenly smiled, pulling the scar on his face, which was extraordinarily hideous. How can a punk-ass thing like you be worthy of calling me big brother? Drink with me? Snap. Raising his hand, he slapped Zhao Zishuan directly with the wine glass. Painful screams erupted from Zhao Zishuan's mouth, covered in blood, causing Su Yuer's scalp to tingle. She didn't expect that this person, Wang Long, would have a temper to such an extent. Moreover, it was blatantly not treating Zhao Zishuan as a human being. Young Master Wang Long, you, don't be angry yet. Wei, Xiao Yel can't speak well. Wang Long stared at her bare white jade legs and let out an evil laugh. You're the Su family's eldest Miss Su Yuer, right? I heard that you were the one who set up the situation and made Zhao Zishuan invite me over to accept that little Yakuza's apology. No, but there's a catch. You sleep with me for a few nights and make me comfortable. Chapter 26, Adding Insult to Injury. Su Yuer's face turned white and she forced herself to hold back her shame. Young Master Wang Long, this request of yours is a bit excessive. Excessive? Wang Long laughed out loud, very openly. Ms. Su, what this young man said, he hasn't finished yet. Not only do you have to accompany this young man to have a good time, you also have to accompany my second brother, and my third brother, so that they can have a good time as well. Otherwise, for me to forgive this little Yakuza, unless the sun comes out of the west. Su Yuer's face was pale, knowing that this Wang Long was just being intentional. However, she did not want Yi Yun to really mess with an existence like Wang Long. That would be trouble for good BFF Susan. Major Wang Long, we can apologize to you for accompanying you, and we can also pay for the medical expenses of your two brothers. Only what you just request, I can't do it here. Again, Xiao Yel tried to plead. Wang Long didn't say anything, but picked up a cup of strong liquor and muffled it in one gulp. Then, as he slammed the wine glass to the ground, the hostile aura on his body, all of a sudden, exploded out. Can't do it? Fine. Then this young man will have to take this little bastard's life. Let him know what it means to come out on top. Sooner or later, Su Yuer's heart, with a rumble, knew it was over. This Wang Long had no intention of letting Yi Yun go, and the commotion here has startled the other guests. Immediately, a murmur rose and fell. Holy, those few people. It won't piss off Wang Dexiao, right? There's no need to think. It must be, let's just say, including Su Yuer, the long-legged hottie. It's been a miserable day. The three males of the Wang family, the oldest Wang Long is 100% ruthless, a hand of martial arts, as much as the East City King Qin's true heritage. Jiangnan young generation, not a few enough for him to play. This is a good show. It's been a long time since I've seen young Master Wang Long abusing vegetables. Listening to the surrounding, a gloating murmur, Su Yuer swallowed her saliva and looked at Yi Yun and yelled, "Run! Run! Inside this clubhouse, no one dares to make a casual move. So this is a great time for you to escape." Yi Yun sat on his butt on the sofa as if he couldn't understand. Wang Long laughed maniacally. Ms. Su, see, this little Yakuza, he's already scared to death. You let him run? Oh, Jiangnan City is so big, do you think He can escape from this young man's 5 fingers? Su Yuer let out a miserable laugh, not expecting Yi Yun to be useless to such an extent. Can't even muster the courage to run away. A pair of eyes beside them were also looking at Yi Yun here. There was banter and compassion. Alas, bitter child, in front of young Master Wang Long, it's already impressive to hold out until now without peeing your pants. Silently for this brother. 3 seconds of silence. May he go in peace. Zhao Zishuan came over from the corner, covering his blood-stained face. Go, what are you still doing here? This dog, he's dead. Su Yuer's heart was scared and she immediately hesitated a little, but in the end, she clenched her teeth in a death grip. I can't go yet. Yi Yun, I can't let him stay alone. Zhao Zishuan turned around and ran straight away. Wan Long had a ruthless face as he looked down at Yi Yun. Now, little Yakuza, kneel down for your dragon master. Then, get under the old man's pants. The people around them were holding their breath, knowing that the climax was coming. Su Yuer was trembling, her head was blank, and she couldn't lift a single ounce of strength. On Yi Yun's face, a hint of a smile appeared. At the other's uncomprehending gaze, he reached out and gripped the spout of the red wine bottle. Bang! A sudden upsurge. Without warning, the red wine bottle, along with the fishy red liquor inside, blossomed on Wang Long's head at once. Hiss! To the sound of cold air being drawn from all parts of the clubhouse, all at once, a pair of eyes, as if they had seen a ghost in the daytime, just stared at Yi Yun. My goodness, this kid, how dare he fight back, and popped the bottle, popping the head of Major Wang Long? Look, blood is already coming out of young Wang's head. This kid is dead. At least it all ends in dismemberment. Admire. Oh, I have to admire. This man has more guts than a bear. Su Yuer's jaw dropped as she stared blankly at Yi Yun. She couldn't believe that Yi Yun had done such a thing. You paralyzed. If I don't dismantle you today, I, Wang Long, don't deserve to be a human being. With a hiss, the scar on Wang Long's face twisted to the extreme. A strong aura, from his body, spread out violently. The do-gooders, alarmed, were busy backing away. The aura on Wang Long's body was brutal and icy, obviously something that would come from someone who had killed someone. Young Wang, you seem to have forgotten what this place is. A cold voice rang out abruptly at that moment. The crowd's eyes turned to see a beautiful woman in a red dress, wiggling her ass as she walked over. Wang Long held back his anger and greeted. Sister Hong. The red-skirted beauty grunted coldly. Since you called me sis, then you should know that I have rules here. Seeing blood on my hands in my territory is never allowed. Wang Long wiped a handful of blood from his head, pointed at Yi Yun, and said spitefully, it's not that I don't give face to you, Sister Hong. It's that this son of a is looking for death. This bottle on my head. Sister Hong, no matter what you say, I have to take his life. Sister Hong looked at Yi Yun coldly. You were brought by Miss Su, so count yourself as half a guest. Please go out and settle any grudges between you and Daosher Wanlong. I don't welcome rude, unknowing ruffians like you here. Yi Yun smiled. A broken clubhouse only. See what you can get. Don't worry, little master will leave right away. I'm not used to staying in the pandemonium. Sister Hong's face, instantly unsightly. Su Yuer's brain buzzed. She really did not dare to imagine that this Yi Yun, where did he get his confidence? He messed with Wang Hu, and now he's offended Sister Hong. Is he blind? Can't he see that Sister Hong is a trickier existence than Wang Hu, and those around them, who were eating, were directly boiling over. What the hell is this pussy? Even dare to stand up to Sister Hong's face? Tired of living? Crazy? Just a crazy person looking for death. He knows nothing about Sister Hong's energy. If you offend Wang Long, you may have half a life left. If he offends Sister Hong, it's only because he burned incense in his ancestors that he can keep his body intact. Sister Hong was so angry, her face turned green. Young Master Wang, I don't care about this matter. Get out of my clubhouse and do whatever you want, even if you see blood. Humph, giving face. I'd like to see how certain fools die. Wang Long laughed sarcastically and beckoned towards Yi Yun. Calves, if you have the guts, go settle it with your grandfather and me, outside. Of course, you can also hide and not come out, but I, your grandfather, will keep guarding and tell you that you can't escape with your wings. Yi Yun laughed. Want to be my grandfather? Ha, you're not qualified. Bang, grabbed another bottle of exorbitant red wine on the table and slapped it right out. Wang Long's head, adding insult to injury, cracked open a huge mouth, so much so that you could see the bones inside. Everyone, including Sister Hong and Su Yuer, were petrified in place. A pair of eyes, incredulous, stared at Yi Yun as if they wanted to stare him through, touching the red line again and again. Yi Yun's approach had reached the tip of the storm. I Chao Nima, if I don't get you killed today, I'll take Wang Long's name backwards. With a hiss, Wang Long didn't dare to make a move in Sister Hong's territory, turned around and rushed out of the clubhouse. The dagger at his waist was touched straight out. Just like that, he stood guard at the gate, just waiting for Yi Yun to come out and immediately let out blood. Wow! The guests inside the clubhouse were directly blown away. Death? This man must die. It doesn't matter if Jesus comes. I've said that Sister Hong's turf is not a place to make a move, and he still dares to be too old to make a move. He's more desperate than even Wang Long. Major Wang Long, I'm afraid that he won't have the chance to avenge the head-breaking blood, because of this kid. This time, he won't even be able to get out of the door of the clubhouse. He'll have to burp. Sister Hong's chest rose and fell in anger, and she said in a chilling voice, "Men, follow the rules and remove both of his arms first." Su Yuer forced back her fear and pleaded, "Sister Hong, this is the first time this person has come to your territory and doesn't know the rules. Look, can you spare him for once?" Sister Hong indifferently said, "Miss Su, I've already given you enough face. Please don't follow the self-mistake." Seeing a dozen bodyguards rushing over, about to strike. Chapter 27 Misunderstandings. Ha! It's all misunderstandings. Su Yuer clenched her teeth, and in her haste, "Sister Hong, Yi Yun knows President Wu of the Antique Association. There's also President Tian of the Zhongnan Bank. Look, can you spare him once for the sake of these two?" Sister Hong frowned. For a moment, "You said, he knows Elder Wu, and Governor Tian? Humph, then I'll give these two big guys three thin air, but I spared his life, and he's still going to die when he gets out of my clubhouse." With that, he snorted and walked away. Yi Yun said disdainfully, "When did pimp-like goods dare to jump out and act like a pussy? I need you to spare my life? Who the hell are you?" Boom! The whole clubhouse, it just exploded. This person not only gives face, but also calls Sister Hong what she is? A pimp? Su Yuer's delicate body, like being struck by lightning, fear climbed to the limit. "Yi Yun, you damn well want to die, don't you? Let me tell you, if you really want to die, I won't stop you, but don't you cause trouble for Shan Shan and end up harming her." The voice went straight to war because of the panic. The gazes of the people next to him, looking at Yi Yun, were already like looking at a dead person. This person insulted Sister Hong so much, it would be considered smoke from his ancestors' graves if he could keep his body intact. Oh, pimp? Are such words something that can be said casually? Who doesn't know that behind Sister Hong is Mr. Chi? Look, Sister Hong has stormed out. She should have gone to invite Mr. Chi. Damn, Mr. Chi, the big boss behind this clubhouse, never shows up easily, but once he shows up, no one is good enough. Su Yuer had a look of despair and saw the door to the clubhouse, which had been blocked. Obviously, Sister Hong wanted Yi Yun, with no return. What's the point of panicking? A canary kept in a cage is just a canary. It can't turn over much of a storm. Yi Yun crossed his legs and did not take it seriously at all. Su Yuer said hatefully, "Idiot, you've already incurred an existence more terrifying than the king of hell. The Mr. Chi behind Sister Hong is the master behind this clubhouse. This person is said to be a retired foreign mobster." Yi Yun skimmed his lips. "That's just as well. When you see me, you have to kneel down and worship your old ancestor." Su Yuer's heart is like ashes. This person is hopeless. Sister Hong ran into a dimly lit room, carrying the hem of her skirt, tears rolling in her eyes, sobbing. In the corner, a man leaned casually against the couch, his legs folded and resting on the table, his leather shoes shining brightly. "Oh, who is the one who made my Hong sad? Deserves to be killed." Smiling lazily, he took Sister Hong in a handful of arms, into his arms. The big hands were not honest, so they fell towards the bottom of Sister Hong's skirt. Sister Hong wiped a handful of tears and sobbed, "I don't want to live anymore. Dong Jia, just let me die. In this world, no one cares about me anyway." The man coaxed, "You're my heart and soul, so tell me, what happened? I'll decide for you." Sister Hong groaned, slapped away the man's dishonest hand, and confessed, "There is a prick outside, and I don't know where it came from. He went so far as to call me a pimp for sale in front of everyone. Boss, Hong, have never suffered such a great shame since I followed you." Finished with a whimper of pain. The smile on the man's face sank violently, and his eyes became sinister, like a viper. "Come on, I'll go out with you." Rather, I didn't expect that in this realm of Jiangnan, there's still someone who dares not give me Chi Fei Young face. Sister Hong was overjoyed and said with hatred, "I want him to live worse than death. Worse than a dog." The man laughed. "Don't worry, everything is according to you." Embracing Sister Hong, the two of them arrived at the front hall of the clubhouse. The man's appearance immediately drew a greeting. "Hello Mr. Chi." "Oh, Mr. Chi today. has a good sense of elegance. Look at his face. You guys? He still has a smile on his face. Smile? Dude, you're new here, right? Don't you know that Mr. Chi always looks like this before he wants to clean someone up? Not bad. Last time a second generation from the provincial city asked Sister Hong to accompany her. As a result, Mr. Chi laughed and directly opened that scoop. I heard that afterward. I compensated Sister Hong $20 million to settle the matter. Seeing the man approaching step by step with Sister Hong on his arm, Suyuer was so scared. Her face no longer had a trace of blood color. As expected, behind Sister Hong, this unfathomable big brother was still startled. Boss, it's this dog that insulted me. Sister Hong had a fierce face and pointed at Yi Yun. Shi Feiyang condescended and swept a glance at Yi Yun, smilingly saying, I don't care what your origin is. In my territory, you have to abide by the rules. Now, do you see me doing it, or do you want to take care of it yourself? The surrounding crowd, upon hearing this, revealed their admiration. Worthy of being Mr. Chi, in 3 words, this aura is simply amazing. This dared to insult Sister Hong, and now that Mr. Chi is here, he doesn't dare to fart. If he is sensible, he should obediently kneel down and wait for his punishment. If you let Mr. Chi do it, I'm afraid there's no crumbs left. Yi Yun remained seated without lifting his head. Sure enough, it takes a pretentious monster to raise a brainwashed woman. This woman, she's a plaything in your palm, isn't she? Oh, rushing to the red face, don't you feel like, well, pulling your weight? The crowd's teeth ache. This dangling hair, how dare you not take it seriously? Sister Hong called out, Boss, you see, this person is still making a death wish. Chi Feiyang's eyes narrowed into a slit. Interesting, since she returned to China, I haven't encountered a thing like you that isn't afraid of death. Kid, when I tear down your spine, you'll realize what kind of energy my name, Chi Feiyang, represents. Yi Yun kicked the coffee table in front of him and stood up. Are you very famous? But why do I feel that you are actually no different from the reptiles on the ground? The atmosphere of the entire clubhouse, at this moment, galvanized to its peak. Almost everyone thought that Yi Yun, the rash young man who caused trouble, was dead. However, the moment Yi Yun's face was revealed under the mesmerizing light, Chi Feiyang's heart, which was about to make a move, jerked hard. His face, boom, changed drastically. You are, His Excellency the Dark Emperor. Hiss, a face that instantly turned pale. In the eyes, dusty fear, all at once, tumbled up. Yi Yun was also stunned for a moment. In the next second, reached out and slapped Chi Feiyan in the face. Who did I think it was? So it's you, Yanko. Oh, I remember when you went back to your country. It hasn't been 2 years. Grow up. You've got the nerve to let your horsey embarrass me. Gollum. Chi Feiyan frantically swallowed his saliva and shivered. Your Excellency. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. The heart, already, was in huge waves. This god of fury, that's the Dark Emperor who rules the entire Western underground world. When he used to hang out abroad, he relied on people to reward him with food. Now, it is no different from a beggar seeing the Emperor. How tightly the tail can be clamped. How tightly it must be clamped. And Chi Feiyang's expression that was absent all of a sudden made everyone around him. All of them froze directly. What's the situation? Chapter 28, go around this person when you see him from now on. This little Yakuza. How dare he slap Mr. Chi's face? No, you guys look. What's wrong with Mr. Chi? Why are his lips turning blue? Something's wrong. Mr. Chi seems to be afraid. Yes, just scared. A voice, laced with the unthinkable, erupted. Everyone, for one, didn't expect that the plot would go this way. Sister Hong was stunned. When the family, how do you do it? Chi Feiyang directly interrupted. Shut up. Quickly, meet His Excellency Marshal Yun and go over and pour wine for His Excellency. Sister Hong was furious and said, Boss, are you crazy? He got on his knees and apologized to me not to mention that he wanted me to pour him a drink? Never. Chi Feiyang's eyelids fluttered, and he raised his hand to give Sister Hong a hard slap, drawing blood from her mouth. Pour Mr. Yi some wine to make amends. Right away. That hideous yell looked as if it was going to kill someone. In Sister Hong's eyes, tears sprang wildly at once. Scared, aggravated, confused, incredulous, clueless, to name a few. In the end, without a word, she forced herself to endure the humiliation and went over to pour Yi Yun a drink. Chi Feiyang looked at Yi Yun, his head full of cold sweat, and compensated with a smile. Your Excellency, Ahong doesn't know any better and has bumped into you. Here, my little brother toasts you. Yi Yun waved his hand. Since it's one of your own, forget it. But Yanko, this canary you're raising has a temper. Oh, I've been in a good mood lately. so I can take it lightly. But you know, if I'm in a bad mood, I'm afraid this matter, it's not good to settle. Chi Fei-yang's face, again, turned pale. Of course he knew what this top existence among top existences was like when he was in a bad mood. I'm afraid he, not to mention Sister Hong, will have to go back to the drawing board. After some pleasantries, Sister Hong, in regulation, made 3 toasts towards Yi Yun here. Yi Yun didn't have much to show. Chi Fei-yang immediately asked Sister Hong to make another 3 toasts. It wasn't until after the 3rd round that Yi Yun reluctantly picked up his wine glass and dipped his lips. Seeing this, Chi Fei-yang was greatly relieved. If Yi Yun didn't show anything, he was afraid that in the future, he wouldn't be able to sleep or eat peacefully. Su Yuer was confused the whole time and followed to enjoy some top-notch treatment. Normally, she couldn't even see Chi Fei-yang's face, but at this moment, Chi Fei-yang, because of Yi Yun, smilingly towards Su Yuer here, also toasted several glasses of wine. This makes Su Yuer, there is a kind of unreal feeling like sitting on the clouds. Vanity has been greatly satisfied. Seeing that it was almost time, Yi Yun stood up and walked away. Su Yuer worriedly said, but Wan Long is still guarding outside. Sister Hong hurriedly said, Mr. Yi, I'll just take care of this, and make sure you leave safely. Yi Yun nodded, unimpressed. Chi Fei-yang turned towards Yi Yun here and inquired in a low voice, Your Excellency, you and Wan Long there, have a conflict? Yi Yun shrugged his shoulders, popped 2 of his red wine bottles and cleaned up 2 of his brothers. Chi Fei-yang's face turned cold. Then, how about I do this ungrateful thing? Yi Yun waved his hand. Since they've all returned home, don't use that foreign way. It's not a good influence. Chi Fei-yang smiled. That's right, you taught me right. Once Yi Yun left here, the entire clubhouse was buzzing with talk. So, this person is a real big shot, an existence that even Mr. Chi has to respect. No wonder, the aura shown before, so steady as MT Tai, dare I say it's a deep hide. This one, I'm afraid he's from the province, or a more powerful place. No one in our Jiangnan city can make Mr. Chi pin his tail between his legs. I said before, this big brother is bound to be no idle one. You rat-eyed ones, you still don't believe in Laozi's vision. Sister Hong covered her punched face and returned to her room. Chi Fei-yang sat in a shadowy corner and exhaled a mouthful of smoke. What? Still mad at me? Sister Hong stiffened. I wouldn't dare. Chi Fei-yang stood up and paced in front of Sister Hong. Do you realize that if I hadn't slapped you that hard, what would have happened to you could have been death? A sentence that made Sister Hong feel like falling into an ice cellar. That Mister, what exactly is he? Boss, you're a retired international big shot. Why are you so afraid of him? Chi Fei-yang smiled to himself. To you guys, I'm an international retired big shot that no one dares to mess with. But to the one, I am, at best, a rat turd. Sister Hong froze. Unexpectedly, a man like Chi Fei-yang, who he regarded as a heavenly godlike man, also had such low self-esteem. Redundant. You don't need to know, and I'm not going to tell you. Chi Fei-yang looked at the air, the billowing smoke, and muttered, you only need to remember one thing. When you see that person in the future, just take a detour. Sister Hong nodded vigorously. Got it. She could really feel, in Chi Fei-yang's bones, the fear that spewed out. With a grunt, Hong flushed and removed a red dress. Like a water snake, she climbed onto Chi Fei-yang's body. Boss, I've caused trouble for you. Now, let me serve you to relax. Chi Fei-yang exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and started tamping Cohen with his backhand. After the frantic venting, the pressure on his heart, at last, reduced quite a bit. Sister Hong, on the other hand, had long since gone limp and flooded. On Yi Yun's side, it was with great difficulty that he was able to get rid of Su Yuer and return to Changle Palace. I was just about to lay down flat and rest when the phone rang. Little friend. Wu Tianshun. Well, it's Elder Wu. What can I do for you? Wu Tianshun laughed. Little friend, your medical skills are unparalleled. I would like to ask you for another favor. Don't worry, the payment will never be less. Yi Yun said indifferently. Master, remuneration or anything else, I don't really need it. If it's not someone tight with you, I don't care. Wu Tianshun hurriedly said. Little friend, I'll labor you a bit more. This, indeed, is an important person to my old Wu. Consider me here, owing you a big favor. Yi Yun said. That's fine. I'll take a look tomorrow. Wu Tianshun was overjoyed. Then tomorrow, I'll wait for you, little friend, to have time and send a driver to pick you up. Putting down the phone, Yi Yun could finally rest. Ever since the one shot and the sparse license with the female president, his happy life of working as a security guard and playing king every day was gone. There was a ding-dong and the doorbell was rung. Yi Yun, who was lying down, was very upset. Officer Yi, are you home? On the monitor, a playful Yul Su appears, exposing a pair of big white legs. Yi Yun was in no mood. Not there. Outside the door, Su Yor was stunned, followed by ecstasy. Officer Yi, you're really at home. Excuse me, can I come in and sit down? Yi Yun refused mercilessly. I can't. This house of mine does not receive strange women. Su Yor bit her red lips. Officer Yi, I know that disturbing you several times has made you very unhappy. I'll come over. Nothing really, just wanted to ask you a question. Yi Yun said. You say it. Su Yor organized her words and said, Officer Yi, I have a good girlfriend called Susan. Recently, she recruited a house son-in-law named Yi Yun. Yi Yun's head was filled with black lines. If you are telling me such boring things, then don't waste my time. Su Yor blushed and smiled sarcastically. Actually, I want to talk about another thing. Officer Yi, I seriously suspect that this door-to-door son-in-law of my best friend is very uncomplicated. As I got to know him better, I could be sure that he was by no means a small security guard showing people the door. Yi Yun was silent for a moment and asked, what else? On Su Yor's face, a look of reminiscence appeared as she slowly said, today, I heard the conversation between this Yi Yun and Mr. Chi, a retired big shot in our Jiangnan city. They, it seems, have all hung out abroad, and an expert like Mr. Chi is actually incredibly respectful towards this Yi Yun, like a small rabbit meeting a fierce tiger. By the way, Mr. Chi called that Yi Yun, called Dark Emperor. Officer Yi, you're a godly man. I'd like to ask if you have any memory of this code name? Yi Yun burst his teeth. This chick, she's got a keen sense of smell. Sorry, not sure. What a Dark Emperor. Sounds generic. Yi Yun had a heartfelt look on his face. Don't bother me in the future. In these 2 days, I will move to leave Jiangnan City. Su Yor was filled with disappointment and said she was offended, turning around and walking away. Even someone like Officer Yip can't tell you. It's very general. It seems that I was overthinking it. That little security guard, not really that mysterious. But on second thought, Su Yor thought, could it be that this Officer Yi doesn't know much about foreign affairs? No, this Yi Yun, I must continue to keep an eye on him. On him, there are bound to be secrets. Chapter 29. A Dead Dog. Shan, what Mom means is that she still wants you to divorce Yi Yun. Suze, Yang Huiru said in a rather forced tone. Susan put down the white kanji in her hand. Mom, you and Dad eat slowly. I'm done eating. Go to the group first. Yang Huiru drank. Wait for me. I can kind of see that the moment you mention your affair with Yi Yun, you're running away, aren't you? Susan sighed. Mom, you want me to divorce Yi Yun, and have you thought about what will happen to the baby in my belly? Also, after getting along for this period of time, I realized that Yi Yun, this person, is also okay. Yang Huiru snorted. Still good? I think you're really starving. The baby in your belly. I'll figure out a way for you to just get rid of it. Susan frowned. For a moment, impossible. This is my first child, and I would not do such a cruel thing to him. Yang Huiru thought for a moment and said, then I'll turn around and talk to Feng Xiao to see if he can accept the child in your belly. Oh, with how much young Feng likes you, I don't think he'll mind too much. Susan shook her head. I won't get anywhere with Feng Jiahao. Speaking of him, Mom, you and Dad had better get your money out of Feng's house. Yi Yun said that Feng Jiahao's company has a serious deficit and a buttload of debt. Yang Huiru sneered. That little security guard knows nothing. He's just saying that because he's jealous of Feng Dishao. Susan opened her mouth to say something else. Yi Yun had already come to the Su family. Daughter-in-law, let's go. Off to work. Susan hurriedly picked up her bag and said with a smile, coming. Yang Huiru was on fire. No, you wait for me. What's the matter? Why now? When he yells at you, are you so giddy? And what's he doing here looking for you when you're at work? Susan responded hastily with a couple of words and ran out of the house. Yi Yun is now the head of security for the Su group. Also, part-time driver plus bodyguard for me. Watching her daughter go away, Yang Huiru was very upset. With a dark face, he looked at Su Wen, who was reading a newspaper on the side. Su Wen, you seem to be quite indifferent to this Yi Yun now, don't you? Can you really bear to see our precious daughter living with a nobody all the time? Su Wen put down the newspaper. It's almost fine. As long as our daughter likes it, we shouldn't interfere too much. Furthermore, Yi Yun, this kid, I do see him a little bit easier on the eyes. Yang Huiru called out. Su Wen, when did you go blind? Compared to Feng Jiahao Feng Xiao, where is that Yi Yun any better? He can't even compare to one of his toes, right? Su Wen laughed. Perhaps, right now Yi Yun is no match for a rich kid like Fong Jiahao. But in the future, as long as he's willing to work hard, with our Su family helping him, he may not be worse off. Yang Huiro sneered. Then, to put it bluntly, it's still a soft meal. Men like that are the last thing on my mind. Okay, I'm going to go play cards with my sisters. Bye. Car. Susan turned to Yi Yun, who was driving, and asked, "How is my makeup today?" Yi Yun took a look and praised, "My daughter-in-law, the first and most beautiful in the world." Susan's playful face flashed. "I told you, I don't like oily men, but you are telling the truth." Yi Yun smiled. This president's wife, unseen, is quite arrogant on occasion. In a moment, with Shia Beauty, there is an important meeting. If you're not doing anything, come over and sit in and learn something. Susan said softly, adding a little more lipstick. A beautiful woman with a heavenly temperament. Yi Yun said, "As you wish. Your great-uncle's family, however, may not welcome me." Susan said coldly, "You are, now, my Susan's man. They have no right to interfere." Yi Yun gave a thumbs up. "Daughter-in-law is domineering. Since I've been eating your soft food, my days, they're getting better every day." Susan blushed slightly and glared over, but didn't say anything. Between the two, without realizing it, they got along more and more harmoniously. Arriving at Su Group, Yi Yun first went to the security department. The recliner that belonged to him, the minister, already had a big muscular man lying on it. When he saw Yi Yun come in, he did not move at all. "You're the kid called Yi Yun, right? You can't hold the position of security minister. I'll take over from now on." Yi Yun smiled. I'm afraid it's not quite appropriate, right? My position, I was personally arranged by Mr. Su." The big man rolled over and sat up at once, his face grim. "You think I'm discussing with you, little Yakuza? I'm putting you on notice. From this moment on, get as far away from me as you can. This position, President Su Mighty, has been appointed to me." On Yi Yun's face, the smile grew even wider. "So, you were sent by Su Chang, to work against me?" The big man sneered. "There's nothing wrong with your understanding. By the way, Grandpa, I'm from the Extreme Martial Arts Center. Chang Lei is my senior brother, and I heard that on that day, my senior brother was assassinated by Wang Bao of East City, and you saw death to save him. What, do you think, should be done to make amends, to compensate?" Yi Yun was dumbfounded. "Your senior brother, Chang Lei, is a straw waste and was cleaned up. Instead of going to another, you come to me wanting reparations, compensation. Oh, do you take me, as your senior brother's father, or an old ancestor?" The muscles in the big man's cheeks twitched. A little. The bones of his entire body, too, crackled and crunched. "President Su Mighty, it's true that you're right. You little bastard. You're an unknowing one. Since you don't know what you're doing, then old me. I'll break one of your hands first." With a low roar, he flexed his fingers into claws and grabbed and pulled viciously towards Yi Yun's wrist. In Yi Yun's eyes, a cold aura flashed. With a lift of his right hand, he let go of this big man's vicious claw. Then he clenched his fist and slammed it out at once. Unsuspecting thing, the big man smiled arrogantly, not taking it seriously in the slightest. The dragon's claws still tore viciously. With a tearing sound, Yi Yun's punch, when he sent it out, was nothing more than a clear breeze. When it collided with the big man's dragon claw, it had turned into a raging wolf heave. 3 of the big man's fingers were directly smashed off by Yi Yun's punch. The joints are reversed and it looks numbing. "Ow, bastard, you dared to hurt me." The big man let out a hiss, his face, in pain, instantly distorted. Bang, bang, bang. The chain of legs, towards Yi Yun here, flew in a frenzy of kicks. Yi Yun's face was expressionless as he retreated. "Once again, then raise your knees and top out in one motion." The big man's calf, immediately hot and raw pain. In his heart, he finally realized that this person in front of him, I'm afraid he's not a soft target. However, without waiting for him to retreat, Yi Yun had already bullied his way in. A punch, solid, mashed into the big man's chest at the diaphragm. There was a wow of inhumanly sharp pain, causing the big man to spray acid all over the place. Yi Yun's eyes were indifferent and his fingers were like iron hooks, clasping onto the big man's shoulder blades. 2 clicks. The 2 arms of the big man were immediately removed by Yi Yun. Alive. "Ah, my hand. Good man. Good brother. Hero. Spare my life. Spare me once." The heart-rending screams spread all at once. Yi Yun's face was calm as he smashed his fist on the bridge of his nose. Instantly, blood spurted and the bridge of his nose shattered. The big man's head fell back and he fainted. Yi Yun looked over towards the corner, where a few members of the security department were shivering. "Get personal and have the cleaning lady come over here for a minute." 2 minutes later, Auntie Lee, the cleaning lady, rushed over pushing a garbage truck. Minister Yi, what are your orders? Yi searched out a few $100s in cash on the big man's body and handed it to the cleaning aunt. Auntie, it's nothing, just asking you to come over and clean up my garbage. The words are gone, casually picking up a 200-pound man and shoving him into a garbage truck with no effort. And by the way, spit a thick mouthful of spit in it. The cleaning auntie was confused. Minister Yi, what are you doing? Yi patted the dust on his body. A dog bites indiscriminately. Auntie, please, help me send it to the dump outside the city. Auntie collected the money and immediately understood Yi Yun's meaning. Don't worry, Minister Yi, I guarantee to do as you say. By the way, I have 2 buckets of driving rain over there. You see? Without even thinking, Yi Yun said, pour it in all together. This dead dog should quite like to eat it. Got it. Chapter 30. In the group's high-level conference room, Su Shan had just taken her seat when Su Xian walked over with a playful face. Shan Chan, you probably don't know. Master Chang Lei's senior brother came to our group. Susan gave her a look. What are you trying to say? Su Xian sneered. Nothing, just reminding you. Master Chang Lei's senior brother has a very strong opinion of our Minister of Security. At this moment, between the two, I'm afraid that sparks have already rubbed off. Susan's face changed. Yi Yun has already used his strength to prove that it is sufficient for the position of security minister. Why, then, would the Grand President arrange for outsiders to stir up trouble? Su Xian shrugged her shoulders and said, this isn't any kind of stirring up trouble. For a position as important as the security minister, there has to be a few more suitable candidates to examine. Wait for Master Chang Lei's senior brother to settle that unattractive little security guard. At that time, your idea of helping him to the throne will only end in regret. Susan's face sank. If anything happens to Yi Yun, I will seek an explanation from the Grand President. His heart couldn't help but be nervous. Chang Lei's senior brother was not an idle person. On Yi Yun's side, I don't know if he can cope. Outside the conference room, a man walked in. Daughter-in-law, I'm coming. Oh, that sticky rice downstairs. And the soy milk is good. Why don't you have one too? Smiling, Yi Yun took the breakfast in his hand and distributed a portion to Susan. The latter was surprised. Are you okay? Yi Yun was bitter. Something's wrong. I'm hungry. Starving. Susan laughed in exasperation. I'm not asking you if you're hungry. I'm asking you. Over at security. Nothing's happened, right? Yi Yun had a relaxed face. No, it's just a mad dog that came. I've already dealt with it. Su Xian was on the side and had long since turned blue. Could it be that Master Chang Lei's senior brother didn't make a move? This Yi Yun, who could eat and drink, posing as if there was no. It wasn't something she and Su Chang wanted to see. At that moment, Su Chang's secretary walked in quickly. GM, that. The secretary wanted to say something and glanced at Susan and Yi Yun's side. Su Xian grumpily said, what happened? Speak, don't mind the others. The secretary had a constipated expression. Master Chang Lei's senior brother, stuffed into a garbage truck, has been transported out of the city. I heard that both hands are still ruined. It's tragic. Su Xian was first stunned. Immediately afterward, his already gloomy face became even more ugly as if he had eaten. I can't imagine that you, a soft food waste, are quite capable. Staring at Yi Yun, Su Xian sneered, but you're in big trouble. Grandmaster Chang Lei and his senior brother are from the prestigious Extreme Dao Martial School. You injured a disciple of someone's martial arts school and shoved someone into a garbage truck. Yi Yun, how do you think Pavilion Master Zhao Weilong of the Extreme Dao Martial School will look at this? Yi Yun bristled. I care what he thinks. It's none of my business. On the contrary, you're a dead with pretty bad intentions. You and your old man can't help the little master. So it's just a borrowed knife to kill me, so that the people from the Jodo Martial Arts School will come after me, right? Su Xian was dismantled in her mind's eye and became irritated. Oh, you're really putting gold on your face. You're a punk who relies on my Su family for a soft meal, not to mention my father, but just me alone, the general manager of the group, an elite who earns millions of dollars a year. Do you need to hire someone to deal with you? You think you deserve it? Yi Yun put down the breakfast in his hand and huffed with a slap. Su Xian was smacked, spun in a half circle, covering her red and swollen face for a moment in disbelief. Bastard! How dare you hit me? Snap! Yi Yun was again viciously slapping out 2 slaps. Su Xian directly was smoked to the point of being cloaked, with thick fear bubbling up in her eyes. Susan was also stunned and drank. Yi Yun, this is a company. How can you just hit people? Yi Yun coldly said. I am, now, the group's security minister, right? Susan frowned. Of course you are. But what does that have to do with you hitting random people? Yi Yun rationalized. Since you, President, have said that I am the group's security minister, then high and low, it is also considered a leader. But this woman openly insulted me in the company, then it should be considered justifiable for me to fix her. Susan was momentarily speechless, and surprisingly didn't know what to say. Su Xian pointed at Yi Yun and shouted, "Don't be rampant, wait for me, I have to get you killed." Yi Yun disdained. "Fine, I'll wait for you dead, let's see what you're capable of." Susan couldn't watch any longer and drank. "Both of you, shut up, an important client of Shia's company will be arriving soon. I will not allow anyone to embarrass me by making a mistake." Su Xian's eyes glowed fiercely. "Su Shan, I know you're harboring this little security guard, but his good times, they won't last long. And, don't forget, your last name is Su. Turning your arm outward won't end well." Susan looked at her lightly. "I don't need to be reminded of my last name. As for your comment about arms going out the door, I'm sorry, I'll take that as a fart." Su Xian hated it, but didn't say anything more, because Su Cheng had arranged for her to come over. There were more important things to do. Not long after, the people from Shia's company arrived at Su's group. "Mr. Gu, welcome, and your team." Susan stood up to say hello. Gu Sanha, however, ignored it and instead smiled towards Su Xian at the back. "Manager Su, it's been a long time," still as radiant as ever. Su Xian's face, revealing a smug look, pretended to be reserved and laughed. "Oh, Mr. Gu overpraised. If you want to talk about glittering, Su, I can't be ranked." Gu Sanha said faintly. "Who says Manager Su can't get in line? Nowadays, Su's group, if you ask me, apart from Manager Su, the rest are all mediocre." Originally, Su's group, there was indeed that one jade lady in charge of the door. It's just a pity that, being self-sacrificing, I heard that it's cheap for a small character who shows people the gate. It's heartbreaking. The two of them cooperated, making insinuations, completely ignoring Susan's presence as president. Yi Yun saw that his daughter-in-law's face was a bit uncomfortable and immediately went forward with a sneer. "Mr. Gu, I'm Yi Yun, the security minister of the Su group." Gu Sanha's face was disdainful. His nostrils turned toward the sky. "You're not qualified to talk to me, are you? A little security minister. So off." Yi Yun smiled. "I'm not talking to you. I'm suspecting that you've come to our group with ill intentions." Gu Sanha froze, then laughed out loud. "Mischievous intentions? Gatekeeper, are you out of your mind? I, Gu Sanha, represent the Xia Beauty Company, and I'm the VIP of your Su group. Understand?" Yi Yun smiled and shook his head. "Sorry, I don't really understand." In Gu Sanha's angry eyes, Yi Yun, as soon as he put his hand, probed into the other party's pocket. Then a fruit knife was searched. "As you can see, folks, this man carried a murder weapon and entered our group. Now, I have the right to take him down." Gu Sanha was shocked and furious. "Framing? Asshole, you're framing." Su Xian was also furious. "Yi Yun, what are you doing?" Bang! Yi Yun simply did not give the two of them a chance to push their luck. Pressing Gu Sanha's head, he came into direct contact with the solid wood conference table. "Bastard, do you know that I am?" Ow! Gu Sanha was in pain, and water came out of his eyes. Still trying to threaten in his roar, Yi Yun grabbed his head and thumped it twice more, knocking his forehead. He instantly arched two large bags. Su Xian hissed, "Yi Yun, let go of Mr. Gu. Do you realize that people are our group VIPs?" Yi Yun was unmoved and still pressed Gu Sanha like a pig, carrying a murder weapon, not to mention resisting. "In that case, I can only remove one of your arms first." Upon hearing that he was going to break his hand, Gu Sanha was so scared that he pissed himself. Don't, Minister Yi, spare my life. I'm wrong. I know I'm wrong." Yi Yun said indifferently. "It's useless to apologize to me." Gu Sanha immediately changed his words. "I'm sorry, Mr. Su. I apologize for the offense I took just now. Tawdry, very tawdry. How pretentious it was just now, and how much of a loser it is now." To Yi Yun's thunderous tactics, he was directly scared out of his wits. Susan giggled. The rest of them were dumbfounded. "That's okay?" Chapter 31. Brother Yi, do you have a girlfriend? In the end, it was Susan who spoke. "Minister Yi, let go of Mr. Gu. I'm sure this whole thing is just a misunderstanding." Yi Yun played with the fruit knife in his hand and smiled. "Oh, is it really a misunderstanding? Mr. Gu, what do you think?" Gu Sanha, whose nose was bruised and swollen, had a heart of hate on his lips. He obediently said, "Whatever you say, Minister Yi, that's how it counts. I think it's a misunderstanding too." "Ha, a misunderstanding." Su Xian gritted her teeth. Mr. Gu, if you have any discomfort, you can speak up. I hear, and our Grand President of Su, are bound to return justice to you. Gu Sanha shook his head repeatedly. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not uncomfortable. I'm fine. He, very fine. That Mr. Su. Look, why don't we get down to business? After a bit of cleaning up, it became incredibly approachable. Susan forced a smile. Okay, then we'll talk about cooperation first. Blankly glancing at Yi Yun's side, he was truly convinced. This savage guy has a real knack for it. Su Xian hated it. Yi Yun, don't think that we are all cuties. In Mr. Gu's pocket, that fruit knife, you framed and put it, right? Yi Yun had an innocent face. Such words, manager, you can't say nonsense. You have to be responsible. You said I put it there. May I ask which I saw it? Su Xian was speechless. Yi Yun was filled with disdain. Playing tricks with herself. Not to mention Su Xian, a brainwashed woman. Gu Sanha, and even Su Chang and these, in Yi Yun's eyes, were all small lying vegetables. Mr. Gu, we, Su, are very optimistic about those products from your Shia Beauty. Susan sat at the head of the table and crossed her black silk-wrapped jade legs. On her feet, a pair of black thin high heels, gently swaying, looking competent and not losing the goddess model. And what I think, is this, these several products, production and sales, we, Su Group, can underwrite them. And how about R&D and formulas, which you Shia hold, and eventually participate in the split? Gu Sanha touched a hand, the large bag bulging on his forehead. The matter of cooperation. We have had talks before. Mr. Su, your proposal is fine with us. That's the split. How? Pencil in Susan's hand. A slight twist. 50-50. I think, with this percentage, you, Shia Beauty, can be said to be well-fed and resting on your laurels. Gu Sanha, however, shook his head. 37%. This is our Shia's bottom line. If you don't agree, Mr. Su, then I don't want to waste time. Susan frowned. For a moment, I didn't realize that the other side had such a big appetite. Yi Yun laughed from the sidelines. 37 is good. Su's group takes 7 points, and you guys take 3 points. Mr. Gu. Oh, Mr. Gu is too modest. The whole thing is still weirdly embarrassing for us. Gu Sanha slammed the table and said angrily, Minister Yi, please don't mess around. The 3-7 split I mentioned is Su's share of 3 and our Shia Beauty's share of 7. He was really convinced. Is this man that thick-skinned? 37%. Can't you hear that it's the SOS that takes the smaller end of the stick? Su Xian laughed. 37%. No problem. Then, Mr. Gu, let's sign the contract. Gu Sanha's eyes lit up. General Manager Su, you can make the call? Su Xian glanced at Susan and laughed like no one else. Of course I can make the call. This project, itself, is from the Grand President's side, given to me to take charge of. Gu Sanha joyfully said, in that case, let's sign the contract. Ha ha, General Manager Su, wish us a happy cooperation and a successful horse. Soon after, both parties signed the contract. Gu Sanha took his team and hurriedly left, not wanting to stay for a moment longer for fear that Yi Yun, the ruthless idea man, would screw him again. Su Xian, if you do this, don't you realize that instead of making any profit for us, we'll be losing money? Susan asked coldly as she sat in place. Su Xian took it upon herself to organize the contract and laughed. Vice President, you don't have to worry about this. A momentary loss does not measure the success of a program, as long as, in the end, it's a big profit for the group. Isn't that all that matters? Susan grunted coldly. I will never allow it if you try to get your head around it, or break the law. Also, this project with Shia, I initiated it. You today, aren't you somewhat overstepping your bounds? Su Xian sneered, not letting up in the slightest. Indeed, this project, you were the one who made contact with Shia first, but the Grand President authorized me to take full responsibility. And Sam, we're family, and I'm still your sister. To put it mildly, it's not possible that, for such a small thing, you're going to take credit from me and split it with each other. Is it? Susan turned her head away and faintly said, you're overthinking it. As long as you're working for the group, then it's fine whoever is in charge. Go out and organize a follow-up report on your work for me as soon as possible. Su Xian smiled smugly. Where's the work report? I'll definitely organize it. But it shouldn't be given to you, but to the Grand President's side. Susan's face was expressionless. That'll work too. Su Xian glanced at Yi Yun and walked out of the conference room. That look, no doubt, revealed dejection and disdain. But to all this, Yi Yun turned a blind eye and even felt bored. If you let her so, sooner or later, the will be below the belt. Yi Yun turned to his own daughter-in-law and said indifferently. The little secretary, Zhao Yujie, was also a bit unpleasant. It's the president. On what grounds? Who doesn't know that this project with Xia is a top priority? The general manager and said something about being sisters with you. Is there such a thing as stealing each other's projects between sisters? Susan said coldly. Come on. I don't really care. You too. Get out too. I want to be quiet. Zhao Yujie turned towards Yi Yun here and spat out her little tongue, signaling Yi Yun to hurry up. Coming to the rest area, Zhao Yujie was worried. The group's ethos, lately, has changed quite a bit. A lot of executives, they're explicitly siding with the big president and starting to hollow out the president. Alas, if this goes on, I'm really afraid that the president will be aggrieved. Yi Yun's face was bland. I'm afraid it's more than just aggravation. Father and daughter, Su Cheng and Su Xian, wolves, only. I'm afraid. I hate to squeeze out your president and then dominate the world in the Su group. Zhao Yujie's face panicked and hurriedly said, Hush, Minister Yi, why are you so bold? This kind of thing, we just know. How can we just say it? Yi Yun was full of concern and just laughed. I can't see that you are quite loyal to the president. Rather, Zhao Yujie lightly hummed. That's right. A woman like the president is not only as beautiful as heaven, but also has outstanding abilities. My goal is to learn from her and catch up with her. Yi Yun then realized that this niece was also wrapping her legs in black silk and wearing high heels on her feet. There is a strong resemblance to Susan's outfit. Straight, slender legs that were just barely covered by the pencil skirt. The view from deep in her thighs was a sight to behold. It's the fruit on this chest that is much smaller than Susan's. And that flavor of the ultimate woman is nowhere near as good as Susan's. But in all seriousness, Zhao Yujie was also a well-deserved little beauty. Well, Minister Yi, that look in your eyes, why is it so strange? Realizing that Yi Yun was sizing himself up, Zhao Yujie was chagrined and at the same time a little shy. Hurrying arms wrapped around his chest, Yi Yun laughed. It's just that I suddenly realized that our little secretary is quite decent. Cheer up. In the future you can become a strong woman like Mr. Su. Zhao Yujie's face became more and more flushed. Thank you, Minister Yi. Oh no, it's Big Brother Yi. Yi Yun wondered. Why are you calling so closely all of a sudden? Zhao Yujie shyly said. Don't you care? I just think it's quite appropriate to call you this way. Big Brother Yi. Last time you helped Mr. Su fight the bad guys, that pose was so handsome. Also, you're quite capable. Not only did you clean up that playboy son of the Grand President's family, even the general manager, as well as Mr. Gu and all these people, it seems like they don't seem to be serious to you. Yi Yun seldom heard compliments, but instead, he got embarrassed. Oh yeah, make do. Zhao Yujie gathered her courage and suddenly said, Brother Yi, may I ask, do you have a girlfriend? Chapter 32, The Girl Aroma and Her Mommy. Yi Yun looked at her. No, what's wrong? One step to go straight into marriage. Yi Yun had, indeed, never experienced, in his life, the sour stench of being in love. Zhao Yujie bit her lower lip and shook her head. Nothing much, just simply asking. That, I'll go and get busy first. Big Brother Yi. See you later. Looking at this niece, running away in panic, her face red, Yi Yun was a bit puzzled. It can't be. This girl likes me, right? I don't think so. We just met. Besides, I'm a family man. But then again, if I had been a security guard before, I'd still be a free agent. It's not bad to fall in love with such a cute sister. For a moment, Yi Yun thought wildly. The phone in his pocket rang. It was Wu Tianshun. Little friend. You'll have time this time. I'll have someone pick you up. Yi Yun said. Okay, it just so happens that I'm free. Although he had joined the Su group, Yi Yun would not, all day long, be a silly laborer. There's no way around it. He was born not to suffer from it. Downstairs, Yi Yun had just gone downstairs when a Maybach S600 drove over. Divine Dr. Yi, please. The driver's seat came down to a stunning woman with a high ponytail, dress minimalist, skinny jeans, plus sweatshirt, hot to the core, with a great front and back. Yi Yun frowned, did not say anything and got into the car. The woman got into the car, started it, and took off, very sharply. At the gate of Su Group, Su Yuer stopped her sports car, her face shocked. That woman just now, if I'm not mistaken, should be the North City Overlord, Guan Xia, who is known as the Black Widow. This high and mighty female overlord actually came to personally pick up Yi Yun. This fellow, he really is hiding very deeply. For this discovery, Su Yuer was surprised and doubly shocked. She realized that Yi Yun was even more unfathomable than she had originally guessed. The Maybach stopped in front of a villa, called Fragrant Garden. When Yi Yun got out of the car, The woman didn't even say hello and drove herself away. Wu Tianshan walked out of the villa and said with a smile, "Little friend, I'm sorry for the labor." Yi Yun waved his hand and followed to step into the villa. The rowdy crowd appeared at once. Yi Yun frowned. "Elder Wu, this is?" Wu Tianshan said. "Let's wait first. These, the doctors who came to see Xiang Xiang, have nothing to do with me here." Yi Yun nodded. "So, the owner of this villa is not you, Elder Wu?" Wu Tianshan laughed. "Oh, I want it badly. But the owner of the fragrant garden, he doesn't look down on a bad old man like me." Yi Yun stopped saying anything and soon saw the patient that Wu Tianshan was talking about. A little girl named Xiang Xiang. He looked 4 or 5 years old, pale, and looked like a porcelain doll. One by one, the Apricot Grove masters, with a smile, came forward to take the pulse and probe. But in the end, it was all a shake of the head and a frustrated retreat. The little girl was very quiet, sitting in the sofa and not saying a word. Yi Yun stepped forward and pushed through the crowd. "Get out of the way." A few of the old men around him, all of a sudden, got cranky. "What kind of a thing are you, kid, to tell us to get out of the way? Really don't know what's going on. I'm Divine Dr. Gu Xiu of the Heavenly Doctor sect. Which disciple are you? Being so rude? Unruly thing? Men, fork this man out." Yi Yun turned a deaf ear to the vocalizations and abuse around him. He held the girl's hand, his face growing stony. Wu Tianshan stepped forward and nervously inquired, "What's wrong, little friend?" Yi Yun suddenly droned. "Everyone, exit immediately and do not gather here. Otherwise, the girl will be dead in less than 5 minutes. These words caused Wu Tianshan, his face to instantly change drastically. The rest of those who called themselves divine doctors were all disdainful and scoffed. "Still 5 minutes to go, and you're dead on the spot. Do you really think that you are Hua Tua in the world, with a golden mouth? Where is the master of the fragrant garden? Please also come out and drive this yellow-mouthed child away, so as not to affect our play. Ignorant child, this divine doctor is here. Even if the king of hell comes, he wouldn't dare to snatch someone from me. You know?" Eyes on the people around him. They were not taking it seriously at all. Yi Yun frowned and looked at Wu Tianshan. "Elder Wu, there is no hint of falsehood in my words. If these people don't get out again, then Xiang Xiang, the gods can't save it." Wu Tianshuan's face, cloudy, finally clenching his teeth, he waved his hand and ordered, "Someone, please ask the divine physicians to move." The bodyguards of the fragrant garden immediately poured out and blew away the rest of the people. Only a young man with a white shirt and black suit pants, who looked elitist in his attire, lingered. He indifferently swept a glance at Yi Yun and said in a deep voice, "Elder Wu, this person was invited by you. I am not in a position to say anything. However, Xiang Xiang's condition is something that no one but me, Lin Chen, can control." After saying that, he took out a pill and stuffed it into the little girl's mouth. The little girl's pale face became rosy and much better looking all of a sudden. Yi Yun couldn't help but shake his head. "Quacks harm people. You're only going to get this girl killed for nothing with this approach." Lin Chen had a disdainful look on his face. "From just now, I could tell that you're nothing more than a claptrap clown." "I'm a quack? Oh, short-sighted thing. You might as well ask Elder Wu what I'm from." Wu Tianshan smiled awkwardly. "Little friend, Divine Dr. Lin comes from the famous Pill King Valley. Naya Xiang Xiang's mom, invited from the provincial side." Yi Yun walked to the side and sat down calmly. "So what if he's from Pill King Valley? Healing the sick and saving people is not relying on the background of his origin. You might as well, right away, go get Shannon's mom to step in. Otherwise it's late and I might not be able to keep the baby." Wu Tianshan didn't dare to delay and immediately went upstairs. Lin Chen turned his head to glance at Yi Yun while treating Xiang Xiang with a cold smile. Everyone knows what they came for. A word of advice, my friend, or don't know better, whether it's you, or those old losers out there who want to compete with me. Lin Chen, to be the inductee of Xiang Xiang's mom. Oh, you're all dreaming. When he finished, his eyes were hot, and he licked his lips, as if he had thought of something beautiful. Yi Yun raised an eyebrow. Become Xiang Xiang's mom's guest of honor? What the hell? Lin Chen hemmed and hawed. All men, what are you pretending? The owner of the fragrant garden, Xiang Xiang's mommy, that black widow who was famous in Jiangnan City. But she personally released a statement. But anyone who can cure her daughter. Hey, you know, that. Seeing this lecherous stick squeezing his eyebrows, Yi Yun immediately understood. He was a little stunned, not realizing that the little girl's mommy was using herself to nest. This woman, she shouldn't be in bad shape. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to attract all those septuagenarian old colorful batches outside. Chapter 33, Black Widow Guanxia. Soon, Elder Wu hurriedly came downstairs. Little friend, Xiang Xiang's mother means to let divine Dr. Lin Chen try it out first. Yi Yun said indifferently. I don't care. The daughter is hers anyway. Lin Chen laughed out loud, trying to grab this once-in-a-lifetime love affair with this divine doctor. Kid, you don't deserve it. Soon, he ended the treatment and said with confidence, Xiang Xiang's situation has stabilized, followed by no more than 3 times. This divine doctor will be able to completely eradicate the disease. Wu Tianshan cupped his fists and said, Divine Dr. Lin, worthy of being from Medicine King Valley. Awesome. Glancing towards Yi Yun's place, there was some regret. Originally, this beautiful job of treating Xiang Xiang, Wu Tianshan was planning to let Yi Yun here take over. But now, spending it in the hands of this Lin Chen, one could only say that it was a pity. Lin Chen rubbed his hands together, looking impatient. Elder Wu, look, I'm here since I've already treated Xiang Xiang. Could she, come downstairs and meet me? Wu Lao laughed. Don't worry, Fragrant Mother will be down soon. This child's strange illness is one that countless famous doctors have been unable to do anything about. I didn't expect that it would take you, Divine Dr. Lin, to make a move. Lin Chen arrogantly looked at Yi Yun here. Kid, convinced? As I said before, there's no way you, and those old things out there, can steal this good thing from me. Yi Yun looked at the time and said indifferently, 5 minutes is almost up. This little girl has been victimized by you. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed and he coldly grunted. Damn, still pretending, aren't you? Xiang Xiang has taken my Medicine King Valley's positive chi pill. Plus, he didn't finish a sentence. The girl, seated on the couch, suddenly flushed. Mommy, it hurts. Aroma hurts. The girl opened her mouth and wailed. The flush came on fast and receded even faster. All of a sudden, it became as white as death and breathless. Lin Chen rushed over, probed his hand to take his pulse, and drew a breath of cold air. How could this happen? It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. Wu Tianshan was shocked. Little friend, what's wrong with Xiang Xiang? Yi Yun's expression was flat. I have already said that this person cannot cure Xiang Xiang. Now, instead, to add insult to injury, Xiang Xiang is already in a life-threatening situation. Wu Tianshan was instantly disorganized and was about to rush upstairs. A tall Cheongsam beauty, already a step ahead, ran down the stairs, breasts and breasts trembling dramatically, slit on both sides, snow-white thighs, hidden. The only thing that was left was a flirtatious mature woman's face, shrouded in frost. Shia, Lin Chen laughed dryly, trying to explain something. The Cheongsam beauty raised her hand, and it was a slap across the face. Get out, useless thing. If anything happens to my daughter, I want you to not be able to walk out of Jiangnan City. Yi Yun couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This, I think, is Xiang Xiang's mommy, indeed a beauty. It's this temper that's really explosive. Lin Chen, who had received a slap, didn't dare to let out a single fart, just had gloomy eyes and stood to the side. Guan Xia turned to Yi Yun here and anxiously said, Divine Dr. Yi, please save my daughter. When this woman bowed, the gully in front of her chest appeared even deeper and glowing white. Yi Yun turned his eyes away and coughed. The rest, leave it to me. But Shannon's mom, you still have to pay attention. Your child's illness, which is extraordinary, can't be cured by just calling a doctor. If the wrong medicine is used, or the method is improper, then Xiang Xiang will die in the blink of an eye. Guan Xia's heart trembled with fear. You're right to lecture Dr. Yi. It's all my fault. Please save my daughter. As long as Xiang Xiang is fine, I here am willing to pay any price. Yi Yun stopped saying anything and went forward to grab Xiang Xiang's 2 small pink arms, then inverted and lifted the girl, head down. In passing, he quickly tapped on several large points on the girl's body, in quick succession. Lin Chen laughed coldly when he saw this. Sculpture. Let's see how you can show off. If something does happen to Xiang Xiang, when the time comes, it'll all be because of you alone. Yi Yun said indifferently, when I am healing, I don't like to have idiots clamoring on the sidelines. Lin Chen was furious. Dogs. I'm not an idiot. I'm from the Medicine King Valley. Snap. Guan Xia stepped forward and slapped him viciously again, directly sending him flying. Get out. Lin Chen slumped to the ground, covering his face, and harboring a great deal of weakness. Xia, do you believe him? A nobody, and not me? Guan Xia's eyes were ice cold. I'm telling you to get lost. Do you hear me? Or, do you want me to strike again? On Lin Chen's face, a wave of fear swept over him. The Cheongsam beauty in front of him was so beautiful though, he was tempted to output it ruthlessly. But Guan Xia looked gorgeous. But she was a real snake charmer. If she holds a grudge against him, I'm afraid I won't be able to save my own life. Fine, I'll get out. But Xia, sooner or later, you'll have to come begging to me for Xiang Xiang's illness. Putting down 2 harsh words, Lin Chen walked out of the villa with an ugly face. Guan Xia's attention, all focused on Yi Yun, and his daughter Xiang coming here. Wu Tianshan soothed. Xiao Ye, don't worry too much. Divine Dr. Yi can definitely save Xiang. Guan Xia's heart sank and her voice took on a sob. If anything happens to Xiang, I don't want to live either. Wu Tianshan was shocked. Xiao Ya, you must not think like this. Little friend Yi, I'm sure I can help you get your daughter back. Guan Xia nodded, but still had a worried look on her face. She hadn't seen Yi Yun strike, so she was still skeptical about Yi Yun here. At once, get a pot of red-hot coals in here. Yi Yun suddenly spoke out. Wu Tianshan rushed, letting the people outside get it. Guan Xia inquired. Dr. Yi, charcoal fire, is it useful? Yi Yun looked focused. If you don't understand, don't ask more questions. Guan Xia's beautiful eyes, a flash of annoyance surfaced. There weren't many who dared to talk to her. The Black Widow, like that. The rolling fire pit was brought in quickly. Yi Yun picked up the girl and placed her over the fire pot to draw in the heat. The rolling heat immediately made Aroma's face turn red and uncomfortable. Guan Xia said with slight anger. Divine Dr. Yi, the child is still so young. Aren't you being a bit messy like this? Yi Yun didn't say a word and ignored her. Xiang opened her eyes and said weakly. Mom, I'm so uncomfortable. It's like fire inside my body. Guan Xia was immediately anxious. Yi Yun shoved the child a handful of times to her and said in a bad mood. Concern is chaos, such a simple truth. You don't even understand when you are a mother. This child, the coldness enters the body and penetrates deep into the lungs so severely. Oh, I'm afraid that most of the reason for that lies with you as a mom, doesn't it? Guan Xia's face, steeply pale. You, how did you know? Yi Yun gave her a deep look. Others may not be able to see it, but it doesn't mean I can't. Don't worry, I'm not much interested in your secrets. Mom Shannon, this child is in a serious situation, but she's lucky that she met me. Saying that, Yi Yun's palm, which had been placed on the charcoal fire, roasted red. The skin, however, is anything but. Wu Tianshan was horrified. Little friend, you can actually withstand such firepower? Yi Yun smiled faintly. It's just a family affair. The hot palm of his hand immediately covered Xiang's forehead. Chapter 34, Seduction. The child's skin and also body are too tender to withstand the heat of the coals. Unable to, only through my hand as a medium to channel heat to her and flush out the cold from her body. After a brief explanation, Yi Yun withdrew his palm. The little girl, Shannon. The pain on her face receded and became peaceful. With her big bright eyes, she first turned towards Yi Yun here and politely said, Thank you uncle for saving my life. Turning to Guan Xia again, she squeezed out a sweet smile. Mom, I don't hurt anymore, and I don't feel bad anymore. That's it. I want to sleep. I feel so sleepy. Guan Xia was ecstatic. Baby, mommy will take you to bed for a nap. Picking up his daughter, he hurried upstairs. Yi Yun clapped his hands. Elder Wu, mission accomplished. I will go back first then. Wu Tianshan hurriedly said. Little friend, you can't go alone first. If you leave, Shannon's mom will, in a while, have to come after me. Yi Yun waved his hand. This child, Xiang, I quite like her. She is cute looking. For that, this outing is free. Wu Tianshan had a bitter smile on his face. Such a heavenly favor. Others begged for it, but you, little friend, want it for free. I really don't know. He glanced from side to side, his old face surprisingly, showing a hint of lewdness. Little friend, you are now the North City Overlord's savior. Xia makes promises and never goes back on them. Had, the guest of honor for such a beauty. You're blessed with a lot of lust. Little friend, Yi Yun's face, for a moment, darkened a bit. Elder Wu, don't trip me up. Xiang's mom, this woman doesn't look like she's one to be messed with. Besides, if I do something to someone, fragrant old man, mustn't he find me to fight for his life? Wu Tianshan said, this is something that you don't need to worry about. Little friend, this child, Xiang, grew up without a father, born and bred to her mom alone. Yi Yun wondered, Father Xiang, where did he go? Wu Tianshan paused for a moment and sighed. It seems that you, little friend, indeed don't know much about these big shots of our Jiangnan. Xiao Ye is Xiang's birth mother. As for Xiang's biological father, alas, Yi Yun realized that there was something in Wu Tianshan's words and waited for him to follow. The latter was silent for a moment and slowly said, Originally, I shouldn't have casually mentioned these things, but the old man treats you, little friend, as one of his own, and now that you're Xiang's savior, Xiaoya definitely won't mind. Actually, Xiang doesn't have a father, or rather, Xiang's father, died at the hands of her mother. Yi Yun was not too big or small and was taken aback. You mean, Guan Xia killed her husband? That is, the child's father? Wu Tianshun shook his head. The truth, of course, is not like that. In our Jiangnan city, there are 4 major underground overlords, which you should know. The current overlord of the North City is Xia, the only woman known for her ruthlessness. But years ago, Xia wasn't like this. At that time, she was still an innocent and naive rich girl. Coincidentally, it was seen and forcibly possessed by the original North City overlord. And then, there was Xiang Xiang. Yi Yun took over. Follow up. I think I guessed pretty much. From being an innocent and naive girl from a rich family, Guan Xia was taken by force and conceived a child in one fell swoop. And this woman, as a result, had a drastic personality change. She killed the original North City overlord and took his place. Right? Wu Tianshun nodded and shook his head. Big difference. Except for the original North City overlord, who was killed by Xia's split body. North City's original squad, nearly 200 people, were also killed by Xia. That's when she got the name Black Widow, ruthless and feared by all. Yi Yun sighed. A woman is weak, but a mother is strong. And the most poisonous thing in the world is also a woman's heart. Honestly, I kinda admire Aroma's mom. Wu Tianshun was overjoyed. Is that so? I thought you would be disgusted and look down on Xia when you realized what went on behind the scenes. Rather, I didn't expect you to be so different. Little friend. Yi Yun lost his smile. Where am I different? Xiang Xiang's mom is, now, the North City bully, powerful and influential. And to be honest, this woman is indeed a special one. So much so, that there are not a few people who have their eyes on her. Are there? Looking at Yi Yun's ambiguous gaze, Wu Tianchuan's old face blushed and awkwardly waved his hand. Indeed, there are many jackals who have their eyes on Xia, but not here, old man. Our Wu family, originally related to Xia's family. I'm taking it one step at a time, watching this kid rise. Now, sort of half her father. I'll help where I can. At the stairs, the sound of high heels hitting the floor rang out. Yi Yun and Wu Tianshun turned their heads to look, only to see Guan Xia, who was dressed in a cheongsam and had an enchanting figure, walking downstairs in style. Master, it's been hard on you. You go back first. Wu Tianshun smiled. Xiang Xiang is fine, then I'll go first here. Yi Yun said. Together, Elder Wu. I'll rub your car back. Guan Xia gathered her hair around her ears and smiled delicately with a silver bell. Divine Dr. Yi, please stay. We, Aroma, would also like to thank you personally, so please follow me upstairs. Yi Yun hesitated. Is it convenient? Guan Xia straightened her full breasts and looked straight at Yi Yun. There's nothing inconvenient. We orphans and widows are nothing. Is it hard to believe that you, Divine Dr. Yi, young and gentle and big, will still be afraid? Yi Yun nodded. In that case, then I will bother you more. Wu Tianshun laughed. Little friend, then I'll go first. Xia and Xiang Xian's mother and daughter, but I'm counting on you. Yi Yun cursed this old man, pushing a beautiful widow, who still had a bad reputation, the kind that killed her husband, onto himself. Isn't that putting yourself on the fire? Followed Guan Xia to the upstairs of the villa and walked into a room. With a bang, the gorgeous widow backhanded, and locked the door to her room. When Yi Yun took a look at the bed, there was no Xiang Xiang present at all. He couldn't help but frown. Xiang Xiang, mom, what are you doing? Guan Xia let down her bunched up hair, waterfall-like. Immediately, the slightly cold and pretty face became seductive and enchanting, adding 7 points of mature woman flavor. She slowly walked towards Yi Yun, red clouds rising on her face. People have said before, as long as someone can save my daughter, then Xia, give your body to him, and share the power of North City with him. Divine Dr. Yi, please take off your clothes and let me fulfill my promise. Yi Yun took a step back. Fragrant mom, it's better to forget about it. I heal and save people according to my mood and conscience. Aroma's life is miserable, and I'm more than willing to serve. As for the promise you speak of, I don't need it. Guan Xia lowered her head and said timidly, Divine Dr. Yi, don't be afraid. You're our mother and daughter's savior. Don't worry. I'll serve you well and let you sit on the clouds. I won't harm you. Yi Yun lost his smile. It is not that I am afraid of you harming me, but a gentleman does what he wants and does not do what he wants. And don't even pretend. Aroma's mom, the titular North City hegemon, the ruthless man who kills husbands, showing a dainty look might confuse others, but I hear, don't eat that. The flirtatiousness on Guan Xia's face, as well as the springtime feeling, disappeared all of a sudden. What was left was only calmness, and the coldness in the depths of his eyes, worthy of being recommended by Elder Wu. Divine Dr. Yi, I can see that you indeed don't have a heart for male love. If that's the case, What are your intentions in saving my daughter? Chapter 35, a few more times. Just a few more times. Yi Yun said blandly. I've already said that it's because I see that your daughter is cute. That's it? Good. It's that simple. Guan Xie stopped talking for a moment and sized up Yi Yun, her face cloudy. Yi Yun looked out the window and smiled, his expression indescribably relaxed. I know what you're thinking at the moment, Shannon's mom. You're thinking that I've seen through your secret. So, to kill or not to kill, right? Guan Xia's face changed. Without waiting for her to speak, Yi Yun had already turned around and looked at her coldly. You were smart enough not to recklessly make a direct move. Otherwise, you'll find that daughter I've saved for you. But you, the soul-stealing pretty widow, I will not hesitate to directly exterminate. Guan Xia's heart trembled. Yi Yun's body, all of a sudden, emitted an aura that caused her to breathe a little unsteadily. Divine Dr. Yi. I'm puzzled. What exactly do you know? She asked again. Undeterred, Yi Yun grunted coldly. I know that the coldness in your daughter's body, which she was born with, could be life-threatening at any time. I also know that you have cultivated an extremely sinister technique. This technique allowed you, in a short period of time, to skyrocket your strength and get the original North City overlord killed, but it also leaves behind a bane, causing you to experience severe pain in your meridians every special day, making life worse than death. On Guan Xia's face, the coldness disintegrated, gradually revealing a painful, miserable color. Yi Yun continued, a woman, holding up a sky alone, is indeed very hard, especially beautiful women, surrounded by wolves, who can be eaten up at any time. Shannon's mom, you're quite the towelhead. In light of that, I'm done with you. Otherwise, just for the fact that you called me up here and wanted to do it with all your heart, I might just go ahead and, well, suppress you. Being swept by Yi Yun's chilling eyes, Guan Xia suddenly stepped forward and knelt down trembling. Benefactor, everything you said is right. Here, I don't have the luxury of living much longer myself, but my daughter, absolutely innocent. She's still such a young life. I would like to implore you to help me save her so that she can live without fear. Yi Yun seemed to smile. Even if I see through your secret, but with your stature, wouldn't you want to try and get me killed? Guan Xia shook her head, her smile bitter. I did, at first, think this way, but right now, I wouldn't dare. It was a very indescribable feeling, and facing you, I subconsciously felt heart pounding, and that subconscious has saved me many times. Yi Yun smiled. Mom Xiang, you are indeed a smart woman. Pretty, smart, capable, and a widow. These buffs add up, and honestly, not many men can carry them off. With those words, Yi Yun suddenly struck out. In the midst of the other party's petulant cry, Yi Yun's large hand slapped continuously. This woman, very fleshy, that momentary sensation, even with Yi Yun's determination, he could not help but cry out for the worst. Guan Xia herself was even more flushed, with a look of shame in her eyes. Divine Dr. Yi, you, don't talk. Yi Yun let out a low drink, and above his palms, pure yang breath erupted, surging into Guan Xia's chi meridians. Guan Xia first closed her eyes and waited for the destruction, secretly thinking that this man, with his mouth, said good things. After removing his defenses and revealing his soft side, he suddenly snapped. Now that he was close enough to restrain him, if he wanted to resist, he would surely only die. It's just a matter of letting him have his way, as long as the man was satisfied. Then afterward, he definitely wouldn't leave Xiang unattended. Thinking so, Guan Xia was open-minded. Surprisingly, he backhanded, then wrapped his arms tightly around Yi Yun's neck. A delicate body made of water is at your disposal. Yi Yun gave a whole speechless to the extreme. Mom Xiang, what are you doing? Spread your hands. Don't hinder me from clearing the cold ice chi from your body. Upon hearing this, Guan Xia was shy and opened her rosy little mouth. Shocked. Dr. Yi, don't you want to? Yi Yun's head was big. What? You think I'm going to finish you off, don't you? Get loose and tune in carefully. Guan Xia's heart, a deer in the headlights, felt humiliated to her grandmother's house. Hurrying to collect his mind, he tuned up his internal chi. After 10 minutes, Yi Yun withdrew his hand and a layer of fine sweat appeared on his forehead. With his strength, it was usually hard to catch a breath, let alone sweat. However, in order to dispel the coldness within the meridians of this widow, Yi Yun was truly a bit overwhelmed. Guan Xia's delicate face turned red, and her breathing gradually smoothed out. As soon as she opened her eyes, she was ecstatic. Thank you, Divine Dr. Yi. The coldness that had built up in my body from years of practicing kung fu has really been dispelled. Yi Yun waved his hand. It will take a few more times to completely recover. Guan Xia winced in winks. A few more times. Then, people don't mind. as long as you, divine Dr. Yi, can eat. Yi Yun just felt that there was something wrong with those words. This then, at once, lunged over, where she ruthlessly squeezed on Yi Yun's palm. At the same time, the small mouth of the cherry lips opened slightly and kissed Yi Yun on the side of his face at once. Benefactor, I want to repay you for saving my life. Not only my daughter Shannon's, but mine as well. Yi Yun looked at her as if he was drunk, and his eyes were filled with a mist of water. Then he said, no, the widow is in love. As the saying goes, when a widow moves, the sky is the limit, and that's not good. Especially since, hell knows how long it's been since the pretty widow has watered the fields. If he were to pester them, Yi Yun was afraid that he would not be able to withstand it even though he was seared. Aroma's mom, that's not appropriate. Yi Yun righteously refused. Guan Xia ate and laughed, revealing a rare little girl's delicate and naive posture between her eyebrows. I don't care. I'm now in love with you, divine Dr. Yi. I'll give as long as you want. Yi Yun's head was big. I said, Xiang's mom, you are the one who gave birth to the baby. On hand. And so much blood in human life. Come on. You don't look like the North City overlord at all. Guan Xia watered, revealing an aggrieved look, and her eyes reddened, saying so much. You, divine Dr. Yi, are looking down on me as a widow, aren't you? You dislike my body for being unclean and having a child. But, except back then, I was insulted. For countless days afterward, I swore I never let anyone touch me. After saying that, crystal tears fell from his eyes as he looked at Yi Yun sadly. Yi Yun was most unable to see a woman shedding tears and helplessly said, Mom Xiang, I didn't mean that. Actually, I nonetheless don't dislike the idea. On the contrary, as I said, I admire you for being a woman and getting this far. Guan Xia was overjoyed and said with tears in her eyes, Divine Dr. Yi, if I say that I have fallen in love with you, would you believe me? Chapter 36, Fighting the Demon Woman. Without waiting for Yi Yun to say anything, she cried and laughed. In fact, all these years, I have relied on disguise to hold on, because if I'm not ruthless, I could be meat on someone's chopping block and a plaything in their bed. However, when I met you, divine Dr. Yi, I realized what it means to be a deep concealer. Divine Dr. Yi, don't reject me. I know that my current self is very impulsive, but I'm also serious about being your woman. I, Guan Xia, do not submit to anyone, to any oppression. Only submit to powerful, charismatic men. Yi Yun laughed. Even so, I should not be the only man who makes you feel powerful, right? Guan Xia bit her fragrant lips. It's more than just you, but none of them are as good as the feeling you give me. Divine Dr. Yi, I can see that you are sincere with us mother and daughter. Besides, you're very handsome. I don't know how much more handsome than the men who lust after me. Yi Yun guffawed. Sure enough, women are really creatures of the face. Even a black widow like Guan Xia was not exempt. Yi Yun looked at her churlish. Her luo clothes were half undone, and her white and greasy powerful body was tantalizing. This widow was very good at it. Hugging Yi Yun's arm, on the soft flesh of her chest, grinding around, with a hot heart, Yi Yun picked her chin and just kissed her fiercely. At the same time, a pair of big hands, with a strong pinch, really as the poet fairy said, chaotic white clouds needed. Guan Xia let out a sobbing, cat-like sound, enjoying it completely. Yi Yun here, but suddenly closed his hand and lumbered downstairs. Xiang mom, I'll go back first. Suddenly I remembered that I haven't confiscated my clothes at home, and it's going to rain. Guan Xia's jade legs spread out across the floor and she fell to the floor, disappointed and annoyed. Then I don't know what came to mind, but I let out another giggle. What a funny little man, a little bit absent-minded, but with principles of his own. He, love it. The closet door in the corner was pushed open from the inside and a short-haired, lean teenage girl emerged. Big sister, you're not serious, are you? Did you really touch him? Picking at him? Guan Xia blankly glanced over. Touching is touching, but gouge, it's not as far as you think. The short-haired girl's face was complex. Big sister, after so many years, it's the first time I've seen you, like a happy woman that way, gentle and watery, smiling so from the heart. It's not possible. You're really in love with this guy, are you? Guan Xia lowered her head and was lost in thought for a while. Love? What a rare thing. Whether or not I'm in love with him, actually, I don't know, the short-haired girl said. According to Elder Wu, this divine Dr. Yi, however, is married. Think about it, big sister. Guan Xia smiled, charmingly, as long as I'm willing. What about two women working together as one husband? The short-haired girl gave a thumbs up. Big sister, awesome, or you know how to play. Leaving the fragrant garden, Yi Yun was about to take a taxi. A male, Lin Chen, flashed out from behind a nearby tree. He looked at Yi Yun coldly, his face full of malice. You and Xia, sharing the same bed? Yi Yun was convinced that this douchebag was still guarding the place. Oh, yes. Seeing this kid twist with jealousy made Yi Yun happy. Lin Chen stepped forward and grabbed Yi Yun by the collar. Kid, Guan Xia belongs to me, Lin Chen, and can only belong to me alone. I'm not afraid to tell you that I represent the Medicine King Valley. If you really dare to steal Xia from me, then you will die a horrible death. Yi Yun spread his hands. Fair play. You don't have enough charisma. People can't see you. That's it. Instead of quietly working on it, you come to blame me. Brother, small pattern. Lin Chen's eyes were gloomy. Don't give me a damn about patterns. In terms of medical skills, your kid is not even worthy of my shoes. You're nothing but traitorous luck to keep Aroma okay for now, but to save Xiang Xiang and win Xia's heart, you're not even close. Loosening Yi Yun's collar, he returned back to the fragrant garden. Yi Yun shook his head. A defeated dog. He was lazy. Yi Yun, where are you? Susan called, her voice anxious. On my mom's side, there's a bit of trouble. I can't, for the moment, get away. So go over there and pick her up for me. Yi Yun quickly said. Okay, I'll go over right away. Yang Huiru, this cheap mother-in-law, Yi Yun did not want to take care of, but his daughter-in-law had asked for it, so he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Soon, Yi Yun took a taxi and arrived at a chess room. Yang Huiru is playing cards here, and with a few noblewomen, have quarreled. Wait, all of you, the man I called will be here soon. It seems that the aggravation was not small. Yang Huiru's body trembled, and there were tears in her eyes. A couple of ants across the street, dressed in gold, were full of disdain. You think that you're the only one who can scream, and we can't call? He. As far as your Su family is concerned, it's just a third-rate family. If you can't afford to play, don't come out and disgrace yourself. I'll be damned. You still want to call someone to clean up our sisters, don't you? My husband will be coming over soon, and when the time comes, I'll see if I don't scare you to death. Yi Yun walked over. Mom, what's going on? Yang Huiru took a look and angrily shouted. These shameless cheating together to win my money. Quick, get me one of them and slap them hard to help me out. Yi Yun frowned. Yang Huiru's nature was really brutal. Without figuring out who was right and who was wrong, Yi Yun naturally would not just make a move. A few noblewomen stood together, eyeballing Yi Yun and laughing coldly. So, this is that door-to-door son-in-law of your Su family. I heard that it's just a gatekeeper for people. Yang Huiru, you're already such a wimp that you're looking for a small security guard to stand up for you? Ahahaha, I'm laughing my ass off. I thought this crazy was going to find some powerful person to deal with us. I didn't expect that she would call out her own son-in-law. This soft-eating trash. Even licking my feet is too dirty for him. A few women's tongues were very poisonous, and in a few words, they irritated Yang Huiru, who was furious. Looking at Yi Yun here, he was also filled with disgust and roared. Get lost. What are you doing here? Disgrace my eyes? Yi Yun coldly said. Susan asked me to come over and take a look. Otherwise, I really don't want to care about your. After saying that, Yi Yun walked towards the noblewomen in large strides. A few old ladies, in spite of all the lipstick and powder, could see that they were already old. I say, a couple of mums, what's wrong with a door-to-door son-in-law? Did you eat your family's food? Or dug up your family's ancestors' graves? Why do you need to be so vicious? You pussy mouths? Yi Yun's words caused several noblewomen to burst into rage. Little bastard, how dare you? Do you know? Who are you talking to? For your information, my husband is in the electricity board. A year's salary, enough to sell equals by your life. Hourly family, what reputation we have in Jiangnan City. You can ask around. Dog-like thing, get the hell away from me. Little Yakuza, you're still not convinced, are you? Your mother-in-law is a loser, and you're no better. Snap. Yi Yun raised his hand and directly smacked over with 2 slaps. The 2 Chanel-carrying ES screamed as they were jerked to their knees. The other 2 old ladies, with their mouths open in anger, were still arrogant. Yi Yun's eyes were icy cold as he once again pumped out 2 slaps. Immediately, the 4 old demonesses, all of them blushed and looked at Yi Yun with horrified eyes. Chapter 37, Alarming the Richest Man. Making a big fuss. Dogs, how dare you hit us and the others. You wait for me. Today is the day you die. Third sister, quickly call your husband. He's from the Tiger's Tide Group, an executive under the seat of our richest lord. Quickly let him come. I want this little bastard to die without a burial place. One of the grannies immediately took out her phone and wailed. Husband, I was beaten up in the chess room. You come over here quickly and make it up to me. Hanging up the phone, she looked at Yi Yun resentfully. Ignorant dog. My husband will come over immediately. I'll scare you to death by saying it. My husband is the richest lordsman in our Jiangnan city. See him and you'll know what it means to be afraid. Yi Yun skimmed his mouth. When Lu Chuanhu saw himself, he had to call out to his master. Who the hell are the people below him? Yang Huira here, but her face paled for a moment. Done. These few dead inside. There is actually a husband of one. Is a Tiger Tsunami group of executives. Tiger's Nest Group. That was the property of the richest man in Jiangnan City, with unrivaled influence. One of the executives inside. That was not something the Su family could easily offend. Shivering, she took out her phone and called out. The only way out of this situation is to turn to her future son-in-law, Feng Jiahao, who was omnipotent in her mind. Young Feng, I'm in big trouble here and would like to ask for your help. Oh auntie, go ahead. What's the trouble? I'll just smooth it over for you. Yang Huiru was overjoyed. It's like this. I was playing cards outside and was pitched by a few ES. Now, both of us made a scene. One of them is a woman whose husband is an executive of the Tiger's Wave Group. Feng Xiao, will you see if you can calm this down? Feng Jiahao, on the other end, didn't say anything for a moment, cursing Susan. This brain-dead mom is really a troublemaker. It's not good to mess with anyone but the executives of the Tiger Group, the Feng family's Royal Dragon Group, and Lu Chuanhu's Tiger's Tsunami Group. That was a competitive relationship. In the past, the Feng clan side had always been suppressed head-on. Now let Feng Jiahao step in and try to smooth over the people on the side of the Tiger Tsunami Group. Difficulty. It could even be said that the other party would not give him face at all, and might even just tell to get lost. Hey Mr. Feng, are you still listening? Yang Huiru's heart drummed. Is it you there? There is no way? Feng Jiahao laughed. Auntie, I thought it was something big. Don't worry, it's a small matter. I'll fix it for you. Yang Huiru was instantly delighted. Iya Feng Xiao, I'm really sorry to trouble you again. Don't worry, I'll definitely persuade Susan to get back together with you when I turn around. Feng Jiahao laughed. Auntie will do that first then. I'll make a few calls from my side. Yang Huiru said repeatedly. Hey, okay. Hanging up the phone, she got a kick out of it and started fooling around again. Pointing his finger at a couple of his poker buddies, he said disdainfully, a couple of stinking chicken ES. Do you really think you're the only ones who can call the shots? Humph, old lady here. Called that's not just anyone. Let's see who's more powerful. A Land Rover, at this point braked to the side of the road. A balding man with a big belly, clutching a bag, gets out of the car in a dignified manner. Honey, you're finally here. One of the ants who had been slapped by Yi Yun immediately came forward in tears. The bald man grunted. What happened? You still got punched in the face? That auntie pointed at Yi Yun and said resentfully. It was this Su family's son-in-law, the punk who beat me up. Honey, scrap him. The bald man's eyes were cold, and with a belly that looked like he was 9 months pregnant, he stomped towards Yi Yun. Kid, you've got a lot of nerve. Do you know who I am? Hitting my wife, you don't want to live? Yi Yun glanced faintly over. Sorry, I don't really know who you are, but what your wife said was dirty and deserves a beating. The bald man was furious. You're looking for death. I am an executive of the Tiger's Tail Group, the richest man in our Jiangnan city. Mr. Lu Chuanhu. You've heard of him, right? Normally, Laozi follows Master Lu around and helps with the group's major affairs. Now, I'll give you a chance to kneel down and apologize to my wife, then pay $2 million in compensation. Yi Yun couldn't help but laugh. Rather unclear. Beside old Lu, there is actually such a number one fat pig as you. Not to mention you. Even if your richest man comes, Yi Yun, dare to kneel, and I'm afraid he wouldn't dare to bear it. Young Huiro listened and was horrified. This is the executive of the Tiger's Nest Group, the really powerful group of people in Jiangnan City. This damn door-to-door son-in-law. Where did he get the confidence to talk to people like that? If this goes on, won't it involve the Su family? So he drank. Yi Yun, shut your mouth. I'll have to leave you alone if you get Sammy involved. Yi Yun said blandly. Don't worry, nothing will happen on Shan Shan's side. Something is wrong. It's this fat pig in front of me, and that old man Lu Chuanhu. Poor hiring, whatever. To the group. Turn around. I have to criticize him. The bald man first froze, then laughed maniacally, tears coming out of his eyes. Ha ha, wife, and you guys, you heard the cutie. Said something, didn't you? He said that not only am I not okay, but our Master Lu, the richest of the rich, has to be okay too. Moreover, he's going to criticize the richest man in our Jiangnan city. Ha ha, laugh my ass off. This stupid fork can't be. Which mental hospital ran out, right? After laughing, his face turned vicious and he slapped his face towards Yi Yun here. Get on your knees and talk to me. You little punk. Yi Yun raised his foot one step ahead of him and hit his opponent squarely in the crotch with a teasing jab. With an ow, the bald man's face instantly turned into a pig's liver color. Bastard! How dare you fight back? Yi Yun's face was expressionless as he grabbed the palm of the hand he had just hit. There was a click, and the wrist was broken directly. Pig-killing screams erupted from the man's mouth. His wife died, hissing at Yi Yun, "You damn dare to hit my husband. The Tiger's Nest Group, as well as our richest man, will definitely not let you go. Honey, call back to the group shaker. Today, must abolish this." With his other hand, the bald man shakily dialed a phone. "Secretary Hu, I'm Zhang Dequan. I've been beaten up. My wrist is broken. Please tell Master Lu that I'm his man. Please, his old man. Please do something for me." In young Wiru's brain, there was a buzz. Even the richest man, Lu Chuanhu, is going to be alarmed? Yi Yun, this little man, this is to pull the Su family close to the abyss. For a moment, her face went pale and she couldn't say a word. His heart was in turmoil, not knowing if Fang Jiahao could make it when he came over. In front of a giant like Lu Chuanhu, I'm afraid Fang Jiahao is still young. Chapter 38 10,000 Rattles. Yi Yun coldly grunted. "Not to mention you call Lu Chuanhu over. If you call the King of Heaven over, it will be useless to me." A text message, sent directly to Lu Chuanhu's special airplane. "Under your name, a fat pig named Zhang Dequan was beaten by me. Now, he wants you to clean me up. So you watch." When Lu Chuanhu, the richest man sitting in the Tiger Tsunami group, received the message, his hand trembled and his cell phone directly fell to the ground. Hu Yong, the accompanying secretary, exclaimed, "Master Lu, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so pale?" Lu Chuanhu was so angry, his beard trembled. "Where is this dead pig Zhang Dequan? Immediately let him die to meet me. Immediately." The last two words were practically roared out in anger. Roared the secretary Hu Yong, eyelids fluttering. An age, sitting steadily in Jiangnan City, a chair of Master Lu, is not early to the realm of the heart, is as quiet as water? How could you, all at once, explode into such a strong mood swing? Master Lu, you first rest your anger. Zhang Dequan just called me, saying that he's been beaten up and wants our help to step in. Lu Chuanhu's eyes were chilly. Make him kneel down and give the person who beat him all the time kowtowing all 10,000 times. If it doesn't kowtow full, then I will personally shove his head up his ass. Boom! Secretary Hu Yong's face changed drastically. Without asking what happened, or even caring about right or wrong, Master Lu directly ordered the punishment of his own people. And, still, kowtowing 10,000 times. Such a harsh punishment. Could it be that the man that this Zhang Dequan guy messed with made even Master Lu jealous? This sudden thought scared Hu Yong so much that his body went cold. Okay, I'll call this fat pig Zhang Dequan right away. 10,000 kowtows. And if he doesn't kowtow enough, I'll personally make him take on his own and produce his own. This side of the boardroom, baldy Zhang Dequan, covering his broken hand, glared fiercely at Yi Yun. "Your period has arrived, boy. Immediately, our group's people will rush to get rid of you." His wife followed with a shrill voice and said, "Little Yakuza, in a moment if you don't give me Anita, beg for forgiveness and compensate me for $5 million in mental damages, my mother will have to make you take off layers of skin." Yi Yun was indifferent. "For an octogenarian like you, let alone $5 million, I would consider it a waste to give you even 1 point. The phone rang, and Zhang Dequan answered it with a smile on his face. "Secretary Hu, where have you gotten to? I've been watching this dog. He can't escape." On the phone, Secretary Hu coldly said, "I'll relay Master Lu's words to you as they are. Now, you better not miss a word. All of it." Zhang Dequan ecstatically said, "The richest man is so hung up on his subordinate. My subordinate will certainly listen with all ears and not dare to forget a single word. Master Lu told you, kneel down and kowtow 10,000 times obediently to the same master who beat you." Secretary Hu's voice became grim, "But for once less, your fat pig head will see the view from your asshole." Boom! The ecstasy on Zhang Dequan's face froze for a moment. "Not Secretary Hu. Master Lu, this is not relayed wrong? How come I'm the one kneeling to this little Yakuza? Not him to me?" Secretary Hu said in a chilling voice, "You heard correctly. These are Master Lu's exact words. Old Zhang, as a colleague, let me remind you, you have, today, kicked the bucket. That's all. Toodaloo." Secretary Hu hung up, leaving Zhang Dequan behind. The blood in his body, all of a sudden, seemed to be drenched with ice water. "Cold. So chicken cold." His wife urged, "Hubby, is the richest lord coming in person? Or did you send someone over to help us and get this kid killed?" Zhang Dequan's face was hideous, and he raised his hand to slap and viciously whip over. His wife was jerked out 3 or 4 meters by him, and hit her head on the wall. Rotten. It's all because you're a rotten bastard. If it weren't for you, old me today, how could I have fallen into such bad luck? Even beating and cursing. The onlookers next to him directly looked stunned. Young Huiro did likewise, not knowing what was happening. Zhang Dequan laughed miserably and suddenly his knees went weak and fell down in front of Yi Yun. Snap. He started by feeding himself a couple of earwigs. In his fat face. I'm sorry. I'm wrong. Big brother. I'm really wrong. Please spare my life. Knock knock. Turning to Yi Yun, he began to kowtow. Each stroke was very loud, and soon on the floor, blood began to appear. Zhang Dequan, surprisingly, was kowtowing his head full of blood. Yi Yun's face was indifferent as if he didn't see it. Yang Huiru murmured, could it be? It's Fang Xiao's side that scared this Tiger's Nest Group executive? But it shouldn't. She was thinking about it, wondering what was going on. Susan's Bentley drove by quickly, behind it, followed by a limousine. Susan, along with the two Fangs, arrived together. Mom, are you okay? Susan looked at Yang Huiru, whose face looked like she was in shock, and asked with concern. Yang Huiru didn't say anything, but looked at Fang Jiahao and gradually smiled out in surprise. Fang Xiao, you're really impressive. Even the executives of the Tiger Tsunami Group kowtowed to me and apologized. It seems that your family, young Fang, now has a very large amount of energy in Jiangnan City. Saying that, Yang Huiru's eyes were glowing as she looked at Fang Jiahao. Such a man is worthy of being her good son-in-law. Fang Jiahao was a bit confused because he had no idea what was going on. Earlier, once he heard that Yang Huiro had gotten into trouble with a senior executive of the Tiger Tsunami Group, he had backed out, then thought how he had to fight for it. After all, he still wanted the goddess Susan. Therefore, he put the matter to his old man Fang Tianming, hoping that his old man to use the relationship. As a result, Fang Tianming directly told him to get as far away as possible, asking him, the head of the Fang family, to go and open his mouth to find someone. Fang Tianming couldn't do it. Moreover, this son's recent behavior made Fang Tianming uncomfortable. The company that invested hundreds of millions of dollars, instead of reaping the rewards, is in a debt crisis. Damn. Tiger father and son. Fang Tianming's heart, more or less, was a little annoyed. It's all a bit disgusting, let alone going to help Fang Jiahao pretend to be more than he is. And seeing that Fang Jiahao didn't say anything, Yang Huiru was still gushing. Shan, I'm fine this time thanks to Fang Xiao using his connections. I've long said that Fang Xiao is the right match for you. That Yi Yun, coming is of no use at all, just causing trouble for our family. I don't want to see him anymore. Sweeping a glance at Yi Yun here, his eyes despised. Oh, auntie, I'm glad you're okay. A little problem, it's a breeze for our family. Looking at Yang Huiru one after another, she pushed the credit towards herself. Fang Jiahao was refreshed and immediately went with the flow, picking up a pussy suit for nothing. Glancing at Yi Yun, he seemed to smile. Elder brother Yi, you can't be like this. If it weren't for me here, I'd have given a shout out to the Tiger Group side. If you're so ungrateful today, you'll probably be wasted by the executives of the Tiger's Wish Group. Yang Huiro drank. Yi Yun, why are you still standing there? Not even a little bit of insight. Quickly thank Xiao Feng. Yi Yun's face was bland, he didn't play a fart role. Why would I thank him? Chapter 39, being struck by lightning for pretending. Yang Huiro was furious. What did you say? White-eyed wolf. People Fang Xiao saved us. Do you know that? Fang Jiahao laughed, very sinisterly. This little Yakuza surnamed Yi had finally been ruthlessly cleaned up by himself. Laughing, he said with a look of great kindness, Auntie, I understand brother Ye's feelings. After all, a big man, good for nothing, and trying to get in front of Sam. Seeing me strike here, it's inevitable that brother Yi will be jealous and have a bad heart. Yang Huiro said with a look of disgust, useless thing, you can't do it yourself, but you still go and envy others. Yuck, divorce, Susan, the two of you must be divorced. Susan frowned. Mom, cut the crap. As soon as something happened to you, I called Yi Yun to come over right away. At least, people have a very good attitude. Yang Huiro was unforgiving. What's the use of having a good attitude? Can you eat? Does attitude matter these days? It's the ability, the background, the capital that counts. On Fang Jiahao's face, the villainous look was almost too much to hide. Looking at Zhang Dequan, who was still kowtowing, he decided to add more fire. Anyway, this cheapness was picked up by himself. Why not make good use of it again and shock the mind of goddess Susan? Walking up to Zhang Dequan, Fang Jiahao's face was icy cold as he condescended. Even if you're an executive of the Tiger's Tide Group, our richest lord's man, but there are some existences that are not for you to mess with either. For example, the Su family, President Susan, she is the love of my life. Fang Jiahao. Next time, if you dare to do it again, then I'm sorry, I'll just make you disappear. Some words, very pretentious and domineering. Happy Yang Huiru, the corners of the mouth are crooked smile. Shan look, how majestic Fang Xiao is. It's called influence. It's called family background. You look at that little security guard in reverse. Susan forced herself to hold back her rejection and went forward. Young Fang, thank you for helping my mom. Fang Jiahao waved his hand. Shan, between us, saying thank you would be excessive. I'll be the first to come whenever you need me here. On a knife edge, Susan opened her mouth and tried to say something else. Yi Yin could not look on long ago and said in a deep voice, what are you thanking him for? This stupid fool. He didn't even put out any effort at all. Susan was surprised. Ha, and who helped my mom? Yang Huiru exploded and roared. Yi Yun, shut your stinking mouth. The facts are in front of you and you want to deny them. Want to face you? If it wasn't Fang Xiao who helped me, then who was it? Is it hard to believe that it was you? A reckless man with brute strength? Yi Yun laughed coldly. Indeed, those who pretend to be asleep cannot be woken up in any way. Since you think that it was this Fang Xiao who helped you, then you should thank him properly. Yang Huiru disdained. Of course I will thank him. Is it hard to thank you? Funny. Fang Jiahao was like a spring breeze. Brother Yi, you don't have to be like this. Fine. I know you want the credit. How about this? Then, let's say you helped Auntie and saved Sam's mom. Okay? This move of his to retreat was clearly to disgust Yi Yun. Yi Yun shook his head, saying you're fat, you're still panting. It seems that you, young Master Fang, are immersed in this pretense and can't get out of it. In that case, I hope that in a while, you'll still be so dashing. Young Fang. After saying that, Yi Yun once again sent a message to Lu Chuanhu, then towards Susan. Your mom is fine, so I'll go back to rest here. Susan gritted her teeth. Yi Yun, no matter what, I still want to say thank you. Yi Yun waved his hand. No need. Watching him walk away, Yang Huiru snorted with laughter. Fang Jiahao laughed. Shan, Auntie, let me send you back. This person, Brother Yi, is a bit too small in temperament. Susan declined. No, I drove. Yang Huiru hurriedly said. Okay, then thank you. Young Fang. Shan, leave your car here, we'll take Fang Xiao's back. Susan was not happy, and could see that her own mother. This was to please Fang Jiahao, but in this case, she couldn't really say anything. Even the executives of the Tiger Tsunami Group, the Fang family has set things right. With such great energy, the Su family is considered to owe the Fang family a big favor. And seeing that Susan didn't have a problem with it, Fang Jiahao's heart, even more soothing. This cold beauty can't escape him. That big brother who secretly does good things. Fang Jiahao said, really grateful. I'll give you credit for the laugh. And without waiting for the trio to leave, a commercial car came quickly. The car door pulls open and a svelte man with glasses steps down. Fang Jiahao was startled and stepped forward to compensate for his smile. Secretary who beside Master Tiger. Ha, what kind of wind has blown a big shot like you? Secretary who? Here? Secretary whose face was expressionless. I heard that you, Fang Xiao, insulted and ignored the executives of our Tiger's Nest group? Fang Jiahao's heart was weak and he was about to explain. But think about explaining it. Isn't that revealing? Therefore, with a clench of teeth, he held his head high and said with great dignity, not bad. I taught that executive who rushed Auntie Yang a lesson. But Secretary who? I'm not doing this to disrespect Master Tiger. Rather, this executive of your group is just too unseemly and excessive. So I couldn't help but step in. Secretary who nodded. I hear you. In other words, you think you're so powerful that you dare to teach the richest man a lesson, don't you? Fang Jiahao's aura weakened, but he still said stiffly, Secretary who? Even if it's Master Tiger's men, but there's always a reason for everything. Moreover, this Jiangnan city is not Master Tiger's call alone. We, the Feng family, also have that much weight, right? Secretary who smiled. Your father, Fang Tianming, has always wanted to fight Master Tiger. I didn't expect that. You Yakuza, you think you're something too. Come on, give me a beating. Let him know what it means to be struck by lightning for pretending. The 4 bodyguards that came down from the business car, without saying a word, immediately threw punches and kicks. In 3 or 2 strokes, Fang Jiahao's head was broken and bleeding, and he was screaming miserably. Secretary who? Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Don't dare. I'll never dare again. Zhang Dequan, who was still kowtowing, topped with a head full of blood, came over and said hideously, Dare I say it, this bastard was just scaring me. I told you, this loser from the Fong family is nothing but a dangling thing. How could he possibly speak Master Tiger's words? Asterisk 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 Q. With a roar, Zhang Dequan usually was a disobedient and ruthless person. Grabbing Fong Jiahao's hair, he was beaten violently. Yang Huiru and Susan both looked numb. No, didn't Fong Xiao give the richest man side all the greetings? How come the richest man in the world is still here to fight? While Yang Huiru doesn't have enough brains, Susan is ice-cold smart. The one who helped Yang Huiru out and made the executives of the Tiger's Nest Group kneel and kowtow was definitely not Fong Jiahao. All of a sudden, in Susan's mind, Yi Yun's figure appeared. She couldn't believe it. It's hard to believe that Yi Yun could even persuade Lu Chuanhu, the #1 bigwig in Jiangnan City, to speak his mind? Chapter 40, Spring and Autumn Dreams. The next day, Yi Yun had just gotten up when he received a call from Susan. Yi Yun, have you gotten up? Why don't you come over to my house for breakfast? The president's wife's words were surprisingly gentle. Yi Yun stretched. No need. I'll just eat something random outside. Susan chided slightly. Breakfast can't just be anything. You come to my house right now. It's all ready. Yi Yun said. Alright then, I'll come over. 20 minutes later, arrived at Sue's house. As soon as he entered, he saw the table, already set with a hearty breakfast. Susan came out of the kitchen with a small dish of food and smiled. You and Dad eat first. Mom and I will get it done in a minute. Engaging Yi Yun was still a bit uncomfortable. Better not. I'll wait for you. Susan smiled sweetly. These past 2 days, I know you've been working hard. You eat first. You don't have to wait for me. Suwon walked over and patted Yi Yun's shoulder. You kid. You have a few skills. Come sit down. We'll eat first as a couple. Yi Yun sat down, his face a little odd. Susan's family, today, treated themselves surprisingly well. Suwon placed a poached egg in front of Yi Yun and smiled. Yi Yun, I heard about what happened to Shan Shan's mom yesterday. Good job. Worthy of being my Suwon's son-in-law. Yi Yun touched his nose. This, uncle, is actually all what I should do. I have to say, Suwon Yang Huiro couple. Just Suwon made Yi Yun look good. Yang Huiru's fiery temper and stupidity. Yi Yun really couldn't stand it. Suwon nodded. Young people, having a poorer origin and a weaker base is not a big problem. Isn't there a saying, it's not a shame to come from a humble background, to be able to fight and break through is to be a husband? Yi Yun coughed. Uncle, I remember that phrase. Originally, coming from a humble background is not a disgrace. Being able to bend and stretch is what makes a husband. Suwon waved his hand to hide his embarrassment. It doesn't matter what the original words were. Just understand a piece of uncle's heart. Yi Yun as long as you work hard, it's actually not that hard to have a happy and bright future with Shan Shan. Understand? Yi Yun shrugged his shoulders and said, Uncle, your big pie is well drawn though, but Susan has no feelings for me. Whatsoever. Everything, because of the child. Just in time, Susan came out of the kitchen with a bowl. As soon as he heard this, the happiness on his face disappeared at once. With a thud, the silver ear soup in her hand, she placed it heavily on the table. Suwon was shocked. My good daughter, why are you so angry when you're doing well? Susan coldly glanced at Yi Yun and lowered her head to eat her breakfast. Dad, I didn't lose my temper. Also, Yi Yun, if you think I'm not happy about inviting you to my home for breakfast, then you can just leave. Yi Yun did not know what this woman was mad about again, and hurriedly said, Happy, very happy. And Shannon, you make breakfast. It's very good. Susan put down the bowl and faintly said, I'm done eating. Let's go. Send me to the group. Yi Yun was speechless. But I haven't eaten yet. Susan glared. Don't eat it. Don't want it for you. Suwon frowned. Shan Shan, don't make a scene like your mom. People's Yi Yun just arrived and didn't move a single bite. You guys can go back to work when he eats. Yang Huiju was the last, sitting at the table. She looked at Yi Yun. Yi Yun, let me ask you. Yesterday Fang Jiahao was hospitalized by Master Tiger's men. All of them? You know that, right? Yi Yun shook his head. I don't know. However, this Fang Xiao pretending to be someone else and pretending to be a bully. He deserved to be beaten. Yang Huiro sneered. Does someone like Fang Jiahao need to pretend to be someone else and pretend to be someone else? So, you're still holding a grudge about yesterday, are you? Yi Yun wiped his mouth and said indifferently, Auntie, what happened yesterday is insignificant to me and has long been put behind me. Sam, let's go. He was too lazy to break up with Yang Huiru, a brainless woman. Susan got up. Suvan shouted, Wait a minute Shannon, take this key, turn around, arrange a place for Yi Yun to stay. Susan was surprised. Dad, This key is for your property over at Waterfront Court, right? Suwon smiled and looked at Yi Yun. Young man, how do you say? You have tied the knot with Susan. To be honest, I'm quite pleased with your performance so far. We, Shan, are the president of the Su Group. You, as her spouse, will have to make the appropriate promotion. So, this large flat, it's for you to live in. Yang Huiru did not comply. Suwon, you have a pit in your brain, right? That big flat. It's almost $5 million. Don't you think it's a waste to give him a little security guard to live in? Suwon waved his hand. Old companion, just listen to my arrangement. Yi Yun now is Susan's husband. If we don't even have a decent place to live, then it's our daughter. Both of us. Who will lose face? Yang Huiru was still reluctant and called out. No, I must not agree. Get him a small house all over again. That big flat. I'm not doing it. Yi Yun said. Uncle, thank you for your kindness. As for me here, I don't really have a shortage of houses. Suwon could not be doubted. Let you go over to live in the past. Young people, don't always so can't let go of self-esteem. Don't take your aunt's words to heart. I'll convince her. After leaving Su's house, Susan faintly said, Yi Yun, you are now quite popular with my father. Happy? Yi Yun looked calm. I am grateful for the old man's kindness. But really, the house I have, it's not really livable. Susan grunted coldly. Would it kill you not to brag? You can buy a house by delivering takeout? Also, this suite my dad gave you is worth, as you heard, nearly $5 million. Yi Yun laughed. Yeah, $5 million. That's a lot. Susan frowned because she could tell that Yi Yun said that on his lips but didn't take it seriously at all. Yi Yun, yesterday Fong Jiahao was cleaned up by Master Tiger's men. Behind it, is there a reason for you? Hesitating, Susan asked. Yi Yun said, you could say that. Susan was filled with consternation. So, you really know our richest lord? Yi Yun cut out. Don't make it sound like you know this old boy and how great he is. I don't know him, I make him. The consternation on Susan's face immediately disappeared. All that's left is indignation. Just a big braggart. I don't want to talk to you anymore. And you're calling on a giant like Master Tiger? As soon as she heard this, Susan knew that Yi Yun was dreaming. Springing a dream. Yi Yun also had no intention of explaining. He had said it all and the other didn't believe it. Then there was nothing he could do. Arriving at Su's group, Susan was again entrenched in busy business. Zhao Yujie today, wearing a pencil skirt, the two white legs of the little girl, very slender and round. The flesh-colored stockings were tight and, I must say, eye-catching. On the bridge of the nose, there is also a pair of red frames without lenses. Looking more urban beauty. Brother Yi Yun, good morning When he saw Yi Yun, he greeted him with a sweet smile. Yi Yun laughed. Sister Yujie good touching Ning. Zhao Yujie blushed and snorted with laughter. Big brother Yi Yun, you're English. It's really crooked Rigwood. The two were talking and laughing, looking more like flirting couples to the eyes of the onlookers. Huggy, come to my office for a minute. A stern voice rang out from behind. Yi Yun clearly saw that Zhao Yujie's thin shoulders trembled as if she was scared. Still, turning his head, he squeezed out a smile and asked, Minister Ma, what's the matter? Madhavan, a very powerful executive of the Su Group. He swept a glance at Yi Yun here. His eyes were gloomy, and he said towards Zhao Yujie, there's something very important. Right away. You come to my office to talk. Zhao Yujie blanched. Minister Ma, I'll be a bit busy at hand. Why don't we wait and turn around? A playful smile appeared on Madhavan's greasy fat face. Later? Sorry, I'll take this moment. Come or not, you're on your own. After saying that, he turned his head and walked away, very forcefully. Yi Yun watched as he looked in his pants pocket and touched something out. Eyes, instantly iced down. Yujie, don't go. Chapter 41 Brother Yi, I like you. Zhao Yujie smiled bitterly. Big brother Yi Yun, you don't have to care about me. It's fine. Minister Ma is looking for me. It should be work-related. Yi Yun narrowed his eyes. This fat pig, is he threatening you? Or do you have something on him? In his hands? Zhao Yujie's face was shocked and she quickly shook her head. No, nothing. That big brother Yi Yun. I'll go and get busy first. Looking at the direction she ran, it was clear that she was going to find that Madhavan. Yi Yun sneered and immediately followed. Although, this was Zhao Yujie's personal matter, he shouldn't ask too much about it. But that Madhavan, he just even touched a condom. In this situation, Yi Yun, as the group's security minister, could not just ignore it. In Madhavan's office, come here and take it off yourself. He cocked his feet on the table and ordered Zhao Yujie who came in. Eyes, dead set on Zhao Yujie's chest. Minister Ma, I don't know what you're talking about. Zhao Yujie's face, for a moment, sank and stopped. Madhavan sneered. Don't know what I'm talking about? Yujie, you can't have forgotten what kind of relationship we have, right? If you serve me well, then on your parents' side, nothing will happen. If I can't do that, TSK, I just need to put a word out. Your parents might have to, once again, go into the hospital for half a month. Zhao Yujie said angrily. Madhavan, you promised me that you wouldn't touch my parents anymore. Madhavan laughed strangely. It's okay for me to leave your parents alone, but you're going to have to, in any case, make me horny, aren't you? Zhao Yujie's face became incredibly ugly. Minister Ma, this is the group. Aren't you afraid that others will find out if you make such a rude request? Madhavan snorted. I'm the big president's beloved. So what if others know? Humph. Don't think that just because you're Susan's secretary that I'm scrupulous. Your parents' lives are in my hands. Either you serve, or I'll put your parents in the hospital. Zhao Yujie was ashamed and furious. Madhavan, you're an animal. I advise you to die. I will never be coerced by you. Madhavan had an evil fire that went straight to his head, and swished to his feet. Damn. Give you face. Asterisk. You recently fell every day. And that Yi Yun eyebrow to eyebrow. Don't think that I don't know. You want to be vigorously developed by him, but you can only be my Madhavan's plaything. If you don't obey, not only your parents will not be happy. In the syndicate, with the power in my hands, I can also make you lose your reputation and not be able to move an inch. In Zhao Yujie's eyes, tears gushed out at once, and she gritted her teeth and said, Ma Duan, you this. If my parents have a little something, I'm going to come after you. Madhavan's face grimaced. Fight for your life? What are you going to fight me with? Your family lives in the middle of the city with no money or power. It's easier to invalidate your parents than to press an ant to death. Persuade you to come over here and behave yourself and do what I tell you. Either that, or I'll have your parents in the hospital tomorrow. Under the vicious threat of Madhavan, Zhao Yujie's delicate body trembled. Despair, unwillingness, humiliation in her eyes. Madhavan saw this and laughed with pleasure. That's right, there's a saying you need to learn. Life is like being pushed, and since you can't resist it, lie back and enjoy it. The office door, amidst the leering, was kicked open. Yi Yun smiled, and walked in. Minister Ma's words just now were really insightful. It seems that all the women in Minister Ma's family are treated like this, isn't it? Madhavan was shocked and furious. Surname Yi, this is my territory. Who let you in? Get out. Zhao Yujie was also alarmed. Big brother Yi Yun, don't mind. He's the grand president's man. We're not to be messed with. Yi Yun pressed her shoulder. Don't worry, I know in my heart. With a stormy look on his face, Madhavan stormed out of his desk and roared. Nifty dog, really think I'm giving you face? Don't think you're really an onion just because Susan thinks highly of you and lets you be a watchdog. Snap. Yi Yun was too lazy to talk nonsense. Raising his hand was 2 slaps straight out. Madhavan's bloated body fell to the ground with a thud, and the back of his head was on fire. Yi Yun stepped forward and stomped on his big belly. Ow! Madhavan screamed miserably. Bitter water spraying. Zhao Yujie was stunned. Big brother Yi Yun, stop it. If the grand president finds out, you'll probably lose your job. Yi Yun disdained. I'll beat this lecherous stick to death. And Su Chang, this old dog, won't dare to fart. Ma Duan was lying on the ground. His face twisted. Yi Yun, you're in ing trouble. If I don't waste you, my last name is not Ma. Yi Yun's face was indifferent. I'm sorry. Even if you want to take my surname and be my godson, I can't see it. A couple more kicks to the head of Madhavan. Under Zhao Yujie's incredulous gaze, Yi Yun did not stop there. Walking over, he copied the flower pot next to him. Bang, bang, bang. 3 pots in a row, all blooming on Madhavan. After the mournful scream, Madhavan's eyes were fearful and he directly fainted to death. In Zhao Yujie's eyes, she forced back tears. Big brother Yi Yun, if you're like this, you'll get into big trouble. No, I can't let anything happen to you because of me. Taking Yi Yun's hand, he ran towards the outside. Running to the door, he suddenly stopped again and returned to hug Yi Yun. Yujie, what are you? Don't. Big brother Yi Yun, don't move. Standing on her tiptoes, she unexpectedly took a bite, biting on Yi Yun's mouth. The little secretary's cheeks were red and her heart was beating like thunder. Thumping. After a kiss, she immediately spread her mouth and shyly said, Big brother Yi Yun, the big president will definitely not let you go. It's okay, I'll go with you. I'm done too. Yi Yun's mouth still had the flavor of this nymphet's lipstick and was helpless. Yujie, I heard all the words that this dead fat pig threatened you with. Don't worry, no one can touch you. Zhao Yujie shook her head repeatedly. Big brother Yi Yun. I don't care anymore. I've had enough. Looking at Yi Yun, her face flushed red. She lowered her head and whispered. Since I studied, graduated from university, and joined the workforce, I haven't fallen in love. Big brother Yi Yun, the way you cleaned up the bad guys last time, I liked it so much. I can see that you are a very righteous and upright man. I actually liked you a little bit before. Yi Yun was speechless for a moment. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yujie would confess to him. At that moment, a large number of footsteps sounded. Su Chang, Su Xian, with a group of people, as well as Susan. All of them were stoic and walked over quickly. Yi Yun, how dare you? How dare you openly be in the group and beat the group's executives to the point where they don't know if they're alive or dead? Su Xian pointed at Yi Yun's head and yelled. Lawlessness, not only will you not be able to keep your position, but you will also be investigated by the police. Zhao Yujie stood out and said loudly. This matter, with Minister Yi Yun, has nothing to do with it. I'm the one who hit Madhavan, and I'm willing to accept the group, any arrangement. Su Xian's already icy face was even 3 times colder as she asked. Secretary Zhao, you're defending Minister Yi so much. Is it possible that there's some kind of ulterior relationship between you two? The crowd was stunned. I didn't realize that she didn't mention the business and didn't care about the bleeding Madhavan on the floor. Surprisingly, it was a question that was asked. Su Chang said in a cold voice. Vice President Susan, I think it's better to get the business done first. This Yi Yun, his good days in the group, are at an end. Susan blandly said. What I'm running is business, and I don't need anyone to teach me. Yu Jia, Yi Yun, I'll ask for the last time. What's the relationship between you two? Zhao Yujie's face turned red and she didn't say anything as she pinched the hem of her skirt. Yi Yun, on the other hand, secretly called barbecue now. At this moment, that look in Susan's eyes was clearly meant to stare him to death alive. Chapter 42 Female President's Jealousy. We have nothing to do with each other. Secretary Zhao is being threatened by this fat bastard and I, as the group's head of security, came in to save her. Eventually, Yi Yun explained. Susan frowned. That's it? Yi Yun looked at her. It's that simple. Susan coldly said. Since that's the case, let's all disperse. Madhavan has no workplace ethics, did nasty things to my secretary, and is summarily dismissed from his position. Su Xian laughed coldly. Vice President, this judgment of yours, isn't it a bit biased? Minister Ma is now, with a bloody head, the victim, and your secretary, this little, and Yi Yun, obviously there is adultery between the two. It's really the adulterous couple that should be fired and held accountable, isn't it? Susan's icy eyes glanced over. What did you say? You're saying that my husband and my secretary are having an adulterous affair? Su Xian, I don't dare to make up my own mind, so you make up my mind for me. Don't you think that you're a little unworthy? Su Xian choked. You, okay, I don't care about your, but Minister Ma was beaten. This Yi Yun, he should always come up with an explanation, right? In Yi Yun's hand, playing with his cell phone, he faintly said, I recorded the entirety of what Madhavan said when he threatened Secretary Zhao. He wants Secretary Zhou, in the group office, to just serve him and give in to his lechery. This kind of scum, I think a beating, is far from enough. One should just cut off his lifeblood and make him eat a big bowl of prison food. Su Chang had a dark face. Minister Yi even recorded it. How thoughtful. Yi Yun smiled. That's not true. If I don't record, won't I be wronged again by some scumbag? Su Chang coldly grunted. Someone come, send this beast, Madhavan, to the hospital. Wait until he wakes up and see what the punishment is. Madhavan would have been, well, his man. But now, the good work is actually being recorded. Su Chang had the intention to help, but there was nothing he could do. Susan said lightly, there's no need to wait for him to wake up. I can punish him now. Compensate Yu Jia for her emotional damage and get lost. Su Xian said angrily, Su Shan, don't go too far. Minister Ma, that's the backbone of the group, or the Grand President's man. Susan was expressionless. So what? The Grand President's men can't be punished for their mistakes? And, am I the president of the group, or are you? Seems like you always have to butt in when I make a decision, doesn't it? Su Xian was choked. Good. You made a good decision. I have nothing to say. Yi Yun almost wanted to applaud. This president's daughter-in-law, I must say, is still quite domineering. Yi Yun, Secretary Zhao, you two come to my office for a moment. And in the next moment, Yi Yun could not laugh again. Knew that Susan wouldn't let this go easily. A woman's natural sense of smell. It's horrible. In Susan's office, she clasped her arms, her face cool, without a trace of fireworks. With her erect jade buttocks, she leaned against the desk and coldly scrutinized the two of them. Yi Yun and Zhao Yujie. Say something, will you? Or do I have to break it down for you guys to explain? As soon as she heard this, Zhao Yujie blushed her neck and lowered her head. President, it's all my fault. I didn't know beforehand that Minister Yi was to be your husband, Susan blandly said. So what do you think now that you know? Zhao Yujie looked up with tears in her eyes. President, you have always taken immense care of me. Instead, it is I who have failed you. Right now, the only way I can do right by you is to resign and leave the Su group. Susan waved her hand. You're the victim in this case. Huggy, you're young and new to the job market, and I don't blame you. Zhao Yujie let out an ah and could not help but look over to Yi Yun's side. Susan grunted coldly. Men, none of them are any good. Remember that well, Secretary Zhou, and go to work. Zhao Yujie promised and retreated. The heart was ashamed and shocked. I didn't realize that I, myself, had fallen in love with the president's husband. But between Minister Yi and the president, it's not at all obvious that it's a husband and wife relationship. As soon as the people left, in the office, only the lone man and woman remained. Yi Yun laughed dryly. Daughter-in-law, don't be angry. Between Secretary Zhao and I, it's actually a misunderstanding. Susan's face was scary. I'll ask, you just answer. Don't waste any other words. You really have the recording of Madhavan threatening Yujie? Yi Yun spread his hands. No, it was through the door and I could hear the conversation inside. But if you record it, it's very unclear. So I was, before, scaring Su Chang and the others. Susan nodded. Finally, some urgency. Yi Yun, you're good. Only came to the group for a few days and already hooked up with my secretary. How about, if you really like Yuji, you can date or even sleep with her. I won't care. Yi Yun shook his head. Since I'm already married, I won't do what you said. Susan sneered. And what's this about you kissing her? Yi Yun was taken aback and was dumbfounded. I don't know where Susan. From. On your mouth. It smells like Zhao Yujie's usual lipstick. Susan stood up with a queenly air. Don't underestimate a woman's sense of smell for cosmetics, especially a woman who is naturally sensitive to scent. Tell me, are the lips of this ninny, Yujie, soft? Yi Yun? This, not so good, he thought to himself. Susan came close to him and suddenly leaned over so that they were face to face, almost both touching. Yi Yun, you're a man with a wife now. If you want it, find your own wife and don't go out and get laid. After all, your wife isn't so bad. At least, not for the average woman. Is she? A haughty pronouncement, coupled with the nearness of the eyes, the exquisite fragrance, if any body fragrance, all of a sudden let Yi Yun, stunned incomparable. The president's wife, has she changed her mind? Were those words a hint to himself that he could do something to her? And look at Yi Yun, that hesitant look. Susan then had a fit of pique. Men, they really are all big, piggy, cowards. Get out. I don't want to see you, you big pervert. Yi Yun was speechless. How did he become a pervert? Wait for him to get out. Susan used her jade hand, quickly fanning herself, gritting her teeth. Susan, he is willing to be with other women. How to fool around, that is his business. Why are you reacting so much? Why is it that when you hear about him having contact with another woman, it makes your heart feel 100 times worse? It's not possible. You're in love with this little security guard, are you? The sudden thought that popped up scared Susan's little heart, fluttering wildly. Chapter 43, After 18 years? Another good man. Su Chang's house. Dad, we must not, ever again, let that little security guard run wild. Su Xian gritted her teeth. First Su Jian was packed into the hospital by him, and now Minister Ma, he has caught the handle again. These, however, are important people on your side, Dad. Su Chang leaned back in his white chair, his eyes half open and half closed. On your brother's side, he's almost ready to be discharged. This Madhavan, however, is difficult. This spermatic waste, actually using force in the group, letting the Yi Yun exploit the situation for nothing. Su Xian indignantly said, can't see that, Susan. This person is quite biased in favor of that little security guard. One step at a time to hit your side. One step at a time to push her people to the top. Su Chang snorted. It's just some small fight. The Su group, after all, is your old man's world. Shannon's ability, though, is one of the best. But still, a woman can't hold up the big picture. Su Xian laughed. Not bad, as good as she is. The old Taijuan side won't hand over the Su family and the group to a single woman. Su Chang sat up straight and his face became grim all of a sudden, although it's harmless, but repeatedly giving Susan and that Yi Yun face. I can't tolerate it. If we keep on like this, the people in the group will think that in the Sue group now, the one in charge is already Susan, the girl doll, not me, the big boss. Su Xian resentfully said, not bad dad, never give them face again, especially that Yi Yun, he must be properly cleaned up. In Su Chang's eyes, sinister flashed, clean him up? Humph, that's too cheap for him. I want him to be finished without even knowing how. Su Xian realized, followed by a caricatured smile. Dad, you here, it would not already have a plan, right? Su Chang smiled proudly. Of course, you remember, anything that blows in Su's group is under your father's and my control. The 3 dragons and tigers of the Wang family will be the fast knives I use to hold down that little security guard. Su Xian was shocked. Dad, you're in contact with the 3 males of the Wang family in the East City? Su Chang played with the flavor. Wang Long, Wang Tiger, Wang Ba 3 brothers, the 2 below, but reckless pikers. The only one who is a real character is their big brother, Wang Long. Since he's going to personally get that little security guard killed, all I have to do is just go along for the ride. Su Xian staggered. Wang Long is the eldest of Master Qin's godchildren in the East City, able to write and fight, one of our 4 great young men in Jiangnan. If he personally strikes that Yi Yun, I'm afraid that he won't even know how to meet the king of hell. Su Chang coldly grunted. These, then, are not our concern. On your side, make sure to perform well. The cooperation with Xia Beauty is a great opportunity. As long as you perform brightly and overpower Susan, then on old Taijuan's side, I will put in a good word for you. By then, that little security guard will be finished, and you'll have a chance to snatch Susan's vice president position. Su Xian was ecstatic. Thank you Dad. I'll definitely perform well. But will Uncle Tu's family get ideas if we do? Su Chang's face was desperate. Weak flesh is strong, and the same is true between blood brothers, Mr. and Mrs. Suwan. All their hopes lie in Susan, their daughter. As long as we crush Susan, then their family will no longer be qualified to compete with Laozi for control of the Su family. When it was time to leave work, Yi Yun walked out of the group and happened to see the young secretary Zhao Yujie. The latter kept his head down and walked quickly, as if he was afraid of bumping into him. Yi Yun smiled bitterly and caught up. Yujie, wait a moment. Zhao Yujie stopped and was a bit overwhelmed. Minister Yi, you have something to do? Yi Yun laughed. It's nothing special. I just want you not to worry. If Madhavan dares to embarrass your parents, you tell me. This fat pig, I'll make sure to send him to a big bowl of jail. Zhao Yujie, however, waved her hands repeatedly. No, my business. I'd better figure it out on my own. I don't not dare to trouble you. Minister Yi. Yi Yun was silent for a moment and said helplessly. Yujie, you are a good girl. But before, it's true that it's also my fault for not making it clear enough to cause such a misunderstanding. Zhao Yujie's eyes reddened. Minister Yi, stop saying that. That would only make me feel ashamed and groundless. Yi Yun said with a straight face. Yujie, I in no way meant to mock you. Susan and I have a relationship that a lot of people actually don't know about. Zhao Yujie commiserated. But it's useless to talk about this now. I kissed you on the mouth. Or I initiated it. And, I also confessed my love for you. Minister Yi. Yi Yun had a headache, which was indeed an undeniable fact that had already happened. Zhao Yujie glanced at him with sultry eyes and ran off first. Yi Yun sighed. This girl, indeed, was quite good. It's just a shame that it still hurts people. Oh, the people are gone, and they can't take back the dog's eyes. A taunting voice came from beside him. You, Minister Yi, are really mixing it up. Eat the bowl and watch the pot. Yi Yun's face turned cold as he looked back. Only Su Yuer, and her friend Zhao Zishuan, came over with a sneer on their faces. Yi Yun, you are quite capable. As soon as Su Yuer stepped forward, her mouth was unforgiving. You've been messing with all of Shanshan's secretaries. What? Do you want to play Office 3 lots? Yi Yun said indifferently. Things are not what you think. Don't open your mouth. Su Yuer's full breasts, because of her anger, shook twice. I shouldn't have come over here to meddle in your affairs. Just die as you please. Zhao Zishuan carried an expensive suit, thought he was very dashing with one hand in his pocket, and sneered. I told you, this person can't be relied on. And you still don't listen. But for Sam's sake, you might as well tell him what happened, lest it be unknown how you die. Su Yuer had a frosty face. Yi Yun, you're in big trouble. On Wang Lung's side, he's been trying to get at you personally lately. It's a story that's been spreading in the circles of the east side. Yi Yun skimmed his lips. Then I will, by the way, send him on his way. Zhao Zishuan laughed. I told you that this little security guard doesn't know how to die and has a pit in his brain. Look, He's so confident out of nowhere. He's going to heaven. Rather, it seems like I went through a lot of trouble to inquire about the equivalent of. Su Yuer looked at Yi Yun and said in a cold voice, Yi Yun, the news that Wang Long was going to get you was still only obtained by relying on Zhao Xiao here. That's all said and done. You'd better be careful. By the way, give Zhao Xiao a thank you. Yi Yun's face was bland. It's just a reptile. I'm not in the mood to say thank you. Zhao Zishuan's eyes, all of a sudden, spewed fire. You're saying that this young man is a reptile? Yi Yun did not even look at him with a proper eye, and left. Zhao Zishuan concluded. This son of a is dead. Tomorrow his body, inevitably, will appear in the gutter. Su Yuer didn't say anything, her face changing. Finally, he hurriedly said, Young Zhao, we'll make another appointment another day. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. Instead, she didn't go home and she didn't go to Susan. Instead, he drove and quietly followed Yi Yun in the back. On Yi Yun's side, he wandered home. Halfway up the hill, he sensed that behind him, someone was following. With a hint of playfulness at the corner of his mouth, Yi Yun continued to rush towards home as if nothing had happened. A heavy locomotive, roaring, turned the sharp bend in the hill, not slowing down in the slightest. The rider in the car even twisted the throttle, rumbling, directly towards Yi Yun's back. It charged, turning around without any haste. Yi Yun muttered to himself with his mouth. There's a way to heaven you don't go, but there's no door to hell you come to. It's okay, after 18 years, you're a good man again. Chapter 44, Discovery of a Jedi Treasure. Just at the moment when the heavy locomotive was about to hit, Yi Yun let out a low shout. 4-2's a crowd. One hand snapped out and grabbed the handlebars with one hand. Then both arms fired. The big guy that weighed 700 to 800 pounds was then lifted out by Yi Yun. Directly. Wang Long, who was in the car, roared in shock, rolled over and rolled on the ground in one go, and drew the short sword of the East on his body. Yi Yun's chained legs had already split and swept. Wang Long raised his sword and just managed to fend off 2 blows. He was then kicked by Yi Yun, hitting him squarely in the chest. Even with the protection of his knight's uniform, he still felt a shortness of breath in his chest. With a hiss, Wang Long's short blade in his hand danced out in a desperate manner. For a little karami like you to come and kill Grandpa me, practice for another 500 years. Yi Yun snorted. His right hand actually ignored the blade light in front of him and thrust strongly into the past. With a clicking sound, a hand flew the short knife in Wang Long's hand. In the other party's horrified gaze, Yi Yun pinched his throat. Wang Long was lifted up and his legs kept stomping around. You better not move me. My godfather is Master Qin, the king of the eastern city. He will definitely not let you go. Yi Yun's eyes narrowed, a smile on his face, but there was no laughter. The 3 bugs of your Wang family, Wang Bao, Wang Hu, plus you, Wang Long. I gave your 3 brothers a chance, but it didn't work out. You were useless. Wang Long roared in terror. Big brother, spare my life. In the future, I definitely won't dare. Yi Yun smiled. I'm sorry, I'm good at everything, just less compassionate. With a click, he directly broke Wang Long's neck. One more throw, and the body, along with the heavy locomotive, fell down the cliff. Su Yuer drove her BMW coupe and when she turned the corner, what she saw was Yi Yun's back disappearing at the top of the hill. Where's Wang Long? Just now himself. He was following him behind. It was just that the other guy had a great car and was on a mountain road, so her little BMW couldn't run. With a heart full of doubts, Su Yuer drove the car to the front of the villa at the top of the hill. She intended to personally ask Yi Yun where Wang Long had gone. As a result, when he took a look, there was surprisingly no figure of Yi Yun at the top of the mountain. In a flash, Su Yuer realized something. Could it be that this guy went into the villa at the top of the hill? However, there are just 3 villas here, all occupied by well-known bigwigs. The highest building, the Palace of Eternal Bliss, was home to an astonishing figure. She visited the house 3 times and they didn't even bother her for a second. In the midst of her cloudy face, Su Yuer exhaled slightly. It was 100% certain that this Yi Yun was definitely not simple. With a huge surprise, Su Yuer drove down the mountain. When she got home, she picked up her cell phone and wanted to share with Susan this great discovery, but as she was about to make the call, her fingers stopped. Still, let's leave it to Sam for now. In Su Yuer's mind, she persuaded herself. Anyway, it's not like she has the slightest liking for this Yi Yun. Between the two, it's just a marriage by marriage. I, for one, will dig into this guy's secrets and see what else he's hiding. The next day, a sensational news swept through the entire Jiangnan city. The godson of Master Qin, the king of Dongchang, the most powerful one, Wang Long, was found dead at the foot of the mountain. The car wreck was very tragic. In the first instance, it was speculated that Wang Lung's death was due to a rollover. However, it was soon pointed out by a professional that Major Wang Long was fatally pinched and broken his neck. The person who killed Wang Long Dishao was 100% a strong martial arts figure. This directly ignited the monstrous fury of the East City King. Whoever killed my son, I want him dead. Wang Long's two brothers, Wang Hu and Wang Bao, were even more furious. My elder brother's vengeance, my two brothers, sworn to death, will be avenged. As soon as I find the outlaw, I'll have to have him, in 5 pieces. Waking up early in the morning, a cool pajamas Su Yuer, the petite body is flawless, and it is tempting to think about it. At this moment, Miss Su, lying on her bed, flipping through her cell phone, was filled with shock. Wang Lung is dead? But yesterday, he himself met him on the mountain road. Boom! A thought that directly shocked Su Yuer. Wang Lung died under the mountain pass yesterday. And yesterday, she arrived just in time to see Ian leave. A combination of the two. Cootie! Both can see how Wang Lung died. Su Yuer drew a mouthful of cold air. This little security guard. I'm afraid that it's more powerful than what she imagined. Than what she thought. A great surprise surfaced in her mind at once. Su Yuer had a sense of satisfaction that she was the only one who had found the absolute treasure and no one else knew about it. Yi Yun here, as usual, drove and went to work with Susan. Wang Long was actually killed by someone. This person seems extraordinary. Otherwise, it's impossible not to know that behind Wang Long is Master Qin. Qin Shixiong. Susan put down her cell phone and muttered to herself. Yi Yun laughed. Perhaps, the person who got this Wang Long killed. People simply didn't care what people were behind him, just simply crushing a small ant to death. Susan shook her head. What you say is not out of the question, but this man, more or less, is reckless. Master Qin, the king of the East City, that's 100% of the people who are fishing for side deals, and he has countless lives in his hands. Now, I'm afraid this can't end well. Yi Yun laughed it off. He didn't have to go into much detail about this kind of thing. The two had just arrived at the group when they saw Su Chang leading a group of people, aggressively walking over. Susan frowned. Grand President, what are you doing? Su Chang sneered. What for? You've recruited a good door-to-door son-in-law, a murderer, and the one who killed was Master Qin's godson. This time, the Su family is in big trouble. Susan said in a cold voice. You're saying Yi Yun is a murderer? That's never possible. Su Chang had a gloomy face. Impossible. You'd better give the person to the East City side before saying anything. Otherwise, no one can withstand Master Qin's wrath. Susan looked at Yi Yun here with inquiring eyes. Yi Yun calmly said, I don't know. Early in the morning, you, the eldest uncle, is having some kind of a fit? What's that? Master Qin's godson died, but he came to me. Daughter-in-law you say? Isn't this nonsense? Su Chang roared. Yi Yun, you dare not do it. You dare to say that Wang Long's death has nothing to do with you? Yi Yun asked rhetorically. Who are you to say it has anything to do with me? I'm a 5-star good citizen. A good man who strictly supports peace and his wife. How could I possibly do such a thing as kill and burn? Or is it that you, here, big president, have done something in private? So much so that as soon as that Wang Long died, you suspected me? Su Chang's eyelids jumped, cursing this little thing. What a sharp reaction. On his mouth, he was as steady as an old dog and said, Wang Long, that's a miscreant. Whether he dies or not has little to do with me. I'm just warning you not to cause trouble for my Su family. Yi Yun said in a cold voice. I'm also warning you, don't cross the red line. Su Chang was shocked and furious. This Yakuza, how dare he threaten himself? Seems like, he's the one who deserves to die, right? Susan, Minister Ma has woken up. There must be a reckoning for what happened yesterday when you, the son-in-law of the house, assaulted him. Su Xian, at this point, launched another attack. Chapter 45, Hegemony. Susan said indifferently, Madhavan is in the group. Shameless and nasty, insulting my secretary. Yi Yun saw justice. I don't think, there is still something to be counted. Su Xian sneered. Need it or not, it's better for Minister Ma to come and talk to you personally. The crowd moved aside and Madhavan, his head wrapped in gauze, limped out. First, he glanced resentfully at Yi Yun before he said towards Susan, President, I only have one request. Su Group, either this Yi Yun rolls, or I quit. Susan grunted coldly. Is that a threat? Madhavan smiled skinlessly. Subordinate wouldn't dare. It's just that I feel that it's chilling to serve the group for so many years only to get this result. This Yi Yun, anyway, I'll put my words here. The group has him without me. Susan nodded. Fine then, pack up your stuff and get out. With her temper, A jumped-up clown like Madhavan was not worth mentioning. Yeah, I can roll. Madhavan had a fierce face. But Susan, don't forget. Sue's group will be worlds apart with me and without me. I'm not afraid to tell you that as soon as my people leave, the entire antique department will have to be paralyzed. Susan was startled and said in a deep voice, Minister Ma, you know in your heart what you've done. I'm already being lenient with you by not holding you accountable for anything else. Just letting you go. Now, what else do you want? With his chest raised, Madhavan said openly, the old brothers in the antiques department, they all fully support me. Mr. Su, I'll really leave the words here. Tell this Yi to get lost, then I'll be at peace here. Otherwise, I will immediately take the backbone of the antiques department and defect to the opposite company. Su Chang saw a needle in the eye and pretended to say, Minister Ma is an important executive of the group. Shannon, I'm not at liberty to interfere with your business here, but the lesser of the two, I'm sure you hold. Su Xian snorted out a laugh. This time, Yi Yun, this little security guard, will not obediently roll away? Compared to Ma Doan, who controlled the group's major departments, Yi Yun, the security minister, was not worth mentioning at all. Seeing that Susan didn't say anything, Madhavan was even more pleased. Surname Yi, I damn well told you, you're nothing if you play with the old man. You think that by catching me in a bit of trouble, you've won? Oh no, let me tell you something. A real winner always has a back way out. After saying that, he laughed maniacally and looked at Yi Yun with arrogance to the extreme. And the rest of the executives who followed to see what was going on were also, one by one, teasing with their faces. This Yi Yun, one could only say, was uneducated. Who doesn't know that Minister Ma is the right-hand man of the Grand President? That's all, and it's against him. Isn't that looking for a pain in the ass? Zhao Yujie said angrily. Minister Ma, do you still need some face? He, Minister Yi, is dedicated to the group, yet you want to ostracize him. That said, you're the group's tumor, aren't you? Ma Duan smiled disdainfully. Zhao Yujie, you wait for me, back there. I won't let you get by. Don't you just want to play with you? What's the point of pretending to be pure and holy? I've seen a lot of women like you, putting on airs and graces here, but at this little Yakuza Yi Yun, I'm afraid you'd hate to be toyed with to death by him, right? Zhao Yujie was so ashamed and angry that her eyes immediately turned red. Ma Duan pointed at himself and aggressively moved towards Yi Yun here. Kid, my old man's biggest backer is more than just the big president here. The old Taijun of the Su clan is the old me's biggest card. So, not to mention you, even Mr. Su would have to think twice if he wanted to run me. Yi Yun laughed out. I see. So it turns out, you have a harder backstage. No wonder, dare to be so pretentious. I tend, however, to be the most unbelieving of people. Madhavan stepped forward, his big belly directly on top of Yi Yun. Don't believe me? Can you still me? Try moving again, and you'll see that in the end, it's you or me who dies. Susan droned. Minister Ma, stop in moderation. It is for the sake of the old Taijun that I have tolerated you again and again. Madhavan's nostrils turned up. Sorry, can't stop in moderation. That's just the way I am. If you don't freak out, you don't freak out. And if you do, no one is good enough. Yi Yun nodded. Alright then, since the words have been said, everything will be fine. In the midst of the bystanders' cries of shock, Yi Yun steeply struck out and pulled on Madhavan's ear. Blood, instantly, jetted out of the ears, all at once, accompanied by screams of pain to the extreme. Su Chang roared. Yi Yun, let go of Minister Ma. Yi Yun turned a deaf ear and lifted his knee, heavily pressing it against Madhavan's big belly. With a wow, Madhavan vomited and had diarrhea. Yi Yun's face was as calm as water as he swept his foot out horizontally. Madhavan's fat body was directly kicked out for more than 10 meters, and his head smashed heavily against the wall. The body, which had just been bandaged, was once again faceless, and was knocked out dead on the spot. Su Xian shouted furiously. Yi Yun, what gives you the right to hit someone? Yi Yun coldly swept a glance at her. With this, threatening the boss in the group is also my wife. Also, as the group security minister, when you encounter unstable elements, you have the authority to remove them. Su Xian still wanted to say something, but Su Chang viciously said, Su Shan, see for yourself. What kind of goods you're looking for with this one? Madhavan, that's from the old Taijuan's mother's family, and it's vital to the group. This time he will surely betray Su, and when the time comes, the paralysis of the antique department. Let's see how you can explain to the old Taijun. Susan blushed, slightly pale, because she also did not expect that Yi Yun would be so fierce. Zhao Yujie, as well as the rest of the executives, were also jaw-dropped. I should have known that this new Minister of Security is a tough guy. I didn't expect it to be as ruthless as this. President, the antique department is our Su clan, one of the most important departments. This door-to-door son-in-law of your family is in big trouble. Not bad. Once Minister Ma leaves in anger, then we, Su, will have to plant at least one department. Mr. Su, this door-to-door son-in-law of yours is simply a violent maniac. Dismissed. He must be dismissed. After a short silence, a roar erupted. Susan coldly looked at Yi Yun. What else do you want to say? Striking out and hitting someone is the stupidest thing to do. Understand? Yi Yun's face was disdainful. I've already counted myself as merciful if I didn't disable him. Isn't it just an antique department? If this dog coin wants to roll, just roll. I'll take care of it. Su Xian yelled. You're responsible for this? Little security guard. How much do you weigh? Can you afford to be responsible? Yi Yun said indifferently. How to be responsible? That is my business, not yours. All I'm asking is if the antiques department, I can get it up and running again. From now on, in this department, am I in charge? Su Xian was dumbfounded for a moment and subconsciously looked at Su Chang. Su Chang snorted and coldly grunted. Fine, if you can really do it. So what if the antique department is given to you? I have to remind you though, the antiques department is a very special department. It's not something you can rely on brute force to hold on to. The rest of the executives, too, gave a look of idiocy. The antiques department, that needs professionals to sit in. Appraisers, antique gurus, these are the talent of talents. This Yi Yun dared to put the word in charge. Afraid that his brain was kicked by a donkey? Zhao Yujie reminded in a low voice. Big brother Yi Yun, don't agree. In the antiques department, you have to have a professional sitting in. Otherwise, the bystanders can't interfere at all. Yi Yun said blandly. Managing a farting department can be harder than special operations? Don't worry, after I take over, the performance of the antique department will only be better than before. Such a certainty of tone, so that the crowd cannot figure out. This girl where the courage and self-confidence? Susan looked stern. Yi Yun, once the promise is made, I can't help you if you can't reach it afterward. Yi Yun's face was expressionless. To me, there is nothing that cannot be reached. As long as I want to, I can definitely reach it. The massive confidence that erupted in that one moment caused Susan to lose her mind for a moment. This man, when he was domineering, was quite intimidating. But how could he do what even he thought was impossible? Chapter 46 Antique Wizard Ma Lao Goe. Yi Yun ignored the others and drove Susan's car, leaving Su's group. President, what do you think Minister Yi? What is he going to do? Zhao Yujie was incomparably worried and asked. Susan smiled. Yujie, your mind seems to be on Minister Yi lately. Zhao Yujie ought before realizing that she had slipped up and bowed her head. President, I was just casually asking. Minister Yi is your man. I have no other thoughts. Susan said lightly. I don't care what you think even if you do. With Yi Yun, between us, there is no true love. Zhao Yujie was surprised. No real feelings? But I think Minister Yi, this person, is still quite good. A rare good man. Susan's heart, all of a sudden annoyed, coldly said, since you think he is a good man, then you too well forget it. Zhao Yujie said repeatedly, my subordinate wouldn't dare. Being both women, she could sense that the president's words were somewhat tongue-in-cheek. On Yi Yun's side, he found Wu Tianshan. Elder Wu, you are the president of the Antique Association of Jiangnan City. I want to entrust you and help me find a few professionals. After hearing Yi Yun's words, Wu Tianshan laughed. A trivial matter. But little friend, I wouldn't want to recommend you to an ordinary antique expert. After all, it's not on the table. In our city of Jiangnan, there is that one strange man who is the titan of the antique world. This person, keep you satisfied. It's just that if you want to invite him to come out, it's difficult. Very difficult. Yi Yun had a relaxed look on his face. Alright, I'll take this strange man and ask him to help me take care of Su's antique department. Wu Tianshan laughed bitterly. Little friend, it's better not to be too optimistic. This one, I'm just recommending, but to ask him to come out, even if I ask, the chances are slim. Yi Yun laughed. Whether the chances are good or not, you won't know until you try. Soon, following Wu Tianshan's guidance, Yi Yun drove and arrived at the old city center in the west of the city. Wu Tianshan got out of the car and led the way. The old raggedy little one in front is this old thing's residence. Yi Yun looked at it and could not help but wonder. Elder Wu, as far as I know, you guys who play with antiques are not poor, right? How is it that this strange man still lives in such a place? Wu Tianshan shook his head and said, this is the grotesque thing about Ma Lauer. Glory, wealth, fame and power. He can't see anything. In the early years, with the popularity of antique wizards, he roamed the antique world, eating, drinking, whoring and gambling. Then, the flow of the year was unfavorable, and a tragic blow was dealt. Since then it has been a total loss. Hunkering down and not asking questions, Yi Yun nodded, able to understand the situation. Too much rigidity is easy to break, and often the most gifted people just can't withstand defeat. Arriving in front of a dilapidated two-story building, Yi Yun realized that it was already full of people. Wu Tianshan frowned. It seems that there are some more dignitaries, or collectors, or antique merchants, who have come to ask this old Ma to come out. Yi Yun was surprised. So, this Master Ma is quite popular? Wu Tianshan laughed. This is the name of a man and the shadow of a tree. Even though Ma Lauer has announced his withdrawal from the antique world, his strength and fame is still an object that countless people want to flatter. At that moment, a burst of angry curses came from the second floor, with very vulgar and unpleasant words. Asterisk 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 off. All of you. Being rich is a big deal. Old man, I don't care. You want me to go and serve you? Fine. Have your mother serve me a bath and your grandmother wash my feet. Yi Yun and Wu Tianshan were both speechless for a while. A group of people, also gray, retreated from the second floor. Damn. This old dog is toast. Dad, give him face. Why don't we just tie him up? Shut up. This Ma Changqing is an old-timer in the antique world, and his temper stinks. Tie him up directly? You want to jeopardize my Fong family's reputation? When Yi Yun took a look, he could not help but be happy. Isn't this Mr. Fong Jiahao Fong, who just got struck by lightning for pretending to be a pussy? As for the middle-aged man in a suit next to him, his aura was a bit extraordinary. Wu Tianshan faintly introduced. That one is our Jiangnan city's premier figure, Fong Tianming, the head of the Fong family. Fong Tianming's father and son, at this time, also saw the two of them, Yi Yun and Wu Tianshan. Elder Wu, long time no see. You, too, have come to visit Elder Ma? Fong Tianming walked over, surrounded by his bodyguards, with a smile on his face. Wu Tianshan said, it's not a visit, but bringing a friend here to ask Ma Changqing to come out. Immediately, Fong Tianming looked at Yi Yun next to him and shook his head. This little brother, he looks very unfamiliar. With all due respect, even when this family head steps in, Elder Ma doesn't give face. You guys? I'm afraid you can't even get in the door. Fong Jiahao was at the side. His eyes had long been on fire, and he sneered coldly. Dad, you have not been too high on this nobody. Not to mention entering the door. I'm afraid Master Ma won't even reward him with a fart. Such unceremonious words caused Wu Tianshan to frown for a moment. Fong Xiao, please speak more politely. Little friend Yi Yun, I brought this. Even if you can't invite Ma Changqing, but for the sake of my old man, it's not as wretched as you say. Fong Jiahao laughed coldly. That's right. Besides relying on Elder Wu's connections to you, what is this kid? Fong Tianming asked indifferently. Jiahao, you and this young man have a history? Fong Jiahao grunted coldly. Dad, you don't know. The door-to-door son-in-law Susan recruited is this man. Fong Tianming's eyes immediately narrowed. So, you are the one who snatched my son's fiancée. Young man, it's better to think twice about being a man. Our Fong family is not a small family. Yi Yun laughed. That's a fair point. Fong family, indeed, is not a small family, but at best, it's nothing more than that. Otherwise, it's not possible to be blown off the building like a lost dog, and cussing and not daring to let out a single fart. Fong Jiahao was furious as bastard. What did you say? Fong Tianming raised his hand and snorted coldly. Jiahao, you are not allowed to be rude in front of Elder Wu. But young man, your name is Yi Yun, right? I won't bother with what you just said, but the sky is wild with rain, and people are wild with goods. You're so high-eyed. I'm afraid you won't get far. After saying that, he swept a gloomy glance at Yi Yun and led a group of bodyguards to walk away around the road. Yi Yun shrugged his shoulders. Elder Wu, let's go upstairs. Wu Tianshan sighed. Little friend, you and Fong Jiahao, these kind of second-generation ancestors, fighting and messing around is actually harmless. But Fong Tianming is a notorious old man. This person's ruthless. My mind is not to provoke. Yi Yun said indifferently. It's all been invoked. I can't do anything about it. Furthermore, Elder Wu, you probably don't know me well enough. I, for one, specialize in disobedience. Wu Tianshan blew his beard and glared. This little friend, so wild that even he couldn't stand it. Coming to the second floor, Wu Tianshan raised his hand and thumped on the door. Inside, a hard, thick voice rang out. Get out. Get the hell out of here as far as you can. Wu Tianshan didn't have the good sense to say. Old Ghost Ma, your grandfather. I came to see you. Don't give face, right? The iron door opened at once, revealing a stooped old man. His triangular eyes stared at Yi Yun and the two of them as he coldly said, "Who did I think it was? It turns out to be you, old dog Wu. Let me guess. You're hosting this yellow boy to bother the old man me, right? Sorry, I wouldn't give a damn about him even if he was the Jade Emperor's godson." The door slammed just as it opened and was about to close again. Wu Tianshan was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Yi Yun here, on the other hand, probed his hand in one go and jammed the iron door. "Old thing, do you really think I'm here to beg? On the contrary, I'm here waiting for you to beg me. The stubborn disease in you has penetrated deep into your lungs and tormented you day and night. To cure or not to cure, to die or not to die, it's all up to you." When Yi Yun's sentence old thing exited, Wu Tianshan knew that this trip was 100% over. This old devil, Ma Changqing, already had a big temper. To be shouted at again for being an old thing, it was a direct attempt to blow up the sky. But when Yi Yun finished his words, Wu Tianshan was incredulous, because the old man, Ma, didn't curse, didn't do anything, didn't close the door. Instead, his body shivered for a moment and looked at Yi Yun with excitement. "You can cure my stubborn disease? Little friend, if you can really do it, put me out of my misery from now on. From now on, you are my regenerative parent. Let me call you Grandpa even." Chapter 47, Submission Out of the Mountain. Humiliating the Feng family. Until he was invited into the house, Wu Tianshan was confused. In a few words, Yi Yun pinched old Ma's lifeblood. "You know, usually those who come to beg for Ma Lao Gui to come out of the mountain are all non-rich and have real skills, but none of them succeeded. No, Feng Tianming is a living example. But now, Yi Yun had brought him along, and he was even greeted by old Ma's ghost in a courteous manner, all greeted with hot tea. It had to be said that Wu Tianshan felt that this feeling was, well, damn good. "Old Ma, this lowly demeanor today is not like you." The pimply-faced antique master, Ma Changqing, came over with a blank look. "If it was your fancy watery ass, I definitely wouldn't have let you in the door, let alone make you tea. But this friend you brought with you is much different." With that, he looked blearily at Yi Yun. "This little divine doctor, please also take a hand and help me out of my misery." Yi Yun took a sip of tea and slowly said, "How do you know that I am a divine doctor? And how do you know I can help you out of your misery?" Ma Changqing compensated with a smile. "The one who can tell me my persistent disease word for word. Over the years, you, little divine doctor, are the first. Truth be told, I have long been disillusioned. To close yourself off from the world is to wait to die and stink." Yi Yun nodded. "Your situation is slightly special. The poison enters the lungs and corrodes the body, tormenting it day and night with excruciating pain. Moreover, you have been poisoned for at least 7 or 8 years. So far, you still haven't died. Only because the person who poisoned you didn't want you to die so quickly. He's going to torture you step by step, make you ache and finally rot and die in despair. I wonder if I'm right, or not." Ma Changqing trembled and said repeatedly, "Right, right, simply too right. In my early years, I was so spirited that I didn't know how to restrain myself and offended a villain. In the end, tragically, he was assassinated by this strange poison. And from then on, he was devastated. His temperament changed drastically, and he went through all kinds of tortures. Today, God has allowed me to meet you, little divine doctor, and it is my good fortune. Ma Changqing, please ask the little divine doctor to save your life." Saying that, a handful of years old big brother of the antique world, unexpectedly, just like that, kneeled down for Yi Yun. Wu Tianshan looked dumbfounded. There were not many people in the world who could make Ma Lao Gai submit so much. Yi Yun put down his teacup. "What about saving you? It's not much of a problem. That's the condition. I don't know if you agree." "Ma Lao?" Ma Changqing roared. "As long as I can get rid of this taste of life being worse than death. Afterward, little divine doctor, even if you want me to jump off a building, I won't even bat an eyelid. More than just jumping off a building, even if I have to sell it, I'll admit it." Yi Yun lost his smile. "If I let you jump, then why am I healing you? As for going to sell it, to be honest, I'm afraid you don't have much of a market." "Ma Lao." Wu Tianshan laughed out loud. "Old Ma, one thing leads to another. It seems that it still takes a little friend to eat you with a golden needle." Yi Yun first released the poisonous blood from Ma Changqing's body. Afterwards, he touched out an antidote pill and told Ma Changqing to swallow it. Finally, he confided, "Elder Ma, the initial treatment will allow you to no longer suffer the torment of the severe poison, but it will be a week before the poisoned blood is drained. Every morning from now on, you cut your finger by yourself and release the poisonous blood. Remember, the finger must be, the whole time, immersed in salt water. After 7 days, You will be completely free of the torture. Feeling his body, all of a sudden becoming relaxed and soothed, Ma Chongqing was ecstatic. There is no way to repay the favor of saving his life. In the future, little divine Dr. Yi Yun, you will be my old Ma's regenerative parent. Wu Tianshan despised, you don't be ashamed of people. What is your age? Others' little friend? And what is the great years? Trying to be someone's son. Yi Yun also smiled. Elder Ma, I don't have any special requirements for you. All you need to do is come out and help me sit on the antique department of the Su Group. Ma Chongqing frowned. A district's antique department. What's the point? Little divine doctor. If you want, I'll play a big game for you. In the future, the antique world of this southern province will be honored by you. Several well-known collector beauties. I'll have them wear war robes, handbox, and sleep with you. Yi Yun waved his hand. Those? I don't need. Elder Ma, you only need to help me with the current matter. Ma Chongqing laughed. Okay, I'll follow the order anyway. Downstairs, Fong Tianming, father and son, did not leave. Instead, they wait for the joke. Dad, if you ask me, even with Wu Tianshan accompanying him, it would be a fool's errand for Yi Yun to invite old Ghost Ma. This person, Ma Chongqing, I've already invited him 3 times, but he's so oily and salty that he doesn't even put me in his eyes. Humph. Then don't mention it. A child of the district. Fang Jiahao's eyes were grim. This Yi Yun deserves to die. If he hadn't interfered, Susan would have long been in my pocket. And as long as we get this woman, then what's the problem with the entire Su family being swallowed by our Fong family's royal dragon group? Fong Tianming said lightly. There's no rush. I've taught you that you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. All contingencies, you have to be able to handle. So that one day, I will feel comfortable leaving the Fong family in your hands. Fang Jiahao answered. Yes, turning his head to look. He only saw Yi Yun and Wu Tianshan, already descending the stairs. Fang Jiahao had a quick look on his face and was about to step forward to taunt, but it was to see that another old man, short in stature, followed. Fang Jiahao was stunned to the core. Elder Ma, isn't he never, ever stepping out of his room? Could it be that he's changed his mind and is planning to accept our Fong family's invitation? Fong Tianming, at first, thought the same thing, but he was steadier than Fang Jiahao and watched for 2 seconds first. Then the face, it came down incredibly ugly. Fong family master, I apologize for not seeing you off, only to see Ma Chongqing, walking towards the father and son, waving his hand as if chasing away flies. In the future, you Fong family, don't come to my place to harass me, time and time again. I'm annoyed if you guys aren't. From now on, I am little friend Yi Yun's person, so you guys can all die. Fong Tianming had trouble accepting it. Elder Ma, what do you mean by that? We, the Fong family, have come to invite you in an 8-carried sedan chair. We are willing to make you the #1 honored guest of the Fong family, with countless offerings of money and wealth. That's it. Instead of saying yes to us, you go with a brat. May I ask why, please? Ma Chongqing snorted. Your Fong family has money and power, but I don't need it. And the other person, little friend Yi Yun, helped me get rid of the sea of bitterness, and the person is so admirable. For that matter, your Fong family is not even worthy of lifting someone's shoes. You want reasons? This is the reason I give you. Yi Yun didn't even bother to look at this father and son more than once. Greeting Ma Chongqing, he raised his head and left, and watched the 3 get in the car and leave. Fang Jiahao was enraged. This old bastard, how dare he humiliate my Fong family like this? Fong Tianming said in a deep voice. You only see humiliation. Don't you want to figure out what virtue or ability that Yi Yun had to make Ma Chongqing submit? Fang Jiahao growled. He's got a load of skills and is obviously relying on Wu Tianshan's favors. Fong Tianming rebuked. Stupid. If Wu Tianshan had this ability, he would have hired away Ma Chongqing to work for him long ago. What's more, with Ma Chongqing's condescension, he can't look down on Wu Tianshan. Then there is only one explanation, which is that this Yi Yun, indeed, talked Ma Chongqing into it. Fang Jiahao was shocked. This can't be possible. Can he still have more face than my Fong family? Fong Tianming's face was ugly as he said grimly, whether there is face or not, I don't care. This person, it seems that he has more or less something. Jiahao, when you have the chance on your side, waste him. Fang Jiahao laughed fiercely. Just what I wanted. Chapter 48 Launching a Gentle Offensive. Su's group. Su Xian had a teasing face. Shan, the old Taijun, but she already knows that you drove Minister Ma away. At this point, it's a big deal. Su Xian's heart was annoyed, but on her face, she said indifferently, when I get off work, I will personally give the old Taijun an explanation. Su Xian snorted. Explain? Ma Duan is from old Taijun's mother's family. It's useless for you to explain anything. Old Taijun said that this door-to-door son-in-law of your family must be told to get lost. Su Shan coldly said. Yi Yun said that he would be in charge of the antique department. Now that he's gone off to figure out what to do, it's a little early for you to be so happy until the results are settled. Su Xian disdained. Fine, then I'll wait. He'll be beaten back. How can a gatekeeper's goods know about antiques and deal with professionals like appraisers? Is he worthy? A faint voice came from behind. If I'm not worthy, are you the brain-dead girl who is? Su Xian turned around in a frenzy of anger, and at a glance, sneered. Yi Yun, you wouldn't just invite such an old slob to manage our Su's antiques department, right? Yi Yun did not even look at her and said towards Susan. This is Ma Chongqing, Elder Ma. In the entire antique world of the southern province, you should know what kind of curiosity his old man has. Susan looked at Ma Chongqing and gradually became excited. Elder Ma, welcome to our Su. She recognized, of course, who the dry, thin old man in front of her was. At one time, that was a big name. Ma Chongqing smiled. Hello, Mr. Su. Mr. Su and little friend Yi Yun. They are truly a match made in heaven. My old man didn't have time to catch up with the good work of the two of you. Turning back, I will definitely present a pair of jade rui, wishing the two of you 100 years of happiness. Susan blushed, but her mood was incredibly pleasant. There is this antique big shot who is heavier than even Wu Tianshan, who is stationed at Su's off Madovan. And what the hell? Su Xian called out at this time. Yi Yun, this old man, he looks flat. How are you sure that he is the former antique wizard Ma Lao? It's not possible that, at random, you found a beggar on the side of the road to fool us, is it? Yi Yun smiled but not laughed. Elder Ma, you heard it. What about people saying that you are a beggar on the roadside? Ma Chongqing is a lawless maniac, and not many of those who play art are docile. Pointing at Su Xian's nose, he scornfully said, where did you come from, yellow-haired girl? Speak to the old man with care. You were probably still wearing open pants when your grandfather and I were crisscrossing the antique world, questioning the identity of the old man. How dare you? Have you seen a beggar as handsome as the old man me? Su Xian gave the scolding a gray face and said angrily, old thing, don't you give me a wild look. Here, this is my Su family's territory, not a place for you to spread your wildness. Ma Chongqing was disdainful. If it wasn't for the sake of little friend Yi Yun, your Su family would be nothing. With one word from me, I can up your Su family's antique business. One sentence can also make the Su family antique department, from now on, green. Su Xian didn't believe it and gritted her teeth in anger. Su Chang, at this time, was the one who arrived in a hurry with his people? Elder Ma, welcome. It is a blessing for my Su family that you are able to visit us. The words fell, turned toward Su Xian, angry reprimanded, have eyes without pearl thing. Even the antique legend of the South China province do not recognize. Give me back down. Only then did Su Xian's jaw drop. Yi Yun, this little security guard, had really invited such heavyweights? The question is, how did he do it? Ma Chongqing glanced at Su Chang, revealing a reminiscent look. You're the boss of the Su family. I think your name is Su Chang, right? More than 10 years ago, I remember you kid, came and begged the old man to help you get a jade set. At that time, your Su family antique department couldn't open down. It was that fine set of jade that you gave away before you had to eat it, right? Su Chang smiled dryly. I didn't expect you, Ma Lao, to remember something so long ago. Not bad. Back then, thanks to your guidance from Elder Ma, after I gave away that jade set, Su's antique department was able to open. Ma Chongqing shook his head. It's just a pity that you're a snobbish businessman who only emphasizes profit for wealth, and antiques are good for elegant people. You, old boy, are short of meaning. Being so nonchalantly judgmental made Su Chang's old face turn red. If ordinary people had said that about him, he would have stormed out. But this old man, Ma Chongqing, has such a rigid temper. Although Su Chang was humiliated and annoyed, he didn't dare to let out one more fart. Yi Yun said blandly, where are the people? I have already invited them back. In the future, the antique department of the Su group will be my department. That's fine with you, Grand President. Su Xian was furious. Yi Yun, aren't you a bit too big in appetite? A division of the group. Do you know how much it's worth and how important it is? For you? You're in that position? Yi Yun raised an eyebrow. So, the words of the Grand President before were a fart? Su Xian choked. You, Su Chang raised his hand, telling Su Xian to stop talking, and said in a deep voice, since I said that, as long as you, Minister Yi, can find a more suitable person than Madhavan to command the Department of Antiques, then it doesn't matter if this ministerial position is yours. Yi Yun said. Alright then, I have no more comments. Elder Ma, You should familiarize yourself with the environment first. For the future, please. Ma Changqing laughed, a small matter. But any business related to antiques, the old man I believe in. Follow Susan to her office. The latter turned around and inquired in a curious baby-like manner. Yi Yun, how did you invite Elder Ma? This one has been in seclusion for many years. Not many can know of his existence. Yi Yun laughed. It's not complicated. I found President Wu first and he took me to pay my respects to Elder Ma. Susan's crystal eyes widened. That's it? As far as I know, Elder Ma's temper can't be pulled by 10 oxen. In our Jiangnan city, many big shots went to ask him to come out and all returned in defeat. Yi Yun smiled mysteriously. Just because the others are useless, it doesn't mean I'm useless too. If you want to know exactly what happened, then kiss me. Su Shan's delicate face, a moment of dizziness, deliberately boarded down her face. What did you say? Yi Yun, you've gotten bold. Seeing her feigning anger, Yi Yun wanted to laugh. This ninny, when she's not cold-faced, she's pretty dorky too. It was just that seeing and eating did not make it more or less difficult for Yi Yun. Sam, I can call you that from now on, right? Yi Yun asked tentatively. Susan's ears, for a moment, burned a little, and she mumbled, it's not impossible, so that's what you call it. Yi Yun secretly rejoiced, knowing that there was a show. He struck while the iron was hot and said, then from now on, I'll call you Shan Shan, and you, just call me husband. Is that okay? Susan glared over. No. Yi Yun revealed a hurt expression. Ever since we got our license, you've been estranged from me. Sam, do you have, no feelings for me at all? Even if all this time, I'd behaved in 100 ways, you wouldn't like me, would you? Susan opened her mouth. Seeing Yi Yun, that seemed to be very difficult. Her heart softened and she whispered, in fact, this time down, I found you this person, also quite good. How can I put it? Yi Yun, on you, there is a charm that other people don't have. Yi Yun almost, revealing a big smile of the Demon King who had succeeded in his plot. Chick, play with me, you can't defend yourself even if you're a well-bred female president. Shan Shan, since you approve of me, then when will we become an official couple? Not that I'm saying that there's anything to figure out. It's just that I'm thinking that it's not a good idea to go on like this. When the baby is born, we can't still be like this, can we? Yi Yun advanced once again, following his lead. Chapter 49, no matter what. Watching Susan crumble, Zhao Yujie's face was oddly pale. Mr. Ming, the president, doesn't look like he's too angry. For God's sake, and looking like you've been wronged. It was all women, she realized, and she couldn't figure out the president's mind. Susan's chest, rising and falling dramatically, glanced at Zhao Yujie. What you just saw, don't allow to give me the word out. Zhao Yujie hurriedly said, I know, President. Susan went back behind her desk and sat down, rocking heels on her snow-white jade feet. Yujie, do you like Yi Yun? Tell me honestly, no lying. Zhao Yujie's face, swish red, shook her head and said, I don't dare. My subordinate really doesn't dare. Susan said, I don't blame you for being bold. On the contrary, if you lie to me, then I can't spare you. Zhao Yujie paused for half a second before she whispered, a man like Big Brother Yi Yun, I think, a woman, would like it. President, don't you realize that he's really quite capable? Able to fight and not bad looking, and can bring out a big shot like Ma Changqing. Most of all, he has an air about him. It's as if no difficulty, whatsoever, is in his eyes. I grew up suffering and looking at other people's eyes over. Big Brother Yi Yun's kind of charm attracts me. Susan sniffed and fell silent. During this period of time, had one been deliberately ignoring Yi Yun's flashes of brilliance as a person. In fact, he's a really capable and attractive man. Then it doesn't matter so much if he's a security guard or if he has nothing. For a moment, Susan felt her heart racing and her mind racing. In Su Chang's office, Su Xian exasperatedly said, Dad, the antique department is our group, the most profitable department. You just handed it over to that Yi Yun. Isn't that child's play? Su Chang grimaced. Of course I know it's child's play, but can I take back what was said? Su Xian savagely said, why can't I take it back? At most, just give that poor bastard Yi Yun a little favor. Give him a major department and he wants to fart eat it. Isn't this, for nothing, adding feathers to Susan's cap? Su Chang shook his head and grunted coldly, saying that you are short-sighted. You are still unconvinced. If it's just a district Yi Yun, I naturally won't hand over the antique department to him. At most, I'll just give some favors to get rid of it. But this man, Ma Changqing, is out of my control. If we piss this old thing off, he can destroy our Su's antique department in a fit of rage. And looking at that situation, This old ghost doesn't know what kind of mesmerizing soup has been poured into him by Yi Yun, and is obedient to that little bastard. In that case, I can only, for the time being, comply with Yi Yun's request and hand over the antique department to him. Su Xian gritted her teeth. In my opinion, this Yi Yun is arranged by Susan to come and grab the Su family throne with you, Dad. After the old Taijuan's 100 years, Susan seems to want to be the head of the Su family. Su Chang grunted angrily. If that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Tell Madhavan's side that there's nothing I can do here to help. Right now he either accepts another arrangement and goes down there for 2 years. Either that, or be a good boy and leave Su and find another way. Su Xian sneered. With Minister Ma's temperament, I'm only afraid that he won't bow to this. Su Chang revealed a sinister smile. What he wants to do, that's his business. I'm not going to care much. Yi Yun here, now holding 2 major ministerial positions, remained idle. The phone rang and he frowned as he answered it. Ms. Su, what can I do for you? Su Yuer's clear and crisp voice came from the other end. LOL, Great Minister Yi has such a rusty tone. Is it hard to believe that it's something against Yo? Yi Yun said indifferently. I'm just maintaining the boundaries that I should for my wife's bosom friend. Su Yuer laughed delicately. Then I wonder if Great Minister Yi wants to break this boundary? Like cheating on your wife's best friend. It's cool yo, this crazy batch of women. Yi Yun frowned, frowning deeper. This Su Yuer is not an oil lamp. He doesn't want to take care of it. If there's nothing else, Ms. Su, I'll get busy first. Su Yuer hummed and hurriedly said. Cheap man, not just before, said some heavy words, and Minister Yi you have some misunderstanding. Really, I'm a girl hey, where are you so calculating? Hey Minister Yi, I would like to invite you to dinner to say sorry for those bad impressions I caused earlier. Yi Yun said. No need, I know you look down on me, but the good thing is, I don't care, period. Su Yuer was annoyed. Yi Yun, you will never try to get rid of me. Look downstairs to see who's coming for you. Yi Yun walked to the window and looked downwards, only to see Su Yuer, with her big, bare, snow-white legs, her back against the BMW sports car, was tilting her head back and waving at him. What does this woman with a bad heart want? Yi Yun went downstairs with a sullen face, knowing that if he didn't go down, Su Yuer would have to come up and find it. Get in the car. Yi Great Minister. Su Yuer attentively pulled open the passenger door. In a short period of time, you have mixed up to the position of minister. Yi Yun, you're really deep in hiding. Yi Yun smiled. I am deeply hidden. That's not as good as you. Ms. Su, who has the world in your heart? Su Yuer looked down just in time to see the deep gully on her chest. In fact, she is not the type of woman with big breasts. But today, in order to come to see Yi Yun, Su Yuer had worked hard. The first thing was to take the bra and strangle it much harder. Secondly, the silicone padding is quite a bit to make it look so spectacular. Demonstrating towards Yi Yun here, straightening up, Su Yuer held back her shame and said forcefully, spectacular, right? If you, Minister Yi, like it, feel free to look. Yi Yun got into the passenger car. Sorry, not as good looking as my wife's. Su Yuer was furious and stomped her foot twice as hard as she could. Oh, straight men of steel. No appreciation. Shannon's does look good, but she's not so bad herself, okay? The two drove and came to a niche private restaurant. Yi Yun pressed down on his cup. I don't drink alcohol in broad daylight. Su Yuer could only put down the bottle of wine and said with a smile. After Great Minister Yi was promoted, he really became different. Self-discipline, but it's a quality of the high-end crowd. Yi Yun glanced at her. This is not self-discipline on my part, but I don't want to get drunk. Su Yuer's face flushed red as she said in shame. Yi Yun, if you really dare to be drunk and disorderly, my lady will play with you to the end. Even if you're hard, I, Su Yuer, can eat it. Yi Yun was helpless and secretly screamed that he couldn't fight. Susan, the BFF, is much wilder than Susan. To say it's a veteran driver would be an understatement. The food was served, and it was also attached to Yi Yun's appetite. It's all big, bold, jungle dishes with tangy flavors and a brash approach. Yi Yun didn't like overly refined dishes, and preferred these types of heavy appetizers. Su Yuer gloated. I knew you'd like to eat these. Well, I didn't disappoint when I said I'd buy you dinner, did I? Yi Yun picked up the rice and feasted on it, nodding his head. Many thanks, Miss Su who knows me. Su Yuer was so happy that she pulled her hair around her ears and blushed. If you like to eat, I'll treat you every day in the future. No, I'll make it for you every day. I'm a pro when it comes to cooking. Yi Yun put down the bowl and stopped talking for a moment. Ms. Su, the so-called nothing to offer, is not adultery is theft. As far as I know, You disapproved of me being with Susan and have always had a problem with me. But now, you have such a perverse attitude. May I ask, why? Chapter 50, Not Enough Brains. Suyuer clamped a piece of braised pork ribs and put it into her small cherry mouth, tasting it before she beamed. Yi Yun, is your defensiveness towards me that heavy? Don't you think that we could actually be considered friends? Yi Yun shook his head. I'm sorry, I don't really think I'm friends with you yet. As for the defense, that's a must. The lesson of the last time I was defenseless is still fresh in my mind. Suyuer covered her mouth and laughed gently. Who let you hold it back? And knocked up our Shan Shan. Yi Yun, do you think that Shan Shan is very beautiful? Yi Yun froze and nodded his head. My daughter-in-law. That is certainly very beautiful. The first and most beautiful in the world. In Suyuer's eyes, she seemed a bit unhappy, but still smiled. Shan Shan is the most beautiful. So in your opinion, what about me? Yi Yun honestly said. As for you, Ms. Su, you have white skin and long legs, especially a pair of beautiful legs. Very nice, but the beauty of a beauty is first in the heart and second in the skin. A woman, even if her skin is beautiful, with a heart of gold, then I think it's mediocrity. As soon as Suyuer put down her chopsticks, she said angrily, Yi Yun, so this is the kind of woman I am in your mind? Yi Yun looked at her flatly. No, but it's close. I'll ask once more. Ms. Su, what do you want to do when you have nothing to offer? Suyuer gritted her teeth and said, what if I don't say it? What can you do to me? Yi Yun got up. I can't do anything to you. I can only say goodbye to you. Seeing that Yi Yun was really going to leave, Suyuer instantly panicked and hurriedly ran over, opening her hands to stop. I forbid you to go. Yi Yun frowned at her. Ms. Su, don't you think we are like this? Somewhat inappropriate? You're not allowed to leave. So what? You're going to go to the hotel with me and play two-player? Suyuer was so ashamed and angry that she couldn't wait to take a bite out of Yi Yun's face. Bah! You can't spit ivory out of a dog's mouth. I'm crazy to go to a hotel and play games with you. Yi Yun shrugged his shoulders. If that's the case, then why are you stopping me? I don't want to end up with, like, the charge of cheating on my wife's best friend on my head. Shy and angry, Suyuer begged. Yi Yun, sit down. I'm just being simple, asking you out for a meal. Incidentally, I'd like to ask you to help me and answer questions. Yi Yun nodded. Seeing that you have a fair attitude, I will sit for a while longer then. Waiting for him to sit down, Suyuer's face, after changing a few times, took a deep breath and asked, Yi Yun, in fact, you are fundamentally not a small security guard, right? Yi Yun was stunned for a moment and said, I did, indeed, not work as a security guard before. When I returned home, there was nothing to do, so I became a security guard to get by. Suyuer laughed. I knew it. So you and Mr. Chi Fei-young have both hung out abroad? Yi Yun skimmed his lips. That kid is abroad, and he is indeed muddling through. Me, I'm not like him. I just play golf and occasionally go to the White House for BBQs. Suyuer suppressed the shock in her heart and spoke. Yi Yun, I know you're fooling me, but I believe what you said. Yi Yun's eyelids jumped. Did she find something? Suyuer picked up her wine glass and ruthlessly poured 2 cups of 5-grain liquid. Her pretty face suddenly became dizzy red. Yi Yun, truth be told, I have been investigating you for some time. Let's not talk about the distant ones. Let's talk about the recent ones. East City King, Master Qin's godson, Wang Long, you did away with him, didn't you? Yi Yun stopped talking and looked at her with an obscure face. Suyuer only felt that she was being stared at by a prehistoric beast, and all the alcohol that had just gone to her head subsided by 3 points. You don't misunderstand. I didn't mean to blackmail you or anything, just simply, to talk to you. Seeing her panicked look, Yi Yun grinned. Continue. Suyuer gathered her courage. You are definitely not an ordinary person. On the contrary, you come from an absolutely extraordinary place. That's why you won't put people like Fang Jiahao and Zhao Zixuan in your eyes. Also, you're a very low-key, unassuming person. Currently I'm afraid that apart from me, even Shannon hasn't realized your true nature. Yi Yun was still smiling. You do have a few small smarts. What else? Let me see what else you know. Suyuer spread her face and smiled. Delicately. This is what you told people to say. So if I tell your secret, you can't blame me. Not to mention that you're not allowed to kill anyone. Yi Yun smiled bitterly. I'm not so bad, to the point of killing a great beauty like you. The stone in Suyuer's heart settled and she moved her petite body to stay close to Yi Yun. At Yi Yun's ear, he blew his breath like an orchid. Little brother Yi Yun, your biggest secret should be related to the richest man in our Jiangnan city, Elder Lu Chuanhu, right? In the best section of Jiangnan city, at the top of that green hill, there are only 3 villas. The one in the middle, inhabited by some amazing person. And of the 2 buildings next to it, one belongs to our richest lord. That's where you live, isn't it? Oh, you're smiling. That means you admit it. Then I guess, you're either Master Tiger's illegitimate son, either that, or you're Master Tiger's undisclosed heir, right? Looking at Su Yor, who thought that she had grasped the truth, Yi Yun did not know what to say for a moment. This baby, looking bored and exploring inquisitively, is also very strong. It just didn't occur to me that the brain was still a little underutilized. Su Yor continued, gloating. That day, I followed you and Wang Long up the mountain. The next day, Wang Long, one of the 4 great young men of Jiangnan, hiccuped, and I personally saw that you disappeared to the top of the mountain. Plus Shannon told me that all the executives of the Tiger's Wave Group have to kneel down when they see you. All of these factors add up, and they all point to one answer, and that is that you, absolutely, are related to Master Tiger. Yi Yun nodded. What you said is indeed right, but it seems, well, not quite right. Su Yor pursued. What's wrong? Yi Yun thought for a moment and said, is there a possibility that I am living in a villa at the top of the mountain though? But I live in fact, the one in the center, the long house? Su Yor's face changed and she said in a loud voice, impossible, absolutely impossible. Don't even think about bragging to me. The Changdal Palace in the center. That's an existence that our richest man has to respect when he sees it. If you live in there, wouldn't you be like that monstrous guy from the military department down there? I'm not going to fall for that. Yi Yun chucked a few more chopsticks of food and got full, stood up and said, Ms. Su, thank you for the treat. Bye. Su Yor followed and stood up, saying hopefully, Yi Yun, but I drank wine and you didn't. Why don't you give me a ride back? Or maybe you'll take me on a tour of your house. Those villas, I love them. Yi Yun had already walked out of the box. Sorry, some other time. Su Yor secretly gritted her teeth. This asshole, so desperate, all this attentiveness to him, and still rejecting himself like this. She, Su Yor, doesn't look bad in any way. Okay. Chapter 51, Heroic Rescue. The female president is old and soft. 10 o'clock in the evening. Susan just finished her overtime and walked out of the office. This stinker. He didn't know to come and pick me up. A grumble escaped her lips as she headed for the garage. The underground garage was dimly lit and silent all around. Susan suddenly felt a little cold as she walked. She was a girl, after all, and blanched, thinking at once that there could be a ghost. Susan, you're a staunch materialist. Where are the ghosts? Don't be afraid. If there's a ghost, it's a horny ghost, like that big horny ghost. Yi Yun, muttering, Susan cheered herself up, came to her Bentley and was about to pull open the door. An obese figure flashed out from behind a nearby pillar. For a split second, Susan shrieked in fright and backed away. Who? In the dim light, Madhavan's eyes were bloodshot and he reeked of alcohol. Susan, you and that Yi Yun, you guys are so cruel, stealing my position and driving me to extinction without giving me a chance to live. In that case, I'll get you killed tonight. Susan's eyes trembled dramatically, because she saw that, in Madhavan's hand, he was actually still grasping a knife. Madhavan, don't you dare. You're fired, and you're to blame for everything. While backing away, Susan's jade hands trembled as she unlocked her cell phone. Finding Yi Yun's phone, he directly pressed it. Madhavan stepped closer, and it was obvious that it was already drunk. I have contributed so much to the group. Just one little mistake and you treat me like this. Since you are heartless, don't blame me for being heartless. In his eyes, a touch of lechery appeared as he stared at Susan's beautiful body and pounced. Old me, anyway, has nothing left. So much for you first. Let's see if you can still look unattainable all the time. Susan, distraught with fear, staggered back to avoid Madhavan's lunge. Yi Yun, where are you? Come save me, please, come quickly. All at once, it came out in tears. Madhavan's eyes went crazy and laughed. Waiting for him to save you? Oh, at that time, I've had a good time several times. Susan turned her head and ran, behind Madhavan, catching up in 3 or 2 steps. A hand pulled her by the hair and dragged her to the ground. Susan was in tears, her face agonized, and she had completely lost her bearings. In his ears, but suddenly rang Yi Yun's cold voice. Sam, I'll be there in 2 minutes. Calm down a bit and listen to me. Susan cried out. Quick, come and save me. Yi Yun. On Yi Yun's side, the roar of the engine seemed like an explosion. Obviously, the speed had been sprinted to the limit. The voice, however, was always calm. Shan, trust me, and trust yourself even more. Listen to me, kick him in the bottom. Susan crumbled. Underhanded? Where's the underhandedness? Madhavan was laughing maniacally one after the other. having fallen into madness. Yi Yun roared. It's his penis. His crotch. Without even thinking, Susan's heels lifted and she glared out with a kick. Madhavan, who was unbuckling his belt, wailed and turned his face into a purple potato. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're ing looking for death. Raising his hand, he slapped at Susan. Incidentally, a foot stomped Susan's cell phone into smithereens. Want that dog to come to your rescue? No way. Susan, being petite and delicate, took the slap and her head went straight blank. Eyes wide open, he watched as Madhavan came over and dragged her up. Tears in his eyes, large drops fell. Yi Yun, I need you. Come and save me. Come on. I will. From now on, never give you any more sex. I will be good with you. What people say in a moment of crisis always comes from instinct and sincerity. Boom! The thunderous roar of the engine pierced the silence of the underground garage. Snowy headlights, like dragons of light, burst out of the darkness ahead. Madhavan held Susan hostage and kept backing away. Yi Yun, you are not allowed to come over. If you dare come over, I'll stab her to death. The car, traveling at high speed, had no intention of stopping. It wasn't until it was close that a divine dragon swung its tail. The car door opened at once, and Yi Yun was from it, as if a fierce dragon had come out of the gate. All Madhavan felt was a flash of light in front of his eyes. The next second, the knife in his hand had been taken away. As for his entire person, his throat was pinched by Yi Yun and directly lifted up. Ho ho! You, how is that possible? Madhavan's eyes were horrified with fear. He didn't even see how Yi Yun grabbed his sword and subdued him again. Not only was he in disbelief, even Susan, who had fallen to the ground, had her eyes glazed over as she stared blankly at Yi Yun, who had appeared. At this moment, Yi Yun's face was as cold and murderous as dark clouds. Even I can't spare more than a touch of the woman. How dare you? Icy cold words were spat out, and the knife in Yi Yun's hand was directly inserted. Madhavan let out a hysterical roar. The whole face, twisted to the extreme, breathing almost stopped. The lower body had been completely ruined by Yi Yun's slash. Yi Yun, you. Susan's face turned even paler when she saw the gushing blood. Yi Yun took off his jacket and draped it over her. Reaching under her, he picked her up. Susan said, it's okay, I can stand up on my own. Yi Yun frowned and said in an undeniable manner, stupid, you don't even know where the underhandedness is. Don't move, I'll carry you home. Susan blushed and scolded, you still have the face to say that. It's so late and you don't know to come and pick me up. Is that what you look like as a husband? Woohoo! In the midst of his aggression, his little mouth deflated again and he cried. Yi Yun had wanted to educate a few sentences, but looking at this appearance, his heart softened. Good girl, it's okay, let's go home first. This fat pig, wait for the police to come and clean it up. Susan's tightly wound heart defense finally relaxed completely. One wrapped his arms around Yi Yun's neck and whimpered and sobbed. You bad man. If you don't make it, I'll never forgive you for the rest of my life. Yi Yun sighed. Don't worry, as long as you need it, I will be there. Anytime, anywhere. Upon hearing this, Susan cried even louder, screaming badass with every word that came out of her mouth. The two hadn't been this close since, well, that one misadventurous mingling of man and woman. At this moment, Yi Yun hugged Susan's petite body, soft, very elastic at the buttocks, and the feel was indescribably good. At the tip of his nose, the smell of good perfume still lingered. Alas, when did I become so gentle and sentimental? Yi Yun more or less sighed. In the past, he didn't say that he killed without blinking an eye, but he definitely didn't show such compassion. Chapter 52 Miss Sue. Stalker. Suze. It was already late at night and the lights were on. This dog dares to touch my daughter. I must make him go to the 18 layers of hell. Yang Huiru jumped to her feet in anger and cursed. Suan said in annoyance, cut the crap, there are other people around. Furthermore, because Yi Yun saved the day in time, Shan is finally fine. Yang Huiru said viciously, mentioning this bastard makes me angry. If he had arrived earlier, could this have happened to our baby girl? Suan frowned. Do you know what you are saying? If it wasn't for Yi Yun, I'm afraid Shan would have been brutally killed. You don't appreciate people, not to mention resenting them. Do I think you're sick? Yang Huiru yelled. Suan, you're the one who's sick. Your whole family is sick. What? Did I say something wrong? Since he's Shan's husband, isn't it his duty to protect his wife? Yi Yun walked in from the balcony and honestly said, Auntie, you're right. It's my responsibility to protect Shan. In this case, the fault lies with me. Yang Huiru grunted coldly. It's good that you know. Anyway, here's my word. If anything happens to Susan, You'll be the first one to get out of my hands. Su-won drank. That's enough, Yang Huiru. You're indiscriminate. I've been putting up with you for a long time. This matter, Yi-yun did nothing wrong at all. On the contrary, he is a great benefactor to our Su family, our daughter. After saying that, ignoring Yang Huiru's eyes that wanted to eat people, he turned to Yi-yun here and laughed. Yi-yun, Uncle really didn't misjudge you. Sam is fine. All is happy. You take the lead. Tomorrow, Uncle will take you out for a stroll. We, the two of us, will have a good chat. Yi-yun smiled. Okay, then thank you Uncle for your kind words. Su-won laughed and said, still calling Uncle? Change your name. Call Dad. Yi-yun obediently called out, Dad. Su-won was incomparably happy. Not bad. Anyway, I'm looking at you and getting more and more obedient. Tomorrow Dad will take you out and we'll have a grandfatherly reunion. In Susan's room, Su-yuer walked out and gently closed the door. Shoo, Uncle and Auntie, you guys get some rest. Shannon is already asleep. Yang Huiru worriedly said, is there nothing wrong with our Shanshan? Su-yuer laughed. It's fine. Not even a little skin wound. It's just a ripped shirt. It's nothing. Su-won said, it's so late. I'll send someone to send you back. Su-yuer's eyes turned to look at Yi-yun here with great meaning and said, Uncle, I won't trouble you. Tell you what, just have Yi-yun give me a ride. Yang Huiru instructed. Then Yi-yun, you send people Miss Su properly, no mistakes. Yi-yun was helpless and made a gesture of invitation. Ms. Su, please. Su-yuer's heart rejoiced and pear swirls appeared at the corners of her mouth. Thank you, Minister Yi. The two of them left Su's house and Yi-yun drove Su-yuer's small BMW. Just give me a spot and I'll drive you straight home. Su-yuer sat on the passenger seat, two jade legs, dazzlingly white. I don't want to go home yet. Yi-yun frowned. It's almost 12 o'clock. What are you doing if you don't go home? Su-yuer bit her lower lip. Do whatever. By the way Yi-yun, you're really fierce. Our Shannon. Thank goodness for you. Yi-yun said indifferently. She is my daughter-in-law. If I don't fierce who will? Su-yuer was silent for a moment and looked over with complicated eyes. You know, just now after I put Shan to sleep, her mouth screamed one after another. Yi-yun, don't go. Stay by my side. Yi-yun, do you know what this means? Yi-yun focused on driving. I don't know. Su-yuer sighed. It means, this good girlfriend of mine, already has you in her heart. Being both women, I know it very well. When a woman, in a crisis, whose name she calls, then it means that that person, is the person, in her heart, she relies on the most. Aha! This whole thing made Yi-yun, on the contrary, a little embarrassed. Shrugging, he said slowly, Susan and I, as you know, don't really have much of a relationship base. As for me, I'm just a small security guard. She, on the other hand, is $1,000 lady. Whether she has me in her heart or not, I don't know, but she has my child, and I must be responsible for her. Su-yuer's eyes gleamed as she asked, then if in Shan Shan's stomach, there is no child of yours, Yi-yun, will you still be so kind to her? Yi-yun didn't speak for a long time before saying, probably, it should be. Su-yuer grunted coldly, that means you like her too? Yi-yun laughed. Shanshan is a great beauty and domineering and rich. Even a young man like Fang Jiahao likes her. I'm sure I can't be exempted either. Su-yuer huffed and puffed. Then you're not a good man. You're still the same colorful, greedy for Shanshan's beauty. Yi-yun laughed it off and did not argue about anything. Su-yuer said, why did you stop talking? Yi-yun said, nothing to say. Where is your home? Su-yuer said in annoyance, I've told you. I don't want to go home for a while. Yi-yun, so where do you want to go? I'm going to go home and rest after I drop you off. Su-yuer gritted her teeth. I want to go home with you. I want to sleep with you. Yi-yun braked sharply with one foot and looked at her incredulously. Su-yuer's face was as red as a burn as she summoned up her courage and without letting a single point slip, she also glared back at Yi-yun. The two of them were like that, staring at each other for a moment. Yi-yun was the first to turn away his eyes. Ms. Su, I think it's better not to make this kind of joke. Co Yul said. So what if I said, I wasn't kidding? Yi-yun's tone intensified. What the hell do you want? You and Susan, but BFFs, and she and I, we're married. Su-yuer blurted out. But between you two, there is no emotional foundation. The reason for the marriage was purely because Sam needed a shield. Yi-yun took a deep breath. Even if you are right. So what? Ms. Su, don't tell me that you want something to happen with me. Su-yuer smiled, switching between joy and anger very freely. The pretty face came in front of Yi-yun, and between the two of them, their breaths smelled each other. Couldn't you? Yi-yun looked out the window. Boring. Su Yuer was secretly furious. This asshole. She had lowered her stance so much, but she still didn't understand. But she was a girl, or a lady of the house, so she couldn't just keep plastering herself. If it were any other man, such as Zhao Zishuan, I'm afraid that his heart would have blossomed and he would have pampered her. On the street, a couple of times around, Su Yul did not say her home address. Yi Yun can no longer stand. A foot throttle, straight to the Changle Palace to go. Su Yuer was excited. Finally, she was going to personally verify her deduction. When Yi Yun parked his car in front of the gate of Changle Palace, familiarly enter the password and open the door when Su Yuer's entire body directly stiffened. You really live in this $200 million Nagaraja palace? Yi Yun entered the house without looking back and said, "Didn't I tell you?" Su Yuer's face, instantly crimson as blood, only felt the desire to find a crack in the ground. So then, in the past, when I've been down and dirty outside, pleading for the door to be opened, it's been you who's been inside, silently watching me laugh? Yi Yun glanced at her. Ms. Su, I really have no interest in contacting your Su family. So, in the future, you'll stay out of trouble. Shy and embarrassed, Su Yuer clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Yi Yun, you're too bullying. You know it's me, so why don't you open the door and identify yourself? Thinking of the past, she had deliberately scratched her head in front of Yi Yun and showed off. Su Yuer just really felt like she didn't want to live. Well, now that you've seen it and know the truth, can you go home? Yi Yun ignored her embarrassment and directly said. Su Yuer clenched her silver teeth. I don't. Tonight, I'm going to stay at your place as punishment for teasing me. Yi Yun indifferently said. I'm alone and used to sleeping naked. Su Yuer's heartbeat accelerated. Her mouth hardened. I'm not afraid. Don't say you sleep naked. If you want to mess around, I'll also accompany you to the end. Chapter 53, The Four Great Talents of Jiangnan. Yi Yun can't take this woman. In the middle of the night, it's not good to really throw people out. Whatever. Go back to the master bedroom and rest yourself first. Unappreciative straight man. No wonder he doesn't like women. Blah blah blah. Miss Su. So not angry. Cursing half a dozen times. A man tours the house. That's huge. I'll go. A man living in a place like this is like an emperor. Holy crap. There's a rooftop pool. Heated 24 hours a day. Wait a minute. This underground 50-odd sports cars. They're all that guys? It's too trenchant. Rao Su Yuer's family is also considered some capital. But seeing Yi Yun here, with such an exaggerated configuration, he was directly shocked to the point that his little mouth could not close, tossing and turning until the latter part of the night. She was tired, but spirits were high and there was no sleep at all. This guy, indeed, is a treasure man. Back upstairs in the large horizontal hall, Su Yuer's heart was pounding. If I can get him, then my Su family, and me, Su Yuer, will only fly up to become a phoenix from now on. Although, I am the phoenix now, but it's not enough. It's not enough. But what about Shan Shan's place? Could it be that I really want to be a lowly woman who steals her best friend's husband? All of a sudden, Su Yuer deflated again, as opposed to Susan, who was much more small-minded. Susan is the kind of woman that, once she doesn't like it, she never looks at it more than once. Su Yuer is different. As a daughter of a rich family, she knows how to utilize her advantages to gain greater benefits and status. I can't say it's realistic, but it's basically true for most girls from rich families, played in TV dramas. Rich and beautiful, but a silly white sweet, and finally cheap poor boy. This kind of thing can only appear on the screen. In reality, it's almost non-existent. The next morning, Yi Yun woke up, found the dining room already filled with a hearty breakfast. Sauce sauce sauce, Yi great minister, you're up. Su Yuer, who was disguised as a cook, held up her spatula and invited credit. How's it? I've made you a good breakfast. Sweet, right? Yi Yun glanced at her and said with a headache, Miss Su, you actually don't have to be like this. Su Yuer beamed and hummed. You're alone, living in such a big house. How can you do it without a hostess? Sam can't come and serve you now that she's pregnant. As for me, I happen to be fine. It's only natural that I should help you with something if I'm staying at your place for the night. Yi Yun picked up the milk, drank it clean in one gulp and wiped his mouth. Miss Su, I'll be open with you. I probably wouldn't have minded, without Susan, bringing you back for the night and enjoying your serving. But now, I have a family, and have a child. So you're doing all this for nothing. Seo Yul sat down at the table and was silent for a moment. Yi Yun, do you think that I am cheap and shameless? Seducing your best friend's man and sticking it to him? She asked softly, looking fixedly at Yi Yun. Yi Yun also looked at her and laughed. Yes, you are. Su Yuer's face, all of a sudden, became red, and immediately after, it became pale and unsightly. Asterisk 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 thanks for getting up so early to make you breakfast. In anger, he grabbed the milk in front of him and splashed Yi Yun's face, then threw away her apron and walked away with red eyes. Yi Yun sat in place and revealed a helpless smile. Sticking his tongue out, he licked the milk from the corner of his mouth and said to himself, if the words aren't a little heavier, I'm really afraid that you, chick, are going to get worse. If you keep screwing around, I'm really afraid I'm going to, lose my grip and kill someone again. That's why it's so hard to be a man. Especially, multi-gold handsome, perfect man. Just after 9 o'clock, Suwon called and said smilingly, Yi Yun get up, right? I told Sam to give you the day off today. We, the two of us, went out for a stroll. Yi Yun laughed. Okay dad, I'll pick you up then. Suwon said, okay, I'll wait for you at home. Gee, it's been a long time since we've been out relaxing. We, the two of us, are going to have a good time. Yi Yun expressed his understanding. Usually, Suwon has young Huiro, this upside-down woman, in charge. At home, so to speak, depressed to the extreme. Suffered a lot of pent-up anger. Going to the garage and picking a low-profile Phaeton, Yi Yun drove out. Soon, to the Su family to pick up Suwon. Susan also happened to go out and was surprised to see Yi Yun's car. Yi Yun, where did you get this car? Without waiting for Yi Yun to say anything, Suwon had already said cheerfully, Yi Yun, you have a heart. How much for the rental car? Turn around and find me here for a quote. Yi Yun grinned. Alright dad, sit tight. As per Suwon's request, Yi Yun drove the car to a gallery in Jiangnan City. It's been a while since I've been here, so I stopped by today. Suwon got off the car and said with quite a bit of self-complacency, you still don't know, right? Your father is a member of the Jiangnan City Painting and Calligraphy Association. Only after marrying Sam's mom, not so much art. Yi Yun gave a thumbs up. No wonder. Usually dad, you are so gentle and elegant. Turns out, it's in the arts. Suwon suddenly drifted off, and in a loud laugh, walked into the gallery. Yi Yun secretly laughed. If he first took care of this old husband, in the future, he would have a firm footing in the Su family. So far, on my daughter-in-law Susan's side, it's going pretty well. Just Yang Huiru. This is still a stone in the latrine, smelly and hard, with no sign of loosening up at all. But there is no hurry. In the future, he has Su Wen to back him up. In the Su family, he will not be subjected to Yang Huiru's bird's breath. Yo-ho, isn't this great talent, Su? Not at home as a wife slave. Rake ears, run out to attach yourself to the elegant? Su Wengang appeared in the gallery with his hands behind his back and in a spirited manner. He was then sneered at by a middle-aged balding man in a Confucian robe. Su Wen's face was unsightly as he coldly grunted. Who did I think it was? It turned out to be you. Wu Baldy, look at your style. After so many years, you haven't improved much. Wu Jizhong smiled disdainfully. Su Wen, do you really think that everyone is like you? A wimp who was afraid of his wife. Over the years, I've refined my way of painting so much that you can't even catch up, said, with a wave. The waitress behind her immediately spread out the drawing paper she was holding in her hands. All at once, visitors to the gallery, or art students, are gathered around to gasp in amazement. What exquisite painting work, worthy of being produced by Master Wu. Master Wu has, indeed, been like a godsend these past few years, producing masterpieces frequently. With regard to this landscape painting, it can be said that it is already enough to be ranked among the contemporary masters. A loud sigh of admiration made the corners of Wu Jizhong's mouth so crooked that he could hardly close it. Su Wen, on the other hand, his already ugly face darkened. Su Wen, you were once known as one of our 4 great talents of Jiangnan. Wu Jizhong approached step by step, his face disdainful. Then take your eyes and taste this painting. How is it? Su Wen's lips trembled and didn't say anything. He could naturally see that the painting was perfect. However, he was 10,000 times more reluctant to praise Wu Jizhong, his old rival. The rest of the people present also recognized Su Wen's identity at this time. So it's Mr. Su. Back in the day, there were a few artistic talents, and in our Jiangnan city, it's still a bit famous. A good man does not mention the courage of the year. This Su Wen, nowadays is just a mediocre person. I heard that by the wife of the family, eaten to death. Hey, it's really saddening. I heard that back then Mr. Su, because of the hand of painting, also got a certain female big brother's appreciation, invited as the guest of honor. Now it is, Zhang Lang talent is exhausted, lamentable and pitiful. The comments around him made Su Wen's self-esteem, even more so, suffer a blow. At his age, he valued nothing more than face. People fought for their breath. But now, They were caught by Wu Jizhong and rubbed on the ground. Yi Yun, let's go. His face twitching, Su-wen turned around and was about to leave. Dad, we're here now. Let's have some more fun. Yi Yun, however, pressed his shoulder and said smilingly, it's not just a landscape painting. I think, it's nothing great. Chapter 54, Good Son-in-Law. From now on you are the Supreme Emperor. Su-wen shook his head and said with a straight face, child, you don't understand art. The painting is, indeed, remarkable. Yi Yun laughed. Yes, where is the painting? It is so much more elegant. But when I say nothing remarkable, I mean this bald master. Wu Jizhong laughed coldly. Ignorant child. Believing. This picture of 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains. From the hand of this master. For that matter, you say this master is nothing great? So, does it have to be this Su trash around you that's good enough? Yi Yun said indifferently. Who said that this picture of 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains came from your hand? Falsifying and impersonating other people's works. For that matter, you still deserve to be called a master? At these words, there was an uproar around them. As for Wu Jizhong, his eyelids fluttered and he said furiously, someone come, fork this stupid fork out for this master. Farting nonsense here, spitting blood and insulting this master's work and character. His crime is punishable. A couple of gallery security officers, all of a sudden, rushed over aggressively. Su-wen panicked. Yi Yun, stop it, let's go. Yi Yun's eyes were ice cold. Dad, there's no need to rush. This old dog dared to insult you, and I want him to show his true colors. Stepping forward, he snatched the drawing paper and faced everyone. Everyone, please look. This is the work of the so-called Master Wu. In your eyes, in truth, this man is nothing but a deceitful villain. As Yi Yun's words fell, his hand tore. Everyone immediately saw that a piece had been torn off from the lower right corner of the 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains chart at the seal, revealing the inside, the original seal. This, really is a forgery. The signature seal is fake. What's inside is real. The author of this picture is not Wu Jizhong at all. I go. This Wu bald head will play to actually use this trick to woo people. All play art, really ing diaphragm. In an instant, a verbal attack immediately shifted from Su-wen here, to Wu Jizhong. Most people who play with art have a bad taste in their mouths. That is, they think highly of themselves. Though this group, indeed, is a bit of a pretender. But it has to be said that many people don't bother to fake it either. Because of the literati, most of them have a bit of pride in their bones. But Wu Jizhong's approach is not worthy of being called a man of letters. Let's just say, a claptrap, shameless hypocrite, bastard, how dare you touch my stuff, being made to feel nothing by a single mockery. Wu Jizhong's gaze towards Yi Yun was about to spit fire. Yi Yun was disdainful. Dad, you see, this is the so-called master, not even close to you, if you ask me. Su-wen's heart was overwhelmed with gratitude as he repeatedly said, Yi Yun, it's still your fiery eyes. Thanks to you. Immediately stepping forward, he pointed at Wu Jizhong's head. Wu Baldy, you are simply shameless. For a low character like you, I'd have run my head off if I were you. Wu Jizhong hissed. Su-wen, what the hell qualifications do you have? Talking about me here? After all these years, aren't you known as a talented man? What about your work? What do you have to show for it? Su-wen choked. It's true that he hasn't had much to work with over the years. Or maybe it's all just crap that doesn't deserve to be publicized at all. Wu Jizhong looked resentful and laughed. Dumbfounded. Can't get the real thing, can you? Su-wen, don't forget that not having a workout for more than 10 years is grounds for being purged from our Painting and Calligraphy Association. Su-wen's face changed greatly. Once he was cleared out of the Calligraphy and Painting Association, then the only pretentious capital he had would be reduced to nothing in the future. It was really harder for him at his best named, good-for-nothing age than it was to kill him. Big brother Su-wen, after not seeing you for many years, you've changed quite a bit. At that moment, the crowd gave way and a beautiful woman in a classical cheongsam marched over. Art students in the gallery, many of them greeted with a smile. Master Fong Fong, you still have the same elegance, can't you see? Master Fong Fong, in reality, is almost 50, but that face, you can still pinch out water. A strong woman like Master Fong Fong is really rare. If we could gain her favor, we would struggle for more than 30 years less. Yi Yun also looked at it. The woman who appeared was worthy of the words Sun Yang half-old. Those bulging breasts, the strung-out waist, and the big, upturned ass. Not to say that it's a killjoy for middle-aged men like Su-wen and Wu Jizhong. Even for the 17 or 18 bandwagoners, that's a descending blow. It can hook those teenage boys and make their fingers dance night after night. As expected, Su-wen was a bit at a loss for words once he saw this plump woman. Fong Fong's sister, long time no see. Still elegant. Fong Fong covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Big brother Su Wen. Back then, you were very famous among our 4 great talents in Jiangnan. Now that 10 years have passed, to say that you have no works, my sister would not believe it. Su Wen blushed. Well, I definitely have works, and there are quite a few of them, only it wasn't brought or released. Wu Jizhong laughed disdainfully. Pretend. Just pretend as hard as you can. Since you married a tigress, you've long been vulgar. Just you can still have a work. Hell no. Under the gaze of Fong Fong's enchanting eyes, Su Wen's manly ambition immediately exploded again. And looking at his appearance, Yi Yun knew something was going to happen. Ahem. Dad, I remember you right well, so why don't you make a temporary copy? Yi Yun suggested. Su Wen blushed in embarrassment. It's not that he writes well, it's that he writes about as well as a dog can crawl. And now, asking him to play a post on the spot was undoubtedly embarrassing Su Wen. Wu Jizhong laughed out loud. Kid, you said your dad's writing is good. I think you're blind. And your father's painting is SOSO. But to talk about WordPress, he can't even catch up if I write with my toes. Yi Yun shrugged his shoulders and said, who said that my father's writing is not good? In these 10 years, he closed his door. That is, he practiced his penmanship. Dad, just go into the side room and write a post out on the spot for everyone to view. Su Wen was anxious. Yi Yun. However, he stopped his mouth at once, because Yi Yun was giving him a look, telling him not to worry. Well, then I'll make a copy of the post and offer it up. Stiffly, Su Wen walked towards the sketching room next to him. Yi Yun said, Dad, let me sharpen your ink. Wu Jizhong was contemptuous, pretending to be a god. Just Su Wen's words. If I can read them, I'll eat upside down on the spot. Fong Fong was at the door, letting out a light laugh. Big brother Su Wen. People would like to appreciate your words. The door closed. Su Wen's head immediately cold sweat long flow. Remember the group. Good son-in-law. How can this be? How can this be? You let me draw. I can still do it. You let me write. And I'm afraid, in a moment, I'll lose my face as a human being. Yi Yun had, as soon as he spread out the rice paper and picked up the brush, without lifting his head, said, Dad, you sharpen my ink. I'll write it for you. Su Wen froze. You write? You know calligraphy? Yi Yun's eyes were focused, with a Tarzan immovable meaning. Dad, you don't want that Master Fong Fong to look down on you either. In that case, why don't you trust me for once? I guarantee that I will make Master Fong Fong fivefold to you. Su Wen went out on a limb. Okay, just listen to your son-in-law. First things first, Yi Yun. If you today, you can really give me a long face, turn around, Pops, I'll let you be in the Su family, as the Supreme Emperor. Yi Yun's hand that was holding the pen almost didn't hold it. Turning his head, he asked, Dad, are you serious about that? So if Auntie doesn't like me and scolds me, will you help me or her? Su Wen roared. If this dead dares to talk about you again, I'll jump up and give her 2 flying kicks to let him know who is the head of the family. Yi Yun was filled with admiration. Dad, you're such a man. Pouring ink, putting pen to paper. The clouds are flowing. The penny drops. 2 minutes later, Yi Yun put down his pen and exhaled. Su Wen was astonished. Even his voice changed. My goodness. Good son-in-law. You are simply the reincarnation of the book sage. I'm afraid that even Jiang Su, if he were alive, wouldn't dare to say that he writes better than you do. Wizard. Good son-in-law. You are definitely a calligraphy wizard. Chapter 55, Slap in the Face. When the ink was almost dry, Yi Yun smiled. Dad, let's go out. Su Wen laughed dryly. Son-in-law, although the word is good, but this inscription, but there is no title. Look, should we, leave a stamp up? Upon hearing this, Yi Yun instantly comprehended and backed up. Dad, you wrote the characters, your work, then this seal, of course, must be yours. Su Wen laughed, felt out the seal he carried, and stamped it with force. With that, he prized the rice paper and took it, and the two of them went out. Good calligraphy is all about the 1-2 punch and the blessing of the heart. When Wu Jizhong saw the two come out, he snorted. You guys are ting yourselves even if you can write this on the spot. The middle-aged beauty, Fong Fong, sized up Su Wen. Brother Su Wen, this is just a few minutes before and after. Your calligraphy is ready? Why don't you brew up some more? Su Wen now. The bottom line is already full. Head held high and said, there is no need for that. I'm a person who writes. Never with a single stroke. There is no need to drag things out. Gentlemen, a small piece of humble writing, please also look at it. With a clatter, the rice paper was spread out. The wild cursive post of the dragon flying in the sky was immediately presented in front of the crowd. Hiss, this brushwork, It's so sharp. It's like a swarm of demons. It's not the penmanship that's so powerful, but the fact that the entire book was written in one breath. This feat is astonishing. Truly astonishing. The brush falls to frighten the wind and rain, and the book is written to weep the ghosts and gods. This piece of wild cursive is already deep in the bones of great sage Jiangsu. One could even say that it's even better than that. A voice drawing cold air resounded from all sides of the gallery. Wu Jizhong's face suddenly turned white. How is this possible? How can such calligraphy be found on Earth? Could it be that in this short 10 years, this guy, Su Wen, has really reached a ghostly attainment in calligraphy? Listening to the surroundings, a strangled cry, and a quivering gasp of amazement, on Su Wen's face, he was already smiling. A good son-in-law, worthy of his own good son-in-law, so proud of himself. In Su Wen's heart, he was so ecstatic that he couldn't wait to kiss Yi Yun on the face, but straightened his clothes, and said in a cloudy manner, just barely able to look past it. I could have added 3 more divinities to this post if it had been slightly drunk, with the aid of a little alcohol. Snap, countless applause, roaring out, was incomparably enthusiastic. Master Su Wen truly deserves the word master. Artists of my generation should take Master Su as a model. This piece of calligraphy must be immortalized for the ages, or else heaven will not tolerate it. All sorts of hoarse, wild boasting, and a step up. Su Wen was so excited that his body trembled. Fong Fong, a half-aged woman, was shy and timid as she walked towards Su Wen. Big brother Su Wen, 10 years of grinding a sword. I didn't expect you to have such a natural talent along with your calligraphy. Little sister admires. Big brother, this post of yours, little sister is afraid of several lifetimes. Cannot write it. Su Wen laughed like a spring breeze. Maisie, it's more or less overpraised. Actually, I guess, brother isn't as good as you say he is. Yi Yun was on the side, looking a bit like he wanted to laugh. This old man, when he's pretending, he's got it all together. Fong Fong's eyes twinkled and she laughed. Big brother Su Wen, you and I have known each other for a while. I wonder if you could write one for my little sister, and hang it as an ink treasure in someone's study. Su Wen's smile stopped. This, Yi Yun promptly said. Master Fong Fong, today, my father, his essence has been almost depleted. If you want his ink treasures, it's better to do it some other time. After all, calligraphy, that's also very much about timing. Su Wen hurriedly said. Not bad, sister. Some other day, brother, I'll be sure to present you with a piece of ink. Fong Fong was overjoyed and threw a wink. Then sister here, thank big brother Su Wen first. With a cold snort from the side, Wu Jizhong took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, and grayly tried to escape. Yi Yunzhao stared at him closely and shouted, Hey, Master Wu, what are you doing? My father's calligraphy, do you despise it? Wu Jizhong turned back with a dark face. Master Su Wen's calligraphy, indeed has so many bones. I admire it. Yi Yun laughed. Admiring is not enough. I remember before, Master Wu said, if my dad's calligraphy looks good, he'll eat upside down. I don't know, Master Wu, would you like to eat hot or cold? At these words, the scene once again erupted into harumphs of laughter. A pair of teasing eyes swept towards Wu Jizhong. Kid, your father doesn't even dare to be reckless with me. What are you? Wu Jizhong was furious and roared. Yi Yun shrugged his shoulders. How dare I take liberties with you, Master? It's just the thought that a man like you, Master Wu, can't keep his word. You can't, fart when you say it yourself, can you? Wu Jizhong's face, even more gloomy. He had sort of realized that this kid that Su Wen had brought was even more damn difficult to deal with than Su Wen. All of a sudden, Wu Jizhong was a bit skeptical. That wild grass, was it really Su Wen's work? But this kid looks young. To say that there is this attainment in calligraphy, even if it is really Wang Shiji regenerated, it should have nothing to do with him. Well, I apologize for the offense. Earlier, Wu Jizhong knew that today was definitely not a good day, so it's very sensible to hold your fists and admit you're wrong. Su Wen smiled and said, Elder brother Wu, we who play art can no longer be as impatient as you. Remember, it won't happen again. Yi Yun let out a laugh. Dad, you're right, it won't happen again. But an artist can't go back on his word. What about making Master Wu eat? It's more or less hurtful. In my opinion, let him give us his painting of 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains as an apology. Then this matter will be settled. Su Wen's eyes heated up and said with great joy, Not bad, old brother Wu. What do you think of this proposal from my son-in-law? If you won't, then I can't guarantee that my brother will have to publicize you a few times for today. Wu Jizhong's face, cloudy. The heart would be Yi Yun, who had already cursed countless times. This asshole, time and time again, pushed the envelope and almost took his skin off. Fine, I'll give you the 1,000-mile rivers and mountains map. But you also have to promise that what happened today cannot be publicized to insult my reputation. Throwing the famous painting away, Wu Jizhong coldly looked at Yi Yun. Kid, there is a meeting in the landscape. In the future, you'd better pray that you don't fall into this master's hands. Yi Yun was indifferent. Master Wu, take your time. Honestly and nonchalantly, he took the 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains map over and claimed it for himself. As for Wu Jizhong's threat, Yi Yun said, sprinkle water. Su Wen said, Yi Yun, feel free to wander around and wait for me for a few minutes. Yi Yun was puzzled, then realized it and smiled knowingly. Okay Dad, you first busy you, don't hurt your back on it. Su Wen bumbled, already chasing after that plump Master Fong Fong. Needless to say, these art players are stuffy as hell. Less than that, between the two, something was going to happen. Chapter 56. You stand still while I go get some oranges. Yi Yun was in the gallery and strolled around for more than half an hour. A few female art students were coming up to talk to him. Yi Yun smiled and dealt with it. Now these ones that play with art, they are not simple. Many girls don't mind offering themselves. Obviously, it was treating Yi Yun as a golden father. Unfortunately, Yi Yun was not good at this. Yi Yun, let's go. Su Wen walked over with a red face. Yi Yun took a look and immediately laughed. Dad, your crotch zipper isn't zipped properly. Su Wen's face flushed with embarrassment. Yes, I just went to the bathroom and didn't pay attention in my hurry to get out. Ha! Yi Yun smiled without saying anything. Going to the bathroom? The bad old man is so bad. It's weird to believe in your evil. Sitting in the car, Yi Yun said, Dad, are we going home? Or, Su Wen was spirited and said, go back to what home? You child, Dad has a lot to thank you for helping him today. Come on, let's go wash our feet. Yi Yun was stunned. Washing feet? Both of us? Su Wen said. Yeah, just the two of us. Men don't need to say too much about each other, do they? Yi Yun smiled bitterly. Alright, then go wash your feet. A foot on the gas quickly brought us to a high-end foot spa. Su Wen made light of the situation, took Yi Yun upstairs, changed his clothes, and then cozied up by the pool. Yi Yun, what do you think of your aunt? That is, Shanshan her mom person? Yi Yun's eyelids fluttered, feeling that there was something in Su Wen's words. This, actually, Auntie Huiru, is not that bad of a person. Su Wen shook his head. You're not telling the truth. Let me say it for you. Your aunt is a tigress? Honestly, I've had a bit of enough of her over the years. Yi Yun said. Dad, you're an old married couple. It's only right to accommodate each other and live well. Su Wen coldly grunted. Accommodating my ass. You heard it before. Pops me. Before that was one of the 4 great talents of Jiangnan. You don't know. In the past, your auntie Fan, don't mention how infatuated she was with me. Alas, it's just a shame that later on, life is unpredictable, and the person I married was Shannon's mom. Yi Yun laughed. Dad, this kind of thing is, in fact, quite common. Life, how can there be no regrets? Auntie Huiru also helped you give birth to Shan, your precious daughter. Su Wen hinged and laughed. You're right. Shan is my life's greatest wealth and happiness. From now on, you two, just get on with your lives, and I'll be happy. Dad, Yi Yun asked tentatively. Dad, why have you become a bit sentimental since you came out of Auntie Fong Fong's place? Su Wen sighed and said, Yi Yun, we are both men, and you are my good son-in-law, so I won't hide anything from you. Your Aunt Fanny, I do have a bit of a crush on her. Just now, I almost couldn't hold on to her, Pops, but at the last minute, I refrained. But Fan's feelings for me are lingering, and it's the hardest thing to get rid of a beauty. Yi Yun touched his nose. This old man was quite frank. This kind of thing, if young Huiru knew about it, I'm afraid it would blow up. Dad, I mean, you might as well be a little, well, restrained. Yi Yun suggested neutrally. Su Wen waved his hand. Convergence? What convergence? Playing art, to be carefree, as you wish. You've seen that body of your Aunt Fanny's, as well as the gentleness. I'm afraid there's no man under the sun who doesn't love it. Mostly, your Auntie Fanny understands me and is practically my soulmate. Yi Yun said with a straight face. Dad, all men, I have to advise you, that's a dangerous thought for you to have. Su Wen laughed sardonically. What are you afraid of? As long as you don't poke it out, it's not like your aunt will know. Yi Yun's teeth ached. Dad, how do you dare guarantee that I won't stab it out again? Su Wen smiled, looking old and cunning. Yes, I have considered it before. Your boy's mouth, too, may not hold fast. Or rather, when pressed by Sam, you're sure to give it all up. So that's why no, I dragged you here. Hey Yi Yun, We've washed our feet and played together. If you dare to betray Pops me afterward, Pops me here, I can only arch you out and lose everything with you. Yi Yun almost cursed. So, this bad old man, there was this level of intention. Sure is an old coin. Suwon stood up from the pool, wrapped in a bath towel, and laughed he, son-in-law. Then dad, I'll go over first and enjoy the massage. What about you here? Feel free, in your room. I've arranged for the technician to go over there. Yi Yun was helpless and walked to his room. Two watery sisters, already waiting. When she saw him come in, she immediately got up and bent over. Buckle your chicken digs. Yi Yun was stunned. Then he secretly cried out, good guy. The old man actually set him up with Sakura girl. That well-behaved, obedient, and hydrated look made Ji Yun's fingers twitch. Yosi. There's an old saying in our country that those who know what's good for them know what's good for them. Two sisters, please show your maneuvers. Yi Yun was not polite and directly lay flat and started to enjoy the massage. After tossing and turning until almost evening, Suvan was satisfied and came over to say hello. The two drove and left the foot bath. Dad, that massage just now, it seems to have worked for you. Yi Yun joked. I see you now. All red-faced, Suwan sat in the back row and smiled with an old-fashioned expression. Yi Yun, you didn't do anything to apologize to Shan, did you? Yi Yun hurriedly said. I didn't. Dad, if you don't believe me, you can ask the two technicians. Suwan sure said. I knew your kid wouldn't dare and wouldn't. Old man me, pass on a trick. Actually, you don't have to do anything like that, but you could, with a little flexibility. For example, it's okay to have your mechanic sister get it out for you. Yi Yun, rarely seen, was surprised to the core. Dad, you mean, you played it like that? Suwan laughed, looked out the window and answered. Before at your Auntie Fangfang's place, it was hard to hold it in. Now, finally, it's comfortable. Men, it's true that they are old and have been good at this all their lives. Yi Yun directly sent two words. Awesome. To be honest, he was really, all a bit impressed with Suwon. I didn't realize that this old man had such a flirtatious side. When he was almost at Sue's house, Yi Yun parked his car and said, Dad, stand here and don't move. I'll go buy a few oranges. Suwon froze and muttered. Why does it feel like this brat is taking advantage of me? What do you mean? He wants to be my father? Chapter 57. The moment of the ghosts and wolves will come soon. Returning to the Su family, Yi Yun intended to take his leave. Yang Huiru drank. Stop. Today you two masters. Out to do what? Yi Yun was old-fashioned. Not doing anything, just strolling around. Suwon, on the other hand, was a bit vain and laughed dryly. It's obvious that he's out there proclaiming his family's status as a bully. But in fact, when he returned home, he was immediately in his original form, and still had to be suppressed by Yang Huira head-to-head. Suwon, what are you hiding for? Yang Huira crosses her waist and rushes forward aggressively. Let me check on you. I'll see if you, old boy, have misbehaved. Suwon's face reddened. Don't give me any nonsense. I'm a man of this age. What kind of misbehavior can there be? Look at that. But it's a weak heart. Yang Huira looked around him and sniffed at Suwon with her nose a few times. What the hell? A big orange smell. You guys went skating in an orange grove? Yi Yun laughed. Yes, Dad took me to the orange grove to pick some oranges and brought them back for you and Shan to eat. Auntie, the oranges are just the right flavor for this time of year. Suwon nodded his head repeatedly. That's right, people. Yi Yun, but he made a great effort and brought back a lot of oranges. Yang Huiro lightly grunted. I don't eat oranges. That stuff is easy to eat and turn your skin color yellow. Tomorrow, it's the day that Mr. Fong will give us our dividends. Suwon, we must be at home and treat people well. Suwon casually coped and smiled. Then Yi Yun, I'll see you out. The two of them came outside. Suwon was full of admiration. It's still your young man's brain that turns fast. So close. If you hadn't been so resourceful and sprayed some orange water on me tonight, I would have been caught by your mom. Yi Yun laughed and said, Dad, you'd better grow a pair yourself. If you mess up like that, you'll show your face sooner or later. Suwon majestically said, what are you afraid of? With you as a resourceful and good son-in-law. Hey, I'll play casually outside. Your mom's that size cute. Surely don't know anything. Yi Yun was speechless. Look at the old man. He's still thinking about you? I'm afraid you can't risk this kind of thing too often. If you always walk by the river, there is no such thing as a wet shoe. The next day, the Su family was incredibly lively. The 7 aunts and uncles all came over, each with a fist in the air, waiting for their share of the money. Yang Huiru put down the phone and said with a spring in her step, just now, I've contacted young Fong's company. It says that Fong Xiao is doing business over at the bank. Ha, it looks like he's gone to get us some money. The relatives were, at once, all frowning and looking forward to a moment, filled with, only Susan, always frowning. Mom, did you contact Fong Jiahao himself? Yang Huira said. No, it's his secretary. He, Mr. Fong, is a busy man now, so how can he just get in touch? Susan shook her head. I always feel that Fong Jiahao is not reliable. Yang Huiro said unhappily. You child, what demoralizing words are you saying on a great day? Fong Xiao is unreliable. Can't it be that your door-to-door son-in-law is the only one who's reliable? Susan glanced at her relatives, who were sitting all over the living room, and asked, Auntie and the others, why are they all here? Can't it be that they've also invested in Fong Jiahao's new company? Yang Huiru beautifully said, at that time, your aunt and the girls heard that Fong Xiao brought our family to get rich, all asked to join in. It can't be helped. I can't stop it. After all, who would mind less money, right? Susan's heart, however, was getting more and more uneasy. Even the relatives' money was rolled in by Fong Jiahao. If there is a good or bad, I'm afraid that the whole Su family will be in a state of chaos. At this time, Yi Yun slowly, also rushed to the Su family. Susan greeted her. Yi Yun, I feel like something is going to happen. We, the Su family, have invested too many people to Fong Jiahao. Any way you look at it, it looks like a scam. Yi Yun faintly said. It's not like a scam. It's supposed to be a pig-killing disc. All I can say is, these relatives of yours, how much they smile now, how much they cry later. Several people came through the courtyard door at that moment. One man in the lead, hobbling, leaning on a cane. Su Shan's heart sank. It's over. How come even the old Taijun has personally come over? Su Chang, Su Xian father and daughter, along with their son Su Jian, who had just been discharged from the hospital, accompanied the Su family's old lady and made a grand entrance. For a while, the Su family relatives, one after another, came forward to greet and compensate for their smiles. Elder Taijun Su, already nearly 80 years old, did not smile and walked to the living room and sat down. Sam, come up here and I'll have a word with you, the old woman said in a commanding tone with a flourish of her cane. Susan stepped forward and said, Grandma, if you please. Elder Taijun Su, with a sweep of her gloomy eyes, I've heard that the recent personnel changes in the group. There are some big you kicked out Kenso, and all these people like Madhavan, and replaced them with that door-to-door son-in-law of yours. Granddaughter, can Grandma ask why? Su Shan said unabashedly, Grandma, I do things all according to the group's rules and regulations, without the slightest favoritism. Madhavan was ousted and deserved it. If Su Jian's words, something happened to his body, and the position of Minister of Security, I can't keep it empty. Su Jian jumped out and pointed at Yi Yun. Something happened to my body, and it wasn't even this dog. Grandma, you must do me a favor and get rid of this soft eater. Elder Taijun Su, with her gloomy eyes, immediately looked towards Yi Yun here. Young man, you've just joined our Su family as a big family. It seems that you don't know many rules. What has been committed? For Sam's sake, I will not settle with you, but in the future, if the offense is repeated, my old self will never show mercy. Yi Yun smiled but not laughed. Never tolerate mercy? Then may I ask old Taijun, have I committed the crime of killing my head? Or have I offended the heavenly might? Elder Taijun Su snapped. You remember, to our Su family, you are ultimately an outsider, and a door-to-door son-in-law who feeds off our Su family. Then you don't have the slightest standing in my Su family. The only thing you can do is to obey. Yi Yun sneered, and Su Shan hurriedly pulled him back, fearing that his bullish temper would come up and offend Elder Taijun Su as well. Grandmother, there are many places that Yi Yun, indeed, doesn't quite understand yet. It's okay, we'll listen to whatever you have planned. Old Taijun Su snorted coldly. Su Jian's position, return it to him immediately. As for this door-to-door son-in-law of yours, just give him something to do. The group's tight position should never be touched by outsiders. Susan was unconvinced. This was too unfair to Yi Yun. Opening her mouth, she wanted to fight for Yi Yun. Yi Yun here, on the contrary, laughed. Shanchan is fine. A position as a gatekeeper. I don't care. Su Jian was smug. Not rare? Kid, I'm afraid that at this moment in your heart, it's already so hard that you're going to cry out. Right? Fight with me? You're a ing flunky. What can you do? Yi Yun's eyes were cold. It seems that your balls have recovered well and you still want to be bitten once, right? Su Jian's chrysanthemums tightened and his face immediately turned pale. His balls were bitten and it had become a shadow within him. Su Chang said in a cold voice. Shan, mind your door-to-door son-in-law. This is the Su family. When did the foreign food-plowing wimp dare to bark at our own family? Susan said in the same cold voice. Uncle, I don't know what you mean. In my place, Yi Yun is my family, so, please show some respect. Elder Taijun Su was impatient and slammed her cane vigorously. Quiet, all of you be quieter. Where's Mr. Fong? The old body is waiting for the $100 million he promised. The rest of the Su family, too, followed suit and boomed. Each one was red-faced, waiting for the moment to share the money. Yi Yun's face was full of playfulness. The time for this large, haunted family will be here soon. Chapter 58. The people here are all happy colors. Most of the day has passed. Su family members are looking forward to seeing. Fang Jiahao still did not come. Gradually, the crowd became restless. What's going on? Has young Mr. Fong been delayed by something else? But he clearly promised to settle the first dividend today. The other person. Mr. Fong. That's someone with real power. Everyone wait a little longer. All relax. Someone came out to round up the crowd, and the Su family continued to wait. Old Taijun Su's face was full of displeasure. Old me. I am most annoyed with people not being punctual. Keep calling Mr. Fong. If he's really delayed, then do the errands first. Turn the money over to us, with or without him in person. Su Xian had a strange look on her face. Grandma, I've had people already. Make a dozen or so phone calls. Mr. Fong's secretary said it would be ready in a minute. Right away. Elder Taijun Su grunted. Keep fighting. What do you mean it'll be done right away? I don't eat this. Su Xian only had to continue to call, but he eeped and panicked. Oh, the phone's not working. Neither Fang Jiahao's company nor his own phone number can be reached. All of a sudden, the already impatient Su family members smelled something unusual. Immediately, one stood up, all unable to sit still. Can't get through? What does this Fang Jiahao mean? Does he want to go back on his word? Our Su family, before and after so many people added up, but we have invested hundreds of millions into it. Fang Jiahao, can't drop the ball. Brother Su Wen, sister-in-law Huiru, this matter was led by your family. Now, someone from your family quickly contact Fang Jiahao and ask him to give a statement. That's right, Brother Su Wen, sister Huiru, your family can be responsible for our gains and losses. The spearhead immediately landed on Su and Yang Huiru's husband and wife. Yang Huiru, who was originally complacent, directly couldn't laugh anymore. I'll try to hit one. Young Fong, there should be a delay for something special. Surely there won't be a problem. With her hands full, she called Fang Jiahao. The direct message from the opposite side was that it had been turned off. Yang Huiru was confused. Turned off the phone? What does he mean by that? Su Jian said in a conspiratorial manner. Second aunt, you're not confused, are you? Before it was unanswered, then it was unavailable, and now it's just turned off. It's clear that Fang Jiahao, this playboy, doesn't want to answer our Su family's calls. Maybe, this dog coin wants to eat people without spitting out their bones and shade our Su family's money. Boom! All of a sudden, a dozen or so people from the Su family exploded in unison. Su Wen, Yang Huiru, your family, hurry up and think of something. Think of something. Think of something quickly. If we won't get our money, your family is to blame. Words I'll put here. At that time it was you Yang Huiru, in front of me to show off, said to take me to get rich, now get rich not to say, but also let me put the old capital are lost in. How a statement. You must give me a clear account. Instantly, on Yang Huiru's forehead, cold sweat dripped. This is really. Words stuck in his throat, not a single one could be released. Su Wen, on the other hand, gave his relatives, in quick succession, the opportunity to make amends and to wait a little longer, but no one was buying his argument, and a few, even, had rolled their eyes and roared. Shannon, what should we do? Shouldn't something really happen? With a sobbing voice, Yang Huiru looked at Susan for help. Daughter why don't you give Fang Xiao a call? He'll answer if you call. Susan had a headache. Yi Yan told you guys a long time ago that Fang Jiahao set up a scam, but you won't listen and you're pulling in relatives to invest with you. Mom, I really don't know what to say about you. Take out the phone and call Fang Jiahao. Same thing. Still off. Susan called a few more times. Still nothing. Fang Jiahao didn't even bother with me here, either. Susan came to a direct conclusion. Undoubtedly, all of your money was swindled by Fang Jiahao. The relatives of the Su family, one by one. You look at me, I look at you, as if they had died. Elder Taijun Su was furious, shaking all over, pointing at young Huiru and cursing angrily. Useless thing, look at you. What a whole thing. If I don't get my old body's $80 million back, Yang Huiru, you won't be living in the Su family. Yang Huiru gave a scolding, tears in her eyes. Mom, I didn't expect that it would be like this. Elder Taijun Su growled. Of course you didn't think of that, otherwise you wouldn't be so stupid. Su Wen, just tell me, my $80 million, How will you pay me back? Suwon had a difficult look on his face. Mom, that $80 million of yours, you invested it yourself. How come you let me return it here? That's more or less a little inappropriate. Elder Taijun Su cursed. Asshole, how dare you talk back? Isn't it because of your family? That's just it. I've seen it all along. You're just not a piece of material. Compared to your big brother Su Chang, I have to say that you really are much inferior. Su Wen's face was red and he only felt humiliated to the extreme. Su Chang smiled grimly. Mom, don't curse either. It's not like you don't know about second brother's behavior. It's okay to live a peaceful life, but if you want to say you're reliable, it's really hard to say. Su Xian followed, mocking up. That's grandma. If I look at it, the second uncle's family, just Susan a top thing. Other than that, it really doesn't compare to our family. Along with that, the rest of the relatives, at this time also have, to Su Wen Yang Huiro couple, greatly criticized. What a waste. The trust in you guys. In fact, it should have been obvious that your family just didn't have it in them. Yang Huiru, don't you love to brag? Saying something about your daughter. But she's the goddess of that Feng Jiahao. Now what? Oh, right? Foolish husband and wife. A rotten family. Such humiliation made Susan furious. But she couldn't do anything other than hold her jade hands tightly. Su family, the larger than life is Su Lao Taijun. Take all the power and hold it in your hands. And it was Su Chang's family that was deeply liked by the old Taijun. Su Wen and Yang Huiru, husband and wife, have always been excluded. Looking at his own daughter-in-law, a moment of red eyes, Yi Yun then sneered out. What a strange family. When they get rich, each one runs to kiss ass and lick his face. Now that the basket is empty, show your ugly face. Is this the so-called great family? Oh, it's really not complimentary. Su Xian was furious. Yi Yun, you dared to look down on my Su family? Yi Yun glanced at her. I'm not looking down on the Su family. I'm just saying that everyone here is a joyful color. A sentence that directly made the entire Su family explode in place. Chapter 59 Ways to Recover Losses. Little you dare to be reckless? Men, beat this wimp out of here. Even the old Taijun, you dare to disregard her. I'll see that you're going to rebel against the heavens. The roar of the Su family's crowd was close to toppling the ceiling. Yi Yun's face was full of disdain. What? Poking at your pain and hurting your self-esteem? The words I really put down here. The whole Su family, except my daughter-in-law, the old husband's family. The rest of them, ugly eaters, are nothing but a bunch of troglodytes. Su Chang said in a chilling voice. You, the door-to-door son-in-law, are loyal to Su Wen's family, but you don't know the heights of heaven. The Su family, the one who really calls the shots, is our old Taijun. Su Wen said with a bitter look on his face. Yi Yun, stop it. In this case, the fault does lie with our family. The responsibility is mine and Sam's her mom's. Tears slipped from Susan's eyes. Dad, that's not a small amount of money. You and Mom are in charge. Where did you get all that money? Su Wen waved his hand. One person does everything. Your mom and I are old and confused. But baby girl, you and Yi Yun are both good. It has nothing to do with you. Susan clenched her silver teeth. Dad, don't say things like that. My money, too, can be taken out to pay them back. Su Jian laughed out loud and said, all right cousin, you should have quite a lot of money. Quickly take it out. First, I'll pay back my family here, and the old lady. The rest of the relatives, one by one, grab their heads, and ours. Su Wen, your family must pay back as well. Right, how can we pay back only the old Taijuans and theirs? You will never lose a single penny of our money. Yi Yun snorted coldly. Give it back my ass. Your money, you gave it to Feng Jiahao yourselves. If you want to pay it back, you go to Feng Jiahao. It has nothing to do with my wife's family. Su Chang and the others were furious. You. Yi Yun looked around the room. His aura wild. What? Do you guys still want to give in to a fight? Who of you dares to say that it wasn't because of your own greed that you became the upper house hoe? Say something about my mother-in-law pulling you in. Oh, then let me ask, have you no brains? Listening to the words of random people? In the end, it's not just insatiable greed and digging a hole for yourself to jump into. The words humiliated the Su family members. All of them were red in the face, itching to fight with Yi Yun. Elder Taijun Su's cane, pointing at Yi Yun, shivered. Ignorant vertical son, do you still have, put me, an old man, in your eyes? I'm Shan and her grandmother, and I'm at the helm of the Su family. Who gave you the guts to speak up in front of my old body? Yi Yun said indifferently, it is not a no-no for you to lean on your old age, old Taijun, but let me just ask, was I wrong in that statement? Elder Taijun Su was dumbfounded, her chicken skin like face twitching. Su Wen, Yang Huiru, Look at your family. What a loser son-in-law you've found. Pissed off old me. Really pissed off. Susan, Grandma, I'll ask you one thing. This door-to-door son-in-law, do you take a break? Unable to take Yi-Yun, Elder Taijun Su raised her cane and went back to threaten Susan. Susan pursed her lips, her face stubborn. Grandma, I always listen to your words. But this time, I'm sorry, Yi-Yun is already my husband. As a woman, I can say that in this life, he is the most important person to me. So your order is one that the granddaughter is sorry to obey. Elder Taijun Su was furious. Good enough. You really are a white-eyed wolf that can't be raised. In that case, your family must be responsible for all the money that was swindled by the son of a Fang Jiahao. If you can't take charge, then on the group side, the position of president, you don't sit. Susan blanched. I didn't expect Elder Taijun Su to be so heartless. Su Xian and the others, all of them were so happy that they almost jumped up and down in place. Shan Shan, your ability, isn't it always first class? What about the woman of our Su family? The fan of 10,000 people. It shouldn't be hard for you to solve such a small problem. Brother Su Wen, this door-to-door son-in-law of your family, I've heard that he also has some strength. Why don't you let him think of something? Right. Sister-in-law Huiru, this door-to-door son-in-law of yours should be even more powerful than Fang Jiahao, right? Otherwise, how could Shan Shan not want that wealthy family's great young man, but come to him instead? These relatives of the Su family, in order to make up for their losses, directly said anything. Yang Huiru's face was as colorful as dirt as she glanced at Yi Yun here and shook her head. Counting on this door-to-door son-in-law had never occurred to her. Potter's chicken. $1 a scurry Potter's chicken. Yi Yun's phone rang with that sultry ringtone that was very abrupt. He picked up. Who is it? On the other end, Tian Hanmin smiled apologetically and said, Oh Mr. Yi, I'm Tian Hanmin from Jiangnan Bank. I want to tell you something. Yi Yun said. So it's Governor Tian. Go ahead. Tian Hanmin said. Today, that loser from the Fang family, Fang Jiahao, has come to our bank to do bankruptcy liquidation. Alas, this idiot has just opened a real estate company. Want to make such a big battle in the beginning? Publicity is loud and clear. I didn't realize that in just a few days, it's dried up. Yi Yun's face sank. Governor Tian, this Fang Jiahao still has money on hand, right? Tian Hanmin said. Can have a what money? Everywhere pitfalls, so that he is rich wave. But it's all been used to pay off my side of the loan. This kid is still trying to cheat. I didn't give him a chance. Yi Yun knew that Fang Jiahao, this pussy, the money from the fraud, must have taken it all to fill the hole in the bank. And so, even if the Su family came to the door now, Fang Jiahao couldn't get the money. Tian Hanmin laughed. Mr. Yi, why am I calling here? Not to chat with you. Fang Jiahao's company went out of business. But this kid, he did get a good chunk of land. He can't afford to develop it. And now that parcel. It's a no-go. Hey Mr. Yi, there are some things I can't say too directly. Point to point, with your intelligence, you should understand. Yi Yun's eyes lit up and he laughed. Thank you, Governor Tian. I'll treat you to dinner some other day. Tian Hanmin hurriedly said. Mr. Yi, if you want to eat, then it's also my treat. I'm honored to be able to help you in a small way. Hanging up the phone, Yi Yun was thoughtful. This Tian line manager, indeed, is a good at getting things done. In the future, if you have the opportunity, you can consider pushing him twice. Susan asked. Yi Yun, is it the Jiangnan Bank side? Yi Yun nodded. Well, the one who just called was Tian Hanmin, convinced beyond a shadow of a doubt. The Su family can't get their money back. Fang Jiahao's company has gone bankrupt. When the people of the Su family heard this, each one of them almost spurted blood on the spot. In the next moment, a pair of eyes, fierce and vicious, glared at Su Wen Yang Huiro couple. Obviously, it was to take Su Wen's family and repay the money from Fang Jiahao's place. Yi Yun said indifferently, Fang Jiahao can't get his money back. But just now Governor Tian said that there are other ways to recoup the losses. Swish! All of a sudden, the Su family members all looked over with glowing eyes. Chapter 60, Guan Xia's Invitation. Su Chang snorted coldly. If you can undo old Taijuan's loss, then that means you're not so useless after all. Yi Yun laughed. Old Biden, being treated like a stupid ass and eaten dry. And you're still here to serve me? Then I'm also embarrassed that Governor Tian told the way to recover the loss. However, I've chosen not to give you Su Chang's family face. To hell with trying to undo the damage to your home. Su Chang choked, enraged. Su Xian and Su Jian were also alarmed. Yi Yun, don't try to fix our family. My family has invested a lot of money in this, and you have to get it back for me. Yi Yun snorted and directly didn't even bother. Turning to the side. Dad, Where's the solution? I'll tell you first. In that case, if you strike quickly, you'll be able to undo our family's losses. One step ahead. Suwon was overjoyed. Good son-in-law. Good. You tell me quickly. Yi Yun attached himself and whispered a few words. Suwon was thrilled to hear this. Alright, I'll go this time. Yang Huiru followed. Old Su, wait for me. I'll go too. Looking at this situation, the rest of the Su family directly panicked. Ian's son-in-law, your old father-in-law's family's loss. You helped save it. We relatives. You can't just ignore it. That's right. I've said before. This son-in-law of Brother Suwon's family is definitely not a pool animal. This isn't it. Even Governor Tion's side of the relationship are hitched. Yi Yun go to Auntie's place for a drink some other day. I have a few bottles of Mao Tai in my collection that I must use to greet you, my honored guest. A face and mouth that become as fast as they can. Susan was on the sidelines, straight up jaw-dropping. These relatives, they were snobs. She was seeing that, but it's not easy to clean them up and convince them. And now, Yi Yun had done it on the contrary. What about the way? I'll tell Sam. Yi Yun had an indifferent face. As for whether she gives you the word or not, it depends on your performance. Susan was filled with gratitude. Yi Yun, thank you. I really don't know how my parents would pay it back otherwise with all this money. Yi Yun sighed and pinched her cheeks. Silly niece, between you and me, what are you talking about thanks? Then, in a low voice, the method of acquiring the land was spoken. Susan's heart skipped a beat as she looked at the handsome face near her. At this moment, she realized that Yi Yun's image was so tall. Even she, herself, felt deeply favored and protected. If it wasn't for Yi Yun, today Su Wen's family, I'm afraid they would have been tossed to death by their relatives. Su Xian roared anxiously. Shan, what method is he talking about? Quickly tell us. Su Shan glanced at the relative's eyeballs and said towards old Taijun Su. Grandma, Yi Yun has done our Su family a great favor. With this approach of his, you should be able to recover a lot of your losses. Elder Taijun Su hurriedly said. Then why are you still standing there? Say it. Oh, this door-to-door son-in-law you found, Grandma thinks it's still good. Susan's heart, however, was not much happier. Elder Taijun Su, Su Chang's family, and relatives and friends. The events of today had shown her quite a few people's faces, including this, her most respected grandmother, the most qualified person in the Su family. In the end, there's no escaping 4 words, profit-oriented. The Su family members who got the solution rushed out in a swarm, all in a hurry to rush over to acquire that piece of land. Su Cheng put Su Xian, called to his side and whispered, Xian, you personally go over and grab in front of these relatives. That plot of land I know is a treasure since it has become untouched. Take down as many acquisitions as you can. This time, our family is bound to make a fortune. Su Xian's eyes were greedy. Okay Dad, I'll let these relatives just eat some skin. A real big head. No one else deserves it but our family. Su Chang was satisfied, and a smile appeared on his face. Go and do it. And by the way, do your grandmother's share, and make it clear to her. Make her old man comfortable. You know, the position of vice president of the group. You take it, not a problem. Su Xian swept a glance at Susan here and smiled grimly. Dad, I know in my heart, when it's time to strike, I won't show any mercy. Su Jian walked in front of Yi Yun and smiled smugly. The utilization value of a little flunky like you is just this much. However, to be able to contribute to us, Yi Yun, you are proud enough. Yi Yun looked at him indifferently. Asterisk. Roll. Su Jian's face turned grim for a moment. You won't be able to be arrogant for long. Tomorrow, I'll return to the group. Officially. Yi Yun disdained. Just a security minister position. Look at you, this good big kid can. You don't know it yet, do you? But I'm in charge of the antique department of the Su group now. Su Jian's face darkened. Humph. Of course I know, but do you really think that you can sit down in such an important position? Oh, naive. Yi Yun pointed at the gate. Tianjin, your grandmother's leg? Hurry up and get lost. Don't disgrace yourself here. Su Jian gritted his teeth and his eyes spewed fire. However, he could not do anything with Yi Yun and left cursing. Good brother, guess who I am? Yi Yun had just gotten clean when the phone rang again. The voice on the other end, sweet to the bone, was like someone blowing in the ear. He frowned. Who are you? I don't know, but if you play God again, then I'll just pull the plug. With a soft grunt, the other end grumbled. You're so unsettling. I'm Aroma's mom, a weak young woman. What else can I do to you? Yi Yun suddenly had a headache. So it's Ms. Guan. What do you want? Guan Xie giggled. Couldn't I find you, Divine Dr. Yi, if there's nothing wrong? Or is it that you, Divine Dr. Yi, Are a wifekeeper and can't take phone calls from women outside? Yi Yun was speechless. I'm not wifey, but Ms. Guan, we're not familiar to this extent. Guan Xia chirped. This, I don't care too much. Divine Dr. Yi, come to my house. Yi Yun said. What are you here for? Sakia, me. Yi Yun was confused. What? Guan Xia laughed so hard that she shook her flower branches. What a wooden fish head. Well, I won't tease you. Divine Dr. Yi, we, Xiang, want to see you. This child is weak. You help me to see again. Yi Yun said. That's fine. I'll be right over. This girl, Xiang, he really liked. The opponent's body, innately, carries a cold poison. It was also not something that could be dispelled once or twice, so Yi Yun still had to make a trip. Chapter 61, A Love That Knows No Bounds. Fragrant Garden. Guan Xia's villa. Just as Yi Yun arrived, the little girl, Xiang, happily ran forward. Uncle Yi, you're here. Looking at the porcelain doll-like delicate Xiang, Yi Yun smiled. Xiang, where is your mom? Aroma held a rag doll in her hand and said in a milky voice. Mommy's upstairs getting changed. I've been choosing pretty clothes since I knew Uncle Yi was coming over. At the stairs, footsteps sounded. Guan Xia blushed slightly and walked down somewhat angrily. Xiang, don't talk nonsense. Mom is changing her clothes because she has something to do later, not because of your Uncle Yi. The little girl seemed to understand, and gave an "oh," and smiled sweetly at Yi Yun. Uncle Yi, are you here to give me, and Mom, a medical treatment? Yi Yun laughed. Right, come, Uncle will first see how well you have recovered. Xiang behaved herself and stretched her little hand out as Yi Yun took her pulse. Well, it's not too bad. Drink the medicine for a while longer and you'll be completely fine. Yi Yun withdrew his hand and wrote a prescription. Guan Xia treasured it and put it away, her eyes falling on Yi Yun for an instant. Divine Dr. Yi, you've taken care of Xiang. What about me here? Looking at this woman, with those bewitching eyes, Yi Yun couldn't stomach it. Okay, then I'll show it to you. Aroma's mom. With a twist of her slender waist, Guan Xia headed upstairs and turned back. Baby, you can play downstairs for a while. I'll take you out when Uncle Yi has finished showing me. Aroma hummed and ran over to watch cartoons. Yi Yun said somewhat helplessly. Actually, it's fine to show you downstairs. Guan Xia had already gone upstairs and hummed. What? Could it be that Divine Dr. Yi would still be afraid? Yi Yun shook his head and followed. Scared? Of course he's afraid. I'm afraid that no one is afraid of a ruthless yokai like Guan Xia. The so-called snake and scorpion beauty is actually very suitable to describe Guan Xia. Watching Yi Yun go upstairs, Guan Xia made a smooth trip, and her exquisite and delicate body, wrapped in the cheongsam, was so horizontal on the big bed. Yi Yun looked defensive. Fragrant mom, what are you doing? Guan Xia smiled and said with a big smile, lying down, waiting for Divine Dr. Yi to check my body. Is it? Am I not doing the right thing? This demon girl, she definitely did it on purpose. Yi Yun cursed in his heart and sat in front of the bed, taking her pulse. Who knew that Guan Xia's jade hand retracted, and instead of taking Yi Yun's pulse, she playfully laughed. Divine Dr. Yi, I heard that you are the Su family's door-to-door son-in-law? With your skills, this kind of thing, I can't figure out how. Yi Yun said. It seems like you haven't investigated me much during this period of time. Fragrant mother. Guan Xia extended her jade hand out again and Yi Yun was about to feel her pulse. This woman, however, turned her hand back, grabbed Yi Yun's hand, and boldly and revealingly said, Divine Dr. Yi, I want to give Xiang to find a father. Look, care to do the favor? Yi Yun looked at her cheeks flushed, eyes containing spring water, then straight call cannot resist. Sylvia Quan, indeed, knows her stuff, very well. Shannon's mom, don't kid yourself, but Yi Yun, the determination that is not comparable to ordinary people, still as stable as Mount Tai. I already have a wife, so I can only regret your kind offer. Guan Xia smiled sweetly. I know Divine Dr. Yi, you already have a name, but, I don't really care, really, as long as you nod your head. Divine Dr. Yi, I can, at any time, be your woman. Such an open and direct Guan Xia, on the contrary, made Yi Yun somewhat feel petty. Ms. Guan, between us, there's really no need to tease and test each other so much. You're the Black Widow, the North City Overlord, the one everyone fears, and I am, as you just said, just a house son-in-law, so none of that is realistic. Yi Yun's expression was serious as he said these words. Guan Xia's eyes were sultry as she obediently let him take her pulse and said softly, in the end, I know you can't see me, that's just it. I won't be so brazen as to annoy you again. Divine Dr. Yi, Yi Yun said in amusement. What? Getting angry here? A black widow who can stand alone and kill like a man shouldn't be so petty. Shamed. Guan Xia glared over fiercely. If it were any other man, I would have told him to get lost long ago. Yi Yun, I'm serious from last time. That is, I need a man like you. As long as you nod your head, I will, from now on, be a good girl for you, and all my foundations are yours. Yi Yun was silent for a long time before saying, Mom Xiang Xiang, why do you have to be like this? Guan Xia laughed to herself. Churlishly, love doesn't know what it's all about. Yi Yun, as I said, you have conquered me. You should know well that a woman like me, once conquered by a man, then my entire wildness and gentleness will be towards you alone. I have indeed been investigating you for the past few days. Not only have I been investigating you, I've been trying to meet with you, and it's been hard for me not to see you. After saying this, crystal tears fell from the corners of her eyes, and she turned her face, accusingly, to the other side. Yi Yun only felt that his head was huge. There's still quite a bit of cold poison left in your body, so it's best if you don't take it easy, emotionally, and even more so if you don't get up and down. Otherwise, it will cost you your body again. Regarding Yi Yun's advice, Guan Xia did not listen. That's just as well. I'll just die. Yi Yun frowned. You're a child's mother. You're not small anymore. Why are you still so capricious? Guan Xia turned her head openly and said indignantly, Yi Yun, this gesture of me pleasing you and even begging you to me, isn't it very lowly and disgusting to you? Yi Yun said in a deep voice. Xiang Xiang Mom, you are so open and outspoken. It only makes me feel that you are a heroine. At least, it's better than those posturing, hypocritical women. Only then, did Guan Xia turn her anger into joy, and said daintily with a pout, then you kiss me. Yi Yun was in trouble. Stop it. Your body needs to be toned. Let me give you a few precautions. Guan Xia's jade arm, supporting her upper body at once. I won't listen to this. I just want a kiss. As soon as he wrapped his arms around Yi Yun's neck, he opened up and kissed. The intense sweet aroma, as well as the warmth, instantly filled the room. Yi Yun thought to himself, if you mess up like this, I will not be polite. Backhandedly, he hugged the young woman and opened wide. It was only until Guan Xia was on the verge of suffocating that Yi Yun let go of her. Injustice, you're making me almost out of breath. After punching Yi Yun in the chest, Guan Xia pouted and gasped violently. Yi Yun's old face did not turn red in the slightest, and he seemed to be smiling. Still going on? Guan Xia puffed out her chest and said defiantly, just continue, but not too much kissing. Let's have a baby. Don't you dare. Yi Yun directly surrendered and smiled bitterly. Alright, I don't dare. You win. Chapter 62, The Scapegoat. Coming out of the fragrant garden, Yi Yun couldn't and went to buy quite a few more oranges. I can't say enough about this stuff. It's great for getting rid of body odor. If he continued to stay, Yi Yun was really afraid that he would not be able to hold on and rub his gun. And as soon as he left, Lin Chen was furious and ran into the fragrant garden. Xia, didn't I say that I would cure you in Xiang Xiang? Why? You're going to call a strange man into your home again? On Guan Xia's face, the coquettishness she had when facing Yi Yun had long disappeared. The only thing left was indifference. Lin Chen, even though you're from the Pilking Valley, you'd better be polite when you speak to me. I invited you here to help me, not to question me. Lin Chen was so jealous that he almost went crazy. Xia, of course I'm here to help you. For you, for your North City. I'll even go up the mountain of knives and down the frying pan. However, you can't turn a blind eye to my feelings for you. Turning to, and cheapening that Yi Yun, right? Guan Xia straightened her cheongsam, completely covering the snowy whiteness of her thighs, and faintly said, public and private matters. I hope you can carry them clearly. Who I'm good with and who I'm cheap with, that's my private business. Lin Chen exclaimed. Well then, what do I count as? Why would you rather give it to that Yi Yun than to me? Guan Xia's eyes chilled, and her voice already carried a three-quarter murderous aura. Lin Chen, you'd better not take yourself seriously. You wouldn't be so stupid as to think that you're qualified enough to compete with divine Dr. Yi, would you? Plus, I told you before, between us, we can be partners, but the love of a man and a woman, sadly, I do not have for you. Lin Chen's face twisted as he said, Guan Xia, you will regret your decision. Turning his head, he rushed out of the fragrant garden villa, his face horribly grim. That Yi Yun, in his opinion, was nothing more than a mole cricket. Since Guan Xia cares, give yourself to him, then it's better to just get killed. No, make him die a painful death. Knowing what happens when you steal a woman from yourself. Fumbling for the phone, Lin Chen dialed out, old brother Wang Bao, what you want, I promise. That head, the King Panther, said grimly, divine Dr. Lin, that thing of yours from Medicine King Valley, Its effects have been heard to be very fierce, but I want it harder. Lin Chen laughed sarcastically. Don't worry, what I give you is the fiercest. At least enough for you to crush that Yi Yun 10,000 times. Wang Bao laughed strangely. Good. Very good. Really looking forward to it. The next day, Yi Yun and Susan went to work together. Yesterday Dad and Mom, along with relatives of the family, snagged the rest of the land at Feng Jia House Company. Susan laughed. Everyone can finally get some compensation for their losses. Yi Yun didn't say anything because he saw that there was a car in the rearview mirror that was trailing him. Until they arrived at Sue's group, the other party didn't come close and didn't make a move. Yi Yun sneered and did not pay much attention. Taking the 1,000 Miles river and mountain map, he went to the antique department and found Ma Chongqing. Elder Ma, look at this thing. How much can it be worth? Ma Chongqing unfolded it and his eyelids jumped wildly. Little friend, this picture of yours? It's extraordinary. 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains. This is a famous painting. Where did you get it? Yi Yun shrugged his shoulders. Snatched it. From a cutie. There. Ma Chongqing guffawed. This kind of good stuff. If I could get it by robbing it, old man, I'd go and become a thief. Little friend, you're giving me the item. Are you trying to make a move? Or how? Yi Yun cupped his chin and thought for a moment. I want to make a bid, but you have to help me gatecrash it to see how much it can be worth. Ma Chongqing hammered out. Famous handwriting, works of art, the least of the worries, no one rare. This painting of 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains is worth at least that much. Saying that, he raised his hand and compared a yet towards Yi Yun. Yi Yun was puzzled. What do you mean? Elder Ma, are you acting cute? Ma Chongqing's head was full of sweat. Little friend, I'm gesturing for $20 million. Geez, you don't usually deal with money at first glance. Yi Yun had a righteous look on his face. That's right. I'm a person who doesn't like money. Money is just a number to me. Ma Chongqing almost fell down, thinking that Yi Yun was too pretentious. Su Jian probed his head and came in from outside. Oh, Ma Lao, I came to see you. Ma Chongqing's face was flat. I have little interest in milky brats. If you have something to say. If you have nothing, get lost. Su Jian heatedly smiled. Ma Lao, I want to learn from you to identify treasures, as well as knowledge of antiques. Do you think it's okay? Ma Chongqing sized him up and shook his head. No, your brain doesn't work at first glance. It's better not to waste time. Su Jian's face was red with humiliation, and he smiled curtly. Elder Ma, this painting in your hand, at a glance, is very extraordinary. Think, at least, it's worth a couple $100,000? Ma Chongqing looked at him like he was an idiot. Several $100,000? You want to eat? This is Minister Ye's stuff. At least $20 million. If you put it up for auction, it could be $30 million. You know? As soon as he heard the figure of $20 million, Su Jian breathed and immediately became ragged. Yi Yun, where did you get such an expensive painting? It couldn't have been stolen, right? Looking at him, Yi Yun knew that this stupid fork was thinking about his own things. Stolen or robbed? It's none of your business. Elder Ma, I'll leave the stuff here for you. Turn around and arrange an auction for me. After the explanation, Yi Yun turned around and left. Su Jian ran out after him. Yi Yun, I'll take this painting of yours. I'll let you have the position of Minister of Security if you give me the stuff. Yi Yun couldn't help but laugh. $20 million of something for you? Su Jian, you don't have a hole in your head, do you? How about this? You get down on your knees and call me Grandpa 3 times first, and I'll think about it. Su Jian was furious. Don't you be ungrateful? The company belongs to our Su family. If it wasn't for the Su family, do you think you'd be here today? Yi Yun said disdainfully. The Su family, to me, is nothing more than an insignificant weed on the side of the road. Su Jian had a spiteful look on his face. You're damn droll enough, but soon, you won't be able to laugh anymore. I'll tell you the truth. Susan's position as VP will be over soon. When the time comes, you, and the wasteful Suvan family, will have to go out on the street and beg for food. Yi Yun turned back violently, his eyes cold. Frightened, Su Jian's legs and stomach went weak and he backed up. If you, as a family, play too much and hurt my daughter-in-law, then I congratulate you and your family in advance on the family ascension bundle. Yi Yun's voice did not carry a trace of emotion. Su Jian shouted, you think I'm afraid of you? Yi Yun, you are nothing but some brute strength. And you want to fight our family? Are you worthy? Saying that, a few burly and strong men walked out from the security room and came behind Su Jian. Su Jian was even more energized. These, all of them, are my new recruits. Those losers were useless in the past, but now these beaters of mine, just any one of them, can take your little life. Yi Yun seemed to be smiling before he could say anything. Outside the main door, A few men in black with unfriendly faces walked in with cold faces. Who's the head of security for the SOS? The voice was hoarse, and the breath on his body, grim and sullen. Yi Yun pointed at Su Jian and smiled. This big handsome guy is our security minister. A few of you, I advise you to better not mess with him. Otherwise, he'll make you come in vertical and go out horizontal. A few men in black, showing disdainful expressions. Trash 1. Fight. The young pavilion master said to take one of his hands. With an order, indiscriminately, they directly moved towards Su Jian. Su Jian was furious and ordered his men to meet him, cursing under his breath. It turned out that the few that came from the other side were all practiced. Almost as soon as they exchanged hands, they wasted Su Jian's men. Then he kicked Ken So in the big belly, knocking him on his ass. Isn't it true that even Master Chung Lei is not an opponent? This won't work either. The black-clothed man in the lead was filled with contempt. Raising his foot, he stomped on one of Su Jian's hands and broke it. The pig-killing howls swung out all at once, and even Yi Yun could not look away a bit. The man in black pooh-poohed. This time, it's just a broken hand. Next time, I want you to have your arms and legs broken, and be reduced to an invalid from now on. A group of people left after the fight and stopped for a moment when they passed by Yi Yun. This security minister of your Su clan, he is called Yi Yun, right? Yi Yun nodded his head repeatedly. Yes. His name is Yi Yun. I just don't know a few big brothers. How did he provoke you? The man in black was full of disdain. This little Yakuza has repeatedly looked down on our extreme Dao martial school and injured our people. The young pavilion master couldn't stand to watch and sent us out to clean him up today. Originally thought it was something, so we came with a few extra people. Now it looks like it's really trashy. After saying that, he left. As for Yi Yun here, he was directly unable to strain himself and laughed out loud. Old brother. Thanks to you, I was spared this severe beating. You are really a good man. A great good man. Su Jian lay on the ground, rolling over in pain. But the pain in his body was not a millionth of the suffocation and anger in his heart. This dog thief even led himself as his scapegoat. Chapter 63. If you don't believe me, your family can try. Dad, Ken is hospitalized again. In Su Chang's office, Su Xian pushed the door and hurriedly barged in. Su Chang fumbled with his pants zipper and waved the sexy secretary out of the way. Exasperated, always so bubbly. Su Xian, you're not a small person anymore. Can you knock before you come in next time? Su Xian rolled her eyes. So what if I knocked on the door? Dad, I already knew about you and Mimi. Su Chang hurriedly waved his hand. Stay for me. What did you just say? What happened to Ken again? Su Xian gritted her teeth and said, Xiao Jian has one hand, which was broken by someone from the extreme Dao martial arts school, and went to be hospitalized again. Su Chang stormed out. People from the extreme Dao martial arts school, how much do you mean by beating up your old son? Damn. I'd like to make a trip to the extreme martial arts center and ask what Big Gunwu was up to. Su Xian hurriedly said, Dad, this matter is a misunderstanding. A great misunderstanding. To say the least, it's all because of Yi Yun that. Originally, the people from the extreme martial arts school were going to come and waste him. But because of Ken, isn't he back as Minister of Security? The experts from the extreme martial arts school just recognized Xiao Jian as Yi Yun, without asking 3 or 4 questions. They just went straight for it. Su Chang's chest, rising and falling violently, was directly roaring out. Deceitful, real mudslinging deception. Speaking of which, because of this damned door-to-door son-in-law, we, as a family, have had a lot of bad luck and suffering lately. Old son, because he was hospitalized. This is discharged. Now the mud horse, again because of his hospitalization. Under the sky, there can still be such a ridiculous thing? Su Xian scolded. That's not true. Originally thought that Susan had found a wimp who couldn't get on, but now it seems that this Yi Yun is a rash person who doesn't know how to die. He should never be spared. Su Chang coldly said. Release? Of course we can't let him go. But the culprit is still Susan the Little. Oh, this niece. It seems that she has the idea of seizing power, with the help of this door-to-door son-in-law, in the group and the family, stirring up trouble and dealing with our family at every turn. But she's naive. Really too naive. Let her make waves however she wants. To grab the power of the Su family with lousy is a delusion. Su Xian said sorrowfully, Dad, the cooperation with Xia Beauty, I've already taken over all of it. Now, just waiting for Grandma to take a stand there. As long as Grandma asks, then Susan's VP position is mine. At that time, you will be the boss of the group and I will be the second. Su family, we father and daughter only have our hands on the sky. Su Chang laughed coldly. Not bad. Very good. That's it. In a moment, go to the old Taijun and give Susan a hard time. Yesterday, That damn flunky did us a big favor and saved the day. Right now Fang Jiahao, that bankrupt company, left most of the land in our hands. You organize all the papers and send them to your grandmother together. Her old man does not love anything else, just love money and antiques, these good things. Happy. Susan's vice president, not to say directly to you, but not far away. Su Xian was a bit reluctant to say, give it all to grandma? Dad, that's not a small asset. At grandma's age, I really don't understand why she's still so greedy for money. Su Chang cursed, stupid thing. Is it the first day you know that your grandmother is greedy for money? Besides, what are you afraid of? What she covets in now will still be our families in the future. Su Xian then laughed out. Well, it's still Dad, you carry it well. I'm going to prepare it. It's enough for that Susan to drink a pot. In the afternoon, it was not yet time to leave work. Yi Yun was in the antique department and was bragging with Ma Changqing, the president's wife, just got cold feet and came over to him. Come on, take a trip with me to the old Taijuan's side. Yi Yun said. What's wrong? Susan had a headache and said, old Taijun personally called and asked me to come over. It looks like Su Chang's family, again, is gossiping about something over there. Yi Yun said indifferently, your eldest uncle's family does not consider your family as one of their own? Susan took a deep breath and said, I didn't think so before, but after the recent events, you're right. The family, they are indeed chilling, but I can't have 6 parents. Yi Yun shrugged his shoulders and said, of course, 6 relatives is almost meaningless. You should have 10 relatives. Susan was stunned. 10 relatives? What do you mean? Yi Yun smiled a chilling smile. Don't say Su Chang's family. If your old lady favors favoritism and bullies your family, I think you should all clean up together. Like, let her find a place to live out her days. Or, live long enough if you have to. Pretty much. Susan inexplicably felt chilled to the bone, and called out, Yi Yun, you devil, right? Yi Yun laughed. Joking. Purely joking. People like me. I'm even afraid of killing a chicken. How could I possibly do such a thing? Coaxing you. Don't worry about it. Susan blushed oddly. This cheap husband, he talks a good game. But how do you feel? It's not like a joke. The old lady of the Su family, living alone in a villa, was very comfortable. After Yi Yun arrived and saw it, he couldn't help but lament. It's said that the older a person gets, the more they fear death. But now it seems that the old Taijun of your family, more than being afraid of death, is also poor and extravagant, enjoying herself more than even the young people. Susan glared. You're not allowed to talk about grandma like that. Come on, let's go inside. Entering the villa, elder Taijun Su was still, in a queenly pose, holding a cane and sitting at the top. As for father and daughter, Su Chang and Su Xian, they sat on the sidelines and looked at the 2 Yi Yuns who came in with cold smiles. Grandma, did you ask me to come over? Is there something wrong? Susan asked. Elder Taijun Su collapsed her old face. I'm getting old, and I had no intention of meddling in the affairs of the group, but I've heard recently that you seem to be slacking off a bit. Shannon, I wonder if that's true, or not. Susan froze. Slack? Grandma, I work overtime almost every day for the group. Elder Taijun Su coldly grunted. Working overtime every day? Are you bullying my wife? Who is too old and dim-eyed to tell the difference between true and false? Let me ask you, the cooperation with Shia Beauty, such a big thing, are you from the beginning to the end? Did not ask? Susan said in a deep voice. Cousin asked for full responsibility for this matter. Again, there's a gatekeeper on the grand president's side, so I really didn't care much, but to say it hasn't been asked at all, I don't know. Who told you that? Grandma. Su Lao Taijuan's cane. A vicious beat. Fierce, you still dare to sophistry? Things are all clear to me. Here, the cooperation with Shia relies on Xian to go out of her way to worry about the whole thing. And you, Susan, maybe you've been the president so comfortable for so long that you really think you can sit on your ass. Since you don't want to do it, then the big thing is to give up your position to someone who wants to contribute to the family. To the group? Susan was creeped out in disbelief. Grandma, are you asking me to hand over the vice president position? Su Chang and Su Xian, father and daughter, could no longer hold back the corners of their mouths, revealing triumphant smiles. Things are going better than they expected. Ah. Su Chang coughed and said in a fake sympathetic manner, Old Taijun, letting Shan directly give up her position is more or less a bit harsh on her. After all, she has little credit to the group though. But the hard work, there is still something. Su Xian followed with a fake smile. Yes, Grandma, what can I say? It's Shan's sister. You're asking her to give up her position because of me here, and I'm a sister in heart. Elder Taijun Su shook her head and said sternly, Hear that, Susan. Until now, your sister is still putting in a good word for you. In the beginning, Seeing that your family was pitiful and you had so much ability, you were allowed to sit in the position of vice president. I just didn't realize how quickly you fell. Especially your family. After recruiting this door-to-door son-in-law, I see that you are in the same boat with it and have little ambition. Susan smiled bitterly. She knew in her heart what she had done and what merit she had for the Su family. Just nay, however. Elder Taijun Su listened to the slanderous words and was coaxed by Su Chang's family to target her in turn. Since you don't trust me, Grandma, then the position of vice president, please take it back. Grandma, Susan, at heart, is proud of herself, solely direct, to fulfill Elder Taijun Su's suppression. Good. You're still coming on strong, threatening my old body in turn, aren't you? Elder Taijun Su was furious, pointing her cane at Su Shan. Since you have said so, then old me will not allow you to step down, but rather appear to be afraid of you. Su Chang, father and daughter, were already about to burst into laughter. Perfect. Everything developed so perfectly. Elder Taijun Su was a headstrong old fool who couldn't tolerate others refuting her. Now that Susan had talked back, she had just touched the old woman's mold, and it would be hard not to get into trouble. Suddenly, a voice from the side coldly rang out, my daughter-in-law's position as vice president can be lifted. The price, however, will be the fizzling out of the Shia beauty partnership and the downfall of the Su group. If you don't believe me, your family, try it. Chapter 64, the Su family members who were scared less. The words that came out of nowhere made Su Chang's father and daughter both furious. What did you say, little brat? Daring to speak out in front of old Taijun. You're afraid you don't know that old Taijun is the Su family's heaven and the Su family's land, right? A single word from old Taijun can determine the life and death of anyone in the Su family, including you. Yi Yun snorted. A single sentence determines one's life and death? Does the old Taijun, perhaps, think she is the Empress Dowager Cixi? Elder Taijun Su, a face that had long been unsightly to the extreme. Susan, take this door-to-door son-in-law of yours and get the hell out of my place right now. Right away. It was a direct roar out, obviously furious. Susan opened her mouth. Grandma, don't be angry first. Yi Yun he. Elder Taijun Su roared. There's no need to say anything. Your vice president position, Su Xian will take over. If you still want to do it, do something else. If not, pack up and go home. Despite having prepared for this, Susan still felt sad when Elder Taijun Su was so desperate. After graduating from college, her youth could have been dedicated to Su's group. Su Xian here has long been ecstatic to the extreme. Granddaughter? Thank you, Grandma, for mentioning it. In the future, we will definitely do better than Susan and take our Su's group to the next level. Yi Yun sneered. Unfortunately, you can't wait for that day. Let's not talk about going to the next level. Su's group will be amazed if it survives. Susan lost it. Yi Yun, there's no need to say anything. Let's go. Yi Yun held her jade hand and coldly said, go, of course, but a few dead flies that stung my daughter-in-law. Not swatting them to death is not in line with my style of protecting my wife. Susan's heart tightened. Yi Yun, don't mess around. The Su family, indeed the old Taijun alone has the final say. Yi Yun disdained. Su family, she has the final say. But outside of the Su family, there's a whole lot of people who want to stomp on the Su family. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and dialed. Seeing his stance, Su Xian sneered coldly. What are you pretending for? Just a flunky like you. How can you still shake my Su's group? Really ridiculous. Su Chang teased. What did this kid just say? He wants to jeopardize the cooperation between the group and Xia? He also wants to bring down our Su clan? Oh, Shannon, this man you found is so awesome and amazing. I guess he must be some monstrous big brother who has nothing to do coming to our Su family as a flunky to play and game the world. Ha ha ha, he said, laughing out loud, his laughter full of contempt and disdain. Su Lao Taijun looked like a strangled sigh. That Fang Jiahao, although it is a liar, shameless, but at the moment, it seems that you marrying a liar is also many times better than this incompetent fanatic. Susan, you really let me down. Susan could not say a word and looked over to Yi Yun's side. Even she was unable to maneuver with Elder Taijun Su. What could Yi Yun here do? Aroma Mom, Xia Beauty is your company. Do me a favor. Yi Yun here. The phone had already called Guan Xia. Your company's partnership with the Su group. I want it to be dead in the water. Can it be done? Hearing the coldness in Yi Yun's tone, Guan Xia did not ask more questions and directly said, good brother, do whatever you want me to do. Don't say it's just canceling the cooperation. If you want me to destroy the Su family, I'll do it right away. Yi Yun coldly said, cancel the cooperation first. There are a few jumped-up clowns here who think they are good. Now, I'm going to show them whose word counts. Guan Xia said, good, I'll immediately order it down. and the cooperation with Su will be cancelled. Yi Yun put down the phone and Su Xian immediately scoffed. Yi Yun, I think you really have a pit in your brain. What do you think? What are you? Can you talk Xia into cooperating with us? Do you know that behind Xia Beauty is one of our Jiangnan City's super bigwigs? Yi Yun indifferently said. It's not just the personal soul branding company of the North City's overlord, Ms. Guan Xia. What's the problem? Su Xian was filled with contempt. Any more questions? I think you're really addicted to pretending. The other person, Ms. Guan Xia, is the heroine of our Jiangnan City, the benchmark for thousands of women. Xia Beauty, because of her personal charm, is even more famous throughout the South Province. But here you are, a nobody, talking about something, meddling in the cooperation between us. Oh, why don't you say that even Miss Guan Xia has to look at your face? Yi Yun seemed to smile. You're really right. As long as I want, she is the one who will look at my face. Su Chang droned. That's enough. Susan, take this little cutie right now. Leave. Such treacherous words, if they reach Miss Guan's ears. Your family isn't afraid of death. We, the Su family, are still afraid of being implicated. Susan also didn't believe that Yi Yun could meddle in Xia Beauty's side of things, because as Su Xian had said, behind Xia Beauty was Black Widow Guan Xia. This woman is, indeed, a woman of honor. Even with Susan's condescension, before the name Guan Xia, she felt that she, too, was much inferior. Let's go Yi Yun. There's no need to say anything. Susan was disheartened and wasn't going to dwell on anything. Su Xian's phone, however, rang. As soon as she looked at it, she hastened to connect with a compensatory smile. Oh Mr. Gu, any instruction? On the other end, Gu Sanha, who came to Su Group to sign the contract before, opened his mouth and cursed. Instruct your mom to instruct. Su Xian, you have done what in the end? Splitting her head in anger. Su Xian was confused. No Mr. Gu, I didn't do anything. Why are you so angry? Gu Sanha roared. Bitch, do you have any idea that I've been victimized by you? Just now, Ms. Guan personally called me and asked me to cut off the cooperation with Su, and go to her and kneel down and apologize. Say that old me was blind to cooperate with you Su. You say, if this isn't your Su making a fool of herself and pissing off Ms. Guan, what else could it be? Buzz off. Su Xian's mind, for a moment, went blank. Guan Xia went so far as to, personally, ask for the severance of cooperation with Su. Could it be that Yi Yun really made a phone call to Guan Xia? Unwilling to believe it, she busily asked, Mr. Gu, in this, is there some kind of misunderstanding? Gu Sanha growled. I misunderstand your mother, Su Xian. If the old man is not good, you Su, also do not want to be peaceful as the day. I urge you to, at once, go and find out what the cause is, or else afterward, I will definitely rape and kill you first, and then rape and kill you again. With a thud, he simply hung up the phone, leaving Su Xian alone. Her face suddenly paled. Seeing that the situation was not right, Su Chang frowned and said, Xian, what's the situation? It's a call from Xia's side, right? Su Xian panicked. Dad, something's wrong. Just now, Mr. Gu called and said that he wants to cut off the cooperation with Su, and it was Ms. Quan, herself, who ordered it. Su Chang's throat knots rolled, as if he had been pinched 7 inches, and his body went cold. Guan Xia personally ordered it. Doesn't that mean that it holds a grudge against the Su family? With this Black Widow on your mind, how can the Su family be any better off in the future? Elder Taijun Su was so anxious that her walking stick made a strong pause on the ground. How could this happen? A good cooperation. How can it be broken just like that? Su Xian and Su Chang, all of a sudden, turned their heads to look at Yi Yun here, both with unbelievable faces. Needless to think, it was bound to be Yi Yun's phone call just now that had worked. But how on earth did he do it? The other party, but one of the dominant masters of Jiangnan City, the murderous Black Widow, not to mention them, Susan, at this moment, was also incredulous. Yi Yun, the call you just made, was it really to Ms. Guan Xia? Chapter 65, You've killed again. Yi Yun sneered. Or else, now, I wonder if the old Taijun has any more orders? If not, Shannon and I will take our leave. Elder Taijun Su's old face twitched fiercely. Wait, Shan and granddaughter-in-law. Ha, just now it was a momentary confusion on my part. It's rare for you guys to come over, so sit down for a while, eat some fruit. We're a family, and we're chattering about our family. Su Chang also laughed harder than he cried, and retained, it's just that Shan, your grandmother is an old woman, and it's rare for everyone to come over, so stay with her old man for a bit longer. Susan shook her head and said, I would like to do my filial piety to my grandmother, but she doesn't like me, so I can't do anything about it. Elder Taijun Su hurriedly said. You child. Just now grandma. It was just an impulse. Actually, I recognize your ability 100%. Let's do it this way. The vice president's seat. Still yours. Susan was aghast. Elder Taijun Su. Is this giving in? This kind of thing has never happened before in the Su family. Her face was complex, looking towards Yi Yun's side. Needless to say, everything was because of Yi Yun, pressurized Elder Taijun Su, and had to bow her head. This guy, more and more. She couldn't see. Su Chang laughed. Yi Yun, look. Shanshan has returned to the position of vice president. The cooperation between Su's and Shia's side. Can you get Ms. Guan to renew it again? Yi Yun said perfunctorily. I'll think about it. Su Chang laughed dryly and mentally cursed. This little redneck. I'll let you run wild for now. Back there. You're in for a treat. Although the post came back, Susan's heart, however, felt doubly thin. So she said, Grandma, Uncle, then we'll go back first. Elder Taijun Su said stiffly. That's fine. Then you guys should go back first, just as I'm also tired. As the two left the villa, Susan suddenly stopped and looked over. Yi Yun, you and Miss Guan Xia, what is your relationship? Yi Yun said. It's nothing to do with it. It's just that I had done her a favor, so she owes me a favor. Susan frowned. What kind of favor? Can you make a big shot like Ms. Guan do your bidding? Yi Yun laughed. It's not a command to talk about. It's just that people are giving me face. Besides, terminating the cooperation with Su is just a small matter to others. So Ms. Guan, it's impossible for her to refuse this small request of mine. Susan nodded and continued. To be able to get a favor from Miss Guan, it seems that you are quite powerful. It's just that favors are something that's more valuable than money, and you usually, it's best not to use them casually. Yi Yun was unimpressed. It's fine. Miss Guan owes me a lot of favors, so I can trouble her anytime. Susan laughed and said, You're really insatiable. A favor from a strong woman like Guan Xia will be used once less. Unless you follow up on people and still have a use for them, others will keep helping you. Yi Yun was secretly amused. He was more than simply of use to Guan Xia. To put it bluntly, that black widow wants to sleep with herself. If you can't sleep for a day, you'll keep stalking. After sending Susan home, Yi Yun saw that it was almost daytime, so he slowly headed towards Changle Palace. That year, that mountain, that road, almost the same position as last time. Packing Wang Long, a violent motorcycle, rushed out from the bend, the rider on the car holding a machete, straight towards Yi Yun. Oh, what a coincidence. Seeing this, Yi Yun revealed his white teeth and smiled, worthy of being two brothers, sending them to their deaths all picking one place and one look. The rider in the car was not wearing a helmet, so Yi Yun recognized this person after a brief flashback. Wang Lung's brother, Wang Bao, the little Karami he once slapped to the ground. Dog, today your grandfather comes to claim your life. Wang Bao laughed, machete in his hand. At high speed, a chop to Yi Yun's head. The strikes were beyond ferocious. Leaning his body back, Yi Yun easily let go of the blade. By the way, with a kick, Wang Bao, along with the motorcycle under his butt, rolled out more than 10 meters before stopping. Next year, today is the anniversary of your death. Wang Bao hissed and rolled up from the ground, rushing towards Yi Yun with great strides. My big brother, Wang Long, should be the one who died here by your shade, right? Yi Yun had an amused look on his face. Your elder brother, Wang Long, was indeed here and was sent to his death by me. Except that you're wrong to say he died by shade. I obviously just crushed him and threw him down the mountain. Wang Bao's face was twisted. The intense humiliation made him machete in his hand, waving it in a tiger-like manner. Yi Yun carried his hands behind his back, either giving way or avoiding, or moving forward or backward. Wang Bao vigorously chopped his sword, but he couldn't even touch the corner of Yi Yun's clothes. Trashy thing, thought you were so showy, didn't realize you couldn't even catch up to half of your big brother. Yi Yun lost interest and disappointedly commented twice. Wang Bao's eyes were scarlet as he roared. I dared to come to you single-handedly. Do you really think there's no backhand? Fishing out a pill, he just popped it in his mouth and swallowed it. All of a sudden, his body was churning with chi and blood, and his muscles were bulging at the roots. At the same time, the blood vessels under the skin became dark green and purple, looking incredibly scary. It's actually an elixir pill that can stimulate chi and blood. It seems like you really went through a lot of trouble in order to kill me. Yi Yun laughed out. Wang Bao, as a whole, looked like he had grown a circle. He had the base of a martial artist, and with the addition of this pill that exploded his chi and blood, his battle power was even higher. A knife cut across Yi Yun's chest as fast as lightning. However, it was still not even able to reach Yi Yun's hair, and an arm-thick tree next to it was cut off at the waist. Son of a, Right now my strength is comparable to that of a Hotian martial artist. Killing you is like slaughtering pigs and dogs. Under the stimulation of the drug, Wang Bao became crazy and incomparably excited. Yi Yun skimmed his mouth. Getting high is not a skill, but to be honest, even if you are high, you are still a waste in my eyes. As the words fell, Yi Yun violently rushed out. Wang Bao let out a roar, and the machete in his hand also stormed out at once. Clang! Yi Yun threw a punch and slammed it straight onto the blade. Yes, you read that right. It's on the sharp edge. Knife destruction. This time, not only was the steel blade smashed, a crushed blade, which also brought up a sharp whistling sound, was inserted straight into Wang Bao's brain. The divine light in his eyes quickly dimmed. Wang Bao fell backward while pointing at Yi Yun, his eyes as if he had seen a ghost. You, how can you be so strong? As soon as Yi Yun lifted the corpse, he threw it down the mountain, his mouth blandly saying, "Is it strong? The punch I just threw. I haven't even exerted my power yet, alright." A suppressed shriek came from the top of the mountain. Yi Yun's complexion was aghast as he raised his eyes. Su Yuer, the long-legged hottie, was covering her mouth in a state of shock. Yi Yun, you're again killed again. Yi Yun's face, instantly cold. This chick, she seems to be an eyewitness. Professional habit. Yi Yun's first thought was, to kill and exterminate. Chapter 66, This Demoness. Harming people. In the Palace of Eternal Bliss, Yi Yun opened the door. Su Yuer couldn't hold back any longer, covered her small mouth and ran to the bathroom to vomit with a wow. Yi Yun skimmed his mouth. This child's mental quality was quite poor. After throwing up, Su Yuer walked out of the bathroom, her face pale. First it was Wang Long, now it's a Wang Bao. Yi Yun, are you really not afraid of Master Qin of the Eastern City coming to your door? Yi Yun sipped his water and said blandly, I'm afraid he won't come to my door. Dumbfounded, Su Yuer snatched the ice water from his hand and gulped 2 big gulps. Phew, that's much more comfortable. Honestly, this is the first time I've ever seen a living person just die, and it feels so scary. Patting her bulging chest, she said as much. Yi Yun looked at her, his eyes shifting. Su Yuer's body went cold, feeling that the eyes were so scary. She couldn't help but back away. I. What is that look in your eyes? Yi Yun said indifferently. You saw the whole thing just now, didn't you? Su Yuer shrunk her neck. It's hard not to see. I came to your house to look for you and saw that you weren't there. Seek to wait for you, or go down the hill first, and then you saw it, the way you got Wang Pao killed. Just to be clear, it's not something I want to see. It's all a coincidence. The more she spoke, the smaller her voice became, because Yi Yun had already taken a step, and was slowly walking towards her. The invisible pressure made Su Yuer feel, well, breathless. Tears welled up in her eyes as she cried, I really didn't mean to look. Yi Yun, don't kill me. I swear, I'll never tell. Yi Yun didn't say anything and stopped in front of her. Su Yuer trembled. You wouldn't be the kind of murderous devil that would kill and exterminate, would you? Wang Bao is just a big bad guy. Good death. Even I raise my hands in favor of it. Yi Yun, don't move me. In exchange, I'll let me do whatever I want. For example, sleeping with you, being the slave you keep underground and pamper every night would be fine. Yi Yun didn't have the good sense to say, what a mess. Alright, you go back quickly. Don't even come over to bother me in the future. Su Yuer clenched her shell teeth and firmly shook her head. I don't. Yi Yun sneered. Are you not afraid that I will kill you as well? Su Yuer lifted her snow-white chin and provoked. You won't. If you wanted to kill me, you wouldn't have grinded for so long. Just now, you actually scared me on purpose, didn't you? Yi Yun had a headache. Alright, you're right about everything. Getting Wang Bao and these people killed. I won't be soft, but you're such a big beautiful girl and not a bad person. I can't really lay my hands on you. Su Yuer got an inch and came forward. I knew it. You're a person. Your mouth is not what it seems. Yi Yun, when you did it just now, you were so handsome. If it weren't for some of the gore, I'd be mesmerized watching it. Yi Yun said. You're a girl with white skin. Don't think about violence. Be a good yellow girl, and later marry and teach your husband. Su Yuer hummed. Raising a child. That's what other women do. I, for one, would not like to be like this for the rest of my life. Even if I were willing, it would depend on who my husband is. Yi Yun couldn't stand her stark innuendo and turned around. I really need to rest. Ms. Su, you go back. Su Yuer said pitifully. I just witnessed a dead person and I'm scared to be alone. Tonight, it's your place to stay. You're not, by any chance, so desperate that you want me to go home alone. Yi Yun was a bit annoyed. You'd better go home obediently. I've just killed someone. I'm impatient and have a violent nature. I can't be responsible for what happens if you. A big, fragrant beauty. Stay. Su Yue ran forward, the fragrance of her body surging into Yi Yun's nostrils. If you dare to ask for it, I dare to give it. Yi Yun inexplicably on fire. This stupid woman, once or twice at the door to play with fire, really think that he is Lu Xiaohui? Plus, Yi Yun was aware of Su Yue's nature. The more you let her, the more she'll feel that you can't do anything about it, and the more she'll turn her nose up at you. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You asked for it. In the midst of clenching his teeth, Yi Yun picked up Su Yue as he hit the ground. Su Yue shrieked, not expecting him to really dare to make a move. Her mouth stammered. Wait, not Yi Yun. When you did this, did you ever consider Shanshan? Yi Yun looked down at the woman in his arms. You're afraid at this time? Then why bother before? Tonight, I'm going to you so hard you won't get out of bed. Su Yue's heart was in turmoil and she really panicked. But in the midst of the panic, there was another voice, tantalizing her. Don't be afraid. In fact, you want to. Just stay with him to the end. Do whatever he wants. The two rolled over and collapsed onto the large bedroom bed. Su Yue struggled to sit up. Wait, my shoes are still on. Yi Yun laughed coldly, and pulled over her long legs, easily pulling them in front of him. Su Yue was pressed down, her heart and liver jumping out of her throat, trembling. Yi Yun, you really want to do that to me? Yi Yun's face was expressionless. Do you take it off yourself? Or should I help you? Su Yue clenched her white teeth, feeling both humiliated and embarrassed. You turn around and I'll take it off. Yi Yun was unmoved. You just take it off like this. I like to watch. Su Yue's face blushed with shame as she snapped. Damn pervert. Cursing, but still being good. He took his boots off, exposing his white yaya's ankles. Yi Yun said, take off your socks too. I'm too stinky. Su Yue was furious. Yours is the one that stinks. My socks, they never smell good. Don't believe me. Smell them. Yi Yun didn't care about her until Su Yue took off her hot pants as well. It was only then that Yi Yun realized that this woman, it seemed like she was going to play for real. But, after all the intimidation she's given herself, isn't she really afraid? All of a sudden. Instead, it was Yi Yun's turn to be a bit frazzled on his side. I have to say, these legs of Su Yue are really perfect. Slender, straight and snow white. The feet look good too, like freshly peeled tender roots when the white socks are faded. Yi Yun had nothing to say. You're still a virgin, right? Su Yue was so ashamed and angry that she raised her hand and smacked over. Asterisk 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 asking a girl this kind of question. Are you sick? Yi Yun was also a little upset when he caught her jade hand. His hand exerted force and directly pressed Su Yue on the bed. Then one hand was not honest and went straight to touch Su Yue's thigh. This long-legged hottie first trembled. And then, immediately afterward, she stopped struggling and closed her eyes, her long eyelashes quivering. The feeling of that moment in the hand was truly soulful. Yi Yun was at the age of blood and dragon essence, plus it had been over a month since the last indulgence with Susan. During this period, he had been teased by Guan Xia and other women, so it could be said that it had already been difficult for 100 times. As the saying goes, men are iron, women are steel, and a day without touching them makes them hard. The only way to calm it down is to touch it. So all of a sudden, with a sumptuous feast in front of him, there was a thick gasp in Yi Yun's throat. Su Yue rolled over and looked upward. Oh look, then the heart of the deer, secretly thought that should not come, is finally coming. Yi Yun, I once agreed with Susan that we are good sisters for life. Whatever we have, we will take it out and share it, even if it's each other's men. Su Yue hurriedly set out, shy and nervous. So, don't worry about coming. Afterward, I alone will bear the burden. It was fine if she didn't open her mouth, but once she did, Yi Yun's mind cleared for 3 minutes when he heard the word Susan. Thus, the arousal of desire was forcefully pressed down by Yi Yun. Seeing this, Su Yue couldn't help but get annoyed. Her arms opened up, a hand encircled up, and she didn't rely on it. You all touched me, now you want to back out. It's too late. Come on, if you're still a man, do what men do. Being squeezed by her twin peaks, Yi Yun's suppressed apathy immediately soared again. Who's going to be able to carry this dead girl with the ball? Yi Yun exhaled a mouthful of hot air and possessed himself to pounce down, about to destroy everything. But always, he held on to the last line. Just with his hands, he did almost all the looting he could. I don't know how long it took, but Su Yue was drenched in fragrant sweat and collapsed softly on the bed. She glared at Yi Yun indignantly. Next time, you are not allowed to use your hands on me like this. Do you hear me? Yi Yun got up and said without any good humor. Could it be that you are not satisfied? Su Yue's pink face was red. Even her neck was cloudy, satisfied, but not the most satisfied. Yi Yun was too lazy to care about her and hurriedly went to take a cold shower before his body calmed down. This demon girl, harming people. Chapter 67, Borrowing Flowers. The next day, Suyuera slept until the sun came up, running to the next room to take a look. Yi Yun had already gone out. This asshole. He actually put up with it all night. It doesn't look like a strong willpower. Laughing softly, she wandered up and down the room barefoot in her underwear, the top half of which was just a loose body shirt, still a vacuum underneath. The mistress of this large house is, at present, vacant. That's just right. Half for your best friend Sam, half for yourself. It's done. Only, how should one open up to Susan about his relationship with Yi Yun? For a while, Suyuer was in trouble. You're stealing your best friend's man, it's a terrible thing. But fortunately, Susan had said that she had no feelings for Yi Yun. Thinking of this, Suyuer finally felt more comfortable. At 9 in the morning, Yi Yun and Susan arrived at Sue's group on time. Yi Yun, did you not sleep well last night? Why are the dark circles under your eyes so heavy? Susan asked, inclining her head. Under her clear eyes, Yi Yun's heart was weak and he laughed. No, I slept quite well last night. Just had a dream in the middle of the night that a female goblin crawled into my bed and scared the hell out of me. Susan rolled her eyes. Poverty. Say, you live alone in pretty tough conditions, don't you? Dad gave the key last time and told me to take you over to the new house to live in better conditions. When we make time, we'll go over there and take a look. Yi Yun laughed. Good, we'll live there together. Just in time for the sweet world of two. Susan's cheeks reddened and she said shyly, you wish. What I'm talking about, is you living over there alone? Yi Yun knew that this jade woman's wife, right now, refused to give in. And over at the Palace of Eternal Happiness, he was telling the truth and really went for a goblin. Co Yul, the long-legged siren. Last night, Yi Yun used his hands to serve her comfort. He himself was having a hard time, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. So it's a wonder I didn't have heavy dark circles under my eyes this morning. Only this kind of thing, he would never dare to tell Susan to death. Walked into the office and just sat down. Susan's phone, then, rang. As soon as she looked at the number, her face turned a little cold. It's Fang Jiahao, the scammer. You say, should I answer it? Yi Yun leaned against the door, wrapped his arms around himself and laughed indifferently. Pick up. Why not? This sexual impotence is INGU for a lot of money. Just in time to get it back with interest. Susan snorted. The word sexually impotent amused her. Young Mr. Fong, what a rare guest. Your phone finally got through. She pressed the answer button. Oh Shannon, I know you're angry, but let me explain. Fang Jiahao hurriedly compensated with a smile. Su Shan coldly grunted. There's nothing to explain. Fang Jiahao, you cheated my Su family of hundreds of millions of dollars. I advise you to return it. Fang Jiahao remained polite. Shan, I know that this hurts your heart, but as you can see, my company went bankrupt. That's why I made those helpless moves. Susan snickered. Hopeless? Good for you for saying that. Straight up, what's the reason you're calling? If it's okay, I don't want to be in contact with you people in the future. Fang Jiahao sighed. Shan, you're breaking my heart when you talk like that. Maplewood Restaurant. Why don't you come over and sit down? Let's have a good chat about business. Don't worry, although my company has encountered setbacks, my Fong family's Royal Dragon Group is not short of that few dollars. Susan frowned. Are you serious? Fang Jiahao said. As one of the 4 great young men of Jiangnan, do you think I would joke with you? Susan said. Well then, I'll be right over, and I hope you keep your word. Yi Yun watched her hang up the phone and couldn't help but shake his head. Expecting a fraudster to spit out his money is not as good as expecting me to be the President of the United States. Susan laughed. I'd really expect the scammer to pay back more than that. That idea of yours is so unrealistic. Come on, let's go together and meet this shameless liar and see what he has to say. Yi Yun bristled. It was not as if there was no room for maneuvering if he wanted to become the President of the United States of America. Alright, all that is required is to immigrate to Rice and reside there for enough years. Then one can participate in the general election as a citizen. With his financial resources, and his international connections, there's a real chance he could wrestle with the idea of turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. Maple Grove Restaurant, a Japanese-style high-end izakaya. Yi Yun drove and arrived with Susan. Fang Jiahao had long ago, holding a bouquet of roses, waiting at the door. Seeing Susan appear, she immediately came forward attentively. Shan, you've arrived. This flower is for you. Susan didn't pick it up and said faintly. Fang Xiao, I'm here to talk to you about paying back the money. Not to date. Fang Jiahao's smile remained unchanged. Of course, we have to talk business, but a sword is for a hero, and flowers are for a beauty. Shannon, there is no woman Other than you, who is worthy of me giving flowers? Between Susan's eyebrows, disgust swept over. She was most annoyed with this kind of greasy man. Yi Yun here, but with one hand, snatched the rose from Fang Jiahao's hand. The latter said angrily, "Surname Yi, what are you doing?" Yi Yun smiled. "Young Feng, this is a nice flower you have here. You must have spent a lot of money, right?" Fang Jiahao was very pretentious. "What's the point of spending more money when it's a gift to Shan Shan's heart? Talking about money, that's too vulgar." Yi Yun nodded. Yes, talking about money would be too vulgar. Fumbling in his pants pocket, he just happened to come up with a $1 dime. "Fang Xiao, I'll buy this flower of yours, more or less. You keep it." Looking at the $1 coin in front of him, Fang Jiahao's face turned green. $1 and you buy this young man's flower? Yi Yun, you're not awake, are you? Yi Yun smiled and said, "Didn't you say that it's too vulgar to talk about money, Mr. Fang? What does a big man care about a few dollars?" In Fang Jiahao's almost fire-breathing eyes, Yi Yun, with a look of deep affection, handed the rose in his hand to Susan. "Daughter-in-law, for you. That said, this is the first time I've given you flowers, so please don't mind." Susan was inexplicably a little happy and blushed. "Well then, I'll take it reluctantly. And thanks." That gentle and shy look. Looking at Fang Jiahao, almost going crazy. On what grounds? What makes this stinking beggar surname Ji so pleasing to Susan? He's Fang Jiahao, a great young man. What's so bad about him? Damn it, I must get this Yi Yun killed today. No more than that. He'll be crippled and a wreck from then on. Shan Shan, let's go in. Good wine and good food. I've got it already. Strongly suppressing his anger, Fang Jiahao led the way to an elegant private room. Chapter 68, Coming and Going. In the box, there were two other rich kids, both traitors to Fang Jiahao. Susan frowned. "Young Feng, you didn't say that there were other people called." Fang Jiahao smiled. "Shan Shan, don't be angry yet. These two, Chen Xiao and Luo Xiao, the families behind them and our Fang family, those are partners for many years. Called them over, precisely to talk business together." Susan said no more and let Yi Yun sit beside her. That Chen Xiao had a face of pimples and a lewd look. He laughed. "I've heard of Mr. Su's great name. No wonder it makes our Fang Xiao think about it day and night. It's really an absolute beauty." Susan said directly. "Gossip. Let's leave it at that. Young Feng, how do you think you'll pay back that money from the Su family?" Fang Jiahao laughed. "Shan Shan, look at you. You're always acute. Where's the money? I'm sure I'll pay it back, but only if we make this meal happy. At least, Chen Xiao and Luo Xiao are also here. It's inevitable that we will all cooperate in the future. Wine. How can we have a few drinks?" Susan shook her head. "I for one don't know how to drink, so you three make yourselves at home." Another Luo Xiao, all muscular and fat-headed, said with a smile, "Mr. Su doesn't know how to drink, but this brother Yi, he shouldn't be a bad drinker." Yi Yun said blandly, "I'm not a bad drinker, I guess. Just, not interested in drinking with mongrels. Waste of time." Luo Xiao's face was grim as he smiled back in anger. "Brother Yi has a big mouth, so why don't we put up a fight?" Yi Yun glanced at him. "If you ask me to spar with you, I will." "What? I'm your FA father? Do I have to spoil you and everything?" Luo Xiao's face froze as he looked at Fang Jiahao. "Fang Xiao, what kind of bird language is this kid speaking? Why can't I understand?" Fang Jiahao's face twitched, cursing this pig teammate. His level was really bad. He couldn't even understand this. Brother Yi is joking with you. Don't take it seriously. Shan Shan, let me put it to you this way. What about today? We, several parties, are all running towards cooperation. If you want your money back from the Su family, then this drink, it's inevitable. Susan was icy smart and reacted immediately. Fang Jiahao, this beast, had every intention of trying to get her to drink, and it seemed that he had, in the wine, moved. Since this was the case, it was even more unlikely that she would drink this wine. So she said, "Young Feng, what about alcohol? I indeed can't stand it. I can drink plain water, or juice or something." To show that, Fang Jiahao clapped his hands. "Okay, no problem, as long as you give an attitude." Shan Shan, Yi Yun could not help but shake his head. This daughter-in-law, still not old enough. It was obvious that Fang Jiahao had tampered with the wine, and the water, and even the juice. Susan will be hit no matter which one she chooses. Soon, several glasses of wine were poured and in front of Susan, a glass of juice was placed. "Come on, let's raise a glass." In Fang Jiahao's eyes, he could no longer hold back his excitement and raised his wine glass. Susan was about to go and serve the juice, but Yi Yun blocked it. "Daughter-in-law, wait a moment." Susan was puzzled. "What's wrong?" Yi Yun laughed. "Just in case, I'll drink your share for you. We're out and about. And we still have to be careful about everything. Susan was a little worried. So can you drink it? Yi Yun said. How can a big man say no? Don't worry. No problem. The three of them, Fang Jiahao, were all looking at each other without a trace. In each person's eyes, there was teasing and grimness. It was expected that this Yi Yun would play tricks. But today, no matter how you toss and turn, you'll have to lie here as a dog. As for Susan, Fang Jiahao had already gotten a room. You can only put it down. So bring it over and enjoy it. Since Brother Yi is such a big drinker and is willing to drink for Shanshan, then come on, let's not get drunk. Luo Xiao finished and took the first step to take a mouthful of it. Fang Jiahao tilted his head and was about to follow suit. Yi Yun added, wait. Chen Xiao was offended and frowned. Yi Yun, what the hell do you mean? We bought you a drink out of the kindness of our hearts and you're still faced, aren't you? If you can drink. If you can't, you get out quickly. Yi Yun's face remained unchanged. What about a while later? It's still uncertain who rolls. I called it off because I wanted to exchange a cup with Fang Xiao for a cup. Fang Jiahao said graciously, no problem. Come on, let's exchange glasses. I know you're careful, elder brother Yi, but there's really no need. This wine is all poured from one bottle. Heart sneer. Any Yi Yun cunning as a ghost, today also have to fold in their hands. Let yourself play into a dead dog. The glasses were exchanged and Yi Yun took a sip and dried up, praising, good wine, really strong enough, that Luo Xiao couldn't help but snort. Since it's a good wine, then brother Yi, you should drink a few more cups. After all, it's thousands of dollars a bottle of the good stuff that you're not usually in a position to get. Yi Yun smiled and said, since Luo Xiao is so gracious, then I'll accept the honor. It's just a bit monotonous for me to drink alone. You three, accompany me, Chen Xiao said in displeasure. Then of course we should drink together. Such a good wine you drink alone. Want to fart, eat it. Immediately, several people picked up their wine glasses and drank 3 more consecutive glasses. Fang Jiahao and Chen Xiao were both big drinkers. That Luo Xiao, on the other hand, almost meant it, and put down his glass and said to slow down a bit. Chen Xiao refilled all the wine glasses again and laughed. Elder brother Yi, you can be a bit dishonest. Since you're drinking for Mr. Su, it's only right that if we 3 have 1 drink, you can have 2, right? Yi Yun said. Older brother is right. It is me who is negligent here. Tell you what, it's no fun drinking from this little cup. Let's use a big bowl. Once Chen Xiao was provoked, he immediately snorted coldly. Use the bowl. Use the bowl. Do you really think that this young man is afraid of you? I'm not afraid to tell you. This young man drinks and has never lost so far. Fang Jiahao said with fake benevolence. Young Chen, using a bowl would be excessive. If we drink 1 bowl and brother Yi drinks 2, won't it be a live broadcast for him? Chen Xiao slapped his head. That's right. That's right. After all, brother Yi is only blowing awesome with his mouth. If he really drinks, he's not worthy of our brother's shoes, so I won't give him a hard time. Yi Yun's heart laughed coldly. 2 fine dogs, also dare to show off in front of himself. 2 bowls is 2 bowls. Come on, let's do it. Pretending to be irritated, Yi Yun picked up the wine bowl and downed 2 large bowls in a row. On his face, an immediate surge of alcohol washed over him. Fang Jiahao was proud of himself. Bastard grandson, drink you to death. When you're down and Susan's alone, isn't it just me having fun all by myself? Engaged in another round, 2 rounds, to a third. That Chen Xiao was already almost unsteady on his feet, with gold stars flashing in front of his eyes. Fang Jiahao was better than him, but also felt at his limit. Any more drinks and you might have to break. The 2 men forced their eyelids and looked over to Yi Yun's side. Yi Yun was found, still dazed, seemingly about to fall to the ground in the next second. But offhand, it's just that close. In the last round, this little Yakuza is bound to pass out on the spot. Fang Jiahao passed a glance towards Chen Xiao. The latter poured out the wine and shouted, come on, kid, let's get on with it. Or have you conceded that you can't? Yi Yun drunkenly said, fine, keep messing around. Whoever concedes is a grandson. The 3 of them tilted their heads and finished it in 1 gulp. That Chen Xiao only felt a fluttering in his stomach, followed by a wow sound and a spray. Fang Jiahao dodged fast so that he didn't get sprayed all over. Damn, you're a loser too. Get out of the way. I'll drink with him alone. Drinking. He directly was not hiding it, revealing his true colors. Surname Yi, if I don't drink you to death today, I won't be surnamed Fong. And Susan, you, lousy today, must get you. Susan's face was cold and she was about to get up. The jade hand, however, was grabbed by Yi Yun. Don't be in a hurry. Wouldn't it be cheaper for these 3 fools to leave just like that? In Susan's horrified eyes, Yi Yun lifted the wine bottle and came straight at Fang Jiahao. Young Feng, come on, let's just blow the bottle. It's really almost fun to drink from a bowl. Fang Jiahao's drunken eyes were hazy, and his face was red as he shouted, blow the bottle? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Pick up a bottle of wine, tilt your head back and blow. It only blew halfway through before it couldn't hold out any longer. Red and white squirted out as if they were diarrhea. Coincidentally, it sprayed on Chen Xiao, who was a dead pig on the side. Luo Xiao, who was still conscious, exclaimed, Fang Xiao, are you alright? Fang Jiahao had, already, fallen headfirst to the ground, unconscious. Yi Yun's eyes were clear, where there was a hint of drunkenness. Don't worry, with young Feng's drinking capacity, this little bit of wine, sprinkle it. Come on young Feng, let's keep drinking. Luo Xiao yelled. Yi Yun, what the hell do you want? Do you want to drink Fang Xiao to death? The bottle of wine in Yi Yun's hand, which had been inserted into Fang Jiahao's throat, faintly said, yeah, I just want to drink him to death. You're not convinced? Drink for him. Luo Xiao had goosebumps all over his body. This surname Yi, is he really not drunk from 1,000 cups? Fang Jiahao and Chen Xiao have both gone into hysterics. Is he even that strong? Fang Jiahao, who was in a coma, suddenly let out a miserable scream and rolled on the ground holding his stomach. I'm so sick. My stomach is so sick. Quick, take me to the hospital. I can't. Whoa 2 times, and then spewed furiously again. Originally a good box, immediately filled with a foul odor. Susan covered her nose. Yi Yun, let's go. Yi Yun dropped the bottle of wine and strode towards the door. Luo Xiao yelled, bastard, you're not allowed to leave. If anything happens to Fang Xiao by you drinking, you'll have to pay for his life. Just after yelling, he sat on his butt on the ground, only to feel hot and dry, as if he was in the Sahara Desert. Immediately afterward, his eyes became blurry, his throat was dry and scratchy, and a wave of lust shot through his head. Yi Yun laughed outside the box. 3 of you, enjoy the solitude I have created for you. Luo Xiao, congratulations, you're alone, picking up 2 corpses, it's just too much fun. Luo Xiao raised his hand, trembling and pointing outside. You drugged us too, asshole, you're just an asshole. With a bang, Yi Yun, from the outside, directly shut the door of the box. Susan wondered, what did he mean when he said you drugged them? Yi Yun shrugged his shoulders and said, when I exchanged cups before, I put something inside without a trace. Susan laughed in exasperation. You're so bad. By the way, what did you put in there? Yi Yun said indifferently, they drugged you with ecstasy. So I'll come and give them an aphrodisiac. Susan huffed backward. 3 grown men, drunk in the same room, and on aphrodisiacs. Yi Yun, are you a devil? Chapter 69 Eavesdropping on a Wall. It didn't take long for the box, that strong and powerful Luo Xiao, to start the show. Xiao Feng, I'm sorry, I can't lay my hands on Xiao Chun with his face full of pimples, but you, with your fine skin, I just couldn't resist. With a big gasp, Luo Xiao tore Fang Jiahao's shirt with one hand. Then lying on top of Fang Jiahao, he began to twitch. Yi Yun had long since opened his cell phone to record the entire process of chicken love. Susan came over. What's the shot? Let's see. Yi Yun took back his cell phone. This kind of picture is not suitable for young girls. You'd better not look at it. Susan grunted softly. I'm just a little curious. So show me. Yi Yun laughed. Well, this is what you asked to see. Don't blame me if you get hot eyes later. Open the video and watch it up for Susan. Originally, he thought that this nymphette would shriek and then let Yi Yun take it away. Who knew? She was watching with great interest. When it was over, Susan blushed oddly. I didn't realize that men can be so powerful when they flirt with each other. Say, Yi Yun, what's the point of making this kind of video? Yi Yun coldly grunted. Fang Jiahao, this beast, shaded your money, with this video of him getting laid with someone else. What's the worry that he won't pay back? Susan snorted. You're a sneaky one, but I like it. Her face sank again. Rather, I didn't expect that Fang Jiahao would be so shameless as to the point of drugging me. Yi Yun laughed. I can understand a thing or two. After all, Shan, you look as beautiful as a heavenly fairy. I feel sorry for you. It's a man who wants to get his hands on it. If you can't get your hands on it, you get itchy. Susan's heart rejoiced as Yi Yun's words were considered an acknowledgement of her beauty. However, his face was slatternly. Flowery words, it seems that you have those nasty thoughts just like Fang Jiahao? Yi Yun shook his head and said in a serious manner, this beast and I, of course, are different. He's trying to get you by dirty tricks, and I won't. I'm relying on a piece of honesty and sincerity. Susan grunted softly. And then what? Yi Yun said. Then one day, I will rely on my charisma to make you automatically climb into my bed. Susan's pretty face instantly turned red and she raised her fist to fight. But then he let out an exasperated laugh. Fine. Since you're so confident, let's wait and see. The day I climb into your bed of my own accord may be a long way off, Yi Yun said with deep emotion. I'm not afraid of the distant future, because I will love you for 10,000 years. Until forever. Susan's heart skipped a beat, and she was ashamed and felt flattered. That's not too tiresome for you to say. Come on, let's go show you the new house. Leaving the Maplewood restaurant, the two drove to another of the Suvan family's properties. The location and setting. It's really nice. Yi Yun looked around and commented. Susan said with a slight smugness, that's for sure. This lot was originally picked by me for Mom and Dad's retirement, but Dad's been so good to you that he's letting you move in. Yi Yun smiled easily. That's right. Your father now can't even think of treating me badly. Susan was puzzled. Why? Yi Yun smiled mysteriously. Things between men. You a pussy pry less. Susan cut in and pressed the elevator. Soon, the two came to the 8th floor. 2 families on one staircase. On this floor, it's just us and one other family, Susan said as she took out her key and opened the door. A large flat of 200 square feet is naturally a good house. Yi Yun, however, was not very interested, because compared to Nagaraja Palace, this house and Susan's house is just that. Yi Yun, this has all the amenities for life. After turning around, Susan looked at Yi Yun. Why don't you move in today? Yi Yun was about to speak when his ears twitched, but he heard some sort of sound. Susan asked, what's wrong? Yi Yun said, this wall, it seems to be a bit soundproof. Come and listen. The two men pressed against the white walls of the living room, listening with their ears. At first, it wasn't too loud, but gradually, it began to become clear. Thump, thump, ow, husband, gently, hey, hey. When a woman says lighten up, she means focus. You prodigal hoof. You miss your husband's big drill, don't you? Dead out. Every time you do it, you have to say something tawdry. So tell me if you want it or not. Isn't my pulling it out so much more powerful than that old loser you have at home? Don't mention that old thing for such a moment of enjoyment. Hurry up. The last 2 days have been suffocating me. Then there was a pounding and a gasping. Even through a wall, Susan could clearly hear the blushing sounds. She walked away, a look of shame on her face. Yi Yun straightened up and spread his hands. Our neighbors, they really know how to play. I just looked at it, and the house is good in every way. Except for this wall, which does have average soundproofing. Susan chagrined. I'm so convinced, making it so loud. Come on, I'll go over and say hello. Please keep it down next door. Otherwise you'd be annoyed if you lived here? Yi Yun laughed. This won't be the case. Don't you think that eavesdropping on other people's walls is very addictive? Susan rolled her eyes hard. Pervert, you are one. Yi Yun shook his head and said, if you want to say hello, you should also wait for people to finish screwing around. It's obvious that these two are cheating. The guy seemed pretty proud of the woman's husband, saying he was an old loser. Susan looked contemptuous. A pair of dogs. I really don't want this kind of people as neighbors. After screwing around for over half an hour, it finally stopped. Yi Yun smashed his mouth. TSK, thought how strong this guy is. Before and after. Almost 30 minutes, 2 bathroom breaks in the middle and several more. Minus that time, the time spent actually working adds up to less than 10 minutes. Visible and a fast guy. Susan came up with. Boring. She's all convinced. What's the point of this guy digging in and trying to figure out people's time? Bang bang. The two walked next door and knocked on the door. An impatient yell rang out from inside. Who is it? Yi Yun said indifferently. Police? Check the room. Rustling around, there seemed to be some panic inside for a moment, and Susan could imagine the pair of dogs, inevitably, starting to get dressed on their hands and knees. She let out a delicate laugh and gave Yi Yun a blank look. This guy, he really does have bad luck wherever he goes. Chapter 70 Old husbands and young wives are a big no-no. The door opens and a man and woman appear. The man is big and thick. The pores on his face are clearly visible, like a pig killer. The woman is not bad looking, but her body is a little out of shape. On the obese side, with her curly hair, she looked more or less like a sultry. Asterisk. Where are the cops? The man looked around and immediately looked at Yi Yun with fire-breathing eyes. Are you looking for death? Dare to fool me? Yi Yun had a bashful look on his face. I'm the next-door neighbor. I came over to remind you, my friend, to move a little less when you're doing your business. Besides, we all live on the same floor. We don't see each other with our heads down, so keep your mouth clean when you talk. The man's face was contemptuous. The fact that you can afford to live in this house means that your conditions shouldn't be too bad, since there is some base. My name, Pan Dabya. Would you not have heard of it? Yi Yun shook his head. Sorry, haven't really heard of it. Susan, on the other hand, had blushed ever since she saw the sultry woman. Mrs. Gua, why are you here? The demonic woman took 2 steps back and said in shame. I'm not any Mrs. Gua. You've mistaken me for someone else. Okay hubby, close the door and ignore them. Pan Dabya, who had a face full of pimple pits, had a gloomy face. Don't hide. It's useless to hide when you've been seen. Mrs. Gua angrily said. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Could it be that you, damn it, want our relationship to be published? Pan Dabya put the cigarette in his mouth and spat it on the ground with a poo. What's the panic? Since I dare to steal you, then the consequences. I'm not afraid. He pointed at Yi Yun and warned. Kid, what you have just seen and heard, I want all of it to be forgotten. If you can't do that, or if you dare to say something out there, then I'm sorry, you'll have to evaporate without even living in this new house. Susan said coldly, your threats, they don't do anything to me. Mrs. Gua, I won't tell Mr. Gua about today's incident because I respect him, but I hope you, yourself, will give Mr. Gua an explanation. The demonic woman rushed out, arrogantly saying, Susan, I advise you not to mind your own business. If you dare to poke your nose into that old bastard's business about me, then humph, you, Sue's group, will not fare well. Yi Yun raised his eyebrows and glanced at his daughter-in-law. This stealing sister, you recognize? Susan took a deep breath. Recognize, and know them somewhat well. The second shareholder of our Sue group is her husband, Mr. Gua. The demonic woman crossed her arms and said very savagely, since you've opened up the conversation, then I have no scruples. I've long since lost my passion for that old miscreant. If he can't satisfy me, won't he allow me to have some fun of my own? Susan, I know you're good friends with that old bastard, but because of that, I want you to keep your mouth shut. If it's really exposed, I'll be embarrassed at most. That old undead, I'm afraid he'll die of anger. Yi Yun was happy. These days, it's really a bad world. This big sister, dare you steal sex, and you still think you're honorable? The demonic woman shouted angrily. Honorable or not, it's the old lady's business. Little Yakuza, who gave you the right to be judgmental here? Yi Yun shrugged his shoulders. Daughter-in-law, let's go. This will go to Director Gua and say that his cuckold has 7 or 8 layers of cradles high. Without a word, Susan turned and walked away, watching the two enter the elevator and descend the stairs. The demonic woman was instantly anxious. Pan Dabya, what the hell are you doing? Didn't you hear that little bastard is going to go and make it public about us? Pan Dabya asked in a muffled voice. What do you want me to do? The demonic woman gritted her teeth and said, How? You're the young proprietor of Pan's real estate. How should you handle this kind of thing? Do you need to be taught by me? Pan Dabya, an ugly face, squirmed and laughed. Don't worry, I know what's in my heart. Fumbling for the phone, he called out, Captain Lee, bring your man and stop the two who just came downstairs for me. That man, break an arm and a leg first, the demonic woman said uneasily. Just having his arms and legs broken. I'm afraid that's not enough, right? Pan Dabya picked her up and smiled lewdly as he heatedly said, Don't worry, this is just a small warning. That Susan, who is the Jade president of the Sue Group, should be well aware of the weight of this warning from me, so I hung them out to dry and they didn't dare to give me much of a talking to. The sultry woman clamped her legs together. Hubby, you're so mighty, let's do it again. Downstairs, Yi Yun, the two of them, came to the parking lot. Just as he was about to get into the car, a group of security guards rushed over. The first person, holding a plastic stick, face grim, friend, to go can. First leave 2 things. Yi Yun looked at him sideways with an indifferent expression. What if I say no? The man's smile grew vicious. It doesn't matter, no matter what you say, we'll leave your hands and feet behind. Oh, it can't be helped. Who made you offend Piao Xiao? Yi Yun pulled the car door shut and shoved Susan inside. The latter hurriedly said, What about you? Don't fight hard. With a bang, Yi Yun shut the car door. A bunch of rookies, not enough to make me fight for my life. Raising a foot, a security guard who had rushed out first, directly flew out backwards with a miserable grunt. Yi Yun was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. His fists slammed angrily and his elbows swept horizontally. Whip leg side kicks, downward chops, each one was a collection of force and beauty. The movements were magnificent, and the partial force was into the wood. That Captain Lee looked shocked, roared angrily and leapt up high, plastic stick in his hand, sneaking towards Yi Yun's head. Yi Yun did not even look at it, and with a backhanded grab, he firmly grasped the smashed down stick in his hand. Captain Lee was horrified. How? Bang! Yi Yun kicked him in the stomach. Captain Li's entire body, bowed into a shrimp, shot out towards the back. However, Yi Yun reached out and pulled him back again. No! 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 Ah! In a desperate scream, Captain Li watched as the plastic bat came splatting down on his head. In the end, his head was broken and he simply fainted to death. Yi Yun dropped the stick and swept it away. A dozen or so security guards, all of them the strong and sturdy kind, not old men in their 60s or 70s. He ate them all, in less than a minute. Seeing as at one time I was a security guard, I won't get you guys killed. With a cold snort, Yi Yun got into the car and sped off. Susan's face was ugly. No need to think. It is Zhang Yuru that instigated to come here to seal the mouth. Yi Yun said. This Zhang Yuru is blatantly cuckolding Director Gua. Sam, do you expose it, or don't you? Susan hesitated for a moment and sighed. We'll see. Director Gua is over 70 and his health has never been very good. Mainly, he favors this Zhang Yuru. I'm afraid if I tell him the truth, he won't be able to withstand the shock. Yi Yun skimmed his lips. This old man is also an old man with an old heart. Old husbands and young wives are the most taboo. Don't marry a young woman without that strength, otherwise you'll be cuckolded. Sooner or later. Susan disagreed. You are crooked. People would director have that capital? Zhang Yuru when he was submissive. Not this face mouth. Yi Yun sighed. My silly daughter-in-law. Do you really think that Zhang Yuru is the one who looks at Director Gua? No. The only thing she looked at from the beginning was Director Gua's money. Susan grunted softly. What about me? Do you see me for my money? Or my people? Yi Yun smiled. I am much more noble than that Zhang Yuru. I have my eye on your people and money. Susan's silver teeth clenched. This shameless man. Chapter 71, going to the door to raise an offense. Gangnam City, a hospital morgue. Master Chin, I'm sorry for your loss. The long-shirt middle-aged man bowed and said. Square-headed, square-faced, tall man in sunglasses who looked to be nearing 60. The aura, however, was very regal. He said in a low voice, pull the body out and I'll take a look. The man in the long shirt laughed dryly. Master Chin, people can't come back from the dead, so it's better not to. Qin Shixiong, the East City hegemon, said with his eyes in a fierce manner, pull it out, and don't make me say it twice. The long-shirt man's eyelids fluttered wildly, almost pissing himself in fear, and he hurriedly asked his subordinates to pull the body out. Immediately, the corpse of the already frozen King Panther appeared in front of the crowd. Of the three brothers, Wang Long, Wang Hu, and Wang Bao, only one who was left at the moment. He wailed and lunged forward. Third brother, you died a horrible death. But don't worry, Godfather and we will definitely avenge you. On the way to the Yellow Springs, you and Big Brother will not be alone. Qin Shixiang gazed at the corpse and blandly said, the method of death, and my eldest son, Wang Long, are the same. It can be confirmed that the same person did it. The man in the long shirt hurriedly agreed. Not bad. My subordinates have already verified that it was the same person who did it. But this person, the martial arts are afraid of a few things. Panther is not so much a student of the art, but Wang Long Dishao there, who is a real hardpoint, was surprisingly killed by a single blow as well. Qin Shixiang snorted coldly, his aura incomparably overbearing. What's the point of having a few things? If you kill my Qin Shixiang's godson, he'll have to pay the price of his entire family dying. Wang Hu resentfully said, Godfather, we have confirmed that the one who killed Big Brother and Third Brother was the door-to-door son-in-law Yi Yun of the Su family. Please also give me a group of people so that I can go to the Su family and destroy him with my own hands. Qin Shixiang waved his hand and said morosely, we underground forces. It's not in line with the rules to make a move on the doorstep in the open, but now that the identity of the berserker who did it is known, it's a good thing. Master Shifu, why don't you make a trip to the Su family yourself? The long-shirt man nodded and hailed. Alright Master Qin, a mere Su family. I don't even need to make a move to force them to dismember that little shrimp called Yi Yun on the spot. Qin Shixiang nodded his head and said, it's more or less a big deal to let you step in, but this seat, it's all about deterrence. One strike. Go on and get back. The friction with the North City side is still escalating. Without you around, we're one less force in the East side, and it's a bit risky after all. The master said. Subordinate understands. Wang Hu roared. Godfather, Guan Xia, this actually dares to clash with us openly. When we take the northern city, I will be the first one to properly clean up this big-tit poisonous woman. Qin Shixiang smiled skinlessly. My son, you're quite active. You want to be the first to clean up. That's not going to happen, because Godfather is the one who should be the first to enjoy it. Wang Hu laughed awkwardly. Also, Godfather, you're the first. I'll be the second. We'll come in line as father and son. The hospital people came over to smile. Master Qin, then how will you deal with the body of this godson of yours? Qin Shixiang had already walked towards the door with a cigar in his mouth. You hospitals see for yourselves. If you can't, feed it to the dogs. Su Yuer hurriedly arrived. Sam, something's wrong. Seeing her face turn white, Susan's heart tightened. What's wrong, Yuer? Take your time. Su Yuer glanced at Yi Yun, who was next to Susan, and anxiously said, I just got the news from my friend in the hospital, that Master Qin of the East City will soon send someone to the Su family to raise the issue. Susan frowned. Raise an offense? It's not like our Su family has offended him. With a cold snort, Su Chang Su Xian's father and daughter came in a huff. Didn't offend Master Qin? Susan, thanks for saying that. Pointing at Yi Yun, Su Xian angrily cursed, this thing that doesn't know how to die. I heard that it has something to do with the death of Master Qin's godson. People from the east side, they've given my dad an ultimatum. Susan coldly said, what ultimatum? Su Xian, you say it clearly. Su Xian laughed coldly. You're still obsessed? Of course it's an ultimatum for you, the door-to-door son-in-law, to pay in blood. Susan's face instantly changed. Su Wen and Yang Huiru walked over at this time. Big brother, what exactly is going on? To say that Yi Yun is having an affair with someone from East City, I will never believe it. Su Wen firmly stood on Yi Yun's side and said. Su Chang snickered. Second brother, at this time, you are quite defensive of this son-in-law of yours. Unfortunately, your defense doesn't help. Other people, Master Qin, what kind of ruthless character is that? You should know well. All I can say is that this son-in-law of yours is 100% finished. Yang Huiro shouted. Yi Yun, what have you done? How dare you provoke Master Qin, the great Buddha? Yi Yun said blandly. I didn't provoke him. All along, it was him who provoked me. Su Xian called out in a row. Hear that? Second Uncle Shan. Your family heard that, didn't you? This guy is dying, but he even has the guts to say such things. Anyway, I only have one request, and that is that if he dies, don't involve my Su family. Su Shan said in a deep voice. Su Xian, Yi Yun is my husband. Then he is a member of my Su family. You don't care, but I will. Su Yuer blurted out. And me? Yi Yun didn't do anything wrong at all. It's always been the people from East City who were aggressive. Susan looked over. Surprised. Yell you. Su Yuer's eyes flustered as she explained. Shan, don't misunderstand. I'm not concerned about Yi Yun. I'm just thinking, we're sisters. I'm sure I'll help if your husband is in trouble. Susan nodded her head. Thank you, Yell, but the people in East City are not to be messed with. So stay out of it for now. A guttural voice came through the door. Since you girl knows that the people of the East City are not to be messed with, then Master Shifu's trip for me will be much better. As the words fell, the master teacher, dressed in an ancient tunic, swaggered into the courtyard of the Su family. Su Chang took a look and immediately showed scorn. The one who came is actually Master Qin's right-hand man, Master Shifu. Su Wen, Yang Huiru, your family, you've really caused a big trouble. Yang Huiru was scared. Master Shifu, if our family has offended in any way, here, I'll make it up to you. Or compensation. You see what compensation is needed. Frightened to the point of crying, the heavy baneful aura on the master teacher's body. Ordinary people can't resist it at all. Compensation? You foolish woman. You don't think that your little Su family can get into the eyes of our East City overlord, Master Qin, do you? The master stood with his arms folded, not even looking squarely at the Su family. I have come here for one purpose. That's to let your Su family know that offending Master Qin is a death sentence. Susan said, Master Shifu, your East City is powerful though, but to come to the door and take someone's life at will, isn't that a bit too strong and overbearing? Master Shifu laughed, his face cold. Bullying? That's the way we East Side people act. Always. As far as I'm concerned, it's actually polite enough. Su Chang drank. Su Shan, I advise you not to wade into this muddy water and cause trouble for our Su family. What the other master is going to do, that's his business. We, the Su family, what's the point of sticking our noses in so much? Su Xian followed. Not bad. What Master Shifu was looking for is this door-to-door son-in-law. Yi Yun, it has absolutely nothing to do with us, the Su family, in the slightest. So uncle and auntie too, I advise you not to ask for trouble. Otherwise if something goes wrong, on the old Taijuan side, she won't wipe your asses for you. Su Wen sighed, wanting to say something. Su Chang and Su Xian both had warning threats in their eyes. I'm afraid that if the couple opens their mouths, they'll drag the Su family down with them. Chapter 72, that's it? Su Yuer hesitated for a few times before fiercely clenching her teeth. Master Shifu, I am Su Yuer of the Su family. My father is Su Guakai. You see. Before he could even finish his words, the master waved his hand to interrupt and said disdainfully, since when did you, the tiny Su family, dare to come and play with your existence? Your father, Su Guakai. Of course I know, but let's not talk about you. A girl, even if your father were here, one word from me, and I can tell him to get lost. Su Yuer's face steeply whitened. I didn't realize that the other party would still have such an attitude when they moved their family history. Su Xian gritted her teeth and said, Yi Yun, up until this moment, you still want to be a shrunken head turtle, don't you? Step forward. One man at a time. Get down on your knees and apologize to the others. Su Chang also droned. Yi Yun, the Su family, there is no way you will be given a pocket. I've warned you before. More is more. Don't you like to mess around? This is a kick in the ass, isn't it? Su Wen couldn't help but say, Big brother, the way you say this, it's too desperate. The Su family's losses earlier were fought back by Yi Yun. Su Chang sneered. First of all, we didn't ask for his help. He did it on his own. Secondly, he helped the Su family, and we are grateful. But now, he made a fool of himself and offended an existence that he shouldn't have. Do you think that we, the Su family, will still have to bury him? Su Wen choked. Master Shifu got impatient. All shut up. I didn't come here to listen to you Su family members push your luck. Have that kid stand out for me and kneel down and kowtow 9 times first to console the heavenly soul of Master Qin's godson. Su Chang, father and daughter, had a gloating look on their faces. This Yi Yun, isn't he quite a tosser? This is now, after all, a harm to oneself and one's own self. Yi Yun walked out and looked at Master Shifu with a bashful expression. Let's go. We'll settle the grudge between East City and I alone. The master stared blankly, then laughed maniacally. Kid, you know what you're doing. Fine. Since you want to find a clean place to go on your way, I'll fulfill you. Yi Yun walked towards the outside of the Su family and shook his head. You're wrong. It's you who should be on your way. Su Xian hummed. It's already this time. He's still a dead duck. I really don't know. Is he really not afraid to die? Or is he, on purpose, pretending to be tough? Su Chang looked at Su Wen and laughed. Second brother. Your family, too, is truly unfortunate. No, I just recruited a house son-in-law. And now it looks like I'm going to have to recruit another one. Su Wen was furious and yelled. Su Chang, you don't wind me up here. Yi Yun he has been accepted and recognized by our family. He is our family. Do you think that anyone is as desperate and inappropriate as you are? Su Chang ate a closed door, and said with a black face, I kindly reminded you. Since you don't appreciate it, then forget about the ball. The only thing that can be said for getting to this point is that your family deserved it. Su Xian, let's go. Su Xian smiled playfully and followed Su Chang away. Both father and daughter were feeling that a big stone had fallen from their hearts. Once this Yi Yun was finished, it wouldn't be a matter of minutes to pin down Su Wen's family in the future. Susan suddenly said, Mom and Dad, stay home and don't be impulsive. Yuer, accompany me to the North City. Su Yuer quickly said, Shan, what's the point of going to North City? We have to save Yi Yun first. Susan said, I am here to save Yi Yun. Miss Guan Xia, who has a few friendships with Yi Yun. Whether it works or not depends on us making this run. Su Yuer made an instant decision. Okay, drive my car over. The two women instantly rushed out of the house. On Yi Yun's side, he silently walked ahead and arrived at a secluded place. With a teasing look on his face, the master laughed. What? Choosing this place to be your burial place? Yi Yun walked towards him in large strides, his face full of impatience. Old dog, it was crowded before. I'm afraid of hurting the innocent. Now you're still woofing here. Do you really think Grandpa is afraid of you, old dog? Master Shifu was furious and laughed harshly. Vertical son, it seems that you really want to die in a panic. In that case, let me send you on your way. Master, flexing his fingers into claws, he grabbed viciously towards Yi Yun's face. Yi Yun lifted his steps forward, his face flat, eagle claw kung fu. It is not something you make like this. With one side of his head, he dodged Shifu's attack. With that, Yi Yun raised his knee and ruthlessly slammed it into his opponent's chest. Master Shifu swung into a horse stance, bellowed angrily, and slashed down with a claw. There's something about you that recognizes my eagle claw kung fu, but there's no escaping the fact that you, still, are going to die. With a tearing sound, the eagle's claws swooped down again, tearing the air with an explosion. Yi Yun's hands explored and clasped the back of the master teacher's neck. Lift your knees again and prepare for impact. The master sneered. Eagle claws cross-chopped down. Secretly thought that this kid, the time of death has come, who had thought that Yi Yun lifting his knee was just a false move. Take master's body and turn it halfway around. In the moment when the opponent's center of gravity was unsteady, Yi Yun struck out like electricity with great force. Snap! A sudden, violent whiplash swept the master's waist. Fast, accurate, and defensible. The master hissed, feeling half of his backbone, as if it was going to explode. Hot and raw. Little, you seek death. In a roar, master teacher pounced once again, his claws waving out remnants of shadows. In Jiangnan City, he was a ranked martial arts powerhouse. In recent years, it has been even less of a loss. I never thought that I would be injured in the hands of such a nobody. How could the master not be angry and mad? Just a stray fish like you. I didn't even take more than a passing glance at you before. Yi Yun skimmed his mouth, the right hand flung out, stretching like a long whip. There was a crack, and the palm smacked just above the master's face. Immediately, 5 red marks were visible. Flowing cloud hands? You're actually the lost flowing cloud hands? The master, for a split second, shrieked out. Yi Yun's face was expressionless. The left and right legs were staggered, and a palm was pushed out flat. The master's chest, a fleshly depression, with a wow sound, crimson blood, violently sprayed out. The master teacher was scared out of his wits, his body flying back uncontrollably. Secretly, he thought that as soon as he landed on the ground, he would flee immediately. This is a man that is simply beyond one's ability to fight against. The other party's realm was too much higher than his own. When did such a fierce dragon lurk in Jiangnan City? In horror, the master watched, as the killing god in front of him, took 2 steps after him. Then with even more speed, a palm covered his head. Pushing his body, he went straight out a dozen meters backwards. Eventually, it crashed into a large tree with a bang. Leaves are falling from large trees that are as thick as an arm's length. Master teacher's mouth was open, and blood flowed wildly like no money. You are by no means average. Breathing heavily, his eyes slowly closed. It's a dead end. Yi Yun closed his hand and patted his clothes. The East City Overlord's right-hand man. That's it? Chapter 73, how about I? Half an hour later, Yi Yun was long gone. A car stopped and the 2 men got out, walking quickly to the scene of the master's horizontal death. Boss, Master Shifu is dead, and died tragically. Heart veins and skull, almost completely shattered. The dark-faced old man's voice trembled with fear as he examined the master's body. Next to him stood Guan Xia, the North City Overlord. First, he was incredulous, and immediately afterward, a flowery smile gradually appeared on his face. Good death. Ha ha, good death. Old dog Qin had an arm broken. Let's see how he can still arm wrestle with my North City in the future. The black-faced old man cried out. Boss, I think it's better not to be too happy yet. Master Shifu is a Hotian de Chang, a martial artist who has touched the innate realm. Just this, actually died such a miserable death. It can be seen that the person who did it is no longer in the realm of what we can fight against. Whether it's an enemy or a friend really worries my subordinate. Guan Xia smiled mysteriously, looking more and more delicate. Elder Wei, you don't have to worry too much. How the master died, I think, had nothing to do with that man. Wei Lao stood up. Boss, could it be that you know the identity of the person who did it? Guan Xia smiled charmingly. Of course I know. Not only do I know, I'm very close to him. Elder Wei said excitedly. I wonder which senior high-ranking person it is. Guan Xia rolled her eyes. That person isn't a former senior. He's young and good-looking. In the future, I'll do everything I can to make him Aroma's daddy. Elder Wei froze at first, and immediately afterward, smiled broadly. Congratulations to the man of the house, finally being cleaned up after all these years. These words, however, caused Guan Xia to become irritated all of a sudden. I would like to be cleaned up by that bad guy, but unfortunately, he's still being a prude with me. Wei Lao's heart was settled and he became disrespectful for the old man. There is no harm with the kung fu between your legs. Old man, I believe that hero can behead Master Shifu, but he can't escape from your clamping kung fu. Master Shifu. Guan Xia was incredibly happy and waved her hand. Put the word out that Master Shifu has been done away with by our North City. That good ingrate, bye-bye, has built a career for me, and, in retrospect, I really need to thank him. Wei Lao nodded his head vigorously. That's right, at least all of them must accompany others to fight for 3 days and 3 nights. Guan Xia young woman blushed. Bah, 3 days and 3 nights is less, at least half a month. The master's death hit the east side very hard. By the time the news reached Master Qin's ears, it was already nighttime. What? Master Shifu has been done away with? This is never possible. Master Qin stood up violently from his eunuch chair, his face turning blue. The subordinate said with trepidation, Master Qin, there's no mistaking it. Master Shifu, it was taken out by the people from the North City. Guan Xia, has come forward and admitted it. Bang! Master Qin threw a punch and smashed it on the armrest of the eunuch chair, which instantly shattered. Bei Chang, Guan Xia, you deserve to die. All of you. Master Qin's voice was indescribably shaken and heartbroken. Master Shifu, but his arm to gain a foothold in the underground of Jiangnan City. That's the end of it. It's like breaking his arm. The subordinate wailed. Master Qin, though the people of North City deserve to die, but in my opinion, that Su family can't be spared either. We should make their entire family bury Master Shifu with them. Master Qin's face was somber. There's no rush. First we'll have an end with Beicheng. Then we'll turn around and clean up the Su family side. Changdou Palace. This one really scared me. Slapping her full breasts, Su Yuer had a look of afterthought. Yi Yun said, why did you come over in the middle of the night? Su Yuer glared. You still have the nerve to say that. Shan and I went to help you carry help. I'm exhausted. Yi Yun frowned. Moving for help? I don't know what you're talking about. Su Yuer sneered. Oh, you men. You really are all the same. What? You don't want to take my favor, do you? But Yi Yun, if it wasn't for Shan and I going to ask Ms. Guan to come out, you'd be in deep trouble. Believe it or not? Yi Yun drifted off. You want to talk about today, the master teacher who came to trouble me, right? Su Yuer grunted softly. Or what? Do you know that Master Shifu was Master Qin's right-hand man? This person, I've heard that in our entire Jiangnan city, is a ranked hardpoint. It's not something that can be compared to King Dragon, King Leopard and those. Yi Yun skimmed his lips. You're right. Those losers from Wanlong really can't be compared to this division master. But it's all the same to me. It's all little party dishes. It's only a few moves that will take his whole life. Su Yuer was taken aback. What do you mean? Could it be that it wasn't Miss Guan who cleaned up that master teacher? Yi Yun nodded. Of course not. It was bad luck for that master teacher to meet me. 3 strikes and I'm extinguished. Originally intended, looking to go to the East City, and incidentally give that Master Qin a little warning. But these old foxes, with their cunning rabbits, are really not good enough to seek his hiding place. Su Yuer's delicate body trembled, and she couldn't speak for a moment. Especially, Yi Yun had just said that he also wanted to go along and clean up Master Qin. This guy, is he really that unpredictable? Yi Yun, just how strong are you? Su Yuer's face was complicated and she couldn't help but ask after him. Yi Yun laughed. With your question, I really don't know how to answer. Let's just say that it can be described in one sentence. Su Yuer subconsciously asked. What words? Yi Yun raised his head and chest. I am invincible under immortals. 1 for 1 above immortals. Su Yuer chagrined to the extreme. Do not want to say forget it. What to brag about? That. I'm not going home tonight. I'll sleep over at your place. Yi Yun's teeth hurt. I said Missy, you can't test my endurance every night. Every night. One of these days, I won't be able to resist. Su Yuer's face flew red. You can't help it. So what? Could it be? You could still eat me? Yi Yun was serious. Not only can I eat you, I can also leave you with no crumbs left. Su Yuer snorted. Is that so? Then show me if you're as vicious as you say you are? Yi Yun directly surrendered. This tigress, she's getting bold. But this is no way to go on. He's not a decent man. What's more, the gentleman also preaches. Flowers can be folded straight must be folded. Do not wait for no flowers empty branches. Looking at Miss Su who ran into the room with a smug face and humming and singing, Yi Yun's face was cloudy. Why don't we just go hard and her tonight? Anyway, this chick is really tempting. Especially those long legs. Yi Yun could play with them for a year. Chapter 74. Now the ass still hurts. The next day. Yi Yun, recently you are in a state that doesn't seem to be too good. How come you have such heavy dark circles under your eyes again? Susan stared at Yi Yun, her face full of suspicion. Yi Yun sighed. Last night, again, I dreamt that the fox spirit climbed into my bed and wanted to suck my young energy. Sam, you don't know. It scared the hell out of me. Susan snorted. I can't tell. You're quite the coward. But this dream of yours is, indeed, strange. How about a visit to a counselor? Yi Yun shook his head and refused. That vixen, Su Yuer, can't be cured by a counselor. I'm afraid the only way to fight is to get naked. Susan's phone rang. She glanced at it and her face instantly sank. Fong Jiahao, this beast. Yi Yun laughed. Just in time. Pick up and listen to what he has to say. Susan pressed the answer button. Fong Jiahao's gloomy voice rang out from the other end. Shan, yesterday's matter. I think that Dortendor's son-in-law of your family, more or less have to give me an explanation. Susan coldly said. I don't think that Yi Yun should give you an explanation. On the contrary, in the future you leave me alone. With beasts, I want no contact. Fong Jiahao angrily roared. ********. You damn repeatedly treat me coldly. It seems to really give you face. I'll put the words right here for you. You can either obey this young man and let me you hard, or have your door-to-door son-in-law come over here and crawl under my pants to apologize. Otherwise, Sue is finished. Near at hand. The words were full of pent-up resentment and exasperation. Susan indifferently said, Fang Jiahao, you are a scum. You think your threats, they'll work on me? Fang Jiahao laughed coldly. Good. Very good. Since you're so hard-headed, you'll wait for Sue's group to go bankrupt and be finished. In the end, let's be caught by this young man and play to death. Susan straight away didn't want to talk to him and hung up with a snap. Not long after, Zhao Yujie hurriedly ran in. President, several of our partners suddenly announced that they had broken their contracts and wanted to terminate their cooperation with Sue. Susan was startled, then realized, it should be the side of the Fong family Royal Dragon Group, arching fire behind them. Don't panic yet. As the words fell, the office door was pushed open vigorously. Su Cheng barged in with his men, his face blue. Susan, you're good, repeatedly finding trouble for the family and the group in a short period of time. Now surprisingly, even the Royal Dragon Group is offended. Say, are you trying to get our Su family killed? In the face of Su Cheng's rising offense, Susan's face was calm. Eldest uncle, you're overstating things a bit, aren't you? Su Cheng stormed out. Overstatement? Do you know that the Royal Dragon Group has announced that it is completely blocking our Su clan? With the strength of the Su family, they can't resist others at all. Susan pursed her lips and said, I'll fix this. Su Cheng coldly grunted. You'd better solve it, or you won't be able to pass the old Taijuan's hurdle. I told you before, if you had been good and married that Fang Jiahao, would all this crap have happened today? Su Shan coldly looked over. Eldest uncle, according to your meaning, then, why don't you let Su Xian marry Fang Jiahao? Su Strong choked. Fang Jiahao's family is not bad, but this bird is a scum. He doesn't want to bury his daughter. Pa. Yi Yun here clapped his hands. It's really worthy of being my daughter-in-law. This mouth. The speech is sharp. Grand President, please also take your time. On Fang Jiahao's side, we'll take care of it ourselves, Su Cheng said in a vicious voice. Kid, talking big doesn't work. If you can't fix it, you're all screwed. With a cold grunt, he turned to leave. Su Shan's strongly supported aura, a moment of slackness, sat back in the chair. Royal Dragon Group out of the words, our Su's, but also really troublesome. Fang Jiahao, the dog thief, just finished cursing. Fang Jiahao's phone call, once again, was full of gloating. How about it, Susan? Now you know how powerful my Fang family is? I'm going to offer you a choice. Put on some black silk and come over here and sleep with me beautifully. Then, before the words were finished, Susan's phone was taken over by Yi Yun. Young Fang, I'll give you a choice as well. Come over and be a good boy. Lie down at my daughter-in-law's feet and apologize as a dog. Then I'll let you, and your Fang family, go. Otherwise, I'll make you stink for years to come. Fang Jiahao hissed. Yi Yun, you goddamned bastard. I have yet to settle the score with you, but you sent me to the door. Yesterday you got old man drunk and drugged us. We're not done with this. Yi Yun disdained. So what if it's not over? A waste snack like you is a piece of in my eyes. Fang Jiahao laughed sardonically. Since you're so powerful, if you're capable of relieving Su Group's trouble, you're capable of doing so? Yi Yun smiled faintly. Of course I will relieve myself. Young Fang, I forgot to tell you that I recorded the video yesterday when you and your two best buddies had a messy fight with your pants off. You should be able to imagine how hot that scene was with three big men fighting together. All I had to do was post it online and the comments were over 10,000 in minutes. You, Fang Dishao, will have to change your name to Fang Chicken by then. In an instant, Fang Jiahao only felt like the sky had collapsed. Yi Yun, you're despicable. If you leak my video, I'll have to fight you. Yi Yun laughed coldly. Is that so? I'd like to see how you, Fang Dishao, fight for your life. Bye. Let's just stay with the netizens and enjoy your work together. Fang Shao. Fang Jiahao's chrysanthemums clenched and he forced himself to hold back his anger. Slow down, Yi Yun. This matter, I want to talk to you. I know. Don't you just want to make Sue's group turn around? If you give me the video, we, the Fang family, will let the Su family off the hook. Yi Yun had a playful look on his face. You don't think that I'm as stupid as you are, do you? Give you the video? Isn't it normal for a villain like you to turn the other cheek? Fang Jiahao gritted his teeth. If you give me the video, I promise not to touch Su again. If you don't believe me, I can swear to God. If I, Fang Jiahao, do not keep my word, I will be reduced to a soft dog on the spot with my majesty. Yi Yun said. Alright, since you can say it, then I can do it. I'll send you the video. and you'll lift the sanctions against Su immediately. With that, the video was sent to Fang Jiahao through Susan's cell phone. Susan shook her head. Yi Yun, I think you're careless. People like Fang Jiahao, I'd rather believe in ghosts than him. Yi Yun bristled. Who said I believe him? I just sent him the video. The original, I still have it. Susan froze, then laughed in exasperation. Fang Jiahao is cunning, but you are the old ancestor of cunning? Hospitals. Yesterday, Fang Jiahao was brought in for gastric lavage and is still lying on the hospital bed. Looking at the video Yi Yun sent over, his face was incredibly ugly. Next to the bed, Luo Xiao asked, Fang Xiao, that Yi Yun really made a video? Why don't I believe it? Snap. Fang Jiahao backhanded and slapped him. You don't believe me? Surname Luo. My asshole still hurts. What don't you believe? Chapter 75 Playing for Fun. Covering his beaten face, Luo Xiao looked aggrieved. Fang Xiao, I've said it again and again. The one who popped your asshole wasn't me at all, but Chen Xiao, who was lying on the last bed, hurriedly explained. Fang Xiao, don't believe his nonsense. At the time, you and I were both broken, and I couldn't even do something like popping a cherry. Besides, I suffered myself, and my ass still hurts. Luo Xiao's eyes rolled in a hard look of I don't want to say it, but I have to say it. Actually, young Chen, it's pitiful that you've been blasted, because at that time Fang Xiao, like you, was drunk. I tried to pull him back, but couldn't do it at all with the drug. Chen Xiao looked like he was in a state of lifelessness. Fang Jiahao was the most powerful family among the three of them, and he couldn't say anything if the person who exploded him was really Fang Jiahao. At this time, Fang Jiahao finished watching the video. Raising his hand, he again continuously snapped and slapped several slaps on Luo Xiao's face. The latter was beaten repeatedly and became outright angry. Fang Jiahao, how can we say that we are also brothers? And yesterday, it was you who shouted for us to come and cheer you on. Now that something has happened, what kind of skill is it for you to beat up one of our own people instead of going after that Yi Yun to settle the score? Fang Jiahao's face was furious, as if he wanted to eat someone. Luo Baiji, you still feel aggrieved, don't you? The video clearly recorded that the one who exploded my and Chen Xiao's asshole was you, the bastard grandson. Luo Xiao didn't say anything for a moment, covering his punched face and smiling sarcastically. He was the only one of the three of them who was sober at the time. After the drug kicked in, he didn't even think about it and tasted Fang Jiahao's and Chen Xiao's asses. Fang Jiahao added in a chilling voice, and, forget to tell you too, old man lately, can't get hard at all. So that means I can't explode people, only get exploded. Luo Xiao and Chen Xiao were immediately filled with disbelief. Fang Xiao, how did you end up in such a state? Yes, Mr. Fang, you are in your majestic years. If you can't get a hard-on, won't you be finished? Fang Jiahao sneered. It's because of this that I dare to take a poisonous oath to that Yi Yun, reduced to a soft dog on the spot. Ha, I'm already soft, so breaking my oath, what do I have to fear? Looking at his smug smile, Luo Xiao and Chen Xiao, however, could not laugh. That thing will never work again. And what kind of man can you be after that? Fang Jiahao glanced at the two coldly. I know what you're thinking that if I can't become a man in the future, I won't be useful, right? Two big idiots. Just because I'm soft now doesn't mean I'll follow later. Soon, I will be able to ask the divine doctor to cure me and return to the top. Luo Xiao sighed in relief and laughed. That's good. Otherwise Fang Xiao, you'd have tried everything to get Susan. If it doesn't work out in the end, it's not for nothing. Fang Jiahao's face was grim. Now, the video is in my hands. The sanctions against the Su family. I'm nonetheless not going to stop. I'm also going to push the Su family to the brink of extinction. In the end, Susan had to get on her knees and crawl into my bed. Chen Xiao gave a thumbs up. Hi, Fang Xiao, this move of yours is really high. Fang Jiahao laughed, his face full of spring, and fantasized. Although Susan has been reduced to a human wife, but I've gradually come to realize that a human wife is, at times, more flavorful. What do you think? You too? Ahahaha. Luo Xiao and Chen Xiao both thought deeply. It's nice that a human wife actually tastes better. Otherwise, a big shot like Chao Mengde wouldn't be so keen. Su's group. The atmosphere was heavy. The Feng family still hasn't withdrawn their blockade against our Su. The co-owners, they either don't answer the phone or they say they love it. Listening to Zhao Yuje's report, Susan secretly gritted her teeth. This beast, Fang Jiahao, really did eat his words and doesn't intend to stop. The office door was roughly pushed open and Su Chang was here again. This time, there were quite a few people brought along. Even Su Xian followed. Susan, you're a vice president. If you're not capable of solving problems, get out. When Su Chang stepped in, he was very nonchalant. Su Xian said with a tone of regret, Shan Chan, you're so stupid as to be, well, a stranger to Fong Dishao. It's not like you don't know that people love you to death. Of course he's going to be heartbroken and resentful when you do that to him. Several group executives, too, have spoken out. Vice President, if we don't solve this big problem of the Royal Dragon Group, Su won't last more than half a month and will be paralyzed. The Fong family's influence as well as strength is too great. Going against others, we're just looking for death. There's no way around it. Obediently giving in and admitting your mistake is the way to go. So Vice President, it's still up to you. Susan sneered and looked toward the men. Sure enough, it's all one unfeeling face. When it really comes down to it, the entire blame has to be put on your own head. But there were times when she couldn't solve it. But she had a strong nature and just bit her lip to keep quiet. Su Chang slammed the table. Bang bang. Susan, do you think you can get away with perfunctory behavior by not speaking? I'm telling you, this whole thing started because of you guys. You and this door-to-door son-in-law. If you can't solve this big problem of the Fong family, then there will be no place for you in the Su clan, or even the Su family, and you will all have to get out. Susan blushed, pale as paper. Yi Yun here. On the contrary, his face remained unchanged. Gentlemen, please also roll wherever you came from. Who told you that the vice president can't solve the Fong family? Su Xian sneered up coldly. Yo ho, Yi Yun, you have quite a big mouth. Knew you'd be reluctant to jump out and be a standout, but now that even Susan is out of tricks, what can you be? Yi Yun looked at her with a smirk. I'm not a thing, you're the thing. I've been told that we'll solve the current dilemma, so why are you still barking here? Su Xian's eyes were vicious. Good, I'll wait to see what you, a soft food eater, are capable of. I know that you have a few strings to your bow on the Black Widow side of the North side, but the North City can't speak for the Fong family's words. Yi Yun indifferently said, there is no need to labor on other people to solve the Fong family in the district. If you don't, I can play with you. Su Xian sneered. Fine, just play around. If you really can solve the Fong family blockade, I'll call you father. But if you can't do that, then you're going to get on the ground and be a good dog. Yi Yun shook his head. It's no fun to be your father. I don't want to have such an unpleasant daughter like you. Tell you what, if you lose, just call me old ancestor. Su Xian's face flushed red. Fine, I'd like to see how you die. Su Chang glanced at Susan, his face full of disdain. Give up your fantasies and get down to work. A flunky, you expect him? You might as well go to the temple and pray to God. Chapter 76, Eating Melon to Yourself. Once the people left, Susan immediately looked at Yi Yun here. Yi Yun, even if we have it in our hands, we still have the nasty video of Fong Jiahao. But the role, it's no longer very useful. Yi Yun's eyes narrowed. This strawman going back on his word was expected. Since that's the case, it would be better to fulfill him and let him be left in disgrace for years to come. Zhao Yujie whispered. But even if the Fong Jiahao, the whole place is broken. Su's crisis, and how to do it. Yi Yun smiled. There are countless ways it can be done. First of all, take this video and sell it to a few big media outlets. In exchange, let them broadcast it. This matter of the Fong family blocking Su. In this way, the Su clan will win support from the wind. The Fong family, on the other hand, will be in the wind of public opinion, being criticized by countless people. Susan's eyes lit up. It's a good idea, but not enough. Yi Yun was methodical. Naturally it's not enough. This is just an appetizer. Find the hostile forces that compete with the Fong family's Royal Dragon Group, and Su chose to cooperate with them. This video can be used as a bargaining chip. I'm sure those who hate the collapse of the Fong family will enjoy this video. This is the second trick we came up with. Susan nodded. Tough enough, but let's just say that countering the Fong family didn't do anything to save Su. Yi Yun smiled. Don't be anxious, there is a third and final move. The reason why the Royal Dragon Group was able to suppress the Su clan is because the Su clan's power, which is too much inferior to the other party, is powerless. But if, for example, Su can cooperate with a first-class power in Jiangnan like the Tiger's Nest Group, the Fong family's blockade will not be broken. Susan was silent. Zhao Yujie, on the other hand, regretted. Minister Yi, you proposed perfectly, but there's no point in making it feasible. Yi Yun's smile remained unchanged. I know what you want to say, Secretary Zhao. With the Tiger Tsunami Group side, Su isn't qualified to climb into cooperation, right? Zhao Yujie nodded her head. Not bad. Tiger Tsunami Group is the premier business force in Jiangnan City. We, Su, have never acquired business with the other side. Yi Yun said lightly. It's not difficult. Doing business, matchmaking, anything is possible. Susan said, It just so happens that the Tiger's Nest Group will, in the near future, be organizing a merchants conference. Okay or not? I'm going to put up a fight. Yi Yun smiled and said, "Don't worry, Shanshan, you'll be fine. Still, for the moment, let's, first of all, watch a good show and have a good time." That same day, a media outlet ran a video. The video shows three naked men, albeit coded, doing something that the internet, now, can see at a glance. Holy, big news. These three big brothers, playing so fancy? The title says that it's a certain well-known young man in our Jiangnan. It can't be. It's a few of the four great young men of Jiangnan, right? Sit and wait to eat melon. This video is bound to catch fire. Let's see. It's that male, who doesn't want to be a human being anymore. On this side of the hospital, Fang Jiahao had been waiting, and Susan called and took the initiative to apologize to him, begging to be spared. But after a long wait, there was no movement. This temper has always been rigid and soft, but this young man knows that she can't carry it anymore. Ha ha, Fang Jiahao felt that he was as steady as a mountain. Luo Xiao, who was swiping his cell phone, suddenly exclaimed strangely, "I'm going." Fang Xiao, Chen Xiao, quickly open shake. There's a big melon to eat. Chen Xiao immediately went online and laughed at a glance. These three turtle grandsons, playing quite openly. Oh, three bandwagons in a mess. What an exciting scene. As soon as Fang Jiahao heard it, he felt something was wrong. What's the situation? Show me. Snatching Chen Xiao's cell phone, he looked at it. At first, because of the mosaic, Fang Jiahao didn't see the signs, but gradually, he could see that something was wrong. What the hell? Isn't this a little video of the three of us? How did it get on the internet? With a furious roar, Fang Jiahao's cold sweat dripped all over his body in an instant. Luo Xiao couldn't believe it. Fang Xiao, this isn't us, is it? Look, it's still coded. What makes it us? Chen Xiao followed. That's Fang Xiao. Look at these three dogs. How nasty they are playing. The three of us? It can't be like that. It's too hot. On Fang Jiahao's face, his veins popped, and he raised his hand to reward him with 2 slaps. Can't you two blind your mom's eyes to see that? This is us. Yi Yun, this scumbag. He actually left such a hand. All of a sudden, all three of them were ants in a hot pot and became balled up. Luo Xiao, who each received a slap, and Chen Xiao, looked at Fang Jiahao in panic. Young Fang, what can we do about this? Think of something. It's Fang Xiao. If my family sees this video and knows that the person in it is me, then I'll go home and shed my skin without dying. Fang Jiahao was even more upset, seeing these two little brothers, scared to tears. He roared violently. Shut up all of you. You two waste snacks. Asterisk 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 is so unhelpful when something goes wrong. Roared. But the two, Chen Xiao and Luo Xiao, didn't feel relaxed. Instead, they were all in 6s and 7s, and by the looks of it, on the verge of tears. Fang Jiahao's face grimaced. It seems that I was the one who underestimated this Yi Yun. Luckily the video is coded and there's still a chance to salvage it. Call Susan's number immediately. After connecting, Fang Jiahao was busy saying, Yi Yun old brother, you are being unkind. Didn't we agree that if you gave me the video, we'd write it off? Yi Yun, on the other end, laughed carelessly. Originally, I did have this intention, but you, grandson, went back on your word and still made things difficult for Sue. In that case, if you do the first, I'll have to do the 15th. Fang Jiahao growled lowly. Yi Yun, you are playing with fire. Our Fang family, we have our hands full in Jiangnan City. If you don't know better, I could just get you killed. Yi Yun smiled and said, Young Master Fang, your threats are so scary. I'm so scared. So drop it. I'm a little busy here then. Right away. The uncoded video. It will be uploaded online. At that time, let's talk while enjoying your work. Young Fang. Fang Jiahao was alarmed. Yi Yun, name a price. I want to buy this video of yours. But remember this, as long as the original video is in my hands, you will not live. That twisted look was already pushed to the limit by Yi Yun. Yi Yun slowly said, this is only sensible. I also said, you Fang Xiao don't have a face and don't have a skin. Fang Jiahao cursed. You're the one who don't have any ing face or skin. Lousy is the great young man of the Tang Tang Fang family. My face is more important than your life. Yi Yun coldly said, since you want a face, then show some sincerity. You can have the video if you want it. 500 million in exchange. Fang Jiahao nearly couldn't catch his breath. $500 million? Yi Yun, where will I get so much money at one time? Asshole, you're a lion. Yi Yun laughed. I'll give you less than $499,999,999. Is that enough? Chapter 77, Uncle Fong. Fong Jiahao read it twice, his head spinning. Luo Xiao reminded. Fong Xiao, don't agree. He'll give us one less piece. Fong Jiahao was half dead with anger. Yi Yun, are you playing with me? $1 less. And you call that enough? I'll make it clear to you. I only have $20 million. Not a cent more. Yi Yun, for once, was kind enough to say, I knew it. You're a loser. You've lost almost all your money. But $20 million won't satisfy your grandfather's appetite. At least 50 million. You can talk if you can get it. If you can't, then get ready to have the whole internet. Enjoy your big ass. Fong Jiahao's fists clenched and his eyes spewed fire. Fine. $50 million is $50 million. Hanging up the phone, he looked at Luo Xiao and Chen Xiao. Get the money together. I can't save all three of our reputations on my own, but I can give you my assurance. As long as the video fiasco is resolved. This Yi Yun, I want him to die without a burial place. Chen Xiao and Luo Xiao, both were as if they had lost their lives. Young Fong, $50 million. That's not a small amount. Where do we get it all at once? Fong Jiahao impatiently said. I don't care where you get it. Just find a way for me right away. If you can't, you guys go to the ING clubhouse and sell your asses. Luo Xiao and Chen Xiao, suffering. Eventually, it was a matter of scrambling around and getting online loan sharks and whatnot. The luxury cars in his name, and the bar, and all these properties, were sold in a hurry. Finally, $50 million came together. Fong Jiahao found Yi Yun and asked for a separate deal. Susan said, don't go. This bad seed, dogged, is bound to strike. Yi Yun's smile was cold. If he dares to make a move, I dare to take his life. Susan gritted her teeth. Yi Yun, I'll go with you. Yi Yun was surprised. Just stay in the group. It might be dangerous to go. Susan's eyes reddened. But you did all this for me. And for Sue. I couldn't be more insensitive than to let you risk your life alone. Yi Yun's heart softened. Fool, you are my child's own mother. I'm doing all this as I should. After pinching Susan's pretty face, Yi Yun went out. Susan sat alone, and suddenly out of her eyes, teardrops flowed. Su Yuer just happened to enter and saw it. Sam, why are you crying? I heard that Sue was in big trouble and rushed over to take a look. Could it be that Yi Yun hurt you? Susan hurriedly wiped away her tears. It's not Yi Yun. On the contrary, Yi Yun has always helped me. Su Yuer was heartbroken. My good sister. Then why are you crying? Don't worry. We, the Su family, can temporarily take a sum of money for Sue's turnover first. Susan shook her head. It's not a matter of money. I suddenly realized that Yi Yun treats me really well. Now he's out the door and going to Fong Jiahao all by himself. Actually, he's a really affectionate man. I've always seemed to treat him somewhat poorly. I feel that I'm just a bad, toxic woman, said the man, tears in his eyes, once again flowing down. Su Yuer was in a complicated mood. Shan. It seems that you are gradually discovering Yi Yun's goodness, isn't it? So what if one day you realize that Yi Yun is better than you thought? Would you fall in love with him? Susan's cheeks flew red and she squirmed. It's fine. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Su Yuer bites the bullet. Just tell me, when the time comes, will you fall in love with him? Susan was a little embarrassed. He's the father of my child, so it doesn't seem strange if he does fall in love with him one day, does it? Su Yuer's heart thumped and she stopped talking, her face whitening down. If one day, Susan and Yi Yun, doubling up, really love each other, what about her? What is she? Where to go from here? Holding back her discomfort, Su Yuer forced to smile and said, Shan, don't worry too much. Yi Yun dared to go, which means he was prepared. Susan was still uneasy. No Yuer, if there's anything at Yi Yun's place, I'll have to make Fong Jiahao pay the price. Su Yuer was dumbfounded. It was almost certain that this good best friend was moving true feelings towards Yi Yun. So this man, she grabbed, or she didn't? Friendship, to be considered, or not to be considered? Marriott Clubhouse. Yi Yun came in slowly with one hand in his pocket. The black suit in the doorway coldly swept him away without saying a word. Obviously, orders had been given beforehand to allow Yi Yun to enter and exit freely. Come inside. In a modest room, Fong Jiahao was already waiting with Chen Xiao, Luo Xiao's two dog-headed minions. I have to say, your guts, they're not small. Seeing Yi Yun appear, Fong Jiahao sat upright, old and calm. Yi Yun said indifferently, no need to talk nonsense. Where's the money? Fong Jiahao snorted and didn't answer. Next to him, Luo Xiao teased. It seems that you really do want money. Where's the stuff? You hand it over first. Yi Yun fished out his cell phone and placed it on the table. The original movie is right here. Chen Xiao was in a hurry. grabbing the cell phone and handing it to Fang Jiahao. The latter opened it and looked at it before nodding. That's right. Yi Yun. Let's see what other last words you have to explain. If not, I'll send you on your way. Yi Yun raised his eyebrows. Young Master Feng, you are not being faithful. Didn't you agree to settle the matter for $50 million? The smile on Fang Jiahao's face withdrew and became sinister. With trash like you still deserve to negotiate with this young man? Dog, you don't really think that you can eat that $50 million into your stomach, do you? Luo Xiao and Qin Xiao both laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, stuff. Fang Xiao set up a game. I didn't expect you to really go into it. Dare to threaten a few of this young man? Where did you get the dog's guts as a door-to-door son-in-law? Yi Yun, you will soon see your brains flowing all over the place. Yi Yun turned a deaf ear to the taunts of the two. It seems that a few of you are planning to turn the other cheek? Fang Jiahao smiled coldly and slapped a bank card on the table. $50 million. Original. Right here. But Yi Yun, do you have the ing guts to take it? Yi Yun stepped forward with a bashful face. What's there to not dare to take? I really did. Thank you, Fang Xiao. I'll treat you three brothers to a barbecue later. Fang Jiahao was furious. He did not expect that after saying this Yi Yun would still dare to be so unaware of death. Uncle Feng, it looks like I still have to trouble you for a bit. He shouted grimly at the door. A short, old man with his hands behind his back, dressed in cloth, paced in. Oh, young man, what strong guts. But let me remind you, old man, that you'd better follow Fang Xiao's words. Otherwise, the next second you might land on your head. Yi Yun's hand with the card stopped and turned back with a smirk. Oh, by the looks of it, old man, you think you are very powerful? Fang Bo raised his head to look at the sky, his hands still behind his back, with a look of loneliness of an expert. The old man is in the Feng family, living in deep seclusion, and not many people know about it. But if the bull is not great, you can inquire towards the three great young men in them. Fang Jiahao said in a chilling voice. Yi Yun, Uncle Feng is my Feng family's Shin family's strongest member. Getting you killed is simpler than crushing an ant. Luo Xiao smiled contemptuously. Uncle Feng, but he is the personal old servant of the Feng family head. You can go ask around and find out how many of the storms in the Feng family over the years were set right by Uncle Feng. Chen Xiao shook his head, his smile sneering. Luo Xiao, you're almost meaningless with this statement. This little feign is all done for soon. Where is he going to inquire? About the greatness of Uncle Feng? Could it be that you told him to go to the netherworld to inquire? The three of them, Fang Jiahao, let out a loud laugh together. It's all like relief, so damn relief. In order to be sure, he had pleaded for a long time before he was able to invite Uncle Feng, the hidden expert of the Feng family, over. Uncle Feng walked towards Yi Yun with a smile on his face. Young man, I usually do not kill nameless people, so kill yourself. I don't want to get my hands dirty, and you have less pain. Yi Yun smiled. Thank you for thinking so well for me, but I think it's time for you to think about it too. Uncle Feng. Uncle Feng froze. What does the old man need to consider? Yi Yun's smile suddenly turned cold. Of course it's your coffin board. Is it ready? Boom! With a palm, he directly slapped out, and a strong wind raged. Fang Bo was furious and rose up with divine might, similarly slamming his palm with waves of air crashing over. Dare to make a move towards him. This kid, the king of heaven, will have to die if he comes. Chapter 78. Do you have any last words to give? Yi Yun, you are damn near out of your depth. How dare you fight back? Uncle Feng will, in a minute, teach you to be a human being. Brainless thing. I really don't know who gave him the courage to attack Uncle Feng. Yi Yun's taking the lead caused the three of them, Fang Jiahao, to snicker. They viewed it the same way as Uncle Feng. Yi Yun was dead. Not only are you dead, you're going to be dead. It was because old monsters like Fang Bo were most intolerant of others committing the following offense. Boom! Two palms, blatantly colliding. Fang Bo's face flushed for a while, and he only felt that his internal organs, all of them, were vibrating. As for Yi Yun here, he violently fell back, looking as if he had been knocked back by a palm strike. At the corner of Fang Bo's mouth, a touch of contempt surfaced. Thought, how much you kid has. As it turns out, it's nothing more than external strength. In the next second, he was the one whose old eyes rounded and roared furiously. Put it down for the old man. On Yi Yun's side, with the help of his retreat just now, he had already taken the $50 million bank card and given it a handful of hands. Put it down? It was mine to begin with. Why would I put it down? Upon hearing this, Fang Jiahao almost spurted blood and roared. Yi Yun, hand over the card. The other two, Chen Xiao and Luo Xiao, were also so shocked that they almost peed their pants. Damn it, this asshole made a false move. so he wants this $15 million. Uncle Fong, take him down and break him into pieces. Fong Bo's clothes flew and he didn't say a word. The fingers bent and grabbed at Yi Yun's neck. At the same time, he kicked his leg and swept it towards Yi Yun's chest. Yi Yun's face was expressionless. Old dog, do you really think you count yourself as an onion? Make a fist out of the punch. The air was stirred and tossed for it. Boom! The berserk fist wind, without any fancy, only a forward motion, blasted straight in front of Fong Bo. Pust, tilting his head, a large mouthful of blood spurted wildly. Fong Bo was the first to make a move, but he didn't even graze a bit of Yi Yun's clothes. This time, it was blasted backward by Yi Yun's aftermath, directly smashing a big hole in the wall of the private room. It flew into the room next to it. There was a flurry of chickens and dogs all around, and the guests in the room next to them were so scared that they held their heads in their hands. The three of them, Fong Jiahao, were dumbfounded in place. How is this possible? One punch, and it actually shook Fong Bo? No, Uncle Fong should be fine. Just now it was just a tactical retreat. In response to the self-paralysis of these three idiots, Yi Yun returned a disdainful smile. Taking big steps, he walked through the large hole in the wall to the next room. Fong Bo coughed violently, and the long shirt in front of his chest was already stained red with blood. After trembling and struggling to stand up, his face was horrified. You are actually innate powerhouse? An innate powerhouse at such an age? Asshole, could it be that you're a heavenly pride coming out of the southern provincial martial forest? Yi Yun looked at him calmly. What innate powerhouse? In my eyes, it's nothing more than a cow or horse-like thing. Say, what other last words do you have to give? Fong Bo covered his chest, his two thighs swaying wildly. Scary. It's almost too much to stand on. Brother, no. Senior, Your Excellency, spare me for once, please also spare me for the next time, and after that, I will definitely return tenfold. Turning to Yi Yun, he begged for mercy in death, just short of kneeling. Yi Yun shook his head. Even if I spare you, you won't survive. With the punch just now, your heart and veins were shattered, and you don't have much time left. Uncle Fong smiled miserably. I didn't expect that I, Fong Mao, had been roaming Jiangnan City for my entire life. Old age, to have suffered so much. One can only say, God forbid, God forbid. But even if there is only a moment's respite, I still don't want to die. I wonder if I can. Allow me to go home and say goodbye to my family? In Yi Yun's eyes, a touch of mockery surfaced. Fine, I'm not heartless. Help yourself. After saying that, he carried Fong Bo and walked towards the door. The pleading on Fong Bo's face changed to a scowl at once. Vertical son, even if I die, I will pull you on my back. In a hiss, he bit his tongue and forcefully raised his chi, his body's potential exploding as he blasted at Yi Yun's back heart. I'm not to blame if you don't take your chances. Yi Yun did not look back, seemingly oblivious to the crisis behind him. It just laughed. Then without even looking at it, he slammed out a backhanded punch. Boom! Fong Bo's body, bent at 90 degrees, at his stomach, by this punch, smashed out a huge depression. In a wail, it once again flew backwards. Both died of gas before they hit the ground. The three of them, Fong Jiahao, were cold all over. It just felt like all of a sudden, like being thrown into an ice cellar and having your soul frozen. Uncle Fong, I can't believe he was killed. This Yi Yun, he actually has such strength. It's over. Young Fong, the three of us, what are we going to do now? Fong Jiahao sat on his butt on the ground, and at his crotch, a foul stench filled the air. Surprisingly, it was straightforward. Being scared out of my mind to pee. Yi Yun covered his nose and stepped forward in disgust. What is the password of the bank card? Fong Jiahao's throat knots rolled. Yi Yun, my father will never let you go if you kill someone from my Fong family. Snap. 2 slaps. Yi Yun directly smacked him in the face. I'll ask again. What's the password? Fong Jiahao's brain buzzed, feeling like his skull was going to be smashed by Yi Yun. You bastard. You will definitely pay for your arrogance. For your arrogance. Yi Yun was filled with impatience as he raised his foot and stepped on it. With 2 clicks, Fong Dajiao's fingertips were directly broken. Ah, my hand. Let go. Let go. Password I say okay. 123,456. Yi Yun shifted his feet and skimmed. Next time, remember to get a safer number. That's a very insecure password you have, and I'm going to have to come back and get you for it if another one of my money gets away. After saying that, he left, leaving Fong Jiahao, his face twisted on the ground. This goddamned guy not only robbed $50 million, but also blamed him for setting the password insecurely? What in heaven's name is this? Chen Xiao's face was pale. Fong Xiao, Uncle Fong is dead and the money is gone. Us brother 3. Why don't we go overseas to take shelter? Fong Jiahao covered his bloody fingers and wailed. Avoid? I'll avoid your mom's head. This young man has been in Jiangnan City for so many years. How have I ever suffered such a loss? Uncle Fong is dead, but my Fong family, and the Royal Dragon Group, and my father, and countless other connections. This Yi Yun, if I don't get him killed, I, Fong Jiahao, am not a human being. Luo Xiao shivered. But Fong Xiao, we can't do him at all. Fong Jiahao had a scowl on his face. Just because we can't defeat him doesn't mean my family can't defeat him. Just wait, he's going to die. Not only do I want him dead, I want Susan to be played through a sieve. Chapter 79, The Miserable Fong Dishao. Yi Yun, you're back. Sue's group. When Yi Yun appeared, Susan was rarely excited and went forward to give a hug. That heavy touch, soft and warm, the whole thing was still a bit uncomfortable for Yi Yun. Oh, I'm back. Susan let go, and realizing that she had been a bit enthusiastic, embarrassed. Are you okay? Yi Yun placed the bank card on the table and said gently, it's fine. This is $50 million, given by Mr. Fong. Take it to tide the group over first. Su Yuer, who was on the side, was shocked. $50 million? Fong Jiahao will kindly take it out. Yi Yun shrugged his shoulders. Of course, young Master Fong will not be so kind. Fortunately, I know some fists and kicks slightly. After some reasoning with him, he dutifully handed over the money. A little bit of boxing? Be reasonable? Whether it was Susan, or Su Yuer, they all felt a little prickly when they heard this. This $50 million, counted as what I owe you. Susan was decisive and took the card. I'll pay you back when the group returns to normal. Yi Yun waved his hand. No need. Consider it as my bride price for you. That said, we got married, and I didn't pay the dowry, so that makes up for it. In Susan's heart, a wave of indescribable emotion washed over her. The jade hand gripping the card tightened and tightened. Su Yuer, on the other hand, felt sour for a moment. $50 million, that's no small amount. Why don't you share some of this with yourself? However, she couldn't express the feeling in her heart. Yi Yun asked Zhao Yujie. Yujie, how did you do the things I explained to you before? Zhao Yujie laughed. Minister Yi, I've already greeted the major media. Tonight at 8 o'clock sharp, the lewd video of Fong Jiahao will be released to the public. Yi Yun emphasized. Remember, I want the uncoded kind. Zhao Yujie snorted. Don't worry, it's just the non-coded kind. Su Yuer's mouth opened wide. Yi Yun, are you playing so big? In that case, I'm afraid that not only Fong Jiahao, but the entire Fong clan, will see you as a thorn in their side. Yi Yun shrugged his shoulders. I've said it all. If Fong Jiahao dares to do the first day, I dare to do the 15th. He has gone back on his word before. Then I'll have to him too now that I've taken his money. This, then, is the way brother treats his friends? Susan, a few women, were silent for a while. Thinking to myself, you're not treating a friend. You're treating a mortal enemy. Su Yuer said. The most important step in Su's hard time lies in taking the investment conference of the Tiger Group. As long as we can get on the line with the Tiger's Nest Group, with the other party's volume, Su will immediately run smoothly. Susan nodded. Good. Tomorrow, I'll make a personal trip to the site. Su Yuer spat out her tongue. Our Su family, we also want to take our chances. When the time comes, Shannon, we'll be together. 8 o'clock that night, a video on the internet, shockingly, went viral. Though due to the overly scary content and spicy scenes, it was soon met with official controls that required the videos to be coded. The speed of the internet, however, is a race to the bottom. Many people had already downloaded the video before the official insertion. The number of downloads, all of a sudden, climbed to number 1 for 24 hours. Isn't this the Royal Dragon Group's Fong Jiahao? Usually well dressed. I didn't expect to play with such flowers. Alas, is it the fall of humanity or the corruption of morality? Hey, this video is really good. I hope that in the future, Fong Xiao, produce more. Fong Tianming is a generation of lords in our Jiangnan city, but I never thought that this son of his is such a straw man. This lower family, it's hard not to be famous. The comments, online, are all over the place, but mostly, it's all about the other family's disdain and ridicule, and at that time, the Fong family was conducting a family feast. Fong Tianming sat at the top, with the heavyweights of the Royal Dragon Group sitting on each side. Then there was Fong Jiahao, the family heir, and several core members of the Fong family's own family. Over the past 2 years, the Royal Dragon Group as a whole is thriving. Fong Tianming, as the helmsman, was the first to pick up the cup, his face full of smiles. To the credit of all of you, first and foremost, as long as this momentum continues, with Lu Chuanhu's side, my Fong family will be able to start a full-scale war. The 7 or 8 people who were attending the banquet all hastened to raise their glasses. All of this is due to the good leadership of the family head. As subordinates, we don't dare to take credit. Fong Tianming laughed and humbled himself. In fact, in his eyes, what shot out was a thick ambition. Of course he is responsible for the Fong family being where it is today. Jia Hao, the only one who has more or less disappointed me is on your side. After 3 rounds of wine, Fong Tianming looked at his son. Your real estate company. You lost hundreds of millions of dollars, right? Under Fong Tianming's stern eyes, Fong Jiahao's heart was weak. Oh, Dad, that was just the first company I opened. More or less inexperienced. But don't underestimate my son. Even though I lost money, I didn't use a penny, not a single penny of my family's funds. Fong Tianming then nodded his head in satisfaction. Well, not bad. This, you did do. Impress me. Young man, failure is no big deal. What is required is the determination to start over. The rest of the table joined in the compliments. The boss's son, no matter how capable, even if he's a dog, they have to praise him to the skies. It's out and out, the most basic eye candy. Fong Tianming's secretary suddenly walked over quickly. Master, something has happened. Fong Tianming frowned. How big can it be? Can't you see I'm entertaining guests? The secretary's palms were sweaty and she wanted to say something. Fong Tianming droned. Let go if you have a fart. Can't it be? The sky is falling? The secretary took out her cell phone, tapped play, and handed it to Fong Tianming. At first, Fong Tianming didn't see anything, but the moment the video shows Fong Jiahao, bare a big ass and being ridden on the ground, his face is revealed. Fong Tianming's breath almost stopped. He looked up brightly, looking at his son in disbelief, and at this moment, Fong Jiahao didn't know what was going on. Seeing his esteemed old father look over, he coughed, feeling that the moment of pretense had arrived. Dad, give me another chance. I'll be able to make a comeback. The Su Group is my bag. Our Fong family, in your hands Dad, grows strong. When in my hands, it will directly dominate the entire Jiangnan city. Snap, applause, all at once, erupted. The meritorious members of the Fong family at the dinner table were all human beings, although the son of the head of the family was, in fact, just that. But as far as the pretending piece is concerned, it's still of some caliber. Applause, it doesn't cost anything. No more of this meal. Everyone disperse. In the midst of a heated atmosphere, Fong Tianming roared with a dark face. The crowd wondered. House master, why don't you eat it? Right after you start? Fong Tianming roared. Are you deaf? When I say I'm not eating, I mean I'm not eating. And you're asking your mom? The man was roared at and left the table to retire. The rest of them, too, walked away, wondering what the family head had gotten so mad about. Normally, Fong Tianming's temperament was very deep, and there were rarely times when he lost his temper like this. Seeing the people leave, Fong Jiahao complained, Dad, what happened to you again? How unseemly to throw such a big tantrum. Fong Tianming's eyes spewed fire as he stepped forward and pressed his son's head. Amidst Fong Jiahao's screams of misery, with a thud, he crashed directly onto the solid wood dining table. Asterisk 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 the face of my Fong family has been lost to you. You still want to eat? And you say the old man is unbecoming? Dog coin thing, you're damn near heartless, dishonoring my Fong family's ancestors. Hearing the muffled thunderous roar in his ears, Fong Jiahao almost died of fright on the spot. Dad, if you have something to say, why do you do it? What did I do to make you so mad? He felt wronged. Fong Tianming growled. Show him. The secretary immediately took the online video, the uncoded kind, and showed it to Fong Jiahao. At a glance, Fong Jiahao drew cold air and his entire body cracked. How did this happen? Yi Yun, it must be that Yi Yun, that son of a, I'm going to have to fight him tooth and nail. A mournful roar resounded throughout the entire Fong family. Fong Tianming let go of his son and said in a chilling voice, You invited Uncle Fong out today. Where is he? Why until now? Hasn't he returned? Fong Jiahao stammered for half a day and shrunk his head. Dad, Uncle Fong had a bad year and was killed by that Yi Yun. Hiss. If anything, before, Fong Tianming was shocked. Now then, it's disbelief, plus pouring out cold air. What did you say? Uncle Fong, a martial arts bigwig of Hotian perfection, was killed by that Yi Yun? Asterisk 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 asterisk. You fart your mother's ass. Tell me the truth. What the hell is going on? For a moment, Fong Tianming was unwilling to accept this reality. According to Fong Jiahao's face, there were a few more slaps, which made Fong Jiahao, screaming miserably, Dad, I'm telling the truth. Uncle Fong, it was for that Yi Yun who killed him. Fong Tianming took 2 steps back, his face shocked. The secretary stepped forward and said gruffly, "Family head, I'm afraid this door-to-door son-in-law of the Su family is really not an idle person. Young master what he says at this time, won't be a lie." Fong Tianming breathed again and said grimly, "In that case, the Su family, and that Yi Yun, cannot be retained, comprehensively blocking the Su clan. My Fong family, the Royal Dragon Group, will live to devour the Su clan's industry, cleanly," the secretary said. "Understood. Chapter 80. If you can't manage it, I'll blow up the group for you." The investment promotion conference of the Tiger Group was a big sensation. The next day, Susan and Su Yuer both went there in full dress. Yi Yun, too, had changed into a brand new suit, dashing and riding, and said he was handsome. Susan wondered, "Yi Yun, this suit of yours, is it newly ordered?" Yi Yun laughed. "Well, newly ordered. I didn't need to, but Miss Su was kind." The odd color on Susan's face became even more intense as she looked toward Su Yuer, who was wearing a long sequin dress that seemed to dazzle like a princess. "Yuer, Yi Yun's suit, you ordered it for him?" Su Yuer's smile was a bit weak. "Oh, Shan, don't misunderstand. Originally, it was ordered for my brother, but that kid doesn't like wearing suits, so I took it to Yi Yun." Susan nodded her head half-heartedly and said, "Is that so? But how do I remember? Your brother's height is half a cut short of Yi Yun. It does fit him quite well, though, and it's LV's private tailor? So you should have spent a lot of money." Su Yuer laughed. "Oops, it didn't cost much. Besides, we're sisters, we don't have to care about that." Susan spread a smile. "Anyway, thank you Yul. This suit of yours sets my husband off very handsomely." Su Yuer covered her small mouth and said in shock, Shan, this seems to be your first time calling Yi Yun your husband, right?" Susan then realized that she had just blurted it out off the top of her head and had been a bit careless. "Ahaha, yeah, that. You guys chat first, I'm going to the restroom." Her heartbeat accelerated. She gave Yi Yun a hard blank look and carried her skirt towards the bathroom. Su Yuer hummed softly, "Isn't it fun, Grand Officer Yi? You see now your daughter-in-law. She is becoming more and more gentle with you." Yi Yun looked at her with a cold smile. "Don't pull those have-nots. Didn't you say before that this suit was sent to you by someone else and no one wore it? If I don't want it, you'll throw it away?" Su Yuer blinked her big eyes. "Yeah, what's wrong?" Yi Yun took a step closer. "Miss Su, you don't have to play dumb for me. Just now you said again that the suit belonged to your brother. Actually, you just simply bought it for me, didn't you?" Su Yuer blushed and looked away. "Okay, I admit that I bought it for you. And I sent someone over to the provincial capital to purchase it overnight yesterday so that you could wear it today." Yi Yun had a bit of a headache. "Why do you need to do this?" Su Yuer puffed out her chest and grunted coldly. "I'm willing. What do you care? Besides, you're obviously extraordinary, and this suit is just right for you to wear." Yi Yun gave her a deep look and said nothing more. He was really afraid that he might not be able to hold on and stab the long-legged girl. The investment promotion conference of the Tiger Group was held in their headquarters. Yi Yun took the 2 women with him and drove there. When they arrived, they happened to see Su Chang and Su Shen, father and daughter, also coming down from the car. Su Chang, the grand president of the Su Group and the nominal hand of the Su family business, was in a spirit of changing his hair and his head oil was brightly smeared. Su Shen had a good figure, legs and breasts, and her skin was okay. It's just that there's always something so tacky and petty about the looks, so much less than Susan. However, after some careful dressing, it was a good look. Shen, Mr. Su, you've arrived, please." At the entrance of the Tiger's Blaze Group, a young man with a pass hung on his face invited the 2 of them with a warm face. Su Chang laughed. Young Lu is young and promising. He's become a part of the Tiger Tsunami Group. The future is promising. Lu Jiling laughed and couldn't help but look at Su Shen. His eyes couldn't hide the scorching heat. "Mr. Su overpraised me. I'm just lucky. There are too many great gods in the Tiger's Whistle Group, and I can only be considered a minor player." Su Chang appreciated. Young Lu is still young. There will be plenty of time in the future to become a dragon and phoenix among men. There is no rush. Su Xian daintily said, "Brother Lu, I wonder how I'm going to do about troubling you before." A brother Lu, called Lu Jiling's third leg is crispy, busy saying, Xian, what you commanded, I definitely have to do it well. Don't worry, this time you, Su, will definitely be able to fetch 2 good projects. Su Xian made a smile. "In that case, thank you brother Lu. When we turn around, people will treat you to dinner alone." Brother Lu. Lu Jiling was delirious. He had been pursuing Su Xian for some time. Nay, The other man kept hanging onto him as if he were not there. This time, if he had the chance, he wanted to sleep with the woman first. Then later, if it worked out, he would be able to use the power of the Su family to push his career even further. If it doesn't work out, it's not a loss. He had an average family, and the only reason he was called Xiao Lu was purely because he worked for the Tiger Tsunami Group. Wearing this honorable skin, screwing a rich family's daughter like Su Xian was actually quite an accomplishment. The entrance to the merchants' convention is guarded. Su Chang and Su Xian, led by Lu Jiling, entered smoothly. In the back, there were Yi Yun, Susan, and Su Yuer. Between Su Xian's heads up, she saw the trio appear and immediately stopped and sneered. Shan Shan, what are you doing here if you're not concentrating on dealing with the crisis of the other family? It can't be that you think you can represent our Su, right? Susan looked indifferent. I'm here to talk about the project. Is there a problem? Su Xian immediately snorted. Talking about the project, it's enough to have me and the big president. It's just redundant for you to run over here. Whether or not you can even get in is a different matter, said Lu Jiling, making a look towards him. The latter looked at Su Chang. Mr. Su, what do you mean? Su Chang sneered. I am the one who represents the Su clan. The rest of you, I mean, there's no need to come and disgrace my Su. Lu Jiling smiled and immediately understood. Flashing his work permit out, he said lightly, sorry a few of you can't enter. Su Yuer's face sank. What do you mean? The Tiger's Whistle Group's merchants conference. But any businessman with strength can come and compete, right? Lu Jiling toyed with the work permit in his hand and had an icy face. This lady, you're right, but any businessman who has the power can come and compete. But you fail to see one thing, and that is that this young man is a member of the headquarters of the Tiger's Whistle Group. And coincidentally, I'm in charge of this door today. You may have some strength, but you can't enter if I don't want you to. Su Yuer was furious, not expecting someone to make things difficult at the door. Su Shan said in a chilling voice, Su Xian, is it fun for you to mess around like this? Su Xian had a condescending look on her face. I think it's quite interesting. Besides, I didn't mess anything up, did I? Doesn't this door-to-door son-in-law of yours have 3 axes? If you've got it, you let him find a way in. Su Chang lost his smile. Xian, you're imposing. Apart from his brute strength, this kid is afraid that he wouldn't dare to let out a single fart in a place like the Tiger Tsunami Group. Lu Jiling said contemptuously, not to mention brute force, it's the arrival of the Supreme Emperor. Those who dare to sow their wild oats in our Tiger Tsunami Group will have to lie down on the ground as a dog for me. Susan took a deep breath. Well, then I'll just have to file a complaint first. I just don't believe that our Jiangnan City's most powerful Tiger's Tide Group will be reduced to the point where a cat or dog is in charge. Lu Jiling snorted coldly. Complaint? You may as well try it and see if it works. It's not like I don't know any of my colleagues in the regulatory department anyway. There aren't many in the entire Tiger's Nest group that can get me, said the man with a loaded face. In order to show off in front of Su Xian, it was directly blowing awesome without a draft. Yi Yun stopped Su Shan. Shan, forget it. It's no fun to complain or anything. I'll just call someone over and tell the dog to get lost. Susan raised her eyes, shocked. Yi Yun, you have a solution? Su Yuer did not say anything because she knew that Yi Yun had the ability. With a faint smile, Yi Yun did not say anything. Fumbling for his cell phone, he sent a text message out. I was stopped by a dog in front of your group. Can you see if you can manage it? If it can't be managed, I'll manage it for you. And by the way, the group will blow up for you. The richest man, Lu Chuanhu, who was having a meeting at the city government. As soon as he saw the text message, his forehead broke out in cold sweat and screamed in agony. He left the meeting with a dark face and dialed his secretary. Hu Yong, son of A, didn't I tell you to let everyone go if the Su family comes? What the hell are you doing? Do you want me to come over here and show you how to do it? On the phone, a roar that seemed like muffled thunder shook Hu Yong to the point where he almost knelt down. Master Lu, I clearly instructed someone to specialize in this. Rest your anger for a moment. I'll go and see for myself. Lu Chuanhu roared. What is the identity of that VIP? You should know a star and a half. If you don't serve well, you don't work for me. Roll up and get out. Hu Yong scared straight shivering, the richest secretary of this job. But he is down to earth hard work for 30 years. Only in exchange. If I were to be buried like this, the sky would be the limit. Furious, he bit the crown of his teeth and came to the door of the merchants' conference in person. Chapter 81, Secretary Hu. Spare my life. Lu Jiling took a look and was startled, welcoming him with a smile. Secretary Hu, why did you personally come over? Normally, with his rank, he didn't even have the qualifications to greet Hu Yong. Hu Yong ignored him and swept to the periphery, just in time to see Yi Yun. smiling but not laughing. Gollum! All of a sudden, the knot in Hu Yong's throat. It squirmed rapidly. What's going on? Why didn't these two ladies, plus this honored guest, make it in? He turned his head and asked Lu Jiling. The latter complained. I was just about to report to you, Secretary Hu, and these three are still trying to cause trouble. As per your orders, Secretary Hu, I've let the Su family in. Those three, I just don't think it's necessary. Hu Yong took a deep breath. What's your name? Which department? Lu Jiling was ecstatic and thought that the leader was trying to promote himself. Snapping and upright, he excitedly said, My name is Lu Jiling, from the Market Merchants Department. Bang! Hu Yong kicked, directly on his stomach, and flared up. Get lost. From now on, you're fired. Go home and farm. Lu Jiling's eyes went black in disbelief. Secretary Hu, spare my life. No, what did I do? Hu Yong gave him another kick and directly called out for someone to come and rack the idiot away. At the same time, he personally compensated with a smile and came over to open the door for Yi Yun's trio. Mr. Su, the three of you please come in. Xiao Zhang, you come and take the three VIPs and settle over to the VIP seats. Don't get tired. Not only were they released, but they were also allowed to lead the way and invited to take a seat at the VIP table. Polite and thoughtful, to say the least. This scene, looking at Susan and Su Yuer, turned their heads a bit. Even if she was as high and proud as Susan, she knew that on an occasion like today, she, a small vice president of the Su clan, counted for nothing, because people with more stature and status than her abound. But now, the secretary of the richest man himself receives the arrangements. How did this honor come to me? Su Yuer, on the other hand, was, secretly, surprised. She felt that she was, truly, the king of pickups, a veritable Euro king. This guy, Yi Yun, had more energy than she thought, even more enormous. How much more is there to this man that he hasn't tapped into yet? No, he must not be spared. Looking at Yi Yun's trio, he comfortably went over to the VIP seat to take a seat. Su Chang's face twitched viciously, unable to say a word. Su Xian said unconvincingly, Dad, on what grounds? You're the Su's hand. That secretary who should have invited you even if he wanted to. Su Chang didn't say anything because he couldn't figure it out either. Su Xian gritted her teeth and said, It's all because of Susan this and Yi Yun that dog thing. Because of them, Lu Jiling is so unlucky. Su Chang droned, Shut up, public place, watch your words. Su Xian was upset, but I didn't say anything wrong. Look, Lu Jiling's job. They've caused them to lose it. Su Chang said in disbelief. The truth, I'm afraid it's only not that simple. That Yi Yun kid, I see he sent a message out. Right away, the richest man's secretary came over to take care of it himself, even his own people. This strength is truly terrifying. Su Xian was stunned and shook her head. Dad, you don't think you have a fever, do you? One text message and you alert the richest man's secretary? You think it's a dogfight in a novel? Lu Jiling was so unlucky, obviously because of other factors. Su Chang thought about it for half a day, but also felt that it was unlikely, and hummed, What you said has a few points of truth. It's just a shame about this Lu Jiling. Great job. Su Xian bristled. Isn't it just one of your daughter's licking dogs? It's fine. My daughter owns an entire farm with countless licking dogs inside. On this side of the VIP table, Susan, Su Yuer, were all full of anticipation. There are quite a few good projects in this investment promotion conference of the Tigershine Group. As long as we can pick up a few, it's a considerable amount of money to be earned. I'm not greedy. The business of the Tiger's Nest Group spreads throughout the entire southern province. Certain ones are too big for our Su to take, so I can only say that it's about right. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun but laughed. There's no such thing as a big project. Shan Shan, if there's a big project, we'll definitely grab it. Su Shan stayed for a moment and said with a straight face, Yi Yun, we will do as much as we can with as much strength as we have. It's too big a project for us Su to handle. Su Yuer also laughed. Yi Yun, you're so greedy. We have a saying in the old country that if a sparrow eats caraway beans, he has to talk to his own asshole. If you can't poop, then you've eaten too much and you're going to die. Yi Yun bristled. Don't worry, I can even pull out the Himalayas. The two women giggled. Su Yuer even, inadvertently whacked Yi Yun's shoulder. Doubly intimate. This scene, falling in the sensitive Susan's eyes, involuntarily frowned. But then it struck me that I should be overthinking it. The good girlfriend and Yi Yun, nowadays, were also considered to know each other, and it was normal to have this kind of behavior, right? Y'all, Shannon, you're here too. A laugh rang out. Zhao Zishuan, who was dressed in a suit, took a black silk long-legged beauty and sat down next to him. Su Yuer turned her head to take a look and greeted. Zhao Xiao, you've come to fish for a good project too? Zhao Zishuan glanced at Yi Yun here and smiled proudly. My Zhao family is considered a not-so-small family in Jiangnan City anyways. With such a good thing, it's only natural to come along for the ride. Su Yuer nodded her head. Yes, there are indeed numerous business opportunities in this Tigers Tsunami Group's investment promotion conference. Just whether you can grasp it or not is another matter. Zhao Zishuan tidied up his suit and said in a spirited manner, the higher the scenery, the greater the competition is naturally, and it's hard to move an inch. But I have this confidence to lead our Zhao family to the next level. Su Yuer laughed. In that case, congratulations to young Zhao. Zhao Zishuan saw Su Shan, the whole time or not complimented himself. Inevitably some upset, deliberately asked, Shan, I heard that Su recently encountered some trouble? Susan said lightly, there is some trouble, but I will try to solve it. Zhao Zishuan let out an oh-so-slight sound and shook his head. I have faith in your abilities, Shan, but I'm afraid it's really difficult to say that it's going to be solved. Susan frowned, inexplicably feeling a little annoyed. What's wrong with this guy? Ha? Su Yuer rounded off the conversation and laughed. Young Zhao, don't worry about Su's business. Just for today, take a couple of good projects. It's not much of a problem for Su to get back up and running. Zhao Zishuan looked like he was wronged and smiled bitterly. That being said, but is it so easy to take down a good project from the Tiger's Nest Group? Even our Zhao family, I won't hide it from you, took a lot of effort. Su Yuer heard some strings. Curious, oh Zhao Young? Listen to your tone. Could it be that the Zhao family already have almost certainty? Zhao Zishuan was waiting for this moment to arrive and deliberately whetted his appetite, slowly saying, pretty much this kind of thing. I never do. To do it, it's a 10 out of 10. Just as well. You two great beauties. I have nothing to hide. Before I came here, my family, in fact, had operated enough relationships. I'm just going through the motions this time. Just waiting for the contract to be signed. After saying that, with a loaded face, he squinted at Susan's side out of the corner of his eye. Obviously, waiting for Susan, the cold beauty, to be shocked by him and compliment him. Worthy of being young Zhao. It turns out that he had made arrangements earlier. In that case, I really must congratulate your Zhao family. Su Yuer smiled and complimented a couple of times. Susan here, but not a word. Yi Yun looked away and couldn't help but let out a laugh. The laughter, in this awkward atmosphere, was more than a little harsh. Zhao Zishuan's face, all of a sudden, became a bit gloomy. Yi Yun, what are you laughing at? Could it be that you think that this young man is farting? Chapter 82, what you can't get is always in commotion. Yi Yun shrugged his shoulders. Whether you farted or not, I didn't confirm it before. But now you yourself say that you're farting, so that means that you really are farting. Zhao Zishuan sneered. If you're jealous and envious, just say so. Don't think I don't know that most of the blame for Su's being blocked by the Fong family lies with you. Looking towards Su Shan, he had the tone of a good Samaritan. Shan, you were originally the top-ranked Jade Lady President of Jiangnan City. Condescending to marry to this loser would have been an injustice to you. Now, he's causing such a big trouble for Su. If you ask me, there's no need for this marriage of yours to exist. Stomping this trash with one foot is your best choice. At that time, the young talents of Jiangnan will still be lining up for you to choose? Susan indifferently said, I won't let you worry about my affairs. Young Zhao, marrying Yi Yun is fine with me. Zhao Zishuan sighed. AI. Shan, you just don't listen to advice. Honestly, I really think it's a shame. A delicate flower like you. Let's put it this way. I can share some of those good projects that our Zhao family got with Su. Susan pursed her lips, and though she meant to, she didn't say anything. Su Yuer looked out for her best friend and spoke directly. Zhao Xiao, if you can really be so generous. Afterwards, count me as owing you a big favor. Zhao Zishuan waved his hand with a disinterested look and laughed coldly. I treat you two great beauties as friends, unlike certain losers who are useless, can't help at all, and make trouble. Yi Yun's eyes narrowed. As soon as she saw the situation, Su Yuer secretly screamed that it was bad, fearing that this ingrate would get angry and clean up Zhao Zishuan. Young Zhao, let's not talk about other people, other things. Just tell me straight, can you give the project to Shannon? And, what are the conditions? Separated between Yi Yun and Zhao Zishuan, Su Yuer acted as a peacemaker. Zhao Zishuan waved his hand. Very pretentious. Yuer, what are you talking about? Since I consider Shan and you as friends, what conditions are there to talk about when it comes to giving you the project? Of course, if Sam wants it, I do have a favor to ask. Su Yuer said. Zhao Xiao, you can say anything you want. Susan looked over as well. Zhao Zishuan's heart heated up, licked his mouth, rubbed his hands together and laughed. Shan, I honestly feel that you being with this Yi Yun is blasphemy and spoiling you. As for me, I'm also 30 and currently unmarried. If you're willing to get a divorce, I don't mind your second marriage. Marry me, we're a match made in heaven. Then it's not a problem for my Zhao family to directly share half of the project you get this time. All of a sudden, Susan's face then became icy cold, and refused without even thinking. Sorry Zhao Xiao, I won't get a divorce. And I'm not going to marry you whether I'm divorced or not. Su Yuer also did not expect Zhao Zishuan's idea. So dirty, face ugly, Zhao Yun. You open other conditions can, but it's more or less immoral for you to break up Shan Shan and Yi Yun's marriage. Zhao Zishuan was rejected in public. His face flushed green and white, and he became irritated. Since there's no way to talk about it, then there's no talking about it. All I can say is, Su's come to this, Susan, and you deserve it. Su Yuer was instantly enraged. Zhao Zishuan, you're sick, aren't you? We're talking about a project. What are you doing involving someone's marriage? Zhao Zishuan sneered a few times. Don't yell at me here either. I've made several overtures to you and you've treated them as if they were invisible. But on the contrary, to this superfluous son-in-law, the wimp, he is all attentive. Sometimes I can't figure out how I can be worse than this loser when I'm a single diamond bachelor with everything I need. Besides, what's the point of getting worked up when everyone else is married? It can't be. You Su Yuer have the female version of men syndrome, right? Su Yuer was shocked and angry. What was alarming was that Zhao Zishuan's words, spoken in front of Susan, would probably trigger his best friend to think of more suspicions. The one who was angry was Zhao Zishuan's face and mouth. After pursuing her earlier, to no avail, he turns to plot against his best friend Susan, who has become a wife. This dog is really a dog, spreading the net all over the place, not missing a bit. Raising her hand, Su Yuer slapped her face in a rush of anger. Zhao Zishuan received a slap in the face for nothing, his eyes resentful. Su Yuer, Susan, you two brainwashed people. Since you don't know what to do, then this young man puts his words here. Today, none of you will be able to get a single item. The long-legged black silk girl who followed him, gritted her teeth and sneered. Miss Su, you're bold enough to hit our Zhao Xiao. He used to want to sleep with you, so naturally he let you. But in the future, well, you'd better be careful. Su Yuer coldly said, I'll be there anytime if he, Zhao Zishuan, wants to do anything. Yi Yun immediately applauded. Well said, Miss Su is always available. Sister, why don't you roll after your master and wait here for the banquet? The black silk woman sneered, turned around and Zhao Zishuan walked to the side and sat down. Susan asked with concern, are you okay? I know that you and Zhao Zishuan used to be on good terms. In fact, there's no need to get to this point. Su Yuer coldly hummed. I don't care. I've always known what this thinks. Only in the old days, he had some face to spare and didn't dare to be so direct. I didn't expect that today. This is directly shameless. If he doesn't have a face, then I sure as hell won't give him one. Susan was slightly worried. The merchants' conference is starting, so we'd better fight for it first. It's this man Zhao Zishuan. I'm afraid he won't let us win easily. Su Yuer was startled and also chagrined. Just now, I was indeed a bit impulsive. We should just let this fool give us the project, then I'll whip him hard. Yi Yun thought deeply. That's right, I also think it should be like this. But you too, Missy, don't have to look so sad. If you're here, you're here. And if you want the program, you're certainly not going to get less of it. Hu Yang was behind the scenes long ago, waiting for his face to act. Zhao Zishuan's family, operating through connections, raking in the benefits. But sorry, Yi Yan's connections here would only get harder. The conference started and the scene warmed up at once. The Tiger's Nest Group is, indeed, strong. The first project that was thrown out was in the tens of billions of dollars. Unsurprisingly, it drew jockeying and war of words from all sides. But few are really strong enough to take the project. Eventually, it was eaten by a large construction company. Susan's side, our Su's volume, is still too small. If it's bigger, take projects like this. Then later on, no worries at all. Su Yuer followed. Yeah, I want this project too. This kind of $10 billion project is difficult to do, but the profits involved are also unimaginable to the onlooker. Yi Yun said easily. There's nothing to it, a few projects behind it. I don't think the volume is small. The one for 8 billion, and the one for 5 billion. Sam, y'all, why don't one of you? Susan laughed. You think you're eating fruit and radishes, and one for each. At this level, we most likely won't be able to compete, so it's better to keep watching. Yi Yun couldn't care less and directly raised his card, and watching him make a move here. On Zhao Zishuan's side, he immediately snorted. Nima, delusional. My Zhao family can't even eat it, let alone you guys. The black silk young woman who followed also sneered. I really don't know Zhao Xiaoyu. What do you see in that Su Yu or Susan? According to others, these two women, they are not much prettier than me. Zhao Zishuan let out an evil laugh. That said, but you, I'm already tired of eating you. And those two, I haven't gotten my mouth on them yet. What you can't have is always on the move. Get it? The black silk young woman snorted coldly, rather unconvinced. At this point, the organizer, a vice president of the Tiger Group, showed up in person. Congratulations to the Su Group, and the Su Group. These two projects, our side is willing for you to undertake. Wow! Instantly, the scene was in an uproar. What is the situation? Even our 4Cs group didn't take it down. The Su family, and the Su family, how powerful. How could they possibly have to eat it? It shouldn't be. The site is randomly ranked. How can it not be ranked to these two? Alas, it seems to be an internal relationship. There is no solution if this level is involved. Chapter 83 Robbing the Project. Zhao Zishuan stood up with a roar and roared. It's not fair. The Su family, as well as the Su family, don't have the strength to take over these two projects at all. That vice president of the Tiger's Whistle Group, with an indifferent aura, glanced lightly at Zhao Zishuan and said, the conference will continue. If there are those who are unconvinced, be my guest. All of a sudden, no one dared to say anything, because the words of people's organizers are the truth. The rest of you, who don't come over to chip in, either behave yourself or get out. Young Zhao, these two projects of theirs, they're not small. The black silk young woman was jealous as hell. Zhao Zishuan clenched his fists and gritted his teeth with a grimace. Asterisk 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 off. What a load of luck. These two, he also wanted to, once again, go and apply pressure when Susan and Su Yuer had nothing to show for it. I didn't expect people to get their hands on such a good program straight away. As for Susan and Su Yuer, on the faces of the two women, there was still a residue of disbelief. In the next second, Su Yuer looked at Yi Yun here. No need to think. It must be this big Buddha, operating in the dark. When it came down to it, Susan had to be suspicious. Yi Yun, these two big projects, the reason why they were spent on our side. The reason, in you, right? Looking at this beautiful president, with that burning gaze, Yi Yun knew that more or less he had to say something. Oh, I did say hello. However, the strength of you two great beauties is part of the reason. Susan shook her head. I don't think that I have any strength that would make people give their faces to the Tigershine group. Yi Yun, what else? Exactly. Are you hiding from me? Yi Yun spread his hands. I'm not hiding anything from you. It's just that, all along, your focus has not been on me. Susan's heart, inexplicably, ached. It had always seemed as if one really lacked care for this husband. Yi Yun, I'm sorry, I won't be like this in the future. Susan opened her mouth gravely. Yi Yun smiled. You are my daughter-in-law. What's the point of being so polite? Get on with it. I don't care if a good project is let go. Susan nodded. Well, thank you Yi Yun. Su Yuer unhappy, I say you two couples. On this show of love, ever consider my feelings? Or should I go? Susan blushed and snapped. Alright, I just think that I went a little overboard in the past. Next, Yi Yun raised his sign twice more, and watching him raise his card, the others were numb. Damn. But whenever this kid raises his hand, a vice president of the Tiger Group will come out and give him the project. It's really strange, but everyone is in agreement. It's obvious that people, the Tiger's Whistle Group, are just willing to give this kid a face. Zhao Zishuan had a face that had long felt hot and uncomfortable. The black silk young woman reminded. Zhao Xiao, the items they got, each one is better than us. What should we do? Zhao Zishuan nestled. Cool it. What else can we do? Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm not blind. Can't I see that their program is better than ours? The black silk young woman gave a growl, her eyes sultry. This Zhao Zishuan, when he wanted to sleep with her, was sweet and very gentlemanly, but when it comes to problems, she is not taken seriously and is arbitrarily abused. As the conference proceeded, it finally came to the Zhao family, the ones that were internalized. Zhao Zishuan's spirit lifted and he sneered. Yi Yun, if you're capable, try raising your card again? Let's see if your earlier prowess still works. Yi Yun smiled. Are you sure you want me to raise my hand? Zhao Zishuan laughed disdainfully. Okay, let's see what you, grandson, can do to me. Damn it, if you can steal all my Zhao family's projects, I'll call you grandpa. Yi Yun's face was indifferent. In that case, I will reluctantly take you, my grandson, in. It also doesn't matter what program the Tiger Group throws out. Yi Yun grabbed the sign and held it up, looking at the rest of the people, a burst of teeth. I say man, you have a great relationship, hands down, but can you eat them? One after another in the bag. Almost there? You're not giving us a chance to live. Brother, please put the sign away. I sincerely beg you. How about this? Turn around and my brother will be the host. Treat you to a full nude feast. When Yi Yun heard this, it was not good enough. So he wanted to add contact information with the person who had invited him. However, the two cold and icy eyes beside him immediately made Yi Yun snappily withdraw his hand. Looking at the man, he righteously said, "Do you see me as someone who would be tempted by beauty? Humph. I'd say that you, this person, have underestimated my humble self." On Zhao Zishuan's side, he followed suit and raised his card with a calm and confident face. The black silk young woman despised. That little cutie really dares to grab it with us. Unbeknownst to us, these are the programs that have been built into us for a long time. Zhao Zishuan smiled playfully. No harm done. Let him lose someone properly. That's what makes it fun. On the organizer's stage, the vice president from before spoke again. Su's group. Congratulations. And please turn around and come over and sign the contract. Susan and Su Yuer, pleasantly surprised, gave each other a high five. Yay, Shannon. We're earning hemp for this trip. That's right, y'all. I feel about done. I really can't take anymore. If some people are happy, some people are sad. Zhao Zishuan was dumbfounded and had trouble accepting it. No, these few projects, shouldn't they be mine? Tiger Shock Group, you are showing favoritism. I am not convinced. I am resolutely not convinced. On the spot, he roared, his face twisted. That vice president looked at him and frowned. You're a member of the Zhao family, aren't you? Making trouble again and again. Is it because you think we can't clean you up? Zhao Zishuan said furiously. How did I make a scene? I took back what belongs to me. Am I wrong? That vice president smiled coldly. Your stuff? Here, it's the territory of the Tiger's Tide Group. And the project, it's the Tiger's Tide Group's project. All of it is our master-lose arrangement. You can refuse. I'll give you a choice. Zhao Zishuan hurriedly said. What choice? That vice president, usually a flighty one, grinned. Come and bite me. The choice given, come and bite me? All at once, a roar of laughter resounded around the room. The eyes that looked at Zhao Zishuan were as despicable as they could be. This Zhao family's male son is a disgrace. As for Zhao Zishuan himself, his face was red as if he was about to drip blood, but he didn't dare fart. Not a word more. The black silk young woman trembled. Zhao Xiao, calm down. This is someone else's territory. Our Zhao family. We can't afford to mess with them. Zhao Zishuan didn't dare to push any further. The only thing he could do was to look at Yi Yun here. His eyes ferocious, itching to eat Yi Yun. He had never thought to death that Yi Yun would actually, literally, snatch the project that he, the Zhao family, had internalized. Chapter 84. If you want heaven, give it to heaven. If you want the earth, give it to the earth. Until the end of the merchants' conference, Zhao Zishuan's face was twisted, because originally, several projects that belonged to his Zhao family, just one by one, were taken away by Yi Yun, and here he is, not a hair out of place. From being confident when he first arrived, he turned into a bachelor. The extreme sense of fall caused Zhao Zishuan, his body to almost explode. Minister Huang, you're finally willing to show yourself. Finding a slightly fat middle-aged man, Zhao Zishuan was filled with hatred. But you promised me those few projects for the Zhao family. Minister Huang pushed up his glasses. Did you? Why don't I remember? Zhao Zishuan was incredulous, followed by furious rage. Huang Qi, you dare to shade my old man? Beforehand, you're the one who charged me $2 million. If you can't do it, you spit the money out. Minister Huang, who appeared to be very easygoing, laughed. Interesting, how come I don't remember having received money from you? Zhao Xiao, rather, it's you, young Zhao, who's bold enough. You know what this place is, right? The Tiger's Nest Group, the land of our richest man. Here you are, threatening a minister under the seat of the richest man. If I yell, Zhao Xiao, do you think you'll be able to exit peacefully? In 3 or 2 sentences, Zhao Zishuan's face turned white with fear. He almost gritted his teeth. Okay, I'll admit it this time, you're damn tough. But well, at least, I can ask why, right? Why is it that everything that's talked about ends up fizzling out? The kindness on Minister Huang's face disappeared, and what remained was only disdain and grimness. You ask me, I'd like to ask you? Asterisk. Who the hell told you to mess with Su's people? I'm telling you, the higher-ups have greeted us. Today this investment promotion conference, if Su wants the sky, she'll give it to the sky. When people want land, they give it. Not to mention your little Zhao family, even those other bigwigs. If they dare to compete with Su on the spot, they'll all have to play it out. After saying this, Minister Huang cursed 2 more times before leaving in displeasure. He was all convinced that this Zhao Zishuan was a ing stupid ass. It's good to mess with that Su. It turned out well, and the projects ended up being taken away. Secretary who but the years of the orders. Today Su came over. That is when the master have to serve. As for the reason behind it, why would a small Su be given such an honor? These, then, are not insiders that Minister Huang and others can know. The black silk young woman was horrified. Zhao Xiao. When did Su become so bullish? Surprisingly, even the Tiger Tsunami group has to be favored. Zhao Zishuan's body was cold through and through. He hated it, really hated it. Why? Before, did you properly go and break up with that Yi Yun? As long as he doesn't mess with this, his Zhao family's project, which was originally peaceful and stable, is aspiring to win. Su counts as a chicken feather. Behind this, there must be someone doing a job to feed Su. Zhao Zishuan said with hatred. The black silk young woman guessed. Who could it be? Could it be that Yi Yun? Zhao Zishuan poo-pooed a mouthful, his face full of contempt. Just him? Count on it. Let's just say that it's a higher level of existence, and if people don't show up, no one will even know about it. The black silk young woman coldly grunted, eating such a big loss. I think we can't just let it go. Zhao Zishuan eyes vicious, of course cannot just let it go. Wait for it. Soon. I will let Su Yuer a few people know, and this young against the end. Susan and Su Yuer, to death, did not expect that this trip to the Tiger's Nest group would have such a big harvest. The two women were giddy and waiting outside to sign the contract. Seeing this, Yi Yun couldn't help but laugh. Don't be so nervous, it's yours, no one can snatch it away. Su Yuer pouted. You don't know what I'm feeling at the moment. Only when the moment the contract is signed can people's fluttering hearts settle. Susan was excited. Actually, I'm even more nervous and excited than you. Yuer. With these items, we, Su, are no longer afraid of the Fong family's blockade. Inside, a staff member from the Tiger's Nest group shouted, please invite the Sus, and the Sus to come in and sign the contract. Su Yuer immediately got up, her skirt flying like an elegant swan. Susan was much more reserved. Her pink face flushed and she glanced towards Yi Yun's place. I'm going in then? Yi Yun laughed. Go on. Susan ran out 2 steps, then turned back with eyes like watercourses. Honey, thank you. With a cry of husband. Yi Yun's heart was half crisped. He just wanted to catch the ninny and make her scream 2 more times. At this time, 2 silhouettes, however, grabbed in front of Susan. Su Chang and Su Xian, the latter with a smug look on her face. Shan, what are you doing? People call us Sus to sign the contract, so by all rights, it must be my dad, the Grand President. You, but a VP, what's the point of getting together? Su Xian's face sank. Su Xian, you guys better stop. These few projects, how important they are to our Su clan. You wouldn't not understand, would you? Su Xian sneered. It's because I know that these projects are important. That's why I can't let you sign them. Su Chang chided. Susan, this is an important occasion, so don't give me any nonsense. Why don't you back off? When I sign it, when the time comes, you'll have something to gain. Understand? Susan was furious, but it was not easy to retort directly. First of all, this is a public place. One eye is watching. Secondly, those programs are, indeed, a top priority. If she and Su Chang made a scene, not only would others look at her as a joke, but she might also make the Tiger's Nest group look down on her and cancel the project. And seeing that she didn't say anything, Su Xian became even more pleased. Shan, people are shouting about Su's people, so my old man, he's the best candidate. I know you want to be famous and take credit, but you also do not look in the mirror. Our Su family in terms of strength, in terms of fame, when you can be compared to my father? Susan's jade hands clenched. The greedy and ugly faces of Su Chang's family really disgusted her to the core. And at this moment, the staff inside had guided Su Chang over to sign the contract. Once the name is written, then all the previous surprises and efforts are equal to all in vain, given to Su Chang's family. Slow down. At that moment, in the quiet atmosphere around them, an abrupt cold drink rang out. Su Xian looked over and immediately scolded. Yi Yun, what's gotten into you? Don't you know that it's time to shut up here? Yi Yun did not even look at her and coldly said, it's you who should shut up. Dead. Other people have gone to all the trouble, and you 2 dogs, father and daughter, have come to take the credit. Oh, I'm afraid there's no such good thing under the sky. Seeing Yi Yun barging in, Su Chang angrily said, Yi Yun, you are nothing but a flunky of my Su family. Get out of here. You have no right to talk here. Yi Yun looked at him with disdain. Old dog Su, do you really think you are an onion? You don't think, with this old face of yours, you can take down billions. Almost tens of billions of dollars of projects? Su Chang stalled, feeling strange himself. But the heavenly benefits are right in front of us, and he'd be a son of a not to grab them. Oh, I can't take this old face, can't I? Buy you? Su Chang sneered, still wanting to covet this great bargain. Yi Yun directly didn't have the heart to pay attention to him, and said towards a spectacled girl behind the table, "You'd better go and ask for instructions on who, exactly, Su is qualified to sign the contract. I'm afraid you won't be able to keep your job, little sister, if you get it wrong." The girl with glasses was first displeased, and then, immediately afterward, respectfully said towards the door, "Secretary Hu, you've come over." Hu Yong came in with a few group executives and said smilingly, "Isn't it to Su's signing? Please what are you waiting for?" Su Chang laughed, "In that case, then thank you for Secretary Hu's graciousness." Su Xian was also ecstatic and said with a bashful face, "Secretary Hu, my father is the Grand President of the Su Group. As for me, I am the General Manager of Su Group. In the future, I would like to ask for more guidance from you, Secretary Hu." Hu Yong frowned, "What the hell? Isn't Ms. Susan the one who should come out and sign the contract? Su, if it's not her, then the programs, for all intents and purposes, are null and void." The smile on Su Xian's face immediately froze, and Su Chang's hand, which was about to sign, stiffened in mid-air. Chapter 85 Miss Su was kidnapped. Su Shan was a little embarrassed to go forward. "Secretary Hu, I'm Su Shan, do you mean that I have to sign the contract myself?" Hu Yong hurriedly laughed, "That's for sure, if it weren't for your face, Ms. Susan, the rest of the Su clan. To put it somewhat rudely, I can't really see eye to eye." Susan was overjoyed and stepped forward to sign it with a flourish, and Su Chang and Su Xian were like two clowns. It's neither in nor out, just standing there awkwardly, like two stakes. Su Xian couldn't help herself and exclaimed, "Secretary Hu, I'd love to ask you, why is it okay for Su Xian, but not for my dad? Obviously, he's the one who's in charge of Su's group." Hu Yong said indifferently, "This young lady, this question of yours, is more or less brainless. Your father is a handful of the SOS. What does that have to do with me? Is your dad famous? Then why don't I even know what his name is?" Su Xian was dumbfounded. Her face was on fire, and she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. Su Chang also looked embarrassed and extended his hand. "Hello Secretary Hu. My humble self Su Chang, the Grand President of the Su Group." Hu Yong turned his head away and said lightly, "Sorry, I'm not used to shaking hands with those whose rank is too low. Su's group, I only recognize Ms. Susan." Su Chang's father and daughter, without saying a word, slipped away in gray. The pairs of eyes around her, falling on her body, made Su Xian feel that it was like looking at two monkeys. She couldn't figure out why Susan could be honored so much. It's clear that Su, and the Su family, and Su Chang are the facades. Serves you right for not taking the law into your own hands. Su Yuer despised it. Robbing your own family of the credit and fruits of their labor. Shan Chan, your eldest uncle, and that cousin of yours, are not good people. Susan said faintly, their faces, I gradually have been able to see clearly. Yi Yun, let's three go eat together to celebrate. Yi Yun laughed. Yes, eating and drinking is my favorite. Why don't I treat you two gorgeous ladies? Su Yuer snickered. Forget it Yi Yun, you're the one who doesn't have a bit of taste. It's better if Shannon and I pick it out. We pick the place, the mood and the style, as much as anything. Susan also said happily. Yi Yun, what about outside? I'll just spend the money. Where is the sense in letting you men spend money? Yi Yun was depressed. In that case, wouldn't I be a real soft eater? Su Yuer said smugly. Our soft rice, the rest of the people who want to eat it, it's not certain. You just steal the joy. Susan had odd eyes and said seemingly unintentionally. Your soft rice is indeed not something that ordinary men are qualified to eat. That said, I'm also married. You hear, when are you going to bring back a chant? With one sentence, the whole smile on Su Yuer's face was gone. Ahahaha, Shannon, be nice. Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Su Yuer said unhappily. It's not like you don't know. I'm a person who looks at feelings. The only way I can look at it is if it feels right. Susan let out an oh-so-sweet sound. Her white chin, slightly raised, smiled. I knew it. Our Yuer is discerning and demanding. Yi Yun, can I hold your hand? Yi Yun had realized a silent battle that had been quietly fought since just now. At this time, if one dared to say a word of no, one would only die a miserable death. Therefore, with a smile on his face, he said, Daughter-in-law, you pull it, we are a loving couple. We are a loving couple. We can kiss on the mouth, not to mention holding it. Susan sneered. Sorry, I'm just holding your hand. Kissing words, don't really want to right now. Yi Yun said with a serious face. I know you don't want to, but I do. Susan's heart raced at the look in his blazing eyes, and she said in shame, go to hell. Su Yuer looked away, secretly rolling her eyes and muttering non-stop, dogs and men. Shameless, show love, die fast. Susan asked with a smiling face. Yuer, what are you talking about alone? It shouldn't be cursing us, right? Su Yuer's face was sincere, which can be. Shan, I wish you both grow old, have a son early, a match made in heaven, forever. In the end, a meal that was, well, odd. Yi Yun is really confused. This pair of good girlfriends, 1 second is still good. How the next second? Each yin and yang, each harboring ghosts. They say, this woman flips her face, faster than a book, and there is indeed truth in that. Susan is usually, rather high-strung and meticulous, but today Yi Yun saw another side of her. Bimbo and teabagging. Needless to say, in ancient times, it would have been a master of palace fighting, and Su Yuer, that needless to say, born with green tea attributes. It's a bit of a jealousy contest. After dinner, the trio dispersed. Su Yuer went home alone, her face flushed, just 2 bottles of red wine, she alone hard to drink all. Shannon, you're not finding out something, are you? Humph. I don't care if you find out, but you did say that even men, we share. What else is a good sister for life? Good girlfriends? Although the words were like this, Su Yuer's heart, there were still a few uncomfortable and uneasy, because just now, she clearly felt that Susan's words had something in them, and that was to mention her. It seemed to be telling her not to be overly intimate and so casual with Yi Yun. However, that bad guy even touched his own body, just missing the last step. The two of them are really watery. Su Yuer can't be. That night's pinning never happened, right? It's annoying. It's all because of that big pig's hoof. Yi Yun. Miss Su was chagrined. If I had ate him that night, then I would not, right now, have so much to worry about. Straight away, 100%. Tell Susan that I already have a name. Yi Yun. How can I have half of it? In front of her BMW coupe, a man wearing a duck-tongued cap had long stood. Ms. Su, I'm your chauffeur. Su Yuer threw the car keys over. Cut the crap and drive. Drive towards the edge of the city and lower all the windows. The hat man started the car and asked with a smile. Ms. Su, is something bothering you? Su Yuer sat in the back row. 7 points of alcohol, making her look showy and smoky, almost overflowing with water. But the words can reveal her nature. It's none of your business whether I'm bothered or not. Just drive and don't say anything else. The car ran. Su Yuer blowing the cold wind. The alcohol woke up 3 times. Suddenly alarmed. No, you this road. Where are you driving to? The hat man smiled wryly. Didn't you say, Ms. Su, to drive outside the city? I'll listen to you. Su Yuer realized something and coldly said, turn around. I want to go home. The hat man kicked the gas. Directly to the bottom, the car's speed skyrocketed. Only at this moment do you think about going home. Ha, Miss Su. Late. You'd better get ready. In a while, our Zhao Xiao is going to enjoy you. Su Yuer was furious. I'm ready for your mom. Turn around immediately or I'll call the police. The man in the hat grunted coldly. You can report whatever you want. When we get to the outskirts of the city soon, are we still worried that we won't be able to clean you up? I'll tell you the truth. In a while, Zhao Xiao won't stop until he's played you dry. On Su Yuer's face, panic surfaced. Hands scrambled to take out his cell phone, and before he could light up the screen, there was a thud and a sharp brake on the car. She hit her head, hard, on the front row and blacked out for a moment. Chapter 86 Shooting people before shooting birds. When she woke up again, Su Yuer felt a splitting headache, but she couldn't care less, and subconsciously checked the dress on her body, relieved to find it still intact. Oh, you are fully alert. The teasing voice in front of him rang out all at once, but it won't do much good, and in a moment, you'll be obediently in front of me, stripped down to nothing. This voice, which Su Yuer was very familiar with, was that of Zhao Zishuan, the lecherous scoundrel. Zhao Zishuan, what do you want? She subconsciously wanted to back away, but she couldn't move at all. With a longing face, Zhao Zishuan indulgently ogled at her pretty body. What do you want? Y'all, what do you think I want to do? For so long, you have always been blind to my quest. Once or twice, I might be able to tolerate it, but too many times. Seriously, I can't stand it. Su Yuer chilled. Zhao Zishuan, you beast. Our two families, how to count the relationship, are not bad. How can you do this kind of thing? Zhao Zishuan's face, all of a sudden, became twisted and roared. What did I do? Asterisk. You're throwing yourself at that Yi Yun. Don't think I don't know? Since you don't take me seriously, you prefer to be lowly and go to please that Yi Yun, then I'm sorry, I'll just have to make the first move. Su Yuer's face was ice cold. Zhao Xiao, before it's too late, I advise you to better release me. Then this is something I can pretend never happened. Zhao Zishuan licked his mouth and said hotly, when it never happened? Oh, you're overthinking it. What I want is for it to happen. Today, you can only be my woman. Su Yuer laughed coldly. You think that by getting my body, you can get my heart? You should know that I for one hate coercion. Zhao Zishuan laughed and playfully smiled. You're wrong. Whether or not I can get your heart, I don't care right now. Just get your body, and in a few moments, I'll take it out on you. Y'all, you forced me to do this. I swear, I'll you up. Saying that, with a tearing sound, the long skirt on Su Yuer's body, the back was instantly torn open with a slit. The snow-white and smooth back muscles were exposed in an instant. Bastard! Zhao Zishuan, you shall not die. Su Yuer cursed and was ashamed and angry. Snap! With a slap, Zhao Zishuan smacked her on her white face. It's already this time. You're still taking me so seriously, aren't you? If that Yi Yin comes instead, did you open your legs early and let her do whatever she wants? Su Yuer gritted her teeth. You're really right. You're just a garbage waste. Compared to Yi Yun, you are much worse. Zhao Zishuan's eyes, all of a sudden, turned red. You asked for it. After getting you, turn around Ben Shao, and then go waste that little Yakuza surname Ji. Su Yuer's eyelids were heavy and she felt her body getting hot. Her mind grew panicky and desperate. Out of the corners of his eyes, tears also began to slip. Ha ha, I thought. You're not afraid. Steady? And seeing her cry, Zhao Zishuan felt twice as good and started to unbuckle his belt. When the medicine kicks in, Su Yuer, you'll be more active than me. When the time comes, I'll have someone videotape us doing the job. Afterward, let's see if you obey. Or not. Su Yuer wooed, and her consciousness had begun to blur. Subconsciously, he reached down and tore at the skirt on his body. Inside, she wore white lingerie, and the nosebleed-inducing scenery was hidden. Zhao Zishuan's tongue was sticking out, almost drooling. You guys go out first, don't disturb this young man's business. Turning back, he stumped a couple of doglegs and began to pull down his underwear. A few juniors, all of them had envious faces. Su Yuer, this big beautiful girl, I have to say, is really the best among women. It would be worth it in this life if I could get to play it. It was a pity that Zhao Zishuan had no intention of sharing. This aphrodisiac really works well, and any more stubborn women will turn pale in seconds. With a lewd smile, Zhao Zishuan was burning with desire and was about to pounce on him. Outside, however, came, in succession, several miserable screams. The Hat Man panicked and rushed in. Zhao Xiao is not good. That Yi Yun is chasing after him. Zhao Zishuan's lower half of his body was naked, and he said angrily, useless thing, afraid of your mom? Since he dares to come, let's just him up. The Hat Man screamed miserably. No, a few of our brothers. He took care of them in 3 tries. Zhao Xiao, why don't we just? Before he finished his sentence, his entire body had already flown out. He hit his head on the wall and died on the spot. Zhao Zishuan was so scared that he almost jumped up. Yi Yun, I'm warning you, you damn well better not mess around. Yi Yun's figure slowly appeared with an expressionless face when he saw Su Yuer, who was not fully clothed, and whose scenery was hidden all over her body. The coldness in his eyes added 3 more points. Zhao Zishuan, you are truly a complete scum. Aren't you a son of a if you can't even kill your friends? Yi Yun's voice was icy cold as he took large steps forward. Zhao Zishuan roared. Bastard! What qualifications do you have to talk about, lousy? Just as well, since you dare to come and send yourself to death, this young man will fulfill you. As soon as he grabbed the knife on the head of his bed, he viciously stabbed it towards Yi Yun. Griffin! In Yi Yun's mouth, he lightly spat out 2 words. Zhao Zishuan's sparrow-thick 2 legs, sandwiched between the words, were weak and ugly. Yi Yun's right hand probed out, and with 2 fingers, he easily caught the small knife in Zhao Zishuan's hand. With a gentle twist, the knife came out of Zhao Zishuan's hand. The latter roared and kicked violently. Yi Yun smiled disdainfully, and afterward, he kicked him squarely in his lower nether regions. With an ow, Zhao Zishuan's face, on the spot, turned pig liver color, black and purple. It was so twisted, it hurt so much it couldn't even breathe. Yi Yun probed Su Yuer's belly and found that it was incredibly hot. It's all men, and frankly, you're really classless. If you have the skills, you can conquer a woman by skill and staying power. By drugging, let's just say, you're nothing. Shaking his head, Yi Yun, in his hand, played with the small knife as he walked towards Zhao Zishuan. Zhao Zishuan's naked ass, on the ground, kept moving back. Yi Yun, what do you want? I can tell you, I'm a member of the Zhao family. If you dare to touch me, our Zhao family will never. Ah! Before he could finish his threatening words, he threw himself up to the sky and let out a mournful hiss. Yi Yun's small knife in his hand, at some point, had already shot, and nailed Zhao Zishuan's words, to the floor. Legendary martial arts skills, capture the thief first, shoot the bird first. Turning back to pick up Su Yuer, Yi Yun smiled indifferently and left in large strides. Behind him, came Zhao Zishuan, constantly wailing, Dad, Dad, you quickly send someone. If it's too late, our Zhao family will have no posterity. Quick! Chapter 87 Handcrafted Techniques. Hearth and Soul. Changdol Palace. Yi Yun hoofed it and rushed back home with Su Yuer. At the moment, this ninny was uncomfortable all over, and the medicine had kicked in. This Zhao Zishuan is ruthless enough to put down such a strong drug. Yi Yun's face darkened a bit. Such medicinal power. Not to mention Su Yuer cannot withstand. Even an old sow would have to topple the roof to calm down. Hot. I'm really hot. Miss Su was drenched in fragrant sweat and restless. You'd better not move, or else, suffer the consequences. Yi Yun rather gritted his teeth and threatened. However, it's okay that he doesn't speak. As soon as he spoke, Xiao Yul heard his voice and jumped right over. Good brother, love me, quick, or I'll die. Like a sob, like a bird. Yi Yun shook his head as he pushed her away. I'm sorry, a woman will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. Su Yuer pleaded. Yi Yun, I'm really dying. Count on me to beg you, to save me, or I feel, my body is about to explode. Yi Yun's face was ugly. He knew, of course, that the ninny was dying. Such a potent aphrodisiac would surely burn the body if not vented. In severe cases, violent death on the spot is possible. Well, it was a desperate move to save you. Yi Yun took off his jacket and picked Su Yuer up as he walked towards the shower room. Whether it's Susan, or Su Yuer, there's one thing to be said for rare beauty. What is a beauty? That is, any part of the body that can drive livestock crazy can be called a beauty. Good brother, give me a kiss. Just one. Being held by Yi Yun, Su Yuer's small mouth kissed messily on Yi Yun's face. Her eyes contained tears and she kept pleading. Yi Yun laughed bitterly. Bear with it. You are now the cause of the medicine's onset. It'll be better when it takes a beating. Su Yuer sobbed. No, I can't take it, and I don't want to. Yi Yun, if you're a man, get me killed. Come on. Yi Yun's eyelids jumped and his big hand slapped on her softness. How dare you? Is this what you used to test the cadres? Su Yuer exhaled a mouthful of hot air and cried and laughed, then hit me a few more times, so that I feel better. Yi Yun was speechless. This niece was still enjoying herself? It seems more or less somewhat masochistic. After releasing a pool of cold water, Yi Yun threw the jade body in his arms, a handful of it in, cooled down by the icy water. Su Yuer only felt much more comfortable. In a haze of consciousness, she asked, how did you find me? If you hadn't come at that time, it would have been difficult for me to predict the consequences. Yi Yun said, during dinner, I saw that you drank quite a lot, and neither Shan Shan nor I felt at ease. Finally, I came back to you alone, ready to take you home. Just seeing that hat guy, driving your car away, I knew it was no good. Su Yuer begged. Yi Yun, good brother, will you sleep with me? Yi Yun's teeth hurt. Don't be flirty. Su Yuer shouted. I'm not whining. This cold water doesn't help at all. I'm cold on the outside of my body, but my heart, it still burns. Yi Yun was witty. Then, why don't you drink more cold water? Su Yuer opened her eyes angrily. Yi Yun, are you still a man? If you're a man, man up. Yi Yun skimmed his lips. Of course brother is a man, pulling it out to scare you. But there are some things that are more important than getting high, and I'm going to have to hold on to them. Su Yuer whimpered and cried. I'm dying, and you still have the heart to insist. Yi Yun, you. Seeing that her eyes were mesmerized and her skin was starting to redden again, Yi Yun secretly screamed for trouble. It seems like it's not going to work unless something is done about it. Fishing the person out of the bath, Yi Yun pulled a towel from his hand, dried him off, and returned to the bedroom with his arms around him. Su Yuer wrapped her arms around his neck and didn't let go, murmuring, Yi Yun, if you're capable, raise the speed to 200 yards. I want to get on the highway. The corner of Yi Yun's mouth twitched. 200 yards? Seriously speeding, my great lady. Su Yuer gritted her teeth. Don't say speeding. I'm not even afraid of flipping my car tonight. Yi Yun was quite a bit embarrassed. Little, don't force me. Su Yuer exclaimed. You forced me to do it. Come on, do what you have to do. Yi Yun let out an oh-so-subtle cry, but he didn't know what to do. The Miss Su in front of her is already laid out, ready to be picked, but Yi Yun favored, just couldn't lay his hands on him, because, in his mind's eye, he thought of a pregnant Susan. Alas! Some other time. Sighing, Yi Yun could only attribute it to the fact that it was a bad day. However, the medicinal power in Su Yuer's body continued to flare up. Whatever is not working. Yi Yun had no choice but to go up to the hand. One night passed. The early morning sunlight, through the floor-to-ceiling windows, sprinkled lazily into the house. Miss Su squinted her eyes and woke up from her deep sleep. The medicinal power within the body had completely receded, leaving only an exhausted body. Yi Yun wore an apron and walked into the bedroom. Get up, little lazy cat. Su Yuer grunted lightly and blushed as she rolled over and sat up, between the legs. It felt very weak. Without any hesitation, putting Yi Yun's pajamas on her body, Su Yuer came to the dining room. Coward. No fun. Next time I'll never play with you again. Muttering and muttering, he had a very strong opinion of Yi Yun. Yi Yun laughed back in anger. You're still not happy on it? Your style last night might have done something out of the ordinary without me. Su Yuer sneered back. Oh, if it's out of the ordinary again, can it be more out of the ordinary than you? The food that is brought to your mouth only needs to move your throat to be swallowed. You don't even eat this. Yi Yun, I really doubt you. Are you incapable? Yi Yun removed his apron and said indifferently. It's not that I can't, but I have my own principles. Besides, I experienced something new and exciting. Su Yuer feeds a fried egg into her small mouth. What? Yi Yun took out a book and recited. From the mouth. The first extremely narrow, not passable, back and forth dozens of times. Open up. Flowing water murmuring, as if the world outside the paradise. As I recall, that's how Peach Blossom memorized it, right? Su Yuer was furious with shame, her chest heaving. Carry your big head. Shut up. She's convinced. This guy's a kinky genius, isn't he? I can't believe I changed a good piece of peach blossom into such a living color. Chapter 88 Supreme Black Card. After having breakfast, Yi Yun went out the door. Today was the day the auction was held, and on Ma Changqing's side, he had already made several phone calls. Little friend, speaking of our Jiangnan City's auction, it's greatly famous. As soon as Ma Lao Gui got in the car, he couldn't stop rambling. Yi Yun laughed. Oh, how is it famous? Elder Ma, you tell me. Ma Changqing brewed for a while and said triumphantly. First of all, one can look at beautiful women, many rare beauties. For example, several young women in the boudoirs of the great families, the ladies in charge of the families, may be seen. These women, kept deep and subtle and sultry, are truly the best of the best? Yi Yun guffawed. It's hard to see that you're good at this, Ma Lao. Ma Changqing smiled and said, people do not flow in vain old age. See beautiful women, this kind of thing. 70 years old and 80 will not get tired of. Yi Yun nodded. Other than beautiful women, is there anything new? Ma Changqing proudly said. That's definitely there. Our Jiangnan City, the largest underground auction house, is held in the hands of that black widow in North City. That one, the best at the whole job. Yi Yun raised his eyebrows. Unexpectedly, the place he was going to was still Guanxia's territory. This unparalleled widow of style, Yi Yun has been, all the time, a little overwhelmed. Half an hour later, arrived at the entrance to the auction house. The guests who arrived, already many, had to queue to enter. One by one, with their suits and long dresses, they were indeed all famous people in Jiangnan City. Yi Yun, a poor man like you deserves to come to the auction? Disdainful taunts rang out. Yi Yun turned his head to look. Fang Jiahao, the impotent man, was staring at him with a resentful face. Next to them, were the two unlucky ones, Chen Xiao and Luo Xiao. Oh, who did I think it was? It turned out to be a few of the lead actors of a third-grade movie. Disrespectful. Yi Yun's words immediately triggered the surrounding. A burst of laughter. Nowadays, Fang Jiahao was a household name in Jiangnan City. That is, a chicken. Don't get cocky, scumbag. Fang Jiahao's face flushed red and his eyes hated to kill. We have a score to settle. Yi Yun shrugged his shoulders. I'll be there anytime you want to count. To enter the auction house, one needed an invitation. Either that, or an exclusive gold card from North City. Under the porter's inspection, Ma Changqing entered without any problems. Yi Yun here, but was stopped. The Fang Jiahao guys snorted when they saw this. Called you poor and you're still not convinced. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You don't even have the qualifications to enter the door. You're participating in a bull asterisk 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 auction. Better get your ass back in there. Disgraceful thing. Ma Changqing coldly questioned the porter. What do you mean? Can't I bring someone with me? The doorman was coy. Elder Ma, it's not that we don't give you face. Rather, our head honcho himself has ordered that today's auction must go according to procedure. Fang Jiahao walked over with a smug look on his face and fished out a card. Yi Yun, see, now that's the symbol of the upper class. You have nothing, and if I were you, I'd immediately crawl away like a dog and forget about it. That's when a few more people came up. Wang Hu from the East City, and Pan Dabia, who had been encountered cheating by Yi Yun earlier. Oh, young Wang, young Pan, long time no see. Yo, young Feng is here too. I watched that movie of yours, it was well shot. A few people greeted each other, usually knowing each other. Feng Jiahao's face was grim. Anyone who mentions this young man's embarrassing story again, then friends can't even be made. Pan Dabiao looked surprised. Feng Xiao, that was embarrassing for you? At the time when I was watching the movie, I saw your face enjoying it and thought you were enjoying yourself. Feng Jiahao was so humiliated that he cursed. Lu Yu's sister, Pan Dabiao, can talk, you say more. If you can't talk, shut up and don't give me the old story here. Wang Hu saw Yi Yun at this time, and his face immediately grimaced. Little Yakuza, you are bold enough to come to such a place. Pan Dabiao also snorted coldly when he took a look. Kid, you ran fast last time, but this time, if you do, Rudraksh won't be on your side. Feng Jiahao clapped his hands and laughed out loud. Yi Yun, Yi Yun, look at you. How many people have you offended and how many things have you done to harm the heavens? It doesn't even need this young man to make a move. I'm just afraid that your future days will not be easy. Yi Yun swept a glance at a few people and seemed to smile. Quite a few acquaintances have come. It's just that I'd like to say, nothing personal, you're all a bunch of trash. Wang Hu, Feng Jiahao, and Pan Dabia, their faces were instantly grim. Nima, since you're not going to do anything until you're done with it, I'll waste you first. By the looks of it, it just wants to do it. Several people. This is our North City's territory, so please give us face. A group of people walked out, and the first one was Elder Wei from North City. Pan Dabia, a few people, all hurriedly greeted. Oh, Elder Wei, your old man is also here. Since you put in your word, Elder Wei, then we'll let this little Yakuza off the hook. If it wasn't for your sake, Elder Wei, this young man would have to cut this little Yakuza today. Regarding the pretenses of several people, Elder Wei was not even looking at them. He came to Yi Yun and respectfully handed over a black card. Mr. Yi, this is the intention of our head of the family. Please. Yi Yun raised his eyebrows and smiled. What virtue can I have to accept such an expensive thing? Wei Lao said with a straight face. The head of the family said, if you don't accept it, Mr. Yi, the auction today won't be able to be held. Wow. These words left the people around them, not just the three Feng Jiahao, dumbfounded. Black Widow Guanxia, she thinks so highly of this kid? Because he alone decides whether or not to run the auction today? Really or not? Playing so big? Ma Changcheng here has long been salivating with a drooling face. Little friend, take it. I'll take it if you don't. There are only 3 of these supreme black cards. One in the hands of our richest man and one in the hands of Ms. Guan. This last one. I can't believe I gave it to you. It's the highest courtesy given in the North City. Yi Yun smiled. In that case, thank you, Ms. Guan. Elder Wei saw him take it and let out a long sigh of relief. Mr. Yi, it's an honor for us to have you come to our North City auction. Please, allow me to guide you. Yi Yun nodded. Thank you. Looking at Yi Yun just like that, he was invited into the exclusive passageway by the people from North City. Feng Jiahao, Pan Dabia, and Wang Hu, their faces were indescribably ugly, as if they had eaten. A moment ago, they were still high and mighty, mocking Yi Yun's little Yakuza. Now, but he could only stare dryly, watching Yi Yun become the guest of honor at the North City. And such an honor, not to mention Feng Jiahao, even if his father, Feng Tianming, was there in person, he might not even have it. Chapter 89. Sorry, not familiar. The best place to enter the auction house is the private box high above, Ma Changqing said. Generally speaking, only the top VIPs can enjoy it, but this box number 1, old man has never ventured into. Today seems to be in your light, little friend. Yi Yun walked in to see that it was indeed dressed up in opulence and was surprised, arranging for us to sit in box number 1. Isn't that a bit of a lift? Elder Wei, who was following behind, shook his head vigorously. Not lifting in the slightest. Our head of the house has personally said that Mr. Yi, you are today the most honored guest of our North City. Yi Yun didn't squirm. Alright, then I'll be flattered. As soon as Elder Wei left, Ma Changqing smiled lewdly and came forward. Little friend, this woman, Guanxia, is notoriously high-minded. It's not to say there aren't any, but it's definitely rare to be treated that way. Is it hard to believe that you've already taken her down and cleaned up your act? Yi Yun pretended to be serious. Elder Ma, words cannot be spoken carelessly. It's not like you don't know that I'm married. Ma Changqing disdainfully skimmed his mouth and directly said, A great man, with red faces all over the four seas. That's a family affair. You and Sue are husband and wife. Yet it doesn't stop you from taking a strong woman like Guan Xia into your pocket. In this way, it shows the heroic nature of our men. Yi Yun teeth sour, is it? I want to ask you this color. Is he decent? Ma Chongqing laughed out loud. Proper. And improper, depending on how you hold it. At the moment, the chute opening is filled with people. The lights dimmed down, except on the center auction table, where a warm beam of light struck. Everyone quieted down, only to see a red-skirted beauty, gracefully ascending to the stage, radiant with color. Cluck! Hello, honored guests. Welcome to our North City auction house. Smiling before speaking, this red and pink woman instantly attracted all the gazes present. Yi Yun glanced at it and secretly nodded. This Black Widow is quite good at doing business. This red-skirted auctioneer was clearly North City overlord Guan Xia. At the moment, the only source of light on the scene, hitting her, was so stunningly beautiful that even the texture of her skin was minimally visible. Ma Chongqing sighed. Life, if I can get this special thing to accompany me night and day, it's okay to let my old man live in a big villa and drive a big labor. Yi Yun's tea in his mouth almost sprayed out. Old ghost, you are eating and taking is not it? Let's just say, have some face, okay? Ma Chongqing's face was not red and his skin was as thick as a city wall. The atmosphere of the scene was mobilized by Guan Xia, a special creature. In a few words, the auction has officially begun. Yi Yunshu took a brief look and lost interest. The previous lot was of little interest to him. On the contrary, the scene, the topic surrounding Guan Xia, continued to ferment. Several rich kids with a bit of money were already fighting and arguing. Time flies and the auction moves to the back of the session. Ma Chongqing rubbed his hands together and eagerly said, Little friend, the heavyweight goodies are about to be carried up. The auction, which is actually really interesting, has to be the second half. Yi Yun expressed his approval and sat up straight. Guan Xia slowly unveiled the velvet cloth in her hand, smiling like a flower. All honored guests, please look. A toad carved out of jasper was instantly brought to life and presented before everyone's eyes. Ma Chongqing took one look at it and became excited. Little friend, good stuff, absolutely good stuff. My advice, take it. It has to be taken. Around them, a cry of alarm also rang out. Such a huge jade toad. Rare, truly rare. This thing, for those who practice kung fu, has excellent benefits. Not bad, able to absorb the turbid chi that remains in the body after practicing kung fu. And this jade toad is clearly the best of the jade toads. Yi Yun smiled. It is indeed a good thing. So let's go out and test the waters. As for Guan Xia's side, seeing the atmosphere, which was already almost baked, he smiled and offered. Starting bid, $20 million. For those VIPs who like it, please also make your bid in time. This jade toad is unattainable. As soon as her words fell, someone shouted, $30 million. This young man is determined to win. Humph, you're aiming to win, when we don't exist? $50 million, $60 million. Please give your friend's face and let it be with my Yu family. I'm sorry, but the Yu family is some kind of cow horse. This jade toad, I'll take it from the Extreme Martial Arts School. $80 million. The fierce bidding, laced with sparks, came right to a crescendo. When the words Extreme Dao Martial Hall came out, the atmosphere of the scene, for a moment, came to a standstill. Ma Chongqing cursed, how shameless. This Extreme Dao Martial House, relying on its own hard fists, actually uses its power to suppress others. Yi Yun inclined his head and asked, Extreme Dao Martial Hall, so tough? Ma Chongqing nodded and said, in our Jiangnan city, there are so many deterrents. It's rumored that old, undead master of the Extreme Martial Arts School, Big Head Tai, has already entered the realm of the innate, enough to walk horizontally in the Jiangnan region. Yi Yun gave an oh-so-slight sound and spoke faintly. $90 million. The frozen atmosphere of the scene instantly fluctuated. I'll go. Who is this? How dare you not give face to the Extreme Martial Arts Center? Listening to the voice, it seems like it's coming from the side of box number 1. Maybe it's some big shot. Even if you're a big brother, then you can't hit someone else's Extreme Martial Arts Hall in the face at this time. Can't you see that in the box above? The rest of the big brothers have caved in? And Yi Yan's sudden bidding scared Ma Chongqing. I say, little friend, do we really have to play like this? The Extreme Martial Arts Center, more or less, must give some face. Yi Yan's face was bland. I'm sorry, I'm not really familiar with this what's-his-name martial arts school. Ma Chongqing's old face twitched, easily deciphering the meaning in Yi Yan's words. If you don't get acquainted, you're not taken seriously. You don't count in gross. A cold laugh came out from the fourth box. Friend of number 1, I wonder if I could identify myself. If it's one of our own, then fighting over it is not inevitable. In box number 1, Yi Yun's voice, not too loud and not too small, rang out. It's not necessary to show your identity. If you have the strength, continue. If you don't have the strength, back off and don't waste everyone's time. Boom! The scene was in an uproar. I throw. Master of Box 1. This is a direct disregard for our Jiangnan's #1 martial arts school. Too draggy. Ha ha. Listen to the tone. How tart and domineering. Humph. I can only say that I don't know how to die. In the Jiangnan City area, the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Center is so intertwined that even if they want to fight, it's a courteous fight. But this person is so unself-conscious, and will surely invite great trouble afterward. Not bad. The person in box number 1. I'm afraid he's in trouble now. There are those who feel that Yi Yun here, the style is high and absolute. Most of the people on the scene, however, had a sneering attitude. The people in this #1 box were cool now, but afterward, they were bound to be viciously cleaned up. Sure enough, in the 4th box, the voice of the person from the Extreme Dao Martial School, who was sorrowful, had already been heard. He, my friend's tone is monstrous. The Extreme Dao Martial Hall, admire it. I'm just afraid that, if your excellency gets this jade toad, you'll have the life to take it away, but not the life to enjoy it. Yi Yun was directly lazy. Not speaking is the greatest ignorance. In the end, after Guan Xia double-checked that no one was bidding, she announced, congratulations to VIP #1, for winning this Jasper toad. Oh, #1 VIP brother, how majestic and domineering. This woman, announced, but also deliberately archfire a sentence. Extremely ambiguous. All of a sudden, the #1 box where Yi Yun was located was again pushed to the tip of the storm. What's the situation? Looking at Black Widow's behavior, is it possible that she's having an affair with the person in box 1? Guan Xia, this cold widow, never shall smile to people. But now, all call others brother. It can't be. Really, by the #1 box and the people have to eat it? Damn it. Inside box #1. Whatever the hell it is. After this, the Extreme Dao Martial School, will definitely make him look good. Listening to the loud curses outside, Ma Changqing's old face twitched. Little friend, you wouldn't have offended Guan Xia, would you? This widow, she is openly putting you to death. Yi Yun was also somewhat helpless. This Yu Kai, it's on purpose, not intentionally screwing him, of course. Rather, it is an opportunity to announce the intimacy between the two. Chapter 90, Master Qin. It's not working either. With the small climax that had just taken place, the curtain slowly fell. On the auction stage, Guan Xia raised her veiled hand and unveiled another lot. It was a painting and calligraphy. However, it was not Yi Yun's painting of 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains. Instead, it was a picture of an aphrodisiac that made the men at the scene almost nosebleed. Those who don't understand art may find this painting vulgar and strange, but a truly knowledgeable and high-minded person must have already seen that this painting came from. With a mysterious smile, Guan Xia whetted the appetites of many people at the scene. Someone couldn't wait to ask, Mr. Guan, please also enlighten me on the origin of this painting. Yes, please, Miss Guan, don't be a sellout. Just tell us straight about this picture. What exactly is the origin of it? To the person who inquired, Guan Xia did not answer, but only smiled. Fang Jiahao let out a strange laugh and exclaimed, Ms. Guan, it's not possible that this masterpiece is not a masterpiece at all, is it? Rather, it is a personal item that you, Ms. Guan, hang in your boudoir from time to time to enjoy. As soon as this dirty flirtation of his came out, the scene immediately resounded. A burst of lewd laughter, and some people even whistled. Ma Changqing sneered, a bunch of ignorant children, farting nonsense. This painting, old man, is a moment, cannot see the calendar, but definitely, a gem among art treasures. Yi Yun laughed lightly, oh, even you don't know what you're talking about, old Ma? Ma Changqing shook his head and said, art is as vast as a sea of smoke. My old man understands, but a drop in the ocean. How dare I boast that I am proficient in everything? Rather, looking at this look on your face, little friend, you seem to know its origins. Yi Yun smiled. Coincidentally, no, some. Ma Changqing had asked casually, not expecting Yi Yun to say this. At that moment, he said in astonishment, little friend is really a learned man. May I ask, from whom did this painting come from? In what era was it completed? Yi Yun was about to reply when Guan Xia's voice from below had already sounded. It seems that there aren't too many friends who know where this painting came from. Oh, I have an interesting play here. If any VIP can tell the origin of this painting, then we, North City Auction House, will give this painting to him for free. And originally, the starting bid for this painting was $50 million. At these words, all the people at the scene instantly caught fire. A treasure with an original starting price of $50 million can be obtained for nothing just by revealing its origin? North City is really playing big with this hand. But the one who really takes advantage of it has to be the one who actually obtains this vernal picture. It was tantamount to the fact that an absolute treasure worth at least $50 million had arrived for nothing. Who wouldn't be jealous? In the fourth box where the Extreme Martial Arts Hall was located, a voice came out. Ms. Guan, I wonder if this is the Song Huizong's palace bathing picture? Sakia smiled and shook her head. Sorry, not really. In box number 4, a nesting curse immediately came out, incomparably deflated. Where Fang Jiahao was box number 7. His little smart move fast, far from taking pictures, sent to the internet search, came up with the results. Ecstatic, said, haha, this $50 million of treasures belong to this young Ms. Guan. This is a famous scholar from the Wei and Jin dynasties. Jikong's picture of the group of immortals descending to the earth. Guan Xia covered her mouth and laughed gently. Fang Xiao, it's 100,000 miles apart. Fang Jiahao said angrily, do you dare to say otherwise? Immediately, those who had the merit to do so stood out and sneered. Straw man A, the style of this painting, obviously is the Tang and Song period. You girl even pulled to Wei Jin, or go back to study a few more years. And the group of immortals descending to the earth is one that strips off their clothes and bares their breasts? Fang Xiao, how do you say? You are also a son of a family. I didn't expect it to be so shallow. Alas, shame on you, shame on you. A sound of mockery, and insult, caused Fang Jiahao's face to turn red. Feeling humiliated to his grandmother's house, a few more tried to guess, but without exception, they all end in failure. Pan Dabia, a big old man, yelled, Ms. Guan, just tell me straight, what is the origin of this thing? I see the scene. Is no one knows. A cold snort came out from the second box that had been silent. Noisy. All of a sudden, no one dared to say anything. This voice, low and powerful, was permeated with a domineering aura. Taking another look at the logo of box number 2, everyone present knew what kind of identity was inside. East City Overlord. One of the most popular figures in Jiangnan City. Master Qin. Qin Shixiong. Guan Xia smiled and said, Master Qin is very knowledgeable and has a wide range of knowledge. And please give the rest of our VIPs a long look. A sound of horses as followed. Yes, Master Qin, please also enlighten me. If you want to talk about the scene and who else has such knowledge, it has to be our Master Qin. Master Qin's words are authoritative. Listen carefully, people, and grow in knowledge. In the midst of a chorus of compliments, Master Qin said indifferently, this painting, if it goes to auction, is bound to go up to $100 million. Guan girl, don't say that this seat is taking advantage of you either. Since it's in your field, this seat, then, will tell the origin of this painting, one by one, so that both you, North City, and the others, are convinced as well. A speech that was well reasoned and immensely convincing. Guan Xia nodded. Master Qin, please. Master Qin coughed and spoke slowly. First of all, the name of this painting is called the Group of Fragrance Competition Picture. I don't know if I'm right? Sakia smiled. Correct. Wow. The other guests, applauding and horseplaying again, were all in awe of the admiration. Only in box number 1, Ma Chongqing anxiously said, little friend, speak quickly, or else all the good stuff will be snatched away by old Qin. Yi Yun shrugged his shoulders. No matter, let's listen to this East City Overlord's high opinion first. Only to hear Master Qin, continued forcefully said, groups of flowers competing for the picture. From the hands of the South Pond Li Hozhu, the greatest sorrow of this fallen emperor's life's destiny is to be born in an imperial family. When it comes to being an emperor, he can't, but when it comes to art, enjoying flowers and playing with beautiful women, even this seed is inferior. Snap. Warm applause that instantly exploded. Master Qin's statement not only tells the origin of the painting, showing profound knowledge, and comparing himself to the Southern Pond Queen Master. This was simply domineering, incomparably domineering. In the box, Wang Hu, the godson, was in a state of quiver. Godfather, you are simply too powerful. On Master Qin's face, he also couldn't help but show the color of pride and inquired, I wonder if Guan Yao, what I said, can I be right? Amidst the gazes of everyone in the room, Guan Xia smiled faintly. I'm sorry, Master Qin, you have the wrong dynasty. Gah! The heated atmosphere of the scene came to an instant standstill. Countless people, their throats felt like they were being pinched and they couldn't breathe. Master Qin, even a mistake? Chapter 91, The Biggest Winner. Wang Hu pulled open the door of the box and roared. Guan Xia, what the hell do you mean? Are you unable to play? Still in harmony, Guan Xia smiled. Young Wang, take it easy for now, since I dare to say this. Naturally I'm not targeting anyone, but I'm being realistic. Wang who still wanted to argue, but Master Qin's icy voice had already sounded. Guan Yao, this seat is not someone who can't afford to play, but you will say that the words of this seat are wrong. So I wonder what the correct answer is. Again, others, following the clamor, demanded to know the correct answer. This picture of a group of people is breaking everyone's heart, and now, even Master Qin, a big shot, has returned in defeat. Let's just say that North City is just making a fool of himself. Guan Xia looked around the room, and finally her eyes landed on the number 1 box position. If anything, there was someone else among the VIPs on hand who actually understood the painting. In box number 1, I think. It's just that I don't know if the honored guest of box number 1 is stingy in giving advice. The whole room was silent. This Black Widow, again, draws the focus to box 1. Can it be that the person sitting in box number 1 is really an omnipotent god? Wang, who was the first to grunt, even my godfather, didn't hold it. What are the people in box number 1? Fang Jiahao followed, the one in box 1. If he was really capable, he would have already spoken and snatched the painting, and wouldn't have waited until now. On the side of the extreme Dao Martial Hall, they also sneered. Ms. Guan esteems the person in box number 1 so highly, but now it seems to be nothing more than a wimp. Ma Chongqing blushed. Little friend, it's time to show some strength and show these grandsons. Grandma, who are you looking down on? Yi Yun was concise. The picture of the group of flowers competing for beauty is from the hand of Tang Minghuang, the painters of all times. Though they have this work of painting, do not dare to be so bold as to paint this picture of the Spring Palace. Only Emperor Xuanzong, sitting on the whole of the great Tang dynasty, was wild and unrestrained. Once after getting drunk with his concubines, he put up his brush and dropped this painting. Guan Xia was the first to applaud. Word for word. This picture of the Spring Palace is from the hand of Emperor Xuanzong of the Great Tang. The guests in the audience, one by one, were dumbfounded. Damn it, the person in this box number 1 had actually said the correct answer. Master Qin's chilling voice, however, sounded steeply. You said that this diagram is Xianzong's masterpiece. Oh, where's the evidence? It's not just empty words and nonsense, is it? A number of people, at once, followed the vocalization. Exactly. I think you're just making it up. Where's the proof? What's the point of pretending? If people don't know about Master Qin, what else would you know? If you're capable, you from box number 1, just reveal your identity and let everyone see who you are. In response to these skepticisms, Yi Yun appeared subdued. It is simple to prove the truth of my words. First, the beauty in the center of the group is Yang Guifei. Secondly, on this picture, a poem is inscribed. The poet Li Bai wrote to Yang Guifei, opening with the words, "Clouds want clothes, flowers want faces." This time, no one dared to question it again, because Yi Yun's words were impeccable. Master Qin grunted coldly. Guan girl, bring up the painting. I'll check if it's the same as what this kid said. Sakia laughed softly. As you wish. Immediately, he had someone take the painting to the second box. 5 minutes later, the painting was returned unchanged. Master Qin's voice, which was slightly clenched, also sounded. Alright, this seat admits that the number 1 VIP, what he said is not false. This precious piece worth $50 million. This seat will willingly go to your number 1 VIP. Boom! Everyone, eyes wide with shock. Master Qin, actually softened? The people in this box number 1 do have a few tricks up their sleeves. Little friend, admiration, old me really admires. Ma Chongqing laughed so hard, his mouth couldn't close. To be able to make old Qin suffer. Ha ha, over the top. It's still you. Yi Yun smiled and did not say anything, only to hear Guan Xia continue. Now, on to the next round of bidding. The same is a masterpiece, called Thousand Miles of Rivers and Mountains, and I believe there are quite a few people here who know this masterpiece. Behind her, Yi Yun's picture of 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains unfolded with an extraordinary momentum. The works of famous artists are naturally sought after. The starting bid was $30 million, and it quickly went up to $60 million. In the second box, Wang Hu said in a cold voice, "My godfather is offering $65 million. I hope that all of you give face to each other." Immediately, quite a few people who were originally still following the price were beating a retreat. Since Master Qin has taken a fancy to it, it's only natural for us to retreat. This painting is just right for our Master Qin's heroism. Well said. 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains. How majestic. Only a lord like Master Qin can afford it. Guan Xia secretly frowned. This painting, which only came to $65 million, but it was significantly lower than her expectations. Moreover, The painting was brought by that ingrate, and she still wanted to give more to Yi Yun and get some real money back. $65 million. I wonder if there are any more VIPs to raise the price? Sakia inquired expectantly. The scene was silent, and no one dared to return the price. Even if someone looks at the painting, Master Qin's name is there, and he doesn't dare to fight for it again. Wang Hu laughed and said triumphantly, "There's no need to ask again, Mr. Guan. Since my godfather has said he wants it, then who dares not give face to the rest of the VIPs? Ha ha." Guan Xia secretly sighed. This old dog Qin, taking advantage of her territory, is really shameless. But that's all it was, a cheap shot at the old bastard. A faint voice, however, rang out quite abruptly. $70 million. Hiss. Many people on the scene, all of them drew in a slight breath of cold air. Who's this? He's greeted Master Qin, and he still dares to jump out and scramble for him without a second thought? There are perceptive ones that immediately recognize where the situation lies. It seems to be the VIP of box number 1. Damn. In box 1, is it possible that the one sitting there is a giant from the provincial capital? It's too awesome. This person in box number 1 has a hard enough point. First, he suppressed the extreme Dao martial house, and then he fought with Master Qin later on. This next time, it's directly a head-to-head fight with Master Qin. This person, does he really have such strength? Guan Xia here, re-spreading her smile. Box number 1, $70 million. May I ask Master Qin if he's still following? Wang Hu said in a cold voice. Number 1's friend, don't be too shameless. $80 million. Grass. Let's see how much you weigh. In box number 1, Yi Yun was old and calm. This kind of play is slightly less exciting. 100 million. That's some fun to play with. Gollum. Everyone present frantically swallowed their saliva. 100 million? A direct increase of $20 million. This person is either crazy or really, he has more money than he can spend. Wang Hu was so angry that his 3 corpses jumped and looked at Master Qin. The latter narrowed his eyes slightly, in which a cold aura flickered. $110 million. If you, my friend, follow again, this seat will give up. But this beam, it is considered a knot. Please think twice. Friend, Yi Yun here, laughed, worthy of being the East City hegemon. It is indeed domineering. This treasure map belongs to you, Master Qin. The melon eaters, one by one, had egg on their face. This guy just, obviously, had so much momentum, he thought he was going to do a big job. I didn't expect to lose in 1 round. It was a joke. Wang Hu joyfully said, Godfather, congratulations. This 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains picture will hang in your old man's study in the future, and it will be absolutely spacious. Master Qin's face is, a little happy color or not. There is, only gloomy. Next to him, a wise man from East City said with a dark face, Young Wang, there's nothing to be happy about. Can't you see that the people in box number 1 are deliberately raising the price with us? Wang Hu was dumbfounded. Deliberately raising the price? Why? That wise man gritted his teeth and said, what else could it be? Of course it's to get Master Qin to raise the price. You don't want to see, what was originally $65 million, is now hardened, by his whole more than $100 million. Isn't it obvious? Cutting our east side leaks? Wang Hu was furious and directly yelled, Grandson in box number 1, you are simply despicable and shameless. Yi Yun here, smiled indifferently. Anyway, the money came in. Despicable, he confessed. Ma Changqing already, was thundered outside, little friend. Although the money is good, but you put Qin Shixiang this old devil as a pig to kill. Only afraid of the follow-up. The trouble is not small. Yi Yun had a relaxed look on his face. With this old thing, I have already made a grudge. Lice are not so bad. Ma Changqing didn't say anything. The biggest winner of this auction down the line was undoubtedly Yi Yun. But accordingly, it was tantamount to offending all the dignitaries in the room. Difficult to get. Chapter 92, Seeing the Road. Pulling out the sword to help. The auction is over. The crowd is leaving one by one. A number of people, however, are sitting still, because they all wanted to know what the hard point in box 1 was all about. There were also some people, such as those from the extreme martial arts school, who had an icy face. When the people in box number 1 show their heads, they will have to settle their previous accounts. Ma Changqing proposed, little friend, I think it's better for us to stay a little longer. Yi Yun wondered, why? Ma Changqing smiled bitterly, if you go out at this time, those enemies of yours outside will definitely not be willing to stop. Yi Yun straightened his clothes and bristled, so what if he won't stop? Can't he still eat me? Pushing the compartment door open, he took it in stride. Fang Jiahao was the first to say angrily, it's actually this bastard. Damn it, I should have expected that it's this Yi Yun. Pan Dabiao's face was grim. This kid has even offended Master Qin. There's no need for us to make a move at all. He won't be able to eat. Tai Fei, the young master of the extreme Dao martial school, was hot-tempered and without uttering a single word, with his bare, lean muscles, he came striding towards Yi Yun's place. Elder Wei dodged out in time. Young Pavilion Master Tai, please also give me Bei Chang face and don't start a big fight in our territory, Tai Fei said in a cold voice. Elder Wei, it's not that I don't give North City face, rather, it's this little Yakuza, who seeks death. Elder Wei shook his head. The grudge between you and Mr. Yi is out of our hands, but causing trouble in our field just won't do, so please ask young Pavilion Master Tai to understand. Tai Fei gritted his teeth with a look on his face. Fine, then I'll wait until I'm out of the auction house, then I'll ask for both legs of this little bastard. There was a big bang. The iron door of the exit was then let down at once. Tai Fei and the others froze. For his part, Elder Wei's face changed slightly. The sound of leather shoes stomping on the ground in the auction house, which had become gloomy. East City Hegemon Qin Shixiang, looked about 50 years old, not too tall, but as strong as an ox, formidable form. Behind him, followed by 7 or 8 subordinates, slowly paced out from the second box. Wei Lao looked defensive. Master Qin, what do you mean by this? Qin Shixiang didn't say anything, but waited for Wang Hu to light the cigar on his mouth, and smoked it fiercely before he smiled and said, what does it mean? Literally, Wei Lishan, go get the Guan girl. Today, right here in your North City's territory. This seat is going to settle the grudges of this period of time with her. Properly. Wei Lao's face was incomparably ugly as he immediately turned away. Tai Fei, Fang Jiahao and these people, on the other hand, had their foreheads sweating as they hurriedly voiced out, Master Qin, you East City and North City are settling scores. We're not involved. Can we go? Yes, Master Qin. Your business has nothing to do with us. Please also ask your people to open the door and let us go first. The fat meat on Qin Shixiang's face tugged and faintly spat out a smoke ring. Before you guys didn't leave. Now that this seat is going to do something, you guys are coming to stir things up. All wait aside. When this seat is finished here, when will you leave? Tai Fei, Fang Jiahao, these male children, immediately did not dare to let out a single fart. The body, however, could not stop trembling. Damn, what bad luck. It favors the east side and the north side. When friction starts a fire, if we can't talk, we'll go straight to a firefight. Wouldn't they, the idlers, suffer for nothing? On this side of the corner, Ma Changqing, the old geezer, also turned a little pale. This old fox, Qin Shixiang, actually came prepared. Those guys around him, they're the right people on the east side. This old bastard, seemingly coming to participate in the auction, but in reality, he's secretly arranging for all of his squad to come. In the darkness, the sound of high heels hitting the ground rang out quickly. Guan Xia had changed into a pure black cheongsam, and behind her were dozens of people clustered and walking in black. The two major underground forces in Jiangnan City, East City and North City, were just facing each other. Master Qin, I kindly invited you to the auction, but you turned against me. I wonder if there's something that I, girl, have done inconsiderately? Guan Xia asked with a cold and pretty face. Master Qin flexed his fingers. The cigarette in his hand fell to the ground, did not say anything. His godson, Wang Hu, stared at Guan Xia's protruding torso and let out a strange laugh. Ms. Guan, your North City's greetings, that's definitely thoughtful. But you haven't experienced our East Side greeting yet, so my godfather decided, as a courtesy, to get close to North City on the spot. Before Guan Xia could say anything, Lin Chen, who was next to him, snorted coldly, what does your East City want? Just draw the line. We're not ing good men if we frown on the north side. Wang Hu laughed. Good. What my godfather is waiting for is your words. I just hope for a moment Ms. Quan doesn't cry. You little, and don't get pissed off. Guan Xia took a deep breath, her delicate face, icy cold to the extreme. Master Qin, does it really have to come to this? Qin Shixiang hummed heavily. It's not that this seat wants to make a scene like this, but you, this girl, are bullying people too much. The master at my side is dead, and lately I've been losing territory, piece by piece, in the east side. All of this, you have to give this seat an explanation, right? Guan Xia indifferently said, we are all out to make a living. It's inevitable that you snatch and take. If you, Master Qin, want to give an account, just ask, but give or take, it's up to me. The Black Widow. Master Qin laughed sarcastically. At your young age, you are able to mix it up to the point where you are able to arm wrestle with this seat. You do have so many skills. That, one has to be sure. But girl, since this seat dares to call you a girl, It means you're still really tender. See the brethren around me? The top combatants of the East City. They're all following me. What are you playing with this seat? Guan Xia didn't say anything for a moment, her face getting colder and colder. In the corner, Elder Wei appeared and urged, Mr. Yi, please go through the small door. Quickly. Yi Yun did not move his feet and asked with interest, Elder Wei, this is your North City's territory. Why do you feel like you're panicking? Wei Lao said bitterly, Mr. Yi, can I do it without panicking? Although this is our territory. Old dog Qin caught us off guard. This treacherous old demon. I don't know when, but he arranged all the experts from the East City into the second box, and most of our North City's experts are out right now. As you can see, the auction house gate is locked. If a firefight breaks out between the two sides, our North City will have to suffer a great loss even in our own territory. Yi Yun nodded. Oh, I see. This old Qin, seemingly coming to participate in the auction, but in fact, secretly, he has already made preparations and brought enough East City experts. Oh, nice move. I'll give him a 7. Elder Wei and Ma Chongqing were both terrified. Sir, can you keep your voice down? Can't you see over there? It's about to come to blows? Mr. Yi, the head of the house has ordered to send you away first. Please hurry. Elder Wei urged again. Yi Yun shook his head. A great man, when he sees injustice on the road, he should pull out his sword to help. Not to mention the fact that I'm on pretty good terms with the one you're in charge of. Come on, I just happened to be going over there to get my hands dirty. Elder Wei and Ma Chongqing, stunned to the core, trying to block. Yi Yun had already strutted and walked over to Guan Xia's side. Tai Fei, Fong Jiahao. These male children took a look and laughed out loud. Asterisk 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 thing. At this time, even dare to throw his head. This surname Yi, dead. In my opinion, not only are you dead, you're going to be hacked to death with a messy knife and die without a body. Damn. This kid has a pit in his brain. Looks like he didn't even need us to do anything. He played himself to death. Chapter 93, No Martial Virtue. Yi Yun's appearance surprised Guan Xia. What are you doing here? Didn't I ask Elder Wei to send you out through the small door? Yi Yun shrugged his shoulders. No harm done. I just came over to see the action. Both of you fight your fights and just pretend I don't exist. Guan Xia was angry and laughing. This ingrate really had his way. It's that time of day, and you still have the nerve to talk about it here. Wang Hu pointed at Yi Yun. Surname Yi, you are sensible. Looks like you're coming forward and begging for death, doesn't it? Yi Yun glanced over and said indifferently. It's not certain who will die and who will live. What are you East Side guys waiting for? Get on. We, the Watchers, have waited for the flowers. These words made the field, both inside and outside the field, twitch their cheeks viciously. Where did this girl get the nerve to jump out and act like a ghost at this time? Master Qin snorted coldly. Old 4, shoot this arrogant child for the seat. In the East City camp, a shadowy black-clothed old man immediately shot out with a stern aura. On Guan Xia's side, he urgently ordered, Elder Wei, come here. Elder Wei let out a low shout and slapped out a palm, his body following the palm. Bang! The black-clothed old man and Elder Wei exchanged palms in the air, and both of them retreated in unison. Wei Lishan, you can't stop me. The black-clothed old man was as furious as a rainbow and pounced again. Wei Lao exhaled and solidly guarded his body in front of him, impervious to the wind. Bang! 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 The two of them were in the air, exchanging blows continuously, with strong winds shooting out in all directions. Wei Lao took a step back. His strength was ultimately a little weaker, and the center door was forced to open. The black-clothed old man seized the opportunity, let out a stern laugh, and blasted his fist at Wei Lao's chest. Stump! Stump! Wei Lao continuous backward, to the third step, tilted his head a mouthful of blood, about to spray out. Guan Xia and the others all exclaimed. At the last moment, Yi Yun gently shot out and pressed on Elder Wei's shoulder. Immediately, Wei Lao's momentum of falling backward came to a violent halt, and the blood that had rushed to his throat soothed at once. Wei Lao was ecstatic and turned around to worship. Old man, thank you Mr. Yi for saving me. If it weren't for Mr. Yi, I'm afraid that my old man would have to die from serious injuries in this battle. Yi Yun withdrew his hand and laughed. Elder Wei, you think highly of me? I merely pushed you to save you. Do you think I have that strength? The black-clothed old man snatched the first sneer up. Kid, you have self-knowledge is good. Just now, the old man, in fact, did not exert his full strength. If you put out your full strength, not to mention Wei Lishan, if you kid dares to intervene, your meridians will be totally broken on the spot by the old man's dark energy. Yi Yun had a look of fear on his face. Is that so? Then I have to thank you, Senior, for being merciful. The black-clothed old man laughed wildly, incomparably dejected. Lord Guan, the people under your command seem to be useless. Is there anyone else who can fight? If there isn't, our brothers from the east side. We won't be polite. Guan Xia bit her fawn lips tightly, knowing that if her side was any worse, the people of the East City would be reckless and directly pounce in full force. At that point, the situation will be completely out of control. Lin Chen, can you do it? Guan Xia looked towards Lin Chen, the right-hand man from Pill King Valley. The latter looked disdainfully out of the corner of his eye and disdainfully said, but an old ghost with half of his feet in the dirt. What can he be? Xia, it's really not me talking about you. From the very beginning, you should have put me on the field. With a cold snort, Lin Chen stepped up 3 steps with one hand behind his back, his eyes coldly looking at the black-clothed old man. Old dog, come here and claim your death. The black-clothed old man was furious. Little old man will kill you. Boomingly, he stepped forward and raised his hand to deliver a thunderous slap. Lin Chen had the intention to show off in front of Guan Xia, and with a snicker at the corner of his mouth, he met the enemy with one hand and slapped out the same palm. Boom! The palms of the two men, solidly bombarded together, waves of air shooting out in all directions. Lin Chen had a cold smile on his face, his eyes playful. The black-clothed old man, on the other hand, had a face that gradually surged with blood red. After barely holding on for half a second, he let out an ah of misery and flew out directly backwards. In the palm of his hand, there was a charred black mass, as if it had been scorched by a blazing fire. Wang Hu was shocked. This traitor next to Guan Xia is actually so strong? Behind Qin Shixiang, another expert swept out and hugged the screaming black-clothed old man. Old four, don't transport your energy. Your qi is sinking into the dantian. You've been poisoned. Only when the black-clothed old man settled down did this expert, with a ferocious face, walk forward. East City Meng Zhongliu, to discuss the Pill King Valley's best moves. Lin Chen still looked, well, cynical. Elder Meng, you and the dead Master Shifu are known as the 2 pillars of East City. Are you sure you want to fight me? Meng Zhongliu swung his starting stance. Your kung fu is average, but your mind is vicious. No martial virtues, poisoning and assassination in the midst of an encounter. If I don't kill you, this insidious little child, it will be hard for the old man to get rid of the hatred in his heart. Lin Chen grunted coldly. Then you, old dog Meng, come along to die as well. Xia, watch this. This crisis in the northern city can be resolved by me. Lin Chen, alone, that little white boy next to you. If I were you, I would have stomped him out a long time ago, because the press is useless. The little white boy, naturally, refers to Yi Yun. Guan Xia looked grave. Lin Chen, don't be arrogant. Meng Zhongliu, not a mediocre hand. Lin Chen snorted. In my eyes, it's all the same, destroy as usual. Boom boom, the two were instantly colliding together. Qin Shixiang said in a chilling voice, unconscionable, death-seeking thing. Wang Hu followed with a sardonic smile. Elder Meng's strength is one of the best in our East City. This grandson who plays with poison will surely pay the price. On the North City side, someone spoke up. Dong Jia, if Lin Chen is undefeated, you'll have to go on. Guan Xia exhaled. I know. Let's wait and see what happens first. Yi Yin shook his head. There's nothing to see. This kid is bound to lose. Guan Xia was puzzled. Oh, what makes you think so? The experts of the North City were also indignant. Although Yi Yun was an honored guest, but at this time, it was a bit too much to say such demoralizing words. Yi Yun said indifferently, good words, I can also tell you, but it won't change the facts. That Meng Zhongliu across the street is no better than you, Ms. Guan. So, if this Lin Chen can carry it or not, you weigh it yourself. Guan Xia's face changed. Then she said, there's no harm in it. If Lin Chen loses, I'll personally go on. Yi Yin shook his head. If this kid loses, it will be more than just you personally. The people from the east side will kill all of them in one fell swoop. In the momentum of victory, hit your north side hard. All of a sudden, the experts of the North City, each one of them turned pale, because they were clear that Yi Yun's words were correct. The other side, occupying the momentum of victory, naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity. The Great War, it seems, can't be avoided. But half of North City's experts aren't here. How can we fight? Chapter 94, more than enough rigidity, not enough softness. In the center, Lin Chen and Meng Zhongliu had fought to a white heat. Meng Zhongliu's boxing style was wide open and focused on violence and might. Lin Chen was struggling left and right, veins protruding from his face, already showing defeat. He roared violently, hiding poison in his hands, wanting to assassinate Meng Zhongliu just like last time. With a disdainful smile, Meng Zhongliu lowered his head, letting go of Lin Chen's palm. The whip leg swept out and blasted directly onto Lin Chen's knee. Taking advantage of his opponent's unsteady center of gravity, Meng Zhongliu was incomparably old-fashioned and slapped out a palm. Lin Chen raised his hand to hastily respond, but he didn't see that Meng Zhongliu was only making a false move. At the same time as he withdrew his hand, a flying dragon in the sky, his toes were already vicious, poking at Lin Chen's forehead. With a poof, a large mouthful of Lin Chen's blood gushed out wildly. After retreating several steps in a row, he took out an elixir pill in a hurry and put it into his mouth before he could stabilize his injuries. Old dog, wait for me. The defeated Lin Chen, very unwilling, hissed. Meng Zhongliu stood with his arms folded, his whiskers fluttering on his chin. A sinister and venomous little bastard like you. One more time, and you're dead. Mr. Guan, you still have people in the North City, right? If we can't get anyone, then I'm sorry, we'll just have to be rude. On Qin Shixiang's side, he also coldly ordered, prepare to kill everyone present in North City. The east side is outnumbered, though not outmatched, but the ones who came were all clear-cut martial arts experts. On the north side, there is an advantage in numbers, but they were all average fighters who couldn't stand to be killed and could only be reduced to cannon fodder. Cold sweat soaked out of Guan Xia's palms as the pressure multiplied. Good, then let me personally learn. Elder Meng, your mountain-breaking fist. She couldn't, being the leader of the North City. She had to go on by herself. Boss, no, yes dang dang, if anything happens to you, our North City will be finished. Boss, the big deal is to fight them. These sons of Es, the brethren of the North City, all of whom had reddened eyes, tried to dissuade them. Watching Guan Xia, the boss, go on alone. They would never endure it. Lin Chen covered his chest and gritted his teeth. Xia, why don't you let the brothers hold the fort, and the two of us withdraw first? After we escape, we'll bring people back and exterminate this old dog Qin Shixiang. Guan Xia was furious and slapped him across the face. What did you say? You're letting me escape alone first? Lin Chen, you're greedy for life. I don't care about you, but remember, me and you, we're not on the same page, and I would never give up on my own brother. Lin Chen, who had received a slap, was angry and furious, glaring at Guan Xia. Well, I'm doing you a favor and you're not listening, so what do you say? Currently, we, North City, can still do? Guan Xia said in a domineering manner. No how. The big deal is that the horse is still alive. The people on the East City's side were all full of banter. Wang, who was so smug, Godfather, or your old man. A brilliant plan. Take advantage of this auction to kill them by surprise. Ha ha, please, Godfather, accept my son's knee. Qin Shixiang laughed, and also felt that he, too, was worthy of being the kingpin of his generation. Just as he was about to make some remarks, a discordant voice rang out. Ms. Guan, aren't they just a bunch of dirtbags? There's really no need to make it so sad. Seeing as how you got me a lot of yuanzi at the auction, I'll begrudgingly help North City out for once. Guan Xia was overjoyed. My dear, are you really willing to go to bat for our North City? Wang Hu and the others, on the other hand, froze for a moment, followed by a hearty laugh, as if he had heard some funny joke. This mother asterisk******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** It seems that this little Yakuza is really tired of living. Come on, if Meng Lao doesn't brain you, I'll take your last name. Tai Fei, Fang Jiahao. These bystanders could not help but laugh. He doesn't think he's great, does he? Laughed the old man to death, pretending to be a bully, and not distinguishing between occasions, pretending in front of Master Qin. This punk is afraid that he won't even know how he'll die. No need to think. Another brainwashed person who is overwhelmed by beauty. He thought that by doing so, he could make Guan Xia think highly of him. In reality, I'm afraid he won't see the sun tomorrow. Lin Chen said angrily. Xia, are you crazy? Even I am no match for Meng Zhongliu, let alone this Yi? Guan Xia said indifferently. Just because you can't, doesn't mean he can't. If Yi Yun is willing to make a move, my North City is high on the list. Lin Chen was jealous again and gritted his teeth. Fine, that's what you said yourself. If this kid, by accident, gets killed, you can't blame me for not coming to the rescue. Yi Yun here had walked out toward Meng Zhongliu. He beckoned. Come on, finish the fight early and call it a day. Gang conflicts in small places are, frankly, about as boring and tedious as playing house. Meng Zhongliu was so angry that his cheeks bulged. Arrogant brat, I'll send you back to the west. Wang Hu roared. Meng Lao, blow his head off. Master Qin here also chillingly said, there is no need to stay hands, directly see blood. Swish, Meng Zhongliu's body flashed, and with two sliding steps, he arrived in front of Lin Chen. Both of his fingers were together, plunging straight into Yi Yun's eyes, vicious to the extreme. In the midst of the cries of shock, Yi Yun was not quick to raise his palm in front of the bridge of his nose. Meng Zhongliu's eye insertion was blocked. With a cry of rage, he kicked up with a mighty popping leg. Da-da-da-da. 3 consecutive kicks were let go by Yi Yun, leaving 3 footprints on the ground. On Lin Chen's face, a sinister smile appeared. This kid, he can only go so far. Next, I'm afraid that the bones, all of them, will be broken one by one. Meng Zhongliu had a combat power close to that of an innate martial artist. He formed his hands into fists and pushed straight into Yi Yun's chest and face. For so many years, the battering mountain fist, which was used to traverse the underground world, was directly made out. Hoo-hoo! The air exploded, churning waves of gas that made even those who were close to it feel pain in their face. Guan Xia's jade hand clenched tightly. Even though she trusted Yi Yun, she felt a wave of indescribable tension. Rigor is more than enough, not enough softness. Yi Yun's mouth commented. Both palms were soft, as if flowing water, and gently rested on top of Meng Zhongliu's fist. Underneath his feet, his steps were like a charm, mysterious and unfathomable. Taking Meng Zhongliu with him, he turned around in place twice. The original domineering fist power. The ice dissolved. Yi Yun backhanded. His palm was comparable to a sharp blade, cutting straight into Meng Zhongliu's neck. The latter's breath stopped and he was appalled. With a wild roar, he broke free from Yi Yun's body, the suction force that seemed like glue, and staggered back. Yi Yun's face was expressionless as he caught up with a palm and pushed it in front of Meng Zhongliu's chest. Pus. Blood instantly sprayed out, and Meng Zhongliu only felt that his body was almost about to split apart. But what scared him even more was yet to come. Yi Yun's palm was clearly so powerful, but Meng Zhongliu actually failed to be sent flying. Only by fighting off and pulling away did he have a chance of surviving. But now, his body was seriously injured. But to hell with it, he was still being sucked and pulled by Yi Yun's fists and palms. In the next second, amidst Meng Zhongliu's shriek, Yi Yun pinched his neck. Boom! Falling directly to the ground, he broke an unknown number of bones and could no longer get up. Dead silence. Yes, just dead silence. Chapter 95. Good and great. Yi Yun clapped his hands and slowly walked back to Guan Xia. What are you waiting for? Swarm and kill. Guan Xia awoke from the shock with an afterthought. Brothers, kill and take off old dog Qin's head. Wow! North City's fighters, a swarm of them, all fighting. Yi Yun's outburst, for them to bring their morale, directly from the trough, all of a sudden uplifted to the sharp peak. Lin Chen's face turned pale. This kid, how could he be so strong? It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. Wang Hu was so scared that his legs and stomach trembled. Godfather, it's not good. It's not good. Elder Meng is wasted. Let's run away. The horizontal meat on Qin Shixiang's face wriggled viciously. Useless thing. Meng Zhongliu is ruined. There's still my old man. I, East Side, am not that fragile. All of you, kill me. Immediately, both sides of the horses and men fight together. Miserable screams endless. Qin Shixiang did not follow suit, but instead, he was dead, staring at Yi Yun who had retreated to the side. This person made him feel a deadly threat. If the North City had this person joining it, then his East City, I'm afraid, would have to play through. Fang Jiahao, Tai Fei, and other eunuchs took advantage of the chaos to hold their heads one by one. All panicked. With ease, Yi Yun cleaned up Meng Zhongliu. This scene directly scared several people, to the point where their throats went dry, especially Tai Fei, who was awesome and bombastic before and wanted to go over in Yi Yun. At the moment, his mouth was full of bitterness, a strong prayer. This great God, don't find me, don't ever. However, it was not to be. At the gate of the auction house, Yi Yun did not know when, but had already wandered over. Oh, a few big boys? What's the panic? Can't you see that we are here, being wonderful? Fang Jiahao took 2 steps back and shivered. Yi Yun, what are you doing? Trouble don't block our way. Yi Yun inserted one hand into his pocket and laughed. I remember before, a few of you seem to have a not so small opinion of me. Don't you want to settle the score with me? I'm waiting. Tai Fei coldly grunted. Yi Yun, it was indeed this young man, who had no eyes before. Now, our grudge, one and done. Please make way. Yi Yun smiled. A write-off? I don't think that's necessary. I still like you broads. Awesome boom boom. When he said that, he directly slapped Tai Fei's face. Smoked Tai Fei, brain buzzing, almost did not stand still. Bastard, how dare you hit me? Snap. Raising his hand and slapping a few more times, Yi Yun struck out without a care in the world. Tai Fei was directly smacked, turning into a pig's face in seconds. Glaring at Yi Yun, his eyes almost spitting fire. Yi Yun, I am the young master of the extreme Dao martial school. If you humiliate me like this, my father, as the helmsman of the martial arts school, will never let you go. Looking at the other party, that colorful and pussy-like, Yi Yun's face was disdainful. These slaps are just to teach you a long lesson. It's not once or twice that I've crossed paths with you. The extreme Dao martial school. If you want to live longer, I advise you to behave yourself in the future. Of course, if you want to die young, I'll be happy to give you a ride. Tai Fei covered his face, not daring to say another word. Yi Yun smiled playfully and slapped out another slap. Fang Jiahao hissed, don't you go too far. Snap. Yi Yun's big ear scratch flew over again. Fang Jiahao was much weaker than Tai Fei and was directly jerked out, like a dead dog. On the ground, leaning to the side, Pan Dabiao, who had a big belly that resembled a fat chicken, shivered. He hung his head dead low, thinking that Yi Yun had cleaned up Tai Fei, Fang Jiahao, and would stop there. With a bang, Yi Yun slapped him right on the back of his head. Pan Dabiao hissed miserably, face down, and came to a solid dog's ass. Big brother, spare your life, spare your life. Little brother didn't offend you. At most, last time, I had the eyes not to recognize Tai, and I bumped into you. Apologize. Can't I apologize to you? Yi Yun coldly swept a glance at a few people. Get lost. Immediately, the few unlucky people who had been smacked in the face were like amnesties, and walked away with their asses in the air. The firefight between North City and East City had spread outside the auction house. Both sides are killing each other, each calling to shake people down. Half an hour later, Guanxia, covered in blood, returned with her people. Yi Yun, I, Bei Cheng, owe you a heavenly favor. Turning to Yi Yun, Guanxia bowed deeply. The experts of North City followed closely behind. Your Excellency Yi Yun, North City thanks you a million times over. Yi Yun smiled flatly. There's no need to make it so formal. Talk about it. The results of the battle if. Elder Wei said excitedly. After this battle, East City has been greatly wounded and is no longer a cause for concern. Guanxia's beautiful eyes were glowing as she looked adoringly at Yi Yun. Injustice. You helped me in North City and seriously injured Meng Zhongliu, which was tantamount to severing one of Qin Shixiang's arms once again. This old dog, he deserves to be a lord of his generation. Sparing serious injuries, he saved the lives of several of East City's greatest experts. But it's not very useful. Just one more attack is needed, and the 4 major underground forces in Jiangnan City will be completely wiped out by one force. Yi Yun shook his head and said, a wounded beast is often more terrifying than before it was wounded. I don't recommend the northern city, and attack the eastern city right away. Sakia froze. What should we do then? This is a great opportunity. Yi Yun slowly said, it's very simple. Unite with West City, and South City, and pull these forces down with you. In that case, the group will attack, and Dongchang will surely die. This thought, something Guanxia did not have, frowned on the spot. With a snort, Lin Chen walked out. Yi Yun, you perhaps have a few fires in your fists, but in terms of strategic vision, let's just say that you're downright ratty. The experts of the North City were also filled with confusion. According to reason, such a great opportunity, it is the time to beat the dog. If this is the time to go and unite the other two, wouldn't that mean that the fat that North Side had scored ended up having to be shared out? That way, it's too uneconomical. Yi Yun said indifferently, I'm just suggesting. It's your North City's business whether you listen or not. The so-called trapped beasts are still fighting, let alone an old fox like Qin Shixiang. It may be easy to hit him hard, but it's going to take a bite out of East City. Guan Dongjia, think about it yourself. Does your North City alone really have that kind of strength? Even if there is, aren't you afraid to eat it hard, stuff your teeth, and end up losing both? Guanxia blushed and let out a breath. Okay, I'll listen to you. Lin Chen said angrily. Xia, why should we listen to him? Although this kid has helped us, he simply knows nothing about the pattern of the major powers in Jiangnan. Guanxia said coldly. Then according to you, what do you want? Lin Chen snorted coldly and said proudly. The current East City is already a situation of waiting for death. If you give me a group of people, I, Lin Chen, myself, will be able to exterminate this old dog Qin Shixiang. Guanxia murmured, his heart somewhat moved. Finally, she frowned and asked, Lin Chen, are you really sure? Lin Chen sneered. If I wasn't sure, I wouldn't have said such things. This one, Yi, might be able to help you a little. I, on the other hand, can help you take the East City directly. Between the two, which is more important? You weigh it yourself. Guanxia pursed her lips. Okay, then you take the men and see what happens. Lin Chen immediately ordered up people and took off. Before leaving, He glanced disdainfully at Yi Yun. The meaning was obvious. To steal Guan Xia from him, Yi Yun was not worthy. Ugh, nice words for a damn ghost. Yi Yun shook his head. Guan Xia smiled bitterly. Actually, I don't dare to take the risk. But you probably don't know that Lin Chen is a senior disciple of the Pilking Valley. And Pilking Valley has been presumptuously meddling in the Jiangnan city side. This Lin Chen, many times making decisions. I'm not too in control. Yi Yun skimmed his lips and said, no harm done. This brat is good for nothing and will soon learn his lesson. Chapter 96, A Great Defeat. With that picture of the group of flowers competing with each other, as well as more than $100 million in the card, Yi Yun was happy and returned to Changle Palace. On this trip to North City, Guan Xia, the Black Widow, was really given enough oil. Well, Yi Yun, you're back. Su Yuer was in the kitchen, busy with her work. On the table, a sumptuous dish had been laid. Yi Yun glanced at it and said in a bad mood, Miss Su, you rely on me every day. You can't really think of it as your own home, can you? Su Yuer said pitifully, you're such a heartless person. What's wrong with me just staying for a few days? Yi Yun wondered. Your family, don't they care about you? Not afraid that you are in danger? Su Yuer spat out her tongue. I told my family that I found a boyfriend, a rich second generation from the province. They all thought that I fell in love every day. Yi Yun Khan, this goblin, can really be fooled. Hey, is that a painting or calligraphy in your hand? Give me a look. Seeing the item in Yi Yun's hand, Su Yuer came to be interested. Yi Yun shook his head. This is a famous painting. Don't touch it. Su Yuer snatched it over, opened it and looked at it. And famous paintings? Can't see that you have art cells. Ah, Yi Yun, you actually bought this kind of thing. Shame on you. I'm going to tell Sam. Upon seeing the contents of the painting, Su Yuer blushed and immediately exclaimed. Yi Yun saw the strange and put the painting away. What do you know? This picture of a group of flowers competing with each other is worth at least $50 million. Not something a mundane like you can appreciate. Su Yuer still felt her face was on fire, and she coldly grunted. Yi Yun, Shan doesn't give you a touch. You live alone again. Are you horny? Yi Yun sat down to eat and didn't bother with her. Su Yuer continued biting her lower lip and hinted. You that, if you really want to, I don't mind. Yi Yun glanced at her. Miss Su, are you really want to sleep with me? Su Yuer was mortified and said angrily. You fart. I'm not that cheap. I just want to be a young grandmother. I want to be the mistress of this longhouse, trying to take good advantage of the opportunity to make my Su family soar. Yi Yun nodded. At this point, he did believe that Su Yuer spoke from the heart. That night, Lin Chen, the general of the North City, raided the East City base camp with 200 good men. Such a credit, as long as I take it. In the future, I will be the second person in the North City, just below Xia. Humph. At that time, I'll propose to Xia again. If she still doesn't comply, then just drug her. As long as the person gets it, there's no worry that she won't. In the future, obey obediently. Amidst the hiss of the charge, Lin Chen beautifully fantasized. Guan Xia, a widow, has been celibate since giving birth. That extreme seductive power, as well as that powerful body, had tormented Lin Chen, and was about to go crazy. Yes, he loves human wives to death. And the best of wives is naturally the widow whose husband has died. The East Side's home base. A touchdown. Lin Chen led his brothers with a murderous spirit and was even more invigorated. Men, charge with me. After tonight, eat fragrant food, drink spicy food. 3 wives and 4 concubines. Lousy will arrange them all for you. Lin Chen loudly boosted his morale. An old man from North City gruffly spoke. Boss Lin, it always feels like something is wrong. Up and down the East Side. Though, people are on edge. But isn't it too easy for us to kill our way in? So easily? Lin Chen grunted coldly. You suspect fraud? There's no need to worry too much. This old dog, Qin Shixiong, is already at the end of his rope. If there's a fraud, Lin Chen, will still get him killed. As soon as the words fell, there came from the front, the screams of the North City beaters. The situation, which had been so strong, was also curbed at once. That North City expert lost his voice and said, not good. There is indeed a fraud. Lin Chen didn't say a word, and with his long sword in hand, he killed. Boo! Head on, a huge war hammer came blasting towards him. In one fell swoop, the shock caused Lin Chen's chi and blood to tumble, almost spurting blood on the spot. With a mixture of shock and anger, he looked up and immediately his pupils contracted viciously. One could only see East City Overlord Qin Shixiong, his face expressionless, the huge hammer in his hand, covered in blood. A bunch of jumping clowns. Do you really think that this piece of fat meat, my East City, is so easy to eat into your mouth? Qin Shixiang struck out, and wherever he passed, there was a series of miserable screams, and no one was able to block it at all. Kill all these North City scumbags, leave no one behind. Lin Chen panicked and gritted his teeth to pounce, but it's no use. The people of the East Side are extraordinarily tough. Surprisingly, it was less than a few minutes before the North City's beaters were settled. Seeing that the situation was not right, that North City elder said mournfully, "Boss Lin, retreat, we don't have a chance." Lin Chen's eyes glowed red as he roared furiously. "No retreating, fight to the death and make sure to take off old dog Qin's head." That old man laughed miserably. "Boss Lin, if we continue to kill, you and I will both die. I know you're trying to get credit, but this time, you're wrong, dead wrong." Lin Chen's face twisted as he viciously waved the long sword in his hand. Of course he knew that he had been careless, and that one false move was all that mattered. However, he was not willing to return just like that. At that point, what would the people of North City think of him? And how would Quan Xia? How would he feel about his failure? Bang bang, 2 crashes, powerful. Lin Chen finally couldn't hold it together and opened his mouth to spray blood furiously. Qin Shixiang had a ferocious look on his face. "Little child surnamed Lin, with you also want to destroy my East City? Get the hell out of here. Today, Laozi will teach you a lesson about the dangers of the Jianghu." Seeing the other party, he was about to kill again. Lin Chen's eyes were fearful, finally panicking. Turning around, he didn't even want his sword, running for his life. But ahead, the 2 great masters of the East City were waiting there. One jumped out and was about to block his retreat. "Help me! Help me!" Lin Chen was greedy and afraid of death and directly ordered his subordinates to save him. That old man of the North City, with a clench of his teeth, took his place and carried the attacks that followed. On the spot, he was beaten to the point that his chest was shattered and he died a violent death. And with this opportunity, Lin Chen finally escaped with his life. His eyes were bloodshot and he turned to look, only to see that none of the 200 or so good men brought along the way had survived. "It's not that I'm incompetent, but I was ambushed by East Side. So Xia, you can't blame me." In his mind, Lin Chen immediately looked for excuses, and when he was alone, he fled back to the North City. The entire North City's experts fell into silence. Guan Xia sat in the main seat, her face cold to the core. "So you buried over 200 of our brothers. Over 200 lives?" Lin Chen covered his wounds and gritted his teeth. "Xia, if you give me another chance, I will definitely avenge my brothers." Guan Xia stood up violently. "Shut up, chance? Look at you like that. Are you still qualified to ask for a chance? Lin Chen, you really are a mediocrity." The experts of the North City, one by one, also shook their heads and sighed. "Alas, if I had known, I should have listened to His Excellency Yi Yun. I, Bei Cheng, wrongly trusted the villain and deserved this." Chapter 97, Calling the Old Ancestor. Previously, Su Xian, the crazy batch of women, had made a bet with Yi Yun. As long as the crisis of Su's group can be lifted, she then called Yi Yun Old Ancestor. Originally, she was going to call out to her father, but Yi Yun disliked her for being unfilial and wouldn't let her. Early in the morning, Yi Yun came to the group and went straight to the conference room. Susan was puzzled. "Yi Yun, what are you up to?" Yi Yun sat with an old spirit, calling everyone to a meeting to witness my high time as an old ancestor. Susan was clouded. Soon, the major executives, one after another, walked into the conference room. Finally, there was Su Chang, the grand president, and Su Xian, the general manager. "Yi Yun, you better have a reason." Su Chang's face collapsed as soon as he entered. "Otherwise, you have nothing to do. Calling us here, that's a waste of time and against the group's rules and regulations." Yi Yun said carelessly, "Of course there's something, and it's a big deal. First of all, let me ask you, Grand President, has the crisis of the group being blocked by the Fong family been lifted?" Su Chang grunted coldly and reluctantly said, "It's barely a way to get through it. However, don't be complacent. The cooperation with the Tiger's Nest group can be a lot more difficult." Yi Yun waved his hand and said, "The level of difficulty, that's a subsequent matter. I'll only talk about the current one." General Manager Su Xian, come out for a moment. Su Xian sneered. "Yi Yun, you wouldn't have taken the wrong medicine, would you? Don't think you're tailing off because you've done some for the group. For the sake of the group, command me. Are you worthy?" Yi Yun seemed to smile. "Su Xian, still remember before, the bet between the two of us, right? The crisis of the group is lifted, and you'll have to call me old man. Now, the old ancestors are sitting here, waiting for you to pay your respects." Su Xian's body shook before she reacted. Incomparably humiliated. "Yi Yun, don't go too far. This is a company. Do you think it's appropriate for you to make such a request? Yi Yun sneered. It is precisely because this is a company that I am doing business. Now, the crisis of the group has been set right by me. You ungrateful grandson. It's time to kneel down and call your old ancestor. Su Xian's face reddened. Yi Yun looked at Su Chang and smiled. Grand President, you were there. Now, the GM looks somewhat like he's going to talk out of his ass. As the leader of the group, she has gone back on her word instead of leading by example. If we mess up like this, I'm afraid the group's credibility in the future will be greatly reduced. Su Chang secretly clenched his fists. This kid was bullying people too much. If Su Xian called Yi Yun an old ancestor, wouldn't that mean that it was also his old ancestor? It is simply outrageous. Susan crossed her jade leg, the exposed calf part, well-proportioned and delicate, and faintly said, General Manager, as the leader of the group, if you have said something, you have to fulfill it. So don't delay everyone. Honor the promise. Su Xian said angrily. Su Shan, don't go too far. Susan indifferently. I'm just claiming the facts. What do you think, uncle? The question was thrown to Su Chang, and his old face was incomparably ugly. Yi Yun, you and Xian, Shan and the others, are of the same generation. It's still more or less inappropriate to have Xian call you old ancestor. Yi Yun smiled. Grand President, you are wrong. Su Xian called me old ancestor. It was her own willingness to gamble. As for whether I admit it or not, that's my business. But provided, surely, she has to call out first, right? Su Chang didn't speak anymore. His face was incredibly dark. Su Xian couldn't carry the pressure around her and gritted her teeth. Old ancestor. Yi Yun sidetracked his ears. What did you say? Speak louder. The old ancestor's ears are not working well. He didn't hear. Susan snorted right out a petulant laugh. This devil man. Su Xian was humiliated to the extreme and said loudly, Old ancestor. Satisfied? Yi Yun let out a sigh and shook his head. Unsatisfied. Very unsatisfied. Because the old ancestor did not expect that I would live a bright and honorable life, worthy of heaven and earth. Surprisingly, I would give birth to such a sinful offspring as you. Now, Susan wasn't the only one who couldn't tense up. Even the group executives, they couldn't help but coo and laugh out loud. Bang! Su Chang couldn't bear it and slapped the table in anger. Su Shan, you condone this lawless maniac, flaunting his power in my Su family's territory. I'm telling you, your good times are over. Susan had a mocking look on her face. Eldest uncle, this time, how ruthless are you going to be, treating your own niece? Su Chang said morosely. I don't have a niece as capable as you, bullying your own family. You don't know yet, right? Director Guo filed an impeachment to the board of directors, saying that you, the vice president, are malfeasance and slacking off, and applying for your dismissal. Susan's heart, all of a sudden sprung up 3 points of fire. Where is Director Guo right now? I'd like to ask him myself how I, Susan, am guilty of malpractice. Su Xian sneered. What? Panicked? People Guodong is getting older and hardly comes to the group now. The impeachment against you was submitted directly to the old Taijun. Shan, this time you're trouble. I'm afraid it's really not small yo. While walking towards the outside of the conference room, Su Xian looked over to Yi Yun's side again, her face full of resentment. If Susan gets out of the way, I'm afraid you won't be in the limelight for much longer as a house son-in-law. Yi Yun, you'd better seize the moment and enjoy the present, because soon, without my Su family's support, you'll have to beg for food on the streets. Yi Yun's face was bland, saying that you are unfilial. You are still unconvinced. Day in and day out, you just know how to give me, the old patriarch, a hard time. If I had known, back in the day, old ancestor me, I should have just shot myself on the ground, so that you, the offspring of garbage, will never be able to make it. Su Xian froze for a moment before reacting to Yi Yun's meaning. Yi Yun's words were not very hurtful, but insulting simply. Even Su Chang was so angry that he almost fainted on the spot. Susan, you flunky, I will never let him go. Susan looked at Yi Yun and said, between Director Guat and I, we have always been well watered. Suddenly senating me must have been encouraged by someone. Yi Yun said indifferently, no need to think, it is bound to be his wife who stole a man outside, secretly messing around, taking revenge on you and me. Susan nodded, agreeing that it should be. Last time, she and Yi Yun went to look at houses, just happened to bump into Director Guo's petite wife, fooling around with Pan Dabiao from Pan's real estate. The other party was worried that Susan would tell Director Guo about what happened and came to strike first, which was indeed ruthless enough. Her phone rang, and it was Elder Su calling, very nonchalantly. Susan, your VP position, on hold. You don't have to say anything, I don't want to hear your explanation. Asshole, you're quite capable. Even Director Gui you offended. Do you think you are very great now? Chapter 98 Slander. After yelling, Elder Taijun Su didn't give Susan a chance to speak at all and directly hung up. She listens to whatever people say. In her eyes, a flash of resignation surfaced, and Susan's heart chilled. Is it true, old lady, that there is no trust in me at all? Yi Yun shrugged his shoulders, his eyes flickering with ice-cold light. Su Chang's family, long ago. Your old lady, coaxed to 5 fans. Director Gui is another important person in your Su group, and only needs to express his dissatisfaction a little. Su Chang and Su Shen, father and daughter, took the opportunity to fan the flames. It's a wonder that you can sit still in this vice president's position. Susan gritted her teeth, but I can't figure it out. It's all family. My dad and Su Chang, still blood brothers, are they, indeed, so intolerant of me? Yi Yun said with a straight face. Shan, you remember, in this world, the closest relationship, even if it's a brother, it's all worthless in the face of profit, money, and fame. Right now, Su Chang's father and daughter are just ostracizing you and suppressing you. In the future, a direct threat to you, humanitarian destruction, is not out of the question. Susan coldly said, I can be aggravated, but my parents, and you, I don't want you guys to get the bird. Yi Yun, accompany me to Director Guo's house. I want to talk to him. As you wish. Director Guo's house, a large detached villa in the wealthy area in the western part of Jiangnan City. Yi Yun and Susan got out of the car and went up to ring the doorbell. The butler walked out and asked, You too, do you need something? Su Shan said, Please inform Director Guo. Just say that Su Shan from Su Plan Group is visiting. The housekeeper's face immediately sank. So, you are Mr. Su. Then this one beside you must be the Su family's door-to-door son-in-law. That Yi Yun. Susan frowned. You know us? The butler grunted coldly. The two of you please go back. The Guo family does not welcome you. Especially this door-to-door son-in-law. How dare he be rude to our lady? If it weren't for his lordship's generosity, Mr. Su, this door-to-door son-in-law of yours, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to escape a severe beating. Su Shan was slightly angry. Old man, listening to your tone, what did Ji Yun do to your family's wife? You make your words clear. The housekeeper coldly said. Mr. Su shouldn't knowingly ask. Anyway, the master doesn't want to see you, so please go back. Susan was furious, but there was nothing she could do. Yi Yun sneered. You are Director Guo's housekeeper, right? I advise you to open the door immediately. If there are any misunderstandings, I will communicate with your master face to face. The butler was already walking back and said disdainfully. What? Listening to your tone, you still want to beat me? Or dare to move the Guo family? Why don't you? A door-to-door son-in-law. Try it? That look was quite a bit of doggy arrogance. Yi Yun's eyes chilled as he fumbled for the phone and immediately called out. Susan was unsure. Yi Yun, what are you doing? Security is tight here, and Director Guo has quite a reputation, so we'd better not mess around. Yi Yun disdained. An old man with a cuckold on his head is not worthy of letting me mess around. The phone call. He was calling North City Guanxia. Let's arrange for a few hooligans to come over and teach this Guo family a lesson. Soon, 4 or 5 street yellows rushed by with their asses in the air. Mr. Yi, what are your orders? Looking at Yi Yun, the great benefactor of the North City, they all had a pleasing face. Break it down. Break down the door. Yi Yun pointed to the gate of Director Guo's house. Also, get some turds over here and splash them on me. A few yellow hairs had glowing eyes. They were the best at this kind of thing. Turned his head and went to get ready, returning 10 minutes later with the guy who did it. First of all, a group of people unloaded the gate of Director Kwok's house. Then carrying a big turd, he threw it inside the garden, and the house, one after the other. A roiling stench filled the air in this regard, and Susan was stunned to see it. Yi Yun, aren't we going a bit overboard with this? Yi Yun raised his head and looked at the sky with an I don't know anything look. Doing this? Sam, we didn't do anything right, did we? This is clearly, those street punks messed up. If Director Guo wants to pursue this, it has nothing to do with us. The moment. Inside the large villa, Director Guo's young petite wife, Zhang Yuru, was wearing a revealing halter nightgown, revealing a milky white skin. Stuffing a large grape into her mouth, Zhang Yuru snorted. This pair of dogs, get lost, right? The butler smiled apologetically. Don't worry, ma'am, it should be rolling. I pressed them to get in the door and cursed. Zhang Yuru's pair of beautiful legs, sticking out from under the suspenders, casually rested on the butler's hands. Well done. Rub my legs. It's exhausting to go out and spend every day lately. The butler, who was almost 60, wrapped his arms around a pair of jade legs and couldn't wait to kiss it. masters this little petite wife, usually at home this virtue, loose and casual, hooked him a handful of years old, but also greedy. Suddenly, Zhang Yuru covered her nose and screamed, "What's that smell? Go check it out. How come it stinks so bad?" The butler immediately rushed out the door, and at first glance, nearly took his back. The floor is full of large feces, smoked originally clean and high-grade villa. The face is completely different. Director Gua, who was in the study upstairs, was also stunk out and ran out, furiously saying, "Who did this? Catch the person for me right away and beat him to death." Yi Yun and Susan, at this time, walked in. "Oops, those punks, they just finished running. Originally, I wanted to catch them for you, Guodong, but you, Guodong, seem to, somewhat hate me, so I left it alone." Yi Yun was in a serious mood, talking nonsense. Susan was on the sidelines, holding in her laughter. Director Guo's hair was white, almost 70 years old, and he was so angry that his chest kept twitching. "This group of little mongrels, it's best if you don't let me catch them, or else one by one, they'll be dead." "That's right, Mr. Su. I told you I don't see guests. Isn't it a bit rude of you to come here uninvited?" Su Shan said in a deep voice. "Guodong, between us, there are some misunderstandings that I want to clarify with you face to face." Director Guo grunted coldly. "There's nothing to talk about. I know everything. You, the son-in-law of the house, have misbehaved and violated my wife at the site of sex. After being discovered, he still refuses to admit it. Humph, if it weren't for your sake, I'd have to clean him up." Susan said angrily, "When did Ji Yun violate your wife?" "Dong Gua, everything is about evidence, right?" Director Gua followed angrily. "Fine, since you've made it clear, I'll ignore this old face. Does your family also have a suite in waterfront court that just happens to be adjacent to my wife's room? That time, you guys went to look at the house and saw my wife at home in a cool dress. You, the son-in-law of the house, got the wrong idea, am I right?" Susan sneered. "Ridiculous, the truth of the matter is clearly your wife, stealing outside. That time, Yi Yun and I went over to look at a house, and all of a sudden we bumped into her good deed. She doesn't give you candor, not to mention she bites back." Director Guo was shocked and angry. "What did you say?" Zhang Yuru cried out and ran out at this time. "Hubby, listen, how did these people slander me? How much I've suffered by marrying you. Now, yet I have to be chewed out. In that case, I'm not going to live. I'm going to die." She was splashing, fussing, and hanging herself, which made Director Guo's heart ache. "Egu my heart, don't cry yet, don't be angry. I'll do it for you." After coaxing his little petite wife, Director Guo turned around and pointed at Yi Yun. "My wife's words, I believe them 100%. Kid, you already have a wife and you still do something so shameless. Now, get the hell out of my house. Immediately." Cough cough. Emotionally, he coughed violently. Susan looked at Zhang Yuru. "As Guodong's wife, are you doing this to stand up to him?" Zhang Yuru sneered. "Since marrying my husband, I've loved him with all my heart and soul, and I've even let him have a child late in life. Susan, who are you to talk about me? Better take your husband and get as far away as you can." Susan was furious. Seeing this, Zhang Yuru's heart was even more pleased, revealing a disdainful smile, as if to say, "What can you do? Bite me? People are doing. The sky is watching, and sooner or later you will eat your retribution." Yi Yun said faintly, pulled Susan, and turned to leave. "Yi Yun, could it be that we're just leaving like this? This person, she slandered you. Susan is still fighting." Yi Yun walked towards the door with a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. "In less than 10 seconds, they will have to invite me back." Chapter 99, Old Gua. "You're a bitter man too. 10 seconds? Please go back?" Susan didn't quite believe it and thought Yi Yun was bragging. At the back, however, there was a cry of alarm. "Ouch, master, what's wrong with you? Quick, take it to the hospital. The master is dying." Director Guo convulsed, rolled his eyes, and fell to the ground. The housekeeper and Zhang Yuru, frightened, lost their hands and feet. Looking at the two Yi Yuns who left, the butler hurriedly ran forward. "Mr. Su, please also help and send the old master to the hospital." Susan was stunned. Yi Yun was really right. It didn't even take 10 seconds for this butler to come and invite people. "Your lordship, suffering from an acute illness," Yi Yun slowly said. "By the time we get to the hospital, the person will have long since died." The housekeeper's face blanched. "What then? His lordship is the pillar of this family. If anything happens to him, the family will fall apart." Yi Yun said indifferently, "I can save your master, but there's a prerequisite. You give me Zhang Yuru, this shrew, to off to the side." The butler hesitated briefly and agreed. "Yes, I'll ask the lady to go away, but if you can't save our lord, There will be consequences. Yi Yun coldly grunted and returned to carry Director Guo into the living room sofa to lie down. Susan anxiously said, Yi Yun, what exactly is the situation with Director Guo? She knew that Yi Yun had good medical skills and had saved North City overlord Guan Xia and her daughter. Old Gui was also a man of nature, who took too many supplements and tonics and piled them up. While Yi Yun was treating him, he said with amusement, to put it bluntly, this old thing is a handful of years old. His heart is not old and his desire is still strong. It took a big dose of sexual supplements, and all kinds of supplements, to cause this to end. Susan blushed and glared. Director Gui is at this age. It's not as exaggerated as you say, right? Yi Yun snorted. Exaggeration? You underestimate a man's desire to pass on his family name. Sleeping with beautiful women is something that is engraved in the genes. Even if you're lying in a coffin, you can't wait to be buried with a beautiful woman. Susan was mortified. This guy, it was nonsense. She didn't believe that Director Guo could still play at his age. Yi Yun's hand pressed at Director Guo's human center. Not long after, the old man awoke. It was you. Saved me, Mr. Su. Thank you both. Although not quite willing to do so, Director Guo still opened his mouth to say thank you. Yi Yun held his arms and laughed. Guo Dong, everything must have a degree. You're still so playful at your age. Sooner or later your body won't be able to handle it. Director Guo's old face turned red and he was a bit annoyed, but he didn't object. Susan was speechless, not realizing that what Yi Yun said was still true. This Director Guo is really an old man with a big addiction. Ugh, I actually realized 6 months ago that something was wrong with my body. Director Guo leaned back on the sofa and sighed. But Minister Yi, you and I are both men. We should be clear that there just happens to be a beautiful wife like a flower at home. It's hard to imagine what it's like to just look at it and not be able to eat it. Yi Yun laughed. Director Guo, I completely understand how you feel, because you and I are, in fact, pretty much the same. Director Guo froze, glanced at Susan and then at Yi Yun, and said suspiciously, both of you, is it possible that the couple's life is not harmonious? Shouldn't be. I see Minister Yi. You, rich and strong, just at the right time to be able to do it. Yi Yun shook his head and sighed. I have a long spear that should have been conquering the 4 directions, but nay, there is nowhere to kill the enemy. So sadly, it can only be left to rust. Director Kwok is a man of his age. As soon as I heard that, it was instantly clear. At once, he felt that Yi Yun and himself were people with the same illness. The gaze towards Yi Yun was also much smoother. Susan was mortified. You two talk. I'll take a look around. Yi Yun called out. Don't, daughter-in-law, don't go. We'll talk business right away. Susan grunted softly, her face flushed, which made her stay. She's all convinced that this superb husband, what, by the looks of it, is shortchanging you? I can't believe I'm poking my nose into Director Guo about something so personal. Director Guo said with a straight face, Minister Yi, I'm grateful that you saved my life, but what you did to my wife, I cannot forgive. Yi Yun propped up his forehead and said, Old thing, you're still obsessed up to this point, aren't you? We all told you, your wife is just out stealing men. Director Guo looked disbelieving and firmly said, Impossible, never. Yuru was 63 years old before I married her, and she has been loyal to me. During that time, she gave me a very good experience, and gave me a big fat baby boy. Yi Yun was stunned. Wait, you said, Zhang Yuru gave you a son? Director Guo proudly said, Not bad, the two of us just have a son. The joy of getting a son in old age is something you're too young to appreciate. Yi Yun wanted to say something, but finally patted Director Guo's shoulder. Old Guo, you are also a bitter person. Director Guo said unhappily, Minister Yi, I can see that you're unconventional and wildly uninhibited, but that's something I don't like to hear from you. I am now wealthy and free, with a wife and children. What misery is there? Susan also said, Yi Yun, don't talk nonsense. Director Guo, as our Su's major shareholder, is not bad at anything alright. Yi Yun sighed and shook his head. Director Guo, indeed nothing is bad. Social status, money, proper diamond mannequin. But have you thought about it? Because of this, Zhang Yuru is thinking about it. To tell the truth, you, Director Guo, are actually unable to bear children. What exactly does that mean? I don't think, without me being blunt? At those words, Director Guo froze. Susan was also shocked and hurriedly said, Yi Yun, don't talk nonsense. That's the kind of talk that's responsible for. Yi Yun said indifferently, Director Guo, there is no need for me to deceive you. And there is even no need for me to incur your wrath because of this. In the course of treating you just now, I've already checked that you've been dead sperm for at least 10 years, so it's impossible for you to have a child with Zhang Yuru. On Director Guo's forehead, Cold sweat immediately came down as he furiously said, Yi Yun, shut up. I didn't think that I'd give you a little FaceTime before you hit the snake. In that case, get the hell out of my house. Yi Yun stood up and prepared to walk away. That's all there is to say, whether you listen or not. Old Gua, is your business. By the way, I'll ask again in passing, you have an ex-wife, don't you? Director Gua subconsciously said, 2 ex-wives. What happened? Yi Yun pondered. If I'm right, these 2 ex-wives of yours, neither of them carried your seed, right? And with a family business as big as yours, it would be a real shame if you didn't have an heir. Director Gua defended. My 2 ex-wives, they are both useless. It was because they couldn't give me offspring that I got divorced. But now, Yuru has given me a son, and that's what I want. Now, even Susan couldn't listen anymore. Her face complex. Director Gua. Then is there a possibility? Actually, it's not that your ex-wives, they can't give birth. Rather, here you are, with a physical problem. Director Gua's lips trembled and began to turn pale as he muttered. No, Yuru listens to me very well. There's no way she would betray me. Never. Yi Yun sighed. I know, at your age, this result is a big blow to you. But Lao Gua, you don't want to, either, be cuckolded all the time, or even raise a son for someone, do you? Director Gua looked over, his eyes reddening. Yi Yun, what are you trying to say? Yi Yun said, it's very simple. Take your son, go to the hospital and do a paternity test, and everything will be revealed. If I'm wrong, you can retaliate all you want. In Director Gua's mind, the seeds of doubt had been planted. Calling for the butler, he said in a cold voice, bring the young master here and go with me to the hospital. The butler froze. Master, what's the point of going to the hospital? Director Gua yelled. Bring the young master here. Are you deaf? Chapter 100, The Great Cuckold. Soon, Zhang Yuru brought a half-grown boy with her. Honey, what do you mean by that? A paternity test? So, instead of trusting me, you trust these 2 outsiders? Zhang Yuru questioned, her face aggravated, tears coming down again. Director Gua didn't look at her and just said forcefully, doing a paternity test is legal and compliant. You don't have to interfere. Take your son and immediately get in the car and go out. Zhang Yuru's face, all of a sudden, became alarmed. Pointing at Susan and Yi Yun, he cursed, you pair of dogs, if you cause my good life to be lost, I will make you look good. Susan sneered, Zhang Yuru, are you still a human being? Eat guadons, live in guadons, and finally, you cuckolded him. That's not even saying that even the son isn't his. How did you put up with it? Zhang Yuru yelled. Susan, shut up. Yes, I do what? It's all on him. But don't you see, he's 70. I, on the other hand, have just turned 30 and am in the prime of my life. Room service, he can't fulfill me. Emotional value, he can't give me. He couldn't give me anything but money. And those 3 short seconds, if I don't have some fun, are all the years of my life, down the road, going to be wasted for him, being a fool's wife? Susan was furious. All women. She really felt that this Zhang Yuru was hopeless. This old waste of space was actually moved by you guys. Zhang Yuru's face, uncertain, but the paternity test, at least a few working days before the results. Humph, I still have plenty of opportunities. Yi Yun smiled. I'm sorry, 2 or 3 hours will do if it's the fastest. Zhang Yuru's face, completely changed, turned around and rushed upstairs, wanting to pack up and run away. Susan gritted her teeth and said, this wants to escape, I will never allow it. Yi Yun said easily, don't rush, we'll just watch the show. Director Gua is old, but not stupid. What to do about it? The old man knows. Just as the words fell, several black-clothed bodyguards directly rushed in. The butler barked, what are you doing? One of the bodyguards, with a cold face, Elder Gua ordered that madam, as well as the villa's servants, no one is allowed to leave until he returns. Zhang Yuru, carrying her suitcase, rushed downstairs to look at the scene and directly went limp. 2 hours later, Director Gua returned home with his child. His face blue. In his hand, he held the hospital examination report. With his position and money power, he did a direct expedite, and the results came out in the fastest time possible. Bitch! The inspection report in his hand, split his head and fell on Zhang Yuru's face. Director Gua yelled, what else do you have to say in your defense? Zhang Yuru cried out, husband, I'm wrong, I'm really wrong, please, will you forgive me this time? Director Gua's face was furious, whose child is it? Zhang Yuru had a face that was difficult to talk about and muffled her voice. Susan said, Gua Dong, I think I know something. Boy, it should belong to Pan's Real Estate's young proprietor, Pan Dabiao. Director Gua gritted his teeth. Pan's Real Estate? Good. I'm not done with them. Zhang Yuru, however, shouted. No, the child is not Panda Biao's. With him, I'm just playing around. Hiss. Director Guo drew in a breath of cold air and looked at little petite wife in disbelief. So there's more than one man you're having an affair with? You cuckolded me with more than one? Snap. Raising his hand directly, he gave Zhang Yuru 2 slaps. Smoked Zhang Yuru, lips red and swollen, screaming miserably. Honey, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. The baby I don't know whose it is either. But I give you my word that the child is not yours though. But in the future, he will honor you and give you a good old age. Director Guo was so furious. His eyes rolled over and he fainted again on the spot. The butlers and bodyguards, yelling at the top of their lungs. Yi Yun stepped forward and pushed the rest of the people away. All get out of the way. He's asthmatic. It's a death sentence if you're not paying attention. After smoothing Director Guo's chi and some nudging, the old man woke up leisurely. I'm sorry, Minister Yi, Mr. Su, I wronged you guys before. Waking up, Director Guo's face was dismal, and the whole person was disheartened. Before I believe this slander, almost wrong good people. Don't worry, Mr. Su, on the old Taijuan side, I will call her again and make things clear. Susan side, Guo Dong, you first recuperate your body. I'm not in a hurry here. Director Guo looked at Yi Yun. Minister Yi, I especially want to thank you. If it weren't for you, I'd probably still, right now, be in the dark. Raise children for others. Raise wives. Feed. House and play like a. Yi Yun nodded. Guo Dong, when a man gets older, he has to give in. We'll leave you to your own devices. Director Guo laughed miserably, tossing and turning. I just want a son and a daughter to leave myself an heir. I didn't realize it was infertility. God, I don't know why he did this to me. Yi Yun raised an eyebrow. Perhaps, I can give you the ability to procreate. Director Guo was stunned, then ecstatic. Minister Yi, are you serious? Yes, you're an extraordinary healer. Surely there's something you can do, right? Yi Yun wrote down a prescription and handed it over. You first follow the prescription on this and take the medicine for 2 months and see. The chances, I wouldn't say 100%, but they're still good. Director Guo almost kneeled 3 times and kowed out in gratitude. Minister Yi, from now on, you are my old Guo's blood brother. Mr. Su, in the future in the group, I, Lao Guo, will support you 100% and be your diehard. Susan was surprised and happy. Guodong, are you serious? On Director Guo's face, a smile reappeared. Seriously, compared to the opportunity Minister Yi bestowed upon me, this promise is nothing at all. Plus all along, as far as Su's group is concerned, the one I'm most optimistic about is still you, Mr. Su. With a huge surprise, Susan left Director Guo's house happy and incomparable. Yi Yun laughed from the sidelines. The dimples are smiling out. Congratulations Shanshan, obtaining this big boost from Director Guo. Susan stopped and her beautiful eyes were gentle as water, landing on Yi Yun's face. Yi Yun, thank you, I truly appreciate it, you do so much for me. Yi Yun waved his hand. Between you and me, what is there to say about thanks? I'll take care of you. You take care of the big fat kid in your belly, and the division of labor is clear. Susan blushed, and under the evening sunlight, it was very nice, pouting. How do you know that it must be a big fat boy? Is it hard to believe that it won't be a daughter? Yi Yun laughed. Also, it's still you, daughter-in-law, who carries it all. Whether it's a son, or a daughter, I love it. The two strolled off into the sunset and Susan said she wanted to walk for a while, not wanting to go home so early. Yi Yun was naturally happy to accompany the child's mother. As they walked, the two unconsciously moved closer, next to each other. Susan's heart skipped a beat and she pursed her lips. Yi Yun tried 2 times and found that this niece did not resist, so he boldly held hands. Susan was, at first, a little nervous, but gradually, it was obeyed. Wife, why don't go back tonight and stay with me? Ha? Living with you? That's not good. What's wrong with that? Now, don't you accept me? No lie Yi Yun, don't think too much. I now trust you. Just what? It's just that I'm not ready, and besides, I'm just too pregnant to give it to you. It's okay, you can use your hands, you can use your mouth. I'm not doing it. Chapter 101, Wave After Wave of Lust. After sending Susan home, Yi Yun received a call from Guan Xia. Brother Yi Yun, people want to ask you for another favor. Yi Yun was not in a good mood. Big sister, you seem to be older than me. Is it appropriate to be called brother? Guan Xia was a bit annoyed. Iron straight man, people are pampering you. Don't you understand? Since you're so insensitive, I won't call next time. Yi Yun laughed bitterly. Black Widow gave me a pout. I'm afraid you'll karma my waist. Say, what is it? When it comes to business, Guan Shia's tone immediately became icy cold. East City and our North City are already immortal. I didn't listen to you before. Lin Shen led a raid on the East City and ended up wiping out the entire army, leaving him alone to escape and come back. Yi Yun said indifferently. Something I had expected. Nothing strange. On the contrary, this kid has quite a life. Guan Xia said in a deep voice. Right now, it's a great time to swallow East City. I've made an appointment to meet with Chen Wanyan, the leader of the West City, and Yi Yun. I'd like to ask you to step in and help us press on in the North City. Yi Yun shook his head. The firefights of your underground forces do not interest me much, and it's not really good for me to get involved in that kind of thing now, with a wife and kids. Guan Xia said sourly. So, you and that Susan from the Su group are quite affectionate? Yi Yun shrugged his shoulders. In the past, it might have been average, but now, what to say? Susan makes me feel a little bit at home. Guan Xia sneered. I can also give your family the feeling that this child, Xiang, how rare you are. You know, if you don't want her to call her uncle, I can have her just call you daddy. And, I'm not too old, only 30. Hearing her speak more and more quietly and seemingly squirming, Yi Yun wondered. I know you're not very old, but this has nothing to do with what we're talking about, right? Guan Xia said with petulance and some chagrin. You man, you really have a bad brain. I meant to tell you when I said that. Yi Yun, let me be your woman. I can still bear children. I can have one, or more, children of our own, with you, if you want. Yi Yun, who was walking on the road, almost fell headfirst as his eyes went black. Hey, Ms. Black Widow, listen to you, is it human? Guan Xia hummed. How is it not a human word anymore? Yi Yun, I clearly told you long ago, I fancy you, very much of the kind. If you're good with me, I can make you king of the North City. Even later, I can let go of everything I have now and focus on being a good wife and mother. Retiring behind the scenes, Yi Yun had a headache and wanted to say 2 harsh words to make this widow die, but the depth of the other man's feelings, and the pitiful tone of his voice, made his heart soften again at once. Miss Guan, bring Xiang up properly, Yi Yun said rather hopelessly. In the future, Susan, and the child in her belly, will be enough to keep me busy. Guan Xia snorted. I don't believe your bull ********. Bad old man bad. With your ability to raise 10 or 8 beautiful wives and 20 or 30 children, it's no exaggeration. Anyway, I think in the future, you will definitely have more children, grandchildren and concubines than the gambling king of Macau Island. Yi Yun didn't have the heart to say, then you are really overestimating me. Yi, not to mention that 10 or 8 beautiful wives would be too much for my loins. Guan Xia giggled crisply. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. On my end, I really need you to sit in for a bit. Otherwise, I'm afraid of suffering another loss from this old dog Qin Shixiang. Also Yi Yun, as long as I take the East City, there are big projects over there, waiting to be developed. Don't you want to love your wife, and the child in her womb? Just in time to earn your Samson, some family business. The mention of Susan was always sour and a little upsetting. However, Yi Yun did not put his mind at ease, but instead grasped that this Black Widow's words had 3 points of truth. He should, indeed, get Susan and the child in her womb, some family business. The current Su group, frankly speaking, Yi Yun is really not at all look at. You and West Side, what time did you agree on? Yi Yun asked. Sakia was delighted. Tonight at 2 o'clock, in the dead of night. Yi Yun was speechless. Can't it be earlier? You underground forces don't even sleep? Guan Xia bristled. Who can sleep in this situation now? East City is dying, and all parties want to get a piece of the pie. Get Qin Shixiang killed, and seize East City's territory. And what we're talking about, it's not good. The later the night, the less people will notice. Yi Yun agreed. Alright then, I'll come over later. Guan Xia pouted. You came 2 hours earlier. I'll sleep with you. I want a man. Yi Yun laughed coldly and hung up the phone. At first glance, someone called again. Co Yul. Good brother, why aren't you back yet? People are all alone. In your big villa, alone in the house, lonely as hell. Yi Yun couldn't help but say, don't be flirty. I might have to return late tonight. Su Yuer hummed. I don't care. I'll wait for you. Hanging up the phone, Yi Yun had one head. 2 big ones. Damn. Both Guan Xia and Su Yuer are the best of the best. Now, these 2 women, constantly seducing. Yi Yun was really afraid that he wouldn't be able to help himself and pull out his dick and fire. Another call came in. Yi Yun had thought that it was Su Yuer, or Guan Xia's thieving heart. Turns out it wasn't. It was Susan. Yi Yun, Are you home yet? Have you laid down yet? My daughter-in-law asked with a smile and concern in her tone. Yi Yun laughed. Here we are. How about you? Lying down yet? Susan's voice was crisp. As soon as you left, I washed up and went prone. I was going to sleep, but I tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. Yi Yun laughed. It can't be. It's because you miss me, right? He was joking. But who knew that Susan hummed and said directly. Yeah, just missed you. It's you in my head. And during the day, the things you say. Yi Yun couldn't remember for a moment. Oh, did I say something? Susan sneered. You said to stay home tonight and go back to bed with you. I said I was just pregnant, so I couldn't do anything. And then some big pervert. He said he wanted me to help him with my hands and my mouth. Yi Yun's old face blushed as he listened. Ha ha, so this is it. Just kidding, Shannon. I'm kidding you. You're at ease with the baby. I'm not going to touch you. Susan was silent for a moment and playfully said, but you don't want to. What do I want to do? When I got home, I thought about your offer carefully and realized it wasn't unacceptable. Big bad. Wait for next time. Maybe we can try it. Bye bye. Go to bed early. Hanging up very fast and looking uncharacteristically pouty. Yi Yun was shocked. This president's wife. She's always been conservative. What's wrong with her today? It's hard to believe that you've really thought about it. A rush of indescribable joy went through him. The two hadn't communicated since the last time, when they'd played dead. Yi Yun secretly calculated that he must recently just sleep with his own daughter-in-law again and develop it properly. Another call came in, and Yi Yun didn't even look at it before excitedly connecting. Shan, do you want to? Let's try it tonight? Lu Chuan, whose loud voice rang out on the other end. Marshal Yun, I'm not your Shan. And tonight you will try. Try what? The smile on Yi Yun's face directly froze. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Is something wrong? Lu Chuan, whose tone sounded full of depression. Yun Shui, I usually don't bother you. It's so hard to give you a call, and you do this to my old man. Yi Yun was not in a good mood. What? You still feel aggrieved? Have a fart. Or not? Lu Chuan, who said with a straight face. Qin Shixiang of the East City. His breath has run out. In this man's hands, he is hiding a secret treasure that the top is interested in. I received a call from my superiors this morning and would like to ask you, Marshal Yun, to make a move. Yi Yun agreed. No problem. It just so happens that I promised Guanxia that I would help North City press on. Lu Chuan, who reminded, Marshal Yun, you can be more careful. Guanxia, the widow, specializes in hot-blooded fierce men like you, so don't get into it with her. Again. Yi Yun, get lost. Hang up the phone straight away. See that it's about time, and stop the car to go to the north side. Chapter 102, The Crow. Guangdongjia, what kind of person is it that wants us all to wait for him? This kid counts as a chicken feather, all right. The bare-chested man with hair dyed red, yellow and white had an impatient look on his face. Wei Lao droned. Crow, this is our North City building. If you're impatient, get out yourself. Crow had a cigarette in his mouth and smiled playfully. Elder Wei, don't be so grumpy. I'm just standing in for my big brother, asking when the man will arrive. Guanxia faintly said. This will already be on its way. 20 minutes at most. Crow heatedly laughed strangely and looked over. Guangdongjia, you really are getting prettier by the day. Let's have our west side boss, and the whole north side, all together waiting for a minor character. Can't it be that that man is the new gigolo that Mr. Guan has found? Guanxia said indifferently. None of your business. The crow laughed loudly. His face was incredibly thick, and he shamelessly asked, Mr. Guan, is that boy alive? Are you still satisfied? Guanxia had a chill in her eyes. A faint voice called out, Crow, come back and sit down. And don't be rude to Mr. Guan. Raven snorted and shook his head, walking back to sit next to a middle-aged man in a tang suit. This man is none other than the West Side's bearer, Chen Yongnian, one of the 4 major underground overlords in Jiangnan City. In terms of strength, the original Jiangnan City underground 4 hegemony. The deserved leader is Master Qin Shixiang. Next, there are the western and southern cities. Quanxia's North City, to the bottom of the list. But on the basis of the ruthlessness of the strike, dare to fight, not afraid of death. North City, under the leadership of Guanxia, the Black Widow, had finally killed a piece of heaven and earth, and the idle forces did not dare to mess with it. Chen Yangyan's person looks unimpressive, is an ordinary middle-aged man, but those who truly understand this person only then realize this person. What a terrifying person. Whether it was his heart or martial arts, Chen Yangyan made Guanxia deeply afraid. That was why she pleaded with Yi Yun to step in and help North City press the issue, and it was because of Chen Yangyan's awesomeness, as well as indulgence. Crow, the number one horseman in the west side, is the only one who is so arrogant and mouthy everywhere he goes? Yi Yun arrived late. Elder Wei and the others, all greeted with smiles. Mr. Yi, you've arrived. Yi Yun nodded his head and came to sit next to Guan Xia with great generosity. Crow took a look and immediately sneered. Thought that the one who came was some kind of heavyweight. Turns out, it's just a little white boy selling his ass. Holy, it doesn't look like much, aside from being a bit lighter and more tender-skinned than my raven. A bit taller and a bit more handsome. Other than that, he's a dick. Brother Crow, I pulled it out and it's definitely bigger than him. Guan Xia ignored him and looked at Chen Yongyan. Boss Chen, you may begin. Chen Yongyan just glanced at Yi Yun and turned his eyes away. Jiangnan City. This piece of land. He did not hear of such a person. Then it is a nobody. Either that, or an unremarkable one. A little smart at best. He wouldn't be comfortable with such a little karami. I just don't know why. This Guan Xia is dragging everyone along to wait for this person? But not important. After a moment of deliberation, Chen Yangyan went straight to the point. We, the West City, and also your North City of the Offspring, will launch an attack together. Make sure to kill them with a single blow and end the viable forces of the East Side. Guan Xia nodded. That's exactly what I was aiming for when I approached Shicheng. To work together. Chen Yongyan smiled. The tactics are arranged. Now let's talk about the conditions. After the East City is destroyed, we in the West City will take 80% of the benefits. Look at it. Boss Guan, is that okay with you? When these words came out, Guan Xia didn't even say anything, and the North City's experts, one by one, became incredibly ugly. 80% of the benefits? Don't you think it's a bit, well, lion's share, don't you, Mr. Chen? Wei Lao said indignantly. Boss Chen may not know that in a dead heat with East City, we, North City, gave a third of our living forces. Chen Yongyan shook his head, his face flat. For this, I express my regret and pity. But still, I want to ask, what does your big loss in North City have to do with my West City? Crow followed and laughed out playfully. Our boss is right. You North City is weak. You can't beat other people's East City. What has it got to do with our West City? Now, we from West City are here to avenge your North City and destroy this old dog Qin Shixiang in one fell swoop. What's wrong with asking for 80% of the benefits? Brother Crow, I think, it's already quite enough. Okay? Elder Wei and the others. All of them were furious and were about to open their mouths to curse. Guan Xia raised her hand to stop it. Don't argue. I'll say a few words. Boss Chen, 60%. After the East City is destroyed, you will take 60% of the benefits, and the North City will take 40%. That's my bottom line. Chen Yongyan laughed, hands interlocked and placed on the table, appearing immovable as a mountain. Lord Guan, don't forget that it's you, North City, who urgently needs us. West City, to work together to finish off Qin Shixiang. Big deal. It's a done deal. We each play our own game. We, West City, are intact anyway, just wait for Qin Shixiang to be dragged down. But you, North City, have already formed a deadly enmity with Master Qin. At any moment, you may, at any time, encounter Master Qin's sneak attack and kill back. At this rate, not to mention you guys now, it's only a loss of a third. It's just that being taken out by Master Qin, little by little, with all of them dead, isn't something that's impossible. Lin Chen, who was standing behind Guan Xia, slammed the table and said grimly, Boss Chen, are you looking down on our North City? Chen Yongyan smiled skinlessly and didn't say anything, but the look of disdain was very obvious. Crow bristled and stood up, grunting coldly, Lin Chen, you're a ing chicken, dare to slap our boss's table. Grass, aren't you just relying on Pill King Valley's background to act like a pussy in Jiangnan City? I heard that you have a crush on Guan Xia and want to be her initiator. Want to kneel and lick her. Ha ha, but you don't have that skill or ability to be anything but a lickspittle. Other people, Guan Dongjia, has already found his own little white boy, pinning the soul happy to go. Gluttonous death you grandson. Lin Chen was irritated, red in the face, and furiously said, Crow, don't you push it here. Go out and fight one-on-one if you can. Dare you? Crow jumped onto the table at once, the yellow and white hairs on his head flung around, and said in a tit-for-tat manner, Fine, one-on-one. Who the hell is afraid of you lickspittle? Let's go. Go out and fight one-on-one. I'll you up. The two men were at swords drawn, and they went straight into a big argument. On Guan Xia's face, killing intent flashed, and she coldly said, I'll say it for the last time. Whoever interrupts again and finds nothing to do, then I'll let him shed his skin first. The two of them, Lin Chen and Crow, then quieted down. But Crow, still with that tugging expression, glanced at Yi Yun here. Little white boy, been here for so long, Give your opinion? Or do you have nothing else to offer but to make Mr. Guan feel good? Yi Yun laughed. Your name is Crow. The crow from the Goonies, right? Raven wiggled his upper body like a monkey, the kind that can't sit still for a moment. That's right. Your brother's name is Raven. What about my name, which is modeled after the crow in Goonies? Can you bite me? Yi Yun waved his hand. How can I? Brother Crow, you are so powerful. I can't bite you. It's that crow from the Grouch. As I recall, arrogant and awesome boom boom. But in the end, it seems like a horrible death. Crow faced disdain. This Jiangnan city can cut my crow. Not yet born. Know it, kid? Yi Yun no longer bothered with this douchebag and looked at Chen Yangyan. Boss Chen, you want 80% of the benefits. Bei Cheng agreed. Chen Yangyan froze and laughed playfully. You can be the master of North City? Yi Yun smiled blandly. Since Ms. Guan invited me here, then naturally I can do this. Isn't that right, Ms. Guan? Seeing Yi Yun looking over with a gaze that had a deep meaning, Guan Xia flinched and laughed in a petulant manner. Oops, whatever you say is what you say. People are yours anyway, let alone a small decision. Crow had a jealous look on his face. Kid, you're eating this soft food. Brother Crow is envious. Yi Yun continued. Boss Chen, I have another proposal. North City, give up another 10%. In other words, you West City will take 9 and we'll take 1. Wow. Now, Chen Yangyan was really a bit surprised. The Western City experts behind him were also looking at Yi Yun one by one. Is it hard to believe that this kid is purposely trying to curry favor with Nishijou? And Guan Xia's side of the north side was depressing. The crowd of experts could not figure out why Yi Yun was doing this. Chapter 103, If you want to play big. Lin Chen couldn't bear it and said, Xia, listen to what this says. Originally, we had 20%, so it's a lot less. Now, he even took the initiative to give up 10%. Isn't this a brain fart? Just get him out of here. He doesn't know how to negotiate. Guan Xia believed in Yi Yun unconditionally despite her heart's disbelief. You don't need to say much. Whatever decision Yi Yun makes, we will just listen. Lin Chen's face was filled with gloom and he gritted his teeth. He really couldn't figure out why Guan Xia repeatedly trusted this Yi Yun. Chen Yangyan stood up and laughed. Alright, since you are so generous, little brother, then we, West City, will take 90%. Thanks a lot. Yi Yun remained seated, his face unchanged. Don't get too happy too early yet. Chen Dongjia, I'm giving up 10% to give it away on a condition. When the time comes to attack the east side base camp, US side will have to rush ahead and take up the main force. North City's strength is damaged at the moment, so it really can't contribute much. This proposal, I'm sure Boss Chen won't refuse, right? Chen Yangyan was incomparably happy and waved his hand. Small problem. When the time comes for the main attack, we'll just come from the West City. Anyway, this old dog, Qin Shixiong, is already at the end of his rope, and we at West Side, with not much else, but the most fighters and brothers, are not afraid of that loss. Yi Yun smiled and said, worthy of being a Chen Dongjia, he really is a lord. When the East City is annexed, your West City will be the strongest underground force in Jiangnan City. Chen Yangyan was in a good mood and pretended to be modest. I dare not. The time to do it, then, is tomorrow night. Brother, you are an open-minded person. When the time comes for me to set up a celebration banquet in the West City, you must come. Yi Yun laughed. That's right, one must be there to congratulate the new emperor on his ascension to the throne. The crows were full of contempt. Guan Dongjia, you little white boy, you seem to be an eater. Look at his pleasing appearance. I suspect it's my west side. The underbelly planted on your side. Ha ha ha. As soon as the people from the western city left, Lin Chen was vicious, staring at Yi Yun. Yi Yun, you are simply a disgrace to the northern city. Why do you want to, send an extra 10% of favors to Chen Yangyan? The North City's group of experts also wanted to speak. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Yun, before, had done a great favor to North City. At this moment, I'm afraid that several North City elders were about to slap the table, thinking that Yi Yun was not here to help North City at all. Instead, they've come to plague the north side and add to its woes. Yi Yun did not even look at Lin Chen's questioning. Ms. Guan, you can contact the boss of South City at this moment, right? Yi Yun asked mindlessly. Guan Xia froze, vaguely grasping something, but not sure, replied, as long as I call personally, then the black-hearted tiger of the South City, on the contrary, will answer. Yi Yun raised his hand. Call this Blackheart Tiger, and say that North City wants to hunt East City and West City, together with their South City. From now on, the underground forces in Jiangnan City will be changed from a four-part situation to a bipedal one. Hiss. At these words, Guanxia's beautiful eyes widened and her delicate body couldn't help but tremble. As for the group of experts in the North City, even the high-minded Lin Chen, they all drew in cold breaths. Yi Yun, are you crazy? You still want to involve South City? Lin Chen's face was filled with incredulity. And what did you say about hunting East City and West City? Where did you get the backbone and strength? Yi Yun coldly glanced at him. If you want to play, play big. And just because you can't, doesn't mean I can't. On Guanxia's side, she had already dialed the phone number of Kong Hong, the Blackheart Tiger, the bearer of the South City, off the head of the family, late night caller. Looks like something good is going on? Kong Hong's voice seemed low and gloomy. Guanxia glanced at Yi Yun and handed the phone to him. Master Kong, I heard that you have an undying grudge against Chen Yangyan of the Western City? Yi Yun had a calm face. Just in time. The opportunity for revenge has come at the moment. West City and East City, both of us join forces, and we'll kill them all in one fell swoop. From now on, in the underground of Jiangnan City, your South City and our North City, two families will be the only ones. I don't know if Mr. Kong has this interest? Kong Hong said in a deep voice. Who are you? What a big mouth. How dare you talk about destroying East City and West City? Yi Yun said indifferently. It doesn't matter who I am. Just ask you, Mr. Kong, if you have the interest, as well as the guts? Kong Hong was silent for a moment and slowly said, Kid, you do have some balls. How dare you plot such a big thing? Alright, wait for 30 minutes for this seat, and this seat will personally come to North City to chat. Yi Yun smiled. I won't see you there. I'll be waiting for Mr. Kong. The phone hung up, and Guanxia and the others were speechless for a long time. After a long time, Wei Lao's face paled slightly and said, Mr. Yi, we had originally made an appointment with Chen Yangyan of the West City to exterminate the East City together. Now, it's pulling South City in and backhandedly trying to destroy West City. This, Yi Yun took over the conversation and laughed. Elder Wei, are you trying to say that this is not a bit whimsical? Moreover, since we've already cooperated with Chen Yangyan, but now we're trying to take him out behind his back, it's not in line with the morals of the Jianghu, right? Elder Wei nodded his head as a form of acquiescence to Yi Yun's words. Underground forces. You die and I live. The Jianghu morality thing, can you eat it, or can you drink it? Yi Yun smiled disdainfully. Moreover, has Chen Yangyan treated Beicheng as a friend? Did he speak of the morals of the Jianghu? Without waiting for anyone to reply, Yi Yun gave a cold smile. No. What Chen Yangyan has done is to ask for a lion's share of the benefits and directly ask for 80% of the benefits. I sent him an extra 10%, and as you can see, he didn't feel the least bit embarrassed or fazed. Instead, he laughed and looked like he had eaten North City. For that matter, do you guys think that there's any Jianghu morality in it? The experts of the Northern City were dumbfounded as they silently looked at Yi Yun. Guanxia's beautiful eyes glowed with delight, and with a deeply hidden admiration as she gazed at Yi Yun's side face. To come out, Jianghu morality. Of course, Yi Yun coldly grunted, but you treat the other party as a friend, and the other party slaughters you like a pig. Then this jungle morality, it doesn't exist, does it? Lin Chen shook his head and said, Fine, I'll admit that your words, they make a lot of sense. Chen Yangyan is, on the surface, cooperating with our North City. In reality, it's nothing more than bullying and stepping on North City's head to plunder. But Yi Yun, have you thought about it? This person, Kong Hong, would not trust us to join forces with North City to take out the other two? In terms of being profit-oriented, Kong Hong is no worse than Chen Yangyan at all. Yi Yun said indifferently, does it matter? Not important. All that's needed is for Kong Hong South City to agree to come together. At that time, when Chen Yangyan destroys East City, we'll backhand and destroy him. This result, that's what we want. Lin Chen was a bit unconvinced. But how are you going to convince Kong Hong? With this man's cautiousness, as well as his wavering, maybe behind the scenes, it sells us out. Yi Yun snorted. Of course Kong Hong is not a good bird. If he had the chance, he would have backhanded and wiped out the Northern City and become king himself. But as I mentioned earlier, Chen Yangyan of the West City and Kong Hong of the South City have a deadly enmity. Secondly, Kong Hong won't make a move against North City until he completely ends East City and West City, because he can't hold off the other two with just his family. Now, no one questioned it at all. Still, the people of the north side felt a pang of nervousness. The underground of Jiangnan City, the pattern of the four worlds, has been many years in the making. No one can shake the situation. It has always been a four-legged race. But now, with the east side well on its way to being finished, it will be a three-legged race. As a result, it was good when Yi Yun came. Not only do they want to destroy the East City, but they also want to include the West City in the process. This boldness and ruthlessness was something that Guan Xie could not even compare to when she asked herself. Chapter 104, A Good Person Awaits. Pawnbroker Kong Hong of South City has arrived. Soon, a subordinate came to report. Guan Xie glanced at Yi Yun here and ordered, invite Kong Dongjia in. A group of a dozen people, all dressed in black and with deep breaths, walked in. Kong Hong is in the center, not very old, looks about 40, beard, hair disheveled, like a farmer. However, on the other party's face, the hideous scar that sloped from the brow all the way to the corner of his mouth was showing that this man was definitely not a simple character. Sitting down with a big horse, Kong Hong's gloomy eyes swept towards Yi Yun. Kid, the one who spoke to this seat before, it was you, right? Since when did such a character as you pop up in North City? Yi Yun smiled and shook his head. It does not matter when or what I am. Let's get straight to the point. Mr. Kong, tomorrow night is the time to act. You South City, do you want to get rich? Do you want revenge? Give a meaning. Kong Hong laughed out loud, his face full of disdain. Not bad, you're very quick. I like that. But what are you? Looking for me, Kong Hong, to collaborate on such a big thing? If you kid, is a cock and bullies generation. I Kong Hong a lifetime of reputation, will not be dragged down by you? Yi Yun played with the celadon teacup in his hand, and did not speak, but only slowly, gripped the teacup tightly. When he spread his hand again, the expensive celadon cup had been reduced to a puddle of powder. With a gentle blow, the powder drifted across the table. Con everyone's, now you see again. Am I a cockamamie? The scorn and disdain in Kong Hong's eyes disappeared at once. What remains is recognition and a hint of gravity. It's true that the younger generation is fearful. I can see that you're not very old. You shouldn't be more than 28. The smile on Kong Hong's face was finally more than a little sincere. I really envy Lord Guan. There are always capable people around him. Alright, now you, my friend, are qualified to talk to this seat. From the previous kid, the direct address was changed to friend. Kong Hong's mind, the change was not small. Yi Yun's hand just now showed that at least, all of them were martial arts powerhouses of his level. Perhaps, Convoy can do even better. But this little white boy was enough to match him. Yi Yun said indifferently, North City and Chen Yongyan's West City will be the first to attack Qin Shixiang's East City. As soon as the East City is destroyed, then you, Kong Dongjia, will immediately lead the men to kill them. Chen Yongyan sighed, freshly consumed after the great battle and unprepared, is bound to be finished. Kong Hong stared at Yi Yun and said nothing for half a second. At the end, only then did he spit out a breath. Damn, I, Kong Hong, have spent half of my life traversing the Jianghu, and I ask myself that I am already ruthless enough, but compared to you kid, this seat still has to practice. Okay, just do as you say. But after destroying Chen Yongyan and Qin Shixiang, both of us, how will we split the bill? Yi Yun smiled faintly. Split it 4-6. 6 in the North City and 4 in your South City. Kong Hong frowned. 50-50, or else it's off the table. Yi Yun shook his head. 46. Exempt or not, I'm all about this number. The north side lost a lot of ground against the east side. We need to get some more back. There's no doubt about that. Kong Hong was silent for half a second, and laughed out coldly. Kid, if I give you a few more years of growth time, this Jiangnan city, I'm only afraid that you'll be the king. Even this seat, even this old demon Qin Shixiang, has to give in for you. Think about it, and come under my seat afterwards and work for the seat. After 100 years, the seat of this seat can be yours. With those words, he got up and walked away. Spread your hands before you leave. 2 handfuls of celadon powder that flowed onto the table. Compared to Yi Yun's one-handed crushing, Kong Hong easily crushed both hands. Lin Chen's face was scornful and unwilling. This chief lady of the southern city, what exquisite inner strength. In comparison, Yi Yun, you're not even close. Seeing Yi Yun being compared to Kong Hong, he felt much more relieved. Wei Lao scratched his head, embarrassed, and asked, Mr. Yi, Kong Hong is gone, but did he promise to split it 4 or 6 ways, or didn't he? It doesn't say. Yi Yun laughed. You can ask your pawn. Guan Xie blankly glanced at Yi Yun before she laughed. Kong Hong dug Yi Yun over to South City in front of me, which means that he agreed. Not only did he say yes, but he threw out an olive branch and made such a heavy promise. Oh, trying to pry the old lady out. He's dreaming. Elder Wei and the others were greatly relieved, and immediately afterward, scrambled to say, that's right, think beautifully, Mr. Yi is from our North City. No, it's us in charge. Ha ha ha. Originally, it was only to divide up the territory and power of East City. Now, after Mr. Ye's scheming, Even the territory and power of Chenyangyan in the West City is also ours in the bag. Wonderful. Yi Yun looked at the time. It had come to the latter part of the night. It was almost 4 in the morning. So he stood up and said, "That's about it. I'm going back to rest." Guan Xia beamed and said, "No one is allowed to leave. It's so late. I'm not at ease." "That, and you'll rest at my place tonight." Elder Wei and the other North City experts all smiled heartily and walked away very sensibly. Lin Chen's face was ugly. "Xia, tomorrow night is the time to act. Tonight, let's just stay up and go check on the brothers." Guan Xia smiled faintly. "You go down first, I'll be right down." Lin Chen was undeterred. "Do you have anything else?" "This Yi Yun, he wants to rest. Just leave him alone." "Is it hard for a big man to be afraid?" Guan Xia chirped. "Yeah, I'm just afraid that my little man will be scared alone. So I have to keep him company for a bit. So go down and wait for me. I don't want to have to say it a second time." Lin Chen gritted his teeth and walked away with gloomy eyes, taking one step and turning back 3 times. He secretly thought that this Yi Yun, who is indeed a wise and brave one, cannot be kept. Otherwise sooner or later, Guan Xia was sure, completely devoted to him, and he himself would have no chance at all. As soon as the person was naked, Guan Xia's face reddened and she was not shy. Her cheongsam wrapped tightly around her hips. She sat on Yi Yun's lap. "The aroma is so strong that it is dizzying." Yi Yun smiled bitterly. "It's late at night, and it's been a busy day. Don't mess with it, okay?" Guan Xia tied her hair casually behind her head, revealing her long, snow-white neck, and said with deep emotion, "Yi Yun, thank you. Things that seemed so daunting to me, in your case, it all becomes so easy. Little man, remember what I said. You conquered me, completely." Saying that, the flaming red lips came forward and without giving Yi Yun a chance to avoid, he gave a passionate kiss. Yi Yun viciously pinched this widow twice and warned, "I've been on fire lately. Ms. Guan, don't ask for trouble." Guan Xia giggled, her charming young woman's face dainty. "Come on then, I'm begging for it. Put me down if you can." Yi Yun could not help but feel a stirring in his heart when he saw that her face was full of spring. Hugged and just gave a couple big hard kisses. After barely getting by, he got up and left the north side. "It was only when the cold wind blew off the streets at night that I felt more comfortable." Returning to the Nagaland Palace, I found the lights were still on. Xiao Yul hugged her knees. Alone, sitting on the windowsill, wearing only a thin nightgown, her white feet, as well as her large and small legs, were exposed. "Thought you'd never come home to visit." Seeing Yi Yun enter the door, the long-legged hottie had a sultry look on her face. Yi Yun frowned. "You've been sitting there blowing cold air on such a cold day?" Su Yuer coughed twice, showing signs of catching a cold, and Woody said unhappily, "Don't you care about me? Let me freeze to death. Anyway, you're a man of steel, and a straight man of steel, and you won't care what you do." Yi Yun's heart, inexplicably on fire, walked over and ordered, "Go to sleep, immediately." Su Yuer looked up with a cold smile. "Who are you to control me?" Yi Yun returned a cold smile. "I'm your father. I have to control you." Amidst the screams of Miss Su, she picked her up and threw herself onto the big bed in the bedroom. Su Yuer's mouth, cursing. The heart, however, was as sweet as eating honey. This bad guy, finally willing to hug himself voluntarily. The relationship between the two, always further. Himself, really enough heart, enough green tea. With this trick, Chapter 105 the director told me to tighten up. Early the next morning, Guan Xia was afraid of disturbing Yi Yun's rest and just texted over, "Yi Yun, call me back if you wake up from your nap. It's going to happen tonight, and I want you to help us press on in North City." Seeing this, Yi Yun returned, "Don't worry, I will make a move." Guan Xia was so pleasantly surprised that she sent over a portrait of herself, a very bold and revealing kind. Incidentally, he said, "Good brother, if you like, I'll give you a reality show afterward. For free." Yi Yun shook his head. "Nice looking, yes, but he still deleted the picture. Putting this kind of thing in the cell phone, if Susan saw it one day, she really couldn't even jump into the Yellow River to wash it away." Su Yuer is still huffing and puffing, sleeping without sleep, and a good deal of the scenery is exposed. Yi Yun walked into her room, tucked the covers back on her, and turned around to go out of the house. Driving to Susan's house, Susan's family of 3 had already made breakfast. "Yi Yun, you came over, huh? Come, let's have a drink first between the two of us." Su Wen nowadays looked at this son-in-law of his, how he looked at him, an invitation to get a drink early in the morning. Yi Yun smiled and waved his hand. "Dad, you'd better drink to yourself. I have to drive later, and driving doesn't involve drinking. You know." Su Wen said, "What's wrong with that? You are now a group minister. High and low is a leader. Call the company to open it. Susan carried the kanji and walked out of the kitchen, scolding, Dad, you drink yours, but don't bring Yi-yun down. It's early in the morning and I don't want him to just be an alcoholic. Suwon was full of smiles. Okay, now you all know, to put in a good word for your own husband. It looks like you two, as a young couple, are bonding well. Susan blushed and pretended she didn't hear it, embarrassed to look at Yi-yun. Yang Huira was the last one, busy from the kitchen, glancing at Yi-yun. Her tone was still kind. Recently I heard that you helped our Shanshan a lot. Yi-yun, at last you have some ability and are not that unbearable to look at. Yi-yun ate a mouthful of salted vegetables. Auntie, I'll take that as a compliment. Thanks. Yang Huiro glared. I didn't praise you. At most I praised you. Yi-yun, you remember, to be worthy of our Shanshan, you still have a long way to go. Yi-yun shrugged his shoulders before saying anything. Susan then said, Mom, it's early in the morning. People come to have breakfast, so don't nag so much, okay? Yang Huira was upset and said, Why am I nagging? Mentioning him for fear of his complacency. Am I wrong for being a mother? Yi-yun said perfunctorily, That's right, Auntie, you definitely can't be wrong. You are the little fairy. Your words are the truth. They can never be wrong. Yang Huiro sneered. Don't think that I can't hear you saying the opposite. Yi-yun, Auntie asks you one thing. Do you hate me as your mother-in-law? Yi-yun ate quickly and thus already felt full. Putting down his chopsticks he smiled. Auntie, do you want to hear the truth, or a lie? Yang Huiro gave a cut, with an indifferent look. Just tell the truth. Auntie, I have a big heart. I can listen to anything. Yi-yun shook his head. Forget it, if I tell the truth, I'm afraid I'll make you angry and hospitalize you. Auntie, so, I'd better tell a lie. Auntie, you're quite nice, not at all shrewish, or brainless, or gold-digging, or vain, just a perfect mother-in-law. Yang Huira hummed, feeling okay. With her intelligence, she could not shift for the time being whether Yi-yun was praising her or satirizing her. Susan glared at Yi-yun and pulled him to hurry out of the house. If she didn't leave again, she was aware of her own mom's temper. Once he reacted to what Yi-yun's words meant, he was afraid that he would be furious on the spot. Sure enough, the two of them walked out of the outside yard and just came to the side of the road about to get into their car. Yang Huira crossed her big fat waist and had rushed up to the third floor, opening the window and spraying furiously at Yi-yun. Little brat, stand still for me if you can. Well, you wolfish, you call me gold-digging, shrewish, and vain, don't you? If you can, come back dead and I'll have to pick your ass. Yi-yun was not the least bit abashed, and to Yang Huiru, he said 3 words, ha ha ha, then he turned around, pulled the door open and got in, and took off with a kick of the gas. Susan was in the passenger seat, angry and laughing. Yi-yun, that's my mom. You're more or less going overboard. Yi-yun didn't have the good sense to say, it was precisely because it was your mother that I was restrained. Or you'll find out that I can cuss and spill more than your mom. Susan didn't believe me and forced a laugh. Bragging rights. I don't believe it. You dare to swear at my mom. Yi-yun pointed one finger at himself. Daughter-in-law, you probably don't know my previous virtues. Going to make a movie. The director asked me to play the black boss. It has to be fierce and brave. It's very difficult. So I asked the director how to play this role of a black boss. Guess what the director said? Susan looked curious. How so? Yi-yun majestically said. The director said that I should just tighten up a bit. Susan laughed so hard her stomach hurt. This extreme husband was not expected to have a sense of humor. The two of them drove, but instead of going to Sue's group, they came to the old city center, a street of antiques. It's the old Taijuan's birthday soon, and Dad asked us to come and pick out a few decent gifts. Susan explained as she strolled along. Yi-yun laughed coldly. Your old lady's birthday, does she have to have expensive gifts before she accepts them? Susan laughed bitterly. Yes, you're not wrong at all. This old Taijun person, the older she gets, the more greedy she gets for money, and she's also vain and snobbish, but she's the biggest in the family, and we, the juniors, don't dare say anything. The two chatted and walked into a sizable antique store. Head on, he bumped into a couple of acquaintances, Su Xian, Su Jian, and a smug cockney. Looking at the dress on the body, the watchmaker's suit, it did have a few selling points. Yo, Shannon, you and this door-to-door son-in-law, you're here to pick out a gift for Grandma too? Su Xian took the eunuch's arm and said proudly, just in time, let's introduce you guys and raise your eyes. My boyfriend, Zhou Hao, the third son of the Zhou family in the provincial city. Saying this, with a face of adoration, he pressed himself against the male, and made a show of saying to him, and these two, my dear, are, as I told you, my cousin, and that door-to-door son-in-law of her family. He, compared to you, the great young man from the provincial city. This door-to-door son-in-law of hers is lower than dust. Su Jian was on the side, glaring at Yi Yun with hatred. He was discharged from the hospital early because the old lady of the family was celebrating her birthday. Sis, this door-to-door son-in-law, don't say it's lower than brother-in-law, Su Jian said with a sneer on his face. If you ask me, he directly doesn't even have the qualifications to compete with his brother-in-law, doesn't he? Chapter 106 Picking Up Strength. Zhou Hao was amazed at the first sight of Susan. I didn't realize that there was such a beauty in Jiangnan City. Compared to Su Xian's goods, it was much more stunning. Now as soon as he heard the flattery from the side, he sprang to life, waved his hand and laughed. Xian, Xiao Jian, you guys are wrong. What about being a human being? You can't always compare yourself. Any one of us has his own value. Hello sister Su Shan. I've always heard Xian mention you. You really are the Su family's heavenly daughter. This young man admires you, said, reaching out to shake Susan's hand. Hello, Zhou Xiao. But Susan just blandly said nothing more. Zhou Hao awkwardly took his hand back and smiled forcibly. Oh, Shan, you too. You should be here to buy gifts for the old Taijun as well, right? Tell you what, let this young man pick for you. You are guaranteed to spend a small fortune, do a great job, and pick out top quality gifts. Susan shook her head. Thanks, but no thanks. This Zhou Hao's eyes made her uncomfortable. Su Jian flaunted. Sister Shan, you still don't think too highly of yourself. Know what my brother-in-law's family does? Antiques, as well as treasure hunting. The family is rich. Today, brother-in-law has taken us to pick up several places, and made at least several $100,000. Zhou Hao hurriedly humbled himself. Where? Xiao Jian, don't blow me out of proportion. Boss, fetch the snuff bottle and I'll take a look. The boss behind the counter smiled and took out a snuff bottle. Young Zhou, if you like it, 2,000 is for you. Zhou Hao's snuff bottle looked up and down, pretend to say, 2,000 you at a loss, give you 5,000. Immediately swept 5,000 to the owner, then asked the owner to get a piece of sandpaper over. Zhou Hao deliberately glanced at Susan's side, and coughed to attract Susan's attention. That's when you start using sandpaper in sanding the inside of the snuff bottle. While polishing, he bragged on his lips. What about this snuff bottle thing? It's not worth much in the antique market anymore, especially the average snuff bottle. But when you come across certain good things, you can still pick up the pieces. It depends whether you have the vision or not. Su Jian was a very cooperative dogleg, holding up the scene. Brother-in-law, can't it be you found another treasure? Zhou Hao didn't say anything and just had a pretentious smile on his face. At the end of the day, he handed the polished snuff bottle to the boss. Boss, now you take a look at it again. This snuff bottle of mine, how much can it be worth? The boss took a look and exclaimed. Zhou Xiao God's eyes. This is actually an imperial product from the Qianlong court. With this level of identity, this snuff bottle, the price would have to be at least a dozen times higher. $50,000. I'll buy it for you. Young Zhou, how's that? Zhou Hao laughed. 50,000 is 50,000. Although if you take it to the provincial city, this young man can sell it for 80,000 more. But it's not so bad. So I'll just take care of it here with you. And I'm trying to make it easier. 5,000 bought in, turned around and got 50,000 back, making over 40,000. All of a sudden, not only Su Xian and Su Jian's siblings looked at Zhou Hao adoringly, the other customers in the antique store also cast over admiring gazes. This male, what a sharp eye, worthy of being from a treasure-identifying family. This eye, absolute. With this strength of the male brother, I'm afraid that we will casually turn around the antique street. We can pick up a few million. Admire, really admire. Listening to the compliments around him, and the horse's ass, Zhou Hao felt comfortable. Sister Shan, how about it? Let this young man help you. Pick up a few gifts. That way, you get 10 times, if not 100 times, as much good stuff for just a little bit of money. He was full of calmness and confidence, believing that Susan would never be able to refuse his invitation. After all, his handful of pickup techniques had turned corruption into magic, and he didn't know how many good women he had charmed. That's how Su Xian got into his hands. On that day, Zhou Hao directly had to eat, took Su Xian to the hotel, got 7 or 8 times. Su Xian sneered. Shan, our brother Hao has taken the initiative to ask for a favor for you, so you'd better not be too standoffish. Aren't you happy to get back tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, for a few $1,000s? Or should you be thinking of that, relying on you as a door-to-door son-in-law? Just him, I'll be honest, he's not even worthy of our Ho's shoes. Susan's face was bland. Young Zhou's treasure identification skills are indeed admirable. But thanks, I'll just look around. I really don't need it. She might think that this Johao, indeed, had a few skills, but these people, looking down on Yi Yun and making mocking remarks, this was something Susan could not endure. Unconsciously, the current Susan, no longer allowed someone to mouth off to Yi Yun in front of her. Love doesn't know what it's all about. Yi Yun, at this time, but suddenly opened his mouth and laughed. Daughter-in-law, I do think it's quite fun. Why don't I take you for a ride too? Susan looked surprised. Yi Yun, is it possible that you can pick up the pieces too? Yi Yun shook his head. I don't pick up leaks, but I specialize in cleaning up pretenders. With that, he took Susan's jade hand and began to walk around the store. Johao snorted. This brother, don't look blindly. I've seen all the places you've wandered, and there is no good left for you. And if you want to learn how this young man operates, TSK, I'm afraid you'll have to go back behind closed doors and practice hard for 30 years. The boss also laughed. Little brother, in our antique world, picking up leaks is indeed a beautiful story. There's no shortage of people who spend a little and get a lot for a little and eat with a lot of vision. But honestly, the skill behind it, and the experience, and the appreciation, it's really not for the average person. Let me put it to you this way. It's harder for you to pick up the slack in my store than it is to win $10 million in the lottery. Ha! Yi Yun pointed at a Lingji plant in the window and said, Boss, I'll take this Lingji. The boss took out the Lingji and said with a smile, My friend, this is not a good thing that can be obtained by picking up a leak. 100 years of Earth Lingji, still so well preserved. At least you have to come up with $100,000 before I can give it to you. Yi Yun appeared to be taken aback. 100,000? It's going to be so expensive? 80,000. I'll give you 80,000 at the most. The boss smiled in his heart and hammered out. Okay, 80, 000 is 80, 000. Here you go. When Yi Yun turned the money around, he smiled so much that his mouth was crooked. The youngster, I must say, is still young, really young. This Ganoderma lucidum, which looked good in character, was not a rare species after all. With 3 words in delicate packaging, he deliberately shouted the price. Hi. Sure enough, the kid immediately fell for the trick and offered 80,000 yen. In truth, this Lingji is what he used to decorate the window. I don't remember the purchase price too well. I think it was $3,000. Seeing this, Johao had already laughed his head off. Xian, I didn't expect that your Su family, there is still such a superb product. This Earth Lingji, honestly, if you give it to this young man for nothing, this young man would think it smells fishy. Su Xian and Su Jian also laughed out loud, looking at Yi Yun as if he was looking at an idiot. Asterisk. People shouted 100,000. You return 80,000. Damn. With this brain of yours, it's weird if you don't get eaten. Compared with Brother Hao. Really, the highs and lows. Not 2 worlds at all. Too stupid. Susan's face was slightly ugly. Yi Yun, let's go to the next place to look. It's too noisy here. She also felt that Yi Yun should have been fooled and suffered. Just couldn't bear to say anything. Yi Yun smiled. Wait a minute, wife. This Lingji is good. I'll give you a tonic later. Boss, please borrow a pot of charcoal to use. The boss had just made a huge profit and was too embarrassed to refuse. So he immediately smiled and said, Your Honor, wait a moment. I'll bring it to you. Soon a pot of burning hot fire was brought out. Everyone looked at Yi Yun, thinking that he was a clown, making a pretense. With Yi Yun holding the Lingji, he sizzled it on the fire pot. The reishi skin begins to crack and curl. In a short while, the outer skin completely faded away, revealing the fiery red color of the inside like crystal jade. It looked as if it was really beautiful, as if it was carved out of jade. This, the boss was the first to call up, excitedly saying, This little brother. I'm not selling it. Tell you what, I'll return your $80,000 and you return the Lingji to me. Chapter 107, Competition. Losing naked. Yi Yun put away the blood-red Ganoderma and smiled faintly. The sale has been completed, so there is no reason to back out. Here, daughter-in-law, take good care of it. Susan subconsciously received the still somewhat hot Lingji, and was surprised. Hubby, what kind of Lingji is this? How come, all of a sudden, it's changed drastically? Without even needing Yi Yun's answer, Johao called out with a shocked expression. This is blood Ganoderma, a heavenly treasure that can only be nurtured in 1,000 years. I didn't expect that your luck would be so good to get this kind of supreme treasure. Su Xian's eyes were greedy, itching to go forward to rob. Brother Hao, this blood Ganoderma, isn't it a heavenly tonic for us women? Johao exhaled a breath and nodded. Of course, the blood Lingji is a natural tonic. If it's paired properly, prolonging your life and living an extra 20 or 30 years is not a problem. Su Jian was so greedy that he was going crazy. Doesn't that mean that this door-to-door son-in-law, he earned a lot? Only to hear that boss continue to plead on the side. Friend, I'll offer 2 million. The whole 2 million. You give me this blood Ganoderma, okay? Not doing it, right? Okay, 5 million. 5 million, you should be satisfied, right? Yi Yun's face was relaxed. You can't even offer $10 million. My daughter-in-law is pregnant. This blood Ganoderma is just right to nourish her. The owner, with a look of flesh on his face, yelled, wasteful, just wasteful. Your daughter-in-law is pregnant, and it's not Erlangshan, or the Monkey King. Do you need to be nourished with blood Ganoderma? The surrounding customers, at this moment, were also startled, and one by one, they gathered around and opened their mouths one after another. Yes, brother, your daughter-in-law is pregnant with a Dala Golden Immortal. I'm afraid she can't stand such a tonic. Sold. Brother offers you $8 million. Let's make friends. A mediocre Earthlingji, and you manage to remove the skin and find the bloodlingji inside. Little brother, is it hard to believe that you are, in all seriousness, an expert at picking up leaks? Susan looked around. Those or envious, or jealous, or shocked eyes. Her heart was happy to the extreme. Especially Yi Yun, who had obtained such a treasure and immediately gave it to her. All at once. Moreover, Vanity was greatly gratified. Honey, thank you. You're awesome. Towards Yi Yun, Susan thanked him shyly. That gentle and affectionate look made Zhouhao's face gloomy to the extreme. Rather, I didn't expect that you, the door-to-door son-in-law, would have this kind of luck. Dare I? This young man will play 2 games with you and we'll see who is stronger in picking up the pieces. He was fuming and decided to teach Yi Yun a good lesson. Proving yourself is the only way to feed on strength. Yi Yun, on the other hand, was just stepping on. Forget it, I'm not really interested in playing with a halfwit like you. Yi Yun here, refused dryly. A stray fish, he really had little interest in. Just now, it was just a bullseye test. Together with this hidden bloodlingji, Yi Yun did have his eye on it. With Susan in tow, the two left this store and headed to the next one. Su Jian said with a dark face, brother-in-law, this door-to-door son-in-law dares to look down on you. What right does he have? Su Xian said indignantly, luck. Plainly luck. How you have a family history of learning to identify treasures from a young age. This Yi Yun is 100,000 miles behind you. Zhou Hao had a grim look on his face. Over there in the provincial city, perhaps you can still meet some high-level people who pretend to be pigs and eat tigers. But this district of Jiangnan City, this young man really doesn't believe in it. Let's go. Let's follow. This young man must play that flunky to death. The 3 of them were like cowhide, following Susan and Yi Yun to the next antique store. This store, even bigger and livelier than the last one, Susan had already chosen. A gift for Elder Taijun Su, and happily said, husband, let's go. Yi Yun laughed. Alright, then let's go back first. Zhou Hao, however, walked up and directly blocked the road. Kid, if you have the guts, the 2 of us will play 2 games of gambling on stones. Yi Yun frowned slightly. I've already said I'm not interested. Can you get out of the way? Zhou Hao smiled playfully and provoked. What? Don't dare? Or do you know that you, too, are nothing more than half a bucket of water? Once you don't have luck, it's gross. Su Jian helped out from the side. That's Yi Yun. If you have some guts and are a man, play 2 games with my brother-in-law. Don't worry, I won't let you die an ugly death. At most, I'll let you die a muddy death. Yi Yun said indifferently. You're wrong. I'm afraid of your brother-in-law and losing my pants. At this point the shopkeeper's voice, through the loudspeaker, spread throughout the store at once. Welcome to all the antique friends in and out of the city. Visit the store. Our store, today, happens to be doing a centennial celebration. A total of 3 antique puzzles. Have the strength and courage of friends. Welcome to challenge. The prize is very generous yo. All at once, the store erupted into a flurry of activity. But it's clear that many people are just along for the ride and don't have the strength for the challenge. There were a couple of not-so-bad gold diggers who thought hard and stepped up to the challenge. As a result, it was a flop. Not getting a single question right, and being ousted in disgrace. Zhou Hao sneered. Kid, if you have the guts, let's play these 3 antique puzzles. Those who lose, call each other grandpa, and get down on the ground and lick the other guy's shoes. Susan whispered. Yi Yun, let's go home and not play. Yi Yun, however, sneered. Originally, I was planning to spare this brainwashed person, but you've repeatedly sent me to your door. So grandpa, really, is going to have to teach you how to behave. Okay, play, not only play, but I think also, add some leverage. Zhou Hao spread his hands, a posture of the old man invincible. Fine, if you are bold enough to add. This young man casually. Yi Yun seemed to smile. If you lose, it's simple. Strip naked from here. Run naked to the street over there. If I lose, feel free. Zhou Hao's face was cloudy as he stared at Yi Yun. I didn't realize that this played, but it was quite ferocious. Even though he was confident, he hesitated a bit at the thought of the punishment for running around naked. Su Xian roared. Yi Yun, don't bully me too much. Do you really think my boyfriend is afraid of you? Yi Yun's face was full of disdain. A waste is a waste. If you don't dare to play, get the hell out of here. Zhou Hao was stimulated, red-eyed and called out. Play. I'll play with you to the end. Grass. How can I say that my Zhou family is also a family of antiques? This young man grew up, with his ear to the ground, in a heap of antiques. Can he still be afraid of you? A nobody? He thought that he was all wild enough, but he hadn't thought that this Su family's door-to-door son-in-law was even more tugging. This was something Zhou Hao absolutely could not tolerate. Besides, he wanted to get in front of Susan. Together, the two came to the stage where the event was held. Susan was a little worried. Yi Yun, the Zhou family in the provincial city, their strength should not be underestimated. Let's just, let it go. Zhou Hao sneered. Yes, Sister Shan is right. Grandson, if you're afraid, kneel down and call me father. In Yi Yun's eyes, a cold aura flashed across his face as he calmly said, Shan, trust me. The first of 3 antique puzzles is, out of 5 beads that are exactly alike, to pick out only 2 pearls. Zhou Hao's eyes swept and he let out a cold smile as he instantly chose one. Yi Yun reached out and grabbed one back as well. The store's fellow, who came over to take a look, immediately laughed. Congratulations to the two of you. You've both passed. Zhou Hao carried one hand behind his back and was very pretentious. This first question can be solved by a 3-year-old child. Boy, let's get on with it. For the second question, 3 small bronze tripods in small, medium and large sizes. The way to play is to choose one of them, the oldest one out of the dynasty, and state which dynasty it is from. Zhou Hao pondered for a moment and chose the one in the center, saying confidently, a sacrificial tripod produced by the 5th generation can never be wrong. The shopkeeper on the platform smiled and nodded. This honored guest, with an iron tongue. Awesome. Zhou Hao laughed, complacent. His previous depression swept away. Boy, you hear that, don't you? Iron mouth straight. Oh, what are you playing with me? Su Xian and Su Jian's siblings rushed a burst of rainbow farts over, both admiring them. He then looked at Yi Yun again and sneered coldly. Yi Yun, if you can't even pass the second puzzle, then you'll have to, on your knees, kowtow to Ho and call him father. Chapter 108. In plain sight. Yi Yun looked relaxed, just swept a glance at these 3 tripods, then withdrew his gaze and said lightly, the smallest one, cast during the Warring States period, is considered a scaled-down version of the simuwuting. At that time, it was an instrument that could only be used by vassals. And look at this color. You should just get it, right? Oh, it seems that the background of your store is not bad. This kind of thing all dare to publicly display. The shopkeeper's face changed and was filled with shock. Unexpectedly, Yi Yun not only succeeded in identifying the dynasty of the small tripod, but even the cultural followers behind it, as well as the matter that he had just gotten, were all clear. This one could make him admire and be a little alarmed. What was admired was Yi Yun's knowledge of this antique, which was truly awesome. The panic was because Yi Yun was really right. This small tripod is what the owner just got from the grave robbers. If the government knew, I'm afraid they'd have to invite them over for tea. At that moment the shopkeeper, a tall, thin old man, came over with a smile. This noble guest's eye for appraisal, as well as accumulated knowledge of antiques, is truly marvelous. This second puzzle is spent in the hands of this honorable guest. With the shopkeeper's personal announcement, Zhou Hao's face became incomparably ugly. Shopkeeper, you despise this young man, don't you? Is there a mistake in my recognizing this bronze tripod? Su Jian and Su Xian also followed and clamored. That's right, our brother Hao's isn't wrong either. Okay, either your store is a black store, and this young man will bring people to smash it for you afterward. The smile on the shopkeeper's face, all of a sudden, hid and became cold. This great young man, you recognized it correctly, but the way we play it is to find out the oldest bronze tripod in age. This one you recognize is from the 5th generation, and this honored guest, what people have found out is the Warring States, which is several eras earlier than you. I don't think I need to explain more about who lost and who won, do I? Zhou Hao choked and didn't say anything for a moment. It was as if a dead fish had been stuffed into his throat, as uncomfortable as it could be. Su Jian couldn't accept it and said, brother-in-law, how could you lose? I don't believe it, never believe it. Su Xian looked at Zhou Hao. Face has been fast hanging. rushed to round up the scene. Xiao Jian, what are you talking about? Antique appreciation. There are gains and losses, understand? Ho didn't pay attention in this second set, but there's the last line, okay? Su Jian was delighted. Yeah, there's one last round. Damn Yi Yun, in your last round, if you can still win against my brother-in-law, I'll go straight to jump off a building. Zhou Hao grunted coldly. Yi Yun, in the last round, you and I will decide whether we win or lose. The two men went all the way through and killed the last game, both attracting antique customers from the store. The shopkeeper glanced at Yi Yun here, and his attitude was obviously much softer to please. Oh, this honored guest, please look. The play of this last antique puzzle is very simple. Please identify, out of these 5 pieces of jade, the only imperial green jadeite. As long as the appraisal is successful, then this piece of imperial green emerald worth $10 million will be given away for free by this store. Wow, such a great deal of money made the good people around them excited. I'll go. $10 million of imperial green emerald to use as a prize. Make a lot of money. These two. I wonder who's going to get it. I see all hanging. $10 million of good things. Ah, you think people store stupid will easily let you identify out? Su Jian said excitedly. Brother-in-law, go for it. You must succeed. As long as you succeed, then I can take this piece of imperial green emerald and lick my goddess. These words made many people despise them. This kid, it turns out, is a human lickspittle. Zhou Hao wore a smile and was very sure of himself. If it's any other topic, then this young man really needs to deliberate again. But this question, is simply tailor-made for this young man. Yi Yun, you may not know, the largest jadeite business in the southern province is controlled by our Zhou family. On the identification of jadeite, I, Zhou Hao, can touch it with my eyes closed. This statement immediately ushered in an audible gasp. The guests in the store were all not expecting that Zhou Hao, the son of the gentleman, was so big, and the appraisal of strength, but also so unfathomable. Susan's palms, slightly sweating. Yi Yun, these 5 pieces of jade, they all look like jadeite. That's it. How do you identify it? Yi Yun frowned in silence, and this look of his, falling into the eyes of the others, immediately all thought that he should be helpless and uncertain. Su Jian was ecstatic. Yi Yun, you finally have your moments of defeat. Take your hobby and play with my brother-in-law's profession. You're looking for death. Zhou Hao smiled confidently and stretched out his finger. This piece is the only imperial green jadeite among these 5 pieces of jadeite. Shopkeeper, I wonder if I'm right. The tall and thin old man, smiling without saying a word, looked over to Yi Yun's side and asked, this honored guest, where is your appraisal result? Yi Yun coldly grunted as he stepped forward and lifted the lid. In everyone's shocked and unbelievable voice, directly 5 pieces of jadeite, all smashed to pieces. Boom boom boom. The floor was full of debris. Everyone, so dumbfounded, could not utter a word. In the next second, the fellow in the store was the first to be furious. Kid, dare to mess around in our antique house. You're in trouble. Zhou Hao laughed out loud and pointed at Yi Yun. Brother, you don't have the ability. There's no need to be so self-destructive. In here, but there are imperial green emeralds. Oh, you all have to accompany people for tens of millions at least. Why bother? Su Jian was heartbroken and despised. Yi Yun, if you can't afford to play, don't play. You can't stand to see my brother-in-law appraised. What a piece of trash. The surrounding watchers, one by one, also had bad faces and hurled insults. We are all antique enthusiasts, but we encountered such a scene stealer. It would be strange not to be angry. Susan was incredibly nervous. Boss, we'll pay the full price. Please don't be mad. The tall and thin shopkeeper let out a bitter smile. This young lady, I'm not angry, and you don't have to pay for it. Not 1 cent. Susan was stunned for a moment. Tens of millions of dollars in damages. That's no small amount of money. How can you not have to pay? The old man, the shopkeeper, took a deep look at Yi Yun here and spoke out. I did not expect that the store's most brilliant blindfold method would be recognized by this gentleman. I'm impressed. I'm impressed in a million ways. With that, he directly arched his hand towards Yi Yun and bent down to bow. This scene instantly made everyone, including Susan, straighten their eyes, totally unaware. What the hell is going on? Is this boss, by any chance, a psychopath? Zhou Hao sneered. Boss, what the hell are you up to? What barricade? Why can't this young man understand? The boss looked around and spoke the ultimate truth. The reason why I said it was a blindfold is actually because, of these 5 pieces of jade, none of them are real. That is to say, they are all counterfeits of the real thing. And this gentleman, he's simply on fire and breathtaking. The fact that he smashed all of them shows precisely that he saw my trick a long time ago. After saying that, with a slight smile, He turned around and went into a room inside the store. When he soon came out, he was already holding a palm-sized piece of jadeite, carved into the shape of guanine. Incomparably exquisite. Honorable Master, according to the previous agreement, you have successfully broken through the barrier, and this fast and genuine 10 million grade imperial green jadeite is now yours, giving away $10 million treasures. This boss, however, is not at all distressed. Instead, he was incredibly respectful, looking at Yi Yun and waiting for him to accept it. Boom! The whole store exploded at once. I said, why did he smash them all? It turns out that he wasn't desperate to lose, but he could see that these 5 pieces were all forgeries. Awesome! It's really a cow enforced. This shopkeeper is really insidious. So he didn't put the real one and had it appraised. But this master, his methods are a step higher. And it's an eye-opening experience for us. Wonderful. Too wonderful. 3 consecutive puzzles, all broken through. Happy to win 10 million prizes. Such a harvest. Grandma, I'm afraid that the cool article doesn't dare to write like this. It's too enviable. A pair of eyes, looking at the 10 million grade imperial green jadeite in Yi Yun's hand, were envious. But what made them, more than anything else, was Yi Yun's eye for identifying treasures? Absolute. That's the only word that can be used to describe it. Chapter 109, Zhou Deshao who ran wildly in the street. Yi Yun turned around and gave the jadeite to Susan. Honey, it's for you. The surprise in Susan's heart has long been indescribable, and she gulped. Hubby, this is too precious. Or you might as well take it. How could I want it? Yi Yun glared and doted. Keep it if it's for you. Don't be a mother-in-law. Snap. All around. A round of applause rang out. Especially those girls. The way they looked at Susan was similar to looking at their love rivals and enemies. Such a distinction is too great for any woman to refuse. And they want it. The men, on the other hand, have a much simpler mental game. This little brother, who is handsome, mainly, has such great treasure appreciation skills. For that matter, what woman in the world wouldn't love it? From now on, laughing and proud of flowers, attracting bees and butterflies. I'm afraid that the comfort is more nourishing than the emperor's old man. On the contrary, Zhou Hao, on the side of Su Xian Su Jian's siblings, was black-faced, as if the whole family had died. Zhou Hao, in particular, was so disoriented that he couldn't accept it and said, it's impossible, how could this happen? These 5 pieces of jade, surprisingly, are all fakes, but this young man, how could he not see it? Su Xian comforted, Brother Hao, a momentary win or loss is nothing, you don't have to feel bad. You're the youngest member of the Zhou family in the provincial city. What is this Yi Yun going to play with you even if he picks up traitorous luck? Zhou Hao, however, was ungrateful and roared with red eyes, get lost. What do you know? This young man comes from a family of antiques, and has been nurtured by a good family culture since childhood, so it can be said that the starting point is higher than others. I don't know how many times higher, but today, this young man's ability to traverse the world has actually been compared to such a flunky. Hateful. I'm unconvinced. Su Jian secretly skimmed his lips. There were some words that he was not good at saying, but what was on his mind was Zhou Hao, but he was also a pusillanimous one similar to him. It is only because of the strength of his family that he is arrogant and domineering outside. In fact, what is said to come from a family of antiques and good family manners, in Su Jian's opinion, damn, are all mixed up in eating and waiting for death. Only know to pretend to play women's rich second generation. You Zhou Hao, don't put yourself, labeled so refreshing. Su Xian, at this point, no longer had the face to stay, tugged on Zhou Hao and whispered, Brother Hao, let's go. We won't see eye to eye with this pair of dogs. Zhou Hao woke up, remembering the cruel punishment, and wanted to wipe his feet and walk away. Yi Yun sneered, but he would not let go of this stupid fork easily. Zhou Shao, I remember before, you were stalking me to split the difference. Honestly, courageous and spirited. I, for one, have so much admiration for you. Now, you lost and I won. You finish your punishment by stripping down and going out for a naked lap. Then my admiration for you will increase by 3 more points. All 6. Zhou Hao clenched his fist and said in humiliation, Yi Yun, you're just a door-to-door son-in-law. Don't bully people too much. The people around, once they heard the punishment, actually go out and run naked. Immediately the interest also came. At this moment, seeing as Zhou Hao seemed to be backtracking, they all revealed looks of contempt. Willing to gamble? Since you're playing, then don't be unable to play. It's just stripping and running around naked. You're a provincial young man and you can't even do that? People in the antique world are true to their word. Zhou Shao, you can think it over. If this time, go back on your word, then in the future, you're afraid that your spine will have to be poked and prodded. A cold laugh in his ears seemed like a bomber, bombarding Zhou Hao with tremors. Of course he knew that if he went back on his word, once the word got out, in the future in the antique world, he was afraid that it would be difficult to move forward. Mainly, it could also affect his home and the province. His family was originally in the antique business, and the credibility thing was more important than anything else. If he was in Jiangnan City, he disgraced the Zhou family in the provincial capital. Then with that temper of the Zhou family's head, Zhou Hao's old man, I'm afraid I'm going to have to use a whip and whip him hard on the lifeblood. Yi Yun, I admit that I am not as skilled as you. Zhou Hao was forced, with a face full of contortions, to roar, but the way of punishment, can you change it? This young man comes from the provincial city, more or less. If you let me run around naked, then the face of my Zhou family, for example, has been slapped by you. After that you should be aware that the consequences will be severe. Yi Yun snorted, disdainful. You a defeated dog, and you threaten my father? Get out and obediently honor your earlier agreement. Just in time. Let us, the hospitable citizens of Jiangnan City, take a look at your white ditch. Zhou Xiao. That drew, all around, a round of laughter. Even Susan felt that Yi Yun had some bad taste and couldn't help but make a pink fist and hammer him. In his heart, there was no sympathy at all for Zhou Hao, Su Xian, and the others. These people are, let's just say, to blame. Su Xian stared at Yi Yun and screamed, Yi Yun, brother Hao is my boyfriend. You, on the other hand, are our Su family's flunky. Where did you get the nerve to tell Hao to run around naked? At the corner of Yi Yun's mouth, a touch of mockery surfaced. Even you, Su Xian, are the one who managed to call me an old ancestor. Then what qualifications do you, an unfilial daughter, have to interrupt the old ancestor's decision? Come on, get your boyfriend naked. I can't wait. Su Xian's face turned red, itching to eat Yi Yun alive. You, Su Sound Chang, on the other hand, did not dare to say anything. He could see that Yi Yun now had moved for real, and this ruthless guy, once he plays for real, then it's best not to mess with him without absolute strength. Otherwise, the downfall would be his second consecutive hospitalization. Brother-in-law, why don't you just accept the bet? Su Jian couldn't stand the surrounding, the pair of contemptuous gazes, and urged, big man, and not a woman, not wearing clothes, that's not a disadvantage. You say right? Zhou Hao turned towards him and looked over viciously. Easy for you to say, so why don't you go run around naked? Su Jian grunted and purely shut up and didn't say anything. This Zhou Hao, a good-looking man, didn't win him the 10 million emeralds, so he had a lot of resentment in his heart. Are you running or not? Yi Yun was impatient. If you don't run, then the reputation of you, Zhou Dishao, being faithless in your words and being a repeated villain, I will pass it on to you. Moreover, you lost to me. The youngest member of the antique family is actually a limp noodle. No, this piece of news, I think you, Zhou Xiao, don't want to make a big deal out of it, do you? Zhou Hao almost gritted his teeth and his mouth skin broke. Okay, I'll run around naked, but surnamed Yi, this matter this young is not finished with you. Sooner or later you have to give this young 100 times to pay back. Yi Yun directly did not want to take care of it. This trash who could only talk. Take it off. Take it off. Run. Run. Ha ha. Get your cell phone out and take pictures and videos and send it to your friends for 3 consecutive likes. The melon eaters, even more active than Yi Yun here, were excited. Susan turned her head away and glared at Yi Yun in shame. Hot-eyed thing. Don't show me. Yi Yun laughingly said. Don't look. Afterward hubby show you. Zhou Hao took off his clothes in a pair of gazes that made his flesh numb. In the end, it was chilly with just a pair of red pants. Yi Yun whistled. This year, could it be young Zhou's natal year? Oh, good. Look at the current year. It's going to be such great luck. Running naked in the street. This is not something that ordinary people can enjoy. Zhou Hao's eyes were malicious. Yi Yun, you shall not die. It was about to head for the door. A loud voice called out. Hey, pants off too. I thought we were talking about running around naked. Why do you still have this cover up on? These words immediately caused the rest of the people to follow suit and yell, all wanting Zhou Hao to strip down to nothing. Zhou Hao hated it, but it was difficult to ride the tiger, so he could only mentally curse Yi Yun madly. Hands trembled as he disarmed the last layer. Unsurprisingly, it's really a big head dad, small head son configuration. Chapter 110 A full load. Su Xian covered her face. It was hard to see straight. How? You? Straight away. She couldn't say anything because Zhou Hao's thing was small. Something only she knew. She likes Zhou Hao and wants to marry into the Zhou family. So all along, she had taken Zhou Hao's pain into consideration and kept her mouth shut. But now Zhou Hao, of his own accord, exposed it. Then it was tantamount that everyone in the world would know that Zhou Hao's contraption was small. Zhou Hao's mouth let out a crazy roar, and his two sparrow-like legs, shaking, rushed out the door, running naked in the street, scaring the pedestrians on the street, all screaming. Some of the girls, in particular, found it too disgusting and hot, hands over eyes, then fingers apart, looking through the cracks with fascination. On the mouth, it was cursing righteously. What a worldly, vulgar and nasty thing to do. Out of a nervous asylum, I guess. Call the police and get him back in a hurry. Shameless, mainly because it's still so small. Where did he get the courage to make it public? After running a lap, Zhou Hao put on his pants at fire speed, his face grim to the core. Shoot your mom, shoot the old man, bring the cell phone over, or this young man will kill your whole family. The humiliation was so intense that it almost drove him mad. Rushing along the street, but anyone with a cell phone. Zhou Hao was a wild smash. When he encountered those who dared to make a move with him, Zhou Hao was also furious, directly punching and kicking. Anyway, he has a big family and is not afraid of these poor bastards. But soon, he couldn't afford to be arrogant. A police car wowed and drove up. 3 cops got out and just pinned him down. The female police officer with the baton in her hand was gritting her teeth. Scum! Scum! You still dare to resist, don't you? Bang bang! To Zhou Hao's ribs, there were 2 sticks, stabbing Zhou Hao's eyes and screaming out. Su Xian and Su Jian were both filled with confusion. This police, it's just in time, isn't it? To say that no one called the police ahead of time, hell no. Yi Yun and Susan leisurely left the antique street. Thinking back on what just happened, Susan then snorted a delicate laugh. Yi Yun, you're really too bad. Letting people run around naked, not to mention calling the police to arrest them. That Zhou Hao, he really got screwed by you. Yi Yun grunted coldly. Shan, you know why I'm going to pack him hard, right? Without waiting for Susan to reply, Yi Yun said coldly, because the way he looks at my wife makes me very unhappy. Susan blushed and hummed softly. Then according to you, your wife can't let other men look at her? Yi Yun spoke in a domineering manner. I haven't even seen enough. There are a number of places I haven't even appreciated. The others, of course, don't deserve it. Susan was ashamed and angry, gritting her teeth. Stinking rascal, I'm not going to show you. Heart, but cannot say happy. As if there is an electric current running through. Tingling. The trip was a full one. Su Lao Taijuan's gift was bought and cost Susan nearly $500,000. But Yi Yun here, picking up a strain of blood Lingji, at least the valuation, are $5 million to start. Together with the $10 million of Imperial Green Jadeite that he had won by betting against Zhou Hao later on. Make a lot of money, so to speak. Back at Su Wen's house, Yang Huira took a look and her eyes went straight. Shannon, my sweet baby, this big emerald, is it for mommy? Heart baby, it's not in vain that mommy has loved you all your life. Love you to death. Cradle that Imperial Green Guanyin emerald with love. Su Wen, on the other hand, stared at the blood Lingji. Such a heavenly treasure is rare in the world. Shan, Yi Yun, you guys are so lucky. Where did you get this? Susan was all smiles. Dad, Mom, this blood Ganoderma, and the Imperial Green Jadeite, are all Yi Yun's. The smile on Yang Huira's face froze for a moment. What? What do you mean? Such an expensive thing is his? Impossible. Never. Susan said, nothing is impossible. Immediately, Yi Yun, how he had picked up and gotten the blood Ganoderma, and how he had stepped on Zhou Hao to win the Emperor Green Emerald, was told. Su Wen shocked. I know that antique house on Antique Street. It's very strong. It's an event that's held almost every year. But historically, no one has been heard of, who has won 10 million emeralds to take home. Good son-in-law, you're just too much of a disgrace to our Su family. Towards Yi Yun, he laughed out in appreciation. Yang Huira's eyes rolled and she forced a smile. Son-in-law, since you won it back, then look, this piece of emerald. Give it to Mom, okay? Yi Yun headed to the sofa and sat down with a big horse. Sorry, no. Yang Huira was furious, but she held her tongue and gritted her teeth. Yi Yun, what do you mean? I'm your mother-in-law. You can't even give me a piece of emerald? Yi Yun shrugged his shoulders. Fine, I'll go out and spend $2,000 to buy you a piece. But this piece in your hand, of $10 million, is of a different nature. Yang Huira hummed. So what if I want this piece? Can you still take it away from me? Su Wen couldn't look at it and frowned. Huiru, put the stuff down. Well, at least it's a big family. You're really out of shape. Susan also advised. Mom, if you like it, I'll spend the money later and buy you a good piece. Although barring that, it's definitely not as good as Yi Yun's this, but it's not bad either. Yang Huiru saw a good one. We're willing to let go. Called out. No, I want this piece. I'll give it to you father and daughter. who have been slaves and maids all their lives and have never gotten anything good. This piece, consider it your little couple. Filial piety to mom and me. Yi Yun laughed at this time. Alright auntie, don't play the emotional card. Something you like, take it. It's just that, you see, I'm hungry here and I want a 10-course meal. So what do I do? Yang Huira smile. Got a good thing. Naturally want to put on a smiling face to welcome. Aya. You see your good son-in-law. Want to eat good food. Mom to get you as well. Just wait. I'm going to make it. And I'll make sure you're comfortable. Su Wen and Susan both gave a thumbs up towards Yi Yun. Bull. Especially Su Wen. He was somewhat admiring Yi Yun. Not long after coming to the Su family, he directly suppressed Yang Huiru, the tigress. This feat really made him envious. Son-in-law. You see lately, you have time, right? Oh, it's time for us, the two of us, to go out for a reunion again. Su Wen smiled and opened his mouth, his smile more or less obscene. Once Yi Yun took a look at him, he knew what this old husband was playing at. Taking advantage of Susan's absence, Yi Yun whispered, Dad, you'd better take it easy. For one thing, I'm afraid your body can't handle it. That's two. Stealing too much food and letting Auntie find out is not good for you. I'm afraid. Su Wen grunted. We'll just make it a little more secretive. Shan Shan's mom, that big old man, won't know. Besides, where am I stealing food? Just wanted to hang out at the book club and catch up with old friends for inspiration. Yi Yun smiled. I know. Communicating to bed. Isn't it this kind? Being directly told what was on his mind. Su Wen was so embarrassed. However, the old father-in-law had a request, so Yi Yun naturally would not be unable to give his face. Tell you what, Dad, when I'm done with this, I'll accompany you out to exchange inspiration. Su Wen was overjoyed and signaled Yi Yun to come closer, saying quietly, Kid, if you help old man won't treat you badly. I've been working on Sam's mom's mind for the past 2 days. Soon, how about having this girl move out and live with you? Yi Yun coughed and said in a serious manner, It doesn't matter if you live together or not. Son-in-law me. I just can't bear to let down your father-in-law's good intentions. Su Wen almost slapped his face. He was already pretending enough. I didn't realize that this kid was even more pretentious than myself. Chapter 111, each with their own agenda. Starting to act. After eating, Yi Yun did not delay and came to the North City. It's going to happen tonight, and he's coming over early to check it out in case anything goes wrong. Guan Xia here had already gathered all the brothers under him, and his battle spirit was high. What are the preparations on the side of Chen Yangyan in the West City? Yi Yun inquired as soon as he arrived. Guan Xia said, Chen Yangyan's people were secretly recalled to the headquarters last night, from all over the night, but Raven, the great general of the heart, has been left behind by him. I wonder what that means. Yi Yun sneered. These old foxes, they all have the habit of being cunning. He left the Raven behind for no other reason than to prevent the theft of his home. Just in case. Guan Xia grunted coldly, but even if he's more cunning, he can't expect that we, and Nancheng Konghong, have joined forces, just waiting for Qin Shixiang to be destroyed. Then the next family, is him, Chen Yangyan. Yi Yun smiled playfully. I'm only afraid that, with the paranoia of this overlord of the western city, he will still toss out some more. As soon as his words fell, Wei Lao came over to report. Mr. Yi, Dongjia Chen's side. The phone came over. Guan Xia was shocked, not expecting that Yi Yun had just said that there was movement on Chen Yangyan's side. She picked up the phone and said disgruntledly, Chen Dongjia, we're going to do it tonight. Isn't it a bit risky for you to contact me at this time? Chen Yangyan said indifferently. Boss Guan, it is precisely because of the high risk that I, here, have another request. Guan Xia said in a cold voice. I, North City, have almost given up all the benefits. To you, West City. That's it. Isn't Chen boss satisfied? Chen Yangyan let out a strange laugh. Satisfied? Of course, but the point of beauty is that this seat feels that you, North City, still have to come up with a core figure to accompany me, West City. In this way, this seat is assured that your North City will not play any tricks. Guan Xia laughed coldly. Then I don't know who I need from North City to step in. Master Chen? Chen Yangyan smiled and said, there is no need to labor the big brothers of the North City. Let Guan Dongjia's little white boy come over to my West City together on the line. Guan Xia said angrily. This is never possible. Chen Yangyan's voice, too, went cold. Nothing is impossible. Guan Dongjia's better think about it. If it doesn't make sense to think about it, then tonight's operation is cancelled. This seat is always a little uneasy when I think about it. The only way is for you, Guan Xia, to keep an important hostage on this seat side. It's only when this seat strikes that there is no room for error. So Guan Dongjia, think about it. The call ended, and Guan Xia's flirtatious face was beyond ugly. Yi Yun stood up and was careless. No harm done. Then I will go to the western city for a walk. Plan of attack. Just business as usual. Guan Xia gritted her teeth and said, no way. Yi Yun, I'd rather risk myself than you. Seeing her from the bottom of her heart, worried about herself, Yi Yun's heart warmed and smiled. Don't worry, I will be fine. The time came quickly. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. It was already starting to get dark in Gangnam City. Yi Yun arrived at the western city and met Chen Yangyan. The latter was dressed in a pitch-black samurai uniform, and behind him stood a subordinate holding a wooden box. Inside the box was a huge wind-splashing sword, shining brightly. He, brother Yi Yun, please sit down. Seeing Yi Yun arrive, Chen Yangyan was very polite and gestured to sit down and drink tea. Yi Yun was unassuming and sat down, smiling. The aura of Chen Dongjia is really extraordinary. It's just that this is less than 2 hours before the action. Shall we depart early? Chen Yangyan waved his hand. There's no rush. In the last half hour, we'll move out again with our West City men. Yi Yun stopped saying anything. Obviously, Chen Yangyan was very careful and did not want to tell Yi Yun the time of his strike, only to see him grab the huge wind-splashing blade and start waving it. The blade chi tore through the air and was very ferocious. Yi Yun snapped and applauded. Boss Chen's power is truly pure fire. My junior is ashamed to be inferior. Chen Yangyan lowered his blades, and a wave of pride surged across his face. Yi Yun, since you can see how powerful this seat is, then this seat, I will give you a chance. Take the initiative to come over to the western city and kneel down to serve this seat. Later, there will be endless glory and riches. How about that? Yi Yun smiled faintly. What if I say no? Is it true that Chen Dongjia, is he going to kill me right away? Chen Yangyan's face was expressionless as he stared at Yi Yun's face. You may not know that I am a person who, almost, does not take the initiative to recruit talents, but if this seat opens its mouth, those who don't know better usually don't end well. Yi Yun nodded, but was not the least bit abashed. Thank you for your kindness, Master Chen. It's just that, I'm not in the habit of serving others. Chen Yangyan let out a cold smile. So, you're rejecting this seat? Yi Yun picked up his teacup and took a light sip before saying, if that's how Chen Dongjia wants to interpret it, it's not impossible. Chen Yangyan's eyes narrowed slightly as killing machines exploded, but then suddenly smiled. Just kidding. Don't be nervous, brother Yi. You are a guest in my west side. Take a rest. I'll let you know when I'm out in a while. With that, he turned and left the room. Yi Yun sipped his tea to himself, but at the corner of his mouth, disdain flashed. Chen Yangyan was surrounded by his subordinates and came to another room. A weedy raven in a flowered shirt is here making out with a heavily made-up woman. As soon as Chen Yangyan entered, he frowned. Crow, let her out. I have something to say to you. Crow was fond of the woman and drove her away, complaining, Big brother, it's not like you don't know. This person of mine is always used to relaxing a bit before a big battle, and the excitement has been disturbed by you. Chen Yangyan coldly grunted. When we destroy East City and devour Master Qin's territory, there will be plenty of women for you to play with in the future. Listen up. Later in the action, you join in. Raven was puzzled. Didn't we agree that I would stay at the base camp? Chen Yangyan shook his head. There's no need. Now that little white boy of Guan Xia's is already in this seat's hands, the North City, then, will not be able to turn the tide, and will have to obediently allow us to slaughter it. In a moment, you follow out and find the right opportunity to take control of this Yi Yun. Crow disdained. This kid, other than pleasing Guan Xia, other than that, he's useless. To waste him, I'll do it in a minute. Chen Yangyan's eyes were venomous. Originally, I sought him high and low as a talent and wanted to recruit him, but this little thing, not knowing any better, dares to reject this seat. Then there's no point in keeping him. Crow licked his beak with a cruel face. Boss, just don't worry. This little white boy, I could easily take his head off. Chen Yangyan sneered. Guan Xia is afraid that she wouldn't be able to break her head and think that after this seat has cleaned up East City, she will immediately turn her spear and take out her North City. In this way, my West City has eaten 2 consecutive territories and manpower. There's one Kong Hong left in the South City, who can only be a lamb to the slaughter. Ha ha ha. Crow followed and laughed in triumph with a lecherous face. Boss, when you clean up Bei Cheng, by the way, Guan Xia, this special thing, you'll have to play with it for me for 3 days. Chen Yangyan waved his hand. You only have the right for 1 night, the rest, this seat alone. Alright, it's about time. Notify the people down there and head out. Chapter 112, it's this Yi Yun again. 8 o'clock in the evening. The night is dark and windy. In the main city of Jiangnan, The lights are red and the lively nightlife has begun. In the world of underground gangs, it's a different story. The killing begins. Yi Yun was bored and drove strongly into East City's territory along with West City's convoy. Then, Chen Yongyan gave the order to storm and attack Master Qin's lair. On the North City side, Guan Xia's people followed closely. A bloody fight was kicked off. Under the dim streetlight, Crow had a cigar in his mouth, his cigarette flickering. To the left and right, front and back, there stood West Side's thugs, 7 or 8 of them. Hiddenly, it surrounded Yi Yun in the center. Yi Yun, old brother, I am really envious of you, actually being able to get into Guan Xia's bed. Yi Yun laughed. Run, that's definitely run. Crow burst with excitement, playfully smelling. Run is good. Soon, your woman will have to be played by me. Yi Yun revealed a look of being offended and angry. Crow, what the hell do you mean by that? The crow grunted coldly. What do you mean? You can't really do it? I'm just telling you that soon Guan Xia, this, will have to fall into my hands. Yi Yun narrowed his eyes. In that case, after you West City finished off Master Qin, you will in turn have to deal with our North City? Crow laughed loudly, proud to the extreme, this moment to react. Kid, your brain is not quite enough to use it. You're absolutely right. Look at the time. Master Qin and these people, they should have all hiccuped. Then it's time to clean up the tie. Guan Xia, at this moment, when we're in charge, the 7 or 8 West Side hitmen around them followed with their hearts in their mouths and couldn't help but laugh. Yi Yun said indifferently, get out of the way. I'll go in and take a look. Crow whistled and took out a folding knife, flinging it around in his hand. What? Anxious for Guan Xia? But sorry, I got orders to get you killed out here. After he spoke, a cold aura appeared in his eyes. The folding knife waved in his hand, brought up a cold arc of light, then plunged into Yi Yun's body. Fast, accurate and ruthless. Bang, bang, bang. A loud crash, punctuated by gunshots, sounded outside. In the luxurious office, Master Qin's broad body sat peacefully. He didn't seem to care at all about the commotion outside. I, Qin, have been in the jungle for more than 30 years, but I never thought that I would also come to the point of being at the end of my rope. Sighing, Master Qin looked into the distance, at the neon flashing night scene of Jiangnan City. What a wonderful city, where the old man screwed up countless millions of dollars, made a fool of himself, and reigned supreme for half his life. The subordinate carrying the suitcase, which was full of gold bars, had cold sweat on his forehead and urged, Master Qin, it's time to go. If we don't leave, the brothers outside won't be able to hold out, and that widow in the North City, and Chen Yongyan, the dog thief, will kill them. Master Qin snorted coldly and looked askance. What's the panic? Old me's East City even if it's been leveled. I, Qin Shixiong, am still a lord of the generation. Immediately afterward, his teeth clenched again and he said with a face full of hatred, all this, it was supposed to be a great start, but that kid named Ji Yun just buried my Qin Shixiong's kingdom. In that battle at the North City auction house, if he hadn't interfered, my East City, how could it have come to this day? Hateful, truly hateful, the subordinate said anxiously. Master Qin, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. It's not hopeless for us to make a comeback. I know that you want to kill that Yi Yun very much in your heart, but currently, we have to run for our lives first. Master Qin smiled coldly. Let's go and hide in the provincial capital for the time being. Anyway, I've got plenty of money and a bunch of you boneheads. To the provincial city, the old man recruits and remains a good man, flanked by his subordinates. Master Qin went through the dark passage from the base camp and was about to flee in desperation. As a result, as soon as they showed their heads, several of their subordinates screamed and were stabbed to death. Master Qin was alarmed and drank. Who? In the darkness ahead, accompanied by a sorrowful voice, Kam Hong led several hundred of South City's best men and walked out in the dark. He, old brother Qin, where are you trying to go? When Master Qin took a look, a heart instantly cooled down. But after all, he had been in the business for decades, and he still managed to stabilize the fluctuations in his heart. Elder brother Kong Hong, I didn't expect that even you, South City, would intervene. I have to ask, old man, how did you know I would be evacuating from here? The words were full of malice and resentment. Kong Hong laughed. I didn't realize that you would be evacuating from here, old brother, but over in North City, I have a friend called Yi Yun. The boy is spooky, and had instructed me to seal off all the intersections of the East Side base camp, and to be direct, your Master Qin looks powerful and coaxing, and will kill anyone who dares to offend. In reality, it's just a soft, old waste of space on the outside. Once the main camp is attacked, they are bound to flee for their lives carrying gold and silver. So this little brother, specially instructed me to wait for you in the back. Hey, not to mention, I really waited for you, Master Qin. That mocking tone, as if viewing a turtle in a jar, chilled Master Qin's heart and at the same time made him furious to the extreme. It's this son of a called Yi Yun again. Well, he's a nobody. I didn't expect that even you, South City, would let him hook up. Kong Hong, you let this seat live. How about this seat's East City? All the turf, and the stores, and the casino, are yours? Kong Hong smiled playfully. Not how, because this brat, Yi Yun, even gave me a word of advice. He said that you, Master Qin, under the urgency of the dog, will certainly promise heavy benefits and pay the price in exchange for the old life to escape. But in truth, your heart has long hated us intruders. When I catch my breath, I'm bound to retaliate hard. I wonder if that's right, Master Qin this time, not a heart cold. Instead, his legs trembled and he felt his scalp go numb. This Yi Yun is just a petty thief. Kong Hong, how do you say? You are also an underground overlord. Are you willing to listen to him? Master Qin hissed. Kong Hong coldly said, I, Kong Hong, naturally will not willingly listen to others. But nah, this kid's brain, it just works. He expects everything. What can I do? As the words fell, a palm blasted out, striking at Master Qin's heavenly aura. Behind them, the South City experts also hissed as axes, great swords, and all sorts of life-threatening ruthlessness pounced on them in unison. In 3 or 2 strokes, on Master Qin's side, a dozen people fell, leaving only 2 or 3 attendant experts. Master Qin, this culvert won't work. We can only retreat to the base camp. Retreat! A martial arts powerhouse of notable strength from East City roared furiously with red eyes as he resisted. Master Qin was so angry, his old face twitched, and he clenched his teeth. Retreat, withdraw to the top, and kill from the front. Kong Hong, I, Qin Shixiong, will remember this account, and that Yi Yun, you tell him to wash his neck for me. Master Qin's men retreated in a sorry state, leaving behind a dozen corpses. Kong Hong raised his hand, stopping his subordinates from pursuing him. Don't worry about it. When Qin Shixiang and Chen Yangyan's people encounter on and fight to the death, that's when we'll make our move. A South City's wise man, who was also Kong Hong's beloved, whispered, Boss, this Yi Yun is truly demonic. Everything is expected of him. I worry. Qin Shixiang and Chen Yangyan, 2 families, one after another after the end. This Yi Yun will come to deal with our southern city. This person, one has to be on guard. Kong Hong's face, too, was uncertain, and finally said in a chilling voice, Can't care so much. First take the fat meat in front of us. Furthermore, that kid has a demonic brain, but the martial arts, it's still under my control. If I can't, I'll forcefully kill him. That wise man. That was reassuring. Chapter 113. Who is the final winner? Thumbs up. Yi Yun's empty hand, set up in front of his body. The folding knife in Crow's hand that was flashing with cold light stopped right in front of Yi Yun's nose tip. Less than 2 centimeters. I can't tell. You're pretty quick to react. Raven's eyes were round and full of viciousness. The arm muscles bulged, forcing the folding knife, pushing it towards Yi Yun's face. But it's no use. Yakuza, maybe you're better than Brother Crow when it comes to pleasing women, but as far as killing and setting fire to people is concerned, kid, you're not even close with your fine skin. In the eyes of the crows, Yi Yun was not worth mentioning at all. A little white boy raised by Guan Xia. He felt that he, with one hand, could crush him, but the next second, the raven's eyes popped out as if he had seen a ghost. Only seeing Yi Yun's one-handed clasp, he pressed his arms, along with the sharp folding knife, towards the ground. The other hand, swinging like a spirit snake, snorted and poked at the crow's neck. Hiss! The sharp pain in that instant almost made Crow feel as if it was his own carotid artery that had been stabbed by Yi Yun's bare hands. He screamed miserably, adding to his ferocity. The folding knife held tightly in his hand stabbed at Yi Yun's small abdomen. Remember before? I told you. The smile on Yi Yun's face was as if the king of living hell was present. As I said, the name Crow is unlucky, because it will die a horrible death. Swish! Yi Yun struck like electricity, and Crow only felt the back of his knife-wielding hand go numb, as if electrocuted. The folding knife in his hand was released at once, and it fell into Yi Yun's hands in a twinkling. Kill him, quick! Raven's heart churned and he roared violently. This short 2-breath exchange of hands had already made him realize that this little white boy was not at all the weakling he thought he was. On the contrary, it was simply terrifying to the extreme, making his heart skip a beat. Too bad it's late. Only to see that after the folding knife fell into Yi Yun's hands, he seemed to lift a cloud. Lightly, it slashed against the air in front of him. The movement seemed gentle, but it was like the kiss of death. Brother Raven, Westside hitters, yelling out. In their vision, an appalling scene appeared. Brother Crow, a bright red line of blood on his neck, was the first to emerge. Immediately afterward, there was a crash and blood flowed like a fountain. Raven's hands went to cover his neck in vain, but they were stained with blood. Eventually, it fell straight to the ground, dead. Swish swish swish. Under the dim streetlight, Yi-Yun flashed one after another as if he was dancing. The remaining 8 Westside fighters were all tough men with good hands. One by one, they remained, rushing up to surround and kill, frozen in place. In the next second, all of them fell to the ground, dead beyond repair. The folding knife that had just drank enough blood leaped like an elf in Yi-Yun's hands. He had a smile on his face, but there was no laughter. With big strides, he headed inside the base camp on the east side. All along the way, there is a mess of destruction after the fight. In the deepest part, Master Qin, the East City Overlord, and Chen Yongyan were in a hard fight. In Chen Yongyan's hand, the huge wind-splashing sword danced with a whirring sound. Master Qin was in danger of being forced to retreat. Hissing, Chen Yongyan, you dog thief, if you want my Qin Shixian's life, you won't be any better. Chen Yongyan slashed furiously. His aura was like a rainbow. An East City expert who served as a sword for Master Qin burst into pieces on the spot. Master Qin was desperate, covered in wounds. Looking around, the only remaining subordinates, all dead. Now, he was left alone, along with the suitcase that he had, earlier, been preparing to take with him. The experts of the Western City, closed in, their faces already smiling. Boss, just chop this old dog Qin to death with a messy knife. In the future, the only underground in Jiangnan City will be our West City, and the only one who is in charge will be the only one who is in charge. Yes, our time in the West Side has come. Chen Yongyan sniffed and laughed maniacally. He, who had always been repressed and gloomy, couldn't help it at this moment, revealing a face full of ambition and arrogance. You guys go out, converge on the crows, and wipe out all of North City Guanxia's people. This one, you can't clean it up. Just wait for this seat to arrive. With a quick command, Chen Yongyan pounced on the severely injured Master Qin. At this moment, the situation in the West Side can be said to be a great one. Master Qin's men were killed and he was the only one left. A bad old man. As for Guanxia, he was also injured in the fierce fight just now. At the moment, it was shrinking with the only battle force left in the North City. Just convenient for him, all in one fell swoop. Bang bang. In Chen Yongyan's hands, the splash wind knife was wide open, killing Master Qin, who had to fend it off with a suitcase. This suitcase of his, the material was good, and it wasn't shattered. However, Chen Yongyan's martial arts style was still to be above that of an innate expert, and was already infinitely close to that of a minor sect master. If it was Master Qin, in his heyday, it would be possible to deal with it. But at this moment, with the oil running out, there was nothing to do but wait for death. Finally, Master Qin stumbled and broke his calf. Chen Yongyan flew up high, and in a wild roar, his greatsword chopped down in the air. Wow! When Master Qin's shoulder was hit by a knife, a mouthful of blood, he sprayed out with his head tilted back. Just now, in the nick of time, if not for the fact that he had inclined his head and supported it with both hands, he had counteracted the force of Chen Yongyan's downward chop. I'm afraid that in one fell swoop, I'd have to be split up. You non-barking dog. I didn't realize that martial arts, too, had been cultivated to the little master realm. Master Qin's face was full of grimace, coughing up blood in his mouth, looking incomparably miserable. Good, dying in your hands, old me is not a loss. It's just Chen Yongyan, you son of a, even if you killed my old man. North City Guanxia, with that treacherous Yi-Yun assisting you, you'll have to die by his hands sooner or later. Chen Yongyan gritted his teeth, ruthlessly pressed his large sword down, and laughed. Master Qin, just go at ease. As for what you said, I'm keeping my hand in. That Yi-Yun, he does have a few bits of cleverness. So, I arranged for him to be sent to his death. As the words fell, the large sword stirred viciously. Master Qin grunted miserably and died completely. Chen Yongyan let out his breath in a big breath, his heart so ecstatic that it almost turned to the sky. In the past, in the underground of Jiangnan City, Master Qin was the big brother. As ambitious as he was, he could only be the second in a million years. But now, well, Big Brother got chopped up by him. He's the big brother who deserves it and no one dares to resist. The feeling, I must say, was truly wonderful. However, not waiting for Chen Yongyan to enjoy himself for a while longer. Outside, a scream rang out. A large number of Westside's thugs, assholes and all, fled toward him. Chen Yongyan was confused and yelled with his sword. What's going on? You losers. Can it be that just the few people from Guanxia can't clean it up? The West City experts who retreated back were all pale. One of them, with a look of despair, roared, "Boss, we've been tricked." South City Kong Hong's people, in conjunction with Guan Xia, the poisonous woman, have come to kill. Buzz. Chen Yongyan only felt as if 10,000 thunderbolts exploded in his head. The body that was standing in place shook so violently that it almost didn't stand still. He had thought that he was the ultimate winner, but now it looks like he's not so much a winner as a clown who was kept in the dark the whole time. Raven, where is the Raven Man? Chen Yongyan body. She once again exploded, pushed away his subordinates, gritted his teeth and yelled, "Bring the head of that Yi Yun. This seat will let Guan Xia this look. Backstabbing my West City. She North City, also shall not die well." There was a thud and a head rolled in. Chen Yongyan took a look, but he was so shocked that he almost poured blood all over his body. Raven, the #1 general under him, dead as a doornail, with one head left, staring at him godlessly. However, what he clearly wanted was that Yi Yun's head. At the door, a large number of fighters poured in, so that you couldn't see the head at a glance. The crowd parted towards both sides. Guan Xia, Kong Hong, appeared one after another with a teasing face. Immediately after that, the two, again, took the initiative to stand away from each other. Yi Yun walked in with a smile on his face. "Mr. Chen, I heard you were looking for me?" Chen Yongyan drew a mouthful of cold air. "You actually didn't die." As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized that they were redundant. The crows are hiccuping. Then this Yi Yun, naturally, would only live on. However, Chen Yongyan couldn't figure it out. How could the crows, not this Yi Yun? Chapter 114, Defeat of the Army. The two sides are locked in a standoff. Chen Yongyan held a large sword and led the people of the western city with a ferocious face. Clearly, the intention was to fight for his life. The two hegemons, Guan Xia of the North City and Kong Hong of the South City, were unimpressed. "Guan Dongjia, how about we go in together and have a quick battle?" Kong Han suggests. Guan Xia looked indifferent. "Fine. Kill all the people in the western city together, and then we'll sit down and divide it up." It looks like the fight is about to start again. The West Side's fighters, all of whom had their throats rolling, backed up one after another in fear. An expert, speaking quickly towards Chen Yongyan, said, "Boss, the tide has turned. The crows are dead. We either have to break out or just run away." Chen Yongyan said in a chilling voice, "The crow is dead, but Laozi is not. These two have joined forces to assassinate my western city. It's hard to get rid of my heart's hatred without splitting them into pieces." With a vibration of his long sword, Chen Yongyan, worthy of his generation of overlords, hissed and yelled, "Brothers of the western city, follow me to meet the battle. None of us at Westside are cowards, even today, assassinated by these two parties of dog thieves, but my people from the western city can still kill out and defeat them." Westside hitters, encouraged, morale, which had been fading, began to climb again. A dumbfounded laugh, but it appeared quite abruptly in the center of the room. Beside Chen Yongyan, that Xiqing expert said angrily, "Surname Yi, what the hell are you laughing at?" Yi Yun raised his hand to indicate that Guan Xia and Kong Hong, "Do not act rashly yet." Then as if nothing was wrong, he walked up 2 steps to the group of Westside hitmen. "Chen Dongjia, what a devious mind. Mouths that inspire their brothers to die and go to their deaths. Himself, however, is secretly calculating and escaping alone. Oh, with this, you're still the Westside boss? It's really teeth-chilling." Pointing at Chen Yongyan, Yi Yun laughed indulgently. Chen Yongyan's eyes were resentful as he roared in a low voice, "Yi Yun Jr., don't you dare to make a fuss here. I, Chen Yongyan, have spent my entire military life never abandoning my brothers." Yi Yun laughed, his face full of disdain. "You talk a good game, but Chen Dongjia, what are you retreating backward for? That suitcase of Master Qin's, you've already let your subordinates hold it in their hands, haven't you? Fine, I'll reveal a little more. Your unsavory face. It doesn't hurt that the Westside hitmen are dead. You can still spend money on recruiting, and money makes the world go round anyway. And you, and those few masters around you, just have to get out in one piece, right? Your target, that dark door behind you. Before, Master Qin, slipped away from here. Now, you want to follow his example. I wonder if I'm right." Yi Yun's words caused Chen Yongyan's face, directly, to change slightly. The Xiqing expert beside him, who was holding the suitcase in a death grip, even exclaimed out in shock, "Boss, hurry up. This kid is better than a ghost. He's recognized." With those words, he grabbed the lead and rushed towards the dark door. This time, the Westside beaters, whose morale had just been boosted, instantly fell. It changed directly to panic, the soul of the dead. Then, in spite of everything, he dropped the guy in his hand and turned his head to follow and flee desperately. the skipper doesn't give a, and they, the minions, are still fighting for their lives. In Yi Yun's eyes, a cold aura soared. Kill! Kong Hong and Guan Xia, ordering in unison, led the men to pounce on them as if they were tigers entering a flock of sheep. As he passed by Yi Yun, Kong Hong was in awe. Kid, you really are a devil. Chen Yongyan's morale was instantly emptied by the blow you dealt him. Ha ha ha, killing it is much simpler and smoother for us. Boom boom. With violent explosions, Guan Xia and Kong Hong, both headed straight for Chen Yongyan, instantly battling together. They knew very well that slaughtering Westside's minions was of little use. The only way to make Chen Yongyan, the leader, die beyond death, the foundation of the Western city, is to be considered completely uprooted. No escape. Come back, all of you. Chen Yongyan was tired of running for his life, facing two people on his own, in a dangerous situation, but the anxiety in his heart, as well as his violent anger, outweighed everything else. He knew very well that his big deal, waste half of his life, was fearless of Guan Xia and Kong Hong, but the men, once they only know how to run for their lives, do not resist, then it's a losing battle, and in the end, none of them will be able to leave. However, no matter how much he hissed and how much he bellowed, the hearts and minds of the Western city were already scattered. All of them screamed miserably, scrambling and squeezing their way to the dark door. The West City expert who was holding the suitcase clenched his teeth fiercely. Boss Chen, I'm sorry, brother, I'll withdraw first to preserve a little bit of living force for West City. After saying that, surprisingly, he swished a few palms and blasted away the people in front of him who were blocking the way, and skipped off alone. Chen Yongyan was so furious that he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Being so distracted, Guan Xia caught the opportunity and blasted his palm on the back waist. Immediately, blood spurted out and he stumbled forward. In Kong Hong's eyes, viciousness surged up, splitting his face and blasting. Chen Yongyan was in a rage, raising his sword in front of him, his clenched crown of teeth filled with blood, incomparably hideous. Hong Hong throws a succession of brutal kicks from the top. Chen Yongyan swung his sword and just blocked twice. The remaining ones, all knotted up, were kicked in the chest by Kong Hong. Immediately, blood spewed out like no money. The whole person, directly lost half of his life. Elder brother Chen, you shouldn't blame being a brother for being vicious. Kong Hong's face was full of pleasure, and the victory made him unable to stop his body from trembling. Master Qin is dead, so go down obediently and be a companion to him. 5 years ago, I, Nanchang, was driven to the brink of extinction by you. Heaven's way is good, and today it finally allows me, Kong Hong, to catch a chance to take revenge. Chen Yongyan's large sword in his hand on the ground, in order to stand steady, laughed miserably. Kong Hong, you and my Chen Yongyan's eyes, but a rat. The one who defeated me was not you, dog. It was Yi Yun, the little thief. Kong Hong laughed maniacally. Not bad, a pot of your West City, as well as the East cities. Yi Yun, this brother, should be the head honors, but you, Chen Yongyan, will have to die in my Kong Hong's hands, so that I can feel the pain. Hopping together, he grabbed and attacked, and in 3 or 2 blows, blasted away the large sword in Chen Yongyan's hand. In the end, a punch struck Chen Yongyan's ceiling of heaven. Chen Yongyan muffled a grunt, skull cracked. This was the same as the Qin master. Go down to report to Hades. Kong Hong's body was stained with blood, and he let out a loud laugh from where he was. Between Guan Xia's eyebrows, coldness flickered as she ordered. Everyone, stop immediately. Kong Hong's smile withdrew and he walked over, saying in a chilling voice, why did you stop? But anyone from the Western city, kill them all for me and let them go down to Chen Yongyan's funeral. At this moment, the West City, there are still dozens of people, all kneeling down and screaming for mercy. Guan Xia said angrily, Boss Kong, Chen Yongyan is dead. What's the point of killing these remaining minions? It's better for us to take them for ourselves. Kong Hong gritted his teeth and said, Chen Yongyan is dead, but my hatred for him is not enough to lift. So kill me. Guan Xia was furious. I'll see who dares. Listen up. None of the remaining brothers in the West Side are to make another move toward them. 2 bosses, getting into an argument here. The people under both sides, who could neither lay hands on them nor not lay hands on them, all looked over. Immediately, an eerie atmosphere spread across the scene. Could it be that the 2 sides worked together in good faith and just won? Now, it's going to fall apart and start a civil war? Kong Hong's eyes spewed fire as he said sorrowfully, Mr. Guan, what do you mean by this? Just after the fight, your North City is going to go against my South City? Along with his words, the people in the South City all got a bad look in their eyes. Guan Xia was not afraid in the slightest, and said tit for tat, I didn't mean any offense to Nanchang, but these people, they are no longer enough to worry about. Killing them won't help at all. So why jeopardize lives? Kong Hong gritted his teeth and said, so what if I just have to kill them all? You North City, you Guan Xia, is it going to be with me Kong Hong? The scene turned over. For a moment, Guan Xia didn't speak. Chapter 115 shocked Miss Su. At this moment, Yi Yun was quickly interspersing through the streets and alleys. Dark night, heavy rain, dim streetlights, few pedestrians. With a cold face, he stopped at the fork in the road ahead. The master of the West Side, clutching the heavy suitcase in his hands, just happened to run headlong into it. Asterisk 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 off. He roared angrily and blasted towards Yi Yun without hesitation. Yi Yun disdained it and dodged sideways. Lightning raced his right leg and swept it out. Boo! That West City outlaw flew backward and smashed heavily on the stone wall, spitting blood from his mouth. The suitcase in his hand, too, fell aside. Yi Yun slowly walked forward and picked up the suitcase. He opened it, smiled with satisfaction, and then closed it. Inside, there's something Lu Chuanhu wants. Brother Yi Yun, let me go. I swear that I won't trouble you in the future. This remaining expert of the western city backed up in succession, his eyes terrified. Yi Yun did not say a word, but he did not even look at him more than once, and soon disappeared into the rainy night. The man's face, all of a sudden, became spiteful and hateful. However, he did not dare to stay and turned back and ran in the opposite direction from Yi Yun. Returning to the East City base camp, Yi Yun happened to see Guan Xia, who was caught in a standoff, and Kong Hong. Ha, Kong dang dang, what's this for? The big win is in front of us, and the celebration is over. Killing these minions, I think, is really beneath the majesty of Kong Dongjia. Kong Hong snorted coldly. Since you opened your mouth, brother Yi, then this seat, giving you this face, will spare the lives of these losers. Take the men and immediately go and search the gold and silver left in the east side. Guan Xia gritted her teeth. This Kong Hong, it looks like he's starting to swell. Yi Yun said indifferently, this is a normal thing. After this shuffle, his southern city will grow in a straight line. On Guan Xia's face, there was sadness. We, North City, have suffered the most losses, but the gains, likewise, are immeasurable. I'm afraid to follow up, and Convoy is about to start working on me. Yi Yun shrugged his shoulders. What comes after? Comes after. For now, you might as well gather up, in the East City as well as the West, the remaining men and women. Guan Xia froze. Collecting the people first. What about these two parties? The leftover industries, and the land? Yi Yun shook his head. Those things are not as important as centaurs. It's only when you have people that you have a voice and a hard fist, occupying a large area of land, and a lot of money, without the strength to guard it, will only invite destruction. Wei Lao thought deeply and said convincingly, Boss, Mr. Yi is right. It's better for us to pull people together first. Sakia smiled. Okay, I'll listen to my dear. Yi Yun said. For the rest, there's no need for me, right? I have business on my side, so I won't accompany you. Guan Xia was a bit disappointed. So won't you come with me to the fragrant garden and celebrate? Seeing that her eyes contained spring water, Yi Yun knew that this celebration, it might not be too serious. So, hurry up and slip away. Outside, the night was thick. Su Yuer, the ninny, has called a dozen times and missed. Yi Yun called her back. What's wrong? Eldest Miss Su laughed coldly. Yi Yun, aren't you even going to return to your house lately? Is it possible that my being here is getting in your way? If that's the case, then I'll go. Yi Yun could hear that there was fire in this chick's words, but said indifferently, fine, go home then. Remember to take an umbrella. It's not raining hard out there. Su Yuer huffed. You go to hell. Originally, I did intend to leave, but now, if you want me to leave, I'm not going to. Yi Yun let out an oh so subtle sound and continued. You'd better, still, recuse yourself. In a few moments, a friend will come to see me at the Palace of Eternal Bliss. Su Yuer disdained. I didn't grow up being intimidated by you. I'm not afraid of any of your friends coming. Yi Yun shrugged his shoulders and called Lu Chuanhu. I've got what you want. Come to the Palace of Eternal Bliss to get it. Lu Chuanhu was overjoyed. Okay, I'll come over. Thank you Marshal Yun. Yi Yun was at a roadside stall and bought 3 fried noodles with eggs and bacon. Then, slowly, he returned to the Palace of Eternal Happiness. It was late at night at the moment, and Miss Su was wearing a Hello Kitty t-shirt on her upper body and a pair of ridiculously short hot pants on her lower body, a pair of jade-like legs, and no shoes, just running around. Yi Yun entered and greeted her. Su Yuer grunted lightly and didn't care. Yi Yun didn't bother with her and sat down in the living room. How can you go wrong with a can of cold beer when the hot fried noodles are still double spiced? From the refrigerator, he took out his favorite barrel beer. Yi Yun beautifully poured a mouthful of it, and then began to eat. Smelling the fragrance, Miss Su couldn't sit still. Striding over and condescending, she said, "Stinky man, you eat alone and don't care about me?" Yi Yun pointed to the side. "Here, I bought one for you. Open and eat it yourself." Only then did Su Yue reveal a flowery smile and sat down next to him, deliberately getting so close that her shoulder brushed against Yi Yun. A faint scent of aromatic grass drilled into Yi Yun's nostrils. Su Yue joyfully said, "Good-smelling fried noodles. This big portion. I can finish it. Thank you, good brother." Yi Yun didn't have a good temper. "You sit over there. The guests are coming soon. It's unseemly for people to see it." Su Yue didn't believe it and hummed, "It's 11 or 12 o'clock. I don't believe there are still people coming. You must have lied to me." As soon as the words left his mouth, the electric door rang with the sound of a card being swiped and then opened automatically. Lu Chuanhu, dressed in a black coat, walked in. Walking, the majesty of a party's richest man, does not reveal itself. Su Yue couldn't sit still for a moment, stood up and said in a fidgety manner, "Lu, Master Lu, how did you appear here?" Lu Chuanhu frowned and glanced at her. "You're the Su family's girl, right? It's a big night and you're still not going home?" Su Yue's face flushed red and she glared fiercely at Yi Yun. This bad guy. Why didn't he tell himself that the one who came was the richest man in Jiangdong? In front of such a big shot, it was a social death for her to wear such a cool dress. Lu Chuanhu was, however, not paying much attention to Su Yue. Looking towards Yi Yun, he said with a smile, "Marshal Yun, your fried noodles look really good. Geez, I'll show the old man I'm hungry." Yi Yun ate his own. His mouth slurred. "I bought 3 servings. You have some too." The richest old man immediately took off his jacket, and then, bumbling, ran over to open the roadside stand boxed lunch, but sat on Yi Yun's other side and lowered his head to eat. The picture, bizarre to the core. Su Yue's eyelids twitched and she was tempted to pull out her cell phone and take a picture of the scene to send it to her friends. The richest man in Jiangnan, the #1 man in the public eye, actually ate fried noodles bought from a roadside stall without saying anything. Still looked like a starving man. That eating, Su Yue suspected. Lu Quan, who was afraid that 2 days have not eaten, but what shocked her even more was Lu Chuanhu's attitude towards Yi Yun, the living good boy, eating and eating, also will be his lunchbox bacon, and eggs, shaving some to Yi Yun, giggling non-stop. Su Yue's heart shook. Yi Yun, this guy, what's his story? Look at this situation. The richest lord in Jiangnan, have to serve him. Chapter 116, Husband and Wife Feud. Wiping his mouth, Yi Yun ended the fight, put the suitcase on the table and opened it. Immediately, a box of gold bars, yellow in color, revealed itself. Su Yue covered her mouth to prevent herself from exclaiming, secretly weighing, "This box, I'm afraid it has to be $1 billion. Yi Yun was oblivious to these gold bars, but it was as if he had turned a blind eye to them. Lifting the crate, he clattered straight to the floor, and then to the bottom of the crate, with a flurry of picking and pulling. Finally, lift the mezzanine to reveal the hidden compartment underneath. Lu Chuanhu was overjoyed. It's the secret treasure. From the hidden compartment, he took out a palm-sized broken piece. The material is not gold or silver, wood or stone. On it, carved with mutilated lines. What the hell? Yi Yun asked. Lu Chuanhu glanced at Su Yue and Yi Yun said, "It's fine. She can rest assured." Only then did Lu Chuanhu open his mouth. The broken pieces of the Fushi Bagua plate, our Dragon Kingdom martial arts, the most first-class supreme treasure. Yi Yun frowned. What are you getting together for the Dragon Kingdom martial arts stuff? Lu Chuanhu shook his head. Marshal Yun, don't underestimate this thing. What's involved behind it? But for nearly 100 years, the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts world has been a bloody mess of dragon fights and tigers. The upper echelon has a very high regard for this shattered piece, but wherever it appears, it must be collected. Yi Yun said indifferently, "Then this time, I will help you snatch this shattered piece. You remember to inform your superiors that they owe me a big favor." Lu Chuanhu nodded his head. "This is what should be done." The vice president sighed. "Has already mentioned this matter to me. Say, inevitably won't let you. Marshal Yun, labor for nothing." Yi Yun skimmed his lips. "Forget it, I'm only making a move for your sake. As for that vice president of your Divine Dragon Society, this person has a deep heart. I don't want to get involved with him." Lu Chuanhu smiled bitterly. Yi Yun's words, he didn't dare to take them, because of the direct reference to his superior peak. Whether it was Yi Yun or his superior peak, Lu Chuanhu knew deep down that he had no qualifications to evaluate. "Alright then, I'll go back first. Marshal Yun, you rest early." Lu Chuanhu collected his things and excused himself. Before leaving, he had an odd look in his eyes and glanced at Su Yuer, half a reminder, half a warning. Ms. Su, you seem to be a smart person as well, perhaps even smarter than that girl from the Su family, but there are some smarts that you need to watch out for, so you don't get smart. Su Yuer was puzzled. Master Shofu, what do you mean by that? Is it because I did something wrong? Lu Chuanhu lightly grunted. You didn't do anything wrong. I'm just reminding you. Don't be with us, Yun Shui, and get someone killed. Nowadays, girls are very tactful and get what they want as soon as the baby is born. But in our Cloud Marshal's case, it won't work, because I, and those old nobodies behind him, won't want to see this. Su Yuer's face turned pale, hearing the threat in Lu Chuanhu's words. If this richest man wanted to deal with her, or their Su family, it would be simply too easy. Yi Yun came out from the bathroom, carrying his pants. What's wrong? Why is your face so ugly? Su Yuer hurriedly shook her head. Nothing, it's fine. Yi Yun, who the hell are you? Her face was complex as she looked at Yi Yun and asked. Yi Yun was speechless. Isn't it old Lu too, who has instilled something in you? Don't listen to him, Su Yuer said with a sobbing voice. Shofu didn't say anything. I just feel a little scared. Yi Yun rolled up his sleeves, with an air of fighting for Miss Su. What did he do? Did he threaten you? Tell me. I'll clean him up. Su Yuer snorted and wiped away the tears of fear from her eyes. The richest man said that he told me not to think about playing with you to get killed. Yi Yun, to be your woman, doesn't it have to be? A very noble identity. A great noblewoman from a powerful family? Yi Yun was helpless and laughed. I myself, I don't pick these, as long as I like them. But it's true, those old misfits behind me always like to meddle in my affairs. I've been criticized for making such a mess with Sam. Su Yuer didn't say anything. There was some concern about what if she seduced Yi Yun and was taught a lesson by those big shots behind him. If you're not careful, I'm afraid you'll get killed, and your family will be destroyed. But on second thought, this golden thigh of Yi Yun, could she just give it up for nothing? She won't do it. When you get a chance, just be open and honest with Shannon and talk it out. This husband, she has to go in half. There was no way. It wasn't that she, Su Yuer, was cheap and wanted to stalk her. The truth is that Yi Yun, this bad guy, has an unfathomable background and has a great deal to offer. And, gradually, she had to admit, she had fallen deeper into this man's tenderness. Elder Taijun Su's birthday came as scheduled. Early in the morning, Yi Yun rushed to Su's house, and Susan's big bag, carrying to this old woman to celebrate her birthday. Along the way, young Weiru's face didn't look too good. It's just that I found a man from the provincial city. What a big deal. Ever since I was a kid, I've been comparing everything to our Sam. When I was a kid, it was more than beauty and school grades. Now that you've grown up, you compare your status and the men you find. Che, I really don't know why Su Wen, your elder brother's family, is so vulgar. Su Wen said bitterly, just don't say it. Su Xian had a hard time catching up with such a nice family. It's not surprising that Su Chan wants to show off. Young Weira turned her eyebrows upside down and said fiercely, yes, the golden son-in-law that her family is looking for. The great male son of the provincial city is marvelous. But by what right? Should we be shady in front of us and feel superior to our family? Is it fun to praise one and stomp on the other? Su Wen sighed and sulked, obviously feeling no pain either. Susan asked, Mom, what did Su Xian's family say? Young Weiro bored, yesterday I and your father. Not thinking, your grandmother's birthday to well, go ahead to visit. I ended up running into your eldest uncle's family and that boyfriend Su Xian found. Your grandmother looked so happy she was going up to her room. That's not saying much, favoring that what's his name? Zhou Hao, to compare with your husband. I'm nothing, but your father's face, it was trampled on yesterday. Susan faintly said, Su Chang's family, it's just this crookedness, I don't want to take care of it. As for Su Xian's boyfriend, to be honest, it's really not that great. Yang Huiro hummed, I also think not how, is not the family, there are a few points of power, a few stinking money well. Yi Yun, you have to work hard for me, and strive to one day make my mother's face long. You know? Su Shan frowned. Mom, hasn't Yi Yun given you enough face for you to say such words? Yesterday, it was only yesterday that I received such an expensive emerald from someone okay. Yang Huiru's old face turned red and hurriedly said, Oops, I'm not saying that this son-in-law of mine is no good, rather that Zhou Hao, the provincial city to the son of the boy well, the family is doing big business. Your great-uncle's family, all flaunted to the skies, charmed your grandmother to death. I just can't see it. Susan said coldly, I don't have the heart to care what happens to other families. I just want my mom and dad to be safe, my husband to be healthy, and for our family to just close the door and live our lives on our own. Su-won laughed. This is something I love to hear. In the future, we are a family of 4. We can just live our own lives. Why do we care so much? Yang Huira skimmed her lips. You talk a good game, but to put it bluntly, you're just a rakier. Ever since I was a child, I have not dared to compete with your elder brother, and I have let him suppress me at every turn. So much so, that now, our family suffers from your harboring. That's an understatement. Su-won, a big man, was all of a sudden groundless, so he became angry. Yang Huiru, I gave you face, didn't I? What? Did you marry into our Su family and treat you poorly? Or did we feed you less and clothe you less? Yang Huiru's eyes reddened and she spilled her guts and shouted. Su-won, poked your pain, didn't I? All born of the same mother, all sons. Haven't you ever wondered why everywhere, you are not treated well by the old Taijun, and your big brother? He takes all the advantages and rides over you and everything? I'm telling you it's because you're useless. You're weak. You yell at me? If you're capable, go yell at Su Chang. Yell at your old, undead mom. Snap. Su-won was furious and slapped his face. This time, both Yi Yun and Susan were not expected. Yang Huiru's face, just like that, received a slap and became red and swollen. Yi Yun, this mother-in-law, but also is not vegetarian, directly yelled, pounced over to hit Su-won. The two couples were in the back of the car, straight up in a full-on brawl. Chapter 117. Who is in favor and who is against? In Susan's eyes, tears welled up. Mom and Dad, don't fight, don't do it, Su-won roared. This old man has endured her for a long time. I will beat her to death. Yan Huiro had a ferocious face and scratched at Su-won's face. Good, you finally told the big truth in your heart, haven't you? It's just as well. I don't want to live anymore, and my daughter has found a home anyway, so I'll die with you. Susan was even more anxious, turning back from the front row to pull the fight, and was mistakenly injured by Yang Hueju, who scratched at her eyes and yelped. Yi Yun was heartbroken. A sharp break. The car just stopped in the middle of the road. With a dark face, he got out of the car and came to the back row, roughly pulling Su-won and Yang Huiru apart with an angry shout. Mom and Dad, if you want to fight, come out here on the road and do it. There are so many people passing by anyway. It's just the thing to make people look funny. Also, you guys fight your fights, but my wife got caught in the crossfire, so don't blame your son-in-law for flipping out if there's anything to it. Upon hearing that Susan was hurt, Su-won was the first to stop. Shan, Daddy is sorry. Where is it hurt? Yang Huiro hugged her head and cried out, incomparably sad, I'm sorry daughter. Mom has disgraced you. Where are you hurt? Let's go to the hospital. Yi Yun went over, checked Su Shan's eyes, saw that it was just a little red and was scratched. Nothing serious. Then his face eased. There's nothing wrong with Su Shan, but you guys, it's best not to fight. Keep fighting. It's only going to break Sam's heart, so you guys watch. Su-won and Yang Huiru didn't say a word, but they didn't make a move anymore. Yi Yun returned to the driver's seat and set off again. Susan, with tears still in her eyes, looked at him. Honey, thank you. I don't know what I would have done if it wasn't for you. Mom, Dad and them. It's the first time I've ever seen hands-on, and it scared the hell out of me. Yi Yun sighed in his heart. Susan's family, they were really suffocating. That said, Su-won and Yang Huiru, the days were not bad. On the contrary, there's an old miscreant above who can't keep his bowl of water level. That's not to mention an older brother who ostracizes and hates their family at every turn. That's going to be tough. And Yang Huiru, this woman, bad, not to talk about, but it's true that vanity, good face, can't afford to be angry. Being squeezed by Su Chang's family, plus Su Lao Taijun, the old hag, naturally came back to find Su-won's anger. Su-won, even if the nature of the good, this time also hurt the man's self-esteem. Intolerable, can only do it. In this way, several members of the family, who had made an unpleasant scene, came to Elder Taijun Su's big villa. Yoo-hoo, second uncle, second aunt, your family has arrived. Su Jian, who was in charge of receiving guests at the door, taunted Su-won's family as soon as he saw them. What's wrong with second auntie? Her face is all red and swollen. It can't be from being smoked, right? Yang Huiro covered her face and headed inside without a word. Susan looked at Su Jian and said in a cold voice, watch what you say to my mom, the way you have no respect. It's really embarrassing. Su Jian sneered. Sister Shan, you don't think that because I call you sister, you're qualified to lecture me, do you? And how is what I just said disrespectful? Second auntie was just beaten. It's not like I said anything wrong. Susan secretly gritted her teeth. This Su Jian, like a loudspeaker, deliberately yelling very loudly, afraid that others cannot hear what he said. Yi Yun walked up and smiled. Wife, go in first and chat with mom and dad. Susan hummed and walked into the villa. Only then did Ji Yun seem to smile and look at Su Jian. It seems that your skin is itching again, right? And the first 2 hospitalizations didn't make you remember? Su Jian's face reddened and his face twisted for a moment. Surname Yi, you damn well don't pretend to be a bully for me here. I'm telling you, you're a ing door-to-door son-in-law, coming to my Su family to beg for food. And lousy, the veritable son of the Su family. You bit me? A male master? Oh, I'd like to think that you're nothing but a piece of. Yi Yun snorted and suddenly looked at Empress Su Jian. Old Taijun, why have you come out? Su Jian subconsciously turned around. His face was already accompanied by a smile, and he was about to mouth a long life to his grandmother. Behind him, as it turned out, was empty. As for Yi Yun here, he had already lifted his foot and stomped directly over. Just kicked in Su Jian's big butt pier. Kicked this grandson. On the spot rolled out a few meters away. Yi Yun, how dare you fool me? I'll kill you. Su Jian, who had been tricked and received a kick, climbed up and was furious. Director Guo and the others just happened to arrive at the villa to wish Elder Taijun Su a happy birthday. Seeing Yi Yun, he immediately eagerly went forward. I am Minister Yi. You are also here. Yi Yun smiled and nodded. Dong Guo. Good spirits. Director Guo laughed. That's definitely good. That prescription you gave me. I take it on time every day. The effect is gung-ho. Oh old brother. Come on. Let's go in together. Yi Yun laughed. Good. It's just that this Su Jian Daosher seems to have some thoughts about me and won't let me in. Director Guo's face sank as he immediately looked at Jian Su. I haven't been to the Su group for a long time. You should be the son of Grand President Su Chang, right? Su Jian was still a bit vain about this heavyweight of the group, and smiled apologetically. Hello, Guo Dong. Director Guo grunted coldly. Minister Yi is my friend and also the husband of General Manager Su. What kind of airplane are you pulling by not letting people in? Get out of the way. If you pull any more tricks, I'll get your old man to clean you up directly. Su Jian was so scared that he hurriedly stood away. At the same time, there was a lot of hatred towards Yi Yun here. This is actually taking advantage of the situation to fix himself. Okay, you wait for me. The villa hall was already full of people. There were quite a few people who came to congratulate Elder Taijun Su on her birthday. It's mainly all the executives, the directors of the Su group, as well as 3 or 2 families that were friends with the Su family. Taking turns, some people had already started to offer congratulatory gifts to Elder Taijun Su. This old woman, dressed in red and purple, was smiling from ear to ear. When they come across a suitable and valuable gift, they are bursting with joy and praise the person who gave them. Those who encountered the average ones were aloof and nodded their heads. Grandma, this is a congratulatory gift from your future granddaughter-in-law. Zhou Hao. Su Xian, with a showy face, came forward holding a handle of jade ruins. What about Zhou Hao's family? They are in this business. Grandma, you may not know, just this handle of Rui is worth $5 million. When Su Lao Taijun heard $5 million, she was so happy that her teeth were about to fall out of her mouth with a smile, nodding her head repeatedly. Good, quickly bring it to me to see. Aya, Xian, you found a good family. It's simply a role model for my Su family. On Su Xian's face, complacency and vanity immediately surfaced. Pulling Zhou Hao, he introduced himself to all the guests. Hello everyone, let me introduce my boyfriend to you. The eldest young man from the Zhou family in the provincial city. A veritable rich second generation. The crowd, all around, applauded. The relatives of the Su family, talking in tongues, began to discuss. This family Su Xian found. Good, rich and powerful. No, it's much better than that door-to-door son-in-law Susan found. Don't say it. That door-to-door son-in-law of Susan's family. To Su Xian, these shoes are not even worthy of it, okay? Just not a species. The words around them reached the ears of Su Wen Yang Huiru's husband and wife. Both of them were doubly humiliated, unable to say a word. At this point, Elder Taijun Su gave another heavy grunt. Don't give me any mention of this dead girl Su Shan. The unproductive thing. Rich people don't marry, but they are so self-serving as to find such a loser. Humph. The face of my Su family has been lost to her. Su Wen held his breath early and couldn't help but say, Mom, today is your birthday. A great day. Isn't it good to be happy? Do we have to target our family and use Sam and their children and grandchildren for amusement? Elder Taijun Su was furious. Sinful son. You still dare to talk back, don't you? Am I wrong? Su Chang stood next to this old hag and followed with a chortle. Second brother. Watch your words. Today is Mom's birthday. Why are you yelling? Su Wen clenched his fists and gritted his teeth to endure. Susan also whispered, Dad, stop it. Su Wen laughed miserably with a face of self-deprecation. Your mom is right. It's all because I'm incompetent as a father that I've dragged you all along to be humiliated. Yi Yun, however, laughed. Dad, that's not true. A bunch of jumping clowns, barking dogs here, can't insult us. He wasn't loud, and quite a few people heard him. Su Chang said in a chilling voice. Yi Yun, you door-to-door son-in-law. Who are you calling a dog barking and a jumper? In your eyes, is there any old Taijun, the birthday girl? Yi Yun smiled disdainfully and looked around, waiting for everyone's line of sight to focus on himself, before he said, in a single word, "Wood is good." Just now, my words, indeed, were not right. Actually, what I'm about to say isn't about any of you dogs barking. Rather, your Su's family, and your Su's relatives, are barking at the dog. You're more than barking dogs. You're poop, lessies, cockroaches, creeps, maggots in a cesspool, stinking rats in a sewer, stinking flies that eat, in a dickies, cocksuckers, a bunch of Lutherans who had sons without asses. Phew, I'm done. Who's in favor? Who's against? Ravenous. The scene, straight into dead silence. Chapter 118 Awakening Su-won. Next moment, all sorts of abuse and hissing sounds directly exploded as if they were going to topple the roof of the villa. Yi Yun, how dare you? How dare you? What did you call old Taijun? Dog poop? Stinking rats in the sewers, maggots in the cesspit. You, I think you are lawless. Su-won, Yang Huiru, good. Your family, let this door-to-door son-in-law come out. The dog's mouth can't spit out the ivory. Disgusting our gang, right? It's backfired. It's really backfired. The relatives of the Su family jumped in place. If eyes could kill, Su-won's family, as well as Yi Yun, I'm afraid that they would have already gone up in smoke. Honey, you, not to mention these relatives, even Susan, was dumbfounded. I didn't realize that this husband was so eloquent. Su-won and Yang Huiru, too, were pale. In the Su family, they habitually put up with it. This operation by Yi Yun directly stunned them. Su Lao Taijun was so furious. The three corpses of the gods jumped violently. His walking stick smashed hard on the ground and roared, "Come on people, give me a beating out. Break his two legs." Director Guo was filled with a bitter smile as he stepped forward and said, "Old madam, give me face. After all, Minister Yi is, how should I put it? Young and a bit sharp. This time, let's pretend he's young and forget about it." Just now, Yi Yun's mouthful of fragrance had shocked him as well. But for Yi Yun, Director Guo valued him, and thus came out to plead for leniency. Su Xian pointed at Yi Yun and shouted, "Dong Guo, didn't you hear this savage, insulting the old lady on the spot as a stinking?" Yi Yun laughed and said, "Everyone heard it. The old Taijun is a stinking. This will not be me saying it, but Su Xian, this brainless female, said it." Some of the ones who came to the Su family to watch the show covered their mouths and laughed secretly. I didn't expect that this door-to-door son-in-law of the Su family, instead of being a wimp, was quite temperamental. Elder Taijun Su nestled a glance at Su Xian. "If you don't know how to speak, just shut up for now. Yi Yun, with Guodong speaking for you, I will spare you once, but the next one is not." Yi Yun had a disdainful look on his face. If it wasn't for the face of Susan's family, he would have to blow up this Su family today. A bunch of trashy relatives who are moving in and out of the way, keeping them for New Year's? Su Chang's face was grim as he said with a smile on his face, "Shan Shan, the other person, Xian Xian's boyfriend, offered to the old lady a $5 million jade wish. Again, granddaughter-in-law. I wonder what you and this Yi Yun, what did you give the old lady?" Susan was stunned and immediately took out her pre-prepared gift and went forward. "Grandma, I wish you good fortune like the East Sea and longevity like the South Mountain." Elder Taijun Su opened it and frowned. "This thing, how much is it worth?" Susan said, "It cost almost $600,000. Su Lao Taijun casually, then threw it aside. "This kind of useless things, in the future do not bring disdain in the eyes of the old body. Susan, you are my granddaughter just like Su Xian, but honestly, you, and your door-to-door son-in-law, are really far from it." Susan's face reddened with some anger. "This gift, it's not cheap anymore, okay?" Elder Taijun Su didn't say she liked it, but she definitely didn't dislike it, and to just throw it away now was clearly an attempt to humiliate her. At this time, Elder Taijun Su then spoke, "Su Shan, your vice president position, don't sit there in the future. Give it to Su Xian, and you, either take her shift, or, do whatever you want." Su Shan's delicate body trembled, not expecting Su Lao Taijun to be so ruthless. "Grandma, what did I do to deserve this from you? To our family? If your granddaughter is wrong, you just say so and I'll change, okay?" Susan commiserated and held on to her last hope. Su's group, She really put too much effort into it. And inside, there were many items that Yi Yun had helped her get back. Old Taijun Su snorted coldly and said in a desperate manner, "What you have done, my old self does not care. I'm the chairman of the group, or the helmsman of the Su family, stripping you of your position. Such a little power. Still have." In Susan's eyes, tears welled up at once, although in his heart, he had known that Elder Taijun Su did not like their family and looked down on them. But I didn't expect that Elder Taijun Su's desperation would reach such a step. As for Su Xian and Su Chang, Su Jian here, his heart blossomed early. Su Chang made a look. "Why don't you thank old Taijun?" Su Xian reacted, rushing forward and kneeling down. "Granddaughter, thank you grandmother for your support. In the future, Xian will definitely not let you down." "Grandma," Su Wen and Yang Huiru, their faces were as ugly as they could be. Yang Huiru yelled, "Old Taijun, you are so biased. Can't you see that my Shanshan has given everything for the Su group?" Elder Taijun Su's eyes glared fiercely. "Yang Huiru, you're nothing more than my Su family's daughter-in-law. How dare you speak to me like that? Since when are you qualified to interrupt when the old body makes a decision?" Yang Huiru cried out and sat down directly on the ground and cried in pain, unable to do anything about it. Su Wen rushed forward and looked at Elder Taijun Su, heartbroken. "Mom, I'm also your son, and Shan is also your own granddaughter. You've been favoring your big brother's family for so many years, and I've put up with it, all as if I couldn't see it. But now, you're being aggressive and taking away even Sam's future from her. How can you be considered Sam's grandmother when you do this?" "My own mom?" Elder Taijun Su's walking stick was raised, and she smacked Su Wen in the face without mercy. Asterisk. Even you have turned against me, and you dare to come and teach me how to do things, don't you? What did I do to your family? Isn't it just for Susan to give up her seat? You're rampant. Old me. I'm not even dead yet, and you dare to come and ask for East and West. As long as the old body is still alive for one day, I'll tell you, the Su family, the Su group, is what I say, and no one is good enough to come." Looking at his own mother, that vicious look, Su Wen laughed miserably, and on his face, blood flowed directly down. Susan's hands were full, crying as she stopped the bleeding on Subin. Su Chang playfully tasted. "Second brother, since you were little you've always looked like this, always pissing off your mother. Now that you are a father too, you still don't know how to repent. Ugh, I don't know what to say about you." Su Wen signaled his daughter not to mind the bleeding on her face, looked at Su Chang, and coldly said, "As the saying goes, an elder brother is like a father, but you, the eldest brother, are worse than, and all you think about all day long is being in the same room and oppressing your brother's family. Since that's the case, Su Chang, old me here, let you know as well, don't be a brother in the future. Let's see it underhand." Su Chang was furious, not expecting Su Wen, who had always been weak and good at talking, to dare to be so tough. He sneered, "Well, you've got quite a mouth on you. Then I, as a big brother, would like to see you? Su Wen, have a chicken feather ability that dares to call out to me." Su Wen's eyes were red, itching to rush forward and directly fight for his life to give his wife and daughter an explanation, especially Susan, his closest flesh and blood, whom Su Wen had grown to love. He could suffer from harboring anger, but Su Wen really didn't want to, again, see his own daughter suffer in the Su family. At this moment, a pair of powerful palms pressed on Su Wen's shoulders. He glanced sideways and trembled. "Yi Yun, good son-in-law." Yi Yun showed his teeth and smiled. "Dad, a great man is born between heaven and earth. How can he be depressed and live under people for a long time? Good for you. You are worthy of being Shannon's father, my father-in-law. Congratulations, you've awakened." Chapter 119, Separate Infiltration. Su Wen's heart, 100 times bitter, "But, I still can't do anything. Su, I have no power anymore." Yi Yun shrugged his shoulders. "District Su's group, a fart's place. What's the point of caring about him? Soon, I'll support you to make another Su group out of it and be the chairman myself." Su Wen froze. Su Chang and the others, on the other hand, laughed with disdain. "Still Su's group. What a big-ass place. Yi Yun, will you die if you don't blow awesome? You've been a door-to-door son-in-law yourself. What's the point of pretending? The family is all brain-dead, daydreaming all day. Yuck." To those jeers, Yi Yun's eyes were cold. He suddenly clapped his hands. "Elder Ma, come here for a moment." This old man, Ma Changqing, walked over with a smile on his face. "Little friend, everything is ready. Whenever you give the order, I'll leave with the Su Antiques department." Yi Yun nodded. "Very well, and the security department side?" As he asked the question, several Su Group security department executives with bulging muscles walked out. Minister Yi, whatever you say is what you say, the brothers will only work with you. This scene, directly looking at the Su family, froze. Su Chang realized what was going on and said angrily, Yi Yun, how dare you? How dare you split the group? Yi Yun said indifferently, not only do I dare to separate the group, I also dare to go to your mom's. Su Xian hurriedly looked at Ma Changqing. Elder Ma, you are the pillar of our antique department. What do you mean by that? Ma Changqing let out a strange laugh and rolled his eyes. What does what mean? I'll do whatever little friend Yi Yun says. You don't think that the old man looks down on your Su, do you? Grass. If it wasn't for the sake of little friend Yi Yun, your Su clan would be a ball. Su Xian gave a choke. Her face was green and white, and she only felt incomparably helpless. Su Jian yelled towards the few martial artists from the security department. What about you guys? It's our Su family that's paying you, not this Yi Yun. You guys listen to him? Right? A few experts from Su's security department were full of disdain. Get lost you, dead fat pig. Do you really think that we joined the Su clan because of your Su's money? Idiot. There's never been only one thing we value, and that's Minister Yi as a person. Su Jian gritted his teeth and his eyes glowed red, but he could only stare. Just when the Su family, up and down, was in a state of panic and somewhat anxious, Yi Yun, however, did not intend to let these villains go. Looking towards Director Gua, he said lightly, Director Gua, do you support my father-in-law to come out and be the talker? Director Gua's face was embarrassed, and he glanced above, at Elder Taijun Su, who had long since turned blue. Elder brother Yi, you're messing with this. This isn't giving me a hard time. Yi Yun's voice was flat. Then you just don't support it? It seems that you don't want to give birth to a son, nor do you want to glow in the second spring of your life. Director Guo was startled and hurriedly said, Elder brother Yi, look at you. You're in too much of a hurry. Support. I definitely fully support your decision. Once he took a stand here, Su Chang and Su Lao Taijun were completely unable to sit still. Director Guo, you're the second largest shareholder of Su Group. How can you do this? Director Guo spread his hands and said, Old Taijun, originally I didn't want this, but I'm betting on Su's group for Susan's personal abilities. Now that you've put her under the president position, then sorry, I'll have to start a new one. Su Lao Taijun was so angry, her eyes went black and she pointed at Susan's family. You, with a loud ah, he fainted straight away. Su Chang and others, in a mess, let hurry to call a doctor. Someone on the scene, who knows first aid, went up and pinched Su Lao Taijun's middle. It was only then that this old demoness slowly opened her eyes again. Yelling at Su Wen's family, he said, Get lost, Su Wen, Yang Huiru, Su Shan, your family is henceforth expelled from the Su family. Go fend for yourself. Su Wen's face was numb, not sad or happy. Anyway, in the old days, it wasn't by you as a Su family member. In that case, the son will be unfilial and not serve. Huiru, Shan, Yi Yun, let's go as a family. Yi Yun smiled. Dad, we'll set up the new company on a date to be chosen. No, 2 ready-made departments have it. In addition, there are a few executives from Su's group that I drink and brag with, and it's quite speculative. I'm going to make a phone call in a few minutes and have them quit their jobs and come over to work with you. These words made Su Chang's family, as well as Elder Taijun Su, all jump in fear. Su Lao Taijun slapped her face, right on Su Chang's face. You're also a useless waste. The group was infiltrated to such an extent, by an outsider. You big president eater? Su Chang's eyes were resentful. Old lady, don't worry, if I don't get rid of this family, I don't deserve to be surnamed Su. Zhou Hao laughed at this time. Grandma, uncle, you don't have to worry. Susan's family is gone. Su's group, and our provincial city Zhou family support. In the future, your Su family's business will only grow bigger and bigger. Elder Taijun Su and the others were all overjoyed and thankful. Zhou Shao, thanks a million. My Xian found you. A blessing cultivated in 3 lifetimes. Take a walk. Not only do we need to celebrate old Taijuan's birthday today, but we also need to receive Zhou Shao as he joins our big family. That's right. After Zhou Shao, that's our Su family's lucky star. It's true that the trashy ones don't go and the good ones don't come. That's Su Wen's family. They're a puddle of. Let them roll. The Su family's 7 great aunts and 8 great aunts are all clamoring to lick Zhou Hao. This made Zhou Hao's face, unable to help but show a hint of fluttering. The aura of a provincial young man is just as good. After leaving Elder Taijun Su's large villa, Su Wen's family of 3, all of them did not utter a word. Void director chased out. Smile far-fetched, older brother. You just said, to independent Su group alone. Really? Yi Yun said. Of course it's serious. The preparations? I'm already arranging on my side. Director Guo was a bit hesitant. Setting up a new group is not that easy. Do you have connections, resources, and strength? Yi Yun smiled. So you, Guo Dong, are afraid that I am thunderous and not powerful. Don't worry, you'll see the results soon enough. Director Guo was still unsure. Can I ask briefly, what are you going to do? Yi Yun shook his head. I'm not in the mood to do this kind of small thing myself, but a few forces, I'll pull together and get them to contribute. First of all, it's Lu Chuanhu's Tiger Tsunami Group, and secondly, it's on the side of Wu Tianshun, the president of the Jiangdong Antique Association. Finally, there's the North City Overlord, Guan Xia. Director Guo drew in a cold breath, not quite believing it. All these people, you know them, you can talk to them? Yi Yun smiled faintly. Say more. I know you won't believe it now. Just wait, we'll have results soon. Director Guo clenched his teeth. Older brother, if you can really call on these forces to contribute together. Old brother directly cashed out all of the Su Group's share capital and came over to vote for you here. Yi Yun nodded and Director Guo left in his car. The conversation between the two just now, Su Wen's family of three, was heard. Susan's face was shocked. Yi Yun, I thought you were joking when you said you were setting up a new group, but I didn't expect. Yi Yun laughed. Daughter-in-law, you didn't expect that I'd get real, right? Susan's face was complicated. Now she is no longer the domineering presidentess. The tail of pride has been cut off. But this little security guard who, once upon a time, she despised and looked down on, shaking things up, he was able to gather all the bigwigs together and contribute to the establishment of a new company. This energy was something that Susan could never have imagined or dared to think about. Su Wen hesitated. Yi Yun, this matter is not trivial. What Dad means is that it's better for you not to waste favors so easily. Any of these people you're talking about were previously out of our Su families? Reach. Yi Yun didn't take it seriously. Dad, you don't have to care too much. Tomorrow, these families should be sending people to negotiate with you about setting up a new company. Su Wen's family of three was taken aback. This efficiency, it's too raw. Yang Huiro stared at Yi Yun, looking left and right, and finally said, Son-in-law, when did you become so powerful? Yi Yun shrugged his shoulders. I've always been great. It's just that you're blind to it, Auntie. Well, let's not talk about that. We, as a family, will go to the best restaurant in Jiangnan City to have a good meal and celebrate. Chapter 120, the top man personally greets you. Imperial Court Hotel. It's the most upscale restaurant in Jiangnan City. Yi Yun's few people had just gotten off the bus when, coincidentally, they ran into Elder Taijun Su's party who had come to celebrate her birthday. With a cold snort, Elder Taijun Su brought her Su family relatives and walked into the hotel without paying attention to Su Wen. Zhou Hao and Su Xian stay at the end. The former sneered. Yi Yun, with a poor, statusless person like you, I'm afraid you won't be able to enter this. So advise you, turn around and go eat roadkill. Yi Yun walked forward and smiled. Young Zhou, your entire family is dead. Zhou Hao's face instantly became as black as coal. Dog, what did you say? Do you believe that this young man will find someone to kill you? Yi Yun directly ignored him and led Susan's family towards the gate. Sir, may I ask if you have an appointment? The waiter at the door inquired. Yi Yun shook his head. Nothing, just came for a meal. The waiter said. I'm sorry then, our place has been lined up to go half a month later. There are no empty seats now. Seeing this, Zhou Hao and Su Xian proudly walked up. I've told you that you're a poor bastard, and you're still pretending. Zhou Hao dejectedly said. Yi Yun, you've probably never been to a high-class place like this before and don't know the rules. They're a 5-star hotel, and it's the most upscale in Jiangnan City, with advanced reservations as well as a membership system. That means you have to have that financial muscle, and you have to make a reservation in advance to come in and dine. Get it, dirt dog? Su Wen couldn't hang on to his face and whispered. Yi Yun, let's change places. Susan chimed in. Honey, let's go eat somewhere else. We don't have to be here. Su Xian laughed, her face full of mockery. Second uncle, second auntie, Shan, your family, now reduced to, come to a big restaurant to eat a meal cannot afford to eat? Why don't you all kneel down and apologize to old Taijun? Maybe if her old man is happy, she'll let you join us on our side for dinner. Zhou Hao followed and laughed. Xian, it actually doesn't have to be so troublesome. With my status as a great young man of the provincial city, I can still let them in just by saying hello, but I have one prerequisite, and that is that this house son-in-law has to get through my crotch? Yang Huiro scolded. Zhou Hao, how can you say that you are also from a big family? Do you want to have some face? Zhou Hao looked disdainful. As you know, I'm from a big ING family. Why should I give you guys face? Right now, your family is nothing, driven away by the old tycoon. I'm afraid you'll have to beg for food on the streets in the future. Su Wen and Susan, both self-respecting people, gritted their teeth and didn't say anything. Indeed, by elder Taijun Su playing such a trick, their family was, all of a sudden, in tatters. At this moment, Yi Yun said towards the waiter, as I recall, this hotel, the previous proprietor, was the East City overlord, Master Qin, right? The waiter had a proud face. In the past, it was indeed the deadbeat Master Qin, but now, the Imperial Court Hotel, belongs to our Master Kong of Nanchang. The era of Master Qin of East City has come to an end. Yi Yun raised his eyebrows. Master Kong? Oh, you're Kong Dongjia, you're pushing it fast. You're all calling yourself a master. That's fine. I'll call him myself and see if he gives this face. The waiter laughed and shook his head. My friend, if I hadn't gone to graduate school, I'd be tempted to laugh at you twice. Calling our Master Kong? Oh, do you know what kind of curiosity our South City overlord has nowadays? Zhou Hao and Su Xian, too, were unbridled and scoffed loudly. Yi Yun, you're really going to laugh yourself to death. With this flunky of yours, you still have the phone number of someone's Nanchang Kong master? Daydreaming. Pretender. Ho, let's ignore him. Yang Huiru, a few people, also felt that Yi Yun was afraid that he was bragging. South City bully, that's a big shot in the mob. How could Yi Yun recognize it, let alone have someone's phone number? Yi Yun did not care about what the others thought. Kong Han's phone number, he saved it there. This old boy, lately, is always trying to pull himself in and join his south side. Hey, Kong Dang Dang, I need to ask you a favor. Once connected, Yi Yun opened the door. What about me now? I'm in front of this Imperial Court Hotel of yours. I want to go in for a meal. Look, can you arrange it? Kong Han laughed on the other end. I thought what was the matter? So this is it. Older brother, it's a great honor for brother to have you visit his territory. I'll give a shout downstairs, and you can go straight to the Imperial Hall to eat. Yi Yun said. Thanks. Hanging up the phone, soon, the Imperial Court's duty manager, hurriedly came. The waiter at the door took a look and exclaimed, Manager, what brings you here? The manager ignored him and came to Yi Yun and the others with a smile. May I ask, which one is Mr. Yi Yun? Yi Yun said, I am. The manager bent over at 90 degrees and reached out to make an inviting gesture. Mr. Yi, inside please. I hear you're here for dinner, right? The Empire Room, of the highest caliber, is already being prepared for you. Yi Yun nodded and smiled at Su Shan and the others. Mom, Dad, Shan, let's go in. Susan and Su Wen, the three of them, Yang Huiru, were all in disbelief. Yi Yun, really got through to Kong Hong and had the other party arrange it? Zhou Hao and Su Xian, moreover, were so shocked that their mouths couldn't close. Brother Ho, this must be a fake, right? Kong Hong, that's the South City overlord. How could he possibly give face to a little yakuza like him? Su Xian was unconvinced and called out. Zhou Hao's face was ugly as he took a few steps forward to stop the manager. Manager, I'm Zhou Hao, the eldest young man of the Zhou family in the provincial city. Earlier I asked you if there were any plans for the Imperial Hall, and you said yes. Now what? Give it to this Yi Yun again. Could it be? You look down on me. Someone Zhou? For Zhou Hao's angry and flaming. The manager was bland. Zhou Xiao, you should know that the Imperial King Hall is our hotel, the most luxurious hall. So, you're not really qualified to be in it for what you are. Zhou Hao was said. This young man is not qualified. Then this flunky, he is qualified? The manager's face sank. Zhou Hao, watch your tone. Mr. Yi is a valued guest of our hotel. The top man himself said hello, and the Imperial Hall had to be used for him. By the fact that you want to compare yourself with Mr. Yi. To put it bluntly, when you went out today, didn't you take a piss and look at yourself? Zhou Hao's face, for a moment, turned red. Facepalm, really too much facepalm. As for Yi Yun and the others, they directly treated him as a clown and had been accompanied by the manager to the most luxurious Imperial Hall. From here, you can have a panoramic view of the entire city of Gangnam. Not only that, but the dining hall below the hotel can be seen for the most part. Therefore, the Su family line that came to celebrate their birthday were all under the eyes of Su Wen and the others. Yang Huira was incomparably joyful, old Taijun and the others. Aren't they quite tugging? They can come to the Imperial Court Hotel to celebrate their birthdays. But I'm sorry, we're in a much better position than they are. Su Wen, on the other hand, looked a bit restrained. Son-in-law, isn't it a bit high profile for us to eat here? Yi Yun smiled. Dad, you'll soon be the one with a company. Not high profile. On the contrary, I think it's low-key enough. The manager took the menu and personally came up to serve. Mr. Yi, Several VIPs, please order. Yi Yun followed the menu and said the names of the dishes. Several, still in French, as well as English. Susan's heart shook. Yi Yun, you even know English and French? Yi Yun laughed. Before that, he was abroad and hung around for a few years. French, English, Latin, Spanish, some of it. Susan blushed, growing more and more complex. This guy, he's really deep. Chapter 121 Su Wen's filial piety. Below, Elder Taijun Su and the others could only dine in the hotel lobby. There are other guests here besides them. Suddenly, one of the guests said excitedly, the Imperial Hall is actually booked. Could it be that today, there is a big shot at the Imperial Court Hotel? Being yelled at by him with such a voice, all the diners were shocked and looked up. Only the Imperial Hall, high above, was beautifully lit with rows and rows of candles. Inside the transparent glass, a few people could be seen vaguely eating there. Ordinary people, they are not qualified to enter the Imperial Hall. These people, they are either rich or noble. Either rich or noble or worse. At least they are all mega rich with power over one side. Either that or they're from a big and powerful family. I'm so envious. If only I could go up there and have a meal too. Send a circle of friends. This life is worth it. Listening to the surrounding discussion, the Su family followed. Enviously, Elder Taijun Su said, I'm sure, it's a celebrity from our Jiangnan city. Maybe, or the richest man or these heavyweight bigwigs. All of you pay some attention. Watch what you eat. Don't disgrace the Su family. It ends in a moment. And the old body waits below to pay a visit to these people. The rest of the Su family, nodding their heads like chickens pecking at rice, thought deeply, all wanting to see what kind of big brother it was. Su Xian and Zhou Hao, their faces as ugly as dead fish. Eventually, Su Xian hummed, Grandma, it's actually not that rare alright. That's up there if you ask me. It's not much different from what we have here. Squishy, Elder Taijun Su chided. Ignorant, do you think that what you eat and drink up there is what the old me values? Wrong. There's only one thing that really reflects the difference in difference, and that's the difference in status, position, and qualifications. Even if the food and drink are the same, but eating there, that's a status symbol. That's class. Get it? Su Xian heard 100 different flavors. Did not expect Su Lao Taijun, Su Shan family, boasted so heaven. Zhou Hao said disdainfully, Old Taijun, you're exaggerating. Up there, it's not the richest man in Jiangnan at all. It's these stinking beggars like Yi Yun. Elder Taijun Su was shocked. What did you say? It's Su Wen's family up there? Su Chang also hurriedly said, this is never possible. Su Wen's family, and that flunky Yi Yun, they don't even qualify to enter the hotel's front door, not to mention eating at the Imperial Hall. Looking at Su's family, that shocked look, Zhou Hao had a look of displeasure. I didn't expect them to have this luck either. Anyway, up here, it's these poor people. Elder Taijun Su gritted her teeth with a look on her face. Fine. Su Wen the unfilial son, Su Shan the unfilial grandson. To be able to dine in the Imperial Hall and not even call out to my old self. It seems that in their eyes there is no such thing as me as an old mother, as a dear grandmother. One of the Su family aunts-in-law egged on, Old Taijun. Eating up there is a treat comparable to that of an emperor. You should quickly call brother Su Wen and ask him to invite us up. That way, we, as a family, can shine and be the envy of everyone down here. Su Lao Taijun, who was already a snob and a lover of vanity, immediately took out her cell phone and dialed Su Wen as soon as she heard it. Mom, what do you want again? Su Wen's voice was cold. Elder Taijun Su coldly grunted. Ungrateful son. You eat alone and don't care about me. Your old mother, right? With you, is there any filial piety left? Get your ass down here and invite the old man to dine. Su Wen held back his anger. Mom, have you forgotten that you have already expelled our family from the Su family? Besides, it's not my place to call the shots on this meal. Everything was arranged by someone else. Yi Yun, Elder Taijun Su said angrily. What do I care about you so much? Does that flunky not listen to you? You told him to come down and invite the old body, and he dared not obey? Su Wen hesitated a little, holding the phone and glancing at Yi Yun here. That said, he was still nostalgic for old times and couldn't be cruel after all. Yi Yun took his phone and hung it up directly before he faintly said, Dad, if you feel that you haven't suffered enough and haven't been treated like a little cutie, played with, then you can invite them up. I have no problem with that. But if, in the future, you want to stand up for yourself, to give Sam and my mom here a fighting chance, then I advise you, don't do anything. Old lady, these Su Chang people, I'll be honest, they're really not very good. Yang Huira said. Su Wen, anyway, I'll leave my words here. Your mom, that old hag, and your big brother's family are all black-hearted and rotten. If you're going to lick them and curry favor with them again, then I beg to differ. Susan also took a deep breath and spoke. Dad, only if we, as a family, can do it ourselves, will the others respect us? But if we can't do it ourselves, then once or twice currying favor, buying them food and drink, nonetheless won't bring back the sympathy and recognition of the others. On the contrary, people may eat it and then poke you in the back. Suwon shook his head. Words, not the way you guys say them. Old Taijun, after all, is my birth mother. Su Chang, after all, is my fellow brother. Though growing up, they didn't treat me well and didn't take me seriously in everything. But I, for one, have lived over 50 years, and there are some truths that I understand. For example, be filial and give up whatever is good to your elder brother. It's all family. Blood is thicker than water. It's a blessing to suffer and to contribute more. Yang Huiru was furious. Her chopsticks pointed at Su Wen. I think you're incorrigible. If you want to be lowly, go and be lowly on your own. Shanshan and I and my son-in-law, we won't accompany you. Without changing his face, Su Wen picked up the plate of king crab that had been eaten down to the shells and scraps, and leaned over to pick up a few pieces of spit-out ribs from the trash can. Yi Yun, the old Taijun is physically inconvenient, so I won't invite her up. Looking at Yi Yun, Su Wen was very serious and inquired. Look, these 2 dishes taken down. Father-in-law, I'm good enough, right? Yi Yun gave a thumbs up and laughed. Dad, this son of yours, he's so filial, I think it's very enough. Su Wen muttered. After all, it's being a son, being a brother, surely one must love one's old mother, and one's elder brother, just as they love me. That chicken bone in front of you, and the leftover gargle soup you had there. Sam, give it to me by the handle. Just like that, in the sight of Susan and also Yang Huiru, dumbfounded, Suban walked down to the bottom with a couple plates of leftover garbage. Arriving in front of Elder Taijun Su's seat, Suwon put his things down and respectfully said, Happy birthday, old lady. This is the good food that my son, me, has invited you and big brother to eat. Enjoy. With that, he turned and walked away. Even though Elder Taijun Su was still a bit dissatisfied, she felt that it was almost enough when she got to eat the dishes on top. Picking up her chopsticks, she greeted the others and said, Come on, you guys follow the old body and share. This is a great dish in the Imperial Hall. This Su Wen, however, still has some conscience. Chapter 122, Crack Your Brain. Su Chang, Su Xian, Su Jian, and the relatives of the Su family, as well as Zhou Hao, were all holding their chopsticks, first in disbelief, and then, their faces directly turned into iron blue. Su Chang threw his chopsticks and yelled, This bastard, bullying people too much, not putting me as his big brother, and you, old lady, in his eyes at all. When Elder Taijun Su took a look, she was also on fire, so furious that she was almost like a Buddha coming out of the world and 2 Buddhas ascending to heaven. Asterisk. This I thought he was so kind, but I never thought that he would serve leftovers to my old body. Vomit. Under the revulsion, he was so angry that he vomited. Su Xian screamed, This is not leftovers, this is simply garbage for dogs. No, dogs don't eat them, and on top of these ribs, there's spit. Zhou Hao jumped up and said in a chilling voice, Dog, don't know how to die. I'll go up and waste him. Just as he moved, the manager of the hotel came over with a man. Zhou Shao, no one is allowed in the Imperial Hall. Zhou Hao pointed at a table of garbage and roared, The people above, using this to disgust this young man. This young man can tolerate it? The manager faintly said, That is the right of the Imperial Hall's honored guests. You don't have to put up with it, just go ahead. Zhou Hao was so angry that his organs were burning, and there was nothing he could do about it. At this time, the manager received a summons from Yi Yun, hurriedly trotting to the Imperial Hall. Mr. Yi, what are your orders? Yi Yun said, Where's the meal? I'm done. Arrange some after parties. The manager laughed. Look, is it piano music, or the hall ballet? Yi Yun waved his hand. No need to be so troublesome. Watch the video. I'll invite the whole hotel to watch it. Just look at that recent one online. Didn't someone run naked? That video. The manager's face was odd. He didn't expect this Mr. Yi to have such tastes. Still, it was unconditional and went to work immediately. Soon, on the hotel's big screen, the video of Zhou Hao running around naked was shown. It's coded, but only in key areas. Zhou Hao's face, still exposed. Su family members had been in a poor mood to the trough. At this moment a look at the video, immediately one by one, the face is green. Elder Taijun Su was trembling. Disgraceful, truly disgraceful. No more food. Go home. The Su family's group, Gray, quickly walked away. Zhou Hao's face twisted as he looked up above. Definitely, it was this Yi Yun's bad idea. This dog, I have to waste him. Su Xian hurriedly said, Brother Hao, don't be angry. Actually, you're pretty big there too. Not at all as small as the internet makes it out to be. Zhou Hao roared. Shut up, dead. Do you need to be reminded whether this young man is big or small? Yi Yun and Susan's family, in a happy mood, left the Imperial Court Hotel. Dad, you've awakened. Quite thoroughly. Yi Yun quipped. Su Wen coldly said, if they are unkind, I can only be unrighteous. Susan ranted, glancing at Yi Yun. My father, he's been brought down by you. Yang Huira said instead. Su Wen, for the first time in so many years, you're the one who made me feel that you have guts. Go back tonight and the old lady rewards you with a treat. The family was talking and laughing and were about to leave. Inside the hotel, a line of people walked out close by. Brother Su Wen, I haven't seen you come out and walk around for many years. Ha, rare guest. The man in the coat at the head of the group greeted with a sneer. Su Wen turned to look and his eyes narrowed. Who did I think it was? It turns out to be you, Fong family master. A group of people who were none other than the Fong family of the Royal Dragon Group, and the imposing middle-aged man at the head was Fong Tianming. Step by step, he came before Su Wen. Yang Huiru, his attitude condescending. Su Wen, all these years you've been in the Su family, being a shrunken head turtle, you can't even see a single silhouette. Thought, you completely disappeared and stopped hanging out. Su Wen's aura was a bit weak, but he still said, Fong family master, what is your instruction? Fong Tianming coldly grunted. Instructing? You're not worthy yet. It was clearly agreed that your daughter, Susan, would marry my son, Jia Hao. But in the end, your daughter and a loser actually caused a human life. In this matter, don't you have to give my Fong family an explanation? Su Wen was stagnant and dumbfounded. Yang Huiru, in a rare instance, stood out to speak for Yi Yun. Fong Tianming, don't pretend to be so great. My daughter was, in the beginning, indeed married to your son. But what kind of world is this where you have to force a marriage? They're not meant for each other as young people. So who's to blame? Fong Tianming snorted coldly. Yang Huiru, you are just as shrewd and unreasonable as when you were young. It's no wonder that even after mixing it up until now, only Su Wen, a rag collector, is willing to have you. Yang Huiru was furious, but her eyes were red and she didn't dare to call out to Fong Tianming. Su Wen, as well as Yang Huiru, and Fong Tianming, as well as Su Chang, all of these people were from the same era. When I was a kid, I even played together and knew each other. But the Fong family, from their time, was much richer and more powerful. Just as the current Su Jian and Fong Jia Hao contrasted. Family history and status, to be much worse. Fong Tianming's face was full of disdain. Today, your family, if you don't give me Fong Tianming an explanation, no one will be able to leave. Also, this flunky in your family, pointing at Yi Yun, Fong Tianming said in a chilling manner. Little bastard, you've repeatedly gone against my Fong family looking for death. Last time, I heard that in the North City auction house. He slapped my son Jia Hao a few more times. Today, I, who am an old man, am going to find a way back for him. Yi Yun's eyes were cold. Su Shan had already jumped the gun. Fong family master, the marriage contract between your son and I was originally designated by my grandmother and them behind my back, and I had no prior knowledge of it. Secondly, the conflict between Fong Jiahao and my husband, that was entirely his fault. Fong Tianming sneered twice. Susan, if you obediently marry my son, then nothing will happen. On the contrary, you are self-indulgent. In that case, I, as an uncle, can't care too much. Today, your parents are going to have to answer to me, and this superfluous son-in-law of yours will have to get down on the ground and kowtow and apologize to my son. With his command, a dozen black-clothed bodyguards, together, rushed over and surrounded Su Wen's family. The guests coming out of the hotel, as well as the passers-by saw this, and all of them dodged far away from each other. Fong Tianming was considered one of the top group of characters in Jiangnan City, and his reputation was resounding. At this moment, watching him freak out, many people were casting sympathetic looks towards Su Wen's family. Needless to think, this family must have been cleaned up by the Fong family head. Su Wen said angrily, Fong Tianming, what do you mean by this? Fong Tianming looked disdainful. What do you mean? It's just like when I was a child, teaching your unimpressive little family's trashy children a lesson. Today, this family master continues to teach you a lesson. So what can you do? Yi Yun pulled Su Wen back and his eyes narrowed. Fong family master, are you sure you want to make a move? Fong Tianming said contemptuously. Do it, what can you do? Yi Yun took a deep breath, then smiled. I can't how. I can only grass over your ancestors. As his words fell, hundreds of commercial vehicles, in an almost unbreakable stance, densely surrounded towards the Imperial Court Hotel. The car door then opened. Inside each commercial vehicle were down 7 or 8 black-clad thugs carrying guys. Hundreds of cars, that's nearly 700 or 800 people. All of a sudden, the dozen or so bodyguards of the Fong family were surrounded. This, beside Fong Tianming, a Fong clan expert, immediately panicked. On Fong Tianming's forehead, veins protruded, and he said in a chilling voice, "Which friend is playing this kind of joke with this family master?" In the last Mercedes-Benz business car, the silver bell-like delicate laughter appeared first. Then Guan Xia, who was dressed in a tight red cheongsam, slowly got off the car and came in front of Fong Tianming. "Fong family master, I'm not joking with you. If you dare to touch Miss Susan's family, or Yi Yun, then I'll be there, and I'll be able to crack your bald-skinned head." Fong Tianming's face instantly turned deathly gray. Chapter 123. If you push any further, I'll destroy your Fong family. And in the Imperial Pavilion Hotel, the South City's thugs, too, rushed out in a group. The hotel manager's face was chilling. "Fong family master, Mr. Yi is a valued guest of our hotel. What are you doing?" "Humph. If you want to find trouble with Mr. Yi, then I'm sorry. We, the Imperial Court, can really only intervene," Fong Tianming said angrily. "Mr. Guangdongjia, and the brothers of the Southern City, what do you mean by this? Why do you guys need to step in when this family master is cleaning up a Mirsu family?" Guan Xia coldly said. "The reason, there's no need to tell you. Fong Tianming, words, I'll be straight with you. If you dare to make a move tonight, I'll dare to make your Fong family, not a single piece of armor will be left behind." Fong Tianming's body trembled, cursing this vicious black widow. If he let this woman go crazy and go on a killing spree, it would not be easy for him, a White Wei family head, to cope. "Okay, count yourselves tough." Gritting his teeth, Fong Tianming's face, so gloomy that it was almost dripping. "Today, for the sake of your two parties, this family master will not move them, but come the day, it's hard to tell." With a command, Fong Tianming led the Fong family and was about to walk away in a roundabout way. "Wait, I let you go?" A playful laugh, however, rang out. Yi Yun walked out with one hand in his pocket. Fong Tianming smiled skinlessly. "Yi Yun Jr., don't pretend to be a ghost. This family head is walking away, not because he's afraid of you or their North City. Rather, both sides are fighting to the death, and this family head doesn't think it's cost-effective." Yi Yun nodded his head repeatedly. "Yes, yes, yes, you, Fong family head, have a big picture view and what you said makes sense, but I, for one, don't like to be reasonable." Snap! Raising his hand, Yi Yun directly slapped Fong Tianming twice, right on his head. These two slaps, Yi Yun's hand was not light. Smacking Fong Tianming's brain buzzed. He almost fell head over heels. This time, not to mention the Fong family was confused. Even Susan's family, as well as Guan Xia, and the manager of the Imperial Pavilion, all had their eyelids jumping wildly. Fong Tianming was definitely a dignified figure in Jiangnan City. Not to mention the others. On the rich list, Lu Chuanhu ranked first, but this Fong Tianming was ranked third. In terms of overall strength, Fong Tianming was definitely on the level of Master Qin. But now, unexpectedly, in the street, he was slapped twice. Needless to say, this is absolutely bizarre. "Little bastard, you seek death." Sure enough, Fong Tianming hissed directly. "Kill him, chop this kid up for me." The dozen or so bodyguards of the Fong family were about to make a move at once, but hearing Guan Xia, it's even more underhanded. With a glance, Elder Wei and the others directly struck out. Bang, 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 a dozen consecutive screams. A dozen or so first-rate bodyguards of the Fong family were subdued and instantly lost their fighting strength. As for the two martial arts experts that Fong Tianming was close to, they had just transported their energy when the two daggers in Guan Xia's hands were against the back of their backs. "Both of you, move again and I'll be rude." Fong Tianming was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. "Guan Xia, you, North City, do you really want to be an enemy of this family head?" Guan Xia's face was expressionless. "It's all gone to this extent. It's redundant for family head Fong to say this. Don't talk about being an enemy. It's just a matter of immortality. Fong family master is free to do as he pleases. So draw a line." Fong Tianming's eyes were ferocious as he swept them over one by one. "Good. This loss, this family master has remembered. These two slaps. Yi Yun, this family head also remembered. Tonight, the head of this family admits it, but I hope that in the future, you will be more careful when you walk at night." Yi Yun was indifferent. "Rubbish. I'll also give you the words plainly. If you dare to push any further, I'll directly exterminate your Fong family." on Fang Tianming's forehead. His veins were wildly throbbing, but he held back, choosing not to make a sound. Guan Xia retrieved the dagger with a bemused expression. Please, Fang family master. Just now, much offense. Fang Tianming, surrounded by his left and right guardians, left in large strides, not forgetting to turn around and said grimly, Dong Jia Guan, as well as Su Wen your family, and Yi Yun. This account, my Fang family will definitely settle it back. Guan Xia disdained. If it was before, I, Bei Cheng, might still be afraid of your Fang family. But now, it's really not a wimp. So if you don't like it, you can touch it. Now in North City and South City, the two families were dominant, and their power was several times greater than before. That's why Guan Xia's bottom line, too, was full. Susan pursed her lips. Ms. Guan, thank you for relieving me. Su Wen's two families, too, thanked him in a hurry. Guan Xia was bashful. Mr. Su, Miss Susan, your family is polite. What about Yi Yun and I? We are considered good friends. If you need any help in the future, just say the word. Yang Huiru was overjoyed. They were all women. She could adore a woman of honor like Guan Xia. Inviting. Pawnbroker Guan, some other day when you're free, let's play cards together. Guan Xia laughed. Yeah, it's just that I'm not much of a mahjong player. Yang Huiru volunteered. It's okay, I can teach you. Mahjong, Pai Gao, Golden Flower, Bragging Rights, 10.5, Texas Hold'em, paddle boxing, all of these, I'm proficient in all of them. Susan blushed and just felt so humiliated and shouted, Mom, just stop it and be quiet. Guan Xia said, in that case, I'll go back first. Mr. Yi, Miss Susan, you two are truly a match made in heaven. Bye-bye. The north side came and went quickly. Su Wen's family of three had not yet recovered from the thrill they had just experienced. Yi Yun, this Guan Dongjia, seems to think highly of you, Su Wen said thoughtfully. Yang Huiru, on the other hand, said, it's a shame that such a woman of honor is still so beautiful and material. If I had her condition, I'd be surrounded by little puppies. Su Shan pulled Yi Yun's hand and walked aside, her face a little cold. You give me an honest explanation. Is there something with Guan Xia? Yi Yun's heart skipped a beat as he laughed dryly. Daughter-in-law, where did you start with that? Susan's bright, big eyes stared at Yi Yun. Don't you give me a smile. You heard what Guan Xia said just now, right? Said that the two of us, we are truly a match made in heaven. You know, usually if a woman talks like that, then it means only one thing. Yi Yun was puzzled. What does it mean? Susan said with a wary face. The meaning is obvious. Guan Xia may have so many thoughts about you. Now, saying that, it's actually the opposite. That is to say, she's very uncomfortable with the fact that the two of us are in pairs. Yi Yun hurriedly digressed. Shan, you're overthinking it. The other Miss Guan, that's the North City overlord and has a daughter. How could she possibly look at me? Come on, let's go home. Susan still felt, well, less secure. Biting her pink lips, she shyly said, Yi Yun, after the fetus in my stomach is completely stabilized, we will cohabitate. Yi Yun's heart warmed. Yes, I'm ready anytime. Just tonight. Susan blushed and was so shy that she glared at him. Pervert, definitely not tonight. I'm not ready yet. Chapter 124, Severing the Lifeblood. That night, Fang Tianming, who had returned to the family, stormed out, a direct death order to completely shut down the Su family, and the Su group. The previous blocking was met with Susan and Yi Yun's relief. But this time, Fang Tianming Ironheart, must Su family this family, from now on in Jiangnan City, reduced to dust. He didn't realize that it wasn't Su Wen's family that had a hard time with this. Instead, it's people like Su Chang, Elder Taijun Su, waking up early in the morning. Those relatives of the Su family, as well as the Su group executives, blew up. A dozen vendors have broken their contracts. So what's going to happen? Fang family, why do you repeatedly make things difficult for us? Su, don't say it. It's not because of Susan. She ruined the marriage contract with the Fang family. Now, it directly implicates our family. Old Taijun, quickly inform old Taijun and ask her old man to make up his mind. The Su family relatives, in a swarm, found Elder Taijun Su. After explaining the situation, Elder Taijun Su became furious. Su Chang, go to Su Wen's house immediately. Let his whole family go to the door and apologize to the Fang family. 3 kneels or 9 kowtows, 1 kowtow per step. All in all, I only have one condition, to let Su Wen's family quell the Fang family's anger. Otherwise, the old body won't be able to spare their family. The walking stick in Elder Taijun Su's hand slammed in a continuous fury, almost smashing into several halves. Su Chang sneered. Su Jian, Come with me to your second uncle's house. Also, call out a few good men in case something happens. Su Jian had a malicious face. Su Wen, this old dog, is not my second uncle now. Wouldn't it be best if something happened to him? Father and son, with 7 or 8 thugs, came to Su Wen's house in an aggressive manner. Bang bang. Su Jian was very arrogant and kicked the door directly. Yang Huiru was startled and opened the door to scold. Su Jian, you're sick, aren't you? Su Jian sneered. Second aunt, old Taijun asked your family to go kneel down and apologize to the Fong family. Whenever people forgive you, then when, again, you return. Yang Huiru's face was ironic. Kneel down and apologize. You're dreaming. Su Chang walked up and said grimly. Sibling, your family is really, ironically, not even listening to the words of the old Taijun, right? If that's the case, then I, as a brother, won't be polite anymore. Su Wen walked out and said with a cold face. Su Chang, you're not polite as a brother. Fine, I'll see how you're not polite. Su Chang growled lowly. Su Wen, don't be ungrateful. I told you I've put up with you a lot. Old Taijun has ordered that if your family doesn't cooperate and harms our entire Su family, then your family, all of you, will be finished. Su Wen said in a cold voice. Su Chang, I won't be scared and threatened by you like before. What can you do? I, Su Wen, am not afraid of you. Su Chang's face grimaced and he kicked over. Su Wen takes a chopping leg kick and winds up on the floor. Yang Huiru yelled and rushed up to tear it apart. Being slapped by Su Jian, he smacked his face and cried out. Che, a family of losers, is it not easy to clean you up? Su Jian raised his hand, very proud of himself. Susan came out of the house, running. I didn't expect my parents, but I was beaten. She was furious and stepped forward to slap Su Jian in the face in the same way. Su Jian's face twisted for a moment. Well, in the past, you were the vice president of the group. I didn't dare to touch you, but right now, you're A, and I don't give A. With one hand, he pulled Susan by her hair and was about to punch her in the stomach. Su Wen and Yang Huiru both screamed in unison. My daughter is pregnant. What if she gets punched? Su Chang originally, moved with compassion, wanted to shout Su Jian to stop, fearing that it would cause a death. But in the next second, his eyes became sinister. I thought to myself that it is good to beat the seed in Susan's stomach. That Yi Yun little bastard. This is what he asked for. Boo! At the last moment, Yi Yun parked his car and then arrived at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. A direct kick to the side of Su Qian's head. Su Jian grunted miserably, opened his mouth with a large mouthful of blood, and flew out diagonally for a full 7 or 8 meters. The whole person was lying on the ground, not knowing if he was dead or alive, and blood was flowing wildly without money. Su Chang are stunned, trembling. Son, on Yi Yun's face, murderous rage boiled over as he pinched his throat. Old bastard, how dare you touch my daughter-in-law? Boo! A kick to Su Chang's stomach, as it were, and he flew straight out, more than a dead dog. Susan's face was pale, tears were flowing, and she jumped into Yi Yun's arms at once. Yi Yun gently patted her back and comforted her. It's all right. Physically, is there anything wrong? Susan choked back a sob and shook her head. Oh, no, I'm not hurt, but I didn't think that Grandma's eldest uncle, their family, would be so ruthless as to go straight to the door. Yi Yun's eyes were icy cold, but he was not surprised. Yesterday, there was a falling out. Today, when the Su group was in trouble, Elder Taijun Su, as well as Su Chang and these people, naturally would not let Su Wen's family off the hook. Always. It's all about being a soft touch, and there are no scruples. There's nothing strange about hitting the door directly. In Su Chang's mouth, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Incomparably resentful. What are you still waiting for? Kill this little bastard for me. The few fighters that he brought with him were hesitant. Before that, Yi Yun was the head of security for the Su group. How vicious, they know. However, anyone who dared to make a move would only have to be sent by Yi Yun to meet Buddha Rulai on the spot. Su Wen struggled and got up from the ground. Yang Huira cried, Man, are you okay? If you have anything, I won't live. The love of husband and wife is still manifested when it comes to the time of trouble. Su Wen took a kick, and although his whole body hurt, he was still able to stand up. It's okay, I'm okay. Su Chang roared. Su Wen, if I don't kill your family, I'll take your name. Yi Yun put down Susan, striding over. Dog, really think your grandfather I have no temper? Su Chang backed up. Yi Yun, I'm warning you, if you dare to touch me. Before he finished speaking, Yi Yun's foot already stepped on Su Jian's crotch. With a shattering sound, Su Jian was completely reduced to a eunuch. Before, Su Jian's crotch was torn by a vicious dog, but it only hurt his balls and didn't affect the root. But this time, it was a complete write-off. Getting you killed. How boring would that be? Yi Yun's smile made Su Chang's scalp numb. Your son is ruined. The heirloom thing is gone. Which, I guess more than anything else, makes you feel broken. You old dog? Su Chang was in a rage, but he didn't dare to fight for his life. Standing up trembling, he yelled at the thugs. You pigs, turn around and I'll make sure to kill them all. Why don't you take the young master to the hospital? What? What's wrong with you? Carrying Su Jian, who was dead or alive. They all just ran away. Chapter 125 The Sage Moment. Su Wen returned to the house and sat in a daze. After a long time, his face was ruthless. I thought they were ruthless, but I didn't expect that they would be ruthless to this extent. In that case, then I, Su Wen, have nothing to hold back. Yi Yun said. Dad, the few partners I contacted have already asked you to talk. Su Wen said. Good. I will go and talk about it today. Strive to immediately set up the company out. The face, you give it to yourself. Relying on others, can't be relied on. Standing up, he turned towards Yi Yun and made a deep bow. Son-in-law, I, Su Wen's family, deeply appreciate your great kindness. Father-in-law has nothing to show for it, so please take a bow from me. Yi Yun hurriedly stood away and picked up Su Wen and said with a straight face, Dad, since you treat me as your son-in-law, then there is no need to be like this. Shannon is my daughter-in-law. All of this is what I should do. Su Wen, a big man with red eyes, wiped his tears and went inside to change his suit and go out. Yang Huiru also huffed and puffed and cried, Good son-in-law, your father has been for 10 or 20 years, not working, going to socialize. I'm not sure about him. You stay home with Shannon. I'll go out with him. The two families packed up and left the house to talk to their partners about setting up a new company. Susan Hart, oblique, murmured, I did not expect so many years of affection, blood thicker than water, relationship, all of a sudden, it's just broken, and it's beating down our door, completely treating our family like enemies. Yi Yun said indifferently, what's the point of this? Between blood brothers, there are those who directly raise their swords to fight in a firefight. Nowadays, in this society, profit comes first and everything else is just clouds. Susan sobbed, Yi Yun, what about you to me? Yi Yun looked at her pear blossom with rain, in the past beautiful delicate face, became haggard, cannot help but heartache, I to you will be better than to myself? A lifetime of pain endless. Susan pursed her lips and was touched, sprinting 2 steps into Yi Yun's arms, then tilting her head, her fragrant lips kissed her, very passionately. Yi Yun felt the fragrance of the tongue, soft, but moved his mouth. Shan Shan. Susan grabbed him by the collar of his shirt, her face like a peach blossom in spring. Don't talk, love me, like fire meets hot oil. The two kissed and rolled right onto the couch. Susan gasped and sobbed, Hubby, it's pre-pregnancy, I'm afraid it'll affect the baby. That, I love you in a different way. 1 hour later, Yi Yun had a desireless face. Shan Shan, hard work. Susan's eyes pouted. Bad egg. Still talking about beauty and skin care. It's not good at all. Yi Yun took out his cell phone and started to call Minister Xiang, Minister Luo, and a few other brothers. Remember what I mentioned earlier? Yeah, get out of Sue's and go solo with me. Don't worry, it's just setting up a new company. It's not that difficult for me. The phone hung up, and Susan also changed into a clean nightgown, her hair flowing, vacuumed up, and sat on Yi Yun's stomach. Blushing, she chirped, Lord Husband, who are you calling? Yi Yun's voice was slightly cold. Give a few to Sue Group, the executives who are friends with me. These men, come out at my command in a minute. Susan mused. These people, the group executives, are not simple. If they don't see the real benefits, even if they call you brother and sister, I'm afraid not many of them will abandon their rice bowls to trust you. Yi Yun laughed. Worthy of being my president's wife? This insight is accurate. So I'm going to let these executives come out and be a part of building the company. With strong funding and support from all sides, it's hard for them not to be impressed. Susan said, Honey, I still want to pull Yul in. It has always been our sister's intention to start a separate company. It's just that each has their own mundane matters to attend to. It's just as well that this time, we two sisters work together properly. Yi Yun naturally had no opinion. Good. Just one more person. One more strength. Susan is a man of action and immediately called Su Yuer. Yul, busy or not, I have something to discuss with you. Su Yuer lazily said, It's not busy. I've just finished dealing with the at home. I'm sitting around bored and want to send a message with you. Susan laughed. What? Is your family urging you to marry again? Su Yuer said in annoyance. That's not true. It simply annoys me to death. My mom actually wants to marry me off to an old man who's almost 50. That old man, I guess, Has a lot of money, but I'm not. An old weenie, maybe all deteriorated there. Can't give me the happiness I want. Susan's face is a little hot. Usually with Suyuer two girlfriends, chatting boldly. After some thought, she said, Sister, you're actually old enough to get married. No, let's talk about one first and see? For Susan's suggestion, Suyuer looked disinterested. Forget it, I don't have a favorite. Those crooked guys, you asked me to talk to them. I'd rather be a virgin for the rest of my life. Susan said, I remember. You had a crush on a senior before. It seems like you're starting a business in the provincial city, right? Why don't you try it? Suyuer squirmed. Shan, don't mention this person. I didn't know any better before, and I did like him a little. But now, I don't like him. Susan wondered. Don't like it anymore? I remember at that time, you even gave someone a sports car, loved them to death and cried. How come you've changed your mind now? Suyuer let out an ouch and said unhappily, Damn Shan, stop it. Say it again and I'll get angry. Anyway, I just don't like him anymore. And what I used to like, it was all fake. I don't like anyone right now. I just want to be alone. Susan said helplessly. Well then, I didn't mean to push you. You were, and you discuss a thing. Yi Yun support my father, and me, separated Su family out to start their own business, open the company. You there, interested in joining? Suyuer was surprised. Shan, you're Su's vice president. How did you separate out? Susan slumped a bit and said, It's hard to say, but anyway, we'll talk about it when we meet. Now, I'll see if you have any ideas about starting a business with me. Suyuer laughed. That's a must. I'll come to Su's to look for you right now. By the way, is Yi Yun at your house? Susan said, Yes. Why? Suyuer said, Nothing much. I'm just asking casually. He. Wait for me to clean up and come over right away. Ending the call, Susan looked at Yi Yun with a somewhat odd face. Somehow, I always feel that is somewhat unusual. Seems like she got a little happy when she heard you were at my house. And, she seemed to resent me bringing up that senior she used to like. But the old her, she obviously loved it to death. With tears in her eyes, Yi Yun shrugged his shoulders and said, Women, they are all hard to understand. Susan shook her head. Women are hard to understand. But I'm a woman too, so I understand women. This nymphette, inevitably, has a favorite, and it's hidden so deeply that she's not willing to say it. Yi Yun's eyelids fluttered and he laughed dryly. Is that so? This, I'm not sure about. Chapter 126 Tai Fung Real Estate. On the other side, Suwon had already met the several parties who had made the appointment. There are people from the North City, from the Tiger Group, and from Wu Tianshun, the president of the Zhongnan City Antiques Association. Either party was in existence that the current Su family could not afford. The couple, very restrained, stammered and couldn't say a word for half a day. And the three parties on the opposite side of the street had spoken, one after the other, very politely. Oh, Mr. Suwon, let's get straight to the point. That is, there is no need to be polite. If you need capital, technology, or land, we are well prepared on our side. Mr. Suwon. Ms. Yang is so lucky to have a dragon and phoenix son-in-law like His Excellency Yi Yun. Upon hearing these words, the couple was relieved and at the same time overwhelmed with shock. These few people, representing several top forces in Zhongnan City. How did Yi Yun, the good son-in-law, manage to do that and lead them over? Moreover, looking at the stance of these few people, when they mentioned Yi Yun, they were all respectful and courteous. The couple was puzzled as to what was involved. After a few hours of negotiation, it was finalized that tomorrow, it would go to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to register and then set up the new Su Group. Su Wen and Yang Huiru, red-faced home, old Su, these bigwigs, in fact, do not seem so difficult to talk to, quite kind, Yang Huiru joyfully said. Su Wen sulked. Yang Huiru looked over. What's wrong? Why do you look preoccupied? Su Wen sighed. Huiru, this son-in-law of ours is definitely not a fish in a pond. After I thought about it, I'm afraid that we, Shan, are really climbing high up the ladder, and before, we all thought he was just a little security guard, which was definitely a big mistake. Yang Huiru was stunned. Then what do you mean? Yi Yun, this kid, is deeply hidden? Su Wen nodded. Mostly. Yang Huiru was puzzled, but he was a small security guard when he first hooked up with Shan. Though let's say, back there, he did look pretty amazing, but to say he's a big deal, I don't think so, Su Wen said. In any case, the establishment of the new Su Group is all thanks to this good son-in-law. We have to be grateful to him. Yang Huiru hummed. I know what you mean. Let Shan live with him. Su Wen said. Not bad. Two people in name only, living together, Makes sense, don't you think? Yang Huira said. I'm not against it. I'm just thinking, wouldn't it be better to let Yi Yun, this kid, see and eat and continue to be good to us? Shanshan? Su Wen rebuked. A woman is simply stupid. Have you thought about it? With Yi Yun's ability now, is there any need to hang himself on the same tree as us? Shan? If he can't get any all the time, he could have turned his head and found someone else. There are tons of women out there, good looking, rich and powerful, who like Yi Yun like this. When Yang Huira heard this, she immediately became anxious. Also, you're right, old Su. Alright then, go back today and let them cohabitate. Humph, it's really cheap for this Yi Yun kid. Su Wen shook his head, somewhat not wanting to talk to the stupid daughter-in-law. It's clearly their daughter, and their family, who are taking advantage of the situation, right? The two families rushed home happily. Entering the door, he laughed. You've come over too. Su Yuer stood in a pavilion and smiled. Uncle, Auntie, the cooperation of the new company. How are the talks going? Su Wen had a joyful look on his face. Complete, very complete. Yi Yun, thanks to your relationship. Susan said, Mom and Dad, we're getting ready to go out, to take a look at the bankrupt company land that Fang Jiahao acquired earlier. I'm going to pick a building that looks good and use it as an office for our company. Su Wen nodded. That's a good idea. This way, another large sum of money can be saved. Yang Huira suddenly yelled. AI. This house. How is it a smell of heather? It smells so bad. Wait, it looks like the couch here. Sam, you're back from buying flowers? Susan blushed, reddened, her heart beating. Mom, that, yes. I bought a bouquet of heather flowers earlier, but I threw it away. Like you said, it didn't smell good. Yang Huiru disgustedly said. Not only does it not smell good, it simply stinks. And that flavor, how do you say, is the same as a man's that? She suddenly stopped talking and laughed sardonically and dryly. Su Wen's old face reddened and glared at her. Just stop nagging. Go to the kitchen and cook. When my son-in-law and the others come back, they still have to eat dinner. Yi Yun was also a bit overwhelmed and greeted Susan and Su Yuer, hurrying out the door. Susan grabbed him hard around the waist and snapped. Bad man. It's all your fault. Su Yuer had a strange look on her face. Indeed, as soon as I entered your house, I smelled that strange odor. But I didn't care at the time. I didn't realize that Auntie's nose, so sensitive. Say Sam, you didn't buy any heather at all, did you? Susan was embarrassed by the revelation. I didn't buy it. The three of them got into the car and Yi Yun drove. Su Yuer and Susan, sitting in the back row. After a burst of muttering between the two women, Su Yuer was filled with shock. Shanshan, you're bullish, actually playing with such flowers. Susan hastily went to cover her mouth, and said in mortification, keep your voice down, and don't talk about it. Su Yuer smiled cheekily and swept a glance at Yi Yun who was driving in the front row. The mind is secretly calculating. I'll have to try it myself when I get a chance. If this surname Yi does not cooperate, directly bite off. There is a piece of rotten buildings in the old town bordering the new town of Gangnam City. This place was, originally, the property of the Feng family Hao real estate company. Nowadays, it was that it had been purchased by Susan and Yi Yun. After taking a turn, all three were satisfied. There are several places here that just need a little renovation to be used as office buildings for the new group. Let's go with this building. It's the best location. Susan pointed to one near the street. Su Yuer was satisfied. Good. I also think this building is good. Yi Yun here. But he turned his head and looked faintly at the group of people surging over. A man at the head of the group, dressed in a suit and with a 5 short stature, approached and asked directly, You're from the Su family, right? Susan said, I'm a Su. What can I do for you? The man smiled, with a condescending look. I'm Zhang Taifeng, the boss of Taifeng Real Estate. I've got my eye on this piece of land. Make an offer. Susan shook her head. Sorry, we're not for sale. Zhang Taifeng snorted. In this world, nothing is for sale. Even a woman's chastity is the same. The only difference is only in the price. He snapped his hands, and immediately a junior, carrying a box, came forward. With a crash, the box opened and a huge pile of red-colored bills rolled out onto the floor. Look at that. It's almost a little mound of dirt. Su Yuer walked over. Mr. Zhang, what do you mean by this? Zhang Taifeng said indifferently. Here is $20 million. And when the transfer agreement is signed, another $30 million will be credited to you. How about, give me the land and you take the money? Susan's face was icy. No how. This piece of land, we won't buy it. And it's worth, well, more than $50 million. Zhang Taifeng laughed. Then judging from what you're saying, you don't think the money is enough? Sorry, I'm only offering $50 million. And, if you sell, you have to sell. If you don't sell it, you have to sell it to me. Su Yuer grunted coldly. It's not like doing business for Mr. Zhang to be so aggressive. Zhang Taifeng disdained. Lousy, spend some money to send you away. And it's not good to obediently collect and go? I'll put the word out here. This land, I'll take it. If you don't spit it out, you'll be waiting to bury it underneath for a foundation. Just as well. I need to see some blood at my groundbreaking ceremony. When this came out, the minions behind him all laughed out loud, one by one, with honor, feeling awesome and bombastic. Chapter 127, Picking Up Money in a Sack. Our General Manager Zhang's words. We advise you to follow them obediently. You know Taifeng Real Estate, right? Our Jiangnan City, the most powerful housing company. Market capitalization $10 billion. Reveal a little more. To give you guys a little more insight, we, Mr. Zhang, are still members of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, and whoever messes with that is ing screwed. Zhang Taifeng, a group of juniors, began to bully and show his muscles. Su Shan and Su Yuer were both secretly aghast. Those who were qualified to join the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce would not be bad. Even the Su group, because of its insufficient assets and influence, was not qualified to become a member of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Terra firma, indeed, isn't very nice to mess with, but Susan still firmly stated, Mr. Zhang, we're going to use this piece of land ourselves. So, really, I can't sell it to you. Zhang Taifeng nostrils skyward, eyes grim, advise you to reconsider, because seriously, I do not want to make too much of a mess, so that others say that I Taifeng Real Estate to bully people. Su Yuer's heart was unhappy. This person was stalking. Really annoying. Still, she was patient and intended to explain more. Yi Yan raised his hand to stop her and said in a salty manner, what's the point of wasting words? If it's not for sale, it's not for sale. What's the point of hitching a ride with him? Zhang Taifeng sneered. Who are you? Kid, don't drink to your honor. Once this old boss gets real, you may lose both your money and your people. Yi Yan laughed and beckoned towards him. Come, grandson, move for real and show me. In this peaceful world, I really don't believe it. There is really no king's law? Zhang Taifeng let out a sardonic laugh. Such naive words. Thanks to your kid to say it. It's not true that it's a peaceful time today, but having money, power and connections, excuse me, means you can do whatever you want. With a look from him, the juniors under him immediately flung the steel pipes in their hands and walked towards Yi Yun with a sneer. Jumper. Skimming his mouth a bit, Yi Yun took the lead with 2 slaps. Snap 2 sounds. 2 handheld steel pipe gangsters. Hum cannot even hum a sound. Directly lying on the ground foaming at the mouth. Zhang Taifeng's face changed as he drank. All of you, get on me. Waste this little bastard. And dunk his body into the cement pile for me. A dozen or so guys swarmed up, all with ferocious eyes. Susan and Su Yuer, nervous beyond belief, took 2 steps backward. Yi Yan blocked in front of the 2 women, not moving like a mountain. Don't worry, it's just a bunch of dirt dogs. I don't put it in my eyes yet. Bang, bang, bang. A few punches were smashed out, and in front of Yi Yun, a circle of vacuum immediately appeared. With a pick of his right foot, the iron rod on the ground all of a sudden leaped into his hand. In Zhang Taifeng's incredulous eyes, Yi Yan held the iron rod and drew it out like a tiger entering a sheep. A few more assholes had their heads blown off, screaming their heads off. In the end, Yi Yan hit the finish line and called it a day without blushing. As for the 20 bullies brought by Zhang Taifeng, none of them were spared, and all of them were lying on the ground waiting to enter the emergency room. Boy, you're quite the fighter. Pointing at Yi Yun, Zhang Taifeng was afraid and started to retreat. But wait, Taifeng Real Estate never suffers this kind of loss. Yi Yun was indifferent. I let you go? A few big steps to chase over. A stick on Zhang Taifeng's knee. Ow. The latter hissed miserably, tears coming out of his eyes from the pain, directly kneeling on the ground. The scarlet eyes raised and glared at Yi Yun, about to curse. Boo! Yi Yun struck mercilessly. The steel rod directly stabbed into the other party's mouth, and I don't know how many teeth were mashed. I know I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. Oh, this land of yours? I don't want it is. Yi Yun disdained. Coward. Didn't you say that if you have money and power, you can do whatever you want? Come on. You bounce around a bit more for me. Zhang Taifeng didn't dare to let out a single fart and just begged for mercy. The viciousness of Yi Yan's strike had indeed subdued him, but in his heart, he was resentful. He is valued as Jiangnan City, the largest real estate developer. Also, a member of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. It's the first time I've ever had such a nasty loss. Back. This little bastard. He had to get killed. Make sure you get the digger from the construction site and cut him in 5. Get out. Yi Yun let out a cold shout. Zhang Taifeng was like amnesty, and took his little brother who could still move, and pissed his ass. Susan hastened to say, wait, your money. Zhang Taifeng and his little brother, both head and dare not return, which still cares about the money. Su Yuer glanced at the piles of $20 million and leapt to her feet. So much money, if they don't want it, let's take it reluctantly. Susan stopped it. Yuer, this is someone's money and it's quite a lot. We can't touch it. Su Yuer smiled cheekily. Shan, I'm just kidding. Such a huge sum of money. Even if I were given it, I wouldn't be able to carry it. And I don't want to be tracked down by ASIR afterward. Yi Yun cupped his chin, but he was pondering and walked in a direction. Susan shouted, Yi Yun, the way back is this way. You're going the opposite way. Yi Yun laughed. It's fine. You guys just come with me. I found a much closer path. Over a mound of dirt, the 3 figures disappeared. Su Yuer said strangely, there's no road here. Yi Yun, what are we doing here? Yi Yun turned around and pointed above the mound of dirt. Look guys, the wind is blowing from up here. What is that? The 2 women sniffed and looked up, their little mouths opening wide at once. Stunned beyond measure, I saw a sheet of Chairman Mao, clattering from the end of the mound, blown by the wind. Yi Yun looked around, picked up a broken sack, and began to fill the sack with money. Looking at the 2 women's dumbfounded appearance, he said in dissatisfaction, what are you waiting for? Pick up the money. If you have money and don't pick it up, it's a cutie. Susan was angry and laughed. Hey hubby, this is someone's money. You're going to get in trouble for picking it up. Yi Yun skimmed his lips. Fear der, this small mound of dirt gives us a figure to block. The surveillance on the street in front of us can't even capture us. It dawned on the 2 women that they dared Yi Yun to say that he was going with him, but it turned out that he had come over to hide from the surveillance to get rich. This guy, I have to say, is really a ghostwriter. Susan and Su Yuer, all of a sudden, were at a loss for what to say. Yi Yun, this brain, really eats people without spitting out any ghost ideas. Su Yuer was bolder than Susan and started bending over, following the process of putting a single bill into the sack, and hemmed and hawed and laughed. Not to mention, it's addictive. I didn't realize that the legend of picking up money in a sack was true. Susan clenched her teeth and couldn't help but pick it up after her. Emma, all at once, felt, well, cozy. On the other side of the abandoned construction site, Zhang Taifeng was on the phone with a face of violent anger. Great uncle, you bring someone from your station right away to help me clean up the individual. Yeah, arrest him and take him to jail. I'm going to this dead mother up. An icy voice on the other end replied. You stabilize this man. Wait for me for 10 minutes. I'll be right there. Chapter 128, The Lord of the Dragon Prison enters the prison. The class. Less than 10 minutes later, sirens were blaring. Zhang Taifeng's great uncle, Sun Wei, deputy director of the Jiangnan City Law Enforcement Bureau, arrived. Behind them, there were 3 police cars and a dozen law enforcers. Where is the man who hurt you? As soon as he got out of the car, Sun Wei, who had a big belly, asked in a chilling voice. Zhang Taifeng had to rely on someone to hold him up before he could stand still, and roared, it's right over there, great uncle. You must get this little bastard killed for me. Without a word, Sun Wei waved his hand. With his subordinates, he was about to come and arrest Yi Yun. Yi Yun here, find a corner and hide the sack with the money. Then Schmooze walked out. The money, he took with a clear conscience, as moral damages. He himself, anyway, comes with a trifle of mixed-upness. The old president of this terra firma real estate came over and pretended in front of him. Then Yi Yun naturally would not let go of the opportunity to make the other party shed his skin. You're the one who hit Mr. Chang? Seeing Yi Yun, Sun Wei drank without expression. Yi Yun said indifferently, it wasn't me who made the first move. I was just defending myself. Sun Wei laughed with a leathery smile. Injuring someone to that state, and you still dare to be sophomoric. Kid, you really have no eyes for the law. Moreover, don't you know that Mr. Zhang is a well-known entrepreneur in our Jiangnan city? For your egregious circumstances, it's all a +1 offense at the very least, and you won't get out for 10 or 8 years. Upon hearing this, Susan and Su Yuer were both incomparably angry. Sir, it's clearly that Mr. Zhang, who wants to forcefully buy and sell our land. That's right, and he was the one who ordered his subordinate assholes to make the first move. To arrest, you'd have to arrest him too. Sun Wei looked indifferent, right and wrong. Let's talk about it in the bureau. Take the boy away and go back to trial. Susan and Su Yuer were in a big hurry, but Yi Yun was light-hearted. It's fine. Just let this officer take me back. I'd like to see if it's possible to unjustly kill a good citizen in broad daylight. In Sun Wei's eyes, A touch of sinister swept through. Good people? He secretly laughed in his heart. When he returned to the police station. This kid is a good citizen or not. Whether it is a gangster or not. They all have to kneel down and call him grandpa. While watching Yi Yun being taken away, Zhang Taifeng was filled with pleasure and gritted his teeth. Little bastard. Couldn't have imagined it. Could you? Fight with lousy, and you will surely die without a corpse. Yi Yun seemed to smile. Don't worry. In the end, the one who dies without a body will definitely be you. The police car started and quickly took Yi Yun away. Zhang Taifeng sneered. Miss Su, this piece of land of yours, are you sure you won't consider selling it to me? In that case, you little white boy, I'm afraid it's going to be vicious. Susan angrily said. You don't think about it, I just don't believe that. On the side of the law enforcers, there is no justice. Zhang Taifeng disdained. How stupid and naive. I'm not afraid to tell you. That person just now is my great uncle. Is it on my side or on yours? Can't you see? Su Yuer's heart sank as she hurriedly said. Shan Shan, we have to find someone to save Yi Yun. Susan nodded repeatedly. Good. We need to find someone. Over at the law enforcement agency, the water is too deep for the two of us to work. The two women got into the car and left quickly as well. First, he went to the North City and looked for Guan Xia, asking Guan Xia to think of something. Afterwards, he ran to the Tiger's Tail group and asked Lu Chuanhu to move. Finally, there was the idea of going to the president of the Antique Association, Wu Tianshun, for help. The latter, however, had already, knowing one step in advance, directly killed the Jiangnan City Law Enforcement Bureau. Zhang Taifeng of Taifeng Real Estate. This person I know. Just a damn black-hearted businessman. The party is colluding quite a lot. But Miss Su, don't worry. I will make sure that little friend Yi Yun is alright. Gangnam City. In the Law Enforcement Bureau, Yi Yun was put into a small black room with handcuffs on his hands. The iron door opened and a tall, manly constable in an undershirt walked in. Taking a seat opposite Yi Yun, he asked in a cold voice. Name. Yi Yun was old-fashioned. Sorry, I won't say anything until my lawyer arrives. The horizontal meat on the tall police officer's face rolled up. Little Yakuza, do you think this is Hong Kong Island? Playing this with this officer. Let me tell you, this is our bureau son's one word. What happens if you don't cooperate is that you die and live. Yi Yun scat out. You son bureaus, you're really powerful. Oops, I'm really scared. Tall police officer sneered. Did not expect Yi Yun, but also really emboldened to do. Bureau son sent me over to give you a chance. Whether you can grasp it or not is up to you. Yi Yun yawned. Bored. You don't even need to talk nonsense. I know what your son bureau is playing. Let us hand over our turf, and then let me off the hook by obediently apologizing and compensating the boss of Taifeng. Right? The tall police officer froze, then nodded. You're smart. That's what it means. How about it? Do you agree? Or not? Yi Yun smiled. Sorry, if it's a sensible officer, then I can still cooperate with him, but the official business collusion of the dog official, Su and Small Master directly even take care of his mind are owed. The tall police officer threatened. Okay, you have guts. Then, just wait to squat in jail. You won't be able to get out without a decade or 8. Yi Yun looked disdainful. Who are you scaring? Think I don't know anything about the law? Your law enforcement agency tells me to do jail time. And I do? The merits of the case have yet to be heard by the court. That Taifeng's old boss, eating ugly, forcing us to sell our land. And if we don't sell, we'll do it, and we'll have to kill and bury people into concrete piles. That's it. Why don't you Sun bureaus go arrest him? The tall police officer denied it all. I'm sorry, but what you're saying is purely false. Mr. Zhang, a big taxpayer and well-known entrepreneur in Jiangnan City, would never do such a thing as you said. Just as well. Since you're stubborn, you'll wait for the end. Sneering twice, he turned and opened the door and walked out. Yi Yun leaned back and leaned comfortably on the iron chair. Even the feet were raised and rested folded on the judgment table. It's a childish thing to use to scare him. It's really a trick. This tall police officer obviously came to probe for that Sun Bureau. Seeing that Yi Yun did not comply, he dropped 2 harsh words and turned around to go out. If it was an average person, he might have been intimidated by him. Dark thoughts of imminent doom, jailed and sentenced again. But sorry, Yi Yun was never an ordinary person. Not to mention the Bureau's courtroom, even the world-class heavy-duty prisons, Yi Yun was a frequent visitor. And all over the world, there is no more terrifying prison than the Dragon Prison in the unclaimed lands of the outer regions. Quite unluckily, Yi Yun was the owner of this Dragon Prison. At one time, there were plenty of vicious prisoners there. Prison break, prison death matches, mass riots, warlords hijacking prisons. All kinds of scenes that could only be seen on blockbuster movies used to be commonplace for Yi Yun. In this Jiangnan City bureau, Yi Yun really did not have any feeling of fear. Instead, it felt quite cozy, and the people here, simply too peaceful. Chapter 129 Bigwigs from all sides, rioting in unison. In the police department office, the tall police officer entered the door, turned back and locked the door, and said grimly, "Bureau Sun, that kid is soft and hard. It seems that we have to use some means." Sun Wei sat on his big chair of the director and said in a cold voice, "Something looking for death. When you enter the territory of this council, there is no one's bones, which are still hard. Let's go." The council will meet him in person. Picking up his baton, he put on a formal dress and came to the interrogation room where Yi Yun was with great vigor. "This director has found out all about you, the Su family's son-in-law. Before that he was a small security guard. That is to say, you are, essentially, a poor man with no one to turn to." Sitting down on his butt, Sun Wei coldly looked at Yi Yun. "If that's the case, why don't you be a bit more sensible and let Mr. Zhang have that piece of land, so we won't all be happy?" Yi Yun laughed. "Yo, the little one can't make the old one come, right? Bureau Sun, let me ask you a question How much can you get for selling that piece of land to Taifeng Real Estate?" Sun De was furious and slammed the table. "How dare you? This director is impartial. How could he take a penny?" Yi Yun played with the flavor. "Everyone is an understanding person, so don't pretend to be confused. You stood up for Zheng Taifeng. Isn't that what you're trying to do?" Sun Wei snorted coldly. "This council doesn't know what you're talking about. I'll ask you for the last time. Do you intend to settle and negotiate, or go to jail with a lawsuit? Your choice?" Yi Yun's face, too, became cold. "With you, I'm afraid you're not qualified to judge me, let alone make me go to jail. People like you who can't distinguish between right and wrong and who collude with business and the government are simply the people's pests." Sun De was furious, and his face was morose as he said, "Kid, you're simply looking for death. You know what level this council is, right? Not to mention cleaning you up. Even that what's-his-name Su family, the council can still give it a go. You don't compromise, then wait for the end. Anyway, it's not the first time the council has cleaned up a prick like you." Yi Yun's eyes slowly narrowed. "This official uniform of yours is indeed glorious, but you're mistaken about the truth, which is that with clothes on, you think you're awesome and you can be a bully. In truth, it is not idiots like you who are powerful. Rather, it's what you have on, the formal attire that represents holiness and justice. But alas, you are not worthy of such a good thing." As the words fell, a police officer outside rushed in. "Chief, North City's overlord, Guan Xia, has brought someone to break in." Sun Wei frowned. "This widow, what does she want?" The officer said sharply. "I don't know. Chief, go check it out. This woman is just crazy." With a frosty look on his face, Sun Wei ordered the men to keep Yi Yun under strict guard, while he himself got up and went out the door. When he saw Guan Xia, he laughed coldly. "Pawnbroker Guan, there's nothing to do. What do you want?" Guan Xia's arms were wrapped around her chest and her face was expressionless. "Director Sun, I came to ask for someone. His name is Yi Yun. I understand your rules. Pay the ransom. Name your price." Sun Wei sneered. "I'm sorry, I won't release this kid for any amount of money you pay. I have been in this bureau, and I have been in all kinds of bulls. But, on the contrary, he is the most important. You say this kind of head iron. If this council does not clean him up properly, won't it make me, Sun Wei, look like a useless one?" Guan Xia said with slight anger. "Bureau Sun, you can't abuse lynching, can you?" Sun Wei had a condescending look on his face and sneered. "That's for sure. I'm the people's parent official, so naturally I wouldn't do such a thing. But under my subordinates, there are a few who don't know what's important. Just happened to come across this kid assaulting a police officer, so they couldn't help but strike and cripple him. Oh, it's no one's fault." Guan Xia's heart fluttered. This Sun Wei, relying on the power in his hands, is not the first time he has done this kind of thing. If Yi Yun was really placed on trumped-up charges, it would be troublesome. "Director Sun, can't we talk about them again?" Guan Xia gritted her teeth and fought again. Sun Wei warned. "Guan Xia, remember who you are. You people from the underground forces, openly coming to the bureau to ask for someone. Do you really think the bureau doesn't dare to move you? I'm telling you, it's no good whoever comes today, even if it's the king of heaven. That won't work." A cold laugh came from the doorway. "Director Sun, what a big mouth. What a powerful and majestic the heavenly king is not even in his eyes." Sun De was furious and turned his head to look, but he grunted coldly. "Who did I think it was? It turned out to be President Wu. I don't know what I can teach you," Wu Tianshun directly said. "I don't dare to instruct. I came to see my friend Yi Yun." Director's son, let him go. He's innocent. The fire in Sunway's heart was already suppressed. At this moment, the swish swelled open. Today is really the sun coming out of the west. A Sioux family flunky. You one by one come to the door to say love. But I'm sorry. This kid broke the law of the land and won't cooperate with our police. This director really can't spare him. Wu Tianshun said in a chilling voice. I already understand the cause and effect of the matter. It's clearly Taifeng's Zhang Taifeng, who is bullying others, trying to forcefully buy people's land, and hitting them first. Yi Yun, he just shot out in self-defense. Sunway rolled his eyes for a moment, mixing it up without taking it seriously. You say self-defense. Do you have proof? Mr. Zhang and his party, they were all hospitalized. With that alone, I can just judge that kid. Wu Tianshun narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice, in that case, secretary's son you are, harboring fixed your brother-in-law? Humph, you have power and influence, but I, Wu Tianshun, am not without someone at the top. Sunway said with a slight disdain, a walk in the park is like a mountain. Wu Lao, you play with antique paintings and calligraphy. This council is not even worthy of lifting your shoes. But in the council's territory, you want to be a master. Sorry, no way. Don't say you have someone above you. If you just make a scene in Zongnanhai, I, Sun Wei, will accompany you to the end. He was cursing in his heart. Wu Tianshun, this old bastard, pretending to be your mom's water monster. You have people at the top. It's not like I don't have people at the top. Grass, a little yakuza, actually alarmed so many people to come to trouble him. If he let it go easily, wouldn't it look like he, Sun Wei, was afraid to be taken? If it gets out, how can he rest his big name as a director in the future? So Sun Wei made up his mind that Wu Tianshun, Guan Xie and these people, the more they pushed him, then the more he would play that Yi Yun to death. Wu Tianshun's face has long been gloomy, took out the phone and was about to dial. At the entrance of the police station, another line of people walked in, all in black suits, very oppressive at first glance. The first person, a dragon walker, could see that he was already old, but that air of superiority was on display. Sun Wei took a look. His heart thumped, for the first time felt a little tricky, smiled and said, Master Lu, why did you come over? The person who came was none other than Lu Chuanhu, the richest man in Zhongnan City. He looked at Sun Wei and blandly said, Director's son, I'm not going to talk to you too much. Release them. Sun Wei frowned. Master Lu, who do you want this council to release? Lu Chuanhu slapped his hand and directly smacked it, striking without mercy. Who? Dog, are you playing hide and seek with me? Let Yi Yun go. Otherwise, I want you to be dismissed from class, not to mention the old stories are turned out for you and send you to eat a big bowl of jail. Looking at the chief who had just, like that, received a big slap, the people in the law enforcement bureau were stunned. Guan Xie and Wu Tianshun, too, had their cheeks jumped. They dared to force Sun Wei to ask for someone, but to make a move, they didn't dare. But Lu Chuanhu is different. The richest man in Zhongnan City, the #1 big brother figure. Moreover, he also holds important positions in the CPPCC and NPC. In terms of curiosity, it's really not comparable to Sun Wei. Covering his beaten face, Sun Wei stormed out. Lu Chuanhu, even if your strength crushes this council, but a blatant slap in the face of this council, do you think that this can be settled? I'm telling you, if you've got it in you, just shoot me. Otherwise, try to take someone away. Dream on. Lu Chuanhu sneered and literally pulled out a pistol from under his clothes and pressed it against Sun Wei's head. Gollum. All of a sudden, Sun Wei's temper was gone, and his throat rolled and trembled. Chapter 130, Amazing. Wu Tianshun said nervously. Shou Fu, don't be impulsive. Lu Chuanhu smiled sarcastically. Even if I did one-shot this brainwashed person, it wouldn't be half-assed. But the wicked will have their own people to clean him up. With a raised hand, the secretary hurriedly handed up the phone. Lu Chuanhu held a gun in one hand against Sun Wei. With the other hand, dial out a special number. On the other end soon, came the sound of laughter. Old Lu, what's the emergency? I'm in a meeting here. Lu Chuanhu faintly said. Director Wu, I'm in your unit now. If you don't want to get out of class, come over here right now. Wu Yunlong, the main director of the Law Enforcement Bureau, was silent for a moment and said gruffly, all right, I'll rush over right away. On Sun Wei's forehead, cold sweat came straight out, and he said in a trembling voice, Master Lu, you called our Wu Bureau here? Lu Chuanhu sneered. Asterisk 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 asterisk, do you think you arrested the average person? I'm telling you, you're not the only ones who came to the Wu board. The people from the War Department of Zhongnan City will all come over. Oh, I hope that when the time comes, you continue to flare your arms. Sun Wei was so scared that his face instantly turned pale. Even the people from the Ministry of War were alarmed over that. Yi Yun, is he really that powerful? Just in the midst of his skepticism, he didn't have to wait long. Several military vehicles, as well as a black Audi A6, made emergency stops in front of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Then Wu Yunlong, the first hand of the Law Enforcement Bureau, and a major general with 1 star on his shoulder, came striding in. Sun Wei felt like he was going to pee his pants, and said with trepidation, "Bureau Wu, General Lu." Wu Yunlong's face was ironic. "You did this. Where is that Mr. Yi?" Sun Wei shivered. "Interrogation room. I didn't do anything. He's fine." Wu Yunlong sneered. "You still have some brains. If you really do something, I'm afraid that you, for the rest of your life, will have to go in and step on a sewing machine." Turning his head to the Major General, he made a gesture of invitation. "General Lu, please." The Major General snorted coldly. "Whether the person is okay or not, you, the Law Enforcement Bureau, will have to give me an explanation. If I can't get it, then I'm sorry, but my superiors will just intervene." The smile on Wu Yunlong's face stiffened for a moment. Sun Wei, on the other hand, had long since gone blank. A door-to-door son-in-law of the Su family, just a little yakuza. Not to mention that even the Major General has been alerted to come, and judging by this, his superiors are concerned? What the hell is going on here? After so many years of mixing in this business, Sun Wei, for the first time, felt that his heart was really close to bursting, and he wasn't the only one who was shocked. Wu Tianshun, Guan Xia too, looked at each other. Both saw each other's eyes, the color of disbelief. Wu Tianshun asked, "Shou Fu, little friend Yi Yun, is he from the War Ministry?" Lu Chuanhu said lightly, "Not really, but the generals of the War Ministry have to salute when they see him." Wu Tianshun did not dare to ask, and his eyelids twitched. Lu Chuanhu's words, "The gold content is too much. He has to spend time to taste." Guan Xia, on the other hand, was shocked to the core. The horror of this little man she wanted to get her hands on was unimaginable. In the interrogation room, Sun Wei led Wu Yunlong, Rear Admiral Lu in. "Still not open?" As soon as Wu Yunlong took a look at the handcuffs on Yi Yun's hands, he bellowed. Sun Wei's hands were busy and he hurriedly loosened Yi Yun. Wu Yunlong stepped forward and smiled. "Hello Mr. Yi, I'm the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau." Wu Yunlong, "It's like this." Yi Yun here, directly raised his hand to interrupt him, his face cold. "No need to say more. I'm not interested in listening. Major General, tell me your name." Major General Lu's eyes were wild as he snapped an upright. "Marshal Yun, last General Lu Tao, currently the Commander-in-Chief of the Jiangnan City War Department." The teacher of the last general, Lieutenant General Xiang Qing Yun, was once a student of yours, Marshal Yun, and right now is also in Jiangnan. I wonder if Marshal Yun, could you give me the honor of going over to see my teacher? Yi Yun waved his hand. "We'll see, I'm a sinner now." Lu Tao's eyes chilled as he looked at Wu Yunlong. "Director Wu, what to do? I don't want to say more, but warning, I have to tell you as it is. If this person in front of me has something in Jiangnan City, not to mention you and me, the entire sky of Jiangnan City will have to be turned over." Wu Yunlong's heart trembled as he bitterly said, "Major General Lu, I will definitely return Mr. Yi a sensible and reasonable justice." Lu Tao grunted coldly. "Justice? Do you think I'm so easy to get rid of? Not to mention your men, such a small deputy director, even if it's you, Wu Yunlong. Believe it or not, I'll have you out of class in minutes if I just take today's events to the top." Wu Yunlong's mouth was dry, his face suddenly livid, and he slapped Sun Wei in the face. "Asshole, still standing? Still not apologizing?" Sun Wei turned towards Yi Yun and nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. "Mr. Yi, I know my mistakes. I really know my mistakes. I beg your pardon and spare me the offense." Yi Yun seemed to smile. "I told you earlier that you are not qualified to judge me. You didn't listen. He, Director's son, a word of advice. The clothes you're wearing, you really aren't fit to wear them because they don't match." After saying that, Yi Yun directly walked away. Lu Tao followed closely behind, compensating with a smile. "Marshal Yun, we warriors of the Jiangnan War Department really look up to you, and please take some time to come over to our side and guide us." Yi Yun was helpless. "Some other day, I'll have time to see your teacher again. I'm tired today. I just want to go home and cuddle my wife." Lu Tao, however, didn't dare to have any complaints. Instead, he was overjoyed. "Good grin. Then I'll go back today and tell my teacher about it. He'll be very happy." Seeing Yi Yun come out safely, Guan Xia several people, greatly relieved. "Is everything okay, little friend?" Wu Tianshan asked with concern. Yi Yun smiled. "It's fine. Thanks for saving a few of you. All go back. Susan and Su Yuer, who had also arrived at this time, picked up Yi Yun and left happily. And in the law enforcement bureau, Wu Yunlong called Sun Wei to his office. Can't you hand in your resignation? With an annoyed look on his face, Wu Yunlong opened the door. Sun Wei's face was miserable. Bureau Wu, how to say that we are also colleagues? Is it really so serious? Wu Yunlong's eyes were fierce. His finger almost poked Sun Wei's head up. You're really stupid to the point of being stupid. What? By now, you still haven't realized the magnitude of the problem? Sun Wei was slightly unconvinced. This Yi Yun, I investigated. Is the Su family's door-to-door son-in-law? Even with the Ministry of War and Lu Chuanhu backing him up, I'd at best be letting people go to soften up, not to the point of having to walk away, right? Wu Yunlong exhaled a breath, his face full of indifference. Sun Wei, I can't help you, because your awareness is just too low. Do you really think that Yi Yun is just some Su family's son-in-law? Cloud Marshal. These two words represent a weight and meaning that you're a bit too low in rank to have heard of. But here I am, but I know a star and a half, and it's that 1.5 stars that has been enough to scare the piss out of me. On his face, a look of fear appeared as he muttered. Our Jiangnan, this is a divine dragon lurking. Lu Tao is right. If you really dare to touch that Mr. Yi, I'm only afraid that you and I will have to ruin our hoods, and even the rest of our lives. Sun Wei laughed miserably, not daring to say anything more. He had been partnered with Wu Yunlong for many years and knew that there was no room for redemption. And what alarmed him the most was on his cell phone, a message that popped up out of nowhere. Over in the provincial capital, Sun Wei's benefactor sent it over. Sun Wei relies on his big brother to take care of him. And now, the big brother is simply saying 2 words, roll your own, and never tell anyone that you're involved with me. If it spills over to me, you know what happens. Fear, deep fear, spread out in Sun Wei's heart. Chapter 131, The Undying Elder Taijun Su's Family. Great uncle, did that kid give in yet? Mostly, I want their piece of land. Zhang Taifeng called Sun Wei. Don't worry, afterward, I'll give you $5 million as a thank you fee. Sun Wei, who lost his soul and walked out of the law enforcement bureau all alone, suddenly said hideously, ********, your $5 million. Zhang Taifeng, I'm warning you, don't even come to me in the future. Get lost. Zhang Taifeng was dumbfounded. Sun Wei, you're on gunpowder, aren't you? Won't I just let you do a little favor and clean up that little yakuza? Do you need to be so reactive? Sun Wei's eyes were red and he wanted to kill someone. If he hadn't been a fool and gone to meddle in this matter of Zhang Taifeng, it would not have been possible for him to turn over in the gutter. Now, he's straight out of his position and has gone home to farm. And that door-to-door son-in-law of the Su family, where's the little yakuza? Even the major general is alarmed to come, but also almost his boss Wu Yunlong scared urine. Zhang Taifeng, more than that I don't want to talk to you. Sun Wei gritted his teeth. Seeing as you're my brother-in-law, I'll only warn you, that territory of the Su family, just die. And in the future, it's best to keep a low profile for me. Or else, how to die. As soon as Zhang Taifeng heard this, his fire came up. Sun Wei, I haven't treated you poorly all these years, right? Damn, you're getting more cowardly and trashy the longer you live. Grr, since you're not on top of things, I'll figure it out myself. Such a big piece of land in the Su family. Do you know how much I can earn if I eat it? A few $100 million. You know? After that, he hung up with a snap. Sun Wei sneered twice. This uneducated person, waiting for death. He was happy to see himself finished anyway. And this dog coin followed. And he clapped his hands. Yi Yun and Susan, along with Su Yuer, returned to the Su family for dinner. Several people were happy to see a safe return. Yi Yun thanks to Shou Fu and their help. You should thank them properly afterward. Su Wen said bitterly. Yi Yun smiled and nodded. I know, Dad. Susan took a small bite of rice and looked over curiously. I saw at the time that even military vehicles were coming. Yi Yun, it can't be that he's here to find you, right? Yi Yun did not hide it. Not bad. It's here to find me. Major General Lu from the Jiangnan City War Department. Come and say hello. Sun Wei, the director, has stepped down. Su Wen's family, as well as Su Yuer, were all taken aback. The food in his mouth. For a moment, he forgot to swallow. Yang Huiru was half convinced. Yi Yun, you said that even the Major General of the War Department of Jiangnan City personally came to look for you. Son-in-law, you're not going to brag, are you? That's a Major General. Yi Yun smiled. Auntie, just consider me bragging. Rear Admiral, it's true that the rank is quite high, but it depends on who you compare it with. Susan's family are a bit elusive. Yi Yun was afraid that it was unlikely that someone at the level of a major general would be allowed to step in. Even Susan, as smart as she was, felt something else was going on after careful thought. Suwon laughed and said, "Alright, as long as Yi Yun is safe and sound. Come on, let's eat the food. What about the new company? I've already registered it. Just waiting for the official opening." Only Su Yuer, while lowering her head to eat, looked up and quietly glanced at Yi Yun twice. Unlike Susan's family, she was completely convinced that the military vehicles she had seen earlier were for Yi Yun. This guy, hidden too deep. What backgrounds and titles? Su Yuer now, digging too little. In the first hospital in Gangnam City, Su Lao Taijuan's family, all of them were crying out in ghosts. This little bully is too much, not to mention injuring my son, but also injuring my grandson. He deserves to die. The cane in the old woman's hand, which she pounded hard on the ground, looked furious. On the hospital bed, lay Su Jian, who had just awakened. Yi Yun's kicked him in the head, killing half of his life on the spot. Su Xian gritted her teeth. Su Shan's family, and that superfluous son-in-law. It seems that they are determined to rebel against our Su family. Grandma, they must not be spared. Su Chang is in a state that is much better than Su Jian. When he woke up, he just never said a word. Old Taijun Su was concerned. "Son, are you alright?" Su Chang extinguished the cigarette in his hand and said grimly, "Mom, I'm fine, but I think that something is going to happen soon to the Suvin family. As you can see, he has no eyes for me as his big brother straight away. I but took Sukin and went to his house to convey your meaning. As a result of this, he directly made a move and hospitalized me, my big brother, and Su Jian, his nephew. Old madam, although Su Wen and I are both born from the same milk, but now, he has denied all 6 of his relatives, and I, as a big brother, have done my best to be merciful. Before, obviously, it was their father and son who brought people to Su Wen's house, flaunted their weapons, and hit people first, and Su Jian was even more ruthless, making a move on Susan, a pregnant woman. But now, with Su Chang's words, it appeared that their family was the victim, and Su Wen's family were all unforgivable. Sure enough, Elder Taijun Su said in a chilling voice, "That's just it. I'll pretend I don't have this son. Su Chang, from now on, you are my only son, the heir of the Su group. What you want to do, you see to it." What Su Chang had been waiting for, was these words, and laughed sardonically. "Old lady, Su Wen's family, is just used to living a good life, and has never suffered. At all times, it's all about the family and mucking about. They must be given some color, so that they will know the hardships of the world. And they will know that you, old lady, have been kind to their family." Su Xian suggested. "Good, their family must be sanctioned. This first thing that should be done is to take the villa where their family lives, and give it right back." Upon hearing this, old Mrs. Su pointedly said, "Okay, let's do it. In this matter, Su Chang, you call Su Wen personally. Let the family, get the hell out of here. If you can, don't live in my Su family's house." Su Chang immediately called Su Wen. "Su Wen, the old lady said that your family should pack up and get out of the current housing immediately. The house, it was given to you by the Su family, but you family of white-eyed wolves don't deserve to live in such a nice place. Go beg for food on the streets." To Su Chang's surprise, Su Wen's tone on the other end was surprisingly calm. "Don't worry, we're moving today. This house, our family doesn't care for it." Su Chang sneered. "Yo, second brother you backbone, but quite hard. But have you thought about the fact that by losing this house, your family, sort of, loses everything?" Su Wen said indifferently. It's not for you to worry about. Su Chang, all this time, when you were the big brother, you always felt that you were bullish and pressed me. Unfortunately, in the future, this kind of thing won't happen again. With my good son-in-law Yi Yun's help, you won't even be worthy of lifting my shoes in the future." Toodaloo. It hung up straight after that, leaving Su Chang behind. His face was full of gloom, and his heart was harder than eating a dead rat. He had wanted to humiliate Su Wen's family, but he didn't expect that the other party wouldn't eat him at all. Chapter 132 Fighting for his brother. Defeated. Ken so suddenly hissed. "In a short time, this is the 3rd time I've been hospitalized. Grandma, Dad, Sis, I want that Yi Yun to die. Otherwise, there's no point in me living." Su Chang glanced at Elder Taijun Su and said miserably, "Old lady, I only have one son like Su Jian. What about in the future? He is definitely going to take over from me. In other words, the future of the Su family will still depend on him. But now, as you can see, he's already been made to feel like he doesn't even want to live by that son-in-law. Su Wen, alas, I, as a father, cannot bear to do so." Old Mrs. Su coaxed. Xiao Jian, grandson, don't be discouraged. Grandma will avenge you and beat that Yi Yun to death. Su Jian viciously said, Grandma, I don't need to bother you. You just need to put your mouth shut and let me do it myself. I must make that Yi Yun pay the price in blood. Old Mrs. Su hummed. Fine, then go ahead and do whatever you want. The Suvans, especially that Susan, are such a disappointment to me. They are to blame for what happened. Su Jian was overjoyed. Being able to get the old Taijuan's support, many of the Su family's authorities, he would be able to mobilize. At that moment, he took out his phone and dialed. Brother Sonny, what you were asked to do earlier can be done. On the other end, came a lazy voice, Su Xiao, you have to think about it. Sure, you want to get each other a human life? Su Jian's eyes were bloodshot and he growled lowly. Sure, 10,000 sure. But better yet, Brother Sonny, you bring this asshole to me. I'm going to personally blow his brains out. Brother Sonny smiled and said, Young Su, you have quite heavy tastes. That's fine. Where's me Sonny? I never get paid to do anything. So, you'll have to raise it. I want $5 million. Su Jian was a bit upset. Didn't you say $2 million? Why do you want to add money again? Sonny blandly said, you'll have to pay extra if you want to bring them over alive for you to play with. Of course, and you are probably not too familiar with my Sonny's style. Temporary increases are usually my signature move. Signboard you paralyze. You will sooner or later be hit by a car and die. Heartbroken curses. Su Jian mouth. But a bite, good. 5 million on 5 million. But you immediately, go get me that Yi Yun. I can't wait to torture him myself. Sonny grunted lightly. Don't worry, it'll be a matter of minutes. Yi Yun here, after having dinner, did not immediately return to Changle Palace. Instead, they helped Susan's family and moved to Waterfront Court. Originally, it was used as a new room for Yi Yun and Susan, the couple living a small life, but Susan's family was evicted and had to come and live here. Along the way, Yang Huiro cursed non-stop. This old demon woman, and Su Chang, this old bastard. Isn't it just a broken house? Give it back to them. I don't care. Su Wen wiped a hand, the sweat on his forehead, and said towards Yi Yun, Yi Yun, I'm sorry. Originally this house was supposed to be for you and Sam to live in, but for now, your aunt and I will just have to squeeze in. Yi Yun laughed. Dad, it's not that big of a deal. It's fine for you and Auntie to live. Me and Sam, there's no rush. Su Wen waved his hand. Your mom and I, we've already discussed it. Today, you and Sam can move in together. Susan was so ashamed that she snapped. Dad, let's organize the house first. Why are you bringing this up? Su Wen laughed. There's nothing to organize. Everything's been moved over. Your mom and I are taking our time. It's not too early at this moment. Shan, you see, either go over to sleep with Yi Yun, either that, or let Yi Yun stay and sleep here. Yang Huiro glanced at Yi Yun and said in a slightly critical manner, Yi Yun, your kid's spring has arrived. Where's this precious daughter of mine that my old lady agreed to give to you? But you're going to have to give me a light toss. You hear me? Yi Yun cried and laughed. Auntie, I'm not that savage. Yang Huiro grunted with disbelief and pulled Susan aside to whisper. Sam, take care of yourself. This husband of yours, tall and big not to mention, you two haven't done that since you got your license. So this kid, ironically, has been horny for too long. It's like a spring that has been suppressed to the max. So you live with him, the first couple times, make sure you're careful. Otherwise, he gets you dead to rights. Su Shan, a pretty face, early became red, shyly said, Mom, what are you talking about? Yi Yun he isn't as exaggerated as you say, alright. Besides, what do you take us for anymore? Donkeys and stallions? Yang Huira skimmed her lips. Old lady's experience from the past. You really don't believe it. I'm telling you, just a half-grown boy like Yi Yun, when he gets it up, he can keep you out of bed for 3 days and 3 nights. Gee, anyway, just so you know, I can't tell you too much. Remember, always take care of yourself. Susan shook her head. Me and him, we can't do that right now. You forget, I'm still pregnant. Yang Huira was overjoyed. Yes, why did I forget about this? Immediately, he said towards Su Wen. Old Su, why don't Shan still don't live with Yi Yun first? No, she's still pregnant, and it's not convenient right now. Wait until after a couple months. What do you think? Su Wen shook his head. Just stay out of their young people's business. It's only natural for couples to live together. What's wrong with being pregnant? It's not like we're asking Shan to carry it on her shoulders. We're just letting her go over there and enhance her relationship with Yi Yun. Yang Huira said. Well then, I won't say anything. It's up to my daughter. Susan's hands, entangled together, looked at Yi Yun. shy. That, husband, Su Yor has been eavesdropping on the side, when she rushed to say, uncle and auntie, it doesn't matter. Not the room now. Is it inconvenient? How about this? What about my good sister Shan Shan? Go ahead and stay at my place and sleep with me. Yang Huiro joyfully said, this is also fine. Our waterfront court is indeed a bit small. It would be best if Sam could go to your place. Y'all. Yi Yun firmly shook his head. I don't think so. Shan Shan should go to my place. I'm good at everything there, and I promise I'll make Sam stay comfortable. Su Yor glared. Better forget it, Yi Yun. What's so good about your place? It's not just the one-room apartment you used to rent as a security guard. Shan Shan grew up with a lot of clothes, so she can't live in your place. Yi Yun had an egg on his face. Your own Changle Palace there. Just one room? In the next second, his brow furrowed in a sort of frown. Su Yor, who was bursting with green tea attributes, didn't want Susan to go to her place. To put it bluntly, she didn't want Susan to live with her. That way, she would still have a chance to go to the Palace of Eternal Bliss to enjoy her happiness. Incidentally, seduce Yi Yun. Phew, exhaling a breath. For the sake of his brother's happiness, Yi Yun fought with Su Yor, the demoness. Shan Shan, come with me. Don't worry, when you get to my place, you'll feel as fast as a god when you eat and drink. Yi Yun reached out and invited Susan with a smile. Susan was a bit impressed. She didn't care if Yi Yun's house was good or not. Anyway, now, her heart belonged to this man. And last time, she drank soy milk when she felt bad. And somehow, afterwards, I miss it a little. So, at the bottom of her heart, she actually wanted to go with Yi Yun, and was even looking forward to tonight's story. But Su Yor, the demoness, the devil is high, blocking. Shan Shan, come back to my house with me. First, the baby in your belly can't afford to be tossed around, and you can't live with him right now. Secondly, my house is in good condition and I have maids to take care of you. But the main thing is third, I've been pushed by my family every day lately, and I'm really lonely alone. Shannon, please, come home with me. Keep me company. Looking at her pampered good girlfriend, Susan's heart softened and she said towards Yi Yun, then Yi Yun, I'll go over and stay with you for a while first. I'm sorry, I'll make it up to you afterward. Yi Yun rushed to the window, pulled it open and yelled at the outside. Why, God, are you doing this to me? Well, since you're not going home with me, Shan Shan, then today, I won't see you off. Bye. Very ruthlessly, Yi Yun directly walked away. This daughter-in-law, she's so insensitive. His brother's happiness is gone. Sadly, Su Yor, on the other hand, revealed a conspiratorial smile. Yi Yun, this bad guy, wants to eat up his good girlfriend Susan. Humph, have to go through her consent. Unless, of course, it was eaten along with her, so that she would stop. Chapter 133, The Miserable Su Jian. Yi Yun was alone and returned to Changle Palace with some disappointment. Who knows, just out of the waterfront court, the car did not even hit, was surrounded by a group of people. You're that door-to-door son-in-law of the Su family, called Yi Yun, right? The punk with the machete on his shoulder asked arrogantly. Yi Yun's face was ice-cold. Your grandfather, I'm not in a good mood today, so don't come looking for a draw. The punk sneered. Grass, you're quite the pretender when you're dying. Raising his foot, he kicked towards Yi Yun. Yi Yun's body slightly sidestepped the kick, backhanded, and threw it right back with a slap. The little punk didn't even have time to hum. He was instantly jerked away and fainted on the spot. All of a sudden, the 7 or 8 assholes in the back were in an uproar. One of them, wearing a flowered shirt, was protected in the center by the jerks. He spat out the butt of his cigarette in his mouth in one gulp and grinned sardonically. Stand down. I'll get him myself. The assholes immediately laughed. With brother Sonny yourself, this kid will have to become a dead dog in no time. Sonny's eyes were sinister as he stared at Yi Yun. Kid, it's your turn to be unlucky as well. Someone offered me $5 million to catch you over there, brother, and he's going to blow your head off himself. Yi Yun didn't even look at him. All he could think about was Susan's white blossom jade body, and that pink dexterous little mouth. A moment later, it turns into Su Yor's straight, long legs. He shook his head inside. What's wrong with me? Did I get flustered thinking about women? No, you can't. Hold back, Junior. You must be clear. Women. It only affects how fast you can draw your sword. While Yi Yun was talking to himself here, Sonny was furious. He's number one on the road anyhow. I've never met anyone so arrogant. Sonny was convinced that he was still thinking about women here when his little life was on the line. Tightening the axe in his hand, Sonny swung his hand and knocked directly at the back of Yi Yun's head. He decided he'd knock the kid out first. Then bring it back and let him watch 100 Eastern action movies for 3 days and 3 nights without stopping. Don't you want a woman? Then Sunny brother will stimulate you, touching and eating, so that you can't feel the pain. Swish, the axe smashed over. But Sunny was blinded and realized that Yi Yun's figure had disappeared. What's the situation? He was startled. In the next second, Yi Yun's cold and icy voice came from his ears. I've said it all. I'm not in a good mood today. Why can't you brainiacs listen to people? Snap. A couple of big slaps. Right in Sunny's face. On the head. The latter roared and raised his axe to slash about. Yet, he did not even graze the corner of Yi Yun's coat. Being slapped by Yi Yun, he smacked heavily on his chin. Pust. A large mouthful of blood spurted out of Sunny's face in fear. No good. Messed with a tough guy. He couldn't even catch a trace of how his opponent had struck. This guy is definitely a master. And the minions watching from behind had long since pissed themselves. In their onlookers' perspective, Yi Yun was like a ghost. Spinning around Sunny, the latter spurted blood. Mr. Yi, please spare my life. I know you. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. At the last moment, Sunny remembered something and panicked miserably. Yi Yun grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. Without asking 3 questions, a few more slaps were delivered. Until smoked Sunny, the whole person has been face to face. Only crooked his head, smilingly said, "What did you just say? I did not hear clearly. Say it again." The knots in Sunny's throat rolled, and he was about to pee in fear as he cried, "Mr. Yi, I'm from South City. I'm sorry, my subordinate has no eyes and has offended your heavenly authority." Yi Yun was surprised. "You are Kong Hong's man? Then how were you bold enough to make a move towards me?" Sunny resentfully said, "It's all because of that scumbag Su Jian of the Su family. He paid me to want your life. Mr. Yi, I got carried away and accepted 5 million from him, and I didn't recognize you. Mr. Yi, for a moment just now." Yi Yun sneered. "So, it was Su Jian who paid and hired you guys to kill me?" Sunny nodded his head vigorously, just hoping that Yi Yun would let go of him quickly. This is the ruthless man who single-handedly overthrew Master Qin of East City. In front of others, one is nothing. It's okay to let you go, but the interest, I'll have to charge some. Yi Yun let go of Sunny and smiled. Sunny hurriedly showed his loyalty. "Mr. Yi, that 5 million, I'll give it to you. And, how about washing your feet tonight and setting you up with a couple of actresses?" Yi Yun pushed away his fawning smile and said in a serious manner, "What do you take me, someone Yi, to be? I never go to a meat restaurant. I'm very pure. You know?" Sunny had a constipated look on his face. "I thought to myself that we are all belts, so don't pretend. Big brother, you guys go away. Where's the money? I don't want yours either." Yi Yun waved his hand, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. "What I want, is for Su Jian to, in the future, never be able to get out of bed. Isn't he going to me? Just get me back in one piece. Can you do that?" Sunny gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Yi, I promise to do it beautifully for you. This dog caused me to offend Tianyan. He must be crippled. Take the minions and just kill the hospital." At this moment in the hospital, the Su family who came to visit Su Jian had already gone home to rest. Su Jian was the only one, lying in the VIP ward, unable to sleep alone. So, he opened his favorite URL and started browsing for action movies. The nurse heard the sound and blushed as she walked in, chiding, "Young Su, something happened to your body there and it's late, so it's better to sleep." Su Jian had an impatient look on his face. "Don't need you to care. I slept too much during the day. I won't be able to sleep this time." The nurse was a little angry. "So it's okay for you to play with your cell phone. Can you keep it out? Also, this is a public place, so you might want to pay some attention." Su Jian said brashly, "What do you care about me? My family has money. I'm the only one in this room. I can do whatever I want." The nurse relented, cursing the pig, who deserved to be beaten repeatedly. Su Jian, however, hemmed and hawed with a lewd smile and shouted, "Nurse sister, why don't you come over and we'll watch it together?" The nurse was furious. "Su Jian, are you sick? I'm already married and have 2 babies. How can you say such a thing? Besides, you're not a man anymore. You know that, right?" Being mentioned the sadness, Su Jian's face became hideous. "This young man is not a man, but he can still you to death. You know this young man's nickname, right? People send Jiangnan City Little Mengde." The nurse blushed red, cursed a rascal, and walked out. I thought to myself that this Su Jian of the Su family really deserved to have that thing wasted. In the hospital room, Su Jian watched half a day of action movies, but there was no reaction at all. "Yi Yun, old me and you don't share the same fate," he yelled up to the sky. "The lifeblood is gone, and from then on, life, the hope of living is lost." The only way he would rest was to make that Yi Yun pay for his life. "Sunny, with a group of minions, rushed in at that moment. Su Jian was in the middle of his anger, and he rejoiced at the sight. Brother Sunny, caught that right? I want him to become a eunuch just like me. Sunny had a vicious look on his face. Dog, you almost shaded me. I'm sorry, but you're still alone, so be your Su eunuch. Not only do you have to be a eunuch, you have to be a cripple. With a command, two juniors rushed forward and directly cracked Su Jian's kneecaps, breaking both legs. The mournful screams instantly spread through the hospital, and Sunny and his little brother slipped away long ago. Half an hour later, Su Chang woke up from his blanket and hurried to the hospital. The doctor looked at him. Your Su family, did you offend someone? Su Xiao's old injuries didn't heal, and now he's added new ones. 2 legs, considered completely wasted. I hope you have a mental preparation, Mr. Su. With that, he sighed and walked away. Su Chang's eyes went black and he almost fell head over heels. In the next moment, with scarlet eyes, he growled, Yi Yun, I'm not finished with you. If I don't get you killed, I, Su Chang, will get my ass popped by 10,000 people. Chapter 134, Old Mrs. Su who turned into a thieving woman. 2 days later, the new Su group was announced. Su Wen serves as the chairman of the group, Susan is the president, and Su Yuer is the vice president, and the ones standing behind them are first-class major shareholders. Black Widow Guanxia of North City, the #1 conglomerate in Jiangnan City, the Tiger Tsunami Group, and the president of the Antique Association, Wu Tianshun. In addition, Director Gua, who had previously been solicited by Yi Yun, had also cashed out from the Su Group, bringing a large sum of money as well as resources, and had come over to join the stock. Yi old brother, I'm convinced of you. Really, 5 bodies. Seeing Yi Yun, Director Gua had a look of admiration on his face. I didn't expect that you really pulled so many ruthless people over, not to mention the rest. This new Su is bound to rise. Yi Yun laughed. Guodong, you overpraise. I thought. Guodong, you think my temple is small and refuse to come over. Director Gua's old face reddened as he laughed dryly. I won't hide it from you, old brother. I do have a few hesitations, but it turns out I was overly concerned. In addition, you don't know, to cash out from Su Chang, and Elder Taijun Su's side, brother, I had to put in a lot of effort. Yi Yun gave an oso smile and sneered. Su Chang, and that old demoness of the Su family. I'm sure they are not willing to let you go, right? Director Gua laughed bitterly. More than unwilling, just short of turning his face toward me. But the original Su clan, it's hopeless. A good bird chooses a tree nest in. I'm not stupid. In addition, old brother, I'll give you a mention. Be careful with the Su family side. Right now the Su group has fallen into a crisis. Su Chang, as well as Elder Taijun Su, will inevitably do a trapped beast fight. Yi Yun said indifferently. That's just as well. Then there's no need for the Su family to exist. The new group opens and a steady stream of people come to say goodbye. Guanxia, the pretty widow, hugged her daughter Xiang Xiang and got down from the pink Maserati. Uncle Yi, congratulations, great luck. In a milky voice, the little girl congratulated Yi Yun. Yi Yun rubbed her head and laughed. Thank you to our Xiang Xiang. When she grows up, she will definitely be a great beauty. Guanxia blinked her beautiful eyes and said in a sultry voice. We, Xiang Xiang, are now missing a father. Uncle Yi, won't you think of something for her? Yi Yun was speechless. I say, don't say such things in front of the child, okay? Who knew that? Xiang Xiang looked at Yi Yun, her little face full of hope. Uncle Yi, I will be very happy if you become my father. Yi Yun almost fell head over heels, glaring. This word, it can't be your mom teaching you to say it, right? Xiang Xiang smiled cheekily. Uncle Yi, you guess. Yi Yun had a headache. This little ninny, who was only 3 or 4 years old, had inherited Guanxia's cunning, and was really difficult to deal with. At that moment, there was a loud laugh, and Wu Tianshun also came. Behind them, several people carried a large plaque with the 4 big words, Great Exhibition. Little friend Yi Yun, congratulations. Towards Yi Yun, Wu Tianshun cheerfully said. Yi Yun smiled back. Same joy, Elder Wu. This group, it is not mine alone. You also have a share. Wu Tianshun waved his hand. You can't say that. I'm just following the sauce. It's up to you, little friend, to really make a big splash. No, famous handiwork, I've got you covered. Yi Yun looked towards the huge plaque, but frowned. But then he shook his head, feeling that he should be overthinking things. Wu Tianshun greeted his men and carried the plaque in to hang it. New Su Group. Across the street, a Mercedes-Benz slowly started. Inside, Fong Tianming, the chairman of the Royal Dragon Group, had a face full of gloom. In less than 3 days, This new Su clan will have to die for me. Next to Fong Tianming, there sat an old man with a pockmarked face. Upon hearing this, he heatedly laughed strangely. Don't worry, Fong family master. Ma divine calculator, will make a foolproof move. The curse on that tablet, not to mention cursing a person to death, or even a family, will not be a problem. In the first half of the day, Susan and Su Yuer were so busy that they couldn't even spare the time to drink a mouthful of water. Su Wen and Yang Huira couple, not to mention, especially Suvan, who has re-entered the mall after all these years, taking care of all the relationships, receiving the honored guests who came to say goodbye, giving gifts, and all sorts of things. The whole thing made him sweat, but Su Wen's heart, however, was happy beyond measure. For more than a decade, he had held his breath inside. It's not Sujin, he can't. Rather, it was the Su family, who never gave him a chance. Now, Yi Yun facilitated this opportunity. Then Suvan wants to burn himself a handful of times and prove himself. This way in his later years, he could also give Susan and his wife a leg up. On Young Wiru's side, it was much different. Full of red faces, dressed up, wearing gold and silver, traveling to social occasions, the poker buddies, the sisters, who used to look down on her, or not take her seriously, were all here today. One by one, shocked, they surrounded young Huiru and complimented her. Huiru, you are really lucky. Who would have thought that your husband would have a second spring in his life? That's not true. I told you that this man, Su Wen, will make his fortune sooner or later. This is not true, is it? Alas, my family's mouth, compared to your family's Su Wen, is far worse. Listening to the flattery in her ears, bragging, Yang Huiro smiled. Her mouth could not close. Suddenly, a person came over from the crowd, raised his hand and slapped Yang Huiro in the face. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you look happy as can be. Your family is eaten up and ungrateful. Today, not to mention the opening of the group, if your family can curry favor in front of my old body, it will be considered impressive for you and the others. The surrounding guests dispersed, all amazed, only to see the Su family's old Taijun, supported by Su Xian, as well as Su Chang and the others. They appeared at the opening of the new Su's with great vigor. Yang Huiro covered her beaten face, tears welling up in her eyes as she screamed. Old lady, don't give an inch. It's obviously you guys, who forced our family into this situation. So what gives you the right to hit me? Su Lao Taijun was furious, raised her hand to whip Yang Huiro again, her mouth cursing. You shameless, when you married into our Su family, I should have seen that you are a white-eyed wolf who cannot raise a family. The old body smoked you to death. However, the slap she drew out was blocked by one person. Suvan, Mom, just stop it. Today is a big day for our family, so if you have any anger, let's talk about it afterward, okay? Suwan crumpled his face and looked at Elder Taijun Su with pained eyes. The latter, however, did not appreciate it, and his old face grimaced. Suwan, you son of a, you're good, and against you, right? I am not your mother. For my own son, would not betray me and turn against me. Suwan yelled. How did I harm you? Ha, you've been biased since you were a child. You're 70 years old and your life is almost over, and you're still biased. But after all these decades, what have I said? Have I not endured? But what do you, a mom, do? You suppressed my daughter, your own granddaughter, and then you drove our family to the brink of extinction and kicked us out of the Su family. May I ask a question? Is this something an old mother could do? Towards the end, Su Wen's eyes were already filled with tears, anger, pain, sadness, grief, the list goes on and on. Su Chang drank. Su Wen, do you really want to go against the heavens? Even your own mother, who you disowned, you're blaming, aren't you? Are you still human? Suvan said numbly. Sorry, I'm not human. You, my big brother, and she, my own mother, I disown. Su Lao Taijun shouted angrily, her sharp nails directly grabbing towards Su Wen's face. Her hand was incomparably vicious. Su Wen, you were born out of old me. Since you are unfilial, then old me will strangle you. Asterisk 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 you, looking at Elder Taijun Su, that fierce look. Many people present were scared and fell back. This old man, he's really got a hateful face, and he's got to go down. Su Wen laughed miserably, letting the blood flow on his face. This is the last time I recognize you as my mother. Since you've laid your hands on me, from now on, we're done. Elder Taijun Su's face was blazing with rage. Don't you dare think about it. Trying to turn my back on my old body. You guys are a family. Not only you, your wife, Susan the Little, your family, and this new Su, all have to be finished for me. In a roar, He went to hit Su Wen again. Susan had already cried out and was about to step forward to block it. Yi Yun snorted coldly. Shan, don't mind. I'll do it. Walking forward, he directly stopped in front of Su Wen. Chapter 135, Only Magic can defeat magic. Elder Taijun Su shouted angrily. Get lost, you flunky, dog that eats my Su family's soft rice. Su Chang and Su Xian followed with resentment. Yi Yun, you shall not die. Aren't you quite capable? Waste both of Su Jian's legs. Today, your new group opens, and at the same time, it's a great day for destruction. Ha ha ha. Yi Yun looked at Elder Taijun Su and said in a deep voice. Elderly, it's almost time. If not for the fact that you are older and an elder. At this moment, I'm afraid I'd already be eating my words. Elder Taijun Su said viciously. Little brat, you also know that the old man is getting old, don't you? Come and get me if you can. You were good enough to encourage my son's family to betray me. Weren't you good enough to break my grandson's lifeblood? Come on, you little man. Come and lay your hands on me, an old woman, and beat me to death. Don't you dare? Elder Taijun Su, very arrogant and emboldened. Su Chang's family, smiling coldly on the sidelines. This was the effect that was wanted by bringing Elder Taijun Su here today. He's an old man in his 70s, or Su Wen's own mother, not to mention coming to make trouble, or to take half of Su Wen's life. Trust the sidekick, and there's no one who's good enough to point the finger. The balance of victory was always on his Su Chang's side. Su Lao Taijun was so pleased with herself that she simply sat on her butt, right at the front door of the new group, blocking the door. Today, this new group of yours, the opening can't be opened. The old body will sit here, and if anyone touches me, I will fall to the ground at once. All at once. The guests were disgusted and helpless. Old Mrs. Su is pretty tough to deal with at her age. You touch her, she goes straight to the ground and blackmails you still unable to. Again, it's a big crowd, so you can't have people come over and brutalize the old man. In this way, I'm afraid that the public opinion on the internet will drown the new Su group. Su Yor was a bit angry. Old madam, how could she do that? Susan's family, too, is at their wits' end and can only do nothing. Director Gua hardened his head and went over to advise old Taijun Su. Old madam, how can you say that you are also the person at the helm of the Su family? Get up. This is a disgrace to the family. Elder Taijun Su roared. Get lost. You're no good either. This is where the old body lies today. And if any of you are capable, come and beat me to death. Director Gua had an angry face and spread his hands towards Yi Yun. Old brother, I can't do anything about it. This wife, really shameless. Yi Yun sneered. Old bastard, leaning on your old age, do you really think I can't clean you up? Pushing through the crowd, he took a few large steps outside. As the new Su's opened today, a publicity team was hired. A group of 50 or 60 older women, banging on gongs and drums, dancing non-stop. Yi Yun pointed over one by one. You, and this aunt, you all come in together. I'll reward her with $10,000 for whoever makes the move and cleans up this old bastard for me. Upon hearing that there was a heavy reward, the group of Amazons were ecstatic and swarmed inside. Looking at the underground Elder Taijun Su, the two older women were the first to go up and cross her. Old lady, please get up. People are opening today, and this is really uncharacteristic of you. That's right, blocking people's way. You're an old man. Don't you think it's unethical? Su old lady is not an oil lamp. Directly broke the mouth and cursed. Get lost. You too. This is my old body's business. None of your business. Get the hell out of here. The two Amazons usually, walking the streets and alleys, have long practiced a skill of cursing, usually in the village of the old family. All belong to the first-class intelligence officers. Minutes. You can tell people to lose their reputation kind of. In terms of mouth kung fu, and people scolding war, never lost. You old thieving. You've really got your face on. The two older women rolled up their sleeves and greeted. Sisters, come here and clean her up together. Immediately, a dozen or so older women, behind them, swarmed the room, surrounded old Mrs. Su on the ground floor with a volley of curses. Drool, thick phlegm and whatnot, splashed onto Mrs. Su's face and body. The latter, furious to the extreme, got up from the ground, and turned to the surrounding Amazons with a flurry of punches and kicks. But she's older, and the older women aren't even vain about her. One by one, they made their best moves and yelled at old Mrs. Su to exorcise the evil spirits. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Demons, monsters, trash, hurry up and back me off. It's hard to beat four hands with two fists, let alone a dozen or so Amazons, against old Mrs. Su. The latter was so furious that he let out a loud ah and fainted on the spot. The dozen or so older women let out a snort of disdain in unison. Then he turned around and walked towards Yi Yun with a smile on his face. Mr. Yi, take a look. Are you still satisfied? Oh, Mr. Yi, Mr. Su, please also settle the spit fee. For us, Susan and Su Yuer, and even Guan Xia, the Black Widow, were dumbstruck. Yi Yun still has this kind of operation? These dozen or so Amazons, they're too fierce, aren't they? Yi Yun here, very satisfied. Sure enough, only magic can defeat magic. Take out a bunch of red tickets and let these Amazons split them. Su Chang asked Su Xian to hurry and send old Mrs. Su home to rest. Then looking at Yi Yun, he said grimly, "Little bastard, you don't think that this is the only move I have against you, do you? Humph, the best is yet to come." As his words fell, at the entrance of the new group, a line of people squeezed brutally, one by one. All of them had bulging muscles and wore shorts, and they looked like people who practiced martial arts. Two muffled thuds. A small ring, which was only carried by 8 big men, was placed directly across the front door of the new Su clan, sealing the door completely. In the ring, a stout old man, not tall, but immovable as a mountain, his breath majestic and stern. He slowly opened his closed eyes, which were filled with a cold light. "You are the Su family's son-in-law, called Yi Yun, right?" The stout old man pointed at Yi Yun and said in a chilling manner, "I, Tai Shan, the owner of the Extreme Dao Martial Hall, have come today to seek justice towards you. You have repeatedly scorned our Extreme Dao Martial School and even struck out to violently beat my son. What do you think of this account?" Wow! The guests from all walks of life, all of them changed their faces slightly and murmured in low voices. The Extreme Dao Martial School, actually even the head of the school has come out. What is this about? What for? With Tai Shan, this person's protectiveness, coupled with the strong male dominance of a martial artist, I'm only afraid that this Yi Yun is going to be in big trouble. This new company of Su Wen's family is really ill-fated. Tai Shan, this clearly is a lesson Su family's son-in-law. In reality, even beating and eliminating, it is clear that he wants to stir up this new company. With Tai Shan's martial arts strength, it's enough to enter the top 3 in our Jiangnan city. To bully the small with the big like this, there's no one in the new Su clan who can even catch it. Chapter 136, Hanging the Little Patriarch. Su Shan said angrily, "Tai Pavilion Master, I have counted a few points with your martial arts school. Isn't that too much for you?" Tai Shan sat in the ring, towering over him, his face expressionless. "Mr. Su, to you, we, the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School, are very respectful. But this Yi Yun, sorry, old man must teach him to behave. Otherwise outsiders will think that my Extreme Dao Martial School is failing. And I can't even clean up a tiny flunky." Guan Xia sneered twice. Tai Pavilion Master, what an imposing presence. Anyways, your old man is also in the sovereign realm, coming to be aggressive towards Yi Yun. Isn't it a bit of bullying the small with the big? Tai Shan didn't even raise his eyelids and said indifferently, "This is a grudge between my Extreme Dao Martial Hall and this flunky. Lord Guan, please don't interfere too much yet." Guan Xia's face sank and she secretly gritted her teeth. She was no match for Iron Mountain, but nowadays, North City's strength was really not afraid of this extreme martial arts hall. For Yi Yun, she was not afraid to fight for her life. Su Chang looked at Yi Yun and laughed fiercely. "Little bastard, your retribution has finally arrived. Under the Iron Pavilion Master, you'll have to shed your skin if you don't die." Yi Yun crossed the crowd with a calm demeanor. "Tai Pavilion Master, I did step in and clean up your Extreme Dao Martial Hall a few times, but I'd like to state for the record that every single time, it can be your martial arts school that's asking for it." From Iron Mountain's nostrils, he snorted coldly, "Kid, you have a big mouth. Well, why don't you try cleaning up the old man?" Yi Yun frowned and did not say anything. The rest of the people from the Extreme Dao Martial School revealed disdainful expressions. Among them, there was Tai Fei, the young pavilion master, who had been slapped a few times by Yi Yun in North City. "Yi Yun, little master is not your opponent, but my father. He'll teach you to be a human being in minutes. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down right now and kowtow to me 100 times. In that case, I can let you die a better death." Yi Yun smiled. "Good son, it seems that the last beating didn't make you remember." Tai Fei was furious and was about to hurl insults. Yi Yun was too lazy, however, to give him another glance. With a light jump, he ascended to the ring where Iron Mountain was, pushing for half a day. "You Extreme Dao Martial House, I can kind of see it. Just a bunch of clowns who don't know how to die. Since it's like this, why don't I just clean up even you, old dog?" Looking at Tai Shan with his arms crossed, Yi Yun beckoned the other party to hurry up. Iron Mountain face skin, a violent jerk. "Kid, you really is rumors. Head Iron Ah. Do you know what kind of curiosity the old man is in the Jiangnan City Jianghu world?" Yi Yun raised his head to look at the sky. "What curiosity you have is none of my business. All I know is that we're open for business today. Whoever comes to make trouble, I'll make him a dead dog." The crowd all shrugged, egging it on. This Su family's son-in-law is really wild enough to dare to talk to Tai-shan like this. You know, Iron Mountain once, that was a real tough guy. Over in the provincial city, there was a maniac who came over to the Extreme Martial Arts Center to pretend to be a maniac. The result was Iron Mountain directly hit the ceiling, so far are still vegetative. Lying in the hospital permanently, cannot get out of bed. Seek death. The audience couldn't look away, let alone Iron Mountain himself. His strength of a minor sect master would be enough to be honored in a 3rd or 4th tier city like Jiangnan City. Whoever sees, doesn't address an old pavilion master, or an iron old-timer, and this latter in front of him, treating him as nothing. This was something that Tai-shan could not tolerate. With a furious jet of strength, Tai-shan, along with the chair under his butt, just stuck to the ground and swept towards Yi-yun. This hand looked incredibly fancy and beautiful, and looking at the crowd, they couldn't help but applaud. On the contrary, Su Wen's side of the family, as well as Su Yuer, Guan Xie and the others, had slightly sweaty palms and were nervous. Fancy? No wonder at a handful of years you can only stop there. Yi-yun looked at Tai-shan's hand, but he scoffed. The right foot lifted and stomped heavily on the ring. A violent vibration swung away at once. Iron Mountain's sweeping figure was immediately affected by the waves. He roared and flipped through the air, the stool under his ass, still clinging to it, looking high and mighty. Drink! Tai-shan shouted angrily and slashed his palm at Yi-yun's heavenly aura. In Yi-yun's eyes, a cold aura flickered. The same punch was thrown, storming through the air. Knock! A muffled sound erupted between the two. Yi-yun stood still, not moving at all. On Tai-shan's body, the horizontal aura, however, was slightly stagnant. The bench under his ass finally landed. Outsiders couldn't see the way out, but Iron Mountain was doubly humiliated. Yi-yun's response broke his perfect attacking punch frame, though he wasn't hurt at all and didn't show defeat. But Iron Mountain had his own pride, and to clean up a little child, what he wanted was to be flawless. Not to mention the stool under his buttocks used to pretend to be a bully fell to the ground. Even the hair strands, Iron Mountain did not allow a single one to fall. He spread his legs horizontally and stood straight in the ring. His fists were like mangled oxen as he angrily toppled towards Yi-yun's chest. Cannon fist? It's got some fire. It's just a pity that the water polishing is still not enough. Yi-yun still had time to spare. After commenting, 2 moves in a row, blocking Iron Mountain's cannon fist, he then rose his foot and kicked at Tai-shan's chin. His path of attack was unbelievably tricky. Iron Mountain was furious. His knees lifted and he came halfway through the interception. At the same time, he let out a low roar and pushed both palms forward. A dominating astral wind that met Yi-yun head-on and pushed him straight to the center of his eyebrows. Old dog, with such a heavy killing aura, you're committing a major taboo for people of the martial arts. Yi-yun laughed coldly, leaned back and rolled over, easily getting out of the way of the full attack. One hand on the ground, braced hard, Yi-yun's entire body instantly drew 2 meters taller. With such a stance, looking at the crowd, they all marveled, not expecting him to have such kung fu. Thumbs up. Yi-yun's palm, like a fast knife, sliced towards Tai-shan's eyeball. Iron Mountain backpedaled and flailed. However, Yi-yun's attack was one wave higher than the other, plus his entire body, which was in mid-air. Each stroke, carrying the full weight of his body, was so powerful that it forced Tai-shan to retreat. His heart became more and more shaken. This kid, when he has no temper? Sinking his waist and sitting on his horse, Tai-shan no longer retreated and fought hard with Yi-yun for 3 moves. They are the cannon punch that goes straight to the center, and the whip kick that sweeps to the face, and the most thrilling of all, the knife hand. Boom! The ring, made of solid wood, was directly penetrated. Half of Iron Mountain's body, due to the titanic force, plunged into the bottom of the ring. As for Yi-yun, his head was facing down and his body was on top. Both palms, dead weight on Iron Mountain. With a cold snort, within Yi-yun's body, a raging chi surged down. Through both palms, it directly poured into Tai-shan's shoulder. The latter's old face instantly distorted. Finally unable to support himself, with a wow sound, he tilted his head back and sprayed out a large mouthful of blood furiously. Yi-yun's body, twisting in mid-air, landed on the ground at the same time, stomping and stomping, chain kicking, 3 times in a row, heavily bombarding on Tai-shan's chest. Each kick was as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. Iron Mountain's chest, erupting with 3 muffled sounds, kept falling backward. By the time Yi-yun's last kick ended, Tai-shan's entire body, directly smashed through the ring. It came crashing to the ground with a thud. Pointing at the ring, Yi-yun, who was standing with his hands on his back. Tai-shan's face was blood red with pain. Once again, he opened his mouth and sprayed blood furiously. Master, Dad, the disciples of the extreme Dao martial hall, as well as Tai Fei, screamed miserably and rushed forward to assist Tai Shan. At the same time the heart erupted with horror and horror. The invincible old pavilion master, in their minds, had actually lost? Those who were appalled were not the only ones from the extreme Dao martial hall. Su Chang similarly pissed himself and barely stood still, with a look of disbelief on his face. Tai Shan, but he had spent a great deal of money and owed a great favor to hire him to exterminate Yi Yun. Who would have thought that it would be such a lost cause? With sinister eyes, he hid in the crowd and swept a glance at Yi Yun. Su Chang's legs and stomach trembled as he panicked and fled for his life. Hiss! To the point of pumping cold air, there are still a lot of people out there. Guan Xia's beautiful eyes, for an instant, stared at Yi Yun's upright figure. This guy, he can even defeat a junior master. It's hard to believe that at his age, he's already a grandmaster? If that was true, then Guan Xia couldn't believe it. In the entire Jiangnan city area, who else could be Yi Yun's opponent? Susan and Su Yuer, looking at each other, both saw in each other's eyes the thick surprise. This man, he's still powerful to the core. Susan exhaled a breath and spread a smile. Who says he's just a small security guard by birth? Yuer, I seriously doubt that Yi Yun has been a soldier. Su Yuer wanted to laugh a little. You were in the army? That's too easy. This bad guy who stabbed her with his hand was at least from a famous family. Where else would this martial arts come from? Chapter 137 The Curse. The people from the extreme Dao martial arts school, as if they had lost their lives, carried Tai Shan away. Yi Yun didn't stop him. Martial artists are concerned about the breath in their chest, and the chi in Tai Shan's heart had already been burst by Yi Yun. In the future, not to mention retaliation, when they saw Yi Yun, they would have to take a detour. The opening ceremony of the new Sus was a series of twists and turns, but it finally ended perfectly. Wu Tianshan, Guan Xia, and the others, stayed until the afternoon before saying goodbye and leaving. The few leaders, Su Wen, Susan, and Su Yuer, were still busy. Yi Yun had nothing to do and shouted at a few juniors from the security department to train them. In the future, new group, everyone do a good job. I won't treat you poorly. There is one thing that you guys remember extraordinarily, but anyone who dares to come to our group to cause trouble, there's no need to report to me, so you can directly beat them violently first. If there are any consequences, this minister will take care of them for you. A few competent generals, all of them were all revitalized. Understood. One of them said longingly, Boss Yi, can you give us those moves you violently beat up Tai Shan today? Yi Yun didn't have the good sense to say, those few moves, 20 years of strength, you won't be able to learn them. Outside the security room, there were anxious voices. Brother Yi, are you in there? Yi Yun walked out to take a look and laughed. Yu Jia, what's wrong? Zhao Yujia had already separated from the original Su group and came over to continue to follow Su Shan's development. With a crying voice, she said, it's not good. The chairman of the board he fainted, and there is a lot of blood coming out of his nose. Big brother Yi, you quickly go and take a look at it. Yi Yun's face sank as he hurried towards Su Wen's office with quick steps. From afar, the cries of Yang Huiro could already be heard. Man, don't scare me. This is a great day for our family. If anything happens to you, I won't be alive. Oh, Yi Yun walked over and spoke. Auntie, Shan, you guys back up a bit. Susan anxiously said. Yi Yun, take a look at Dad. I suspect that he was overworked and exhausted. Su Wen was lying on the ground, his face pale with a black aura. Yi Yun propped open his eyelids to see that they were filled with black blood. These black blood filaments, still spreading, looked like they would soon cover the entire eye. But the most frightening thing was Su Wen's nasal cavity, where blood was constantly gushing out. Su Yuer said gruffly, Yi Yun, we have to find a way to stop the bleeding. If it keeps flowing like this, uncle, he won't last. Yi Yun did not say a word as his fingers quickly pointed on Su Wen's major acupoints around his body. The nosebleed that was gushing out stopped. His face, however, was not the least bit relaxed. Dad, it's not caused by exertion. It's an evil spirit. Or rather, a descended head. As soon as his words came out, Susan and the others were all shocked. Medieval? How? Yeah, your dad hasn't been going to any unclean places lately. He's always been at home. Could it be that someone is deliberately targeting? Yi Yun stood up and in Su Wen's office searched. Eventually, his eyes landed on the wall behind Su Wen's desk. There, a large plaque hung. It is inscribed with the 4 big words, Great Exhibition. Susan said, this plaque was sent by Elder Wu earlier. Is there any problem? Yi Yun replied, someone, take down this plaque. The 2 big men from the security department immediately came forward and snapped the plaque down. With a single kick, Yi Yun crushed the glass on the surface, revealing the rice paper inside. He crouched down and ran his fingers over the ink on the rice paper. Picking it up, the fingertips, too, began to be draped in black gas. Su Yuer exclaimed, "What is this? This is definitely not ordinary ink." Yi Yun said coldly, "This black stuff looks like ink." In truth, the curse with the strongest curse is what caused the chairman to fall into a coma. A cold laugh, however, came from behind it once. "If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense here, okay? This is clearly ink, but it's said to be the source of the curse. This young lady is really meh." Yi Yun was expressionless as he looked up. Only a woman of mediocre posture, wearing a super short skirt, stood in the back with her arms wrapped around her. This man he remembered, a relative of Susan's family. However, what the name was and what the origin was, Yi Yun did not understand. Yang Huiro said anxiously, "Xiao Ye, then you say, your uncle Su Wen. What's wrong?" Huang Ye stepped forward and faintly said, "Auntie, this door-to-door son-in-law of yours has already said that uncle is indeed possessed. To solve it, it's useless to send it to the hospital. You can only invite a mage to exorcise it." Susan frowned. "Xiao Ya, you're talking. It's a bit mysterious, isn't it? A mage exorcism? It's not like this is ancient times." Huang Ye sneered. "Cousin, if you don't believe me, then just pretend I didn't say anything. But I have to warn you, Uncle Suwon's situation, it's very urgent. I'm afraid we won't last 2 days if we don't do something right away." Susan's face changed and she looked at Yi Yun. "Yi Yun, we don't understand any of this. It's better for you to make the decision." Yi Yun said indifferently, "There is no need to invite any magician to exorcise the evil spirits. Just find the person who put the curse on and make him hand over the spell to remove it." Huang Ye immediately snorted. "Foolish, the one who placed the curse. You think it's that easy to find? What if we can't find it in 2 days? Wouldn't uncle be killed by you for nothing?" Yi Yun frowned. Susan, this cousin, was hostile to herself, somewhat heavy. This brainwashed woman, he vaguely remembered, came with Su Chang Su Xian. In the back, Su Chang's family fled in fear of pissing themselves, and she was the only one who stayed behind. "Auntie, cousin, with one phone call, I can invite the White Cloud Zen master from my old side of the family to come over." Looking at Yang Huiru and Susan, Huang Ye had a self-satisfied look on her face. "On our old side of the family, whenever someone is possessed by an evil spirit or is haunted by something unclean, Zen Master Bai Yun can exorcise it, and his magical power is very high." Without even thinking, Yang Huiru immediately said, "Then Xiao Ya, please hurry up and invite that what's-his-name Zen Master Bai Yun to come. As long as your uncle is fine, Auntie will thank you heavily." Huang Ye held out her hand and demanded, "Yeah, I can call right away, but it's not cheap for Zen Master White Cloud to make a move. You guys pay me $200,000 up front as my brokerage fee for helping my uncle." Yang Huira choked. "You're charging $200,000 for the brokerage fee? Xiao Ya, isn't that too expensive?" Huang Ye wrapped her arms around herself and bristled. "Auntie, I'm already at the price of affection. If it were an outsider, it would all start at least $500,000. Think about it, uncle was possessed and cursed. The usual people. Take this door-to-door son-in-law of your family. Isn't he quite good? But now, isn't it a bind? Let me get this straight. Uncle's situation, it's very special. It's useless to press on without inviting a profound Dharma master like Zen Master White Cloud." Yang Huiro looked at Su Shan with a difficult face. Shan, why don't we just give her $200,000? Susan faintly said, "Yeah, we're close cousins, and honestly, I think you're really charging a bit too much. The main thing is, the new Su is just starting out, and cousin, I've got all my money invested in it. Look, can I give you $100,000? Huang Ye shook her head with a non-negotiable expression. "Cousin, you have to get it right. The one who saved is your own father. Is your father's life not worth a mere $200,000? Sorry, not a penny less." Susan and Yang Huiru, their hearts were very unhappy. Huang Ye, this relative, how to feel some, take advantage of the fire awe. Su Yuer coldly said, Shan, just give her $200,000. You can't turn around there. I have it here. But let's say the ugly word up front. If you can't be saved by Uncle Su Wen, you'll have to return the money." Looking at Su Yuer, the scene transferred 200,000. Huang Ye, a face of great joy, "Rest assured. Bai Yun Zen Master came. My uncle must be fine. You might, afterward, even be grateful to me." Taking out his cell phone, he immediately dialed out and asked that White Cloud Zen Master. Chapter 138 Zen Master White Cloud. "Yi Yun, do you think Shan, this cousin, is doing it on purpose?" On the rooftop of New Su, Yi Yun and Su Yuer, alone, came up to get some air. Below, Susan and the others, tending to Suwon. It's not a good relative to ask for $200,000. Shrugging his shoulders, Yi Yun was rather disdainful. Su Yuer frowned. That plaque. It was sent by President Wu. Doesn't that mean that the one who placed the curse was Chairman Wu? Yi Yun shook his head. It's not Wu Tianshun. There should be someone else. Su Yuer nodded. I also think that it should be the rest of the people. It's just that President Wu has been put on the spot and given the slip. Yi Yun took out his phone and called Wu Tianshun. Elder Wu. That plaque of yours? Where was it made? Wu Tianshun said. What happened in an old friend's store? Yi Yun said. Nothing much. I'm just asking. By the way, you pushed that old friend of yours about his store. Wu Tianshun laughed. Well, my friend, brush writing is first class. Little friend you are interested in. You can go to visit. Watching Yi Yun hang up the phone, Su Yuer asked. What are you going to do? Yi Yun's expression was flat. Let's first see if that White Cloud Zen master that Huang Ye invited has any effect. If not, I'll do it my way again. Su Yuer nodded her head and suddenly said, Good brother, give me a kiss. Yi Yun was speechless. Why did you suddenly raise this kind of request? Are you that flirty? On Su Yuer's face, shame and indignation flashed. You're the one who's Thai. In the past 2 days, Shan Shan and I slept together. I couldn't even go to the Changle Palace to stay. That, and no time to warm up to you. Look at the way she's blushing and showing off. Yi Yun, however, shook his head. Miss Su, have you really thought about what's going to happen with your best friend's husband? You're not afraid of that, being yelled at? Su Yuer hummed. If I'm stealing, then I deserve to be scolded. But don't worry, I'll be honorable and be your woman. Sam sighed. I already told her last night. Yi Yun was not too big or too small and was taken aback. You told Susan about it? I say, you can't really be sick, right? How dare you? Su Yuer said smugly. What wouldn't I dare to do? I, for one, am notoriously bold. Guess how Sam reacted when I said it? Yi Yun wondered. What reaction? Su Yuer covered her face and said with some difficulty, Shan Shan said that she had already seen my trick. She just didn't want to break it down. And let me recently, if I'm free, fulfill your physical needs. On her side, it's just a little inconvenient to have to think about the baby in her belly. On Yi Yun's face, conviction was written in capital letters. Not that there was any doubt about the truthfulness of Su Yuer's words. Good brother, let me ask you a sincere question. What do you think of me as a person? And looking at Yi Yun's silence, Su Yuer took a step closer and asked with watery eyes. Yi Yun smiled and nodded. You are not bad. At least, you are sincere to Susan and to me. It's just that sometimes, it's slightly brash and loves to get smart. And then there's, oh grass. The last 2 words directly made Su Yuer furious. And then she said furiously, yes, I just owe grass. Then if you're capable, come on, Yi Yun, if you don't kill me, I'll look down on you. Yi Yun wrapped his arm around her waist and kissed her fiercely, threatening, Miss Su, don't challenge my patience. Otherwise, you'll swell. Su Yuer felt, close to the man's breath, but instead, her heart panicked for a moment. With both fists on Yi Yun's chest, she weakly said, Yi Yun, don't be so mean to me all at once. Also, I'm actually just good with my mouth. I'm doing all this for one purpose, to get me in your heart. Seeing her all of a sudden, becoming sad and pathetic, Yi Yun's heart softened inside. Miss Su, let's let nature take its course, okay? Su Yuer, however, shook her head and said stubbornly through clenched teeth, I don't want it. I also want to be like Susan and carry your seed. Yi Yun, I want to be your Yi family's young grandmother. Yi Yun laughed. Young granny? Do you really think that our Yi family is a royal relative, or a powerful family? If you do follow me, I'll take you and Susan down to the countryside to farm. Su Yuer snorted. Do you think I'm 3 years old and that easy to fool? Yi Yun, I know that you come from a big place, and if you're family, it must go without saying that it must be one of those big families, the deep-rooted kind. So don't underestimate my Su Yuer's heart and green tea. I'm just aiming at the fact that you have mountains of gold and silver on you. That's why I'm dead set on holding on to you. Yi Yun nodded. Being able to expose what's in your heart, directly, it shows that you, Miss Su, are a decent green tea. Not bad. Su Wen's situation. Do not dare to delay. After waiting continuously for 3 or 4 hours, the White Cloud Zen Master, as Huang Ye called him, finally arrived. When Yi Yun took a look, the selling price was not bad. With a tin staff in his hand and a white monk's robe, he was kindly, Zen Master White Cloud, please also make a move to save my uncle. Huang Ye pointed at the unconscious Su Wen and pleaded towards Zen Master Bai Yun. The latter nodded his head and said, don't worry, we monks, we are compassionate. If we can save, we will definitely save. After saying that, checking up Su Wen's body came up. Then with a grave expression on his face, he said, indeed, he has been possessed by an evil spirit, and it's not just any evil spirit. According to my old lineage, Schismaster Su, he, is being counted on by someone with a heart of gold? Yang Huira was shocked. Zen Master, you are so skillful that you can tell what my husband is being schemed against? Zen Master Baiyun shook his head. Usually when people are struck by evil, they are at best weak or a bit unlucky to be targeted by something unclean. As for Schismaster Su, with his face blackened and black chi attacking his body, it's clear that he's been assassinated by someone with intent. But I can only probe as far as here. To see the enemy behind it, that would be really difficult for me. Yi Yun, however, said indifferently, actually, it's not that difficult. Just follow the traces of the curse and find the person who cast it. Zen Master Baiyun raised his head and looked over in surprise. This cultivator, what a deep root of wisdom. That's a good point. You just need to follow the trail and map it in reverse to find the person who put the spell on you. But it's easy to say, but it's a lot harder to implement. Huang Ye sneered. Yi Yun, stop pretending here. The Zen masters say no, but you say you can. If you're good, why didn't you step in and just save my uncle before? Yi Yun glanced at the forced woman. After the Zen master tries, if I cannot save the person, I will naturally step in. Huang Ye laughed angrily. You have a wild mouth. If the Zen master couldn't save anyone, then you're even worse. I know, you're good at boxing, but to put it bluntly, it's just reckless. Zen master, his old man, people play with spells, can't they be comparable to the likes of you? In his heart, Zen Master Whitecloud was also slightly displeased. This junior was more or less mouthing off in front of him, but he didn't feel the need to argue with someone who knew half the story. In his mouth, he silently recited an incantation, took out a paper talisman, and with a swish, ignited it out of thin air. Then, all at once, shoved it into Su Wen's mouth. Retreat! Zen Master Whitecloud let out a low shout, the two index and middle fingers together, pointing at Su Wen's brow center. Immediately, large masses of black chi, from within Su Wen's body, clouded up to his eyebrows. Look at that, about to be evicted. Huang Ye dejectedly said, Auntie, cousin, let's just say that you'll have to be grateful to me afterward. If it wasn't for me, Uncle would be dead. Chapter 139, The fate is deeply hidden, mostly heroic. The woman had an inviting, complacent look about her that Susan really didn't like. Still, she opened her mouth and was about to say thank you, but suddenly, only to see the black chi within Su Wen's brow, as if enraged, suddenly revolt. Zen Master Baiyun's fingers were trembling and sweat was pouring down his face. He was about to lose his grip. With a clench of his teeth, he directly bit through his finger and used his blood to help force the black chi. Yi Yun droned. Zen Master, stop it immediately or you will definitely be eroded. Zen Master Baiyun coldly grunted. Crooked ways, how can they break my Dharma body? This friend, you have some insight, but your knowledge of me, Baiyun, can only be described as still shallow. Yi Yun shook his head. Blood exorcism, especially one's own blood, is the most treacherous and tests one's strength. You'd better listen to me, or you may end up worse off than the patient. Zen Master Baiyun sneered. Kid, you're looking down on us cultivators too much. I've been practicing hard all my life. If I can't solve this little evil spirit, what kind of face do I have to come out and walk around? There was another loud shout, and immediately, only the blood on his finger was seen as if it had come to life, connecting with Su Wen's brow. Immediately, the black chi inside Su Wen's body was forcefully ripped out. Huang Ye rejoiced. I told you, Zen Master Baiyun, it will work. She looked at Yi Yun and said sarcastically, you flunky, better shut up. I really don't know. Where did you get the confidence to look down on our Zen Master? And big talk about Zen Masters being revolted. Yi Yun, I finally know why my cousin Xin Xin, Su Chang's great uncle's family, doesn't like you. Because you're, like, really annoying. Yi Yun was really fed up with this pushy woman and coldly said, hate your mom? It seems like it's you who keeps pushing around here. And that's your uncle lying on the ground. You charge $200,000 for an introduction. Are you that money-minded? Huang Ye was poked to her shortcomings. Her face reddened and she said angrily, how dare you scold me? Auntie, you come to judge. Do I charge more money to call it much? If you think it's too much, I'll return it to your family right away. But Zen Master, he was invited by me. I can only love to send him back. My uncle here, it's out of my hands. Upon hearing this, Yang Huira hurriedly rounded up the situation. Iya Xiaoya, we don't blame you for charging too much. Anyway, the money is transferred to you, as long as your uncle is safe. Huang Ye, however, got the better of her and extended her hand again. Auntie, I want the mental damage fee. This flunky cursed me and your family transferred me another $100,000. In addition, the Zen master's hard-earned money must also be 100,000, totaling 200,000. Young Huiru was stunned. Didn't I just give you $200,000? You want another 200,000? Xiao Ya, isn't that too much? Susan was also a bit unable to hold back. Huang Ya, we are your relatives, but not your leaks. I think that's really enough. As for the Zen master's hard-earned money, I'll give it to him when he's finished. Huang Ya exclaimed. I don't. You all, at least, have to give me another 100,000. The Zen master was invited by me, and without me, my uncle's life would not have been saved. Now your family, ungrateful, don't want to pay, do they? If that's the case, this is something that I'll be sure to publicize. Yang Huiru and Susan, their faces were incomparably dark. What kind of relative is this? It's a vampire. But young Huiru was in the way of her elders and worried about Su Wen, so she didn't say a word. Su Yuer flamed. Shan, don't give a penny. I can kind of see that this cousin of yours is a deadbeat for money. It's okay, how crazy she wants to be and how she wants to go out and preaches her business. We're not afraid. Huang Ye was furious and threatened. Fine, you guys are so stingy and can't spare any money, right? Believe it or not. I'll tell the Zen master to stop right now. Yi Yun snorted. There is no need for you to tell this old monk to stop. He can't carry it himself. As soon as the words fell, Zen master Bai Yun let out a muffled grunt and stomped back 3 steps in a row. Face, a sickly blood-red color. The hand that had exorcised Su Wen, on the other hand, was covered in black gas, and even the blood that dripped out had turned a blackish-purple color, which looked incomparably horrifying. With an agonizingly whispered sentence in his mouth, the monk dropped to the ground with a panicked look on his face. Huang Ye was stunned. Zen master, you actually failed? Zen master Bai Yun's eyes were tightly closed, obviously fighting against the black chi, and he gritted his teeth. Ms. Huang Ye, you returned the money to the Su family. First of all, the old man never takes money for helping people. Secondly, it's not the first time you've blackmailed people under my name. By doing so, you are not only damaging your own virtue, but in disguise, you are also destroying the reputation of the old lineage. Huang Ye said viciously. Don't even think about it. Old monk, just because you're willing to sell your life doesn't mean I'm willing to pay for nothing. You were introduced to me, and anyhow, the introduction fee is what they have to pay me. The old monk was a bit angry and wanted to say something. However, when he was hit by the black chi, a large mouthful of black blood was sprayed out. Susan, Yang Huiru, Su Yuer and the others, all panicked. What to do? Even the Zen master has failed. Yi Yun, quickly think of a solution. Yi Yun did not say anything, but sealed the black chi in Su Wen's body. Afterwards, he came to Zen master Bai Yun. Old monk, as I said, if you use your own blood as a guide, you will definitely suffer a backlash. Now, I'm afraid it won't be long before you have to meet your Buddha. Zen master Bai Yun smiled miserably. The Zen monastery where the old lineage practiced is in a small county. Always thought that one's dharma was boundless, but I don't know that the rats are sitting on a well. Today's karma is my own fault. Not listening to you, scholar, is even more of a delusion, and it is my fate to go and meet the Buddha. After saying that, from his carry-on pocket, he took out an elixir pill and placed it on the ground. Give it to cultivator Su Wen to take. It will keep the curse in his body from striking for 7 days. Within these 7 days, you'd better take him to the Shaolin temple. The master there has profound Buddhist teachings and will definitely be able to save Master Su. Su Shan couldn't bear it in her heart. Zen master, this Dan pill, you'd better take it yourself. You give it to my dad. What do you do with yourself? Zen master White Cloud smiled a far-fetched smile. Everything is my reward. It's just skin, more or less life. It's all the same. You guys take it to save Shifu Su. Looking at the old monk, because of saving someone's life, but he is about to put his own life into it. Susan and Su Yuer both felt incredibly sad, and their eyes vaguely became red. Yi Yun was filled with helplessness. I'm really fed up with you, stubborn old thing. Alright, I'll help you once. After saying that, he clasped his hands and grabbed Zen master Bai Yun's palms. The latter exclaimed, Schizo, no! Yi Yun's face was icy cold as a raging force of suction and pulling erupted within his body. Immediately, the black chi on Zen master Bai Yun's body was drained away at once, following Yi Yun's fingertips and entering him in full. White Cloud Zen master's face slowly returned to normal. Swish stood up. Sure, master, why do you need this? To put your young life on the line in order to save me, an old man who is not dead. Do you not want the old man to be in debt for the rest of his life? Yi Yun said indifferently. Don't worry, I won't ask you for a single point in return. The reason why I saved you is because you, an old monk, are still to my liking. This pusillanimous woman, Huang Ye. Yi Yun did hate, but Zen Master White Cloud, except for some complacency, is pretty good, especially when he was about to hiccup himself. He still gave Su Wen the life-saving pill to use. Just for this, it shows that this monk still has a compassionate heart. Yi Yun, again, could not bear to see Susan and Su Yuer feel bad, so he also stepped in. White Cloud Zen Master, but sit and lie down. Sure Master. You let the old line, greatly damaging virtue. You inhaled the black gas into yourself, so wouldn't you have to die for the old man? Yi Yun coldly grunted. Don't worry, with this little curse, it can't help me. Instead, I can seek out the person who placed the curse based on the black aura in my body. Looking at Yi Yun, who was really fine, Zen Master Bai Yun gradually became dismayed. Afterward, he was even more shocked. Sure Master, you have a high level of martial arts, but what confuses me the most is your middle house destiny. Strange, I can't actually see through it. Turning to Yi Yun, he bowed deeply. On Zen Master Bai Yun's face, he invariably brought on respect. His master, who had already been seated, had told him that those whose destinies were deeply hidden were mostly heroic, and this young man in front of him, with his body, was able to suppress the black gas that could kill a person. Zen Master Bai Yun had been practicing for decades, and for the first time in his life, he had encountered such a fierce man. Chapter 140, Dead for Money. To clean up. And he did this in such a way that it directly stunned a few of Susan's people. Huang Ye said incredulously, Zen Master, you're a master exorcist. Why are you bowing to him? Zen Master White Cloud shouted coldly. Huang Ye, shut up. How can you, a mere mortal, know how to submerge a dragon in the abyss? This caster Yi Yun is not to be trifled with. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll be more than just pulverized. Huang Ye sneered. Zen Master, don't scare me. This flunky you speak of, I'm not really afraid of him. Yi Yun said indifferently. I don't need you to be afraid of me either. I just need you to return the money from before. Back. Huang Ye was furious. On what grounds? The money has been transferred into my account. You guys want to back out, right? Yi Yun coldly said. Originally. Really? I don't care if I just give you this $200,000, but I'm sorry, you're too cheap a person for me to give you a penny. Zen Master White Cloud didn't save anyone, as you can see. So as stated at the beginning, you'll have to hand over every penny. Su Yuer said. That's good. Huang Ye, you have to return the money to us. If the Zen Master saves the man, it doesn't matter if you eat the money. But for now, Zen Master didn't save anyone, so you can forget about the money. Huang Ye was so angry, shaking all over, pointing at Yi Yun and the others. You line of people, add up to bully a little girl like me, right? Aunt, cousin, do you, too, follow the heartlessness? Yang Huira was about to say something, but finally turned toward Su Shan. Shan, she's your cousin after all. Why don't we give it to her? Susan coldly said. No, I won't give her a single cent. Giving it will only harm her. You saw it, Mom. The damned girl used Dad's life as blackmail. Do you think that's like her? And the first thing that comes out of your mouth is $200,000. Is that like a favor? More like blackmail. Looking towards Huang Ye, Su Shan finally took into account the feelings of relatives. Xiao Ye, you return the money to your cousin here. Indeed can't draw more money. But aren't you going to play in Jiangnan City for a while? Cousin has a surplus on hand, so I'll give you a few tens of thousands to spend. Do you think it's okay? Huang Ye exclaimed, crying and roaring. Bah, if you don't give it, don't give it. What are you pretending to be so kind here? I'll give you back the money, but remember this for your family. This is not over. Transferring the money back to Su Yuer, wiping her tears, she ran out. Yang Huiro sighed. After all, she is still young and your own cousin. Now, it's definitely going to go back to your aunt. With your aunt's temperament, she'll most likely complain to your father. Susan said coldly. I'm casual. And who says she's young? Just 6 months younger than me. And that's called young? Zen Master Bai Yun said. Indeed, this girl is at home and is spoiled. And Lao Di said something that shouldn't be said. This woman, Huang Ye, is not right in her heart. With my name, I've been out in the pits more than once. Su Yuer was quite a bit despised. It's just a giant baby. Although it's Shanshan's cousin, but with me and Shanshan, it's all in the same year. It's just a small month. For that matter, having to ask relatives for money is a first for me. Yang Huira said. In fact, it is also understood. Shanshan, her aunt's family, the conditions are average. Living in the county below. This girl hasn't learned and hasn't seen much of the world, so she can only take things for granted. Zen Master Bai Yun looked at Yi Yun. Scholar, then I will take my leave. Your saving grace. I dare not forget it for the rest of my life. But the cultivator must be careful. The person who places the curse is bound to be no ordinary person. You've got to be careful when you look for it up there. Yi Yun knew what this old monk meant, fearing that he would find the person who placed the curse and be killed by the other party. After all, those who could kill with a curse would not be idle. But Yi Yun smiled in a cloudy manner. Zen master, farewell. Inside your body, there is still residual black chi. To eradicate it, you can only wait for me to exterminate the person who cast the spell. Zen master Bai Yun was ashamed. Old line is not as capable as you are. Sure master. The merit of hitching a ride to the rescue of Scholar Su still depends on you. Scholar Yi. After saying that, he walked towards the outside. Susan and Su Yuer both caught up. Zen master, we can't let you make a trip for nothing. This money, you keep it. Zen master Bai Yun, however, did not want it. Eventually Susan, being resourceful, inquired about the Zen center where Zen master Bai Yun was located, and said that afterward, she would collect donations for a bunch of useful things to go over there. Zen master Bai Yun was overjoyed and left after thanking him. Honey, so the person who put the curse on us, can you really find them? Suvan's problem, still unresolved. Susan is still worried. Yi Yun said, don't worry, at least for 2 days, Dad will be fine. It's too late today. I'll start tracking that guy down tomorrow. Evening. Huanya came to Su Chang's house. Yo, who did I think it was? But it's you cousin. Su Xian had a conspiratorial face. Didn't you go to Susan's place? Said your cousin Susan opened a new company. It's unbelievable. Want to go to join her? Huanya acted very well. Her eyes reddened and she began to sob. Cousin Su Xian, I couldn't find a place to sleep, so I had to come to your house. Susan and her family, they don't treat me well. I've never seen such heartless relatives. Su Xian impatiently waved her hand. Alright, what kind of virtue are you? Am I still not clear? Stop crying. Your little crocodile tears can't fool me. Huanya's face immediately became cold, tears in the eyes, but also at once said to collect. Sister Su Xian, I'll spend the night at your house tonight, okay? In exchange, I'll join you in dealing with Susan the. Su Xian sneered. Okay, what I want is your words. Tomorrow, you still go to New Su's and ask your cousin Susan to give you a job. If she doesn't give it, you raise your old mom, Susan's own aunt. In that case, you'll be at New Su's, acting as my inside man, stealing their trade secrets for me. Huanya's face changed, and she said vigilantly, Sister Su Xian, are you asking too much of me here? Stealing trade secrets, as I recall, is a crime and subject to lawsuits. Su Xian seemed to smile, just a little bit, and you're afraid? Huanya, let me put it to you this way, as long as you can bring me something useful to destroy Susan's family. So how about the money? And what you want about marrying into the world's most powerful family? And designer bags, and sports cars, and all that, I can plan that for you? In Huangya's eyes, greed flashed. Okay, as long as you give me what I want. Sister Su Xian, I'll help you. When she went to rest, Su Xian's face immediately filled with disdain. A money-minded, good-for-nothing little cousin. Wants quite a lot. On the side of the sofa, there was also Zhou Hao, the boyfriend, who was interested. Xian, this girl is your cousin? The figure is quite saved. Su Xian's face changed and she said unhappily, Brother Hao, what do you mean by that? It can't be that you're craving for this little, right? I'm telling you, this isn't clean. It's been used by I don't know how many guys. Zhou Hao pretended to be noble and hummed coldly. Xian, you underestimate this young man. What kind of beauty has this young man not seen before? Besides, compared to you, this cousin of yours is far worse. Su Xian then smiled. Brother Hao, people are living with you. You did say so. Letting your Zhou family help our family. Zhou Hao unzipped his pants and nuzzled. Help. Small problem. It's up to you to know how to behave. Come on. The sausage party starts tonight. Su Xian didn't show the slightest sign of shyness and directly complied. Chapter 141 Clues. The next day, that bizarre curse once again caused the new suits to faint and get nosebleeds. All over the company, people are on edge. Honey, if we don't fix this curse, the company may have to close first. Susan was worried. Su Yuer vetoed it flatly. It just opened. It must not be closed. But right now, hearts are all over the place, and everyone is terrified that if they're next, it's their turn. Yi Yun said indifferently, you guys are at the company. I'm going out. Susan quickly said, let Yu Jie go with you. What's there? Can have a care. Yi Yun nodded and led Zhao Yujie out the door. Yesterday, he learned about the origin of the plaque from Wu Tianshun. It was made by Wu Tianshun, who asked an old friend of his to make it. And this old man, who runs a very famous bookstore. The ink and fragrance restaurant. I know. It's on the pedestrian street in the center of the city, Zhao Yujie said in a hurry. Yi Yun let her lead the way and the two of them quickly arrived at the ink fragrance lounge. How strange. Why is the inkwell closed today? Zhao Yujie was full of doubts. In the past, that very famous ink master, who opened his door every day to write for people, could be very lively. Yi Yun went up and knocked on the door. After knocking for half a day, a tall young girl with a double ponytail only came over to open the door and impatiently said, "Can't you see the tips outside? My grandfather is not open today. Hurry up." Yi Yun said, "Your grandfather is Master Mo. Right. Where is he?" The double ponytailed girl said in a cold voice, "You're so annoying. Where did my grandfather go? Do I have to report to you?" Simply sick. Cursing, he was about to close the door. Yi Yun's face was expressionless as he probed out with one hand and held the door against her, preventing her from closing it. The ponytailed girl was furious. "Let go. What do you want? You also don't go and ask around. What kind of place is our Mo Xiangjai? If you dare to mess around, you won't be able to eat it." Yi Yun said blandly, "If I'm not wrong, your grandfather fainted. The medicine and stones are useless. You guys have hired many doctors but to no avail. And, he had a black aura hovering over his face, didn't he?" The anger on the ponytail girl's face dissolved at once, and she said in shock, "You, how do you know?" Yi Yun said indifferently, "I can save your grandfather. Let me in." The ponytailed girl hesitated, stepping out of the way of the body blocking the way. "Alright, you guys come in first then, but to be ugly, if you can't save my grandfather, this lady is not finished with you." Inside the Emoxiangjai, there are walls full of brushstrokes and paintings with dragons and phoenixes, which appear to be rich in bookishness. Seeing this, Zhao Yujie said enviously, "I heard that one of Master Mo's characters is going to be sold for more than $100,000. There are so many here, it would be nice to have a pair." Yi Yun shrugged his shoulders. "If you like it, Yujie, turn around and I'll write some for you. It's no worse than these." The ponytailed girl, Mo Qingdao, sniffed and laughed coldly. "You're such a crazy person. And you're saying that it's no worse than these. Is it hard to believe that your calligraphy is even better than my grandfather's?" Yi Yun said, without being modest. "Your grandfather's calligraphy is not bad, but it is only worthy of grinding for me." Mo Qingdao was so angry that her chest rose and fell, pointing at Yi Yun. "You're shameless." Inside, came a woman's petulant cry. "Light dance. Your grandfather is still unconscious. What's the point of making a loud noise?" Mo Qingdao snorted coldly and led Yi Yun and Zhao Yujie into the room at the back of the store. An old man with disheveled whiskers and hair lay on the bed against the wall with a black face. In front of the bed, a middle-aged beautiful woman in a plain long dress was taking care of the old man. When she turned her head, a pair of deep eyes, she looked at Yi Yun. "You guys, what's up?" Mo Qingdao said. "Mom, this man said he can save Grandpa. By the way, he's never met Grandpa, so he knows he's full of black gas." The middle-aged beauty frowned and sized up Yi Yun. "This gentleman, does he know the art of curses?" Yi Yun said. "It seems that you can also tell that Master Mo was hit by a curse, right? I wasn't able to lift Master Mo's curse, but giving him relief and keeping him alive in the first place is doable." The middle-aged beauty hurriedly got up and said excitedly, "If you, sir, can first save the life of Light Dance's her grandfather, we, the Far East Mo family, are grateful." Yi Yun was surprised. Far East Mo family? That's a long way from the southern province. "So you, all of you, are not from around here." The middle-aged beauty laughed. "We are not from the South province, but we have come over to live here for more than 10 years. The old man likes the climate of the southern region, which is moderately warm." Yi Yun nodded his head and said no more. As he did, the same way he saved Zen Master Bai Yin yesterday, he drew the black chi in Master Mo's body into himself all at once. Mo Qingdao magically said, "Mom, look, the black chi on Grandpa's forehead is really gone." Hey. Yi Yun withdrew his hand and shook his head. "It's not gone, it's only a very small portion left. This curse is so powerful that it will only be completely removed by removing the person who placed it." The middle-aged beauty's eyes were odd as she stared at Yi Yun. "This black gas, I'm afraid that if an ordinary person touches a little bit of it, he or she will be in danger of fainting. If there were more of them, it would be possible to die violently on the spot. And you're so young, I don't think you're even 30, and you dare to inhale it directly into yourself. It seems that this small Jiangnan city is truly a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons." Yi Yun casually smiled. "Sister, you're not so bad. If Master Mo hadn't relied on you to suppress the curse in his body, I'm afraid it would have been long gone. Such a profound martial art, yet hidden in this small bookstore. It's really a great hiding place." The middle-aged beauty's charming face reddened, and she said with some annoyance, "You, This person are really a bit rude. What sister? My name is Chao Shui. I'm Light Dance's her mom. I'm considered your elder. Mo Qingdao said. Mom, then in that case, Grandpa's curse hasn't been lifted either. This man, in fact, is nothing more than that. Chao Shui shook her head. Girl, you don't understand. He's already doing a very good job. At least Mom can't even do that. It's just that how to find out who put the curse on them is indeed a pain in the ass. Yi Yun said. It's not troublesome. Sister Chao, look at this piece of writing. It was written by Master Mo. Looking at the great expansion character poster that Yi Yun took out, Chao Shui nodded her head and said, not bad. It's the handwriting of Light Dance's her grandfather. You people, I've told you, don't call me sister. I'm considered your elder. Call Aunt Chao. Yi Yun nodded. Okay Sister Chao, actually what I want to show you is not this character, but the ink used to write it. Once we know where this ink came from, then we can catch the one who put the curse on it. Chao Shui was about to get angry, but as soon as she heard it, she immediately focused and her mind was on the ink. She stretched out her delicate jade finger and touched the word post in Yi Yun's hand before placing it on the tip of her nose and sniffing it lightly. The scent, very unique. Not the usual ink that Light Dance her grandfather used. It's just that, Light Dance, her grandfather, loves to dance and use any ink. So I really don't know where this came from. Mo Qingdao suddenly called out. Mom, I seem to know. You remember that day, that weird old man with the pockmarked face. He and that nasty head of the Fong family came to Grandpa together and asked him to write for them. In the end, just leave a bottle of ink and say it's a rarity in the world and Grandpa will love it. Sure enough, Grandpa rejoiced when he used it. He can't even let go of it in his sleep, and he has to keep it at the foot of his bed. Chao Shui's face changed and she immediately looked at Yi Yun. Indeed there is such a thing. You guys wait for a moment. I will go to Grandpa Light Dance's bedroom and fetch that ink. With that, she immediately wiggled her plump-ass cheeks and went upstairs. Chapter 142 Sister Mei Mei was careless. Zhao Yujie spat out her tongue. Miss Light Dance, you and your mom both look so beautiful. Especially your mom. What a great body. Mo Qingdao had a slight arrogance. That's for sure. I inherited my mom's beauty embryo. I just don't have as good a temper as her. Yi Yun shook his head. I'm afraid your thunder is not as big as your mother's. Mo Qingdao huffed. Shameless, what did you say? Yi Yun looked up at the sky. Did I say anything? Don't think so. Mo Qingdao clenched her teeth slightly. This denizen. It couldn't be that he was staring at his own mother. Pa, lecherous man. Just like that Fong family head. Soon, Chao Shui walked downstairs with a bottle of ink in her hand. Yi Yun took a look and immediately said in a deep voice. It can't be wrong. Inside this ink, there is a very strong evil aura. Your old man. It was because it was placed by the bedside and eroded day and night that he fainted. Chao Shui was furious. So, it's Fong Tianming, and that pockmarked old undead, who are trying to backstab us. Humph. In that case, I won't be polite. Yi Yun hurriedly said. Sister Chao, what do you want to do? Why don't we join forces and lure that pockmarked old man out? Chao Shui coldly said. No need. I can get this old bastard killed by myself. Taking out the phone, he dialed. Master Fong? I promised to show you that ancient scroll. Come over here. On the other end of the phone, Fong Tianming's voice, incomparably fervent. Ah Shui, you're finally willing to open your golden mouth. Okay, I'll be right over with the stuff. Also, what do you think about that thing I mentioned to you last time? Asuka? Chao Shui coldly said. We are orphans and widows, plus an old man, though it's tough to survive. But I'm sorry, I, Chao Shui, am not yet committed to a married man. Fong Tianming sighed. Alas, I told you earlier, this tigress in my family. If you're happy, I'll just tell her to get lost. But it's clear to me that you just don't want to marry me. But Asuka, I won't give up. Chao Shui said indifferently. Just bring the stuff over. More nonsense. The phone hung up and Mo Qingdao looked disgusted. Mom, why are you talking so much nonsense with him? This Fong family master, at that age, actually still misses you. Really, it's disgusting to think about. Chao Shui glanced at Yi Yun here. Her face was quite embarrassed and reddened. Don't say it. There's still your big brother Yi Yun and the others. In a moment, Fong Tianming will bring that pockmarked old undead over. Yi Yun, the two of you go upstairs and hide first. Watch me act. Yi Yun was a bit uneasy. Sister Shui, that pockmarked old man, he is mostly from the evil path. You're alone. Sure you can do it? Before Chao Shui could speak, Mo Qingdao proudly said. You, who are you looking down on? Know what level my mom is? The kind that can hang a grandmaster with one hand. If it wasn't for our family's low profile, to be honest, this small Jiangnan city, what underground overlords in great families? really didn't put it in their eyes. Chao Shui lectured. Alright, don't be poor. You're not allowed to come out even if you start fighting later. Yi Yun was slightly surprised, not realizing that Chao Shui was actually a martial arts expert. But the Far East Mo family, mysterious and unpredictable. I heard that in the last 20 years. Got a big chance. The family masters. It wasn't too surprising that Chao Shui could have this skill. Taking Zhao Yujie with him, Yi Yun headed upstairs. Midway through his walk, he suddenly turned his head and asked, Sister Snow, what you're walking on? Wouldn't be the Yin-Yang dual cultivation path, right? Chao Shui blushed scarlet and glared over with a fierce glance. Shut up, Yi Yun. It's not true that you saved our old man. But I will be angry if you are repeatedly rude. Yi Yun sighed and shook his head. I have no intention of offending. It's just that I'm looking at you, Sister Shui. So poised, fat and sweet. It would be a pity if one follows the path of dual cultivation of yin and yang. Chao Shui was non-committal. There's nothing to pity or not. There are thousands of avenues, and everyone has their own path to walk. On the second floor, the two Yi Yuns hid well. Zhao Yujie whispered, Big brother Yi, what do you mean by yin-yang dual cultivation path? Yi Yun thought for a moment and explained. How to put it? It is a branch of martial arts, relying on men and women to copulate and take from each other to enhance their strength. Zhao Yujie's cheeks reddened and she said shyly, So you mean, this Aunt Chao, she's that kind of woman? Yi Yun shook his head. I wasn't too sure. That's why I opened my mouth to ask her. Zhao Yujie let out an oh so breathless cry. This kind of thing, Aunt Chao is a girl, how could she possibly tell you? And big brother Yi, when you said it was a pity just now, was it a pity that Aunt Chao took this unseemly path? Yi Yun laughed. That's not true. I'm just sorry that the person who was double cultivating with her is not me. Zhao Yujie's face was covered with question marks. She wanted to ask Yi Yun, listen to yourself. Is this human language you are speaking? Downstairs, Chao Shui was lying on the table drinking tea. This beautiful woman, a pair of jade peaks, are resting on the edge of the table. Laughter resounded outside the door as Fong Tianming and a pockmarked old man in a black robe walked in. Asuka, what's wrong with Master Mo? Sick? Fong Tianming hypocritically asked. But in fact, in his eyes, he secretly hid joy. Chao Shui revealed a tired face. Yes, the old man somehow suddenly fainted and left a nosebleed. I've had so many famous doctors, and none of them have been able to fix it. Fong Tianming did not move and exchanged a glance with the pockmarked old man. The latter laughed strangely. Perhaps, old me can help and see what Master Mo's situation is. Chao Shui shook his head and said, I won't bother you, senior. My old man is not just sick, he is possessed and cursed. On the pockmarked old man's face, the smile became more pronounced. Evil? Oh, a small matter. Under this sky, there is no difficult problem that old man can't solve. Chao Shui stood up at once, looking happy. Really? Then please, senior, take a shot at saving my old man. Afterward, I'll be sure to thank you. The pockmarked old man revealed a difficult look. What about saving Master Mo? Honestly, it's not impossible. But to be honest, it's extremely consuming for old me. Moreover, there are quite a few heavenly materials to be discounted. That's a big loss. Indeed, Chao Shui said. Don't worry, I will definitely compensate senior for your loss afterward. The pockmarked old man revealed his fox's tail. Ahem, what about the loss? You, a woman, definitely can't compensate for it. But Master Fong, with his large family, it's not difficult. That's why old me suggests that I help you save your family's old man, and you repay the Fong family master. As for how to repay, Jia, that's up to you too. After he said that, there were three more lewdness in his laughter. In Chao Shui's eyes, a cold aura flickered. Then it's just as well. I'll answer that ancient scroll for you, Family Master Fong. So, in return, I don't know if it's okay? Fong Tianming licked his lips and strongly pressed down the evil fire in his belly. Asuka, I won't take advantage of you either. You come from the Far East Mo family, a family of learning, and you are the only one who recognizes the contents of the ancient scrolls. Tell you what, you help me answer the ancient scrolls. Incidentally, can you give me a chance? My martial Dao, too, is nearing a breakthrough. As long as you and I merge and double cultivate once, you help me break the mirror. Then Master Mo, safe and sound. And this family master, from now on, he will roam across the entire Jiangnan city, and what underground forces, he will directly kill them all. How about taking it a step further, and then we can enter the provincial side? This can be a win-win situation for both of us. On Chao Shui's face, a hesitant look appeared, as if he was somewhat spoken for. Fong Tianming, being a human savant, immediately grasped this subtle change. Hating it, He pressed Xiao Shui on the coffee table right on the spot and directly started double cultivation. He had been thinking about this beautiful woman for almost 10 years. However, Fang Tianming understood the principle of haste does not make hot tofu, and with a glance, signaled for Ma Xinjian to make a move. The pockmarked old man said, "Just as well. I'll make my first move and help Elder Mo stabilize the situation. But it's up to you, Ms. Xiao Shui, to eradicate the curse from his body." Coming to the bed, he placed his hand on Master Mo's forehead. Immediately it was a shock. When it's really strange, how come the curse in Master Mo's body is so light? Could it have been tampered with? Boom! The strong wind exploded behind him, and Xiao Shui's face was cold as he slapped his palm over. Ma Xinji was furious. "What are you doing?" However, it was already too late, and as soon as he could turn around, he was slapped by Xiao Shui, and flew out directly. You're acting like it. Didn't you put the curse on the old man? With one sentence, it directly caused Fang Tianming, as well as the Ma Xinjian who was rolling on the ground, to change their faces drastically. Without saying a word, Fang Tianming directly turned around and fled. Xiao Shui ignored him and took big steps towards the Ma Divine Calculator. The latter sprayed out a mouthful of blood and roared, "If you kill me, none shall die." Xiao Shui had a disdainful look on her face. Apart from knowing some unorthodox and underhanded tricks, in terms of real strength, in the eyes of our Far East Mo clan, you're just an ant. The jade leg lifted up and directly swept down horizontally. The hemp god count gritted his teeth and flung his black robe with a big sleeve, and a ball of black gas pounced on Xiao Shui. She sneered, held her breath, and twisted her head to avoid it. At the same time, like a ghost, he tended to move forward and blasted his fist on the back of Ma Xinji's head. The hemp god calculator screamed miserably and completely lost his battle power, fearfully collapsing towards the ground once again. Xiao Shui looked soft and a little wistfully flirtatious. However, when they move their hands, they are wide open and very rigid. With one hand, he pulled on the hair of the ashen calculator and directly lifted the old man up, while not forgetting to look upstairs. "You guys, come on down." Yi Yun was the first to descend the stairs, but he said in an urgent voice, "Sister Shui, be careful. This old dog can still strike." As the words fell, Xiao Shui felt a pain at the base of her thigh. She was furious and thumped. A frantic output was directed at the head of the ashen calculator. "It's going to take half of this old man's life straight away." Beating his head to death, uncovering the plain skirt and taking a look, Xiao Shui's face was a mixture of shame and anger. Mo Qingdo had long ago rushed over to check her mom's injuries, and let out a cry of ouch. Mom. In the hands of this dead old man, there is still a poisonous scorpion hidden. You have been bitten on the inside of your thigh." Just as the words fell, Xiao Shui's delicate body shook for a while. She covered her forehead with her jade hand and supported herself on the edge of the table with her other hand as she angrily said, "No good. I've been poisoned." Yi Yun said helplessly, "Sister Beauty, you are too careless. Just now, this old dog was deliberately showing weakness to the enemy, pretending to lose the power of resistance. In truth, it was waiting for this final blow to poison you." Xiao Shui panted and resisted the urge to pass out. "Yi Yun, do you have any way to exorcise the poison for me? Come on, I can't hold on much longer." Yi Yun said, "Of course there is a way to suck out the poison for you. It's just that this wound of yours, actually being inside your thigh, is a little difficult to deal with." Xiao Shui was mortified. "Don't mess around. Just let Light Dance help me. You teach her." Yi Yun shook his head. "No way. No way. The poison of this poisonous scorpion is not powerful, but it's not simple either. Let Light Dance help you. She'll follow the poison." Xiao Shui was breathless and said angrily, "So what do you mean? You won't be poisoned?" Yi Yun said in a serious manner, "I forgot to tell you, sister, that I am impervious to all poisons. Let me suck you off." "I really won't." Xiao Shui's eyes went black and she directly fainted. I don't know if I was pissed off or if the toxin kicked in. Chapter 143, How can the word moist be said? Mo Qingdao was anxious and incomparable. "Yi Yun, help me. Save my mom." Yi Yun had a difficult look on his face. This is a bit difficult. I'll Light Dance. The place where your mom was bitten by the poisonous scorpion, as you can see, is really a bit private. I'm not good. It's not a good cure." Mo Qingdao hurriedly said, "There's no harm in it. My mom and I both follow the dual cultivation path in our martial arts. I'm too young to be double-crossed though, but my mom she just doesn't mind about that kind of thing. In a nutshell, human life is at stake. Help me save her first. This girl is in a hurry to save her mother, and she doesn't squirm anymore, but she is open-minded." Yi Yun turned toward Zhao Yujie and said, "Yujie, go stand guard outside and don't let outsiders in." Zhao Yujie's face was odd. "Big brother Yi, Are you sure you're not detaching me, but simply asking me to guard the door? Yi Yun was serious. Look at you. Where did you think of your big brother Yi? I'm going to save Sister Snow, and I can't be disturbed by outsiders, so it's only exhausting for you to go out there and watch. I'm being sincere. Zhao Yujie muttered. Alright, I'll go watch from the outer room. But brother Yi, there are many ways to detoxify the poison. Do you have to use your mouth to suck it? Yi Yun pretended not to hear what she said and inspected the body of Chao Shui. A beautiful woman. Mature women. They are indeed great. How can I say the word moist? As soon as Zhao Yujie left, Yi Yun instructed again. Light dance. You can also evade the situation. Mo Qingdao shook her head. Her face slightly red. It's fine. I'll just watch. Anyway, my mom taught me the dual cultivation technique since I was a child, and I won't be able to escape this fate in the future, so I might as well gain experience early. Yi Yun gently sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Chao Shui, this sister. The hand is quite hard. Even his own daughter did not let go. Still, it's important to save lives first. To take advantage or not to take advantage. To pin or not to pin. In fact, Yi Yun really did not think so much. He is the healer who cannot bear to see anything cold and cruel on this good earth. I'll start then. Light dance, you'll be my witness the whole time. I didn't mess around with your mom. Yi Yun slowly pulled up the hem of Chao Shui's skirt, only to see a pair of flawless jade legs, which were presented. Well, the location of the wound. It does look a little peculiar. The skirt, I'll have to pull it some more. Glancing at Mo Qingdao, Yi Yun laughed dryly. Mo Qingdao nodded. It's fine. Just pull up some. That scorpion bite is still up there. Finally, Yi Yun was just about to take off Chao Shui's skirt. There was a dark spot the size of a pinprick at the base of her glistening, snow-white thigh. Here is the wound from the scorpion's bite. However, Yi Yun's gaze at the moment was not on this wound. Instead, he sought to uncover his skirt. Some more. The scenery one step up is breathtaking, but let's forget about it. Their daughters are around. It would be a beast to do that. Although what Yi Yun thought in his heart was that he would be worse than a beast if he did not do that. He bowed his head and began to drug Chao Shui. The blood spit out was black and purple. Yi Yun kept sucking and the blood gradually became normal and crimson. Well, the poisoned blood has pretty much cleared up, so just take a few more antiseptic pills afterward. Yi Yun straightened up and wiped his mouth. Some numbness of the lips, caused by poisoned blood. But that's about it. He's not blowing it when he says he's impervious to all poisons. Mo Qingdao looked at her mom's face became rosy. Obviously all right. Rushed to help her, pulling the skirt down to cover it. Glancing at Yi Yun, her plump little lips rose slightly. Yi Yun, thank you. Yi Yun smiled. Silly girl, still calling me Yi Yun. In the future call big brother. I'm older than you. Originally, Mo Qingdao was a bit stubborn in nature and was still a bit upset with Yi Yun, but at this moment, she was also well behaved. Big brother Yi Yun. Thank you. Chao Shui winced and woke up. Subconsciously, with both hands, he went to touch the clothes underneath him. She was relieved to feel that the skirt was intact. Sitting up and looking at Yi Yun, he asked, my poison, solved? Yi Yun laughed. Sister Shui, you're fine. Chao Shui cupped her cheeks, inexplicably feeling a little hot. Are you serious? You sucked it for me with your mouth? Yi Yun truthfully said. Yeah, your daughter is watching from the sidelines. But don't worry, men and women don't get married. I still keep the rules. Chao Shui wanted to say something. Then she gritted her teeth a bit and said, you're more or less fooling around. I've already said that it's your aunt, and you're still like this. If it gets out, how are you going to meet people in the future? Yi Yun shrugged his shoulders, not taking it seriously. I'm not afraid of the slant of the shadow. Whatever. Besides, you're my sister Snow, and I wouldn't bat an eyelid if I were asked to do anything more outrageous, let alone suck you with my mouth. Chao Shui was mortified. Okay, stop it. Anyway, you saved my life. I owe you a favor. Yi Yun hit the snake with a stick. Then, Sister Shui, how will you repay me? Chao Shui was a bit dumbfounded. What did you say? Repaying you? Now, no Yi Yun, what the hell are you trying to do? I'm a woman who gave birth to a child. What you're thinking about is impossible. Saying so, the flirtatious face turned to the side, huffing and puffing, not wanting to look at Yi Yun. Yi Yun smiled bitterly. Sister Shui, you misunderstand me, although I am more or less some men's syndrome in my body, but I am not yet too sick. Forget it, let's just take care of this old man Ma first. Looking at the fainting Ma Xinshang on the ground, Chao Shui became furious. It's all because of this old furry thief. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have gotten himself into this world. Why don't you just stomp on his dog's head? Chao Shui coldly grunted and was about to raise her foot. Very fierce. Yi Yun said. Wait first. I'll search his body to see if there is something to lift the curse. A little searching turned up a small bottle. Inside, a strange poisonous insect was kept, slowly secreting something like ink. Yi Yun said, "This is the thing. Just get it dead and the curse will be lifted." Breaks the bottle and crushes the bug right into the ground. Chao Shui said with her mouth that she wanted to stomp on Ma Xinji, but when she glanced at Yi Yun here, her face swooned a little again, thinking that it was too indecent. Let Mo Lightning Dance bring the hemp divine calculator to the back and ended with a single slash. Mo Qingdao didn't feel scared or uncomfortable in the slightest. Literally just dragged hemp god's count to the backyard to be overtaken. TSK, Sister Snow, you mother and son, you're really the best of women. Killing like pigs. Yi Yun sked. Chapter 144, tougher than the 10 great tortures of the Manchu Qing dynasty. Chao Shui smiled coldly. What's wrong with that? Children of the Jianghu, fighting and killing are commonplace. Yi Yun, you've helped us a lot this time. I'll give you a trick as a way to repay you. Yi Yun smiled and said in a harmless human manner, actually, I am more inclined towards dual cultivation or something like that. It's not about male love. It's purely about experiencing it. And I heard that it can also enhance strength. Chao Shui said angrily, why are you like that Fong Tianming? Always thinking of such things. I'm telling you, no, what I cultivate though, is indeed the dual cultivation technique, but it's not what you'd expect. Male-female coitus, vocalization and all that. Yi Yun broke the pot and asked, what is that like? Sister Shui, you're so beautiful. Honestly, if I could double cultivate with you, I'm afraid every man would go crazy. Chao Shui looked over angrily. Her earlobes were pink. Yi Yun, if not for the fact that you are indeed kind to me and a man with a good heart, do you realize that I'm afraid I've long been? Yi Yun took over. I know. I'm afraid I've long since Jiade me right? Aggressive all day long. Just greedy sister your body. Chao Shui gasped and laughed. It's good that you know. It's not right between us. Understand. Of course, I understand that men your age are bloodthirsty and want to be strong. Do you think that taking me, a mature woman, is an accomplishment? Let me tell you. Big mistake. Now, I'll get down to business with you. In Fong Tianming's hands, there is a piece of ancient scroll. To be precise, a remnant. On it, in ancient script, is a great secret. If you can get this remnant scroll, I can help you decipher the words on it and help you make a fortune. Yi Yun was surprised. There is such a thing? No wonder earlier, Fong Tianming was so excited that he came over to ask Chao Shui for help. Not bad. This remnant scroll is very precious. And Fong Tianming was only able to unintentionally get his hands on it because of his traitorous luck. Chao Shui sneered. But unfortunately, he can't read the words on it. After thinking of countless ways, no one can help him. He's begged me 3 times over the years, and I've just dragged my feet. Yi Yun wondered. Since it's a big secret, then Sister Shui, why don't you make a move to get your hands on this remnant scroll? Chao Shui shook her head. As you know, we are not from the South Province, but from the far east side. Since I want to try to be at peace and live in seclusion in the southern province, then there's no need to make trouble out of many things. Yi Yun nodded in understanding. Understood, but it will not be easy to get this remnant scroll from Fong Tianming. Also Sister Snow, light dance this child. Don't you think it's a bit bad to let her follow the same dual cultivation path as you? Chao Shui sighed. Of course I know it's not good. I didn't have a choice in the past and took such a path. But light dance is my daughter, and I'm not willing to let her be like me. So Yi Yun, I have another ungrateful request. In the future, you bring us light dance to practice martial arts more often, okay? I want her to learn from you, not me. Yi Yun did not mince words. No problem, I can teach her better. But Sister Snow, it's not that I'm being talkative. I'm just curious. Where's Papa Light Dance? Chao Shui was a bit chagrined. You people, you really love to pry. Light Dance, her old man, divorced me. So as you can see, we don't live in the Far East Mo family, but live alone in this tiny Jiangnan city. Yi Yun laughed. That's good. Chao Shui wondered. Why is it good? We're orphans and widows, plus an old man, and we're having a hard time living, okay? Yi Yun said. When I say good, I mean this matter of you being single. Sister Shui, that way in the future, if I have the chance to double cultivate with you, it won't be much of a mental burden. Chao Shui was furious. Go to hell. Hurry back. Nothing will happen in the future. Just pretend we don't know each other. Day in and day out. With all the nonsense that goes on in your head. Yi Yun shrugged his shoulders and didn't stay, greeting Zhao Yujie and walking away. The two of them returned to the car and Zhao Yujie wondered. Big brother Yi, what are you sighing for? Is it because there's nothing to eat? Yi Yun knocked her glossy forehead. What do you mean you don't have anything to eat? You're a girl's family. Your thoughts are too evil. Zhao Yujie cut out. The guy who doesn't admit it with his mouth but is physically honest. Light dance. Her mother, is indeed a special thing? Even I, as a female, am a bit greedy. You can't touch Mr. Su all day, and you're horny as hell, so that probably makes you want it even more. Yi Yun shook his head inside. In fact, I am not purely in love with men and women. Rather, it's Chao Shue's martial arts, which is still sort of scrappy. If I can use her, I can try to do something. Zhao Yujie hummed with a look of disbelief. Yi Yun did not want to explain much. He did want to use Chao Shue's dual cultivation technique to impact the seals within his body. When he was first thrown into this small Jiangnan city, he had a shocking battle power, but he was confined by a few old guys from above. The beauty of it is that he is afraid that this nuclear bomb of his is unstable, and he is given a few additional insurances. But this made Yi Yun really suffocated and unbearable. It seems that there is still a way to do Chao Shui, this beautiful woman. Back at the new Su's, Su-wen had woken up. Susan was surprised. Honey, Dad's okay. Yi Yun stepped forward, checked Su-wen, and laughed. The curse, it's considered completely lifted. Several other employees who had been hit woke up. This crisis, which had emboldened the new Su, was past. Susan said, Hubby, you still remember before, we worked together to get those projects back from the Tiger's Nest group, right? And the one with Ms. Guan's Shia Beauty, the collaboration. Yi Yun nodded. Remember, what's wrong? Susan's smile was ice cold. I've already transferred all of them, from the Su clan. Now, all of these resources and programs are ours at New Su. Yi Yun gave a thumbs up. Not bad, daughter-in-law. The time is not far away from you slapping your grandmother's face. Susan shook her head. I wasn't trying to slap her in the face. I was just taking back what was mine. That's all. Holding a stack of papers, Huangya walked in and said nicely, cousin-in-law. Yi Yun raised his eyebrows and did not say anything. Susan explained, it's like this. Xiaoya came over to me and admitted her mistake and made a deep review. She wanted to stay in our group and work and study hard, and I agreed. Huangya looked at Yi Yun with a pitiful face. Cousin-husband, I really recognize that I made a mistake before. My family is average, not much money, and I'm like that because of the hard times. And please, for the sake of my being young and uninformed, don't give me the usual. Yi Yun laughed. The acting is good. It's just that you're a bit narrow in this theater. Any way you look at it, you can only play a green bimbo or something. In Huangya's eyes, the color of anger flashed as she defended. I'm not acting, cousin-in-law. If you don't believe me, I can swear to heaven. Yi Yun said. Fine, you swear. Just say that if you have a bad heart and are full of lies, you will have menstrual cramps for the rest of your life. Huangya could no longer hold back her anger and said, Yi Yun, aren't you too vicious? She was just going through the motions, but I didn't expect this dead man to actually ask her to swear. Susan frowned. Huangya, go out and get busy. Hatingly glaring at Yi Yun, this little framed pushed the door out. Yi Yun laughed. Shan, you can't really believe this cousin of yours, right? Susan said lightly, of course I don't believe it, but I'm looking forward to whatever tricks she wants to play. As soon as I catch her, not only will I make her have menstrual cramps for the rest of her life, I'll make her drink her own aunt's blood. Seeing this gentle wife, all of a sudden become so ruthless, Yi Yun couldn't help but get goosebumps. Good thing. Ha ha, menstrual cramps plus drinking your own aunt's blood. You're tougher than even the 10 great tortures of the Manchu Qing dynasty. Chapter 145, Brother-in-law. People are a bit hot. Susan smiled, 2 dimples appearing on her cheeks. Lord husband, between us, it's time for some fellowship. Somehow, looking at this smile of hers, Yi Yun always felt creeped out. Oh, well, what do you want to say? Susan stepped closer until, between the two, they were almost pressed together. Small, rosy lips, slightly curled. She tilted her head, looking at Yi Yun. Hubby, are you trying to bang my good girlfriend? The opening is the king's bomb. Yi Yun laughed bitterly, but then collected his smile and said with a straight face, don't worry, it's all in jest. To you, and the child in your belly, I still have some loyalty. Susan grunted softly. That's a good way of saying there are a few bits of loyalty, but not many, right? Yi Yun had a bit of a headache. This little goblin, it was not easy to deal with anymore. 100%, absolutely 100%, I could swear to God. He went out on a limb. Susan was smiling. You just now forced Huangya to swear. I didn't realize that I would have to come up with such a thing myself. Fine then. You swear. If you have any thoughts about Co Yul, you'll never lift a finger again. Yi Yun choked. Heart straight, call me drop a mother Lu. After looking Susan up and down, he realized that since the split with the Su family, this niece had become, well, a bit fierce. Susan's beautiful eyes contained a smile. Gupan said, "What? Don't dare? Or are you weak?" Yi Yun's old face reddened. "Alright, I admit that I did imagine a bit about Miss Su. A bit. But how? You know, that's a man's instinct for me. With her, I'm not the same as I am with you." It was only when she heard this that Susan spread a smile and pretended to be fierce. "You'd better say the same thing that's on your mind. Yi Yun, I'm your first woman and must be your number one proper wife. Got it?" Yi Yun seldom heard Susan so towards herself, revealing her heart. For a while, instead, he was a bit uncomfortable, scratched his head, and laughed. "That's of course. You're pregnant with my baby. From now on you'll be our family's great-grandma. You can't get away with it," Susan said forcefully. "Even if I'm not pregnant, I have to be your first woman. That is, if there are other women sleeping with you in the same bed in the future. My spot, too, has to be at the top, okay?" Yi Yun nodded his head very solemnly. "It has to be, I can guarantee it." In Susan's eyes, this is the emergence of shyness and tenderness. Beeped, "You are still a bit conscientious. If you really see one loved one, abandon me, then even if I bear your seed, I won't take care of you in the future, and you won't touch the child or me." Yi Yun was dumbfounded. "What's wrong, Shan? How did you become so sentimental all of a sudden?" Susan looked out the window and said quietly, "You're not a small security guard at all. In fact, you come from a big place, right?" Yi Yun opened his mouth. Susan interrupted with a raised hand. "More than that, you don't have to say. After all this time together, I have come to fully understand and trust what you are. That's why badass. That's why I drank your soy milk the other day. You know?" Saying so, he fiercely blinked Yi Yun, looking at her delicate, showy appearance. Yi Yun became a bit flamboyant and felt that in his belly, an evil fire rubbed up. "Honey, your office is well soundproofed. Why don't you, the domineering president, subvert me?" Yi Yun wrapped his arms around her and bit on her crystalline earlobe. Susan wooed. Half of her body went limp, and her pink fist pounded. "Bad guy, you also know that this is an office. Quickly spread your hands. That, I know you're holding back. I've already told Joel that she serves you." Yi Yun scattered his hands and said helplessly, "The two of you, you've really reached an agreement?" Susan blushed like a burn and said indignantly, "It's not because of you. Who told you to provoke her? This damned girl, she's already got the hots for you. If I say no, then maybe the sisters won't even get to do it." Yi Yun raised his hand and screamed, "God have mercy. I really didn't take the initiative to provoke your good girlfriend. Really, if you don't believe me, you can ask Goblin Sue." Susan said, "All of that, it doesn't matter. Ever since I was little, Yel grew up with me and we were the best sisters in terms of relationship. She likes you too, and frankly, I don't resent it, and now we are, again, working together on a company, with our interests bound together. It just so happens that I'm not pregnant with a baby, so it's inconvenient. You and her, you'll be able to do whatever you want. I'm kinda happy that she can fulfill you." Yi Yun knelt on the ground at once and folded his hands. "Thank heaven for giving me such a reasonable daughter-in-law. It's just that if I'm allowed to drive a luxury car, live in a villa, and have a harem of 3,000 beauties, I'll be worth it." Susan gasped and laughed, almost wanting to slice through it with one scalp. This extreme husband is really eating and taking. Yuck. Shameless. Yi Yun went out of Susan's office, and on his face, at first, it was still tight, but after walking to his own office area, away from Susan's side, an uncontrollable maniacal grin spread across his face. How to describe this kind of smile? Anyone who has read the Dragon King novels knows the signature move of the Dragon King in them. A crooked smile. This was the case with Yi Yun at this moment. Ma Changqing walked into his office and said suspiciously, "Little friend, you have a happy event at home?" Smiling like this. Yi Yun, goo 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 goo. Ma Changqing's old face twitched. "Little friend, are you alright? The height of your laughter is a bit mutated." Yi Yun remembered Su Yuer's pair of snow-white legs when she only wore her underwear and continued to laugh. "Ha ha ha ha." Ma Changqing was shocked. "Minister Yi, are you alright? It's not possible that your vocal cords have fallen home, right?" Yi Yun glared. "Get lost. Don't disturb my good mood. This old man, he's so insensitive. I'm going to be so lucky." "What's wrong with smiling?" With a depressed look on his face, old Ma retreated. It always felt like this Minister Yi, smiling a bit lewdly. Yi Yun took out his phone and called Miss Su. "Yuer, where is it? Su Yuer end. The car horn sound constantly. I am running business outside, in front of this Mazda. The road is blocked for it." Yi Yun urged. "It's normal. Those who drive Mazda are stuck in traffic. Come on. Forget about the business. Come back to the company. I have a couple $100 million project I want to work with you on." Su Yuer skimmed her mouth and said, "People don't believe it. Not talking to you I'm going to talk about business first. Beep, 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 and just hang up." Yi Yun let out a long sigh, his face full of depression. Leaning back, he was about to squint for a while. The office door, however, was pushed open at once. Huanya dashed in with a winking smile. "Cousin husband, I'm a bit hot. I want to come to your place to blow off some steam. Is that okay?" he said, locking the door behind him and starting to undress. Chapter 146. Chicken luck is hard to escape. Yi Yun looked calm as he watched her perform. Huanya took off her jacket, revealing the undershirt inside. The cleavage in her chest, squeezed deep. The sides, again, were so high and bulging that anyone who looked at them was confused. However, Yi Yun remained indifferent. Huanya mentally cursed. "The crows under the sky are generally black. Do not believe that you do not drip drool." Coming to Yi Yun's desk, she said daintily, brother-in-law. The buttons on the back of people are loose. Help me tie them." Yi Yun crossed his arms together and laughed. "I am your brother-in-law, not your husband. It's not very convenient for this kind of thing, is it?" Huanya pulled her hair around her ears and deliberately exposed her earlobes towards Yi Yun. It's the usual green tea ruse that showing your ears in front of a man usually triggers a man's desire for conquest. Yi Yun, however, still didn't make any moves. Huanya clenched her teeth, secretly thinking, "You stinky man, when I hook you up, I'll clean you up properly." She seduced Yi Yun for only one purpose, that is, from then on, to keep the man under control, for his own use. If you dare to disobey, take the relationship between the two to Susan. At that time, this man is still not obedient to be taken by himself. In addition, Huanya also stored a malicious mind, that is, to take revenge on Susan. "Don't you despise me as a cousin and don't think of me as one of your own? Okay, then I'll make you a home wrecker." This wasn't the first time Huanya had done this kind of thing. In the past, she had a close girlfriend. The other party had a piece of jewelry that Huanya liked very much and wanted to borrow it to wear. But that BFF disagreed, and Huanya became resentful. It was easy to get that BFF's man into his bed. Eventually that BFF found out and broke down and tried to come back with a vengeance. But it's useless. Huanya has long controlled that man. Don't even need her to do it. That man beat his own wife. Huanya looked on from the sidelines. So much so, since then, she's felt that by utilizing her body, there's no man under the sun who can't catch a man who's good at this. "Brother-in-law, you're a cruel man." Pretending to be pouting, she glared at Yi Yun. Huanya lifted up her pants leg again, revealing the black silk inside, and said pitifully, "I live alone in this Jiangnan city, with no relatives or friends. Every night, it feels so lonely. Brother-in-law, my good brother-in-law, in the future, can you care more about me?" Yi Yun thought about it and decided to tell the truth. He's a man who loves to tell the truth. "Huanya, if you're a decent girl, don't scratch your head here. But if you're a chicken, don't get half-assed and name your price." Huanya was furious, so he wanted to break into a rage. "Call yourself a chicken. Why don't this go to hell?" But she relented and gritted her teeth. "Brother-in-law, I'm not a chicken. I'm just a guy, with no family, trying to get you to care about me, because it feels like you're a good person, brother-in-law, and you're sure to be good to me." Yi Yun guffawed and almost vomited. "Don't beat around the bush. Tell me what you really want." Huanya smiled fawningly and came a few points closer, pulling her black silk legs out of her high heels, just to hitch a ride on Yi Yun. "Brother-in-law, I want to be your little secretary. In the future, if you have something to do, then it's me, the secretary, who does it. If it's okay, then you can do something else, like work as a secretary. How about that?" Bold, revealing, provocative. Yi Yun laughed. "How can I say this? You are really an old lady drilling into the quilt and giving the master a whole laugh. Put your shoes back on, in case you can't smell it. You have some smelly feet." Huanya's face suddenly turned red as she angrily said, "Yi Yun, don't be ungrateful. I wear perfume every day. How can I stink?" Yi Yun pondered. "Your kind of stench. It's peculiar. It's a played-out, vile stench. Get it? Listen to my brother's advice and suffer less in the future. Mullen is too black to marry." Huanya was extremely angry, and reacted at once that this person was basically walking himself as a dog. "Yi Yun, I damn well sent the door for you to eat and you didn't even do it. Oh, you're such a useless man. Besides, even if this lady plays even more flowery and dark, there are honest people to take over, so you don't have to worry about it." This is something that Yi Yun does not like to hear. Directly dislike. "You have a little conscience. Honest people, how you digging your family's ancestral graves, you have to go so scourge them." Huanya sneered. "My words are really the truth. Don't believe me? Yes, I like to have fun. As long as it's something I look at and trade my body for, I'm no big deal. But even then, there are still a lot of lickspittles that would pay me to lick my toes. How about? Pissed off. What can you do? Yi-yun propped up his forehead. Alas, what you said, in fact, makes so much sense. The lickspittle is the most amazing creature in the world. Chopped up. But sorry, I'm not a dog licker. So get as far away from me as you can. Huangya got nothing and made a scene for nothing. She was furious and pointed at Yi-yun. Surname Yi, you wait for me. The me of now. You scoff at the me of the future. You reach high. Yi-yun bristled. A chicken is a chicken. No matter how much you flutter, you can't escape the fate of a chicken. Huangya, who had already pulled open the door and was about to walk out, stumbled again and almost fell. This dog man, she swore, she'd fix him. With a cold smile, Yi-yun sat motionless. A chicken, and you want to come and pull him down. What a whimsy. However, Huangya's seduction also made Yi-yun think of something. That would be the current self, high and low, a group boss. Is it, in fact, necessary to have a secretary? Black silk, long legs, hip skirts, tight shirts and whatnot. Yi-yun doesn't care. It's simply wanting to be surrounded by someone who can do the job. Now that the idea is up, let's do it. Yi-yun tapped on the group's official website to post a recruitment message. Recruitment of vice president of the secretary? Conditions, female only, education above the bachelor's degree, slim figure, fresh college students preferred, young women do not disturb. In the afternoon, Su Yuer finished running her business and returned to New Su. I'm tired of making money. It's really the hardest thing in this world. Collapsed toward the couch and didn't move. Susan laughed. Then you rest in the group. Yi-yun and I will go to the triennial member selection meeting of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Su Yuer popped up at once. Her willow waist was very resilient. This year, is it the selection year for the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce? No, I have to go too. Yi-yun asked. Is it that tempting to join this Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce? I see you two are very excited. The two women said in unison. Yes, and 100% yes. Su Yuer couldn't stop talking. Yi-yun, you may not be too clear. Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. That's Jiangnan City, the biggest chamber of commerce, a dominant one. But anyone who joins the Chamber of Commerce and becomes an in-house member will have the blessing of the chamber to explore markets outside of the city. For example, the Fong family's Royal Dragon Group flourished after joining the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Yi-yun nodded. Well, that's not bad. So we three, together? Su Yuer said. Shan, why don't Yi-yun and I just go? Your stomach is starting to grow, so stay in the group. Susan thought for a moment and said, that's fine. Then you two go. Anyway, just take a look. It's best if you can get a spot. If not, then forget it. Our new Su clan has just been established, so I'm afraid it won't be that easy to join. Yi-yun, however, said, since there is a good thing about joining, then surely by all means, all must go in. Don't worry, we'll improvise when the time comes. Chapter 147, there's been some fire lately, and on the other side, here in the Su family, the whole family, a cloud of sadness. They, the new Sus, are doing very well. I send people over every day to keep an eye on them. People come and go, and the amount of business is very impressive. That's not all. A few big projects before that. They snatched them back and couldn't even keep them. Nowadays, our Su group has almost been emptied away of half of its business. It's hard to hold on. Listening to the report, Su Chang's face was worse than eating. Su Xian, the original Susan's position. And now that you've gotten what you wanted, is there any way to save the group yet? Su Chang looked at his daughter and asked. Su Xian smiled sarcastically. Dad, what can I do? If you can't help it, I can't help it even more. Su Chang snorted coldly. You're also a useless thing. There's no way, won't you think? Or are you, indeed, no better than the old Susan? Su Xian's face flushed with anger as she said irritably. How am I no better than Su Shan? Right now we're in a situation where we're being squeezed by the new SU. Don't talk about me. It's useless for the gods to come. Su Chang nodded and said grimly. Not bad, to say 1,000 words. It's still the new Su's messing around. The Suvan family must be finished for me. Su Xian's face glowed fiercely. Dad, as I see it, the end is cheaper for all of them. How dare you snatch meat from us? Why don't we just get rid of it? Simply find someone and waste Susan's family. Su Chang's face, gloomy and uncertain. In truth, that's what he thought. But it is not appropriate to say such things. Susan, that flunky Yi-yun, this little bastard, very difficult to deal with. After a moment of silence, Su Chang said grimly, so, there's still a long way to go. We can't help him by relying on us to do it directly. Su Xian said in a hateful voice. I've already asked brother how to think of a way out. Their provincial city Zhou family is not a generalized one. Su Chang said. Hold on to something tight and hurry up to hold Zhou so that he can help our Su family. Otherwise, give him free food and sleep, and you give him something to play with. Figure what? Su Xian blushed and replied. Don't worry dad. I'm not playing for him for nothing. He's already called his family over in the provincial city, asking the Zhou family to support his development in Jiangnan City. Su Chang's face, then he looked better. Su Xian, you are a smart woman. There are some things that I won't talk to you about. Just one thing. Strive for an early date, to become the youngest grandmother of the Zhou family. This way, your position is secure, and we, the Su family, have a big backer. Su Xian smiled smugly. Don't worry pops, this kind of thing, I don't need you to remind me of it. I have already planned for it. In fact, I have a feeling that soon, I should be able to conceive the Chao family's seed. At that time, Zhou Hao won't be able to get away with it even if he wants to. Su Chang nodded happily. Not bad. Then prepare yourself. Go to the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce and try your luck. See if you can, and get our Su to join in. Su Xian smiled to herself and said, in previous years, perhaps one wouldn't even dare to think about it. After all, we, the Su group, don't have enough assets and influence. But this year is different. Zhou Hao has promised to help, using their connections in the provincial capital. Joining the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce is imperative for us. Su Chang was startled, then rejoiced. Good, very good. If I can really join the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, I will have the strength to backhandedly strangle the new Su clan in its cradle. At this moment, Yi Yun and Su Yuer happened to arrive at the headquarters building of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Su Yuer walked inside while explaining. There are 3 steps in order to join the Chamber of Commerce. The first step is to submit the information first. Step 2. A committee hearing at the Chamber of Commerce. Step 3. A show of hands by all chamber members. If you pass half of them, you can join. Yi Yun pondered. That is to say, as long as half of the members of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce raise their hands and agree to us joining. So knew Su. Then you can join the Chamber of Commerce, right? Su Yuer smiled bitterly. It's true that it's like that, but how can it be so easy to pass half of this amount? And, you're missing the point that there are other competitors. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to join the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. We, New Su, want to join in, and the other group companies, too, won't stand idly by. Yi Yun shrugged his shoulders and said, it's okay, things happen. Why don't we take the back door and test the waters? Su Yuer divinely hummed, going through the back door, that's a must. Otherwise, why would I buy all these expensive gifts and bring them here? Let's go. Go with me to pay a visit to the Chamber of Commerce's team leader Luo, so that you can see that my Su family isn't without any connections at all. Take the elevator to the upper floors. The two were led by a receptionist and stopped in front of an office. Both of you. Our team leader Luo's office is right here. Please come in. Su Yuer straightened her attire and knocked gently on the door. Come in. Inside, team leader Luo spoke up. Su Yuer brought Yi Yun through the door and smiled. Uncle Luo, I'm Yuer, here to see you. The top of the head is no longer hairy. More than half 100 years old Luo Dawei took a look, his eyes straight to the light. You are Yuer? Uncle hasn't seen you for years. I didn't expect to grow into a big beauty. Su Yuer put her things down and smiled obsequiously. Uncle Luo, I've disturbed you. It's like this. What about me here? I've run a new company and want to join your chamber. I'm afraid I have to ask you for a favor. Luo Dawei leaned back and pretended as if he was not. Oh, so you are here for this matter. Oh, it's not a difficult thing. A word from uncle. But to say it's easy, it's not easy. This ambiguous tone. The whole place Su Yuer do not know what this Luo leader means. Luo Dawei hemmed and hawed, his laughter taking on a trifle of lewdness. You see this is okay. The favorite, uncle must give you help. How about you let this follower of yours out first, and uncle have a nice chat with you alone? Feeling bad, Su Yuer forced to smile and said, Uncle, Yi Yun is not an outsider. What you have? Say it here. Luo Dawei snorted coldly. You're being unintelligent. You let the man out, and uncle will close the door and explain something to you alone, and obey. Saying that, he stood up and tried to pull on Su Yuer's skirt. On Su Yuer's face, disgust finally appeared. Taking a step back, he said in a cold voice, it's better to forget it then, since it's inconvenient for you. Uncle Luo, we'll leave first. Luo Dawei didn't expect that he would be rejected. Hostility flashed across his face as he sneered. You'd better not be capricious. You should know how hard it is to join our chamber. Uncle was willing to give you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Going forward, it won't be so good. Su Yuer gritted her teeth slightly. Luo Dawei, just tell me straight, what conditions do you need? Luo Dawei's heart, colorful, licked his tongue and said, it's very simple. You accompany uncle for a night and make uncle lustful. Then your claim, I'll give you the perfect solution. Su Yuer was angry and furious. Luo Dawei, how can you say that you are also my elder, and actually make this kind of request? Go to hell, lower head man. Yi Yun, let's go. Tugging on Yi Yun, he was about to leave. Luo Dawei's face was grim to the core as he roared. Su Yuer, don't be ungrateful. I'm willing to give you this chance because I look up to you. Do you realize that there are women begging me to them in order to join our chamber? Humph. If you dare to walk out of this door today, I will directly block your group. Su Yuer was furious and turned around, wanting to blow this Luo Dawei's dog's head off. Luo Dawei sneered and stepped forward. What? Feeling scared and worried? Take off your pants right now and let Uncle Me examine your body. Otherwise, don't say you'll join our Chamber of Commerce. With a single word from me, I can make your company unable to mix in Jiangnan City. Su Yuer's face was expressionless, and suddenly, with a slap, she smacked over Luo Dawei greasy face, caught off guard by a slap. Violent anger, small, lousy you to death. Pouncing up, he was about to twist and beat Su Yuer. Bang! Yi Yun could no longer look on and kicked this colorful demon in the stomach, kicked Luo Dawei straight over behind his desk, screaming in agony. In Su Yuer's dumbfounded gaze, Yi Yun walked over, lifted the flower pot next to him, and smashed it again. A swarm of them on Luo Dawei's head. Little bastard. You're ing looking for death. I'm the leader of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. If you dare to touch me, your entire family will be buried with me. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Yun didn't say a word and greeted Luo Dawei's head with whatever he saw. In 3 or 2 strokes, Luo Dawei's face, which was already covered in blood, was completely disfigured. Yi Yun didn't stop there, walked out the door and went into the side bathroom. When he returned, he had an extra bottle of liquid in his hand, slightly yellowed. Su Yuer's mouth was dry. Brother, what is this? Yi Yun said indifferently. Child's urine, cures all diseases. It clattered and poured right into Luo Dawei's face. You, I won't rest until I get you all killed. Luo Dawei was on the ground, all but collapsing, hissing directly. Yi Yun clapped his hands and greeted Su Yuer as she walked away, muttering, it seems that there has been some fire recently. No wonder the color is yellowish. Chapter 148, what's going on here? The two walked for a long time. Luo Dawei grunted before struggling to get up from the ground. Revenge. He had to get revenge. Otherwise, in the future, he'd be humiliated to breathe air. And that's when 2 more people came to his office. Luo team leader. Ouch. Why do you smell like urine? Zhou Hao let out a strange cry. Su Xian, on the other hand, was suspicious. Team leader Luo, what's wrong with you? Been beaten by someone? A face full of blood. Luo Dawei haphazardly wiped away the trash and blood from his face and said in a chilling voice, I was just unlucky. I was shaded by a pair of dogs and men. But there's no harm in it. Soon I'll make them die without a burial place. Zhou Hao lazily said, if there's anything you need help with, team leader Luo, you can just ask. My horse and I came over to ask you a favor. This year, the Su wants a spot in the Chamber of Commerce. Luo Dawei reached out for it, at least $2 million. I can give Zhou Xiaoyu to pass the preliminary examination. Zhou Hao said, 1 million. I'll turn around and transfer it to your card. Luo Dawei shook his head. If it's $1 million, it really can't be done. Zhou Xiao, you'd better go find another one. Zhou Hao's face sank. Team leader Luo, I think it's better to just about get it over with. What is the status of this young man? Don't you know? You don't give me face in front of my horse, do you? Luo Dawei had just been cleaned up, and was exactly the kind of person who had a stomach full of anger. At this moment, Zhou Hao also choked him, immediately on the head of anger. Cursed, I go to your mother's surname Zhou. You damn not think. You really a green onion it? Your Zhou family is rich and powerful, but it's not like I'm begging you for a living. Grass, 2 million old man is out. At least 3 million. If you're willing to give it, then I'll do it. If you can't give it, then get the hell out of here. Zhou Hao's face was green and white as he gritted his teeth and said, 3 million is it? Well, this young man gives. But what the are you yelling for? It's not like it's this young man who's cleaning you up. After paying the money, he cursed and walked out of Luo Dawei's office. Su Xian complained, Brother Hao, this Luo group leader charges. It's too much of a lion's share. You're the Zhou family's youngest, and he wants so much more. Zhou Hao blackened his face and said, just shut up. It's Amitabha Buddha to be able to make connections. I also don't know which great god it is that actually dares to violently beat up this bald man. Honestly, this young man really admires him a bit. Well, now the only connections I have to get around are stillborn. Sitting in front of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce building, Su Yuer hung her head. Yi Yun laughed. Just you are still considered a relationship? That dead bald guy. He still wants to give you a body check. Su Yuer chagrined. Don't you mention this old pig head. I find him disgusting. Good brother, do you have any ideas? Yi Yun thought for a moment and said, Lu Chuanhu's Tiger Tsunami Group is inside the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, right? Su Yuer's eyes lit up. Hey, when you say it like that, it's true. Master Lu, he is the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce, second only to the main president himself. Yi Yun said. Then no, we'll just ask him to help with it. Taking out the phone, he dialed Lu Chuanhu. Then towards Su Yuer, she said, let's go. Go to the 12th floor and look for him. He just happens to be there. Su Yuer was elated and gave Yi Yun a kiss on the cheek. Good brother, you are just bull. People's stockings at night. Feel free to tear them. The two entered the building again and came to the 12th floor. When Lu Chuanhu saw Yi Yun, he smiled and said, Marshal Yun, I'll take care of what you said. Yi Yun said, there's one more thing. Just now I beat up your Chamber of Commerce. One called Luo Dawei. No problem? Lu Chuanhu did not take it seriously. Did you get it dead? Yi Yun said, didn't get it dead. Lu Chuanhu said, then it's fine. Su Yuer couldn't help but say, then Master Lu, what if you get it dead? Lu Chuanhu glanced at her. That's fine. Su Yuer went straight numb. What a bunch of people. Following Lu Chuanhu, the two entered a large conference hall. Inside, nearly 100 people were already seated. Su Yuer said, all of these are members of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Our Jiangnan city, almost all of the powerful business bigwigs are here. Yi Yun pulled her and found a seat against the back. Zhou Hao and Su Xian, both of them, also walked in. Yi Yun, Su Yuer, ha, you pair of dogs, I didn't expect you to be here as well. Su Xian had a sneer on her face. Emboldened, Su Yuer faintly said, you dead mom, shut your rotten mouth. As opposed to Susan, who can speak with much more gravitas. Su Xian had a furious look on her face and pointed at Su Yuer. Brother Hao, this scolded me. You smashed her mouth. Zhou Hao, however, his eyes glowed, cursing this Yi Yun. Really traitorous luck. The women around you, one by one, are all superb. Staring hard at Su Yuer's snow-white long legs twice, Zhou Hao secretly swallowed his saliva and sneered at Yi Yun. Surname Yi, you guys should also be here, fighting for a place to join the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, right? Yi Yun was too lazy to bother with him. Zhou Hao continued, I advise you not to waste your painstaking efforts. With a word from this young man, you won't be able to get anything out of it. Su Xian followed and flaunted. Not bad. We, Su's group, are sure to be able to join the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce because of Brother Hao's help. But you knew Su. Nothing. To come is to drink the northwest wind. At this time, Lu Chuanhu had already walked up the foremost podium. Taking a seat in his chair, he announced, I'll spare you all the pussyfooting around of the previous process. Let's get right to the point. Everyone's time is valuable. The members of the Chamber of Commerce all burst into laughter. Lu Chuanhu, as vice president, has always been this thunder and lightning, with a little jungle spirit of speech. There are 30 businesses that have applied to join our chamber this year. Luo Dawei's head, topped with a full head of gauze, stood up to read the script. After screening by several of our groups, the final decision was to approve the applications of 3 businesses. It's Su Group, Tengda Industrial Company, and Nujiang Construction Group respectively. That concludes my briefing. So members, please, proceed to a show of hands. As soon as these words came out, Su Yuer's face changed and she paled. It's over Yi Yun. There's no new Su for us. Yi Yun was not panicked at all. No harm. Let's take a look first. Old Lu Tu is still reliable in his work. Su Xian here, rejoiced. Brother Hao, we made the list. All that's left is a final vote by show of hands to join the Chamber of Commerce. Oi, people simply love you. Zhou Hao one heart, only thinking of Su Yuer that seductive long legs. Secretly thought that if you let yourself feel good for a night, how good it should be. This young lady, would you like this young man to step in and help you out? He was pleased with himself and pretended towards Xiao Yo. Su Yuer held Yi Yun's arm and said with a smile, good brother, touch someone's thigh. It's smooth and tender. Yi Yun honestly touched it. Zhou Hao's face, immediately, was gloomy to the extreme. He could see that this pair of dogs were deliberately doing it to him. Grass, wait to die you guys, and you female. Simply shameless. Turn around and don't fall into this young man's hands. Su Yuer rolled her eyes. Piss you off, boy. This person from just now has been staring at her beautiful legs. Su Yuer has long felt disgusted. On the podium, Lu Chuanhu said, "Alright then, start voting by show of hands. Also, I'm recommending a company to join. The new Su Group." As soon as these words came out, Luo Dawei couldn't sit still and called out, "Vice President, this new Su has just been established and doesn't have that qualification." Lu Chuanhu glanced at him. "Team leader Luo, are you teaching me how to do things?" Luo Dawei's heart trembled and he didn't dare to squeak. The heart straight cursed. "What the hell is the situation? Vice President of the Lord, actually want to push the new Su Group into the list." Chapter 149 Actress Fan Ruobing. It went to a show of hands. 2 in front, 1 passed. The third one is the Su Group, Zhou Hao said smugly. "Even if you guys make it to the preliminary list, so what? This final show of hands is not going to pass. And here in this young man's house, the connections were made long ago." Su Xian followed with a sneer. "Yi Yun, Su Yuer, you can't laugh, can you? Fighting us? Ha, you'll only end up dead." At this point, the show of hands ended. The SOS, which managed to get a show of hands from half of its members, was considered to have passed. Lu Chuanhu, however, slowly said, "This Su Group, I think the strength is average." The vote, though, by all, was to approve it. But according to the rules of the Chamber of Commerce, I, the Vice President, have a veto. So, everyone re-raise your hands. All of a sudden, Zhou Hao's and Su Xian's hearts, both of them, were half-cooled. Su Xian couldn't help but call out, "Brother Hao, what's going on? What's going on?" Zhou Hao was also puzzled, but he can't say what Lu Chuanhu said. "Can only endure, don't panic. Re-raise your hand to pass it. There is still a chance." And Luo Dawei, and several others, but they received favors from Lousy. "If I don't get it done, they're going to have to spit me out." Another round of show of hands. This time, the number of people who passed was very few, even less than 1/10. Anyone who can make their business big enough to join the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce won't be a cutie. When Lu Chuanhu, the vice president, vetoed it with 1 vote, many people realized one thing. That is, Master Lu does not want this Su to pass. In that case, it must be to the death. The strength of the Tiger Tsunami Group is there. Immediately cooperate is, other moths, there is really no need to engage in, lest how to die do not know. Luo Dawei, with a bitter look on his face, announced, "Su Group, a show of hands does not pass. Come back next year." Boom! Su Xian and Zhou Hao, completely dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. Su Xian had trouble accepting it. "Brother Hao, Zhou Hao, think of something. Didn't you say you'd take care of everything? I've given the family my ing word." She had given Su Chang, and Elder Taijun Su a military order. "If I can't get into the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, I'll be scolded to death." Zhou Hao stood up and said angrily, "President Lu, I'd like to ask, on what basis do you not allow Su to pass?" Lu Chuanhu didn't even look at him, just faintly said, "One more word of nonsense. Security guards come in. Fork me out." Zhou Hao was doubly humiliated, gritting his teeth and screaming, "Lu Chuanhu, you're damn well using your power for personal gain. Let me tell you, I'm the eldest young man of the Zhou family in the provincial city, and I'm not afraid of you." Lu Chuanhu smiled. Security comes in. Fights out. Immediately, a few majestic men came in and tugged Zhou Hao's ears away. "Ah, pain, pain, pain. Get off me. You guys, get off me. Aha!" With a miserable scream, Zhou Hao was directly kicked out. Su Xian panicked, a look of horror on her face, sitting in place shivering, not daring to fart. Lu Chuanhu didn't even lift his eyelids and said, "Continue." Immediately, on to the final group to vote on. The new Su Group. Lu Chuanhu was the first to raise his hand, and smiled as he said, "What about the new Su Group? I am very optimistic about it. And inside, there's me in the stock. So everyone, watch this." With 2 simple sentences and a unanimous vote, no one would dare to take an opposing stance. The vice president has taken shares. If this still dares to oppose, I'm afraid that he doesn't want to mix. Su Yuer was incredulous, and in the next second, so happy that she was about to explode. "Yi Yun, we're entering the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Egu, Master Lu is so powerful and domineering." While laughing, he hugged and kissed Yi Yun. Su Xian's face twisted as she said spitefully, "Dogs and men, you won't be happy for long." Carrying her bag, she rushed out to find Zhou Hao. Lu Chuanhu brought his secretary and walked over. "Marshal Yun, there's still something going on over at the Tiger Tsunami Group, so I'll go over first. You guys have time. You can stay and celebrate. There's a barbecue party in a few minutes to kind of welcome the newest members." Yi Yun nodded. "Thanks." Taking Co Yul, He went to the lawn behind the building for the party. Hello, hello, hello? Mr. Su. I am Mr. Su. It's simply a real person. I didn't expect there to be this relationship with Master Lu. You, new Su, have a promising future. One by one, the old bosses, all went up to shake hands and say goodbye. Businessmen, they have a keen sense of smell. This new Su group. I'm afraid that the strength is really not bad. This time to make friends, for the future to lay a good foundation. Su Yuer was flattered. The previous her, she never had this treatment. Thank you, honchos. If there are opportunities for cooperation in the future, please come to our new Su more often. After dealing with the people who greeted her from all directions, her face was already on the verge of blossoming with smiles, and she said prettily, this feeling of being surrounded and valued by people can be really good. Yi Yun, good brother, you're really great. Yi Yun was not as energetic as her. Let's go. Go over and have some barbecue. I'm starving. Su Yuer took the initiative to take her arm. Her pretty face slightly flushed, and she whispered, then, while you're at it, eat some grilled meat first. At night, I'll let you eat buns, okay? Yi Yun laughed. The steamed buns are too dry. It's best to eat them with abalone. That way it goes down. Miss Su was mortified and glared. Fine. If you dare to eat it, I'll give it to you. Not far away, Luo Dawei and Zhou Hao, along with Su Xian, gathered together. Since you're not ing on top of things, give me my money back. Zhou Hao's face was twisted, and it looked like he was really angry. Luo Dawei coldly said, Zhou Xiao, I'm charging money just to ensure that you pass the preliminary list. Master Lu behind you won't let you pass. What can I do? Zhou Hao had a gloomy face. That Yi Yun, is he related to your richest man? Lu Chuanhu? Luo Dawei disdained. A little yakuza is just a little yakuza. It would be strange for the richest man to look at him. In my opinion, it's that little next to him. Most likely she slept with the richest man in exchange for this opportunity today. Zhou Hao frowned. What? Looking at you, it seems like you are very upset with this Yi Yun, and that Su Yuer. Luo Dawei gritted his teeth and said, I'm more than upset. Right away, I'm going to get them killed. Su Xian reacted and said, so the ones who violently beat up team leader Luo Yu before were the two of them, and their hands were really heavy. Luo Dawei's face was wrapped in bandages, revealing only half of his face, which looked incomparably hideous. Immediately Miss Fan will be here. As long as she arrives, these two are dead. As the words fell, a woman with a long skirt trailing to the ground, dressed in all the luxuries, walked over in style. This woman, anywhere, smelled strongly of money. The looks, though, are pretty good overall, but unfortunately, the plastic surgery is too obvious and a bit much. In other words, a man-made product. Su Xian was surprised. Fan Ruobing, it's actually you? The long-skirted woman looked at her absently. And you are? Su Xian hurriedly said, I'm Su Xian of the Su family. Have you forgotten that at that moment, we were classmates? Fan Ruobing thoughtfully shook her head. Oh, the Su family. I'm sorry, I only remember Susan and Su Yuer both. As for you, can't really remember. Su Xian's face turned red and she was a bit angry, but she held back. This Fan Ruobing, I heard that she is now developing very well, and she is very famous in the entertainment industry, so she can't afford to mess with her. Luo Dawei looked like a lackey. Ms. Fan, you came over, please, the barbecue party over there, it's already started. Fan Ruobing compared her long fingernails and faintly said, I don't eat crap like barbecue. It's easy to grow meat. Team leader Luo, didn't you say you were beaten up? Where are those two people? Luo Dawei pointed in the direction of Yi Yun and Su Yuer and complained. Miss Fan, it's this pair of dogs. Fan Ruobing's face, all of a sudden, went cold. Then go over there. This young lady would like to see who dares to beat my dog. Su Xian heard something and said excitedly, Big Star Fan, you probably didn't recognize her. That woman is Su Yuer. I remember when I was in school, Susan and her, always working against you. Fan Ruobing sniffed and laughed out coldly. Oh, Su Yuer is here too? That's just as well. I'll show her today the difference between the two of us today. With those words, she dragged her long skirt over to the other side of the room with a great deal of gusto. Su Xian was incomparably excited. I thought to myself that Su Yuer Yi Yun, this pair of dogs and men, this is dead. This Fan Ruobing, now that's a lot of energy. It would be easy to clean up these two. Chapter 150, All Fakes. Wow. Su Yuer took the roasted trotters given by Yi Yun and was eating them with gusto. A glass of red wine just splashed on her dress. With an awe of shock, she said angrily, What are you doing? You man, don't you have eyes? Fan Ruobing seemed to smile. I'm sorry, this lady, I just didn't pay attention. Upon looking at this person, Su Yuer's face clouded over. I thought who it was. So it was you. Fan Ruobing. You spilled this glass of wine just now. On purpose, didn't you? Fan Ruobing looked condescending. I said I wasn't paying attention. How can you say it was intentional? But I don't care if you want to interpret it that way. Su Yuer gritted her teeth and chose to endure, saying towards Yi Yun, Yi Yun, let's go. Fan Ruobing stretched out her hand and stopped. Come when you want to come, leave when you want to leave. Do you think this is a tea house hotel? Su Yuer looked over coldly. What do you want? Fan Ruobing snorted coldly. How's that? Su Yuer, from the time she was in school, this young lady has never liked you. Now, you dare to beat my dog. What do you think I want? Su Yuer was puzzled. When did I hit your dog? Fan Ruobing pointed at Luo Dawei. This is my dog. See clearly? Now, I'll give you two choices. First, get down on the floor and lick the dust off my skirt. Second, I'll slap you 3 times to take the edge off my dog. Su Yuer sneered. I think you're not awake, but you're just being a mistress for someone, with 3 melons and 2 dates. What are you tugging at here? Fan Ruobing was furious all of a sudden and raised her hand to slap Su Yuer. Su Yuer, you little, do you really think that I, Fan Ruobing, am still the same Fan Ruobing as before? Let me tell you, the current me is a big star in Jiangnan City. Smack you a couple of times, and that's Susan. You tell her to wait, you're all off the hook. However, this slap of hers was pulled by Yi Yun. Fan Ruobing's eyes spewed fire. Loosen up. Where did you come from, beggar man? Believe it or not, with one word from this lady, I'll let you break 2 legs. Yi Yun said indifferently. Are you still justified in hitting people? Why don't you call someone to see if you can break these 2 legs of mine? Fan Ruobing bellowed. Let go of your dirty hands. Do you hear me? These hands of mine. Do you know how much they're insured for? $30 million. A full $30 million. Stinking beggar. Scares you, doesn't it? Do you think that something so valuable is something you can touch? Yi Yun spread his hands and said with a look of fear, fake goods. Actually worth $30 million? Really fake? There's just not one part of you. I can kind of tell. That's original. The face, and the boobs, and the legs, and the ass, and the nose, they're all fake, right? Su Yuer was getting angry, and she was busy adding. Needless to say, surely even that film is looking for someone to do it. Fan Ruobing's face, all of a sudden, turned red. That membrane of hers, she did get it done, and more than once, but this kind of thing, she just knows herself. Who is anyone else to tear her down? Seeing that Yi Yun was in the way, she couldn't whip Su Yuer. Fan Ruobing screamed and turned around, picking up the barbecue sauce and splashing it towards Su Yuer. Not stopping there, he grabbed a sharp barbecue skewer and was about to stab Su Yuer in the face. Su, today I will destroy this beautiful face of yours. Let's see if, in the future, you still dare to pretend to be superior in front of this young lady. Yi Yun's eyes were cold, giving face, striking out so viciously. I'm not your father, nor your godfather, spoiling you at every turn. Snap, raising his hand and slapping it twice, he directly jerked this Fan Ruobing out. Su Yuer's remaining anger was not over, so she screamed and jumped on top of Fan Ruobing and violently beat her. You're the one who is. Fan Ruobing, your whole family is. Okay, you want to disfigure me and enjoy splashing me, don't you? Then I'll show the world just how fake you are. You fake. Also being a woman, she knew very well which parts of Fan Ruobing were tampered with. First on the other's nose, a hard break. Immediately, Van Rupen's nose collapsed. Immediately after that, Su Yuer forced to pull with both hands. On Van Ruobing's breast augmentation, 2 pieces of silicone were pulled off. Finally, Xiao Yul gives another hard kick. Fan Ruobing's arse, like a deflated balloon, deflated at once. This trippy product is instantly original. Luo Dawei was horrified. Ms. Fan, are you alright? Fan Ruobing hissed, her eyes bloodshot. Quick, inform my godfather. I'm going to kill them all. Su Xian and Zhou Hao, both did not expect Yi Yun and Su Yuer to dare to fight back. Su Yuer, you're dead. Do you know how popular Fan Ruobing is now? Besides, do you know how much power the Golden Father behind her has? At the barbecue party, the other members of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce had also gathered around at the moment. Hiss, how dare you guys hit Ms. Fan? Who gave you the courage? Fish Liang? Assholes? You guys are simply too unbridled. Do you know whose woman Ms. Fan is? That's the canary in the cage of our Lord Chairman. Mr. Su, you guys are too insensitive. Just after joining the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, you caused this kind of trouble. I'm only afraid that you, new Su, will soon be retired again. Some people feel sorry for Yul Su. She was anxious all of a sudden and looked at Yi Yun. It's over. Have I caused trouble? Well, How about I give this packaged goods woman the prosthesis back in? When the people around them heard this, their faces twitched hard. This CO Yul. It's on purpose, isn't it? Fan Ruobing was helped up, and a face that was originally still presentable was completely deformed. Pointing at Su Yuer, she shivered with anger. Su Yuer, I'm going to let 10,000 men sleep with you. I'm not a big star if I don't make you a boss. Su Yuer for a moment, but also really a little weak. It wasn't that she was afraid of Fan Ruobing, but she didn't expect that this fake was actually the woman of the president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. That one, however, is a big shot on the same level as Lu Chuanhu. The crowd gave way, and a dozen black-clad bodyguards were the first to appear on the scene. Immediately after that, the bodyguards stood in 2 rows, leaving the middle way open. A man in a tang suit, looking about 50 years old with a majestic face, holding a golden sandalwood staff, walked over. At his side, followed by his secretary, who carries a suitcase at all times, his temples bulging high and his face expressionless. At first glance, it's a big hand in the martial arts, but it was the last man who shone the brightest. A woman with a black lady's suit cradled in her arm, a slim sweater, a neck so slender and snow-white that it seemed to be glowing, her hair coiled up high, and a face like a carving, so exquisite that it seemed like a female god of war. This woman's legs are a match for CO Yul's, wrapped in black silk. It was thin, long, straight and mouth-watering. Many of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce's bosses were frozen for half a moment before nodding their heads in unison. President, greetings, Mr. President. Welcome the president back to the city. The president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, Jin Mantang, the second person on the list of the richest people in Jiangnan City, second only to Lu Chuanhu. In terms of real strength and influence, he is no worse than Lu Chuanhu. It was because the Jin family, which Jin Mantang was a member of, was a big family in the southern provincial city. The center of gravity of the family was not in Jiangnan City, but in the provincial capital. His face was expressionless as he glanced at Luo Dawei. What's going on? Chapter 151, Imperial Capital. Red-faced Luo Shui. Luo Dawei ran forward like a pug, on the verge of tears. President, you're finally back. Vice President Lu didn't listen to me and insisted that Nu Su join our chamber. No, it's straight up trouble, beating the offending lady like that. There's nothing more I can do about what to do, so I ask you, President, to do justice. Not only did he Su Yiyun and Su Yuer, but he also secretly pointed out that Lu Chuanhu was the culprit behind the scenes. With a cold snort, Jin Mantang said indifferently, Old Lu, this mighty wind is getting bigger and bigger. It seems that he thinks that I, Jin Mantang, am no longer useful. Fan Ruobing rushed forward, hugged his thighs, and exclaimed, Godfather, you must be my master. Look at me, I'm all disfigured by them. I want this man turned into a eunuch and sold into slavery in the South Seas. Female, I want her to become a whore and take clients until she passes out every day. The mournful screams were thick with resentment. A pair of eyes were looking at the 2 Yiyuns with teasing. Needless to think, this man and woman are definitely finished. Su Xian was behind the crowd with a quick look on her face. Yiyun, Su Yuer, if the 2 of you don't die this time, it will really be heaven's punishment. Jean Montan's icy cold eyes locked onto Yiyun here. My woman, did you hit her? Su Yuer's face turned white as she trembled. President Jean, it really wasn't us who started it. It was Van Ruben. She spilled my drink first and she. Without finishing his words, he was interrupted by Jean Mantang, who directly waved his hand. Nonsense. This president doesn't have the leisure to listen to you. You only need to remember one thing. Touching this chairman's person, whether justified or not, is a dead end. Now, get on your knees and let Ms. Van have all the fun she wants. Su Yuer took 2 steps back and said somewhat angrily, President Kim, is it possible that even someone like you is not reasonable? If she immediately didn't fight back and let Fan Ruobing take her anger out, then there would still be a way to live? In Jean Montan's eyes, a stern aura flashed. What? This chairman's words are not good? Or do you think your family, your backers, will be able to bail you out? Su Yuer didn't dare to speak. With a big shot like Kim Mantong, if he wants to deal with her, then not only her, but also their Su family, would have to follow. Yi Yun coughed, more or less unable to look away. I say Chairman Jean, Fan can't. You're a big man, and a hand of the Chamber of Commerce, and you're bullying a weak woman like this? Jean Mantang sneered, daring to talk to this chairman like this. What are you? This woman must be allowed to play with my woman as she pleases. As for you, this president will give you one chance to kneel on the ground and act as a dog for this president. After 3 days, let you go back. Yi Yun was a bit amused. Why is it that you big shots like to tell people to kneel when you move? Is it hard to believe that you are an ancient emperor? Jean Mantang laughed, looking disdainfully out of the corner of his eye, and didn't say anything. The old bosses of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce have long been talking and singing their praises one by one. Kid, you're really right. Our chairman is really the emperor's son in Jiangnan City. President Kim's energy is beyond your imagination. Remember that from now on. Eat and drink, sleep and memorize it well. Ignorant little child. Actually questioning President Jin's wrist. Let me put it to you this way. Jiangnan City may not have the richest President Jin, but when it comes to the one who is the worst to be messed with, Chairman Jin is none other than me. Yi Yun smashed his mouth and said faintly, sorry, I'm a person with a hard knee day. Not to mention you, President Jin. Even if your grandfather came over in person, they would be the only ones to kneel to me. A sentence that directly made the crowd burst into a rage. But Yi Yun wasn't done yet, and coldly looked at Jean Mantang, as well as Fan Ruobing, Luo Dawei and these people. Playing your mom's dog basket. What the hell? In your Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce's territory, you're the ING grandpa? If you don't, then draw the line and let's touch it. You're a tiny ING president, and you're pretending to be in the sky. If you were given some more face, wouldn't you be floating in the air? Hiss. The people around them were so shocked that they drew cold air. This kid, what is he capable of that he dares to say such treacherous words? Luo Dawei pointed at Yi Yun and roared at Jean Mantang. President, you saw it too. This little guy is just looking for death. Jean Mantang laughed maniacally. Good. Very good. This president hasn't really come across a prick like you in nearly 20 years. This can't help but remind me, more than 20 years ago, of those who were sent away by this president, with his own hands. At that time, their screams, and pleas for mercy, the words are still ringing in my ears. Yi Yun looked impatient and pointed at his nose. What are you pushing for? Just do it if you want to do it. Big deal. I'll just scrap your Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce and then stomp your head on the ground to see if you can still remember the great days of the past. Now, even Su Yuera was stunned. She froze and looked at the arrogant Yi Yun, wanting to advise. Good brother, or you'd better shut up. Do you think we can't die fast enough if you mess up like this? Jean Mantang let out a roar. Destroy it for me. The crowd quickly backed away, all afraid of being affected. Looking at the chairman's posture, it's clear that he's going to see blood. Don't get blood thrown on you later. LOL, Chairman Kim, why don't you give me face and let them off the hook? Suddenly, the stunning woman who hadn't said anything spoke up. The laugh was husky and low and magnetic. One couldn't help but have the thought floating in one's mind that this woman screamed for bed, and it must have sounded good. Jean Mantang looked over in shock. Miss Luo Shui, you know them? Luo Shui's pair of watery eyes narrowed slightly as she looked towards Yi Yun. How should I put it? It's considered an old friend. However, it's limited to just a passing acquaintance. It really looks like he's pitiful, so it's better to give him a hand. Jean Mantang snorted coldly. Miss Luo Shui, you opened your mouth, so of course this president has to give face. But it's delusional for them to join my Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Luo Shui said with a lethargic face. This, then, is not something I care about. Rather, I didn't expect that the young master of the Yi family in imperial capital would actually be reduced to this tiny Jiangnan city, having to rely on going to someone else's sit-down to shave their food in order to survive. Yi Yun impatiently said, Surname Luo, don't pretend to be a big-tailed wolf here either. I asked you to help me? Why are you so nosy? On Luo Shui's face, a cold smile flashed. Yi Yun, you're still as stinky as you were back then. But alas, you no longer have the capital to stink. An outcast of the Yi family, driven out of the house for years, like a lost dog. Oh, if I were you, I would immediately kneel and beg this lady to show you a clear path. Yi Yun coldly said, You're overthinking it. What I want is for you to kneel and lick me, begging me to temper you ruthlessly. Luo Shui's face flushed red as her body's raging martial aura fluctuated. You dare to blaspheme me? Yi Yun, you don't think that I won't step in to teach you a lesson, do you? If it weren't for the sake of your family, if I hadn't saved you just now, you would still be dead? Yi Yun skimmed his lips. You're still as far away as you can be, so get the hell out of here. You're the eldest miss of the Luo family in the imperial capital, and everywhere you go there are people to hold your stinking feet. But sorry, in my case, don't eat your ass. After saying that, he walked away with the surprised Su Yuer. Hey, this big beauty, is it really that amazing female heavenly pride, Goddess Luo, from imperial capital? Su Yuer walked while looking back at Luo Shui. Yi Yun did not have the good sense to say, that's right, it's that infamous little ugly girl of the imperial capital Luo family. Listening to the two people's distant conversation, the corners of Luo Shui's mouth blossomed into a silent cold smile. After leaving the Yi family, You really have mixed up to the point of being worthless and mediocre to the dirt. Jean Mantang was shocked. Miss Luo Shui, this kid is still a member of the Yi family in Imperial Capital? Luo Shui said disdainfully. The Imperial Capital Yi family, famous in the Dragon Kingdom. But this person is just an outcast. You don't need to worry about it at all. Jean Mantang then breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, I thought. If it was a Koryi family member, I would still have to apologize to him. Luo Shui coldly said. Let your forces all gather. I'll review them first. To dominate this market in Jiangnan City, as long as you do what I say, it's easy. Jean Mantang had a face of admiration. As you wish, Miss. Chapter 152 had made a debut in the East. He joined the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, which now failed again because of Jean Mantang's words. Su Yuer was deflated, and Susan was a bit regretful when she found out. But she laughed. Hubby, y'all, actually we don't have to be sad. If you guys want to, it would certainly be best if you could join in, but we have nothing to lose by not being able to join. Anyway, the new Su is just starting out, and our own development is the most important thing. Su Yuer nodded her head and said, Shan Shan, it's still you who has a good heart. I'm not as good as you. By the way, guess who I ran into? Susan laughed. Guess if I'm guessing? Su Yuer rolled her eyes. Okay, it's Fan Ruobing. It's that guy who always loved to compare himself to us in college. She's now, you'd probably never guess it by beating yourself to death, actually working as a mistress for Kim Mantang. Susan was taken aback. Shouldn't be. I see that Fan Ruobing is doing quite well. How can you choose to, give someone a little something? Su Yuer said disdainfully. What's the point of this, without her gold master father to support her? Can she be a star? Don't you see? Those works of hers are as good as, if it weren't for the capital behind her, she would have gone unnoticed. Zhao Yujie, at this time, hurriedly ran in. Mr. Su, Brother Yi, you guys go online and look. Something's happened. Yi Yun immediately took out his cell phone and tapped on the headline. Actress Fan Ruobing tweeted a direct diss to the two presidents of the new Sus, Susan from New Su, and Yul Seo, just two ES. And this group of theirs, it's a crap group too. Calling on my family's fans to resolutely boycott this new Su, and never let such a tumor scourge society. Below, there are dense comments and retweets, and looking at the numbers, they all exceed 999. Yi Yun did not expect that this Fan Ruobing's appeal was actually quite good. He clicked on the comments to see that the first three, the ones with the most likes, without exception, were all attacking the new Su and embracing Fan Ruobing. Support our lovebirds and beat the new Su. It's just a garbage company. How dare you mess with our Aiden? You're really tired of living. Sisters, anyone joining in? Tonight we're raiding new Sus and going to throw gasoline bottles at their front door. Su Yuer slapped her cell phone on the table, and said angrily, she is a direct slander. I will sue her. Susan calmly said, there's no hurry Fan Ruobing's words are responsible. She's such a rumor monger. We'll just let the law take a shot at it. Yi Yun, however, shook his head and said, I'm afraid that the group's legal affairs stepping in won't do much. These artists, 1. Have the backing of their golden father. 2. There is capital to stand up. Even if the words are inappropriate, the most is a public apology. But a lot of them, it's just delete the remarks and pretend it didn't happen. Su Shan said in a deep voice, doesn't that mean that Fan Ruobing has denigrated our group's reputation and we still have no recourse against her? Yi Yun sneered. Generally speaking, it's like this. But sorry, she met me, and that's a two-way street. Su Yuer leaped to her feet and said, Yi Yun, what are you going to do? Continue to violently beat Fan Ruobing? Then I'll go with you. This time, I'm not only going to remove her fake boobs, her fake face, and her fake ass, even the fake membrane, I won't spare her. Yi Yun didn't have a good temper. You just beat someone. You're still not over it, are you? There's no such good time now. Even Luo Shui, a notorious woman, has come to Jiangnan City. With my understanding of this woman, I'm afraid that Jiangnan City must be collapsed by her. Su Yuer shrunk her head. Well, Luo Shui, this woman, I indeed don't dare to mess with her. Yi Yun said, Shan, I'll use your computer. Sit down behind the computer desk and get started right away. Looking at Yi Yun's hand, the rapidly typed code, the two women only felt dazzled. Susan's small mouth opened into an O. Could have fit a carrot in it. Honey, you can still code? Su Yuer, on the other hand, saw something and exclaimed, I go Yi Yun, you're not a hacker, are you? Yi Yun stared at the screen and said indifferently, what is a hacker? He is not even worthy of lifting my shoes. With a snap, he pressed the confirmation button. Immediately, a large number of private photos, and videos of fan rewobbing were presented. And it's all uncoded. Yi Yun casually clicked on a video, only to see that inside fan rewobbing, or the appearance before plastic surgery, looked dark and old-fashioned. Yeah no. Shimizu-sensei, Sakichi. The humming sound that played for a moment made Susan and Su Yuer both blush to the extreme. Yi Yun, on the other hand, also flicked his wrist and secretly screamed, "Good guy, badass. What's this video you're making? Turn it off." Susan pouted and fiercely pinched Yi Yun's waist flesh. Yi Yun innocently said, "Wife, this is a third-grade movie that fan rewobbing made in the country of East Japan before she became famous. I opened it in an archaeological, academic manner, but nothing else crooked." Su Yuer's eyes glowed as she egged on. "Good brother, keep playing, I want to watch." "Good you fan rewobbing, so there is such a past. Isn't she targeting our new Su clan? Then, let's take the video of her making a third-degree movie in Eastern Japan and upload it to the internet to completely expose her true colors." Yi Yun downloaded the video, and the pictures, all of them. Su Yuer had already logged onto her Weibo and couldn't wait. "Yi Yun, pass me the stuff, I'll go comment under fan rewobbing's blog. Let her fans take a good look at how disgusting she is." Yi Yun passed her a picture of fan rewobbing eating a sausage, and Su Yuer, with a wicked look on her face, ran to comment under fan rewobbing's microblog, and with the accompanying text, "I really didn't expect that Fan Big Star had also partnered with Mr. Ching Shui. The acting skills of the two are really out of this world. It's awesome that Fan Big Star acted in his true colors." As soon as the photo came out, it really sparked a lot of attention. Fan rewobbing's fans have had their Taoist hearts broken. After Fan rewobbing returned to China, she took the fresh route of being a popular flower girl. From time to time, they also go on variety shows to play fairies. But who would have thought that they had debuted in the East in the past and acted in that kind of movie? All of a sudden, 2 levels of reversal. Fan rewobbing's comment section directly exploded. "Is this really our favorite bean? No way. Never. Although Adu's innocence has penetrated my heart. But I still have to say, when AE Duck gets flirty, it's really inhuman. The scale is too big. And it's also been paired with Mr. Shimizu, the Chicken King of the East. It can't be that our Aizu has been played out, right?" Looking at the heat, the comments that climbed at once. Su Yuer was smug. Dead deserved it. Susan also took out her cell phone and silently began to eat her melon. At this moment, Fan rewobbing, who was in her Alpha commercial car, preparing to head to the plastic surgery hospital, looked at the photo that revealed her old self and directly panicked. How could this happen? How could someone rehash such an old story? I thought the internet had no memory? Listening to her angry screams, the assistant ran over and hurriedly explained. "Don't worry, miss. I've already asked the company to take care of it." Fan rewobbing was furious and slapped her assistant in the face. "You useless thing, didn't I tell you to keep an eye on my account for bad comments? Do you even know how to do anything? Delete the comment for me and find this person who posted it. Right now." Chapter 153, The Madness of Brainwashed Fans. Eventually, Fan rewobbing used her own authority to delete Yul Su's comment, and permanently ban Yul Su. The assistant looked it up for half a day and sweated profusely. "Miss, it's found out. This account belongs to that college friend of yours, Co Yul." Fan rewobbing coldly smiled. "Sure enough, this is the one. I'm sure that besides her, Susan is keeping a quiet eye on things, which is good." Taking her cell phone, she updated her blog with another entry. "My dear fans, please don't believe what some mad dogs on the internet are saying. I'll always be your little fairy, always innocent and always hot." Immediately, a bunch of dead lickers down there stepped up to the plate and knelt down. "Our Bing Bing, innocence needs no explanation. There are some green tea whores, so don't come out and make your presence felt. As the leader of the Ice Ice backup group, I call on all my sisters. Let's go to the new Su group together and manhandle their president. Inciting violence is a crime." But Fan rewobbing didn't care at all, and she had her people below, constantly pulling the strings of her fans. At the end of the day, the figure is poor and encourages the fans to go to the new Su group to find Susan and Su Yuer to settle the score. The assistant was a bit worried. "Miss, would this not be a good idea?" Fan rewobbing said viciously. "What's wrong with that? Aren't these people licking me and liking me? Then they should go to the new Su clan for me, and get Susan and Co Yul together." The assistant's scalp tingled. "But miss, many of your fans are underage girls. If anything happens to them, it will have a big impact on you." Fan rewobbing coldly laughed. "I'm their favorite bean. Isn't it right for them to fight for me? And it's good to be underage. It's better to go over there and accidentally disfigure both Susan and Su Yuer. That way, they won't be subject to the law." Two birds with one stone. The assistant didn't dare say anything else. She has to rely on fan ruwabbing to eat. That's how it is when you're in the entertainment industry. But if you're a little bit famous, you can put on a show and play big names. And she, a small assistant, even if her heart felt that fan ruwabbing, really was a bit brainwashed. But for the sake of her career, for the sake of money, she had to be a good slave. 6 p.m. End of shift. A dozen high school students, both male and female, pulled banners and squatted by the front door of the new SU. Shoo, isn't it too bold for us to do this? A freckled student asked. The female high school student, who was dressed in designer labels and was a die-hard fan ruwabbing fan, sniffed and laughed coldly. What's the matter, Xiaomei? Are you afraid? If you're as timid as a mouse, what are you chasing after lovebirds for? You might as well go home and knit sweaters. The students next to them were emboldened. Yeah, scared less. We're underage. So what if we beat up the two presidents of New Su? Yes, especially that Su Yuer. When you see this, you must tear her face and take it out on the love beans. The people in the camera crew are ready. When we see those two out of the New Su clan in a moment, we will do it. And you will be responsible for taking the video. Post it on the internet. Make sure you show your sisters what they look like in all their ugliness. After waiting for a long time, Susan and Su Yuer worked overtime and finally came out of the group. Beside him, Yi Yun's eyes narrowed slightly. Wait a minute. Susan and Su Yuer stopped walking and said in confusion, Yi Yun, what's wrong? Yi Yun looked to the side and drank. Roll out. At the side of the building, a group of students walked out unsuspectingly with their backpacks. Su Yuer was surprised. You students, it's so late. Why don't you go home? The female high school student named Shu Shu smiled coldly and said, You, I believe, are the Su Yuer who denigrated our love beans, right? And the one next to you, that's the president of the New Sus. Susan, right? Su Yuer's face turned cold. So, you guys are fan ruwabbing's fans. A word of advice from my sister. Go home right now. Go back to your parents and don't hang around for me. Shu Shu said disdainfully. Who are you? My parents can't control me, let alone you? Su Yuer, you, what a big nerve. How dare you insult and defile our love beans. Today, we from the Ice backup group are going to make you pay. After saying that, as soon as he ignited a flask, he directly smashed it at Su Yuer. The latter was startled and rushed back. Susan exclaimed, These kids, they've got too much guts. This flask can kill someone if you're not careful. A group of students were all sneering. Scared. Ha, this is what happens when you mess with our love beans. Burn you all. And anyway, if anything happens, we're underage and won't go to jail. Yi Yun sneered and stepped forward. Is that so? Then you're overthinking it, and I'm just going to say this. Stop your activities right now and get the hell home, or I'll send you all to the station. Shu Shu snorted. You a poor person. What big-tail wolf are you pretending here? Know what my family does? Even if they burn you, my mom and dad can keep me safe and sound. Another lit bottle was thrown towards Yi Yun, not forgetting to greet the other partners. What are you afraid of? Burn me. Even if it doesn't burn anyone, it's okay to burn their company down. Don't worry, my family is rich and powerful. Even if anything happens, this young lady will just cover for you. Susan and Su Yuer were both shocked and angry. Students nowadays are really mature and social early. I didn't realize that a female high school student could be so bold, and know enough to lift up her family, to bully people. Yi Yun's eyes were icy cold as he looked at the fire bottle that was thrown once again and bursted with a palm in the air. In a few big steps, he came to this girl named Shu Shu. I'm warning you, you better not touch me, or my father will come and cut off your hands. And do you know who my boyfriend is? Jiangnan No. 1 middle school's bearer. One word from him and hundreds of minions hack you to death. Instead of being unafraid, this little Taiyuyu was sticking her neck out and screaming at Yi Yun. At the same time, a hand crept toward the back of the book bag. Grabbing a small bottle, he splashed it towards Yi Yun's face. With a clatter, Yi Yun dodged out of the way. However, the liquid in the small bottle fell to the ground at once, making a nuisance sound. Susan's face changed completely. Surprisingly, it's concentrated sulfuric acid. Yi Yun, are you alright? Su Yuer was also enraged. I've already called the police. The police will be here soon. Yi Yun, they are still students. It's not good for us to fight them. Back off the company first. Snap. Yi Yun raised his hand, but it was a slap, right on the little sister's face. Still a student. Can't hit? Vulnerable? I'm sorry, but an ignorant fool is such a pussy now. What's going to happen when he grows up? In a sneer, Yi Yun slapped again, smacking the girl named Shu Shu on her face. You, how dare you hit me? Son of a, do you realize that my parents wouldn't dare touch me at home? You're dead. Not only you're dead, your whole family. All of you have to die for me. The girl covered her face and hissed at Yi-yoon with an air of being aggrieved. She took out her phone and, whimpering and crying, dialed out. Mom, I'm being beaten up. Come help me. I'm going to get this guy. On the phone, her mom exclaimed. Shoo, where are you? Mom will be right over. The high school student jumped to his feet and yelled, I'm at the new Sue group, and their people bullied me, and my classmates, and beat me up. Mom, you bring more bodyguards. I want to get this poor man killed. Let him go to jail and become disabled. Her mom said viciously, okay, new Sue group, right? You wait for me for 10 minutes. Mom will be right over. A small Sue family. Can it still go against the sky? Move my precious daughter. Then their group. Don't open it for me. That tigress general voice. Or let a person listen. No, this woman is a not to be messed with. Soo Yor was a bit flustered. Yi-yoon, after hitting the student, her parents are pestering her. I'm afraid it's not going to be a good solution. Susan made a snap decision. Yi-yoon, you go alone first. Yor and I will stay and apologize to her parents. Yi-yoon's face was expressionless as he beckoned. A dozen or so security guards from the security department then came forward and surrounded the group of students. I'm sorry, but not only did I hit the little thing, I'm going to ask her mom for a statement when she gets here. This is not too young. In ancient times, it is the age of marriage and children. What? Students are great? So you can throw fire bottles and throw acid on people? If I had such an asshole daughter, a few punches and I'd send her back to her mother's womb to go back to the drawing board. Yi-yoon disdained it and pressed on without taking it seriously. A group of students, shivering, all under control. Several of the more privileged families were pulling out their phones and calling home in droves, crying. Sue in the new Sue group was bullied by the security guards here, so that the parents at home, hurry to bring the masters over, must make the new Sue group to eat. A short while later, sirens sounded. Along with them came a dozen luxury cars. A dozen or so parents, all of them furious, went straight to the front door of the new SU as soon as they got out of the car. You new Sue. You're so heartless that you even bully children. Today, I'll put my words here. Whoever touches my son, I'll cut off the hand of whoever is next door to me. Spicy, a small new Sue, pretending to be your mom? Still dare to touch my daughter. Grass, tomorrow a ton of explosives, directly for you to blow up. These parents, all of them, rushed to their children's side, without asking 3 or 4 questions. You have to clean up the new Sues. Chapter 154, Competing to Find Connections. Susan quickly explained. Parents, it's not what you think. A woman with a cross face said roughly. You don't have to say anything. My daughter said she was beaten. Then you new Sue clan. Any of you will never get out of this. All of you will have to come over and apologize to my daughter on your knees. The rest of the parents, in turn, yelled along. I see that you, new Sue, don't want to come out of the woodwork. If my son has a sore hand or foot, you're all waiting for jail time. There is no need to talk nonsense with these bullies who bully children. Directly shake people and exterminate this new Sue group. Seeing that, this group of parents were raging and completely unreasonable. Soo Yor and Susan were at their wits' end. Several officers rushed over to maintain order and spoke. Calm down. Parents, calm down for a moment. Mr. Sue, your new Sue clan. What's the situation? Soo Yor gritted her teeth and said indignantly. The pressure is not with us. It's these students. They're carrying hazardous materials, Molotov cocktails, sulfuric acid and all that, and they're coming over here and they're going to hurt people. If Yi-yoon hadn't stepped in just now, General Manager Sue and I might, perhaps, have already suffered. The female high school student called Shu, pulling her mother's hand, with a face of emboldened, screamed, suffering that is also what you deserve. Who let you two insult our love beans? The police officer, who was in charge, looked at the scene, stinking gasoline smell, and traces of sulfuric acid on the floor. Everything points to the fact that these students just came over to cause trouble. With a cold snort, he exclaimed, although you are students, you break the law and are punished as usual. At the very least, all of them have to go to the station for me, to be studied and taught. Men, escort them all to the police car. Her mom quit, stopped her daughter, and raged at the officer. What's your name and what's your police number? What the hell? Bullying our Jiang family doesn't matter, right? Let me tell you, my husband is a board member of the Gangnam Chamber of Commerce, and I am a member of the Fong family in Jiangnan City. My mother's family is the famous Fong family of the Royal Dragon Group. Try moving me? The officer's face was a little hard to see. Ma'am, we are enforcing the law impartially, not bullying anyone. The truth is already obvious. It's your kid, who brought such a group of students here to cause trouble. The woman with a big waist, as if she were a pig killer, said with a disdainful face. Is it interesting for you to give me this? Tell me, how much is it going to cost? Or do you want me to get connections? With those words, he went awesome boom, pulled out his latest model fruit cell phone, and started making calls. Hello, Directorin? I'm Fong Yen. Yes. Fong Tianming is my father, and Zhang Zhejiu is my husband. Here's the thing. Now your people, they want to take my daughter who is still a student. I think there is simply no king's law, but please look at it. Directorin. On the other end, the voice said coldly, Ms. Fong, wait a moment, I'll take care of it for you. Fong Yan immediately handed the phone to the officer. Take it. Your top boss is looking for you to talk. Oh, I hope that after your talk, you'll still dare to be as uninformed as you were before. The rest of the students' parents, at that point, took out their phones and started looking for connections. Their relationship, though, was no harder than this Fong Yan's, but it's easy to make trouble for this new SOS. Susan quickly said, Yi Yun, it looks like this woman was able to find a relationship with the Jiangnan City Bureau subdirector. That makes us passive. Yi Yun had a disdainful look on his face. It's fine. I'll just stay here and watch this fat woman perform. The director of the Jiangnan City Law Enforcement Bureau. Ha, what a coincidence. I just sent down one a while ago. These words were heard by Fong Yin, who immediately snorted out a laugh. Blow your mom's mind. You're a nobody. And you're sending down someone else's chief? Kid, you're afraid you're not awake, are you? The rest of the parents, one by one at the moment, also revealed their famous watches and expensive clothes, appearing to be very upper class-like. As a parent of a student, encountered in private, that's an occasion to climb the ladder. No one is convinced that anyone has to show off their wealth and status to the fullest. Sister Fong, there's no need to push more with this straw man. Just directly use your connections to do him. Good. Those of us who drink champagne and drive Maybachs really don't need to bother with this kind of lapdog. Anyway, if I tell him, he won't understand the world of the rich. I only have this one precious son. What's wrong with chasing after stars and being a bit wild and capricious? I can't even spare a touch on him myself. And this little Yakuza dares to scare my daughter into crying. It's a capital offense. Su Yuer couldn't bear it and took a few steps forward and said angrily, You parents, you're simply unbelievable. If children follow your method of discipline, they will be taught to be human beings sooner or later when they go out into society. Fong Yan laughed coldly. You're afraid you have a pit in your brain, right? When my daughter goes out into society, do you think she's like you, working as a cow? I'm telling you, the RV, and tens of millions of dollars in cash, all saved up for my daughter. In the future, when she goes out into society, she'll be a straight-up rich girl persona, playing and sleeping with her whenever she wants. The money her old mom gave her, and her grandpa, and her dad gave her, is enough for 3 lifetimes. The rest of the parents, one by one, began to pretend. They have said that their family is an only child, destined to be pampered all their lives. Several generations of bankers, and later on, their children take over their jobs and are rich for life. Several generations of oilmen. Later the children's children inherited their father's business. Children's children continue to inherit. Generations of tobacco men. His grandfather, his father, his uncle, his aunt, paved all the way. Fong Yen pointed at Yi Yun and said condescendingly, What do you think? My family's children are peasants like you? You slap her twice. Then I'll make you break your family, and I'll make you break both your hands. This is to let you know clearly, rich people and poor people like you, between the insurmountable gap. Her daughter, Shu, roared tyrannically. Mom, I also want those 2 in the back to be disfigured and become prostitutes. They upset my lovebirds and ruined my idol. I'm going to clean them up. Fong Yen coaxed like an ancestor. Good baby, don't worry. Whatever you say, Mom will follow you. Don't say just clean up these 2 people. You just want to smack their faces. Mom will also bring the people to you. Susan and Su Yuer were furious. This kind of parenting is a downer and a living hell. The daughter is a brainiac. And I didn't realize that being a mom, she's also an oddball idiot. Yi Yun laughed. What a family. A perfect match. When Fong Yen sniffed, her face twisted and said, Land-growing dog, you still dare to be reckless, don't you? Raising his hand, he was about to whip Yi Yun. As a result, Yi Yun backhanded and snatched her body, which was more than 2 pounds, and jerked it out. Fong Yen was dizzy from the fall and climbed up to roar furiously. Little bastard. You seek death. Bodyguard. Get him now and stomp both his hands off. The dozen or so bodyguards that followed were about to make their move. The officer who answered the phone, but at this moment, walked over and said angrily, I'll see who dares. Anyone who dares to touch Mr. Yi, we, the Law Enforcement Bureau, arrest you on the spot and send you to court. After yelling, he coldly handed the phone back to Fong Yen. Ma'am, our chief said there's nothing he can do to help, and the phone is back to you. Can't help it? Fong Yen covered her punched face, furious, and yelled towards the phone. Director In, what do you mean? It's hard to believe that you won't give face to our Jiang family, and the Fong family, right? On the phone, Director In said grimly, Ms. Fong, you'd better, right now, take your daughter home and pretend this never happened. Otherwise, you don't say invite me. You even invite the God of Heaven to come? That's useless. Fong Yen was incredulous and gritted her teeth. Director In, what exactly do you mean? Can it be that you're afraid? To her surprise, Director In directly scolded. Yes, you. I'm just scared. You may not know what it is to mess with someone, but I do. I don't want to end up like the former director because of you. That's all there is to say. Whether you listen or not, I won't care anymore. Toodaloo. Listening to the other party hang up, Fong Yen was puzzled. This director On, how did he become such a wimp? Listen to his tone, as if he's scared. Useless thing. You're afraid, but I'm not. She looked at Yi Yun and said hideously, you beat my daughter and dare to hit this beautiful face of mine. Little bastard. If you don't die, you'll have to shed your skin for me. Chapter 155, Things Go Wrong. Yi Yun said impatiently. What tricks do you have? Just use them. Originally, I really thought your daughter was a child and kept my hand. But now you, as a mom, are a no-nonsense one. Then I'm sorry. I'll clean up even you mother and daughter. Together. After saying that, Yi Yun once again gave an order. All the parents who came to make trouble at the scene were all controlled by the new Su's security personnel. You, what do you want to do? In broad daylight, do you really dare to mess around? Several parents panicked. Yi Yun said in a cold voice, aren't you guys pretty bullish? Bankers, tobacco people, oil people? A bunch of mongrel trash. Usually when you meet an ordinary person, I'm afraid that you would have already been bullied to death. But alas, it is Grandpa Me you have met today. There were a few parents, with big bellies and bullish faces, who directly stood out to show that Yi Yun did not dare to move. Anyone who dares to touch them will go to jail and eat lawsuits. As a result, Yi Yun was not spoiled and coldly said, but anyone who misbehaves, give me a beating. Beat the crap out of him. What are the consequences? I'll break it up with the guys behind him. The security of the new Su's Caracal laughed and went straight for a couple of slaps. The parents who drove the Mercedes, Maybach, and BMW 7 Series had their noses and faces swollen with rage, have once again pulled out the phone, shaking people over to Yi Yun. Today must let this nobody die ugly. Kidding aside, how can they say that they are also middle class or even rich people at this level? In this Jiangnan city, occupying the top resources, top connections, mixed with the body. Now, to be slapped in the face in front of your own child, how can that be tolerated? Does this still look like the urban elite? Swish swish swish. Soon, a large number of luxury cars drove to the entrance of the new Su's, surrounded by a water. The people who come are the connections that these parents have invited. It's either official or social. In short, but anything with a position of a violent nature was pulled. Suyuer and Susan watched as the gang grew bigger and bigger. It's after hours at the moment. It's almost 7 p.m. The results of the new Su's door, actually oozing, came to 300 or 400 people, which is not to mention those watching the fun. Yi Yun, I'm afraid it'll be on the news if it goes on like this, and on the official side, there's no way they're going to sit back and do nothing. Yi Yun sat back, directly on a big horse and sat on a chair carried over by a martial artist. It's okay, the sky is falling. I can stand it alone. His voice was cold. What a scene, not to mention these parents, pulling in 100 people. Even if the entire armed forces of the southern province drove over, Yi Yun would not bat an eyelid. In the eyes of a tiger, there is no place for an ant to live. Fong Yen said viciously, little bastard, this isn't over yet. The old lady's relationship, but it hasn't come over yet. Yi Yun impatiently waved his hand. You dead, big fat, hurry up for the master. If you don't pull all your connections over, the little master will despise you today. Fong Yen was so angry that she jumped to her feet. She really could not figure out, this girl a little yakuza, how to top this kind of formation. Honey, come here yourself. Yes, bring someone. Dad, it's Yen Yen, please come in person. I'll send you the location. Hanging up the phone, she looked at Yi Yun and said grimly, you wait, my husband, the director of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, my father, the head of the Fong family, will be right over to take your life. Not to mention you, this new Su will have to give me no sight of tomorrow's sun. Upon hearing that even the chairman of the Royal Dragon Group, Fong Tianming, the head of the Fong family, was coming, the rest of the parents were overwhelmed. This Fong family, it's a big deal. Jiangnan City's great families, and Fong Yan's husband, the director of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, that was not an idle person. At least those two relationships combined are not comparable to them as parents. The few officers from the bureau had not yet left, and the one in the lead said towards Yi Yun, "Mr. Yi, do you want me to notify the headquarters site and directly transfer people over?" Yi Yun waved his hand. "There's no need for that. A bunch of ants. Don't make a whole too much of them." The officer's face twitched and he didn't say anything. He knew that this one, in front of him, was a being who could call in the army. The former commissioner, Sun Wei, was the one who stepped down at the word of others. These parents, they think they are great. In reality, it's just a bunch of clowns. Fong Tianming and Fong Yan's husband, respectively, drove over, surrounded by a fleet of cars. Other people find connections. They drive limousines and vans to pull people over. Fong Tianming and Fong Yan's husband, on the other hand, are quite a bit more pushy. A motorcade escort, invariably, reflects status and power. "Yen, I heard Shu Shu was beaten up. Who did it?" "Wife, you and the kids stand back. I'll step on this new suit today." Fong Tianming and Fong Yan's husband, as soon as they got out of the car, coldly proclaimed with an imposing voice. Without waiting for Fong Yan to speak, Yi Yan stood up from his chair as soon as he stepped forward and snapped. With a few consecutive slaps, several bodyguards were smoked and wasted on the ground, not even able to hum. "I beat you up. Just bully your wife and kids. So what? And you, Fong Tianming, you old punk, you want to start a war, don't you? Come, 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 I'll compete with you first." Saying that, Yi Yun rolled up his sleeves. With the air of a gangster, he was about to find someone to fight. Susan and Su Yuer looked shocked and somewhat inexplicably wanted to laugh. "This guy, he's really crazy." Fong Yan hissed, "Dad, hubby, you saw it, right? It's this little Yakuza. He's just too arrogant. Scrap him." Fong Yan's husband wears gold glasses and looks civilized, but he is actually a Sven loser. His eyes were cold, and he stepped forward and pointed at Yi Yun's nose. "Puppy Day, do you know who I am? I order you, kneel, immediately." Again, he wanted to tell Yi Yun to kneel down. The big shots bullying people. Usually this is the standard. Unfortunately, Yi Yun didn't even wait for him to finish his sentence. With a click, he lifted his hand straight up and twisted off the Sven scum's fingers. A kick followed, right in his face, sending the man straight to the ground. Fong Yan exclaimed, "Husband!" Yi Yun coldly grunted and raised his foot, slowly stepping on the face of the Sven scum. "Where is your husband? Why don't I see him?" "Yo, so he's lying on the ground?" "It's okay, the ground is comfortable to lie on." Fong Yan opened her mouth wide in disbelief. This little how dare he? The rest of the parents, meanwhile, backed away in unison. "This man, there's something raw about him." Fong Tianming's eyelids fluttered as he said in a vicious voice, "Yi Yun, it's actually you." Chapter 156 Suppression. Yi Yun touched the phone. "It's me, Fong old dog, what are you going to do?" Fong Tianming roared, "Release them, or I will." Yi Yun's phone call had already gone out. "Hey, Sister Chao Shui, I'm being bullied by this old dog from the Fong family. Please do me a favor." "Hey, Xia, come over here and bring some more brothers. We'll destroy the Fong family together." Fong Tianming's body trembled violently, and a scornful look appeared on his face. This little guy actually called Chao Shui and Guan Xia. He was really afraid to touch it when it was messed up like that. Chao Shui, this woman in particular, was the one he had set his sights on as a special creature though. However, the other party's Marshal Dao was going to crush Fong Tianming by several levels. If he did come over, he could probably hit him with one hand until he was pooped out. "Dad, what are you waiting for? Give the order to kill him." Fong Yan, unsure, yelled at her father. Fong Tianming's face was cloudy and suddenly raised his hand and slapped her face. "Shut up, you troublemaker. I'd love to smack you. Who are you messing with? You mess with this bogeyman." Looking at her furious old dad, Fong Yan was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. "No dad, what are you hitting me for? Oh, did I do wrong? Obviously this little bully me, and my daughter ah." Fong Tianming sneered. "What kind of virtue are you? Am I still not clear? And this daughter of yours? Usually you don't discipline her, and when she causes trouble, you remember me as her father. I'm telling you, this is out of your father's hands today, period." How it came to be, how it went back. Jumping into the car, Fong Tianming ordered the car to be driven and went straight away. However, before leaving, the gaze that looked at Yi Yun was murderous. Yi Yun skimmed his mouth. This old thing, just a useless waste of space. And Fong Tianming's retreat, as well as Fong Yan's husband being stepped on by Yi Yun, instantly made a group of parents clamor for more. Yi Yun said indifferently, parents who just said that they would destroy me in the new Su clan. Stand out and show me your muscles to see? No one said a word. Or rather, dared to fart. Yi Yun laughed coldly. Before, weren't you guys awesome and bombastic? Feeling terrific? Fang Yan's mouth was hard. Don't be complacent. This matter is not over. Yi Yun kicked her husband away and rewarded Fang Yan with 2 slaps once again. What? You said louder. This isn't over. So what do you want? Fang Yan covered her long red and swollen face and wailed. Jiang Zhejiu, are you still a man? You give us mother and mother revenge. Jiang Zhejiu, the director of Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, looked at Yi Yun and said in hindsight, you're the Yi Yun who, today, went against our chairman, aren't you? Good. I'll remember this matter for my Jiang family. We'll count it later. Yi Yun laughed and raised his hand to reward him with 2 more slaps. Jiang Zhejiu screamed miserably and directly knelt on the ground. Mr. Yi, don't. I know you're good. Don't make a move yet. This scene stunned everyone. Fang Yan was dumbfounded. Tears were flowing, but she couldn't say a word. Jiang Zhejiu climbed up and pulled her. Why don't you leave quickly? This lunatic. Even our chairman dares to provoke. Let's go. Naturally someone will clean him up. We're not going to get into this mess. Fang Yan's legs went numb and she turned around with difficulty. Yi Yun coldly shouted, I let you go? This parent, I remember you before. Screaming the fiercest and most arrogantly. Fang Yan looked fearful and cried, Mr. Yi, I know I'm wrong. My children also don't know any better. So please don't get on our bad side. Yi Yun coldly said, is that so? But I see your daughter's stance. It seems like she's a bit unconvinced. Mr. and Mrs. Fang Yan hurriedly pushed their daughter Shu Shu. Why don't you apologize to Mr. Yi? Quick! The female high school student had a defiant face. But when she touched Yi Yun's chilling gaze, she instantly wimped out. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. I'll never do it again next time. Yi Yun let go of his body. And these 2 sisters, don't you think it's time to say something? The high school student once again bowed his head in humiliation. 2 sisters, I am small and ignorant. Please forgive me. From now on, I'll go to school and do well. Susan sighed. Yi Yun, let's not let them go. Yi Yun disdained. Do you really think that human nature is so easy to change? This mother and daughter, neither of them are any good. From childhood, the family is like this. The truth is, they're not afraid or really repentant. Rather, they know that if they don't bow down, they may have to die. Yi Yun's words caused Fang Yan's family to have a vicious chill in their hearts. They do think so, and they must retaliate ruthlessly afterward to get out of this mess. But if you don't bow down, you die. The students can leave, but the parents, overnight, give me the trash in front of the new SU, and the soiled, broken ground, and restore it as it was before. Yi Yun scanned the circle. If you can't get it right, stay up late and work overtime for me. One by one, parents, who dared to be angry, have asked their secretaries and subordinates to go and buy cleaners and mops to come over to clean up. Yi Yun took Su Yor and Susan and wandered straight away. The DSS, naturally, will supervise these people and get things done. If you don't do it right, you can't leave. As for you parents, find those connections. Seeing that even Fang Tianming, as well as Jiang Zhejiu, the 2 big brothers, were all treated as dogs, they naturally do not dare to put their asses in the air. In terms of curiosity, they are far inferior to these 2 people. It wasn't until she watched Yi Yun drive away that Fang Yan roared and threw a slap at Jiang Zhejiu. You punk, why don't you make a move? Why are you afraid? Jiang Zhejiu is worthy of being a Sven loser. Looks civilized, but in fact, his hands are very hard. As soon as he squeezed Fang Yan's hand, he raised his foot and kicked Fang Yan in the stomach. With a miserable cry, Fang Yan fell to the ground and rolled over in pain. Mr. Jiang, don't do it. How can you do it? Yes, Mr. Jiang, don't hurt anyone. That's your wife. The surrounding parents admonished, but Jiang Zhejiu was holding Fang Yan down and beating her violently one by one. Turning back with red eyes, he hissed, get lost. It's none of your business when it comes to me. Until Fang Yan, half dead. Jiang Zhejiu big gasped to stop. You fat, stinking. If it weren't for you, could I have lost so much face today? Usually I tell you to discipline Shu Shu, play less mahjong and go for less beauty treatments. You don't listen. This is what happens when you have poor discipline and are taught to behave by society. Fang Yan roared. Jiang Zhejiu, if you hit me, I will definitely tell my father. Jiang Zhejiu said disdainfully. Go ahead and sue the old man. See if I'm afraid. And now your father. He has to come and flatter me to please our president. Grass. Chapter 157. What can pride do to me? The next day, the entrance to the new Su's was really white as new and neatly cleaned. Susan and Su Yor both looked at Yi Yun with admiration in their eyes. This person gave them a strange feeling. That's as if any scene, any change, he can hold it easily. The more he faced the powerful big shots, the more skillful he became. Zhao Yujie ran over again and said indignantly, Mr. Su, brother Yi, that fan ruobbing. She tweeted about our Su again. This time, it's even worse. Yi Yun said indifferently, I knew this chicken wouldn't stop there. It's okay, I have a backhanded way of dealing with her. Su Yuer said angrily, this dead banned my account permanently, or else I'll have to keep exploding her. Susan said, it's okay, I'll use my number and go up and break it to her. Su Yuer shook her head. It won't work. As soon as you speak, she'll immediately ban you. Yi Yun went to his office and sat down, logging into Weibo. When I found Fan Ruobbing's account, I only saw that one of the top blogs read, the new Su group, without the slightest bit of public decency, beat up my fans and the parents of my fans. I'm here to call on the entire community to boycott the new Su group. Below, swaths of comments that threaten to take to the internet and drown the new SOS, and certain official media outlets, as well as big V's are starting to retweet comments. Susan's face was grave. This is not good. If this goes on, we'll have to be investigated by the city supervisor. Su Yuer gritted her teeth and said, what's troublesome is that the official media have all forwarded it. This will be even more unfavorable to us. I didn't expect Fan Ruobbing, this person, to be so good at picking fights. Yi Yun was very calm, and under this microblog of Fan Ruobbing, he began to comment, Master Ao can't help me, a woman whose whole body, everywhere, is a fake. People think, can her words be trusted? Let me show you something good. No need to thank me. Please call me Thunderbolt. Then there was a series of pictures, all uncoded, all records of Fan Ruobbing's third-degree movies in the East. With a swish, someone immediately followed Yi Yun and commented back, Master Ao. Roar. Lend a hand? Ouch. I'm going to Master Ao. You're good. Sure it's not P? Comrade Thunderbolt. Your conscience is greatly good. Is there more? Keep breaking news. Love it. Yi Yun smiled and continued to reply. Master Pride can't help me. Pictures. And one of them is still a powerful picture of Fan Ruobbing squeezing soy milk for an old man in a small private room. In this picture, Fan Ruobbing has messy hair and a pleasing face, wearing sexy fishing net stockings, hate high heels, full out selling dress. Boy, our innocent little flower girl. There's still this operation? Follow. Decisively follow this blogger now. Please share more in the future. Rumor mongering. You're rumor mongering, smearing, and you're legally liable. There were more and more melon eaters, and Fan Ruobbing's iron fans began to join in to attack Yi Yun. Your mom is dead. Your whole family is dead. Delete it now or I'll make you look good. We, Ruobbing Adu, would never do that. You're such a disgusting person. Really think the network is outside the law? Master proud to help me. You wait to collect Green Corpse cold it. The corners of Yi Yun's mouth flashed with disdain as he continued to expose Fan Ruobbing's black information. Su Yuer and Susan, zestfully holding their cell phones, sat on the sofa and ate melons. That said, hubby, that screen name of yours is a bit middle of the road. Ha! Susan covered her mouth with laughter. Su Yuer also found it hilarious. Master Pride can't help me. Yi Yun, you didn't used to be an internet douchebag, did you? Yi Yun bristled. You guys don't underestimate this account. For all its energy, even the White House president's blog can ignore permission to comment. The two women naturally did not believe it and both felt that Yi Yun was bragging. At this moment, Fan Ruobbing sighed. Since yesterday, she's at the plastic surgery hospital, recovering her prosthesis that was broken by Yul Seo. Take the silicone in the breasts and pad them a little bigger. My godfather likes big boobs. And hips, a little more. I'm going to do a sexy photo shoot soon. The plastic surgeon thought. Ms. Fan, that's the best you can do. Any bigger and it would be disjointed and unstable. Fan Ruobbing said unhappily. If I tell you to get it, then get it. What's the point of talking so much nonsense? What? You think the star can't afford to drive you money? The doctor sighed and cursed this Fan Ruobbing, who didn't understand beauty at all. Plastic surgery that is aesthetically pleasing. But now these stars, who clearly don't have that material, are trying to force changes. In the end, it's still not a human being who turns into a snake charmer. Fan Ruobbing ordered again. By the way, that membrane of mine, you get it for me as well. The doctor was surprised. Ms. Fan, you can't get it there too often. Besides, didn't you just get it? Fan Ruobbing said in annoyance. I accidentally gave it a break recently. And now that my godfather is back here in Jiangnan, I have to get him a new one. The doctor, however, wanted to laugh. This Fan Ruobbing obviously took advantage of her godfather's absence, went out to look for fresh meat to get lost. But the privacy of his guests was not something he was comfortable interjecting, so he kept quiet. The assistant ran in and nervously said, "Miss, someone broke the scandal about you again. You might as well get up and see for yourself." Fan Ruobing sat up at once and scolded, "You useless thing, didn't I ask you to supervise and delete the ban if someone started a rumor?" The assistant cried, "The whole team is watching, but this is just too weird. We can't do anything at all with what he posts. We can't delete it. We can't ban it." Fan Ruobing didn't believe it and sneered, "It's just farting. Give me the phone. I'm the blogger. I still can't take him?" Grabbing his cell phone, he snapped a burst of operations, wanting to delete Yi Yun's comments. But in the next second, Fan Ruobing was dumbfounded that it didn't help at all. System tip, sorry, you don't have this permission. Undeterred, Fan Ruobing operated a few more times. The pictures of those exposures of the master's pride against me are still prominent, hovering over her first comment, comments and retweets, both of which have nearly broken 50,000 already. Damn, what the hell is going on here? Annoyed, Fan Ruobing simply dropped her cell phone. One picture, in particular, made her very nervous. That was the first time she served Jean Mantang when she flattered him, the president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, and took the shot. As we all know, it's common for a big shot like Kim Mantang to play with stars, but it can't be publicized, especially or caught by the media. This would have a bad social impact, not to mention the fact that people in Jean Mantang's family, such as his wife, would know about it. Sure enough, the fruit cell phone, with its sparse screen but still functional, started ringing. The shattered screen displayed 5 words intermittently, "Great for Godfather." Fan Ruobing hurriedly picked it up and said daintily, "Godfather, what are you looking for? Asterisk 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 asterisk, what are you getting into?" On the other end, there was a direct roar. "Why is there a picture of me and you on the internet? And it's still uncoded. You're trying to get me killed, aren't you?" Fan Ruobing stammered, "Not Godfather. You listen to me." Jean Mantang manically said, "I'll listen to you, paralyzingly listen. Hurry up and delete it for me. Completely make it disappear. Or I'm going to make you look good. You silly fool." He hung up after yelling, and it was obvious that the anger was really bad. Fan Ruobing was furious and yelled at her assistant, "You're deaf, aren't you? Why don't you hurry up and do it? Get the company's techs and the team to figure it out for me. 1 hour. I'm only giving them 1 hour. They have to remove these things. Also, find the person behind the curtain. This star wants him to die by 1,000 cuts." Chapter 158. The entire Dragon Kingdom doesn't have the authority to sanction it. The assistant nodded his head in a chicken-pecking manner and ran out to think of something. Fan Ruobing sat down and stopped getting a facelift and picked up her phone, waiting for that comment to be shown. Suddenly, someone within her backup group, or fan club, was at her. "Ado, are you there? Ice lovebirds. Step up, we need you." Fan Ruobing sent a smiley face and said, "Good sisters, I'm here. What's up?" Fans have sued and complained. "Ado, someone on the internet is defaming you. Send him a lawyer's letter. Fairy Bing Bing, you are the most beautiful and pure. Those pictures on the internet, they are really disgusting. You must take care of yourself. Bing Bing, I love you. I'm willing to break my bones for you. Even if I break my ribs to make soup for you, I'm willing." Looking at these diehards, Fan Ruobing smiled proudly. She couldn't believe that she had so many loyal dogs and so many brainwashed fans. It's also true that you won't be able to fight Susan and Sue Ure of that new Sue's group. Suddenly, a fan spoke up and asked, "Bing Bing, so what do you say? Are those pictures real?" Fan Ruobing had a displeased face and cursed this fan. "It's true." Her reply, however, was something else, first posting an emoticon of a watering eye before saying, "Don't you guys trust Bing Bing? I'm so icy clean. Do you guys think, would I do that kind of thing?" Fans one by one have said Adu will not. Adu is under the sky, the most pure goddess. Fan Ruobing was satisfied and was about to give a smile. The fan who had picked a fight just now spoke again. "Oh, Adu, you really have a knack for pretending to be pure and a little fairy, but the rest of the brainiacs believe it. I don't." After that, a series of pictures were sent, ending with a video. Pictures, all of Fan Ruobing, in her large-scale third-grade movie outfit. The video, on the other hand, was a powerful scene of her and Mr. Shimizu having a close fight. All of a sudden, the whole backup group blew up. "What's going on here? My eyes are dirty. Why is Ice's video here? Fake. It must be fake. Who the hell is this guy? He's not an Ice fan at all." Fan Ruobing was furious. Her hands were busy, and she hurriedly had to delete the pictures and videos. She clicked on the avatar of the fan who was looking for trouble and cursed, "Get the hell out of here, you piece of Just going to use the group owner's permission to kick people, and it's not going to help at all. Fan Ruobing was dumbfounded and wondered if she was disconnected or if her phone was broken. She switches to another wireless network and pulls out another spare cell phone. I ended up going into the fan club to see that the guy was still blowing up about her. The fans, too, have gradually become wobbly from their initial firm resistance. That means that there are already people who are suspicious. Fan Ruobing's heart was getting flustered, continuing to delete. She made sure to remove the fan who was messing things up, but it still didn't work. The other person's account, like a tumor, was parked in her fan club. The head of the fan club, several management, all followed the deletion, but none of them succeeded. On Fan Ruobing's forehead, sweat came down. Hastily, she sent, "All sisters, let's withdraw, go to the second fan club, and leave this place to this bad guy, my lawyer, who will be looking for him soon." As a result, when she entered the second fan club, Fan Ruobing took a look and almost fainted to death on the spot. The account called Master Pride Nami is actually in her second fan club as well. And all that black material, a steady stream of it. Fan Ruobing is going crazy. Access to third fan club, fourth fan club. She didn't believe it. This goddamned, can still her backup group, all attacked not? You know, she has 10 fan support groups. 3 minutes later, the cell phone fell to the ground in Fan Ruobing's hand with a look of despair. It's over. All the fan base, it's been taken over by Master AO99. Aha, who the hell? Who's targeting me? Fan Ruobing yelled, and directly slammed her new cell phone on the floor. Now, the two cell phones, front and back, fell to pieces for her. The assistant rushed over to her after a good half day. "Miss, it's not working. Your backup group, and your blog, are all down. This one called Master AO can't do anything about it. And the company's technical team, and even the network experts, can't do anything about it." Upon hearing this, Fan Ruobing couldn't believe it. "What do you mean? Not even the company's tech team? How is this possible? Is it hard to believe that this Master Anai is a ghost?" Assistant's cell phone rang. "Oh look, trembling, finished, it is Mr. Su called. Miss, you answer or not?" Fan Ruobing had wanted to not answer it, but once she heard the word Mr. Su, she had to answer it. Because this Mr. Su was the boss of the entertainment company she worked for? That is to say, her top boss. There are serious consequences for not answering the phone. "Hey Mr. Su. Ha, what's up?" Fan Ruobing connects and tries to maintain her innocent persona by speaking with her voice clipped. Mr. Su coldly snorted. "Don't ing pretend. What kind of hangers-on you usually have? Would I not know? Let me ask you, is all this stuff that this Master AO99 has been spreading true or false?" Fan Ruobing absolutely denied. "Fake. Absolutely fake." "Mr. Su, you still can't trust me?" Mr. Su said in a cold voice. "Fan Ruobing, when you joined my entertainment company, you signed a sky-high contract. If you hide your past and don't provide a true resume, once your persona collapses and the company suffers, then you'll be working 3 lifetimes and won't be able to afford to pay back the money the company spent on you." Fan Ruobing gritted her teeth and said, "Mr. Su, I can guarantee that this person is a rumor monger. These pictures, and the video, are all synthesized." Mr. Su coldly said, "You fart. I run an entertainment company. The picture is synthesized. How can the video be synthesized? Even if the video is composite, my technicians, they still can't analyze it?" Fan Ruobing was dumbfounded. Mr. Su said in a vicious voice, "I'm not in the mood right now to break it off with you. I'll ask you again. These things, are they real? If it's true, then the company will do all it can to help you keep it down. But how much it can be pressed down, even I don't know. This account called Master AO99 has a very big origin. In terms of network authority, I'm afraid no one in the entire Dragon Kingdom can sanction him." Fan Ruobing immediately broke out in a cold sweat. "The whole Dragon country cannot sanction the network account. This master proud to help me. It is difficult to be the head of state, but the head of state, who's had too much to eat, is coming to blow the whistle on her? Well Mr. Su, I confess, I did study in the East for a while before I joined Melody. Without waiting for Fan Ruobing to finish, Mr. Su roared, "Bitch, you're making a third-grade movie in the East. What do you care to call it studying? Damn, I'm so screwed by you. You come back to the company right away. And all filming on hand, as well as activities. Stop for now." Fan Ruobing's face was like ashes, not expecting that just being on the internet and cleaning up that new Su would trigger such a big chain reaction. Who is the owner behind that account with unrivaled permissions? Anyway, why did he treat such a great beauty as himself so badly? Fan Ruobing was puzzled. Chapter 159, There's cranberry in the wine. And on the side of the new SOS, watching Yi Yun's fingers. They crackled and danced around before hacking into one of Fan Ruobing's fan groups. At the same time, Yi Yun commented under Fan Ruobing's microblog and sent random black material about Fan Ruobing. Surprisingly, there is no one who can stop it. It can neither be banned nor deleted. Yi Yun, this account of yours, why is it so bullish? Su Yuer was stunned. Susan was also shocked beyond words. As far as I know, we generally have very limited access to our online accounts. Casually, you can be banned or even permanently blocked from these. But Yi Yun, what can you, Master AO, do to me? It's simply too divine. Yi Yun laughed. This account, in fact, is not mine. And what you see now is just the tip of the iceberg. Speaking of which, he couldn't help but think of the owner of the account, the former CIA hand of Rice, Miller. This kid, before he stepped down and was hunted down, this old kid was in control of the world's most terrifying, most rampant intelligence agency. But then, he got screwed and was chased and fled to Yi Yun's territory. Seeing that he was really pitiful, Yi Yun took Miller and sheltered him in his dragon prison as a network technology security officer. And this invincible account, logically, came into Yi Yun's hands, according to Miller, with a slightly lewd grin. With this account, one could even see several videos of the big names of Rice, letting loose on Lori Island. But Yi Yun is not very interested in those. Usually at most, it is used to look at, and censored Eastern action movies. Now, Rice officials haven't given up on recovering the account. Unfortunately, all this about the operation of this account, and the passwords, and the URLs, have been hidden and diverted by Miller. The Rice CIA couldn't, and even offered an astronomical $200 million for a hitman to take out Miller and get the account number back. But alas, a batch of assassins were erased by Yi Yun's men before they could even get close to the dragon prison. Well, this Fan Ruobing, if she can still be in the entertainment industry in the future, I'll call her two tits. Yi Yun closed the notebook and declared it a success. Su Yuer said with a pleasing face, Yi Yun, good brother, this account of yours is so bullish. Why don't you lend it to me for 2 days? Yi Yun didn't even think about it and gave her a rejection. No way. The average person, without the internet technology to back it up, casually uses this account. I'm afraid it wouldn't even take 10 seconds for the CIA across the ocean to track it down. When that happens, it's not like facing a ban, a blockade, or anything like that. Instead, it's a direct poster commando on the doorstep, with the equalizer of all beings against his head. I'm going to run a drain. After sitting for half a day, Yi Yun suffocated and came to the bathroom. The phone rang and the number made him frown slightly. However, Yi Yun still picked up. Kong Dongjia, what is the instruction? The South City overlord laughed. Old brother, please go over and sit down. Yi Yun looked for an excuse. I'm sorry, old brother. I'll be busy. Some other day. Kong Hong's smile remained unchanged. Older brother, I've invited you again and again, but you seem to be all very resistant. Anyway, right now, my ride is parked downstairs at your new Sue's. Whether to leave or not, it's up to you. Yi Yun shivered twice and shoved his second brother back. Okay, I'll come downstairs. Downstairs, a low-profile Audi S6 was parked. Kong Hong in the back row looked at Yi Yun through the glass with a smile. Walking to the other side, Yi Yun pulled the door and sat in. Kong Hong let the driver drive, then turned to Yi Yun, older brother. The underground pattern of Jiangnan City, now split into two. No one can do anything about it. This balance, you say, can't be broken? Yi Yun laughed. Currently, Guangdongjia and you are of equal strength, and it is indeed somewhat difficult for the balance to be broken. But, really, it's not too hard. Kong Hong laughed out loud. Good. I like talking to interesting people like you. Yi Yun, be my secret son in South City and help me end Guanxia. When I unify the underground world of Jiangnan City, you and I, brothers, half of one person, to live the days of a godly emperor. What do you think? Yi Yun's smile was forced. Mr. Kong, you know, I am a bit of a shaft. I'm afraid it's difficult for me to comply with this request of yours. Kong Hong sneered. Staying so fond of the scenery between Guanxia's legs? Yi Yun shook his head. This, not really. Kong Hong grunted coldly. You are young and gentle, and your martial arts are outstanding. The main thing is that the tactics are first-rate. What we in the gang appreciate most is talent like yours. Take my brother's word for it. Guanxia's flavor, though, is fascinating, but it's not as if there aren't women who outshine her. As long as you help me, afterward, whatever woman you want, even if it's a harem of 3,000 beauties, brother will do it for you. Yi Yun said helplessly. Elder brother Kong, does it have to be like this? On Kong Hong's body, a sharp aura spread out at once. What if I say, It has to be like this. What are you going to do? Yi Yun smiled, unperturbed. Kong Hong's eyes narrowed. Yi Yun, do you think that I, Kong Hong, cherish talent, so I won't move you? If you really think that, you're very wrong. You do have my regard. Very much so, but if you don't know what's good for you, then my brother is sorry and will have to strike out ruthlessly. Yi Yun nodded. That, I understand. Because how can I say this? I've been out and about too. Sometimes there's no way around it. It's time to take a shot, and anyone who appreciates it or has fellowship can only be wiped out with a knife. But Don Kong, I'm sorry, I won't fail Ms. Kwan. The Audi pulled up in front of a private food restaurant, and the driver said, "Boss, it's here." The coldness in Kong Hong's eyes moderated down and hummed, "Older brother, get off. Let's have a meal." Yi Yun got off the car, but was surprised to find that Kong Hong even called his wife and his children. So Yi Yun, an outsider, and Kong Hong's family of 3, shared a lunch. Kong Hong's son, only in 1st grade. The little boy is very witty and smart. From time to time sneak a glance at Yi Yun, and then hide his eyes back. Kong Hong's wife, a very amiable woman, completely free of the platitudes of a big brother's woman. Instead, dress simply and plainly. I'm sorry Mr. Yi, my Xiao Rue is like this, curious about everything and likes to check out others. Yi Yun hurriedly raised his cup. Sister-in-law, you're joking. You kids, you're smart at first sight. Sister-in-law, elder brother Kong, here's to you. Kong Hong picked up the cup and drank it all in one go, proudly saying, "That's right, this son of mine is the greatest pride of my life." The boy named Xiao Rue suddenly shouted, "Brother Yi Yun, you can't drink it." Yi Yun's cup that was sent to his mouth stopped at once and said in surprise, "How come you can't drink it?" Rue's face flushed red and he glanced fearfully at Kong Hong. His old man. Kong Hong's face twitched, and he bowed his head without saying anything, just eating his food with vigor. His wife hesitated for a few moments, sighed, and said, "Mr. Yi, go away. There's no point in drinking from the glass. Inside, underneath there's cranberry." Yi Yun's face remained unchanged as he slowly placed the cup on the table. "Sister-in-law, Rue, I'll leave first." Smiling at the woman and the boy, Yi Yun straightened his clothes and turned to walk away. At this point, he and Kong Hong is considered a complete parting of the ways. The next time we see each other, it will be a meeting of swords. In the box, a family of 3 fell into silence. After a long time, Kong Hong's wife shook her head and said, "Boss, I don't like you being a man like this. What you're living is a life of knives. Still, I don't want to see that you take the step of doing whatever it takes to go and treat someone you admire like that. A young man, I think is really uncharacteristic." Kong Hong threw the chopsticks in his hand and violently slapped the table. Wife and child both gave him a fright. As an underground overlord, Kong Hong had his own murderous aura. Humph, womanizer, and son, you're still too young too. Kong Hong had an ugly look on his face. Do you guys really think that this Yi Yun doesn't know that the cup is highly poisonous? I'm telling you, that's where you've gone off the deep end. This treacherous brat has a brain so good that even I find it unbelievable. Believe it or not, if you two don't make a sound, that kid will, in the next moment, put the cup down and won't drink at all. Kong Hong's wife was shocked. This shouldn't be the cranberry in that glass, but we put it in earlier. Colorless and tasteless. How could he know? Kong Hong sighed. How he knew? I'm not sure, but I just know that this kid, he's a brilliant man. He has always refused to be of use to me, and is dead set on following Guan Xia. In that case, for the sake of the great cause of domination, I can only destroy him. Chapter 160, When are you coming to do me? Clapping his hands together, Kong Hong motioned for his son to come over and give him a kiss. Then toward his wife, he said, "Take Ruer back. I have an appointment." Kong Hong's wife wanted to say something, but finally said, "Mr. Deng, I think it's almost enough. We've held back our whole lives to get to the power and position we have today, and it's really enough. You still want to be big. You still want to destroy North City, but that's too risky. Besides, working with Jean Mantang of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce and that woman from Imperial Capital, is there really no worries?" Kong Hong coldly said, "A woman should care less about a man's business. You take care of our son, and I'll give you back a few lifetimes of unending glory. Go on." As soon as his wife and children left, in the box, only Kong Hong was left. He sat there for half a second when the personal bodyguard outside said, "Boss, someone's coming." Kong Hong stood up and squeezed a smile on his face. "I am Miss Luo Shui, President Jean. Please come in, please come in." Luo Shui, who was radiant wherever she went, as if she was a goddess, walked in with an indifferent face. Behind him, followed by Kim Manto. As soon as he entered, he smiled broadly and hugged Kong Hong. Kong Dongjia, the elegance is even better than before. Kong Hong poured the wine himself and was the last to sit down. Ms. Luo Shui, President Jean, how about we have a toast before we get down to business? Jean Mantang agreed. Yes, don't say 1 cup, 3 cups will do. Luo Shui stood in front of the window of the box, looking out over the entire scenery of Jiangnan City, and faintly said, the 2 of you can just drink. I'm not a good drinker. Kong Hong's face was stagnant. Nowadays in this Jiangnan City, there were very few people who dared to give him so little face. Jean Mantang laughed and rounded off the conversation. Mr. Kong, Miss Luo Shui is a girl after all. How about this? I'll drink her cup. As soon as the 2 of them finished drinking, Luo Shui turned around, holding a pair of glowing white jade arms, and looked at Kong Hong. Boss Kong, I don't think there's a need to drag this out. In the near future, you'll be able to take on North City. A whole lot of support and arrangements. I'll take care of it all for you here. All you have to do is to take me by surprise and level North City, and unify the underground world of Jiangnan City. Kong Hong put down his wine glass and laughed. Miss Luo Shui, when you first come to our Jiangnan City, you are so generous. Oh, don't either of them observe the situation first, or stand firm? On Luo Shui's face, there was a slight hint of disdain, or ignorance, of everything. A small Jiangnan City. Honestly, I haven't put it in my eyes. Not to mention your Jiangnan City, even the provincial city in the southern province. I, Luo Shui, still play as much as I want. Speaking faintly, Luo Shui looked out the window again and went off alone to enjoy the scenery. Jean Mantang said seemingly unintentionally, Boss Kong, you should know the family that Miss Luo Shui comes from. With people's energy, our little Jiangnan City is indeed not enough to look at. Kong Hong nodded. I know. Why don't I know? The Luo family of the imperial capital. One of the giants of the Dragon Kingdom, shaking the 4 corners of the world. Okay, I can wrap my head around the task of taking the North City, but I don't know how Miss Lachu plans to pave the way for me. Luo Shui said indifferently. There's a person in the North City called Lin Chen. This person, a disciple of the Pilking Valley, has become my dog now that I've come to Jiangnan City. He listens to me and will assassinate Sakiya Quan. And when that time comes, it's the time for you to make your move. Master Kong. Kong Hong exhaled a breath, his heart growing more and more fearful of this woman from imperial capital, Luo Shui. This woman. He had heard of her reputation long ago. The entire Dragon Kingdom is famous for its heavenly daughters. Martial arts, and business acumen, and even sleight of hand, are said to be top-notch. Although she is a daughter, she is comparable to a tiger. The sharp sword of the Luo family in the imperial capital describes this Luo Shui. Okay, then it's a deal. Kong Hong nodded his head and added, but Ms. Luo Shui, President Jean, on the North City side, there's one more person you need to pay attention to. His name is Yi Yun. He's Guan Xia's male favorite. This person, with her cleverness and difficulty, is no worse than Guan Xia. Jean Mantang snorted coldly. I know this Yi Yun you're talking about. A brat looking for death. Luo Shui instead snorted and said with interest, Boss Kong, you said that Yi Yun is Guan Xia's male favorite. That is, he is now in love with this widow? Kong Hong said, the relationship between the two, that is naturally very good. Anyway, Guan Xia listens to him a lot, and this Yi Yun is indeed a great talent. To clean up Bei Chang, we need to beware of him. Luo Shui smiled disdainfully. No need. A castaway in distress is worse than a plucked rooster in this young lady's eyes. If he knows what's good for him, then stand clear and get out of my way. If you don't know what you're doing, you don't even need me to make a move. You just need to operate casually, and I'm afraid you'll lose your little life. Kong Hong was surprised, listening to your tone. Miss, is it hard to know Yi Yun? Luo Shui teased. How should I put it? It's kind of an old acquaintance. It's just that I didn't even realize that he's even on a soft diet nowadays. Being a gigolo for someone. I don't know if his family would be pissed off if they knew. Yi Yun here. After leaving the private cuisine restaurant, he called Guan Xia over. Honey, miss me? Black Widow teased as soon as she opened her mouth. Yi Yun said with a straight face. Don't scream. Miss Guan, you need to pay attention lately. I suspect Convoy should be going after your North City? Guan Xia said coldly. If he dares to make a move, I'll dare to fight him. Yi Yun shook his head. The matter? It's not that simple. Listening to Kong Hong's tone, I'm afraid that he is 100% sure. Either that, or there's something to rely on. Guan Xia was silent for a moment and suddenly said, I think I probably know. Yesterday, a woman named Luo Shui came to me, claiming to be from imperial capital, asked me to work for her and help her take down the black and white in Jiangnan City. I didn't agree at the time. this Luo Shui's ambition and appetite are too big. Mostly, I disliked it. Her condescending, look at everyone attitude. But I could tell that my refusal made her angry. I'm only afraid that this serpentine woman, afterward, will go and find Kong Hong and come against me. Yi Yun sneered. So, it's this chick who was behind this. The imperial capital Luo family. The direction of development in the last 10 years is indeed this area of the southern province. Then it can't be wrong. Luo Shui is definitely coming to Jiangnan City as a family pioneer to open up the situation. But I'm sorry, her father, I've been here first. Then there's no way. There's no room for her to dictate. Guan Xia was shocked. Yi Yun, how come you're Luo Shui's father? It's hard to believe that you two are having an affair? Yi Yun didn't have the good sense to say. What nonsense. I just look at this woman is not cool. In the future there is a chance. Have to be her father. By the way, that Lin Chen beside you. Beware of him. This kid is a raise no family. Guan Xia coldly said. Don't worry. I've never trusted anyone from Medicine King Valley. But however he tosses it, the voice of the north side is still in my hands. Yi Yun said. I am afraid that you will be backstabbed by him and give him the job. This is not something I will allow. Guan Xia hummed. Grudgingly said. Then you do me okay, I'll do it for you. As you know, I've been a widow for so many years. It's always going to be lonely and empty. Yi Yun showed his teeth. Wait and see later. Currently you still. First stabilize your basic plate. Guan Xia said with hidden anticipation. Then, in that case, you badass. You'll do me in the future? When? Yi Yun hastily coped with a sentence about looking again and hurriedly hung up. This saucy widow, it seems, is really horny. Hating Yi Yun, it was as if he was going to do her at any time. Luo Shui, the imperial capital's prestigious Luo family? Yi Yun had a cold smile on his face as he muttered. Your family, go to other places to reign supreme and wail on the sea. I don't care. But this side of Jiangnan City, since I'm here, there's nothing for your Luo family. Chapter 161, The Flirtatious Old Husband. Back at New Su, Su-wen came to find Yi Yun. Son-in-law, are you free to go bid on a municipal project with Dad? Su-wen smiled and invited. Yi Yun looked at this old father-in-law. Dad, you've been looking good for the past 2 days. That curse before? Thought you'd have to, at least, recuperate for 2 months to recover. Su-wen was dressed in a straight suit, and his whole spirit was very good. Since becoming chairman of the board, he looks as if he's 10 years younger. A little problem, out of the way. And now, I've started working out. How about that? Does it make Dad me look much more handsome in clothes? Said Su-wen, and posed for a moment. As soon as he took a look at his posture, Yi Yun couldn't help but say, Dad, you really look like a cock that's pining for sex. It's not possible, is it, that you have another date with that ant from the calligraphy and painting society? Su-wen's old face blushed. Look at what you're saying. At Dad's age, is he a man whose mind is on women? Come on, stop nagging and accompany me to lie down in the municipality. Yi Yun laughed. Alright, then I will accompany you over there. Soon, the two drove to the municipality. As soon as they got off the bus, they ran into Su Chang, Su Xian, and her boyfriend Zhou Hao. Su-wen said indifferently, Son-in-law, there's no need to cause trouble. Let's go first. Yi Yun laughed easily. Dad, the trees want to be quiet, but the wind won't stop. Just because you don't want to cause trouble doesn't mean people will leave you alone. As soon as the words fell, Su Chang, with a cold smile on his face, brought his daughter and son-in-law and walked over with great strides. Su-wen, you're awesome. You even have the guts to bid for the city's projects. Su Chang said disdainfully, but I would like to ask, can you manage it? Have that ability? Su-wen casually swept a glance over and said 4 words. None of your business. Su Chang choked. Did not expect that the current Su-wen, opening his mouth as the national essence, actually became so rigid. Su-wen, don't pretend. Though it's true that you, New Su, are doing well now, but our Su group, with the Zhou family in the provincial capital taking care of it, isn't so bad. Zhou Hao hugged his arms and also looked at Yi Yun with a cold smile. Surname Yi, my family, has allocated funds and resources over to me. If you're sensible, disband the New Su group and kowtow to me. If you don't know what you're doing, this young man will screw your New Su and make you beg for food on the streets. Yi Yun thought about it and returned 4 words to him. Throw your mother. After saying that, he and Su-wen smiled at each other and headed inside. Son-in-law, you're not talking like me, are you? Oh Dad, you're right. I saw that 4-letter word you just pulled off, so I concocted one too, and it was a blast. Su Chang's family of 3, all of their faces were incomparably ugly. Su Xian gritted her teeth and said, this Yi Yun, he is arrogant everywhere he goes. Zhou Hao said viciously, dog pussy, One day, I will have to make him die for nothing. And his wife Susan. This young man has to snatch her for him and abuse her night after night. Su Chang and Su Shen, frowning at the same time, looked towards him. Zhou Hao, what did you say? Zhou Hao then realized that he had accidentally exposed the ugliness in his heart. Oh, Uncle Chang, listen to my explanation. I'm just venting out my heart. Walking inside the municipal building, Su Wen knew his way around and led Yi Yun to an office. Looking up, Yi Yun was puzzled. Dad, isn't this the city chief secretary's office? What are we doing here? Su Wen lowered his voice. Of course it's through the relationship. Through the back door. Municipal bids these days don't give you anything for nothing. Yi Yun spread his hands and said, but, we didn't bring any gifts, nor did we take any token of appreciation. Empty gloves? Su Wen smiled, looking confident. Son-in-law. Ah, in terms of intelligence and also dominance, father-in-law, I am not as good as you, but when it comes to human affairs, you still have to learn from your father-in-law, he said, straightening his suit and coughing twice to clear his throat. Da! Su Wen knocked on the door. A woman's voice came from inside. Come in. Su Wen was in the front and Yi Yun was in the back, walking in one after another. Old classmates. Hello again. As soon as he entered, Su Wen smiled and went up to him, appearing to make light of the situation. The aunt behind the desk, dressed sensibly, with short, big wavy hair, looked to be about 50 years old, with well-maintained skin. I can see that when I was young, I would have been a little beauty. Brother Su Wen, why are you being so polite? Have a seat. After hugging Su Wen, Auntie winks and pouts. Yi Yun looked stunned and almost shouted out loud that he was a good guy. Dare I say, this is still the aunt of the city chief secretary, and Su Wen is still an old classmate? And looking at the closeness of the two, I'm afraid it's not just limited to old classmates. Ahem. Yi Yun, what are you still standing there for? Call you Auntie Tan. Su Wen coughed and greeted Yi Yun as he went over to say hello. Hello Auntie Tan. I'm Yi Yun, the son-in-law of the Su family. Yi Yun hurriedly stepped forward and smiled. Tan Mei smiled and said, I heard Brother Su Wen say before that this son-in-law of his, is a talented and very capable. Oh, now that I've seen it, Auntie believes it. Little Yi, you're almost half as handsome as your father-in-law was when he was young. Su Wen hurriedly humbled himself. Where? Tan Mei, you are really too fallacious. Tan Mei hummed lightly, as if she was pouting. I'm not being overly complimentary. Brother Su Wen, when you were in school, you were first-class handsome. If it weren't for the fact that over the years, you've been too dormant, I'm afraid you would have made something of yourself long ago. Yi Yun secretly rolled his eyes. This pair of old lovers, flirting up, is not at all avoiding Well, today is the father-in-law's home turf, so Yi Yun will not compete with him on who is handsome, and let him have a hand for the time being. Yi Yun, go sit outside in the corridor first, I'll be right out. Su Wen turned back and scowled at Yi Yun. Yi Yun was at first puzzled, and later directly surprised, but surprised as he was, he walked out depressed, then guarded the outside of the secretary's office to prevent anyone from approaching. Inside, there were two thuds, like the sound of a human body being pushed against a table, chair, or couch. Then Yi Yun vaguely heard, Brother Su Wen, don't touch there. Oops, you're bad. Hey, Mei, you missed me, didn't you? It's been 16 whole years. You ingrate. You haven't looked for someone in 16 years. I thought you had forgotten me. Xiao Mei, you're so beautiful. How could I possibly forget you? In fact, all these years, I have had you in my mind day and night, but I have nothing to do. Low self-esteem. Do not dare to find you. You don't understand. That's a man. The darkest moment. Good brother, don't say anything. It's all in the past. Aren't you pulling yourself together now? This time the municipal bidding. Don't worry, your new Su has been stabilized. Really, Xiao Mei, thank you so much. One is unable to repay you. He can only love you well for once. Hearing this, Yi Yun could not stand it anymore and simply stood away from the door. This father-in-law's colorful boldness was so great that Yi Yun gradually had a feeling of being inferior to himself. Here is someone's office, and also the city chief secretary. Su Wen, this old man, how can he get down? 10 minutes later, Su Wen walked out with satisfaction. Yi Yun couldn't help it, and wanted to probe and look inside to see if the charming Auntie Tan was unclothed. Su Wen pushed his head back and glared. Nonchalant, you child, you are too impolite. Yi Yun was a bit on fire. No dad, you're cool inside. I'll keep an eye out for you outside. We're all men, don't you think that's, really excessive? Su Wen also felt that there was something owed to the son-in-law. Smiling apologetically, he assured, good son-in-law, Just take it easy for a moment. When the project is done, we'll go wash our feet later. Yi Yun depressedly said. Washing feet is just washing feet. It doesn't quench your thirst. It's not like you don't know that I can't do anything now that Shannon is pregnant with a baby. Suwon thought bitterly for a moment and said with a sympathetic face, your suffocation. Old husband can understand. Listen to me. It's no big deal. Go wash your feet in a while. You can just fire directly. Dad won't think anything. Shan Shan sighed. Even less will go to say. You don't worry about exertion. Yi Yun shook his head. It's better to forget it. I'm a very picky person. Suwon was not happy. Then what do you mean? Father-in-law, I'm not picky? You don't see what kind of women your father and I have. Your Aunt Tan. See, high and low is a big official. The city head secretary. I do not know how many livestock to gluttony. Yi Yun gave a thumbs up and laughed. When it comes to this, I still admire you, Dad. You can indeed engage. But I still say, at your age, can your body handle it? And Aunt Tam's family, they won't come after you? Suwon directly said. You think I'm stupid? Just messing around? I'm not afraid to tell you that your Auntie Tam is now single. The husband divorced her. It's been 7 or 8 years. Just one daughter, currently abroad. Yi Yun laughed bitterly. I say, Dad, you are really taking it step by step, not fighting a battle you are not sure of. Suwon floated on his feet and softly chanted. The spring breeze is so smooth that the horse's hooves are fast, and one day's sleep is all the flowers of Chang'an. The ancients honestly don't deceive me. Chapter 162, Peeing with the Leader. Sure enough, once Suwon's waist was in full force, this municipal bidding, straight away, was taken. The project was implemented so smoothly that even Yi Yun couldn't help but be impressed with Suwon. Yang Yuanji, the city head of Jiangnan City, accompanied by his secretary Tan Mei next to him, walked over with a smile on his face. Chairman Su, congratulations on your new Su. We, officially, and your business, are supposed to be one family in the same breath. This project, please also ask the new Su to go all out for the benefit of our people in Jiangnan. The city's first point of view worked. Suwon hurriedly stated. City chief, just don't worry. As you said, our business and the crown, that's one and the same. When we do an official program, that's plowing our own fields, and we are bound to go all out for a good harvest. Yang Yuanji applauded. Well said, but I didn't expect. Chairman Su late bloomer, at this age, are still able to kill a career. Really rare. Tan Mei said from the side. City chief, what about this young man? He is Su Dong's son-in-law. I've heard that the medical piece is very much in the oven. Yang Yuanji looked at Yi Yun and said in amazement. I've heard that in medical arts, it's all about the older you get, the more flavorful and refined you become. Wouldn't have thought that you'd do the opposite, lad. After a famous family, I suppose. Yi Yun humbly laughed. The city head is overpraising. It's just that I know some skin. Yang Yuanji waved his hand. Hey, words can't be said like that. Since ancient times, there have been situations where heroes have come out of the youth. And I'm not so empirical that I can't produce a miracle doctor without believing in the youth. It's like this. Little divine Dr. Yi. What about my daughter Yen Yen? The situation is a bit special. For 2 years, I am really at my wit's end. If you're free tomorrow, I'd also like you to come to my house and take a look at Yun for me. Yi Yun nodded his head and said, good. Then tomorrow I will make a trip to the Yang residence. Yang Yuanji laughed. Su Dong, little Dr. Yi, why don't you go to the restroom together and we'll have a chat? Suwon answered with his mouth full. If the city head has an invitation, then naturally, I will obey it by all means. The three of them came to the bathroom, just as Su Chang, Zhou Hao too, were also inside to put water. Seeing Yang Yuanji, Su Chang had an aggrieved look on his face. City chief, we, Su group, offered such good conditions. You this really makes me think. Why don't you give this opportunity to our Su family? Yang Yuanji waved his hand and said, in the toilet. What business is there to talk about? Let's facilitate first. Zhou Hao said. Municipal Chief Yang. I'm from the Zhou family in the provincial city. I think, right. The Su group is fully capable and competent for this project in the municipality. Yang Yuanji laughed. The Zhou family in the provincial city. Ha, there are a few strengths. But lad, come out and don't make a move to talk about the family. It seems too degrading. Yi Yun followed. City chief is wise. Usually those who like to lift up their families are not very powerful. Usually these types of people, we call them pussies, or losers too. Zhou Hao was furious. Yi Yun, you damn. He almost made a dirty mouth, but held back in time, afraid of upsetting Yang Yuanji. Swish swish swish. Yang Yuanji stood in front of the urinal in the very center and began to let the water out. Suwon was on Yang Yuanji's left, and Yi Yun was on Suwon's left. To the right of Yang Yuanji was Su Chang, and to the further right was Zhou Hao. 5 big men. No one talking anymore, all focused on peeing. Yi Yun was taller and naturally peed higher. But Suwon, in time, pressed the water level down for him, signaling that the height of his urine must be shorter than that of the head of the city. Yi Yun understood and secretly thought that this father-in-law was quite fine. As we all know, you can't pee higher than the leader when you're peeing with him or you're going to get in trouble. But Su Chang next to him, and Zhou Hao, didn't have this realization. Su Chang was a bit better, while Zhou Hao was a bit of a pretender. Feeling like a big man, that has to be the king of piss. So on purpose, raise the water level and pee off and on. With a godly face. On Yang Yuanji's face, a slight displeasure flashed and he spoke. President Su Chang, this son-in-law of yours, I'm afraid his kidneys aren't too good. I see him peeing, sometimes broken, sometimes weak. Don't be weak and feeble at a young age. It's best to see a Chinese doctor. Su Chang's face held a red color, only feeling so humiliated. Thank you for your concern, city head. I'll lead him to it later. Suwon seized the moment and sang his praises. Leader, watching you pee, I suddenly had a flash of insight and wanted to compose a poem. Yang Yuanji was astonished. Oh, peeing can also compose a poem? Also please Su Dong chants. Let me hear. What high work. Suwon cleared his throat and began to chant. Look at that urine trail. Smooth and graceful, like a beautiful parabola. Smell that urine, it's so refreshing. It's like a lavender fragrance. Listen to the sound of that piss. Subdued and staccato, just like a big pearl falling from a jade disc. Snap. After the song was sung, Yang Yuanji was the first to applaud. Wonderful, Chairman Su. Simply wonderful. Rather, I did not expect. Su Dong this age, there is still such a talent. Yang Mao really some admiration. Suwon hurriedly humbled himself. Where? Rather than saying that I did well in my poem, I would rather say that you, the leader, pissed better. Su Chang and Zhou Hao were both dumbfounded plus incredulous. You call that a good poem? At best, it's good wet. City chief, it's better not to be blinded by the words of a treacherous villain. We'll take our leave. Su Chang was 100 times more reluctant to bite the bullet and walk away. I've seen licking, but I've never seen such bottomless licking. Su Chang walked out while his eyes were as if he wanted to kill. He was really killing himself not to expect that this second brother who had been a wimp for half his life, once he was given a platform to play, he was actually so demonic. Zhou Hao said with a dark face, Uncle Chang, in my opinion, that Yi Yun is a big problem for us, but this father-in-law of his, this second brother of yours, Su Wen, is even more of a shameless scum plus a stinking fly in the toilet, or the kind that can't be swatted. Yi Yun here, too, almost fell head over heels. Look at the old husband and young city chief talk to each other, are almost like a confidant. That look. Yi Yun really said that this old husband was definitely a talented one. No, it should be kinky talent, greatly kinky talent. Leaving the municipal, Suwon smiled and said, how's son-in-law? Today dad's play. It's still not bad, right? Yi Yun gave a thumbs up. Dad, you're this. Honestly, I don't really feel kinky enough without seeming out of place with you. Dad. Suwon laughed out loud. I like that. Take it as you complimenting dad. Come on, let's go wash our feet. Yi Yun originally wanted to not go, but Suwon insisted on pulling him, and talk about father and son, sharing the same blessings. Since he's all cool, naturally he won't leave his good son-in-law behind. However, Yi Yun knew that this father-in-law was not simply being kind. Instead, he wanted Yi Yun to risk his life and give the handle into his hands. In this way, father and son big brother does not say too. Everyone is not much worse ball. In the future, if Yi Yun sues him, Suwon will go to Susan to expose it, and the two of them will die together. After washing their feet, the two rushed back to Sue's house for dinner. Almost to my doorstep, I saw the orange seller on the side of the road again. Yi Yun parked the car and unbuckled his seatbelt. Dad, wait for me. I'll go buy some oranges. Suwon hurriedly got out of the car. Don't. You bought it last time. I'll do it this time. Yi Yun pressed him. Oops. Just stay here. I'll go buy it. Suwon wouldn't do it. Or forget it. I'm your dad. I'll get it. Yi Yun couldn't. So he let him go and buy it. Suwon walked far away with a sneer on his lips. Brat, I fell for your trick last time. I won't do it again this time. You want to be my father. You wish. Chapter 163, A Dog Can't Change Its Ways. The new Sue's group. The business is getting bigger and bigger. Su Wen, Susan, and Su Yuer, all three of them, were energized every day. On the contrary, Su Lao Tai Jun, on the side of Su Chang's family, gradually began to panic. Su Chang, you're a useless thing. Su Lao Tai Jun personally drove to Su Group, looked at the financial report in her hand, and directly cursed. Didn't you say that without Su Wen's family, you're more able to take the plunge and do better? Now what? You just show me this? Every month, business plummets? Su Chang's face was ironic. Old lady, you don't have to say anything. If it wasn't for that Su Wen, who has no lower limits to browbeat leaders and beg for projects, I simply wouldn't have been worse than him. Elder Taijun Su growled. You're just stupid and incompetent. It's a shame that I trusted you so much and gave you all the power of the group, so Su Wen can flatter the leader. Why can't you? Ha! For the sake of the project, for the sake of making money, don't say bah humbug. You're just going to go eat for me without batting an eyelid. You know? Su Chang didn't say anything anymore, holding his fire. Letting him eat for the sake of the project, that kind of thing, he can't do. This old man, what a stand-up guy. If she can, why doesn't she go eat? Su Xian looked at her own old man, who was scolded, and hurriedly came out to smile. Grandma, don't blame the big president. We, Su's group, aren't as bad as you say. Alright, at least the business of the antique jade piece, with Zhouhao's family helping out, it can still be stabilized. Su Lao Taijuan's finger almost poked Su Xian's head. You still have the face to speak, right? Speaking of you, Su Xian, I would like to ask. Susan's position as president is now given to you. May I ask, what have you built in this time? What have you contributed to the group after all this time? Have you taken any cooperation? Su Xian's face reddened, and she said groundlessly, Grandma, Elder Taijun Su mercilessly interrupted. You're also a waste of space to follow, usually blabbering with your mouth, rendering yourself as the 7 immortals descending to earth. It turned out to be 100,000 miles short of Susan in practice. As far as I'm concerned, you're not even worthy of Susan's shoes. Su Xian instantly caught fire and said angrily, yes, at this time, you're thinking of Susan instead. Since you say so, old lady, then how about this? You take this vice president position back and let Susan come back. Su Lao Taijun was furious, lifting the cane in his hand at once. Little, I said you 2 sentences. You are still not happy, right? What? You think I, the helmsman of the Su family, can't clean you up? Say that again? Su Xian was furious, but she didn't dare to say anything. Su Chang drank. Su Xian, apologize to your grandmother. Immediately, Su Xian had tears in her eyes. Grandma, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have talked back. Elder Taijun Su waved her hand. Get lost, seeing you is annoying. And a group of executives, called over one by one, to give a scolding, waiting for the old woman to finish cursing. Su Chang said grimly, Mom, going on like this is not the way to go. Elder Taijun Su grunted coldly. Of course I know it's not a solution. Originally, I lived in a big villa, walking birds and watching flowers and raising fish all day long. So uncomfortable. But now, with you pulling this whole thing, the Su family is falling apart. Su Chang said indignantly, the fault doesn't lie with me at all, but with Su and Susan's family. If it were not for the family of the second brother, who were too greedy and felt that they were being given less, they would have had to split off and start their own family. Our Su family, can we become like this? Elder Taijun Su said in a chilling voice. Of course I know that it was Su Wen and Su Shan's family who betrayed my old self. But now, their wings are hardened. It's really difficult to clean up these ungrateful sons. Su Chang smiled grimly. Son here, does have an idea. Fang Jiahao of the Royal Dragon Group, but he's always craved Susan. We could have given him the chance to get Susan, but in exchange, the Royal Dragon Group must support our Su family. Elder Taijun Su mused and said uncertainly, do you think this will work? Su Shan is already married and is not a virgin anymore. And, it's also bad for that Yi Yun seed. Su Chang said viciously. Fang Jiahao won't care about this. Whether he can get Susan or not has become an obsession in his mind. Don't say that Susan was just pregnant, or that she was sold abroad and reduced to prostitution. This Mr. Feng, I'm afraid he's not even a picky eater. Elder Taijun Su lashed out the cane in her hand and said in a cold voice, alright, let's give it a try then. It's not that old me is heartless. It's really Su Wen's family that deserves to die. Su Chang laughed. Mom, this is entirely the second brother's family. Who are to blame? You and I are just acting on behalf of heaven. On the side of the Royal Dragon Group, I'll contact them. On Susan's side, it's up to you. That Yi Yun is a very tricky commodity. Only by luring Susan out will Fang Jiahao have a chance to get his hands on him. Elder Taijun Su coldly grunted. What's so difficult about this? When I was young, in order to get to the top, I easily tricked the good sisters around me into going to the suburbs. In the end, it's not like she was forced on someone and had her virginity taken away. This is the sort of thing that the old body can be skillful with her hands. After saying that, Elder Taijun Su took out her own latest model of remote cell phone and called Susan. At first, the other end didn't pick up. Su Lao Taijun sneered and scolded. Little you are quite stubborn, but in terms of fire, it's too far short of my old self. Keep fighting. It wasn't until she had dialed several times that Susan got through and said coldly, "What do you want, old man?" Elder Taijun Su gritted her teeth and said, "Su Shan, you're good now. Can't even spare a grandma to call me old man. So, you're disowning me as your own grandmother. Your father's own mother?" Susan said faintly, "It's not that our family disowns grandmothers, it's that mine is, well, too desperate." Elder Taijun Su sighed. "Shan, my good child, grandma knows she's wrong. You come to grandma's cottage and talk to her. I already know the situation of the Su group. It shouldn't be able to support itself for long before it collapses. Hey, I'm old, and I don't want to ask about all the previous grudges. Just want you, and your mom and dad, to get back on good terms with me and just live in peace." Playing the pity card, playing the emotional card. Who knew that Susan didn't eat this at all? "Sorry, old man, what kind of virtue you have? I still know a little bit about it after being in front of you for so many years. Dogs can't change their ways. That's a saying, I think, about you. Bye. That you can't change your mind?" Elder Taijun Su held the already hung up phone, first froze for a moment, and then, immediately afterward, burst into a rage. "You little prodigal hoof. I had a little bit of intolerance for you originally. I didn't expect that you would be so ungrateful. Since that's the case, my old body has to let you know what it means to be desperate." Chapter 164, Old Age is a Thief. In the Su family, Elder Taijun Su had never been contradicted like this. This Susan, she's just so unaware. "Trisha, you call Susan and invite her to my villa." Elder Taijun Su ordered to the women who stood waiting at the side. The woman's name was Su Tsuihua, the youngest daughter of Elder Taijun Su, aunt of Susan and the others, and Huang Yi's own mother. Recently, due to the turmoil in the Su family, Elder Taijun Su had called this daughter, who had been married off, to her side to make use of her as well. "Old lady, in my opinion, it's not enough to just give Susan a beating," Su Tsuihua, with a pleasing face, advised. "Think about it, right now Susan doesn't trust you. You ask her out alone for one. That definitely won't work. If you're going to call, you'll have to call along with my second sister-in-law. Call Yang Huiju after, together with you. That way, Susan won't get suspicious." Elder Taijun Su nodded her head repeatedly and laughed. "Worthy of being the daughter I gave birth to. This mind is just well thought out. Alright, then we'll do as you say. And you call Yang Huiru along with you. That way, Susan won't get suspicious." Su Tsuihua smiled and called Yang Huiru first. Good talk. Finally Yang Huiru persuaded, agreed to go over to visit the old lady. Then Sutra, before calling Susan, "How have you been, auntie?" Susan asked with a smile as her phone picked up. She was not wary of this aunt. Su Tsuihua had an impish smile on her face a second ago. At this moment, it was huffing and puffing, wiping tears and sobbing. Shan, auntie's heart is hard to block." Susan hurriedly said, "Auntie, what exactly happened?" "You say just that. If I can help, I will definitely help." Su Tsuihua cried. "It's not a big deal. It's just that old Taijun called me just now, saying that her body is dying, but she contacted your family, and your family ignored her, and the old man, all of a sudden, became depressed and bedridden. I know that it's not my place as an aunt to say anything when I'm married off, but Sam, I still want to ask you to come with me to see your grandmother. Don't worry, I've called on your mom's end, and your mom is on board with it. Good boy. Auntie has loved you since you were a child. I hope you understand Auntie's difficulties and don't reject Auntie, okay?" Susan was silent for a long time before she said, "Since it was you, Aunt, who asked, I'll make a trip to see the old lady. But let's say the ugly words first. Su family, we can't go back. The old lady and Su Chang's family, they can't tolerate us." Su Tsuihua hurriedly said, "Don't worry about this. I didn't tell Su Chang's family. In fact, their family is overbearing and wants to monopolize the entire Su family's assets. I know all this. Shan, all these years, you've given so much to the group, and in the end, you got nothing. It's really aggravating for you." Another flurry of concern, sympathy, and an expression of great understanding of Susan's difficulties. Only at last did Sutra hang up the phone. Elder Taijun Su sneered. "Good, then we will, at this moment, return to the villa. Also Su Chang, Fang Jiahao's side, have you made an appointment yet?" Su Chang had long been waiting with a wicked smile, and nodded at his words. "The appointment was made, long ago. As soon as that Fang Dishao heard that we were going to arrange a good thing between him and Susan." "Old madam, you don't know. You were almost overjoyed. It also said that as long as it comes to fruition, the Royal Dragon Group will spare 10 projects to support our Su family. Old Mrs. Su sneered. Sure enough, this thing called a man is willing to give anything for the scenery between a woman's legs. When I was young, I relied on this trick to hold your grandfather, if it weren't for old age and old age. In terms of color seduction and whatnot, Susan or Su Xian, they're 100,000 miles behind my old self. Looking at this chicken-skinned, brown-haired, old woman with half her foot in the coffin board, I didn't expect to actually be able to say something like that. Su Chang and Su Tsuewa, both of them did not squeak, but their hearts were a little diabolical. This old lady, she really has a deep enough heart to be completely shameless. At your age, you have the nerve to compare yourself to young people. Su's group. Y'all, you get busy. I have to go to my grandma's place, Susan said, packing up and heading out the door. Su Yuer was surprised. Shan, hasn't your family already broken with that old hag? That's it. What are you even going over there for? Susan said helplessly. You don't know. My aunt just called me. It's Huang Yi's mom. Invite me, along with my mom, over to see this old lady. Originally, I didn't want to go, but my aunt has asked, so I can't refuse. Su Yuer frowned. Did you give Yi Yun a word then? He should be returning to the group soon. At this moment, Susan laughed. I'm not a child. I don't have to go anywhere and give him the briefing. That's it. I'll go over there first. Don't worry. I'll be back soon. Su Yuer beamed. Alright then, be careful on your way. Don't forget, you're a pregnant woman. Susan snapped. I'm pregnant, but how old is the baby this? Don't think I'm too weak, okay? Su Yuer urged. I know you're strong, but the child is Yi Yun's, so you have to take good care of him too. Let me tell you, the baby in your belly in the future is going to inherit the Yi family's $10,000 fortune. Susan snorted and went out the door. In Su Yuer's hand, she spun a pencil and muttered. This guy Yi Yun, he can afford to live in a place like Changle Palace and is a son of a big family in Imperial Capital. Find a time to tell Sam about this. In addition, I have to hurry up and give him a child. And in the future, I will also inherit the Yi family business. On Su's side of the family, Yang Huira took off her apron. You two adults eat slowly. I'm going to go to the old lady's place. Su Wen wondered. Why are you still going to her place? It's not like they welcome you. Don't go. Yang Huira said helplessly. I don't want to go either. It's Huang Yi's mom who called me and said that the old lady is sick and is dying, so she asked to go and take a look. Su Wen was silent for a moment and asked, are you sure? That old man really can't make it? Could it be? Is she faking it? Yang Huira said, I don't care. She can pretend if she likes. Anyway, go over and take a look. I'll leave. By the way, Shannon will be there too. I'll take care of it. It'll be fine. Yi Yun originally was not interested in this crap at all, but as soon as he heard that Susan would also be there, he immediately put his chopsticks down. Mom, I'll walk you over. Yang Huiro laughed. No, you're busy. I know you're a busy man. I'll just take a taxi there. Yi Yun waved his hand. It's a deal. I'll send you there. Susan is pregnant now, and I don't feel comfortable with her going with the Sus. Yang Huiro laughed. That's fine. Can't argue with you as a good son-in-law who loves his wife. Then you can send me. Su Wen said. Yes, let Yi Yun send you there. It will be convenient. Soon, Yi Yun sent Yang Huiru to under Elder Taijun Su's villa. I won't go up there. Mom, you're on your own. He wasn't in the mood to meet the old thieving woman, Elder Taijun Su. If not for Susan's family, Yi Yun would even want to slap this old man a few times. When Yang Huiro left, Yi Yun leaned back in the car and clicked on a song to listen to out of boredom. The name of the song is Love While Doing It. Listening to the song, Yi Yun inadvertently saw that there was a luxury car parked on the side of the road. He's seen this car before. It belongs to Fang Jiahao, the second son of A. All of a sudden, Yi Yun's face turned gloomy as he kicked open the car door and took big steps towards old Taijun Su's villa. Chapter 165 Retribution. Villa. Elder Taijun Su, Su Tsuehua, and Yang Huiru had already chatted away. Susan didn't say anything the whole time, and the only one who dealt with Elder Taijun Su and Su Tsuehua was Yang Huiru. Sam, still mad at Grandma? Elder Taijun Su pretended to be sympathetic and asked with a smile towards Susan. Susan calmly said, I wouldn't dare. Elder Taijun Su sighed. Originally, your marriage partner was the Royal Dragon Group's Dao Xiaofang? What a nice family. Alas, in the end, by mistake, it was actually cheaper for that door-to-door son-in-law. Grandma is heartbroken for you. Susan frowned. Grandma, please don't go behind my back and say what my husband isn't. It's an honor to marry him and give him babies. In Su Lao Taijuan's eyes, anger flashed, and she strongly suppressed it. Good. Anyway, what the old me says now, you can't even listen to it. It is not my place to interrupt when you have your heart set on that flunky. Yang Huira said. Old lady, my family, Yi Yun, is actually not bad. It's just that you don't understand him, Elder Taijun Su said. Let's not talk about him. Let's natter on about some family matters. Right, Shannon? Go to my room and fetch my crutches for a moment. Susan didn't think much of it and got up to go to Mrs. Su's bedroom. Just as she entered the door, she said angrily, Fang Jiahao, why are you here? Fang Jiahao, who had been hiding in the room, had a lustful heart and said with glowing eyes, Shan, can't imagine, can you? Don't blame me. Everything was arranged by your old Taijun. From now on, you will be completely a Ben maiden. With a lewd smile, he lunged directly at Susan. With a bang, not even waiting for Susan to turn back and escape, the outside door was locked by Su Tsuihua. At once, Yang Huira was furious. Her aunt, and the old Taijun. What do you mean by this? Open the door right now and let my Sam out. Su Tsuihua laughed dryly. Second sister-in-law, just leave it alone. We're doing this for Sam's sake. 2. When she becomes the Fong family's daughter-in-law, she'll enjoy endless blessings in the future. Yang Huira yelled. You fart. Just go charging through and slamming the door. Elder Taijun Su roared ferociously. Yang Huiru, stand away from me. If you dare to intervene, my old body will make you suffer. Yang Huiru was so anxious that tears sprang out of her eyes at once. You guys, how could you guys do this? Isn't this harming my daughter? Elder Taijun Su coldly grunted. Tolerate and get over it. A woman. It's right to pay for the family. Besides, it's not like the old body is treating her badly. From now on, I'll become the Fong family's daughter-in-law, and I'll be able to eat and drink without having to worry about anything. Isn't that good? Yang Huiru was like a hot pot of ants, not knowing what to do. To old Mrs. Su, the person at the helm of the Su family, she was afraid inside. However, outside, a cold cry rang out violently. You old man, if you want to sell, you go sell yourself, together with the outsiders to defile your own granddaughter. You are really an old man. As soon as the words fell, Yi Yun had already rushed to the door. With a slap, he smacked away the blocking Su Tsuihua. Then with a kick, he shot open the door of the room. Su Lao Taijun hissed. Yi Yun Xiao, you have big guts, spreading wildness in the old body's territory. Yi Yun turned a deaf ear and barged into the room, lifting Fang Jiahao up with one hand. The latter's throat was pinched and he gasped for air like a dead fish thrown ashore. Don't. Yi Yun, spare me. It's not what I wanted. It's Elder Taijun Su. This old thieving woman shouted for me to come. Spare me. Yi Yun laughed sarcastically. I've spared you many times, but you don't remember. This time, no such good thing. Bang! Pressing Fang Jiahao's head, he blasted it right into the wall. Immediately, a large mass of blood sprayed out, and Fang Jiahao fell softly to the ground, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. Susan lost her color and hugged Yi Yun and cried. Yi Yun gently patted her back to comfort her while his heart was raging with murderous rage to the extreme. He can get hurt and get played, but not this pregnant wife. It could be said that Susan, now, had become the most important link in Yi Yun's life, not to mention being pregnant with his child. Whoever moved, Yi Yun would have to kill him, even his entire family. Picking up Susan, Yi Yun turned around and left. Before leaving, his eyes gazed at Elder Taijun Su as if a demon had come out of the world. Old, you wait for me to die. Su Lao Taijun stormed and roared. Little you give me back. Come back, do you hear me? Susan is my granddaughter. What to do with her is my business. Who are you to interfere? Come on people, give my old body people, get this little man killed. And yet no one responded. This was because the two bodyguards that were usually at her disposal had already been taken care of incidentally when Yi Yun went upstairs. Send Susan back to Suwon's home to be cared for by young Hueju. Yi Yun didn't stop for a moment and went straight out the door. Without completely bringing down the Su family, it would be hard for him to get rid of his hatred. An excised family that dared to make a demon out of him was looking for death. Send a few men, the resourceful kind, to burn down Elder Taijun Su's villa for me. Didn't this old play pussy for me? Then I'll play her hard. Yi Yun made a call. Meanwhile, several more calls were made in quick succession. Su Yuer was informed of the situation and hurriedly came to Su Wen's house. In the middle of the journey, he ran into Yi Yun. Is everything alright at Shan Shan's place? Yi Yun, this matter, I feel that it must not be left at that. Miss Su was furious. This kind of hookup by Elder Taijun Su is simply inhuman. Yi Yun coldly said. Shan Shan is fine. Go up and keep her company. I'm going to let the Su family be completely finished. You don't say anything about this to anyone yet. Su Yuer's heart trembled and she stammered. Okay, good. But Yi Yun, the Su family still has power. How can you deal with it alone? It's better not to take any chances. Yi Yun was disdainful. A bit of strength? Oh, But a mole family? I can make it vaporize for me overnight with a single finger. Su Yuer pursed her lips, didn't dare to speak, and went to find Susan. His heart sank, remembering the fuming Yi Yun. That look, it was scary, but I have to say, it's also very manly, domineering and ferocious, and doesn't seem to let anyone, or anything, get in its way. In the villa of Su Lao Taijun, Su Tsuehua howled vigorously. Old lady, I was beaten. That little man, he actually dared to hit my face. You must do it for me. Elder Taijun Su impatiently said. Shut up, can you stop for a while? Su Chang brought people over. First Fang Jiahao, sent to the hospital urgently. Only then did he say towards Elder Taijun Su, that Yi Yun, he is simply lawless. Old lady, he must be scrapped. Scrapped at all costs. Otherwise our Su family, especially your old man, won't be able to live a single day in peace. Elder Taijun Su's face was full of gloom. What you said, why don't I know? But at present, the Jiangnan city boundary, we can invite. It seems that we cannot help this small. Su Tsuehua suddenly twitched her nose. Ha, what's this smell? It seems like something is catching. Su Chang also frowned. Is it because the kitchen fire was left on? I can smell the burning odor too. The maid ran over and exclaimed. Ma'am, the house is on fire. Quick, all of you run away first. After saying that, it was too late to care about Elder Taijun Su, and he himself ran out of the villa first. Elder Taijun Su was furious. I have hundreds of millions of dollars in this villa. How could it catch fire? Su Chang ran to the window and almost peed in fear. Come on, old lady, the outer walls, on all sides, are already burning. Come on, it's too late if we don't go. As soon as he yanked up the old Taijun, he ran outside. Su Tsuehua, this person greedy for money. See Su Lao Taijun room. There are still a lot of good things. They want to take advantage of the fire robbery. Go along with 1 or 2 pieces of jewelry. As a result, just as she ran past, a ball of flame rushed in and nearly killed her. Ouch, a scream. Su Tsuehua clothes are burned. Ass. In a big gasp, Su Chang, Elder Taijun Su, and Su Tsuehua finally escaped to the open space outside the villa. Turning around, the blazing fire, which had come very quickly, had engulfed the entire villa. And because of the hasty escape, the gold and silver jewelry inside, as well as valuables, did not move out. Awa, my baby, my money, no! Elder Taijun Su screamed miserably and fell headfirst onto the grass. She had amassed wealth for most of her life, all sorts of cherished things, and they were all burned away. Heart, almost dripping blood. Su Chang, on the other hand, was full of iron and roared furiously. Someone must have intentionally set the fire. It must be. Who is it? Just who is it? Yi Yun, this little brat. It should be him. No, it's not supposed to be. It's bound to be him. He's taking revenge. Chapter 166, a scary surprise. On Yi Yun's side, he had just finished socializing and sending off a dozen people. Huang Ye came over and asked curtly, brother-in-law, who are those people? All in suits and ties. Yi Yun faintly said, they are all executives of the original Su group, and I have a better relationship. We just finished dinner. Huang Ye gave an oh-so-sweet sound and laughed. Brother-in-law, you're really good. Breaking away from the Su family and having dinner with the Su group's executives. Yi Yun said, what's wrong with that? It's not like we distinguish between public and private. Huang Ye turned around, found a place where no one was, and immediately tipped off Su Xian. Sister Su Xian, didn't you say that I'm useless? Now, I bring you good news. Su Xian urged. Speak quickly. I'm busy over here. The old lady fainted. The villa was burned down, and the damage is feared to be close to several $100 million. Huang Ye was startled, not expecting Elder Taijun Su to be so miserable. She hurriedly reported. It's like this. I just ran into that flunky, having dinner with the executives of your Su group. A group of people, talking to each other, and that Yi Yun even said that he made a clear distinction between public and private affairs, and didn't have any dealings with your executives. Sister Su Xian, this is clearly a case of here and now. The executives of your company must have colluded with Yi Yun. Su Xian exclaimed. Did you really see someone from the Su clan group, eating privately with Yi Yun? Huang Ye said, 1,000 times over. Just now Yi Yun sent someone away. Both of them, they were talking and laughing, as if they were still clinging to each other. If you don't believe me, I even took pictures. Su Xian gritted her teeth and said, I know. This matter, I will report to my father. None of these executives who dared to betray Su's group will have a good time. Huang Ye was complacent. Then Sister Su Xian, you must remember my credit. Su Xian, however, didn't have the heart to pay attention to her and had already hung up as soon as she could. Huang Ye had a fanciful look on her face. You'll be able to wear luxury goods and use upscale goodies yourself in no time. There's no future at all in taking this pussy class at New Sue. She's Susan's own cousin. But this Susan is good for that small salary. You don't even take care of your own sisters. Then I'm sorry. Don't blame me for selling you out for glory and riches. What Huangya did not know was that all these small actions and every move she made were all within Yi Yun's calculations. Su Wen coldly said, Yi Yun, I will support whatever you want to do. Su Chang, on the side of Elder Taijun Su's family, since they're all treating my daughter like this, then I am sorry. Su Wen will also be a time to let them know what it means to hurt. Yi Yun said indifferently, Dad, you are not a womanizer, which I appreciate. As usual, a big man's man is unstable if he's not ruthless. Su Wen thought deeply, right, if you're not ruthless, you're unstable. In the past, Su Chang, and that old hag, were just too hard on me, and too hard on Shan Shan, and that's why they stayed high. But I'm sorry, I don't want to be a punk-licking dog anymore. Yi Yun sneered. Once Huangya reported the news, Su Chang was bound to make sanctions against his men. That way, it's logical for us to take these executives over for our own use and have the best of both worlds. Su Wen said with slight admiration, Son-in-law, this counterplan of yours is truly brilliant. Looks like I need to read more about the Three Kingdoms when I have time. Yi Yun said, Dad, don't pretend. What you put on your bedside? I remember it was golden vase. Su Wen laughed dryly. There was always a sense of himself being held back by this son-in-law. Yi Yun continued, that business plan. Dad, you put it away, right? Su Wen sneered. Don't worry, put it away. Huangya this little, not once or twice over my desk. Still think I can not see it. When she sees this business plan, she's bound to be ecstatic and inform Su Xian Su Chang's side. This way, it will be easy for Su Chang Su Xian to be lured down by us. Yi Yun slowly said, Su Group, it's time to collapse. Su Chang and Su Xian, don't they like to let Huangya steal our trade secrets? Just in time. Give them a surprise this time. Plus Mother Fark. Su Chang's house. Old Mrs. Su woke up, and as soon as she did, she asked, Su Chang, the treasure's in my villa. Have you salvaged a few pieces yet? Su Chang deflated. Mom, it's good enough to save your life. Baby, old Mrs. Su wailed, her entire body almost rising in place. Su Xian laughed. Grandma, don't be too bereft. On the new Su's side, I've got something good here. Elder Taijun Su said spitefully. What good stuff? Say, there's only one thing I want. Su Wen's family and that flunky Yi Yun, let them all be finished for me. Su Xian sneered. Their business plan, top secret in general, fell into my hands. With this thing, the new Su group will be in shambles. If not finished. Su Chang looked over and said excitedly, Xian, let me take a look at the proposal, whether it has any value or not. Su Xian handed the plan over and sneered, the value, but it's greatly there. Dad, you'll know when you see it. Su Chang quickly read it, clenched his fist violently, and laughed out loud. Good stuff indeed. Su Wen, this shameless licking dog, turned out to have climbed into Yang Yuanji's relationship long ago. According to this business plan, the city, on its side, is about to develop a new industrial park on the west side. By the time it's done, 80% of the businesses, they'll have moved there. Nusu got the news first and is already going ahead with buying land, as well as moving the group there. Humph, this is a godsend for our Su. Su Xian, notify down, must preempt the new Su's one step, will be our Su's group, first move to the industrial park. Also, the last of Su's reserve funds, and all of the family's money, take it out and buy all of the land over there. Only municipal one development. We Su group. Hair, big hair. Due to too much excitement, Su Chang finished in one breath and drank 2 large cups of cold water before he slowed down. Elder Taijun Su's eyes were glowing. She couldn't even care less about her grief, and hurriedly said, Su Wen's new Su clan group has actually gotten hold of such top secret information. Well, if we didn't have spies on his side, he wouldn't have shared out and gotten rich alone. How selfish. Su Chang, Su Xian. Since that's the case, there's no time to lose, so you guys start working on it right away. The rise of the Su family to greatness is here. Su Xian smiled with a meritorious smile and invited credit. Grandma, Dad, I've already ordered it down. Just give me 3 days, and the money from the members within the family will all come together, plus the company's funds, and I'll go over and buy land on a large scale first. And how about you here, Dad? Start working on relocating the group over there? Su Chang agreed. Okay, let's do it. Su Xian coldly grunted. There's one more thing. Huangya's side gave me a message. A dozen or so of our executives from the Su group are having second thoughts. They dined privately with Yi Yun, and both parties chatted merrily. and more than once. I still have the photos taken by Huang Yi here, enough to show that these executives already have the intention to betray our Su. Su Chang snatched the photo and looked at it, and said angrily, these white-eyed wolves followed our Su family for so many years. When did they treat them badly? Well, since you guys are playing like this, don't blame me for being merciless. All of them? Damn it, get the hell out of here. If you break the contract, I'll make you pay a sky-high price before I let you go. Su Lao Taijun appeared, very hesitant and struggling. After half a ring, clenched his teeth and said, Su Chang, in my personal bank account, there are still almost 200 million. You take the 200 million as my investment in the group, and take it to fix the group's new address. But remember, this isn't something I'm giving to the group for nothing, it's my personal property. When the group gets to the new industrial park and gets rich, they all have to pay me back at least $400 million back. Su Chang was worried. Mom, you're going to have to come back with 400 million when you put these 200 million in. Isn't that rate of return a bit much to ask for? Elder Taijun Su savagely said. How am I being demanding? My old man, the villa is gone. The gold and silver treasures inside are gone. Now, it's down to this cold 200 million. Is that enough for the rest of my life, lol? Don't you give me any crap. Anyway, I'll give you the money and you have to return the 400 million back to me in the end. Su Chang couldn't but agree, and Su Shen looked at each other with some discomfort. Old Mrs. Su is still too greedy for money and too focused on herself? At this age, you still want hundreds of millions. Are you really not afraid that, when the time comes, people will die and the money won't run out? Zhou Hao was also greedy and opened his mouth. Old lady, Uncle Chang, Xian, I want to invest a little too. Su Xian said. Brother Hao, on you now. You don't have much money, do you? Zhou Hao proudly said. Such a chance to make a fortune. This young man does not have it on him. Won't he go to the bank to borrow it? With my Zhou family's reputation, a loan of tens of millions of dollars is still no problem. Su Xian exclaimed. That's just right. Our family goes for a loan too. It's better to take out more loans, take the real estate and all that, and take it to the bank as collateral. As soon as the new industrial park over there, once it's developed, our family is 10 times, 100 times the profit recovery. Su Chang said. Without further ado, I'm going to make a trip to the company first to talk to these executives. If you have a dog that is not housebroken, call them all and don't take them to get rich. Su Xian, you and Zhou Hao here, take action right away. Make sure to get ahead of Susan and the others. I'm already looking forward to the desperate, crumbling faces of the Suvan family as they watch us eat meat. Su Xian laughed coldly and immediately went out with Zhou Hao to get a loan. Chapter 167, Hot Face on Cold Ass. I can't do it. The next day, Yi Yun went to Yan Yuanji's house. Yesterday at the municipality, promised to come over and see his daughter. Little divine Dr. Yi, please take a seat first. Although Yan Yuanji is the head of the city, his family is very simple. Yi Yun turned his head and looked around, puzzled. I wonder where Ms. Yang, right now? Should I take a look at the patient first? Yan Yuanji sighed and pointed to the innermost room. Yan Yan is in there, locking herself up. When she sees strangers, she trembles with fear. Just wait a minute, I'll go try to call her out. Yi Yun nodded and waited for Yang Yuanji to go in and shout for someone. But just as he entered the room, Yang Yuanji, with a bitter face, walked out. Yi Yun said strangely, Miss Yan Yan, not willing to come out? Yang Yuanji laughed bitterly. More than unwilling, when I just call out her name, this child shows signs of breaking down. Lately, if I hadn't relied on imported drugs, this daughter of mine would have been in more and more trouble. If there's really nothing we can do in the end, then I, as a father, might just have to quit my job and take her abroad to see what's going on. Yi Yun was surprised. City chief, I don't know your wife? Yang Yuanji faintly said. I have been celibate for many years. 8 years ago, my wife and my daughter, Yan Yan, came from the provincial city to see me in Jiangnan City. Midway through, front and rear trailers crushed and wrecked. Yun's mom left on the spot, leaving the kid, overly shocked, to turn directly into a schizophrenic. Yi Yun said in a deep voice, City chief, if you trust me, then let me, first, take a look at the young lady. I can't give you a guarantee that I'll cure her 100%, because mental illness is an internationally recognized challenge, but I will, to the best of my ability. Yang Yuanji nodded and said, then give it a try. I've heard Elder Wu Tianshan talk about you. Overall, I still trust you. Yi Yun stood up and walked towards the innermost room. In broad daylight, the curtains in the room, all pulled to death. A little light did not penetrate. Against the wall, on the floor, sat a girl with long, loose hair, with his head lowered and a head of hair stopping his face. Yi Yun could not see his face for the time being. The girl curled up in the corner with her hands on her knees. As Yi Yun approached, she slowly raised her head, revealing numb and empty eyes. Yi Yun gently shouted, "Miss Yen Yen." Yang Yen Yen clasped her head with both hands and suddenly let out a sharp cry. Yi Yun raised his hand to indicate that he meant no harm and slowly retreated. Yang Yuanji said helplessly, "See, this is the situation. As soon as a stranger comes near, she breaks down." Yi Yun, however, said, "It's a good thing to be able to sense strangers approaching. City chief, I can cure your daughter of this disease." Yang Yuanji was overjoyed and was about to say something. The door opened and his son, Yang Junlang, with two men, walked in. "Dad, what are you guys doing? Didn't we agree that I would invite a high-ranking person to come over today to treat my sister? You still call outsiders to come to the house." As soon as Yang Junlang entered the door, his face was a little unsightly and he glared hatefully at Yi Yun. Then he introduced towards Yang Yuanji, "This is Miss Luo Shui, a heavenly pride from the imperial capital Luo family. This is Professor Peak, an expert in the study of mental illnesses in the United States of America, with deep attainments in schizophrenia." Luo Shui smiled and glanced at Yi Yun with what appeared to be disdain in her eyes. He then stepped forward and extended his hand towards Yang Yuanji. "City chief, I'm Luo Shui." Yang Yuanji didn't dare to be slow and smiled. "Miss Luo, thank you," Luo Shui said. "This matter of the city chief your 1,000 gold. As soon as I heard Young Yang speak about it, I was incredibly attached to it. Peak was a classmate of mine when I studied abroad in Rice, and has now published several academic studies in the world's leading medical journals. All this is to tell the city head that Peak is out to please put your mind at ease." The old foreigner, Peak, with an eagle-eyed face, swept a glance at Yi Yun. "You just tried to heal my patient. Excuse me? In the words of your dragon country, kid, you think too much of yourself, beyond your ability. Advise you not to make a fool of yourself." On Yi Yun's face, as if nothing had happened. "Dirt dog child farting in the ocean. Little foreigner, the medicine of your rice country is quite developed, but our dragon kingdom's 1,000-year legacy may not be worse." Pick said disdainfully, "With all due respect, your Chinese medicine in Dragon Kingdom is all garbage. Of course, in the presence of your city head, and under the face of the honorable and beautiful Miss Lachu, I'll have to use a different word. Your Chinese medicine in the Dragon Kingdom. Ha, it's all dross." Yang Yuanji looked at these two, who seemed to be somewhat at odds with each other, and hurriedly spoke. "Mr. Pick, little Dr. Yi, let's not argue about academic matters. Why don't we just show our little girl first?" Yi Yun said. "City chief, what I mean is that Yen Yen can't be stimulated anymore. This geezer, he doesn't really need to be stirred up." Luo Shui sneered. "Yi Yun, don't flash your tongue by talking big. You, an outcast of the Yi family in imperial capital, even if you know a little bit about medical science, what qualifications do you have to compete with Pick? Peak's accomplishments in studying medicine, counted one by one, are feared to be more than the salt you eat." Yang Junlang also coldly grunted. "Your name is Yi Yun, isn't it? The face of our Yang family is not that easy to flatter. You have the strength to do it. But I'm sorry, please get in line behind Dr. Peak." Yi Yun said indifferently, "Listening to you, Yang, do you think I'm being nosy?" Yang Junlang frowned. "If you want to interpret it that way, it's not impossible. In short, the Yang family doesn't need you for now. If you feel offended, go ahead." Luo Shui snorted. "Yi Yun, didn't you understand Young Yang's strings? Almost got it. With your little triple-legged medical skills, coming to flatter the city head is a bit of a dream." Yi Yun laughed. "Then city chief, I'll take my first step. I've disturbed you today." Yang Yuanji was a bit hesitant. The people were after all invited by him. Just letting Yi Yun go like that really seemed a bit lacking in poise. Pick had already walked towards Yang Yan Yan's room and said confidently, "Mr. Yang, just put your mind at ease. I've encountered too many situations like this with your family's daughter. Just leave it to me." I don't know what he did, but Yang Yan Yan was quiet all of a sudden, and she didn't make any noise. Yang Yuanji was overjoyed at the sight and apologized towards Yi Yun. Then, "Little divine Dr. Yi, please go downstairs and have tea and rest first." Yi Yun shrugged his shoulders. "Forget it, I'd better go back first. I'm a man of rules when it comes to healing people. I can't do it with a hot face on a cold ass. So goodbye." With those words, he went downstairs and walked away. Yang Junlang coldly said, "Headstrong, a little bit of small aggravation and this temper. Dad, it's really not me saying that you can't use someone like that." Yang Yuanji waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about it yet. Let's see how your sister is doing." Luo Shui elegantly lifted the teacup in front of her and gently said, "City chief, I think Young Yang is right. You're alone now, after all, and easily compelled by the little people around you. Some people, it's better not to give them too much face, or they'll get into trouble sooner or later. Of course, Luochu was an outsider and wasn't supposed to say such things. Yang Junlang had a face of admiration as he looked at Luo Shui. Miss, this young man will not agree with these words. You came to Jiangnan City for the benefit of our city. What do you say about outsiders and your own people? In the future. Miss Luo Shui, you and our Yang family. That's family. Luo Shui covered her mouth and smiled, looking gorgeous. Fascinated Yang Junlang, the second generation of officials. 5 fascinated, almost out of body. Although he was the city's head eunuch, Luo Shui was a great beauty from imperial capital. The killing power of this kind of yukai for Yang Junlang could be said to be unrivaled. Suddenly, the door to the room inside opened at once. All that could be heard was a yell from Peak, as if he was in pain. Then barefoot, cloaked Yang Yanyan, rushed out at once, with blood on his face. Peak was clawed out by Yang Yanyan, looking incomparably miserable, chasing him out and roaring, quickly pull Miss Yang. Deep in her spirit, she was so stimulated that she could no longer control it and could kill herself at any time. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuanji's father and son broke out in a cold sweat. Luo Shui also landed on the ground with a teacup in her hand, directly spilling tea all over the place. Ms. Yang, it's not allowed. She yelled and rushed over to grab Yang Yanyan. Too bad it's late. Yang Yanyan is like a madman. The whole person has lost his mind. Head first towards the 3rd floor window. The few people in the room all secretly screamed that they were finished, a heart sinking to the bottom. Yang Yuanji roared in pain and slapped his son across the face. Asshole, the man you brought back did the job. If anything happens to your sister, I'll never forgive you for the rest of my life.